Chapter 1, Divine Medical Skill System. Zhang Yi, Zhao Jingtian, Li Xiaolian, and Su Qingqing, the four of you are assigned to Beijing First People's Hospital. On the podium, a middle-aged man with glasses said with a smile. Wow, I'm so envious. The First People's Hospital of the capital is a top-tier Class 3 Grade A hospital. Not just top-tier, it's practically a top-grade tertiary hospital. Well, the capital First People's Hospital is ranked number 1 in comprehensive capabilities nationwide. Below the podium, students were buzzing with discussions upon hearing the list, some envious, others jealous. Wait a moment, Teacher Li. Suddenly, Zhang Yi slowly stood up amidst everyone's astonished gazes and spoke. What's the matter, Zhang Yi? Do you have any questions? Teacher Li asked from the podium. I don't want to go to the capital People's Hospital. I'd like to apply to work at a county hospital in a remote area, Zhang Yi said solemnly. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire classroom erupted in commotion. What's going on? Has Zhang Yi lost his mind? He's turning down such a prestigious hospital? Exactly. The First People's Hospital of the capital is top-notch in terms of equipment, facilities, and medical education nationwide. How could he be so ungrateful? TSK, acting all arrogant just because he has a bit of knowledge. Who does he think he is? Sigh, that's the hospital I've been dying to get into, and this Zhang Yi just casually turns it down like it's nothing. Amidst the surrounding chatter, Zhang Yi paid no attention. He simply looked at Professor Li on the podium and continued, Professor Li, I truly appreciate the opportunity the school has given me. However, I believe that to become a real doctor, one must go to those places with harsh conditions to continuously hone their skills and experience the hardships of the most underprivileged people. Only then can one grow rapidly and deeply understand the responsibilities that come with being a doctor. Zhang Yi's tone was firm and resolute. He stared straight at Professor Li, hoping he would agree to his request. On the podium, Professor Li was also taken aback by Zhang Yi's words. He gave Zhang Yi a deep look. He had watched the student grow while others took 5 years to graduate with a bachelor's degree. Zhang Yi earned a master's degree in the same time. His name appeared on the school's scholarship list every year, and he always took first place in the annual practical surgery competitions. Such a diligent and studious student naturally deserved placement at the best hospital, yet here he was, voluntarily applying to work in a challenging environment. Professor Li sighed and said, Zhang Yi, you must think carefully. The First People's Hospital of the capital is one of the top hospitals in the country, even the world. Zhang Yi smiled and replied, I understand, Professor Li, but my mind is made up. Seeing Zhang Yi's unwavering determination, Teacher Li didn't say anything more. Alright then, since your mind is made up, you can go to Dachuan County in Tianshan City, Rong Province. Dachuan County in Tianshan City, Rong Province, is considered one of the relatively poorer counties in Rong Province. With its backward economic development, it's easy to imagine that the medical standards there wouldn't be very high. Thank you, teacher. Nevertheless, Zhang Yi bowed deeply to Teacher Li with great joy. Behind her, Su Qingqing silently watched Zhang Yi's figure, her willow-like eyebrows tightly knitted as if she was pondering something. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully binding the Divine Medical Skills System. A beginner's gift package is now issued, Divine Suturing Technique, Unlocking Congenital Heart Disease Surgical Guidance. Please proceed to the system space for practice. At that moment, a mechanical notification suddenly echoed in Zhang Yi's mind. What the heck? Zhang Yi was utterly confused. Given that the host's medical ethics surpass those of ordinary people, this system has chosen you as its host. Please strive hard to promote medical ethics, heal the wounded, and rescue the dying. Zhang Yi pondered, could this be the legendary system? After finishing the day's graduation ceremony, Zhang Yi declined his classmates' invitation to dinner and returned alone to his dormitory. Taking advantage of the solitude, he softly called out, System? Here, host. Wow, it's real. During the day, with so many people around, Zhang Yi couldn't ask in detail. Now that the dormitory was empty, it was the perfect time to thoroughly understand this Divine Medical Skills System. Host has not yet claimed the beginner's gift pack. Please claim it as soon as possible. Beginner's gift pack? Zhang Yi murmured to himself before a virtual panel appeared before his eyes. Besides displaying the divine level suturing technique, there was also a line of host information. Host, Zhang Yi. Medical ethics, 50 full score, 100. Wound suturing technique, 30 out of 100. Congenital heart disease surgery, unlocked. Intracranial aneurysm embolization, locked. Pancreaticoduodenectomy, locked. Triple incision radical esophagectomy with colon jejunum esophageal replacement and cervical anastomosis, locked. Coronary artery bypass grafting, locked. Complete kidney transplantation, locked. What the hell, there are still so many locked procedures? Didn't I perform quite a few of these surgeries during my internship? Why are they still locked? Zhang Yi exclaimed in surprise. Moreover, he considered himself wholeheartedly dedicated to becoming a good doctor, yet the system showed his medical ethics score at only 50 points, not even passing. There's also suturing technique. Zhang Yi thought that although he couldn't compare to those top experts, with his daily practice and clinical experience, he should at least score 80 points, right? But in the system, he only got 30. Is it that he's too lacking, or are the system's standards too high? To help the host become a world-class doctor, the requirements must be strict. Alright. I'll work hard. Immediately, Zhang Yi clicked on the divine suturing technique in the system panel, and a faint white light slowly seeped into his body. When he opened his eyes again, Zhang Yi's mind was flooded with knowledge about suturing techniques. Only now did he realize how poor his previous suturing practice had been. There was also an unlocked congenital heart surgery guide that Zhang Yi hadn't accessed yet. The moment Zhang Yi's finger touched those words on the system panel, he instantly collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. But Zhang Yi's consciousness entered another virtual space. Chapter 2, Realistic Simulation Training. Zhang Yi only felt a blinding white light that momentarily dizzied him. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in an empty operating room. Simulation training for congenital heart disease surgery aortic stenosis will now begin. Host, please prepare yourself. Countdown, 5, 4, 3, begin now. Immediately, an operating table appeared in the center, on which lay a simulated humanoid approximately 3 years old. Various surgical instruments were arranged on one side of the table, and the overhead shadowless lamp turned on, instantly brightening the entire room. Zhang Yi steadied his mind and slowly walked up to the operating table. Aortic valve stenosis is a relatively common type of congenital heart disease. The main objective of this surgery is to perform aortic valve dilation to restore normal blood flow from the heart. On a difficulty scale of 5 stars, Zhang Yi rated this surgery as 3 stars. The challenge lies in the fact that most patients with aortic valve stenosis are children. Generally, congenital heart disease in newborns is not easily detectable. It becomes apparent only by the age of 35, when the cardiopulmonary functions are fully developed. Some patients have mild stenosis and do not require surgical intervention, while more severe cases necessitate surgical treatment. However, since most children requiring surgery are young and underdeveloped, the procedure is relatively more challenging. Zhang Yi stood before the operating table and began the surgery based on the knowledge he had learned. After disinfecting the skin, he proceeded to open the chest. As the sharp scalpel made a gentle incision, Zhang Yi was shocked to find that although the simulated mannequin appeared fake, blood began to flow from the wound. So realistic. After opening the chest, it was time to connect various tubes. Zhang Yi calmly used nylon slings to suspend the aorta, superior vena cava, and inferior vena cava, then secured the arterial and venous cannulas with non-traumatic purse string sutures, connecting the extracorporeal circulation tubing. The CO2 tube was fixed beside the incision. The perfusion tube was connected, and the fibrillator wires were secured. After inducing fibrillation, the cardioplegic solution was perfused, and the myocardium was protected with ice slush. Once the tube connections were completed, the actual aortic valve cutting began. First, the ascending aorta was clamped. Traction sutures were placed on the aortic wall, and the aortic wall was incised. A valve sizer was used to measure the internal diameter of the valve, and after measurement, the suture points on the valve leaflets were marked with a marking pen. Then, 3 equally sized leaflets were cut from bovine pericardium using the aortic valve leaflet template, and an annuloplasty ring was prepared. Once ready, they were placed in antibiotic saline for later use. First, 4-0-proline was used for interrupted sutures between the inner and outer rings, with the placement position at the sinotubular junction, 2 cm above the reconstructed leaflets. Then, 5-0-proline was used to suture the leaflet commissures. Finally, 4-0-proline with pledgets was used to suture the aortic incision, followed by reinforcement sutures. Finally, after venting, opening the ascending aorta, intracardiac defibrillation, and rewarming, when the rectal temperature reaches 36 C, the circulation stabilizes, and the ACT value is measured as normal, the machine can be stopped and the tubes removed. After completing this series of steps, Zhang Yi let out a long sigh of relief. By now, he was already drenched in sweat. During his internship, he had followed his mentor in performing such cardiac surgeries, but back then, he was merely observing and learning from the sidelines, occasionally participating in the chest closure at the end. However, this was truly his first time directly participating in the entire surgical process. Detected that the host has completed the training task for congenital heart disease surgery aortic valve stenosis. Evaluation will now begin. Please wait, host. What the heck? A score? Zhang Yi was stunned. This system even comes with grading? What happens if you fail? But Zhang Yi felt he should at least pass. He had poured everything he had into both theoretical and practical knowledge. If he still failed, he'd truly be unworthy of the title of top student at Linhai City Medical College. Hostess training score released 56 points. This training session is a failure. System punishment will now be administered. Ha? Punishment? Wait, no, ouch. Before Zhang Yi could finish his sentence, he felt a sharp lash from a belt. Instantly, a searing pain burned across his back. Damn it, this was a feeling Zhang Yi hadn't experienced since childhood. That's like when I was mischievous as a kid and got whipped with a belt by my dad. However, Zhang Yi couldn't help but sigh. This system is way too strict. His skills would definitely be top-notch in his school, yet according to the system, they're actually considered failing performance. Host, please calm down and immediately begin the second training session. This training session will not be considered complete until the host reaches a score of 70. Oh my god, again? He was already sweating profusely after coming off that surgery just now. Can't we let him rest for a while before continuing? Host, rest assured. Every time you enter the system space for training, you are in a state of deep sleep. This ensures you get rest while also honing your skills. Alright. If the system says so, what else can Zhang Yi say? Besides, 56 points isn't far from 70. Zhang Yi believes he can reach 70 with just a few more practice sessions. Then, the scene restarted, and another simulated humanoid was placed on the operating table. After enduring 3 more lashes from the belt, Zhang Yi finally reached a score of 70. After exiting the system's training space, Zhang Yi slowly opened his eyes to find that it was already broad daylight outside. It wasn't easy. The system is really too strict. Zhang Yi couldn't help but sit up and sigh. However, the benefit is that it allows for even stricter training to become a better doctor. Zhang Yi got up and tidied up a bit. The others in the dorm hadn't returned yet, probably because they had too much fun at the graduation party last night. Without time to say goodbye to his roommates, Zhang Yi picked up his luggage and left, as tomorrow was the day he was supposed to report to the Datsuan County Hospital. Chapter 3 Immediate Surgery, No Time to Lose. From Linhai City to Rong City, it took a 3-hour flight plus a 5-hour bus ride to reach the relatively remote Datsuan County. By the time Zhang Yi arrived at Datsuan County, it was already 9 p.m. With no other options, he had to find a hotel to rest for the night and plan to report to the hospital and rent a place the next day. Just as Zhang Yi, exhausted from a day of travel, lay down and fell asleep, he once again entered the system's virtual training space. Simulation training for congenital heart disease surgery ventricular septal defect will now begin. Host, please prepare yourself. Countdown, 5, 4, 3, begin. After another night of intense struggle, Zhang Yi finally completed the ventricular septal defect repair surgery. And his score was even slightly higher than yesterday's aortic stenosis, reaching 80 points. Opening his eyes, he found it was already broad daylight. Zhang Yi quickly tidied up and headed to the hospital to report for duty. Datsuan County is neither too big nor too small, divided into the new urban area and the old urban area. The new urban area was rebuilt after the 2008 earthquake, mostly consisting of elevator-equipped buildings. The old urban area, on the other hand, is primarily made up of residential complexes of 7 or 8 stories, with only a few high-rise elevator buildings scattered here and there. There are only 3 hospitals in Datsuan County: the County People's Hospital, the traditional Chinese medicine hospital, and a private hospital, which is essentially a Putian-affiliated hospital. 2 of the 3 hospitals are located in the old urban area, and both are public hospitals. As a result, most people feel more at ease in the old urban area, where healthcare is more reliable. Zhang Yi stood at the door of the Human Resources Department and knocked. "Come in," came a steady and powerful middle-aged man's voice shortly after. "Hello, I'm Zhang Yi, from Linhai Medical College." Zhang Yi greeted the man at the desk politely, while also glancing at the name tag on his chest: Su Ming, Director of Human Resources. "Ah, I know, the top talent from Linhai City. Please, have a seat." Su Ming was extremely courteous. "Thank you. It's like this. Personally, I'm very grateful that you chose to come to our relatively remote county-level hospital. I heard that with your qualifications, you could easily work at the capital's #1 People's Hospital, yet you chose us instead. I truly appreciate it." Su Ming said sincerely. Zhang Yi waved his hand. "Not at all, Director Su, please don't flatter me. This is just what I should do." Hearing this, Su Ming couldn't help but look at Zhang Yi with satisfaction, nodded, and said, "Let's go, I'll take you to the department you've been assigned to." Subsequently, Zhang Yi followed Su Ming to the cardiology department. Zhang Yi felt slightly disappointed because the first skill the system gave him was the operation for congenital heart disease. If he were in the pediatrics department, he could definitely showcase his talents. However, in the cardiology department, he might not necessarily encounter many cases of congenital heart disease. Even if there were any, they would be very few. Firstly, most patients with congenital heart disease undergo surgery during childhood. Secondly, the cardiology department primarily deals with elderly patients, mostly suffering from various heart conditions based on hypertension. However, all resident doctors rotate through different departments, and Zhang Yi was no exception. Perhaps next month, he would be assigned to the pediatrics department? Let me introduce you. This is Lu Changzheng, the head of the cardiology department. This is Chen Dong, the deputy head. And over here. After introducing everyone one by one, Su Ming solemnly announced, "Everyone, let's welcome Zhang Yi, the top graduate from Linhai City Medical College." Everyone clapped, making Zhang Yi feel a bit embarrassed. After giving some instructions to Lu Changzheng, the director of the cardiology department, Su Ming left. "You're Zhang Yi, right?" Lu Changzheng walked over and said coldly, looking at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi nodded. Yes, Director Lu. Go over there and grab any white coat to put on, then help me sort out all the medical records. You do know how to organize medical records, right? Lu Changzheng asked again, somewhat unconvinced. Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel embarrassed. How could he call himself a doctor if he didn't even know how to sort medical records? But it seemed Director Lu didn't think much of him? So Zhang Yi sat down at the desk and began organizing the mountain of medical records. Suddenly, a young nurse rushed over anxiously and said to Director Lu, please come quickly to check on Grandma Zhao in bed 56. She suddenly couldn't breathe and was breaking out in cold sweat. I took her blood pressure, and it was 90/62 millimeters of mercury. Upon hearing this, Director Lu immediately stood up and walked out of the office, with Zhang Yi following closely behind. As soon as they entered the room, Director Lu took just one glance and said, first, take her for a Doppler echocardiogram, followed by an X-ray examination. Let's start with some intravenous fluid therapy for conservative treatment. We'll wait until her family arrives at the hospital before making further decisions. But the moment Zhang Yi's gaze fell on old Mrs. Zhao, his pupils suddenly constricted sharply, because his eyes saw something he couldn't perceive before. That was the patient's lesion point. He clearly saw that this elderly Mrs. Zhao's heart was already in an infected state, and the lesion had caused mitral valve insufficiency and aortic stenosis. This is rheumatic heart disease. And it has reached a stage where immediate surgery is necessary. Why opt for conservative treatment? Is it just because of her advanced age that you're uncertain? I recommend immediate surgery. Zhang Yi's voice suddenly rang out in the ward. Chapter 4. The surgery was a complete success. What nonsense are you interrupting with? Lu Changzheng scolded Zhang Yi softly before pulling him back into the doctor's office. Why not perform the surgery, Director Lu? If we don't operate immediately, this patient won't last more than a few days. Zhang Yi was anxious, extremely anxious. Lu Changzheng merely sighed and said, do you know the background of that old lady? If the surgery fails, our hospital can't bear the responsibility. Besides, she often gets like this. Didn't conservative treatment work fine the last few times? It was precisely because of the previous conservative treatments that the symptoms have worsened this time. If we don't proceed with surgery immediately now, then we truly cannot bear this responsibility. Zhang Yi spoke hysterically, completely unaware that a middle-aged man in military uniform was quietly standing at the door of the doctor's office. Although the surgery carries extremely high risks, and the chance of success is only 30%, we cannot give up. Even though she is just an elderly woman, if we can extend her life by even a few more years, it would be a tremendous joy for us doctors and her family. Zhang Yi continued. Lu Changzheng's eyes flickered with hesitation. After a moment of thought, he said, let's do this. We'll wait for the test results to come out first. If it's absolutely necessary, we can transfer her to a higher-level hospital for surgery. A higher-level hospital? The best hospital in Tianshan City is a 2.5-hour drive from Dichuan County. How could the elderly woman endure such a bumpy journey? No. The time is too long. I recommend immediate surgery in this hospital. Zhang Yi still insisted on his opinion. Why are you so stubborn? Don't you know that the old lady's eldest son is a senior colonel-level officer in the Rong Province Military District? The old lady is elderly and homesick. She only returned to Dichuan County a few years ago to retire, and moved into our hospital just a few months ago. Her son knows about her condition and has always been worried that the surgery risks are too high, so he also agrees with conservative treatment. Lu Changzheng urgently refuted Zhang Yi's suggestion. No, this time we really can't continue with conservative treatment. If we delay any longer, the old lady won't make it. Lu Changzheng was about to say something more when a loud voice sounded at the door. Good. Then operate on my mother immediately. Zhang Yi and Lu Chang turned around to find a man in military uniform standing there. He was over 50 years old, with graying temples visible beneath his military cap, and his insignia and rank badges conveyed an unmistakable authority. His mere presence exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Behind him stood two younger soldiers, along with the hospital director and heads of various departments. The test results are out. We need to operate immediately. But I want my mother to pull through safely. The man in uniform stepped forward and patted Zhang Yi's shoulder, speaking in a grave tone. This must be the eldest son of old lady Zhao that Director Lu mentioned earlier, a senior officer at the rank of colonel. Zhang Yi paused for a moment before nodding in agreement. The hospital immediately arranged for the surgery, with the director personally performing the operation and the head of the cardiology department assisting. Zhang Yi was also assigned to the operating room. With two senior medical professionals leading the procedure, Zhang Yi naturally had to stand in a less optimal position to assist with minor tasks. However, miraculously, even though Zhang Yi couldn't see Mrs. Zhao's heart from his position, a crystal-clear image still appeared before his eyes, the progress of the surgery, the condition of the elderly woman's heart, and so on. Suddenly, the chief surgeon, the hospital director, frowned and said, "This elderly woman's blood vessels have already hardened. If we forcibly cut open the aorta, it could easily cause the artery to rupture, leading to massive bleeding and life-threatening danger. No, I need to personally go outside and explain to the colonel. At this point, we can only opt for conservative treatment. Then, the director turned to Chief Lu and instructed, you go ahead and suture the chest cavity. This surgery can't proceed. Chief Lu sighed and cast a reproachful glance at Zhang Yi, as if saying, see? I told you it couldn't be done. Conservative treatment is the best option. You insisted on rushing into surgery. Now, if the colonel blames us, who's going to take responsibility? You suture the chest cavity. I'll follow the director out to explain. With that, Chief Lu left the operating room. At this moment, there were only Zhang Yi and a circulating nurse in the operating room. Zhang Yi stepped forward and examined carefully, exclaiming in surprise, no. There's still hope. Dr. Zhang, please don't perform surgery without authorization. If the director finds out, we'll all be fired, the nurse advised kindly. But Zhang Yi looked up firmly and said, I'll take full responsibility if anything goes wrong. Then, he picked up the scalpel and began operating with the same proficiency as in the system's training space. Although Granny Zhao's blood vessels were somewhat hardened, the hardening wasn't extensive. As long as the operation was performed on the areas that still retained elasticity, the surgery could be successful. Zhang Yi carefully cut the elastic aortic valve, measured the inner diameter of the valve with a valve gauge, marked the suture points, and then skillfully took out the aortic valve template in bovine pericardium, quickly cutting out valve leaflets and an annuloplasty ring of the same size. The scrub nurse standing by was completely stunned. The operation was so smooth and proficient. He didn't even need the scrub nurse's assistance. He could perform this highly complex heart surgery all by himself. The nurse was stunned. Even the hospital director probably couldn't reach Dr. Shang's level, could they? No wonder some colleagues had mentioned how amazing Zhang Yi was, a top student from Linhai Medical College who completed in 5 years what others took 8 to learn, and from the medical department at that. 20 minutes later. Phew, success. Chapter 5: The Colonel's Favor. Outside the operating room, the hospital director said apologetically, I'm truly sorry, Colonel Lee. I just reviewed the case. The elderly lady's blood vessels have hardened significantly. Performing this surgery is simply too risky. It could endanger her life. Colonel Lee sat rigidly upright on the corridor bench. His already dark complexion grew even more somber upon hearing those words, casting an oppressive atmosphere that made the director feel increasingly uneasy. After a long silence, he finally spoke. If we proceed with the surgery regardless, what would the success rate be? There might not even be a 5% chance. The dean said with a grave expression. Keep going. Just do your best. Colonel Lee said firmly. At that moment, the dean slightly opened his mouth, intending to offer a few more words of persuasion, when he saw the scrub nurse rush out and announce, the surgery was a complete success. Please prepare to receive the patient in the waiting area. What? The dean turned around, looking at the nurse in disbelief, and asked again, what did you say? It was successful? The nurse nodded, yes, director. Dr. Zhang did it. As soon as the words were spoken, Colonel Lee sprang up from his seat and said excitedly, good. You two go to receive them, be extremely careful. Colonel Lee instructed the 2 soldiers beside him. Yes. At this moment, Zhang Yi had just finished tidying up and walked out of the operating room. Was it you who performed the surgery? Colonel Lee looked at Zhang Yi and asked. Yes, the situation was urgent and I had no other choice. If we had been even a moment later, the elderly lady wouldn't have made it. Zhang Yi replied calmly and confidently. Colonel Lee narrowed his eyes slightly, studied Zhang Yi for a moment, then nodded and said, impressive, you've got courage. I admire that. Here is my contact information, take it. As he spoke, Colonel Lee handed Zhang Yi a business card with a phone number. Remember, I, Li Yuanzhang, owe you, Zhang Yi, a favor. If you ever need my help in the future, don't hesitate to reach out. With that, Li Yuanzhang patted Zhang Yi on the shoulder and left. Zhang Yi looked down at the business card in his hand. It was very simple, just a name and a phone number. Zhang Yi. A slightly reproachful voice came from above. Zhang Yi looked up to see the dean frowning at him. Zhang Yi knew the dean might start blaming him for performing the surgery without authorization, but he wasn't worried. He had the license, so what was there to fear? What's the matter, Dean? Do you even have a practicing physician's license to perform surgery without authorization? Do you know how low the success rate of this procedure is? Do you realize that if it fails, our entire hospital could be shut down because of it? Sorry, Dean, I actually passed both the assistant physician qualification exam and the licensed physician exam during my internship. What? Not only the dean, but even Lu Changjung was shocked. They knew exactly how difficult the licensed physician exam was. The most basic requirement to become a doctor qualified to diagnose patients, prescribe treatments, and perform surgeries is to hold this certification. Moreover, this certification isn't something you can necessarily pass just by studying for 5 years. It covers an extremely broad range of knowledge, including medicine, pharmacology, anatomy, physiology, and even chemical reactions. Therefore, at least 3/4 of medical graduates each year fail to obtain their practicing physician license. Because it's difficult, extremely difficult. Those who manage to pass the practicing physician exam right after graduation can be considered exceptionally outstanding, and those who simultaneously earn a master's degree and pass the physician licensing exam within 5 years are truly the cream of the crop. So at this moment, Lu Changzheng couldn't help feeling that asking such a talented individual to organize medical records right off the bat was somewhat beneath their capabilities. Now, the hospital director couldn't say much more. After all, the person was a licensed physician performing a surgery that wasn't against regulations, and it was a surgery with only a 5% success rate that even the director couldn't pull off. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Zhang Yi was about to get off work when he saw Su Ming from the HR department waiting for him at the office door. "Director Su? What brings you here? Our hospital's top talent really made us proud today. Even Major General Li Yuanzhang from the military district owes you a favor." Su Ming joked. "Hey, don't flatter me. It's just what a doctor should do, no need to feel indebted," Zhang Yi said with a smile. "Let's go. I'll show you the dormitory." Zhang Yi felt a surge of joy. "Oh, there's a dormitory? That's great, no need to trouble myself with house hunting. The dormitory isn't far from the hospital, just across the street in an old residential complex. It's about 100 meters walk to the hospital. Well, this is the place." Su Ming led Zhang Yi to the 3rd floor and pointed at room 302. However, 302 is a 2-bedroom suite. Originally, you were supposed to be in 301, since it's a single-room suite. But today, the higher-ups called and said 2 more doctors will be arriving next month, 1 male and 1 female, and the female doctor happens to be from your school. So I figured it'd be better to let the female doctor have her own room, while you guys can make do squeezing in together. "No problem, I can sleep anywhere as long as there's a bed." Zhang Yi chuckled. The room looked spacious and clean, equipped with a fridge, air conditioning, and everything else. The hospital had even prepared a full set of bedding. "The treatment for top-tier talents is really quite good," Zhang Yi silently remarked in his heart. After seeing Su Ming off, Zhang Yi couldn't wait to open his system panel. Host, Zhang Yi. Medical Ethics, 51 full score 100. Wound suturing technique, 60 out of 100. Congenital heart disease surgery, unlocked 40% completed. Intracranial aneurysm embolization, locked. Pancreaticoduodenectomy, locked. Triple incision radical esophagectomy with colonic jejunal esophageal replacement and cervical anastomosis, locked. So touching. Saving an old lady actually gave a slight increase in medical ethics points, truly moving. Zhang Yi silently complained in his heart. Medical ethics points are not awarded solely for successful rescues, but rather for the host's unwavering determination to save lives regardless of the outcome. Oh, so that's how it works. Afterwards, Zhang Yi tidied up briefly and went to bed. Simulation training for congenital heart disease surgery tetralogy of Fallout will now begin. Host, please prepare yourself. Countdown, 5, 4, 3, begin. Chapter 6, Single-Minded Devotion to Medicine. Tetralogy of Fallout? Zhang Yi felt somewhat worried, sensing that he might be in for quite a few belt lashes today. Tetralogy of Fallout is considered the most complex type among congenital heart diseases. Congenital heart diseases can be classified into cyanotic or non-cyanotic types, or categorized into 3 groups based on the presence or absence of shunts: non-shunt types such as pulmonary stenosis, aortic coarctation; left-to-right shunt types such as atrial septal defect, ventricular septal defect, patent ductus arteriosus; and right-to-left shunt types such as tetralogy of Fallout, transposition of the great arteries. Most other types involve a single lesion site, but tetralogy of Fallout is different. It consists of 4 lesions. Its fundamental pathology includes ventricular septal defect, pulmonary stenosis, aortic overriding, and right ventricular hypertrophy, meaning 4 lesions appear simultaneously. This makes it at least 4 times more challenging than congenital heart diseases with only 1 lesion site. Most patients develop cyanosis turning blue all over within 36 months after birth, typically during crying or intense physical activity. However, a small number of individuals may not exhibit symptoms until childhood or adulthood. Moreover, the mortality rate of tetralogy of Fallout is extremely high, accounting for about 90% of cases. This means that out of 10 people with this condition, only 1 survives. Most deaths are caused by chronic hypoxia leading to heart failure. The slightest delay can result in the child's death. Therefore, if cyanosis occurs, it is recommended to immediately place the child in a supine position or have them squat to slow blood flow, and seek medical attention as soon as the condition stabilizes. Zhang Yi stood in front of the operating table, silently reviewing the steps of the TOF radical surgery procedure before slowly approaching the table. This time, the system went even further. The simulated humanoid was actually a 5-month-old baby, undoubtedly increasing the surgical difficulty. Because tetralogy of Fallout involves 4 malformations occurring simultaneously, the area requiring incision spans the entire heart, necessitating a sternotomy for this surgery. Zhang Yi didn't know how much he had sweated that night, nor could he remember how many times the belt had struck him. After countless failures, he finally managed to barely reach 70 points. Congratulations, host, you barely passed. However, this score is still far from the system's requirements for you. Please strive harder. Ah, my back and butt must be nearly split open by your belts, Zhang Yi said with a face full of resentment. Rest assured, host, none of this system's penalties will cause any real harm. Zhang Yi breathed a sigh of relief and said, so you're saying I only endure some neural and psychological pain in the system, but once I return to reality, I'll be completely fine? Yes. That's good, that's good. But I'm a bit puzzled, why do I feel like performing the same surgery in the system space doesn't tire me out, while in the hospital operating room it's exhausting? That's because this system's training space can continuously maintain the host's optimal condition and even enhance their energy. As long as the host frequently enters the system space to practice, they can continuously strengthen their abilities and energy. Zhang Yi nodded slightly and then slowly opened his eyes. Ah! Another beautiful sunny day today. In the morning, Zhang Yi followed a group of cardiologists on their rounds before everyone went off to work. However, Zhang Yi hadn't been assigned any patients yet, so he was feeling a bit at loose ends. Zhang Yi, you'll follow me in the outpatient clinic today. Lu Changzheng stood up and said to Zhang Yi. Okay, Director Lu. After yesterday's incident, Lu Changzheng couldn't help but look at Zhang Yi with newfound respect. How could this young upstart complete a surgery even the hospital director couldn't handle? And the postoperative recovery of that old lady Zhao was remarkably good. This really put the director in an awkward position. This kid's skills were even better than his. Ah! But as the saying goes, the waves behind drive on those before. In an era brimming with talent, the older generation of experts can only share their experience generously and let the younger ones forge ahead. But after what happened yesterday, now everyone in the hospital knows the name Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi walked from the cardiology department to the outpatient building. Along the way, many female doctors and nurses greeted him, yet Zhang Yi didn't recognize a single one of them. Oh my, Zhang Yi, you're the rising star of our hospital now. Lu Changzheng patted Zhang Yi's shoulder teasingly. Hee, I'm no celebrity, just a young man who wants to be a good doctor. Zhang Yi scratched the back of his head sheepishly. By the way, let me ask you something, are you seeing anyone? Lu Changzheng leaned in with a gossipy look. I'm fully devoted to studying medicine and don't have time for that. Besides, I don't want to right now. I haven't become the person I want to be yet, so it's not the right time. Lu Chang, who had originally harbored some thoughts in his mind, immediately dismissed his little schemes upon hearing Zhang Yi's words. He merely forced a smile and said, that's great. You're still young, there's plenty of time. These things aren't urgent. With that, the two of them dropped the subject. Just as they looked up, they found themselves already at the outpatient building. Suddenly, they heard a woman holding a child rush into the outpatient building, shouting frantically, Doctor, come quickly. Save my child, please. Help. My child is dying. Chapter 7, I'll take the lead. At that moment, Zhang Yi and Lu Changzheng were standing right at the entrance of the outpatient building. The woman rushed up and grabbed Zhang Yi's shoulders, pleading frantically, Doctor, save my child. Please save my child. Zhang Yi glanced at the roughly 1-year-old child in the woman's arms, whose entire face had a distinct bluish-purple tint. He then looked at the child's chest area. What an unfortunate coincidence, it was tetralogy of Fallot. The child's heart had already taken on a boot-shaped appearance, which is the most typical pathological feature of tetralogy of Fallot. This characteristic can usually be detected through X-ray examination, but Zhang Yi didn't need any auxiliary tests to identify the problem immediately. After quickly assessing the child's condition, Zhang Yi turned to Lu Changzheng and said, Director Lu, this child has congenital heart disease and is experiencing an acute episode. Emergency surgery is needed. Lu Changzheng also stepped closer to take a look, but since he wasn't a pediatrician, he couldn't be entirely sure about the exact condition. He could only say, hurry and take the child to the emergency room for a checkup. Contact a pediatrician immediately to come and examine him. Fine. It didn't matter if Lu Changzheng didn't believe him. In a hospital, it's impossible to diagnose an illness just by someone's word. It must be determined through various precise diagnostic tests. After all, not everyone is like Zhang Yi, who has a super system that can directly pinpoint the location of the lesion. Zhang Yi didn't dare to delay. He immediately picked up the child and rushed to the emergency room. Get this child an X-ray and ECG immediately, then do a blood test to check the red blood cell count quick. Zhang Yi instructed a nurse as soon as he entered the emergency room. Although the nurse didn't recognize Zhang Yi, she could tell from the child in his arms that the situation was urgent, so she quickly contacted the emergency and pediatric doctors. The emergency department's response to critical cases was quite efficient, with all test results available in less than 10 minutes. The pediatrician who came to examine the child was a woman in her 30s. After carefully reviewing the test reports, she said, this child has congenital tetralogy of Fallot. Only our department head can perform this surgery. But then the pediatrician paused. But what? You have to save my child, you're a doctor, you can't just stand by and watch her die. Look at her face turning purple, please save her. The woman cried and shouted, her voice so pitiful that it drew the attention of many family members of patients in the emergency department. The pediatrician then continued, but our department head is currently on annual leave abroad and won't be back anytime soon. I'll do it. I'll take the lead in the surgery, Zhang Yi said calmly. The pediatric doctor glanced at Zhang Yi with suspicion, initially intending to refuse, but upon seeing the work badge on Zhang Yi's chest, his mouth fell open in surprise. So that's Zhang Yi, the doctor who performed the surgery even the hospital director couldn't do. A director from a mere second-tier county hospital might not compare to the experts and professors at major hospitals, but they still have decades of experience. For a surgery even such a seasoned professional couldn't perform, this young, freshly minted doctor actually pulled it off. Who knows if it was luck or skill? Dr. Zhang, I know your skills are indeed impressive, but let him do it, Dr. Zhang. At the door of the consultation room, Lu Changzheng said slowly. Director Lu, what brings you here? The pediatrician quickly stood up and said. Lu Changzheng ignored Dr. Zhang and instead spoke directly to the woman. Don't worry, the child will recover. We will arrange the surgery immediately. The woman excitedly grasped Lu Changzheng's wrist, repeatedly thanking him. In the operating room, the shadowless lamp was turned on. The child, who had been whimpering slightly, slowly closed their eyes after being injected with general anesthesia. Lead surgeon for this operation, Zhang Yi, assistant surgeon, pediatrician Zhang Xian, scrub nurses, He Yuan, Zhang Xiajie, anesthesiologist, Meng Yi. Once the child's breathing stabilized, the surgery officially began. Zhang Yi steadied his mind and said to himself, come on, you can do it. You've succeeded with a 5-month-old baby, why not with a 1-year-old? The scalpel in hand slowly descended, making an incision down the center of the chest. Packing gauze. Zhang Yi calmly instructed the scrub nurse to pass the surgical supplies, while the assistant surgeon assisted in hemostasis. Once the bleeding was controlled, a rib spreader was used to open the thoracic cavity. Bone wax was prepared by sticking it to a corner of the packing gauze, ready to be used for sternal hemostasis after the bone was cut. Electric saw. After opening the thoracic cavity, the lead surgeon used an electric saw to dissect the thymus, while the assistant surgeon ligated it with a Mi-angle and number 7 silk suture. After opening the pericardium, traction sutures were placed using 7x17 yellow atraumatic sutures, typically 5 stitches. Then, 7x17 blue atraumatic sutures were used to create purse string sutures, which were threaded into the cannula. 2 purse string sutures were required in total, 1 for the aorta and 1 for the right atrium. Once the purse string sutures were completed, the superior and inferior vena cava were clamped, and the extracorporeal circulation circuit was established. Seeing that preparations were nearly complete, Zhang Yi looked up and asked the anesthesiologist, what is the patient's current ACT value? 100. Good, prepare for drainage cannulation. Gently incise the aorta, superior and inferior vena cava, and left atrium with the tip of the scalpel, then secure the cannula and sleeve together with silk sutures. To ensure absolute safety, Zhang Yi reinforced another stitch at the aortic cannulation site. Finally, infuse the cold cardioplegia solution into the perfusion cannula and clamp the ascending aorta with an occlusion clamp. With the preliminary preparations completed, the repair of the ventricular septal defect began. Chapter 8, Unlocking Intracranial Aneurysm Embolization. Intracardiac procedure. First, the right ventricle was incised and retracted with 2 sutures, then mosquito forceps were used to suspend it for better visualization of the ventricular septal defect VSD. Fortunately, this child's VSD was less than 1 cm in diameter with a complete fibrous rim, allowing direct mattress suturing. Outflow tract enlargement. Ventricular hypertrophy. The hypertrophied muscle and thickened moderator band of the boot-shaped heart were resected directly using pointed scissors. Pulmonary valve stenosis. The pulmonary valve leaflets were pulled down retrograde using medium-sized hemostatic forceps and then incised. After Zhang Yi carefully inspected everything, he proceeded to suture the right ventricle. For the final 2 sutures, the anesthesiologist was required to inflate the lungs to evacuate any air from the ventricular chamber, as failure to do so could lead to air embolism. The final step is the more complicated process of removing the tubes, as during cardiac surgery, the patient's heart cannot function normally. At this point, extracorporeal circulation must be established to sustain the patient's life. The tubes can only be removed to end the life support of extracorporeal circulation when the surgery is completed. The patient's rectal temperature is 36 C. Alright, begin removing the tubes. The first step in removing the tubes is the inferior vena cava tube, which is sutured with a sliding suture followed by the superior vena cava tube, reinforced with a single needle suture, and finally, the aortic tube. In the operating room, the final stitch on the chest cavity was completed. Zhang Yi glanced at the regular and steady electrocardiogram on the monitor and sighed with satisfaction. All the effort was worth it. Great job, Dr. Zhang. Zhang Xian removed her mask, her eyes no longer filled with doubt but with conviction. She was now deeply impressed by Zhang Yi's surgical skills. She had assisted in many surgeries under the pediatric department chief, but none had left her as awestruck as this one performed by Zhang Yi. Not just the surgical steps, but even every single stitch during suturing was incredibly precise. Jiang Xian felt that even if she took out a ruler to measure now, she would find that every suture Zhang Yi made was identical in position and spacing. It's practically divine hands. Not hard work, just a bit troublesome with the surgery, nothing else. Zhang Yi smiled. The nurse wheeled the patient out, and Zhang Yi and Jiang Xian also emerged from the operating room. Outside the operating room, a slightly overweight man stood beside the woman. When she saw Zhang Yi come out, she suddenly knelt down in front of him. "Thank you, Dr. Zhang. My husband and I tried for 10 years to have this child. Thank you for saving her life," the woman said between sobs. Zhang Yi quickly helped her up, saying, "What are you doing? Please get up, ma'am. This is just my duty. Go see your daughter now." Then, the man beside the woman, his eyes brimming with tears, thanked Zhang Yi before leading the woman away. Now, Zhang Yi has become completely famous in the People's Hospital of Dachuan County, with many hospitalized patients also learning about his exceptional medical skills. Many patients began spreading the word, telling others that a living bodhisattva had arrived at the county people's hospital, capable of curing any illness. This put Zhang Yi in an awkward position, as he currently doesn't possess such extraordinary abilities. After a few relatively calm days, Zhang Yi finally completed all the surgical training skills for congenital heart disease. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the congenital heart disease training. Reward issued, unlocking intracranial aneurysm embolization. Pfft, this counts as a reward? Zhang Yi pursed his lips. If the host dislikes it, you can refuse. No, I want it. Then, Zhang Yi opened the system panel again to check. Host, Zhang Yi. Medical ethics, 52 out of 100. Wound suturing technique, 65 out of 100. Congenital heart disease surgery, completed. Intracranial aneurysm embolization, unlocked. Pancreaticoduodenectomy, locked. Triple incision radical esophagectomy with colon jejunum esophageal replacement and cervical anastomosis, locked. The term intracranial aneurysm often leads many to associate it with intracranial tumors, brain tumors. In reality, these are two completely different conditions. Although both occur in the brain, an intracranial aneurysm refers to a small blood blister that bulges out from an artery within the brain. Small aneurysms may have minimal impact, but if this blood blister enlarges, it becomes a cause for concern. Since this blood blister forms on the vessel wall, the constant flow of blood within the artery creates blood pressure. During intense physical activity or when vascular pressure rises sharply, this blood blister on the vessel wall can easily rupture. The resulting consequences are numerous, the most severe being disability hemiplegia, commonly known as half-body paralysis. The high-risk groups for this disease are those with hypertension and smokers. Thankfully, I don't smoke. Zhang Yi silently sighed in relief. Closing his eyes, Zhang Yi spent another night training in the system's simulation space for intracranial aneurysm embolization. Early the next morning, Zhang Yi arrived at the department bright and early, as Lu Changzheng had mentioned that today he would start seeing patients independently in the outpatient clinic. Zhang Yi felt a little excited. Although he had already performed 2 major surgeries, this was his first time independently diagnosing and treating patients in the outpatient clinic. The entire morning, Zhang Yi sat idly in the outpatient room. Indeed, it was no exaggeration to say that the cardiology department was an unpopular specialty. Zhang Yi glanced at the pocket watch on his chest. It was time for lunch. Let's go eat. Zhang Yi had just taken off his white coat when he saw an 80-year-old man hobbling nervously into the consultation room. Chapter 9: The Interesting Old Man. I need to see a doctor. The old man spoke, the sagging skin on his face trembling as he did. Zhang Yi sighed, put his white coat back on, and then sat upright in his seat before asking, "Old man, what seems to be bothering you?" "My chest hurts." The old man pondered for a moment before speaking. Zhang Yi was puzzled. Why would someone need to think before answering where it hurts? So Zhang Yi's gaze shifted downward from the old man's face. Indeed, he could see that the old man had undergone coronary artery bypass surgery, but now his heart was beating steadily and rhythmically. As far as Zhang Yi could tell, everything looked perfectly fine. Could it be Alzheimer's disease, senile dementia? Sure enough, as Zhang Yi shifted his gaze upward, he noticed significant cortical atrophy in the elderly man's brain, a clear clinical imaging manifestation of Alzheimer's disease. "Sir, how long have you been experiencing chest pain?" Zhang Yi intended to follow up with questions to assess the severity of the elderly man's dementia. Alzheimer's disease is generally categorized into 3 levels of severity: mild dementia stage, moderate dementia stage, and severe dementia stage. It's been hurting for years. Have you had any surgeries before? No, I've been so busy with work that I haven't even had time to see a doctor. Zhang Yi assessed that it was likely the moderate stage of dementia. Where would an 80-something-year-old man go to work? No boss would dare hire him anywhere. And this old man clearly had surgery before but says he hasn't. It must be memory loss caused by dementia. Zhang Yi didn't expose him either. Instead, he placed the stethoscope on the old man's chest, listened for a moment, and then said, "Uncle, you're just too exhausted. You really shouldn't keep working anymore, or your chest will start hurting again. Compared to work, your health is definitely more important. Unexpectedly, the old man became even more determined. Waving his hand, he sighed and said, "Oh, I can't stop working, I have a whole family to support. I can't chat anymore. I need to get back to work, or my boss will dock my pay if I'm late." With that, the old man shakily stood up and headed toward the clinic door. "Zhang Yi, you really came and went in a flash, huh? Take it easy, sir, watch your step." Zhang Yi, feeling uneasy, helped the elderly man out of the consultation room. "Grandpa, what are you doing here?" Just as they stepped out of the hospital entrance, a young girl in a school uniform with a ponytail hurried over anxiously. "Do you have any idea how worried your family has been looking for you?" The girl was so upset she nearly burst into tears. The old man blinked at the girl in confusion, thought for a long moment, and finally said, "Oh, Xiaoqi, what brings you here?" "I just got off work." The little girl said angrily, "I'm Xiaoyu, Grandpa." "Oh. Right, you're Xiaoliang, I got it wrong. It's all because you siblings look so much alike." The little girl immediately shut down and stopped talking, while Zhang Yi couldn't help but laugh beside them. "Ha, little miss, hurry and take your grandpa home. He's already showing moderate signs of dementia. If he wanders off again next time, it might not be so easy to find him. By the way, do you have any dementia medication at home?" The little girl saw Zhang Yi wearing a white coat, so she had no wariness toward the doctor and asked in return, "Medicine for Alzheimer's?" "No, my family has never given my grandfather any medication. My dad says it's a natural part of aging and nothing to worry about." Sigh, the feudal mindset of the older generation still deeply influences modern people. Alzheimer's is no longer considered a normal part of aging. It's a disease. Although current medicine has yet to find a cure for Alzheimer's, medication can help slow its progression and improve the elderly's ability to care for themselves. Because most elderly people in the mild dementia stage already begin to experience urinary incontinence and lose the ability to care for themselves, many family members often find the burden overwhelming. Though it's often said, "You raised me young, I'll care for you in old age," how many can truly fulfill this promise? Most end up sending their elderly to nursing homes. The better nursing homes are acceptable, but the poorer ones provide food, supplies, and clothing that are far from decent, effectively shortening the elderly's lifespan. Zhang Yi sighed and said to the young girl, "Go home and discuss it with your parents. If they agree, you can come to the hospital tomorrow for a checkup. We'll prescribe some medication for dementia, and after about a week, your grandfather's condition should improve significantly, at least enough to remember your name." "Really?" The little girl was somewhat excited. Zhang Yi nodded, "Yes, if your parents agree." "Great. I'll definitely get my parents to bring Grandpa to the hospital." The little girl thanked Zhang Yi a few times and, before leaving, secretly glanced at the name tag on his chest. Cardiologist, Zhang Yi. Chapter 10: The Differences Between People. Zhang Yi's work was progressing steadily, but the number of people seeking his medical advice was increasing. Never underestimate the power of word of mouth in a small county, especially among the elderly. A single square dance session was enough for every grandpa and grandma in the square to learn about Zhang Yi. Is he really that amazing? Or is it just hype? Oh my, really? A distant relative's cousin's brother-in-law's sister's daughter in my family had congenital heart disease. And it was the most difficult kind to treat, but Dr. Zhang cured her. Wow, that's truly amazing. I should go see him someday, and take my old lady along too. Knock knock. A slow knock sounded at the door. "Come in," Zhang Yi said, setting down the book in his hands and looking up. It happened to be another day of Zhang Yi's outpatient clinic. All morning, not a single cardiology patient had shown up, but several patients with other conditions had come to see him instead. Zhang Yi glanced at the elderly man and woman entering, clearly not cardiology cases. "Hello, Dr. Zhang." The elderly man greeted politely as he entered. "Hello, where does this aunt feel unwell?" Zhang Yi directly stated the purpose of their visit. The elderly man was startled. This truly was a miraculous doctor. They hadn't even mentioned who needed treatment upon entering, yet the doctor had already figured it out. Truly impressive. In truth, Zhang Yi had noticed the aneurysm in the elderly woman's brain the moment they walked in, along with the slight facial droop when she smiled. These were precisely the primary pathological signs of an aneurysm. Because the aneurysm was pressing on a nerve, causing numbness on one side of the face, which was exactly the case with this elderly woman. Yes. Our elderly woman was diagnosed with a tumor in her head 2 years ago. At the time, the doctor said the tumor was small and not pressing on any nerves, so no surgery was performed. But recently, she suddenly couldn't move one side of her face, and could only open half her mouth to eat. What do you think is going on? Zhang Yi stood up and walked behind the elderly woman to take a look. Indeed, there was an aneurysm growing in a non-dangerous area, but a new aneurysm had developed at her vertebrobasilar artery, which was very dangerous and could rupture and bleed at any moment. Generally speaking, aneurysms located at the vertebrobasilar artery, posterior cerebral artery, and posterior communicating artery have a much higher risk of rupture compared to other locations. Therefore, Zhang Yi recommended that they opt for surgical treatment. Alright, uncle, let's have you do an MRI and a cerebral angiography DSA first. We need to see what's really going on inside before we can decide on a treatment plan, okay? More tests? Sigh. Hospital tests are so expensive. The old man seemed reluctant. Zhang Yi sighed. There was nothing he could do. He could see all the lesion points with his naked eyes, but others couldn't. Current technology hasn't advanced to the point where doctors can just wear glasses or something to perform examinations. Moreover, all doctors in the hospital rely on test results. Even if you had tests done a month ago, as long as symptoms recur, you'll be asked to do them again because your lesions might have shifted, grown, or shrunk. Any oversight could lead to the loss of a life, so often when doctors order tests, it's not about making money but ensuring accurate information for proper treatment. Sir, please trust me. The elderly lady's condition isn't very optimistic right now. We need to confirm the diagnosis quickly before deciding on a treatment plan. Also, I just measured her blood pressure, and it's quite high. 164/110 millimeters of mercury. Normal range is below 140/90 millimeters of mercury. The old man hesitated for a moment before saying, all right. With that, the old man reluctantly took the test requisition and left the consultation room. There are two surgical options for intracranial aneurysm embolization, determined by the aneurysm's location, size, shape, and the patient's age. The first option is endovascular treatment, minimally invasive surgery, which does not require open surgery. A catheter is inserted through the patient's femoral artery inner thigh and guided to the cerebral blood vessels. The aneurysm is located, and coils are placed inside it to block the aneurysm. The second option is craniotomy, where the aneurysm is directly accessed externally. A clip-like device is used to clamp the aneurysm, isolating it from the normal blood vessels. However, both procedures have their pros and cons. For example, endovascular treatment involves smaller trauma and lower complication rates but has a relatively higher recurrence rate. In contrast, craniotomy involves larger trauma and higher complication rates but has a lower recurrence rate. Given the current condition of the elderly lady, it would still be advisable to proceed with interventional treatment. Shortly after, the elderly gentleman returned with the test results. Dr. Zhang, what do you think? Zhang Yi took the examination sheet, glanced at it briefly, and then asked, Sir, where are your son and daughter? The elderly lady will need surgery, but don't worry, it's minimally invasive. However, even minimally invasive surgery requires family consent, so I suggest having your son or daughter come to sign. The elderly man's face showed a hint of hesitation as he said, My son is quite busy with work. Maybe we shouldn't disturb him. That won't do. How can he not come to see his own mother when she's having surgery? Uncle, give him a call, I'll talk to him. Subsequently, the elderly man made the call, explained a few words to his son, and then handed the phone to Zhang Yi. Hello? I'm your mother, Wan Xiulian's attending physician. I'd like to explain that your mother's recent test results have confirmed an intracranial aneurysm, and it's in a rather dangerous state. We recommend performing a minimally invasive surgery immediately and hope you can come to sign the consent form. Do you think you can make it to the hospital? Doctor, I'm really busy with work, and I'm not in Dachuan County. Besides, the surgery is minimally invasive, so what's there to be afraid of? It's not a big deal. Just go ahead with the procedure, doctor. The tone on the other end of the phone clearly indicated a strong desire to hang up immediately. Zhang Yi grew anxious. Damn it, your own elderly mother is about to undergo brain surgery, and you're saying it's not a big deal? First of all, although this is a minimally invasive surgery, the procedure is still highly complex and involves cerebral blood vessels. Any mishap could cost a life. Second, even though it's minimally invasive, because your mother is already 78 years old, her surgical risk is twice as high as that of an average person. So I hope you can come back to see her and sign the consent form. Zhang Yi retorted sternly. There was a brief hesitation on the other end of the line before the voice replied, all right, go ahead and proceed. I'll take a day or two off tomorrow or the day after and come back. After hanging up, Zhang Yi still couldn't shake off his frustration. Comparing the attitude of this elderly patient's family to that of the Alzheimer's patient's family from a few days ago, the difference was like night and day. That young girl had brought her parents the very next day to seek treatment for her grandfather without a moment's delay, running up and down the hospital without a word of complaint. Now look at this family. Alas! There really is a huge difference between people. Chapter 11, the Neurosurgery Department Director concedes. There was no other way, so Zhang Yi had to let the old man sign the surgical consent form himself, arranged their admission to the neurosurgery department, and scheduled the surgery for 1 p.m. the next afternoon. Since this elderly couple had actively sought Zhang Yi's treatment, he would also be the lead surgeon for this operation. However, this has made many of the top experts in neurosurgery quite unhappy. TSK, this Zhang Yi is really going too far. First, he stole the spotlight from Pediatrics, and now he wants to be the sole standout in our neurosurgery department? Li Wenkai, a neurosurgeon, grumbled while holding his teacup. You should keep your comments to yourself. He's the one who even outshone the hospital director. Humph. It's just luck, nothing more. Li Wenkai was unconvinced by Zhang Yi, utterly unconvinced. Stop talking, he's coming over. Head nurse Zhang Fongfong whispered a reminder. Zhang Yi walked slowly into the neurosurgery department's office holding a medical chart, politely addressing everyone. Hello everyone, I have a patient assigned to neurosurgery. I hope we can work well together in the future. Thank you for your help. Of course, we're all part of the same hospital and should help each other out, Zhang Fongfong said with a smile. She had a favorable impression of Zhang Yi after all, he was both handsome and capable. Li Wenkai, however, shot Zhang Yi a sidelong glance without saying a word before lowering his head to continue typing medical records. What are you all doing? Suddenly, an authoritative voice sounded at the door. Zhang Yi turned to look. It was Tian Long, the director of the neurosurgery department. At the sight of Tian Long, the doctors and nurses who had been chatting or scrolling through Douyin in the office scurried back to their seats and busied themselves with their own tasks. After scanning the office, Tian Long fixed his gaze on Zhang Yi. Are you Zhang Yi? Zhang Yi nodded. Yes, Director Tian. I'll assist you in surgery tomorrow. You'll be the lead surgeon, and I'll be your assistant. It was a tone that brooked no argument. As soon as the words were spoken, the entire office erupted in gasps. All the doctors and nurses stared at Director Tian and Zhang Yi with disbelief. What the hell? Director Tian is actually assisting Zhang Yi as the secondary surgeon? Is this for real? Zhang Yi is from the cardiology department, can he even handle intracranial surgery? TSK, Director Tian is the second most skilled doctor in the hospital after the dean, and he's assisting Zhang Yi. This is something you'd only see once in a blue moon. Actually, Zhang Yi was also a bit surprised. Why would Director Tian proactively offer to be his assistant? With Director Tian's skill level, performing a minimally invasive embolization procedure would be more than sufficient. Who would have thought he'd end up acting as Zhang Yi's assistant? This really made Zhang Yi feel a bit embarrassed. Well, what could Zhang Yi say? He could only agree. As for why Tian Long did this, it was because he had heard Lu Changzheng praise Zhang Yi's exceptional skills countless times, calling him a medical prodigy. He has always been skeptical of what others say, trusting only what he sees with his own eyes. Coincidentally, today presented such an opportunity, so he decided to follow Zhang Yi to see just what level of skill could possibly surpass the dean's. The next day, inside the operating room. After receiving general anesthesia, Wan Xiulian closed her eyes heavily. Let's begin. Tian Long stood by and said calmly. Although he was supposed to be Zhang Yi's assistant, judging by his demeanor, it seemed he intended to just watch from the sidelines without offering any help. Zhang Yi nodded and began the surgery. First, disinfect the skin extensively on the medial side of the femoral artery. Since this procedure involves inserting a catheter into the blood vessel, strict disinfection protocols must be followed both before and after the operation. After disinfection, the puncture begins, starting from the femoral artery axis. A 6F catheter sheath is then inserted, followed by systemic heparinization. Under the guidance of a roadmap, the 6F catheter sheath is advanced into the petrous segment of the patient's internal carotid artery. First, angiography of the aneurysm is performed to measure the size of the aneurysm cavity. The microcatheter and microwire are then shaped, and under roadmap guidance, the tip of the microcatheter is positioned within the aneurysm cavity to deliver the first microcoil. The coil is placed to adhere closely to the aneurysm wall and fully form a basket-like structure. Subsequently, a smaller microcoil is selected to densely pack the aneurysm. The same method is then applied to treat the second aneurysm. This is the interventional treatment method for aneurysm embolization. However, the most critical point to note is that since the catheter starts from the femoral artery and travels upstream, the excessive vascular distance often leads to varying degrees of endothelial damage. Combined with systemic heparinization anticoagulation, this significantly increases the risk of thrombosis. Therefore, during the surgery, it is essential to ensure the continuous infusion of saline solution to significantly reduce the risk of thrombus formation. The surgery was a complete success. Tian Long was stunned on the sidelines. Damn it, it wasn't that he wasn't helping, it was simply that Zhang Yi didn't need any assistance at all. Even the scrub nurse only had to wipe his sweat. Tian Long was convinced. At least in this field, where he was highly skilled, he was thoroughly impressed. Tian Long had always considered himself the best in minimally invasive techniques at the county hospital, and he rarely caused damage to the vascular intima during punctures. But Zhang Yi had absolutely none. The path map showed that Zhang Yi had never once caused damage to the vascular intima. Not even when navigating through extremely fine blood vessels. How could Tian Long not be convinced by this? Chapter 12 Acting Director Zhang Yi. Even Tian Long couldn't be certain he wouldn't scrape the inner walls of the tiny blood vessels while passing through them. But Zhang Yi managed it, which was precisely what shocked Tian Long. Tian Long walked over to Zhang Yi, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Well done. Next, the nurses and nursing staff will take the patient to the ward. Intracranial surgery requires absolute prevention of complications. The reason Zhang Yi chose minimally invasive surgery for the elderly woman is that minimally invasive procedures have fewer complications, resulting in a relatively higher survival rate. With craniotomy, firstly, the surgical wound is large, and the complication rate is high. Secondly, given the elderly woman's age, whether she would wake up post-surgery was also a concern. Within 2 days after the surgery, Zhang Yi closely monitored the elderly woman's recovery progress, which was very good, with no complications occurring. However, every day, only the elderly man was seen running up and down with a lunchbox. Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt watching this. The next day, Zhang Yi had breakfast at the bun shop opposite the hospital. After eating, he ordered 2 bowls of porridge to take to Wan Xiulian and her husband. When he was about to pay, the bun shop owner adamantly refused to accept the money. "Oh, Dr. Zhang, I can't take your money. No need to pay," the landlady said politely. "How can that be? 10 yuan is still money. How can your small business survive without charging?" Zhang Yi firmly handed the money to the landlady. "Really, there's no need to pay. A relative of mine had surgery under your care the other day and was cured. I should be thanking you. How could I take your money?" "Oh, you're Wan Xiulian's relative, right?" Zhang Yi recalled and asked. The landlady nodded repeatedly. Yes, it's her. The old couple has had a hard time. Thank you, Dr. Zhang, for taking care of them." "Oh, what are you saying? It's all part of my job." "No problem." Zhang Yi secretly placed 10 yuan on the table while the landlady wasn't looking and then left. The boss's wife turned around and noticed the 10 yuan on the table. She was about to chase after him when she saw that Zhang Yi had already dashed across the street. "Oh, Dr. Zhang is such a kind person. The old lady has almost fully recovered and has been transferred to a regular ward." Zhang Yi handed breakfast to the old man and returned to work in the cardiology department. After Zhang Yi left, the other patients in the ward began to praise him. "This doctor is really great. He comes to check on the 2 of you old folks every few days." Wan Xiulian smiled and said, "That's right. We really owe Dr. Zhang a lot. We must thank him properly when we're discharged." The old man nodded. "We definitely have to thank him." Today happened to be Friday, which was the routine department meeting. It was usually used to summarize the issues that arose during the week and set goals for the following week. The head nurse began by addressing the nursing issues, followed by the head of the medical team, and finally the 2 deputy directors of the department. After everyone had finished speaking, Lu Changzheng spoke softly. "I have something to say. To avoid the ward being unattended during the weekend when the deputy director and I are off duty, we have discussed it and decided to appoint Zhang Yi as the temporary acting director of the ward in our absence." Upon hearing this, everyone looked up in surprise. Some looked at Zhang Yi, while others cast a sympathetic glance at Dr. Zhao Lighting, the head of the medical team. Speaking of Zhao Lighting, he was actually a highly skilled doctor, otherwise he wouldn't have been appointed as the head of the entire cardiology department. However, Zhang Yi is even more skilled, with better technical expertise and more positive reviews. Just as everyone was puzzled, Lu Changzheng spoke up again to explain. "I know you all have many questions. I can explain to you one by one why I chose Zhang Yi to be the acting director. First, Zhang Yi's educational background is highly qualified for this position. Second, you've probably heard a lot of rumors about Zhang Yi's skills at the hospital. Let me explain that those rumors are true. Zhang Yi is very skilled. Even I, a director with many years of experience, feel ashamed in comparison. And it's not just cardiology, he can even work in neurosurgery. A few days ago, Director Tian wanted to poach Zhang Yi from our department, but I refused. Furthermore, Zhang Yi has the highest patient satisfaction rate among all of you doctors, and this is something no one can deny. In our line of work, it's not enough to just have good technical skills, we also need to provide good service. You can't just rely on your medical skills and expect patients to beg for your favor, can you? Speaking of which, I'll add this as a side note, some of you doctors have accepted red envelopes from patients right under my nose. I want you to write a self-criticism letter and submit it to my office. Otherwise, once I find out who you are, you'd better pack your bags and get out of here. Alright, let's continue. From now on, whether you're a doctor or a nurse in our department, I will conduct random inspections. If I discover anyone accepting red envelopes from patients or behaving rudely behind their backs, I will immediately deduct their monthly performance bonus. Don't blame me for being so strict. I just want everyone to take pride in their work and do their jobs properly. These are all part of your duties, and you should be able to handle them without needing me to remind you. By the way, before the meeting ends, I have one more thing to announce. The hospital has decided to form a medical teaching team to conduct lectures for everyone. The instructors will be selected from within our hospital, so any doctors who feel capable are encouraged to sign up. Additionally, there will be several doctors from the traditional Chinese medicine hospital who will also attend your lectures. Lectures? Zhang Yi shook his head. He wasn't interested in that. Little did he know that Lu Changzheng had already secretly signed him up. Chapter 13, Unlocking the Brain Atrophy Resection Surgery. After the meeting ended, many doctors and nurses began to congratulate Zhang Yi. Congratulations, Zhang Yi. You've been promoted to deputy director so quickly. We'll need your continued guidance in the future. Exactly. I bet once Lu and Chen retire in a few years, Zhang Yi will be the leader of our department," said the young nurse Du Ziqi. Zhang Yi smiled awkwardly and said, "No way, I don't have enough experience to be a director yet." "I think you have it. Keep it up. I believe in you," Du Ziqi said, making an encouraging gesture toward Zhang Yi. Beside them, Nurse Li Yuan gently tapped Du Ziqi on the shoulder and reminded her, "Keep your voice down. Don't let Dr. Zhao hear you. He's already unhappy about not being promoted to acting director. If you say that, he might take it out on you and report your mistakes to the head nurse." Du Ziqi pursed her lips and fell silent. Zhang Yi followed Du Ziqi's gaze to where Zhao Lighting was sitting, head down, organizing medical records. Zhao Lighting, 38 years old, holds a bachelor's degree and has been practicing medicine for 13 years. He hasn't made any major mistakes, but he hasn't received any major awards either. Unlike Zhang Yi, who arrived and immediately outshone the most renowned expert in the hospital. After work, Zhang Yi returned home and opened the system panel he hadn't touched in ages. Host, Zhang Yi. Medical ethics, 53 out of 100. Wound suturing technique, 65 out of 100. Congenital heart disease surgery, completed. Intracranial aneurysm embolization, unlocked 70% complete. Pancreaticoduodenectomy, not unlocked. 3-incision esophageal cancer radical resection with colonic jejunal esophageal replacement and cervical anastomosis, unlocked. Hey, when did I get a little more medical ethics points? It's the 2 bowls of warm white porridge you had this morning. It was the 2 bowls of warm congee the host had this morning. Zhang Yi, alright. Zhang Yi cooked some noodles at home for dinner. After eating, he changed into some workout clothes and planned to go for a run. Since starting his training in the system space, Zhang Yi had noticed significant improvements in his physical condition across the board. Before, he could only run 2 or 3 kilometers at most, but now he can easily run 5 kilometers. He believes that with continued training, 10 kilometers won't be a problem. In the evening, after finishing his evening routine, Zhang Yi lay down in bed to rest. Slowly drifting off to sleep. Entering the system training space. Simulated training for intracranial aneurysm embolization craniotomy is about to begin. Please prepare yourself. Countdown, 5, 4, 3, now. System prompt. To increase the difficulty of the training and rapidly improve the host's medical skills, this system has provided a model with 18 intracranial aneurysms. Please pay attention to the time and complete the training within 3 hours. What? 18? And it's timed? Zhang Yi felt helpless, as if he were calling out to heaven and earth but receiving no response. Sighing, he glanced at the surgical table where a model of an elderly person in their 80s suddenly appeared. Zhang Yi slowly approached the surgical table. 2 more days passed in mundane routine, and Zhang Yi finally successfully completed all the training for the intracranial aneurysm embolization procedure. Congratulations, host, on completing the aneurysm embolization training. The following reward is now being issued: brain atrophy resection surgery. Congratulations to the host on completing aneurysm embolization training. The following reward is now being issued: brain atrophy resection. Wow! Brain atrophy resection surgery. Zhang Yi was a bit excited. This was definitely a major surgery. Although it's challenging, Zhang Yi was still thrilled to have unlocked the brain atrophy resection technique. One of the most common pathological features caused by brain atrophy is epilepsy. This manifests as sudden loss of consciousness followed by stiffening and convulsions of the limbs. Typically, the convulsions last less than a minute. If they persist for over a minute, it can easily lead to oxygen deprivation in the brain, requiring immediate medical attention. However, many patients with brain atrophy or epilepsy are born with the condition, meaning it is hereditary. The human brain is truly remarkable. The cerebral cortex is the primary center for logical thinking, while the cerebellum is responsible for muscle coordination, neural reflexes, and bodily balance. The left hemisphere controls specific behaviors such as speech, writing, language, and calculation, while the right hemisphere governs imagination, spatial thinking, music, and intuitive perception. Most cases of brain atrophy involve atrophy of the left hemisphere, which can trigger epilepsy. This is why many patients with brain atrophy appear childlike, unable to walk normally or speak clearly. This is not meant to discriminate against patients with brain atrophy, it's just an analogy. Please don't take it personally. Patients with mild atrophy may exhibit the above characteristics but can still attend school, read, and work normally. However, patients with severe atrophy and epilepsy can undergo left hemispherectomy, which involves removing the entire atrophied and degenerated left hemisphere. This significantly improves epilepsy symptoms. Clinical evidence shows that at least 80% of patients who undergo left hemispherectomy do not experience a recurrence of epilepsy, and aside from some clumsiness in movement, they are otherwise indistinguishable from the general population. After reviewing the relevant information on brain atrophy once more, Zhang Yi got up and went to work. After breakfast, Zhang Yi arrived at the hospital early, but something was odd. Why were there so many people gathered at the hospital entrance so early in the morning? They were also making a lot of noise. Zhang Yi walked closer and saw that someone was holding up a banner, which read, "Heartless Hospital, give us back our loved ones." Chapter 14, New Colleagues. Hey! Did you see those people at the hospital entrance this morning? Intern Yuan Li asked Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi nodded, I saw them. I don't know what's going on, but they were arguing loudly. I know what's going on. Du Shiqi, the gossip representative of the cardiology department, stepped forward and said, What's going on? Tell us. Yuan Li looked curious. Oh. I heard from my colleagues in the obstetrics and gynecology department that they had an emergency case of amniotic fluid embolism in the middle of the night yesterday. Unfortunately, the patient was brought in too late and she was already near death when she arrived at the hospital. The doctor immediately recommended an emergency cesarean section, but her mother-in-law refused, saying that a cesarean section would cost too much money and insisted on a natural birth. Her husband is also a mama's boy who always listens to his mother. In the end, the patient's mother came and signed the surgery consent form. But it was already too late. By the time she was on the operating table, she had already closed her eyes. Her last words to the doctor were to please save the baby. In the end, the baby was saved, but the mother did not survive. Then the family started causing a commotion, accusing the doctor of being incompetent and saying that he couldn't even perform a proper delivery, let alone call himself a doctor. The woman's husband was equally outraged, joining his elderly mother in berating the doctor for not insisting on surgery earlier. Now that the baby was dead, they blamed the doctor for poor communication, claiming that if he had informed them sooner, they would have signed the consent form. They were just demanding compensation, insisting on this amount. As she spoke, Du Shiqi held up 5 fingers. 50,000? Du Shiqi nodded and said, yes. Otherwise, I'll just stay at the hospital entrance and refuse to leave. Ah, the world is so big and full of surprises. Zhang Yi sighed. Oh, medical disputes happen every year, but they're never the same, Yuan Li added symbolically. What are you doing? Instead of chatting here, why not go observe the patient's conditions at their bedsides? Lu Changzhang stood behind the group and suddenly blurted out, startling them all. Director Lu, I'm busy. Du Shiqi quickly ran off. Cough, cough, I'm off to make my rounds in the ward. Yuan Li also slipped away. I'll go check on the neurosurgery ward. Zhang Yi thought for a moment and said. Wait. Lu Changzhang suddenly called out to Zhang Yi. Come with me to the office. I need to talk to you about something. No way. I'm being called to the office just to talk about gossip at work? In the office, Lu Chang was sitting in his chair and motioned for Zhang Yi to sit down as well. What's the matter, Director Lu? Lu Chang took a sip of hot tea and said, It's like this. Do you remember the medical teaching matter I mentioned last week? Zhang Yi nodded and said, I remember. What's going on? For some reason, Zhang Yi had a bad feeling about this. It's like this. When the news first came out, I took the initiative to sign you up. Ha? Director, don't say that. I believe in your abilities. You'll definitely become the best lecturer. Lu Changzhang patted Zhang Yi on the shoulder with a look of approval. Zhang Yi sighed, this is like forcing a duck to fly. Before he knew it, a week had passed, and today was Wan Xiulian's discharge day. Zhang Yi kindly helped the 2 elderly people with all the discharge procedures. As they were leaving, the old man slipped a small cloth bag into Zhang Yi's hand and said, This is a small token of our appreciation. Take it. We don't have much else, but we still have some pension money. Zhang Yi quickly returned the small cloth bag to the old man. In truth, even if the old man hadn't said anything, Zhang Yi could already sense what was inside the bag. A thick stack of something. Could it be money? Or paper? Old man, please don't do this. This is what I should do. Quickly put the money away and deposit it in the bank. If it gets lost, it'll be trouble. Zhang Yi kindly reminded him. Oh, I don't know how to thank you. Just take it. How am I supposed to explain this to my old wife? Sir, please take the money back. We doctors have strict regulations. We absolutely cannot accept any gifts from patients, not even a single penny. Treating patients is our sacred duty, and these are things we should do. Hearing you say thank you is more than enough for me. Money is truly unnecessary. The old man tried to say something else, but Zhang Yi cut him off again. Sir, if you keep this up, I'll get angry. There was nothing he could do. Seeing Zhang Yi's firm attitude, the old man didn't say anything else. On Monday morning, all departments had to conduct a major handover, as the leaders were off on weekends. Therefore, the doctors and nurses who had worked the night shift on Sunday had to provide an overview of the patient's conditions over the weekend. After the handover, Lu Changzhang quietly said, Everyone, please wait a moment. I have something to announce. The crowd, which had just begun to disperse, gathered back together. Let me introduce you to our new colleague in the cardiology department. After finishing his introduction, Lu Changzhang waved toward the door. Then, a young woman with clear features and a gentle demeanor slowly walked into the office. Hello everyone, my name is Su Qingqing. Please take care of me in the future. Chapter 15, Zhang Yi is the hope. Ching Ching? What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be at the First People's Hospital in the imperial capital? After the meeting, Zhang Yi pulled Su Qingqing aside and asked. Su Qingqing raised her eyebrows and laughed. What? Just because you can come here, I can't? That's not what I meant. I was just saying that with your family's circumstances, would your father allow you to come to such a small county town to develop your career? Don't worry about that. After all, being a doctor is a job, no matter where you work. Su Qingqing, of course, wouldn't tell Zhang Yi that this was an opportunity she had begged her father for a long time, even though it was only for a year. But Su Qingqing was very satisfied anyway. From now on, you're my senior. Please give me lots of guidance. Su Qingqing said with a clear, innocent expression. Come on, give me advice? You're just pretending to be weak. As the second best graduate in the class, don't try to act humble in front of me. Su Qingqing puckered her lips and muttered under her breath, Zhang Yi, you big dummy. After deliberation by the hospital leadership, 3 instructors were selected for this medical teaching session. Among them was Zhang Qin, who had become deputy director of the Pediatric department at the age of 38, Su Xiaowan, an outstanding nurse representative from the nursing department, and Zhang Yi. Each instructor will select a topic, prepare their lesson plans, and schedule their lectures. Most of the participants in the lectures are young doctors from our hospital and young doctors from the county traditional Chinese medicine hospital. Zhang Yi chose prevention and treatment of hypertension. When it comes to hypertension, many people suffer from it nowadays, and the age of onset is becoming increasingly younger. Young people today smoke and drink without restraint, indulging in fatty foods, grilled meats, and late-night snacks whatever they crave. It may be enjoyable at the time, but ultimately, it is one's own health that suffers. Moreover, most older people who smoke and drink are highly susceptible to this condition. The first step in managing hypertension is to control blood pressure, keeping it within 140/90, maintaining a calm mindset, avoiding anger, and adhering to an absolutely low-salt diet. This is because sodium is the primary component of salt. When sodium intake is excessive, it increases sodium levels in the blood. To maintain osmotic pressure balance, the body retains water in the bloodstream, leading to an increase in blood volume, which is detrimental to blood pressure control. Therefore, patients with hypertension are often advised to follow a low-salt diet. However, the challenge in managing hypertension lies in the fact that many people find it difficult to resist the urge to eat salty foods, believing that it is merely a matter of slightly elevated blood pressure. Additionally, the early stages of hypertension often exhibit no distinct clinical symptoms. Therefore, most people do not take it seriously. In fact, this is not the case. Hypertension is referred to as the new invisible killer of modern times because, to date, no treatment has been found to completely cure hypertension, nor has the underlying cause of primary hypertension been identified. As a result, people can only control their blood pressure through medication and cannot cure it completely. If not properly managed, hypertension can lead to a series of cardiovascular and target organ diseases. Due to the high incidence of complications, this condition has a very high mortality and disability rate. However, patients with hypertension should not be afraid. By controlling their diet, maintaining a healthy weight, engaging in regular aerobic exercise, and taking medications as prescribed by their doctor, blood pressure can gradually return to normal levels. In summary, hypertension is not something to fear. What is truly frightening is failing to follow medical advice. Thank you all. My lecture is now concluded. Zhang Yi walked to the center of the stage and bowed deeply to the audience. Following this, the entire conference hall erupted into a thunderous round of applause. Meanwhile, at the Tianshan City Military Region Hospital, Li Yuanzhang stood at the entrance to the operating room, his brows tightly furrowed, as if anxiously awaiting something. After about 2 hours, the operating room door slowly opened. How is it going? Li Yuanzhang walked up and asked. The doctor took off his mask and shook his head. I'm sorry, Colonel. The brain tumor cells have spread too widely in Lieutenant General Lu's case. I can't perform this surgery. The lead surgeon bowed his head in shame. Li Yuanzhang sighed and said, It's not your fault. Go rest for a while. Should I contact William? He's a world-renowned neurosurgeon. Contact him immediately and have him come over as soon as possible. The sooner, the better. Okay. Li Yuanzhang stood still, his chest heaving heavily. Due to 2 consecutive days without rest, his eyes were bloodshot and his eye bags were very noticeable. Li Yuanzhang couldn't figure it out either. Just half a month ago, Lu Jun was still full of energy, and now he had collapsed so suddenly. And it turned out to be a brain tumor. He felt helpless and utterly powerless. Now, even if William were to fly directly from M Country to Tianshan City, it would take 28 hours. Li Yuanzhang dared not think about whether Lu Jun could hold on for another 28 hours. Could Lu Jun really be on the brink of death? Just as Li Yuanzhang was at the end of his rope, suddenly, he thought of Zhang Yi. That Zhang Yi who couldn't even perform the surgery that the director of Dutsuan County People's Hospital couldn't do. Would asking Zhang Yi for help give us any hope? Chapter 16, Precision Cranial Surgery. Chapter 16, Intricate Cranial Surgery. Old Lee. How is Zhang Yi's skill in neurosurgery at your hospital? On the other end of the phone, the director of Dachhuan County People's Hospital glanced at Zhang Yi on the podium and said, he recently performed a brain aneurysm surgery. I heard from Director Tian that his skills are excellent. What's the matter? Colonel, what do you need him for? That's great. Please ask him to come to the Tianshan City Military Region Hospital immediately. No, we'll send someone to pick him up. I'll arrange for a helicopter to meet him at the hospital roof. Please make sure he comes as soon as possible. It's a matter of life and death, there's no time to waste. After hanging up the phone, Dr. Lee felt a bit abrupt, but since the other party had emphasized that it was a matter of life and death and couldn't be delayed, Dr. Lee didn't hesitate. He quickly interrupted Zhang Yi's question and answer session with the medical students below the podium. Sorry everyone. Today's lecture will end here. Zhang Yi needs to rush to the city for surgery. It's a matter of life and death. We hope everyone understands. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, Zhang Yi was quickly escorted away. What's going on? Why did he suddenly leave? Exactly. We even asked him to go to the city for surgery. Could it be that all the chief physicians and professors in the city aren't as skilled as him? You don't know, Zhang Yi is a rising star at our hospital. Even our hospital director couldn't perform that surgery, but he did it. Our department head said that with decades of experience, he still can't match Zhang Yi, who's only been learning for 5 years. What? No way. Really, why would I lie to you? Look, he's become so famous that people from the city have come to ask him to perform surgery. He's really on the rise. While discussions continued in the conference room, on the other side, President Lee led Zhang Yi straight into the elevator and headed for the top floor. What's going on, Director? What's so urgent? Zhang Yi asked. Do you remember Colonel Lee? Do you remember Colonel Lee? Yes, I remember. The first surgery I performed at this hospital was on his mother. Dr. Lee nodded and continued, he just contacted me asking if you could help perform a neurosurgery in the city. Neurosurgery? Zhang Yi was a bit worried. His brain atrophy resection surgery was only 50% complete. What if it failed? Please don't rely too much on the system, and don't underestimate yourself. 50 in the system is equivalent to 100 in the real world. Keep up the good work. Ding! Ding! The elevator quickly reached the top floor. Following the stairs up one more floor would take you to the roof. After waiting on the rooftop for about half an hour, I heard the sound of a propeller spinning in the sky. A strong gust of wind blew Zhang Yi's clothes fluttering wildly, nearly knocking him off his feet. The plane is here. Hurry up and go. I'll cover for you these 2 days. The dean patted Zhang Yi on the back and said, all right, thank you, Director. Subsequently, Zhang Yi boarded the Tianhe 9213 helicopter. Downstairs, the group of doctors who had just finished their meeting heard the unusual noise from the sky and all looked up. Holy crap, isn't that a military helicopter? What's it doing here? Wow, our little county is about to get big. I heard they're here to pick up Zhang Yi. His condition is critical, so they had no choice but to send a helicopter. Oh no! Zhang Yi is really something now. We can't compare to him. Not only the doctors at the hospital, but many ordinary people in Dachhuan County also saw the helicopter. They were all discussing it. What's going on? Is there going to be a war? Come on. Let's beat those little devils. Don't talk nonsense. What war are you talking about? Peace and stability are better, aren't they? About 20 minutes later, Zhang Yi arrived at the military hospital in Tianshan City. Zhang Yi. You're finally here. Can you perform a brain tumor resection? Colonel Lee grabbed Zhang Yi and dragged him toward the operating room. His tone wasn't one of inquiry, it was clear he expected Zhang Yi to perform the procedure. Brain tumor resection and brain atrophy resection are roughly the same. The former involves removing the tumor tissue along with infected brain tissue, while the latter is a complete resection. Many people believe that removing half of the brain would inevitably lead to death. However, this is not the case. Removing necrotic or atrophied brain tissue actually ensures the patient's health and extends their lifespan. For example, the Lu Xiaojun in front of Zhang Yi. Inside the operating room, 5 or 6 chief neurosurgeons from the military region hospital were looking at Zhang Yi with heavy suspicion, unable to understand why the colonel had assigned such a young and inexperienced man to perform this surgery. Wasn't this playing with the life of a major general? The life of a major general was no joke. Zhang Yi ignored the scrutinizing glances and stared directly at the brain tissue in front of him, where a small portion of the soft meninges had already been cut open. The structure of the brain from the outside in is as follows: scalp, skull, dura mater, arachnoid membrane, subarachnoid space containing the brain and spinal cord, soft meninges, and the brain itself. The left hemisphere of the patient's brain has turned from its original pinkish-white color to a smoky gray, with brain tissue twisted and curved like writhing earthworms. While this may appear terrifying to the average person, doctors must remain composed. Many female doctors must also endure the discomfort and perform surgery, as the patient has entrusted their life to them, and they must take full responsibility. In this case, the tumor cells have infiltrated the entire left hemisphere of the brain. If the procedure is not performed carefully, the patient could face death or become a vegetable. Therefore, Zhang Yi must remain fully focused. He tells himself not to underestimate the patient, treating this as if he were training in the system space. If all else fails, he will treat this as pig brain tissue for experimentation. Cranial surgery differs significantly from previous cardiac surgeries. Neurosurgery is one of the most challenging fields within the entire surgical system, characterized by a narrow surgical scope, high difficulty in anastomosis, and precision, making it a prime example of microsurgery. The surgical instruments used are also significantly more precise. When ligating or blocking the blood supply to a tumor, it is essential to ensure that other brain nerves remain undamaged. Therefore, such surgeries must be performed under high-powered microscopes. Subsequently, Zhang Yi slowly severed and ligated the first blood vessel supplying the tumor tissue under a high-powered microscope, followed by the second and third vessels. As Zhang Yi was carefully preparing to remove the entire left hemisphere of the brain, the scene before him suddenly sent a chill down his spine. Oh no! Chapter 17, please believe him. Oh no! General Liu doesn't just have a brain tumor, there are two vascular tumors in the area where his cerebellum intersects with the optic chiasm, and they're already compressing the optic nerve. This significantly increases the difficulty of the surgery. Moreover, once intracranial surgery begins, it must be completed as quickly as possible because, the moment the subarachnoid space containing the cerebrospinal fluid is opened, intracranial brain pressure will begin to rise slowly, and the entire brain tissue will start to swell, commonly known as cerebral edema. Increased intracranial pressure and cerebral edema are two extremely challenging conditions. Therefore, while the patient's condition is still stable, it is imperative to address those two aneurysms immediately. Hand me the scalpel, prepare the scalp hemostat for reopening the cranium. Zhang Yi instructed the surgical nurse. Because the previous incision was too small, and the left half of the brain hadn't been removed yet, the instruments couldn't reach the cerebellum, so the craniotomy site had to be enlarged slightly. Another craniotomy? Dr. Qingyuan Ming, a neurosurgeon standing nearby, expressed some doubts. If we don't open it, General Liu could go blind at best and die at worst. Zhang Yi said coldly. Zhang Yi was the lead surgeon, so Qingyuan Ming didn't say anything else. He was just thinking that if something happened to Colonel Liu later, he would have to shift all the blame onto Zhang Yi and not let it affect himself. Sigh. The craniotomy instrument is used to make incisions along the marked lines on the scalp, one at a time. Gauze soaked in bone wax is then applied to stop bleeding. Bone plates are secured to the outermost layer to protect the remaining skull structure. When incising the dura mater, an automatic retractor is used to secure the dura mater to one side, facilitating suturing once the procedure is complete. Finally, gently lift the pia mater and use non-damaging suture material to gently pull it aside, securing it with 2 stitches. Currently, these two aneurysms are closely adjacent to the optic nerve bundle, and the clamping method appears ineffective. Ligation is the only option. Ligation involves separating the arterial wall from the aneurysm outside the vessel wall, much like a balloon being inflated. A suture is used to seal the opening, preventing the aneurysm from enlarging further. However, the current issue is that the aneurysm is compressing the nerve. After ligation, a suction device must be used to remove all blood from the aneurysm, allowing it to shrink naturally. A neurosurgeon standing by silently swallowed hard. This young man is truly remarkable. I doubt even the director of their military hospital could perform as steadily as this young man. His hands didn't tremble once throughout the entire procedure. He was as still as a statue. Not only his hands, but his entire body remained completely motionless. After safely removing the 2 aneurysms, Zhang Yi immediately extracted the left hemisphere of the brain, which had been infected with tumor cells, and set it aside. Finally, a thorough examination was conducted to ensure no brain tissue fragments were left in the cranial cavity or any other neurological damage occurred. The final step is suturing. Cranial surgery generally does not involve suturing the skull immediately afterward, as the reduced cranial space can cause fluctuations in intracranial pressure. It is necessary to wait 3 months for intracranial pressure to return to normal, followed by a hospital visit to confirm full recovery before using an artificial skull plate for reconstruction. Therefore, patients who have undergone intracranial resection surgery typically have half of their skull missing, resembling as if someone had forcibly cut a section of the skull off, which can appear quite distressing. Outside the operating room, Li Yuanzhang was sitting on a bench, anxiously waiting for the results, with several military personnel in uniform standing beside him. Old Li. Is that young doctor you brought in any good? Trust him. He has the ability. Li Yuanzhang said firmly. It's not about whether we trust him or not. This is a critical moment when lives are at stake. We should seek an authoritative expert. How can we let a newly graduated medical student perform the surgery? You're being reckless. A general-level military officer couldn't help but scold him softly. Li Yuan Zhang was about to explain further when a woman hurriedly approached the elevator door. She was none other than Lu Xiaojuan's wife, Han Jinfeng, the director of the Health Bureau of Tianshan City. "Where's my husband? Has he come out yet? How is he?" She grabbed Li Yuan Zhang's arm tightly and demanded an answer. "He hasn't come out yet." Li Yuan Zhang dared not meet Han Jinfeng's eyes because Lu Jun was his closest friend and comrade in arms. If today's decision cost Lu Jun his life, Li Yuan Zhang would feel guilty for the rest of his life. "But sister-in-law, believe me, the doctor I brought in is absolutely capable of saving Lu Jun. He trusts Zhang Yi. If Zhang Yi can perform an impossible heart surgery, then a brain surgery is definitely within his capabilities." Just then, the red light outside the operating room went out, and everyone's nerves tensed up instantly. All eyes were fixed on the operating room door, waiting for the patient to be wheeled out. Finally, the door opened. "How is he? How is my husband?" Han Jinfeng rushed forward without caring about her appearance and grabbed one of the doctors, asking. The doctor gently removed his mask and smiled calmly. "The surgery was a complete success. We successfully removed the diseased left hemisphere of the brain, along with 2 aneurysms in extremely hidden locations. Who else could this doctor be but Zhang Yi?" Chapter 18, Want to see Zhang Yi's skills? Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, everyone outside the operating room sighed in relief, their hearts finally settling down. Han Jinfeng couldn't help but shed tears. She looked at Zhang Yi and asked, "Did you save Lu Jun?" Zhang Yi nodded, "Yes. I really don't know how to thank you enough. You're the savior of our entire family." "Don't say that. It's just my job. The patient is out. Hurry up and take him to the ward," Zhang Yi said to Lu Jun as he was being pushed out by the nurse. Han Jinfeng nodded and followed the nurse out. Behind them, Li Yuanzhang patted Zhang Yi on the shoulder and said, "This time, I really owe you. Without you, my brother's life would have been in danger." Zhang Yi shook his head and said, "Don't thank me so much. I was just doing my best. I never properly thanked you for helping my mother last time. It's getting late, so why don't you stay in Tianshan City tonight? I'll treat you to dinner." "That's too kind of you, but no need." "Oh, don't mention it. It's already been arranged. I'll have my men take you to the hotel I've booked for you. Rest there for the night, and I'll send someone to take you back to Dachuan County tomorrow." "Ah, it's hard to refuse such kindness." "All right, Colonel, I'll leave it to you then." The officers standing beside Li Yuanzhang couldn't help but change their attitude toward Zhang Yi. Perhaps they had truly underestimated the younger generation. The evening banquet was a gathering of high-ranking officials. The director-in-chief of the military hospital, along with several officers who had been at the operating room earlier that day, were all at least lieutenant colonels in rank. There were also many renowned experts from various hospitals across Tianshan City. "Let me introduce everyone." Midway through the meal, Li Yuanzhang picked up a glass of red wine and addressed the group at the table. "This is the doctor I want to introduce to everyone, Zhang Yi." Then, Li Yuanzhang gestured for Zhang Yi to stand up from his seat and continued, "Today, if it weren't for Dr. Zhang Yi coming to help me, my good friend Lu Jun, the colonel, would have truly been separated from me forever. Additionally, during my mother's recent heart surgery, I'm sure many of you have heard about it. If it weren't for Dr. Zhang Yi insisting on performing the surgery immediately, I might never have seen my mother again. Therefore, Dr. Zhang, you are my greatest benefactor." Li Yuanzhang finished speaking, raised his wineglass, and bowed deeply to Zhang Yi. No, Colonel, you're too kind." Zhang Yi hurriedly caught Li Yuanzhang's arm with his hand. "No, I'm not flattering you. You truly deserve this bow from me." Standing nearby, Liang Yue, the director of the military hospital, also raised his glass and said to Zhang Yi, "Dr. Zhang, I admire you as well. Today, I witnessed your surgery firsthand, and it truly enlightened me. It was like a student watching their teacher give a lecture. It's hard to imagine that 2 aneurysms growing within the optic nerve bundle could be perfectly ligated and made to shrink by you. I'm truly impressed." Zhang Yi felt a bit embarrassed and replied, "Director, I still have so much to learn. I should be the one seeking your guidance." At the banquet table, those who had witnessed Zhang Yi's surgery would consider him extremely humble, while those unfamiliar with him might think he was utterly arrogant. How dare he have the chief surgeon of a military hospital toast him? What an honor that must be. For example, Su Zhao from the People's Hospital of Tianshan City thought exactly that. Su Zhao is an attending physician in the Department of Neurosurgery at Tianshan City First People's Hospital, holds a master's degree, has been practicing medicine for 3 years, and has successfully participated in 50 major intracranial surgeries at the hospital, with only 1 failure. Due to his young age and rapid promotion to head of the medical team, he tends to be somewhat arrogant. He glanced up at Zhang Yi with a dismissive look, his eyes filled with contempt. After all the leaders had finished toasting, Su Zhao finally picked up his glass and slowly walked over to Zhang Yi, shouting, "Zhang Yi?" Zhang Yi looked up, sensing the hostility in the other's tone, but he still nodded politely and said, "It's me. Is there something you need? I hear you're not only skilled in neurosurgery but also in cardiology?" "It's nothing special. I've just been lucky so far." "Humph. So what if you're lucky? Su Zhao suppressed his disdain and laughed. Do you know that our city is currently hosting a medical procedure standards competition? It's a national competition, and every hospital in the country is participating. They'll select a few outstanding doctors to represent their cities in the competition. The winners will get to participate in the national finals. I heard that the first place winner not only gets $1 million prize but also the opportunity to study at Massachusetts General Hospital in the US. What do you think? Are you going to sign up? Massachusetts General Hospital is one of the world's leading hospitals in terms of medical standards. It has produced 13 Nobel laureates and is also an affiliated teaching hospital of Harvard University. Unfortunately, Zhang Yi has no interest in pursuing further education abroad. With his system at his disposal, he believes he could even tackle more challenging cases, including head transplantation, just to practice. No need. I'm not interested in further studies. Oh, right. Now that you mention it, I remember. I was just about to tell you about this. I also want you to join. Liang Yue stepped forward and interrupted. Exactly, Dr. Zhang, go participate in the competition and gain some experience. Seeing how other doctors operate can only be beneficial for you, right? Su Zhao actually also planned to participate in this competition. The reason was simple. First, he wanted to see what was so special about this Zhang Yi, and second, he was after the 1 million yuan prize and the opportunity for further training. Exactly. Go for it, Zhang Yi. This is a great opportunity to learn more. Liang Yue is urging Zhang Yi to participate because he hopes Zhang Yi's medical skills will be recognized by more people and that he can save more lives. Alright, I'll give it a try. Chapter 19, Unlocking Limb Replantation. That evening, upon returning to the hotel, Zhang Yi opened the system panel he hadn't touched in ages to check. Medical ethics, 53 out of 100. Wound suturing technique, 65 out of 100. Congenital heart disease surgery, completed. Intracranial aneurysm embolization, completed. Brain atrophy resection, unlocked 50% complete. Pancreaticoduodenectomy, not unlocked. 3-incision esophageal cancer radical resection with colonic jejunal esophageal replacement and cervical anastomosis, unlocked. After having a few drinks, Zhang Yi asked, System? I'm a bit tipsy. Can I still train today? Sure, just take a belt and the host will be sober in no time. Sure, just take a belt and the host will be wide awake in no time. Just kidding, I'm not dizzy anymore. Now beginning simulated training for brain atrophy resection surgery. Please prepare yourself, host. Countdown, 5, 4, 3, now. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully completed the brain atrophy resection surgery. The reward is now being issued, limb reattachment surgery. Please keep up the good work. Oh no. Why are they giving me such a difficult task? Zhang Yi couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. When a limb is completely or partially severed due to trauma or surgery, and arterial anastomosis is required for survival, it is referred to as limb amputation. The surgical procedure to reattach the limb is called limb reimplantation. In general, limb reimplantation is recommended to combine traditional Chinese and Western medicine with Western surgical techniques followed by oral administration of traditional Chinese herbal medications post-surgery. However, limb reimplantation has strict time constraints. Under room temperature conditions 20°C, after complete ischemia for 6-10 hours, the tissues of the severed limb undergo irreversible changes, and even if blood circulation is restored, the limb will inevitably undergo necrosis. However, in colder seasons, the degenerative changes in the severed limb tissues occur more slowly. Even if the reimplantation time exceeds 6 hours, as long as proper emergency care and reimplantation surgery are performed, limb survival may still be achieved. Keep going. You've still got a long way to go before you become a versatile doctor. Zhang Yi gave himself a pep talk and got up to wash and get ready. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Zhang Yi finished getting ready and went downstairs to wait for the car arranged by the colonel to take him back to Dachuan. Soon, a black Audi R8 pulled up slowly in front of Zhang Yi. He glanced at the eye-catching license plate number, Tianjing is 68888. At the sight of the license plate number, Zhang Yi could only mutter under his breath, impressive. Then, a girl wearing a military green camouflage short-sleeve shirt got out of the car, looked at Zhang Yi, and asked, Hello, are you Zhang Yi? That confident voice, if it weren't for her perfect 362436 figure, even Zhang Yi would have thought she was a boy. Yes, I am Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi nodded and said, Get in the car. My dad asked me to take you home. Your dad? Colonel Li Yuan Zhang? Yes. The girl replied expressionlessly to Zhang Yi. After Zhang Yi got into the car, the silence inside was eerie. Neither of them spoke a word. Zhang Yi glanced at Li Daxiao's daughter. Her skin, tan from prolonged exposure to the sun, had a bronze hue. Her strong facial features and sharp cheekbones gave her a masculine aura. She must be like that because she's in the military, he thought. After 2 hours, they finally arrived at Dachuan County. Thank you so much, you've been so kind. Drive safely on your way back. Zhang Yi got out of the car and politely said to Li Yuan Zhang's daughter. Wait. The girl called out to Zhang Yi, who was about to turn away, and then handed him a thick envelope. Judging by the thickness, it must be around 20,000 yuan. This is for you. Thank you for saving my grandmother. What the heck? Another red envelope? Did your dad tell you to give it to me? Zhang Yi asked. No, I gave it to you myself. It's just a little token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Zhang Yi shook his head solemnly and said, I saved your grandmother, it was my duty. You don't need to give me this. Moreover, giving me this is completely insulting my character. I didn't become a doctor for the money. I chose this profession because I truly want to save lives and heal people. Please take the money back, I won't accept it. With that, Zhang Yi turned and walked away, paying no heed to the stiff expressions on the faces of the people in the car. This guy really doesn't want the money? Is he pretending to be high and mighty? That's so rude. He must have thought it wasn't enough, humph. The girl in the car muttered a few complaints before driving away. Back home, Zhang Yi wasn't giving up yet. Suddenly, his feet slipped, and he fell flat on his face. Who used laundry detergent to mop the floor? Zhang Yi muttered as he slowly got back up. He. Sorry about that, it was me. My name is Lu Ming, the new orthopedic surgeon. We'll be roommates from now on, so please take care of me. No problem. I'm Zhang Yi, a cardiologist. I've only been here for a month too. Zhang Yi? You're Zhang Yi? Lu Ming dropped the mop he was holding and exclaimed excitedly. Zhang Yi looked confused. Yeah, what's going on? I've heard so much about you. Ever since I came to this hospital, I've heard your name everywhere. They say your skills are amazing, and I'd like to learn from you. Lu Ming straightened his back and spoke loudly. Zhang Yi hurriedly waved his hands and said, There's no need for you to learn from me. Let's learn from each other. The next day, Zhang Yi got up on time and went to work. Dr. Zhang. 2 buns, please? The owner of the bun shop downstairs greeted Zhang Yi with a smile. No, thank you. I've already eaten. Thank you for your kindness, Aunt Zhang. Here, have 2 fried dough sticks, Dr. Zhang. It's busy at the hospital in the morning, so eat more. The old man selling fried dough sticks handed Zhang Yi a package of fried dough sticks and said, Oh, I've already eaten. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. I'll have your fried dough sticks tomorrow. Dr. Zhang, what about lunch? Oh, no need. Zhang Yi said as he ran toward the hospital. These neighbors are way too enthusiastic. Chapter 20, The Light of Cardiology. Welcome, and a warm welcome. Welcome, and a warm welcome. As soon as Zhang Yi entered the office, he was startled by the scene. All the doctors and nurses in the department were standing across from him, smiling warmly. What are you doing? Not working? Zhang Yi asked irritably. He. Welcome back, Zhang Yi, the shining star of the cardiology department. Yuan Li was already the tallest person in the department, so when he stood up and started clapping, everyone followed suit. Come on, what's so glorious about that? He just saved someone's life. Zhang Yi laughed helplessly. What do you mean, returning with honors? You just saved someone's life. Zhang Yi smiled helplessly. Goodness. You saved the husband of the director of the Municipal Health Bureau. I don't know what connections he has with the military region, but the Health Bureau is the top authority overseeing all hospitals in Tianshan City. Every time the Health Bureau comes for an inspection, the hospital director bows and scrapes, invites them to dinner, and smiles and flatters them. Now Zhang Yi is going to become a big shot in the medical field. Don't forget about us when you're famous, Du Shiqi, the gossip queen of the cardiology department, teased. Read in what way? I'm not a celebrity, why would I want to be famous? I'm just a doctor. Hey, you're just a doctor, stop it. What are you doing? Aren't you having the morning meeting? At the door, Lu, the director, suddenly gave a light cough. In an instant, everyone immediately stopped their playful banter and began the morning meeting. Before the morning meeting ends, I want to commend Zhang Yi for his dedication to studying medicine and his excellent attitude toward patients. You all should learn from Zhang Yi, especially you, Yuan Li. You're always slacking off, I haven't seen you improve your professional knowledge or make any new friends. What exactly do you do all day? As soon as Lu, the director, spoke, everyone struggled to suppress their laughter. Don't worry, Director Lu, I'll try my best to find a girlfriend. What? The first half was understandable, but the second half made Mr. Lu lose his temper again. No, I'll work hard to improve my professional knowledge. Lu Changzheng shot Yuan Li a disapproving glance before speaking seriously again. Alright, let me announce 2 important matters. First, the national government is holding a medical procedure standards competition. Each hospital will select several outstanding doctors to participate at the county level. Those who win will advance to the municipal level competition, and the winners there will go on to the national finals in the capital. The first place prize is also very generous, 1 million cash plus a 6-month fellowship at Massachusetts General Hospital in the US, and those who think they're up to it should sign up enthusiastically. Second, the Health Bureau will be conducting an inspection this Wednesday. Everyone should make sure to update patient records and sign any outstanding medical orders. Also, pay extra attention to hand hygiene during washing. The Health Bureau may test the number of bacteria on your hands. That's all for today. Let's go make our rounds. That's way too extreme. You even have to check the bacteria on your hands? Exactly. Another check. This is so painful. Oh, a small check every 3 days and a big one every 6 days. It's killing me. Yuan Li complained with a long face. Hospitals are places to treat and save lives. Of course they need to conduct thorough inspections. If the equipment or hygiene standards aren't up to par, wouldn't that be irresponsible toward the patients? Zhang Yi, on the other hand, thought that more inspections were a good thing. After that, everyone in the office stared at Zhang Yi as if he were a strange creature, their expressions seeming to say, "We're not on the same page." Zhang Yi. Someone gently tapped him on the shoulder. Zhang Yi turned around and saw it was Su Qingqing. "What's up?" "Nothing, I just wanted to ask if you want to participate in that operational standards competition?" "I didn't want to go, but oh well. Let's go and give it a try, see where I stand." "Oh," Su Qingqing nodded thoughtfully. "What? Why are you asking that?" Nothing. Aren't you supposed to be at the outpatient clinic today? Hurry up." Su Qingqing pushed Zhang Yi aside and left with the medical records to make her rounds. Zhang Yi was completely confused. What's going on here? Neurosurgery. Upon hearing Director Tian announce the competition details, Li Wencai's first reaction was to sign up. Humph. I must defeat Zhang Yi in the surgical competition. Li Wencai thought to himself. Zhang Yi now basically sees patients every Monday and Wednesday. Most of the patients who come to see him are still the same, mostly patients with illnesses from other departments, or just common colds and fevers. There aren't many patients from the cardiology department. Dong. Come in. Hello, Dr. Zhang. A man in his 60s, holding a little girl around 10 years old, hurriedly walked in. Dr. Zhang took a quick look and saw that the little girl had a fractured ankle bone. It wasn't severe, but since she was still young, if it wasn't corrected and immobilized, the bone could grow deformed in the future. Hello, what's wrong with the child? Zhang Yi asked casually. Oh, this child is mischievous. She fell off her balance bike a while ago, and it didn't seem serious at the time. But today she played with it again and fell off. Then she cried and said it hurt, so I thought I'd bring her over to have Dr. Zhang take a look. Let's get an X-ray first to see if it's broken. Zhang Yi said as he quickly filled out a referral form and handed it to the old man. The old man nodded and carried the child away. Soon, the results were ready. Sir, the child has a fractured ankle bone. It was likely caused by twisting the ankle during the fall. I recommend immediate pinning to stabilize the bone, as delaying treatment could affect the child's future development. The old man nodded repeatedly and said, Alright, let's get the pins in. As long as the child is okay, that's all that matters. Let me tell you about the costs. Our hospital offers both domestic and imported nails. Domestic ones cost around 3,000 yuan, while imported ones cost around 15,000 yuan. The imported ones are of better quality but more expensive. It's up to you to choose. The elderly man gripped Zhang Yi's wrist and said, Dr. Zhang, I only have this one granddaughter. Don't mention 15,000. Even if I have to sell everything I own, I'll find the money for her. She's so young, her future can't be ruined. Zhang Yi nodded, Alright. I'll do my best to help you reduce the expenses. Chapter 21, Orthopedic Surgery. Zhang Yi immediately arranged hospital beds for the elderly man and the little girl and scheduled the surgery for the next morning at 10 a.m. After making all the arrangements, Zhang Yi carried the medical records to the orthopedic surgeon's office. Hey, Zhang Yi, what are you doing here? Lu Ming looked at Zhang Yi and asked. I admitted a patient to your department. She's a little girl with a fractured ankle, scheduled for surgery tomorrow morning. You're doing orthopedic surgery? Great. I'll go assist you. Lu Ming clapped his hands and shouted. Oh, I want to go too. I'm going too. A group of doctors and nurses were all vying to be Zhang Yi's assistant, making Zhang Yi feel a bit embarrassed. What are you going to do? Not going to work? Are you going to leave the patients in the ward? The head of the orthopedic department, Wang Peng, shouted, and everyone immediately quieted down and returned to their desks. No one is allowed to go. I'll go. Wang Peng added another sentence. What? Is this appropriate, director? Before leaving work, Lu Ming wanted to invite Zhang Yi to join their orthopedic department's dinner gathering, but Zhang Yi refused. What's so good about singing at a KTV? No way, I'm not going. Come on. The nurses in the orthopedic ward are recognized as the most beautiful in the entire hospital. Come on, let's go check them out. Zhang Yi shook his head and said, Brother, beautiful appearances are a dime a dozen, but interesting souls are 1 in a million. Instead of wasting time playing around, why not focus on improving yourself? The beautiful ladies will naturally come to you. Wow, Zhang Yi, I didn't expect you to be so enlightened. 666. But you're not still a rookie, are you? Zhang Yi, with a stern expression, get lost. In the evening, Zhang Yi read a book for a while before entering the system training space early. After all, he had a fracture surgery scheduled for the next morning. Although it wasn't a major surgery, Zhang Yi didn't want to take it lightly. After all, the patient was still a child, and he had to ensure 100% perfection. Otherwise, any complications could have serious consequences. Compared to highly precise intracranial surgery, orthopedic surgery is much more straightforward. Orthopedic surgery does not require high-powered microscopes or overly precise and delicate surgical instruments. There are also many similarities between limb reattachment and fracture fixation surgery. The former involves suturing blood vessels, broken bones, and even muscle tissue. The latter is simply suturing and fixing broken bones, which is relatively simpler. Typically, only an incision is made in the skin over the fracture site. Appropriate screws or high-pressure nails are selected based on the patient's skeletal structure, followed by the placement of suitable plates against the bone wall. Screws are then drilled into the plates for further fixation. Generally, patients with ankle fractures typically require 5 to 6 screws, though the exact number may vary depending on the patient's specific condition. Finally, the incision is sutured, and a cast is applied for immobilization. As the old saying goes, it takes 100 days to heal a broken bone. Generally, it takes about 3 months after surgery to assess the healing process and determine whether the plates and screws can be removed. For example, in patients over 60 years of age, if there are no signs of corrosion of the plates and screws within the body, and considering the patient's age, removal may not be necessary. However, if the plates and screws show signs of displacement, loosening, or corrosion within the body, regardless of the patient's age, immediate surgery is required to remove them to prevent irreversible complications. After practicing for another night, Zhang Yi has now completed 80% of his limb reattachment surgery. Additionally, last night, Zhang Yi focused on training in fracture fixation techniques. At 10 a.m., the little girl was wheeled into the operating room. For most fracture surgeries, the anesthesia method is spinal anesthesia or epidural anesthesia. However, considering that the child might cry or fuss upon seeing the incision and blood, Zhang Yi opted for general anesthesia for the procedure. The first step was extensive disinfection, followed by incisions along the marked lines with a surgical marker. The skin, fascia, and periosteum were then incised. Excess blood was absorbed with cotton pads, and hemostats were used to retract the incised skin, fully exposing the fractured area. First, use a traction frame to align the two broken bones to the same horizontal plane. Then, use a bone drill to create holes at the distal fracture site, starting from the tip of the medial malleolus toward the proximal fracture end and the lateral side. Screw the screws into the holes at an angle to secure the bones. Finally, fix the plate at the lateral hole and drill screws into the holes to secure it in place. Finally, suture the wound, disinfect the area, apply a cotton gauze dressing, and immobilize the ankle in a plaster cast at a 90 to 95 degree angle. The plaster cast can typically be removed after approximately 1 month. However, during this period, avoid vigorous physical activity to prevent refracture. Orthopedic surgeon Wang Peng watched Zhang Yi perform the procedure step by step. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhang Yi with a complex expression, asking, "Where did you learn this technique?" Zhang Yi smiled and replied, "Of course I learned it at school, Dr. Wang." "Of course I learned it at school, Dr. Wang." Yeah, but Wang Peng couldn't help but marvel at how skilled he was. Even the way he handled the wound at the end was so perfect. I wonder how he managed to practice that. It looked like he had more experience than Wang Peng, the head of the orthopedic surgery department. However, as he was about to retire, Wang Peng thought to himself that he had finally found the next leader of the orthopedic surgery department. Chapter 22, The Competition Begins. In the office of the hospital director at the Datsuan County People's Hospital. "Director, could you please consider the matter I mentioned earlier?" I observed Zhang Yi's work, and it was flawless. His personality is also very steady, so I believe he is quite suitable for the position. Additionally, old Lu has been recommending him to me repeatedly, so what do you think? Actually, Director Li isn't opposed to promoting Zhang Yi to director, but there are so many eyes watching within the hospital. There will definitely be those who aren't satisfied. Why should someone so young get the director's position? What about the other doctors who've been working here for years? They'll definitely be unhappy. After pondering for a moment, the director said, "Here's what we'll do. I've reviewed the list of participants in the operational standards competition, and Zhang Yi is on it. If Zhang Yi can secure first place in our city's competition, I will convene a hospital-wide meeting to announce his appointment as head of the orthopedic surgery department. This way, everyone will accept it, and will avoid causing dissatisfaction among the senior staff who have been here longer than Zhang Yi." Seeing that the dean had spoken so decisively, Wang Peng had no choice but to remain silent, leaving it up to Zhang Yi's own luck. On Wednesday morning, the health bureau staff arrived at the county hospital on schedule for their inspection. Coincidentally, the cardiology department was selected as the department to be randomly inspected. Doctor, please come over for a random bacterial content survey, a health bureau staff member said to Yuanli. Ha? Me? Yuanli was a bit worried because he had just finished using the restroom and hadn't washed his hands yet. Yes, you. Yuanli slowly walked up to the staff member, who then used a device resembling a thermometer to touch the palm of Yuanli's hand. The display screen immediately showed a number, 60. Bacterial levels are severely exceeded and fail to meet standards. This department will be docked 10 points. The health bureau staff member stared at Yuanli coldly. The department head, Lu Changzhang, immediately stepped forward with a forced smile. That colleague, our Dr. Yuanli just went to the restroom and hasn't washed his hands yet. Could you please make an exception? The staff member replied sternly, Director Lu, as a doctor, having 60% bacteria on your hands says a lot. It means you haven't washed your hands all day. Even if you did wash them just now, the bacteria count wouldn't be below 40%. Look over there at the nurses. I tested several of them, and their counts were all below 20%. They washed their hands properly. As a doctor, your hands don't meet the standards. How can you treat patients like this? That's a deduction of 10 points. No further discussion. The health bureau staff then turned to Zhang Yi, who was standing next to Yuanli, and said, Please come over for a test. Zhang Yi nodded and stepped forward, extending his hand. With a beep, the result appeared, exactly 20%. This doctor is pretty good, but our requirement is that it must be below 20%. Since it's exactly 20%, we'll deduct 1 point. Just remember that for next time. Is it really that strict? Zhang Yi nodded helplessly, alright. At that moment, several staff members from the health bureau walked into the doctor's office. The lead woman, who was slightly overweight, scanned the room and asked, Which one of you is Dr. Zhang Yi? Zhang Yi's heart skipped a beat. What's going on? Did the bacteria count on his hands not drop below 20%? Does he really have to be reprimanded by so many people? It's me. What's the matter? Zhang Yi replied. The woman in the lead hurried forward with a grateful expression and said, I am Han Jinfeng's cousin. My name is Han Yufeng. My cousin knew I was coming to inspect your hospital today, so she specifically called me to come and thank you properly. She is busy with work and also has to take care of my cousin's husband, so she couldn't come herself. She said she will definitely pay a personal visit when she has the chance. Oh, I thought it was something else. There's no need to come visit. Don't be so troublesome. This is what I should do. Will Dr. Zhang be willing to join us for lunch today? I'll treat you. Consider it a thank you in advance for my cousin's husband. Zhang Yi didn't want to go, but he was pinched on the shoulder by Lu Changzheng behind him. Zhang Yi turned around and saw that Lu, the director, was giving him a look that seemed to say, hurry up and go. That's the director of the county health bureau. All right. The health bureau officials then left the cardiology department. A staff member who had been responsible for the inspection asked Han Yufeng, Director, how many points were deducted from their department today? Han Yufeng rolled her eyes at the staff member and said, You have no eyes? You're as dumb as a pig. Just remind them, and there's no need to deduct points. Han Yufeng shot the staff member a disapproving glance and said, You have no common sense? You're as dumb as a pig. Just give them a heads up, there's no need to deduct points. All right. Before we knew it, the day of the county-level medical procedure competition had arrived. Winners at the county level would advance to the city-level competition, so doctors eliminated at this stage would have virtually no chance of further advancement or training opportunities. The competition was held in the medical education building of the county hospital, which had been converted from a meeting room. A total of 30 doctors from all the towns and villages in the county participated in the competition. The exam questions for the county-level competition were jointly prepared by the county hospital and the health bureau, and the specific topic for this exam was external cardiac compression. Chapter 23, External Cardiac Compression. External cardiac compression is indicated for cardiac arrest caused by trauma, electric shock, drowning, asphyxia, heart disease, or drug allergies. First, determine whether the patient is in cardiac arrest by placing 2 fingers on the patient's carotid artery, located approximately 2 centimeters to the left or right of the Adam's apple. Check for a pulse in the carotid artery. If no pulse is detected for more than 5 seconds and the patient's chest is not rising and falling, cardiac arrest can be diagnosed. At this point, immediate external chest compression should be initiated. Step 1. Open the airway. When a patient loses consciousness, all their muscles relax, including the tongue muscles. The tongue may fall backward and block the airway, causing breathing obstruction. Check the patient's mouth for any foreign objects. If any are found, remove them completely from the patient's mouth. Then tilt the patient's head to one side to prevent the tongue from falling backward and causing suffocation. Step 2. Perform external chest compressions. The correct position for external chest compressions is at the center point between the 2 nipples. Place the heel of the rescuer's left hand on the center point, then place the first hand on top of the other hand, with the fingers interlocked. Keep the fingers off the chest wall and use the heel of the hand to begin compressions. Perform 30 compressions, ensuring that the compressions are performed at a rate of 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004. The pressure applied must be controlled properly, with a depth of approximately 3.5 centimeters. If the pressure is too light, it will be ineffective. If too heavy, it may fracture the patient's ribs, causing further injury. Step 3. Artificial respiration. After 30 compressions, perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation using the head tilt, chin lift method. Mouth-to-mouth resuscitation is the most effective method for providing air to the patient. However, many rescuers forget to pinch the patient's nostrils while blowing air. Since the mouth and nose are connected, if the nostrils are not pinched while blowing, the air will escape through the nose and never reach the lungs, wasting valuable rescue time. For patients in cardiac arrest, time is of the essence. The basic ratio for chest compressions is 30-2, meaning 30 chest compressions followed by 2 mouth-to-mouth breaths. This cycle should be repeated 5 times. This is extremely physically demanding for the rescuer, so if possible, another rescuer should take over, but the handover must not exceed 5 seconds to avoid delaying the rescue effort. In the meeting room, 30 doctors were divided into 6 groups and competed in sequence. Due to the limited medical equipment at the county hospital, only 5 CPR simulators were available, making it impossible for every doctor to have one simultaneously. Therefore, the participants were divided into 6 groups of 5 people each, competing at the same time. The judges were composed of several hospital directors and deputy directors from the county hospital, the director of the county health bureau, and the secretary of the county party secretary. The simulated CPR device consists of a male mannequin and an operating display screen. The mannequin is connected to the display screen via numerous wires. If the rescuer's exhalation is too weak, the screen will display insufficient exhalation. If the compression force is inadequate, the screen will display inadequate compression. If the compression force is too strong, the screen will display excessive compression. In summary, the judges will evaluate the doctor's performance based on the display screen and award scores accordingly. Out of the 30 doctors, only 5 will advance to the next round. Zhang Yi was assigned to the last group, where he was paired with Li Wenkai from the neurosurgery department. Li Wenkai sat to the side, glancing at Zhang Yi, who remained calm and composed, and sneered. "This guy is pretty calm, isn't he? After all, this machine isn't like manual work. The slightest mistake will set off an alarm, and the judges will deduct points based on the number of mistakes you make." Li Wenkai had practiced several times before, and each time he had been deducted over 10 points by the machine. Even when he believed he had done everything perfectly, he still lost a few points. Soon, the 5th group of doctors finished their exams and came out. Yuan Li emerged with a grim expression and said to Zhang Yi, "Goodness, I'm exhausted. That machine is absolutely terrible. I pressed at the correct frequency, but it still deducted 5 points. Then I slowed down, and it said my pressing frequency was too slow and deducted more points. It's so strict. The doctors at this hospital should have been more lenient. This is really unfair. Just be careful and don't make mistakes." Yuan Li patted Zhang Yi on the shoulder. Zhang Yi nodded. He had been training in the system's training space for several nights in a row. If he couldn't get a perfect score, it would be a complete waste of the system's efforts. Then, the 6th group entered the arena. Zhang Yi stood in front of the second mannequin, disinfected its lips with alcohol, and waited for the judges to signal the start. Group 6 doctors, the external cardiac compression assessment is now underway. Zhang Yi proceeded methodically according to his usual training routine, first opening the airway, then performing chest compressions. When it came to the second step of compression, Zhang Yi clearly heard several machines nearby sounding alarms indicating ineffective compression or excessive force. Fortunately, Zhang Yi maintained a steady rhythm, applying the correct amount of pressure with each compression. Next came mouth-to-mouth artificial respiration. At this point, several machines were still emitting alerts indicating insufficient exhalation or ineffective exhalation. At the judges' table, Han Yufang and several deans watched as Zhang Yi performed the procedure flawlessly, with such standard technique, and couldn't help but nod in approval. After the assessment concluded, the other doctors were all breathing heavily to varying degrees, except for Zhang Yi, who stood there breathing steadily, as if he hadn't expended any energy at all. Chapter 24, Top Scorer. The doctors standing nearby were all stunned by Zhang Yi's performance. Those who had never performed chest compressions before might not know how physically demanding it was, but those who had done it before knew just how exhausting it could be. Even during actual emergency rescues, it was often several doctors and nurses taking turns to perform the compressions. Yet Zhang Yi completed the entire procedure without breaking a sweat, leaving Li Wenkai, who was standing nearby, slightly amazed. Soon, the results from the monitors appeared. 4 monitors showed successful cardiopulmonary resuscitation, including Zhang Yi and Li Wenkai. However, the final scores would have to wait for the judges to announce them later. Outside the operating room, Yuan Li watched Zhang Yi emerge and hurriedly approached him, asking, "How did it go? Did you lose any points?" Zhang Yi shook his head. "I don't know. Probably not. I didn't see any alarms on the machine." "Wow, your machine didn't go off?" Yuan Li couldn't help but shout, attracting several doctors from nearby to gather around. Your machine didn't go off once? That's impossible. That machine is so sensitive that even if I press a little slower, it'll go off. Is your machine broken? One doctor couldn't help but ask. I'm using the second machine at the entrance. I don't know if it's broken or not, but mine didn't go off. Zhang Yi said. Wow, that's impossible. I guess you must have scored full marks. That's not necessarily the case. Besides the machine's score, there's also the judges' scores. Just as everyone was discussing it, they were all called into the meeting room next door to officially announce the results. First of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all the doctors for participating in this competition. Regardless of the results, I appreciate everyone's efforts during this time. Without further ado, I will now announce the top 5 winners. 5th place goes to Dr. Zhong Liang from the Otolaryngology Department of Datsuwan County Central Hospital, with a score of 923. Congratulations on advancing to the municipal level competition. 4th place also goes to Dr. Li Hui from the Obstetrics and Gynecology Department of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital. 935 points. Congratulations! She is also the only female doctor to advance to the next round in this competition. Let us give her a round of applause. 3rd place goes to Dr. Li Wenkai from the Neurosurgery Department of Dachuan County People's Hospital. 957 points. Congratulations on advancing to the municipal level competition. 2nd place goes to. On stage, the director of the county hospital was announcing the rankings. Below the stage, Yuan Li gripped Zhang Yi's wrist tightly and said anxiously, "Oh no, Zhang Yi, you didn't make it into the top 5, did you? It's already the 2nd place, why haven't they called your name yet? Li Wenkai is already 3rd. Zhang Yi curved the corners of his mouth slightly and said, "Don't worry, I'm sure I'll make it." Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, he heard Director Li holding the microphone and pointing at Zhang Yi, saying, "Next, we congratulate the 1st place winner of this county-level competition. Zhang Yi. A perfect score of 100 points. Clap." A burst of enthusiastic applause filled the conference room. Apart from Li Wenkai, who felt resentful, the other doctors all looked at Zhang Yi with envy. Back in the department, Zhang Yi hadn't said a word yet, but Yuan Li's big mouth had already spread the news that Zhang Yi was 1st in the department within a minute. "See? I told you so. Zhang Yi is definitely 1st. Congratulations. I was just betting with Xiao Fei that Zhang Yi would definitely come in 1st. Haha, he didn't believe me, but now he owes me a big meal." Su Qingqing stood by smiling as she watched Zhang Yi. If Zhang Yi could advance, that would be great. Now she could call her father to make arrangements. "Zhang Yi, come to my office." Lu Changzheng poked his head out of the office and said, "Okay. Sit down, I want to tell you something." In the office, Lu Changzheng pointed to a chair beside him and said, "What is it?" "Well, I didn't want to let you go either, but since this will help your career, I'll definitely give you a hand." Lu Changzheng spoke mysteriously, leaving Zhang Yi completely confused. "What's going on? Just spit it out. The head of the orthopedic department is about to retire, and he thinks you're very capable and wants you to take over as his successor in the orthopedic department." "What? Orthopedic surgery?" Zhang Yi was a bit surprised. He hadn't even spoken a few words to the head of the orthopedic surgery department, so why would they want him to take on such a big responsibility? It doesn't stop there. The head of the emergency department also has their eye on you and wants to poach you as a doctor. I refused, saying that at least the orthopedic department offered you the head position, while the emergency department isn't offering you anything, which isn't appropriate. Then they offered you the position of medical team leader. But don't worry. The director said that as long as you win the city-level competition, the position is yours. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain to the senior staff with more seniority. I'm definitely rooting for you. Keep up the good work. Don't let me down in next month's city competition. Zhang Yi nodded and said, "Don't worry, Director Lu. I'll do my best." Since everyone is so supportive of him, he'll have to work even harder. The next morning, Zhang Yi arrived at the department on time for work. When he walked to his desk, he noticed a strange pink box. "Ha! What on earth is this?" Chapter 25, Trouble with the Opposite Sex? "What is this? It's pink. Did some girl put it here by mistake?" Zhang Yi complained as he looked at the pink box. Yuan Li walked over and immediately teased, "Hey! Who sent this little gift? Look, it even says T.O. Zhang Yi on it. You're in love, aren't you, Comrade Zhang Yi?" Zhang Yi rolled his eyes at Yuan Li, tossed the pink box to him, and said, "Here, take it. I don't want this boring thing." In the corner, Su Qingqing's face turned as dark as iron, and she was so angry she could barely breathe. No, I don't like pink. Give it to a girl." Yuan Li pushed it away and said, "Du Shiqi, come here for a moment. I have something for you." Zhang Yi called out to the nurse's office. Before long, Du Shiqi rushed in hurriedly. "What's going on? What's the good news?" "Here, take this." Zhang Yi handed the pink box to Du Ziqi without looking at her, then sat down at his desk and started typing up the medical records. Wow! I didn't expect you to be so direct, Zhang Yi. Though I do have a tiny bit of a crush on you. But agreeing so quickly makes me seem a bit. To Zhang Yi? Isn't this for you? Du Ziqi realized halfway through speaking that there was a sticky note on the box. I don't know who put it on my desk. Here, take it. Girls like pink anyway. Oh my gosh, Zhang Yi is really popular now, you'll see. There'll be more little gifts coming soon. Du Ziqi said as she tore open the pink packaging, and couldn't help but gasp in amazement when she saw what was inside. It's a Gucci watch. This one must cost over 40,000 yuan. As soon as Du Ziqi spoke, everyone in the office rushed over to take a look. Wow, which rich and beautiful woman gave it to you? Zhang Yi, you're going to be rich. You're so generous, giving away a watch worth over 40,000. Du Ziqi quickly stuffed the watch into her pocket and said, sorry, Zhang Yi already gave it to me. You don't mind wearing such a big men's watch? Yuan Li retorted. It's so expensive, it's not tacky at all. Even if it is, I'll still wear it. After saying that, Du Ziqi crossed her arms and walked back to the nurse's station. Look at her arrogant attitude. Zhang Yi, you shouldn't have given it to her. It would have been better for me. Yuan Li complained to Zhang Yi, her tone tinged with jealousy. Enough with that. You didn't want it, so don't blame me now. Zhang Yi rolled his eyes at Yuan Li and said irritably. Zhang Yi, go help out in the emergency room this afternoon. At that moment, Lu Chang walked in and said to Zhang Yi. What's going on? Is something wrong in the emergency room? Nothing, just the head of the emergency department wants you to demonstrate chest compressions for the doctors and nurses there. He said you do it well, so teach them. While you're at it, go check out the emergency department and get familiar with it. You never know, you might get transferred there. Alright, no problem. At 4 p.m., Zhang Yi arrived at the emergency department on time. Hello, Director Lin, I'm Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi greeted Lin Wei, the director of the emergency department, politely. As soon as Lin Wei saw Zhang Yi arrive, he was overjoyed and hurriedly pulled Zhang Yi over to introduce him to everyone. Everyone, please pay attention. This is Zhang Yi. He will be demonstrating a perfect example of external cardiac compression for you all shortly. Please make sure to learn it well. I will conduct a spot check tomorrow, and those who fail will have their performance evaluations deducted. That's all for now. I need to attend a meeting. As soon as Director Lin left, the doctors in the office immediately relaxed. Hello everyone, I won't introduce myself. Let's get started. Then, Zhang Yi walked up to the mannequin and began demonstrating step by step. First, if we encounter a patient who suddenly collapses and loses consciousness outdoors, the first step is to confirm whether they are in cardiac arrest. Once confirmed, the first step is to open the airway. If there are bystanders, immediately ask them to call emergency services. In real-life situations, patients are unlikely to be as clean and undressed as a mannequin, lying there for you to perform CPR. After opening the airway, you must first loosen the patient's clothing. For males, unbutton the shirt and unfasten any belts to ensure proper circulation. Then begin chest compressions and artificial respiration in a 30-to-2 ratio. Zhang Yi explained while his hands continued to move. Originally, the office was somewhat relaxed, but upon seeing Zhang Yi begin the procedure, everyone fell silent, slowly tilting their necks to watch his every move. In fact, many doctors and nurses in the emergency department were unconvinced when Lin, the director, assigned Zhang Yi to demonstrate. First, they had never seen Zhang Yi perform the procedure before. Second, they encountered many patients requiring external cardiac compression every day, and they believed their own skills were quite good. They couldn't understand why Lin had gone to find a cardiologist to demonstrate for them. However, after witnessing Zhang Yi's procedure, everyone gradually shifted from skepticism and even doubt to admiration and approval. At least Dr. Su Yanlin, a senior attending physician who had been working in the emergency department for 8 years, was deeply impressed by Zhang Yi at that moment. Chapter 26, There's no surgery I can't perform. Yanlin, this kid has some skills after all? Dr. Fong Jia muttered discontentedly to Su Yanlin in the emergency department. No wonder the director wants to bring him in as the head of the medical team. Su Yanlin sighed, feeling both approval and regret. Fong Jia didn't agree. He said, why should he be the one to take the position? I think you're much more capable than Zhang Yi and would be a better fit for the role. I really don't understand what the director is thinking. Su Yanlin gave Fong Jia a meaningful glance and said, keep your voice down. What you just said could offend 2 people. Be careful not to let others hear and talk behind your back. Fong Jia scoffed disdainfully, if you're not satisfied, you can't even let others speak their minds. Keep your voice down. If Zhang Yizhen ends up becoming our team leader, we'll have to listen to him anyway. On the other side, Zhang Yi glanced at the time. He had finished explaining most of it and didn't want to delay everyone's departure, so he said to everyone, that's all for today's demonstration. Practice on your own, and I'll be leaving now. Just then, The on-duty nurse rushed in and said, "Quick, get a doctor on duty. There's an emergency patient outside who accidentally had his hand severed by a power saw handle during renovations." Coincidentally, the doctor on night duty today was Su Yenlin. At that moment, Su Yenlin had already hurried out of the office, followed by several other doctors who also went to take a look. Zhang Yi was no exception. He wanted to see how severe the patient's amputation was and whether it could be reattached. Outside the emergency room, several workers covered in white powder and paint splatters stood anxiously at the entrance to the emergency room. Many passing relatives and patients hurriedly avoided them, as their clothes appeared dirty and they emitted an unpleasant odor. Zhang Yi and Su Yenlin entered the emergency room together. At that moment, a middle-aged man was lying on the wound cleaning table in the emergency room, sweating profusely from the pain. He occasionally let out muffled groans, as if trying to endure his suffering. Zhang Yi walked over to take a closer look. The man's entire palm had been sawed off, leaving only a lonely half of the palm on his hand. Beside him, in a disinfected basin, lay the other half of his palm, still attached to his thumb, which had been sawed off. Ugh! The man couldn't help but groan again, as Su Yenlin was currently cleaning the wound, disinfecting it, and stopping the bleeding. Take him to get an X-ray immediately to determine the exact condition of the broken bone. If it can be sutured, arrange surgery right away. If not, clean the wound and apply a dressing immediately. Okay. At that moment, the man endured the pain and slowly spoke up. "Doctor, please, I beg you, you must help me reattach it. My child is about to start university, and I'm the one paying for their tuition. If I lose this hand, how will I earn money?" Su Yenlin replied seriously, "Sir, you can see the condition of your hand yourself. Whether it can be reattached depends on the results of the X-rays. If it can be reattached, I will do my utmost. If it can't, there's nothing I can do. After all, I'm human, not a god." As soon as Su Yenlin finished speaking, the man's eyes welled up with tears, and he swallowed the rest of his words. Zhang Yi carefully examined the patient's wound. Coincidentally, the system had presented Zhang Yi with this type of wound when training him in limb reattachment surgery. Zhang Yi was confident he could handle this case. The patient's amputated limb was in good condition, with minimal bleeding, and the time since amputation had not exceeded 6 hours, all factors that made reattachment feasible. Within minutes, the patient was wheeled back by his colleagues. Since it was an emergency, the laboratory tests were conducted swiftly. Under normal circumstances, the patient would have had to wait an hour for the tests. Soon, Su Yenlin glanced at the form and furrowed his brows tightly. "What's wrong, doctor? Can my friend make it?" a construction worker asked anxiously. His hand might not be able to be reattached. His hand was cut off at an angle by a chainsaw. Look here, the proximal phalanx of his little finger and the metacarpal bone were severed, and a small piece was cut off. This piece is too small to be secured with screws, and even if it were secured, it wouldn't guarantee that it could remain tightly against the bone wall. So this surgery might not be possible. Just remove that small piece of bone, scrape it off, and reconnect the proximal phalanx and metacarpal bone. Zhang Yi stood aside and spoke slowly. "What? Don't?" Su Yenlin was stunned. What was this guy saying in front of the patient? He had already said it couldn't be reconnected, yet he was still affecting the patient's emotions? The patient sitting on the stretcher heard Zhang Yi's words and regained hope. He grabbed Zhang Yi's hand tightly with his other good hand and said, "Doctor, I beg you, please save my hand. My child still needs to go to school, and I have to earn money. I can't live without my hands. Without them, no one will hire me. Please help me." The man spoke with such emotion that tears streamed down his face. Zhang Yi gently patted his shoulder to comfort him. "Don't worry, there's no surgery I can't perform successfully." Then, Zhang Yi turned to Su Yenlin beside him and said, "Arrange the surgery. I'll perform it." Chapter 27. Finally, an assistant arrived. "Let's schedule the surgery. I'll perform it." "You?" Su Yenlin was afraid he had heard incorrectly and asked again. "Hurry up, don't waste time." Su Yenlin gave Zhang Yi a meaningful look but said nothing, immediately arranging for the surgery. The patient was then wheeled into the operating room. The lead surgeon for this procedure was Dr. Zhang Yi, the assistant surgeon was Dr. Su Yenlin, the surgical nurse was Zhou Jie, and the anesthesiologist was Dr. Zhang Yuan. For small area limb reattachment, local anesthesia is generally used, specifically brachial plexus nerve block anesthesia. After the anesthesia takes effect, hemostatic clamps are applied to the proximal blood vessels of the amputated limb. The proximal end of the amputated finger is then washed twice with 10% sterile soap solution, followed by rinsing with saline solution, and finally dried with a sterile towel. Then, the amputated limb stump is prepared by using tissue scissors to remove contused or necrotic tissue. Contaminated, irregular, or residual bone ends are then removed with bone forceps to ensure a smooth surface for suturing. Locate and ligate the arteries and veins anterior and posterior to the bone, marking them accordingly. Pay particular attention to the veins in the arm, as they are more numerous. Under a microscope, align and fix the proximal and distal ends of the amputated limb. Fix the proximal phalanx with a 255mm K wire and fix the sesamoid bone with a Mitsubishi intramedullary nail. Repeat this procedure for the remaining phalanges. Then begin suturing the blood vessels. First, remove the outer membrane of the blood vessel walls, rinse the vascular lumen with 125 ml of heparin containing isotonic saline solution, and check for unobstructed blood flow. Then use 80 non-traumatic suture thread to intermittently suture the radial vein and ulnar vein. After all anastomoses were completed, the vascular clamps were released to check for blood flow. Shortly thereafter, the temperature of the amputated limb segment began to rise slowly, and no bleeding or rupture was observed at the anastomotic sites. Phew, it worked. Zhang Yi exhaled lightly. Now only the extensor and flexor muscle groups and the nerve sheath remain to be sutured. First, use 40 silk suture to suture the extensor and flexor muscle groups one by one, then use 80 non-traumatic suture to suture the nerve sheath, and finally adjust the skin edges, perform interrupted sutures on the subcutaneous tissue and skin, and make a skin fascia tension relieving incision for decompression. Cover with gauze and cotton pads. Finally, apply a plaster cast with the elbow flexed at 90 degrees and the wrist flexed at 30 degrees for immobilization. The surgery is complete. Zhang Yi took off his gloves and walked to the sink outside the operating room to wash his hands, followed by Su Yanlin. Zhang Yi, how can you be sure that removing that bone won't affect the patient's limb movement in the future? What if the patient doesn't heal properly later on? Su Yanlin voiced his concerns, as he simply couldn't understand how removing that bone won't restrict the movement of the patient's little finger. It won't. That bone is just the edge. We can remove it and then smooth out and flatten the remaining proximal phalanx. It will still be able to move normally. Plus, I've done this procedure many times before, and the outcomes have always been excellent. You've done this many times? Where did you do it? A newly graduated medical student wouldn't have the opportunity to perform such a procedure multiple times. The supervising instructor wouldn't dare to hand over the operating table to an intern, would they? Oh, I meant to say that I watched my teacher do it a few times during my internship and learned from them. Zhang Yi hurriedly explained. Oh, I see. But your skills are really impressive. Why don't you join our department? I can mentor you in the future. Su Yanlin formally extended an invitation to Zhang Yi, indicating that he genuinely believed Zhang Yi was qualified to become the team leader of their medical group. Hey, let's wait until I win first place in the city-level competition before talking about that. Everything is still uncertain right now. What? Do you need to win first place in the city-level competition to become the head of the orthopedic department or the team leader of the emergency department? Yeah, what can I do? I'm just a newcomer. Getting promoted to director or team leader so quickly would definitely make a lot of senior staff unhappy behind my back. The director also wants me to achieve results so that those who are dissatisfied have nothing to say. Su Yanlin nodded and said, You're right. If you don't have any achievements, even if you become a director or team leader, no one will trust you. Well, you'd better work hard then. There are plenty of capable doctors in this hospital keeping a close eye on you. But there are also quite a few female doctors and nurses who admire you greatly. Su Yanlin and Zhang Yi had warmed up to each other and exchanged a few playful remarks before leaving the operating room together. After Zhang Yi finished tidying up, he stepped out of the hospital gates and realized it was almost completely dark outside. That evening, Zhang Yi ate a light meal to satisfy his hunger and then opened his system interface. Medical ethics, 53 out of 100. Wound suturing technique, 70 out of 100. Congenital heart disease surgery, completed. Intracranial aneurysm embolization, completed. Brain atrophy resection, completed. Limb reattachment surgery, unlocked 80% complete. Pancreaticoduodenectomy, not unlocked. 3-incision esophageal cancer radical resection with colonic jejunal esophageal replacement and cervical anastomosis, unlocked. Simulation training for limb reimplantation surgery bilateral lower limb displacement and reimplantation is about to begin. Please prepare accordingly. Countdown, 5, 4, 3, now. Double lower limb displacement reattachment? How am I supposed to perform such a major surgery alone? Just cleaning the wounds on both legs will take forever. Zhang Yi complained dissatisfiedly. Given the high difficulty and complexity of the surgery, the system has assigned a surgical nurse to assist the host in completing the procedure. Given the high difficulty and complexity of the surgery, the system has assigned a surgical nurse to assist the host in completing the procedure. That's more like it. Immediately, a gentle and charming little angel in white appeared in the system training space. Chapter 28, Unlocking the Pancreaticoduodenectomy Procedure. Hello, Dr. Zhang, the young nurse called out sweetly. In the future, if Dr. Zhang needs any help, Xiao Dai will be there to assist you at any time. Zhang Yi nodded. At least this system had some conscience it had sent such a beautiful young nurse to help. Otherwise, he would have been exhausted. He then turned his attention to the operating table, where a young man in his early 30s lay on a mannequin. Visibly, the lower part of his right ankle and the limb below were missing, while the left thigh had 13 fractures in the middle and upper sections. The distal foot remained intact, and the patient was currently in shock. Shout I, immediately establish 2 intravenous access points, administer fluids promptly, replenish the blood, and apply tourniquets at 23 points on the right thigh. Record the time when the tourniquets were applied. Zhang Yi instructed calmly and methodically. Yes. Replantation of amputated limbs is actually different from repositioning and replantation of displaced amputated limbs. Replantation of amputated limbs generally refers to the surgical procedure of reconnecting a severed limb before irreversible necrosis occurs, by suturing the blood vessels and other tissues to restore its original function. In contrast, reimplantation of displaced amputated limbs involves selecting the better conditioned stump and the amputated limb from bilateral limb amputations that cannot be reimplanted, and grafting them together to preserve the maximum function of one limb. In the case presented by the current system, the left lower limb, which is completely severed but has an intact distal foot, can be grafted onto the right lower limb. This approach would at least preserve the integrity of one lower limb. Now begin debridement. Yes. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing all training content for limb reattachment surgery. The following reward is now being issued: pancreaticoduodenectomy. Please keep up the good work. If the difficulty of this surgery is rated on a scale of 5 stars, Zhang Yi would give it 5 stars without hesitation. Pancreaticoduodenectomy is a highly complex and minimally invasive abdominal surgery, widely regarded by many general surgeons and hepatobiliary surgeons as the most challenging procedure in their field. Essentially, surgeons who can successfully perform this procedure are considered to have mastered all other surgical procedures within the field of general surgery. This is due to the extensive resection required, which includes the pancreas, adjacent duodenum, distal bile duct, part of the distal stomach, and the proximal jejunum. Additionally, the remaining pancreatic duct, common bile duct, stomach, and jejunum must be anastomosed. In essence, the entire procedure amounts to the removal of a significant portion of the abdominal organs. Additionally, the blood vessels surrounding the pancreas are highly dense, including the superior mesenteric artery, superior mesenteric vein, and portal vein, among others. Any carelessness could result in severe bleeding and irreversible tissue damage. This surgery will probably take me a month to master, Zhang Yi sighed. Host, keep it up. Strive to become a versatile doctor. The next day, Zhang Yi woke up and went to work as usual. As soon as he arrived at the department, Yuan Li teased him. Hey, Zhang Yi. You made a big splash in the emergency room again yesterday. What kind of scene? It was just a surgery. Anyway, the whole hospital is already buzzing about it, saying your footsteps will soon echo throughout the entire hospital, and you'll visit every department. Zhang Yi couldn't help but laugh and said helplessly, who started that rumor? That's so exaggerated. It's just a coincidence. Alright, I'm not going to argue with you. I have outpatient duties today, so I'll be going now. In the cardiology clinic, an elderly woman in her 60s had heard from villagers that Dr. Zhang Yi at the county hospital was an exceptional doctor, so she had traveled over 10 kilometers to the county town to seek his treatment. Ah, Dr. Zhang, I just spent ages looking for you in this hospital. Cough, cough. I had to register, pay the fees, and then wait in line before finally getting here. Isn't that a huge waste of time? What about patients who are in pain? Cough, cough. Don't they have to wait for ages? In my opinion, Dr. Zhang, you should just open your own clinic. That would be so much more convenient. We wouldn't have to register or wait in line, we could just come straight in for treatment. How convenient that would be. We old ladies have trouble walking, and our children aren't around. Running back and forth is exhausting. Cough, cough. The old lady started complaining as soon as she walked in because of the long wait for registration and queuing. Zhang Yi could only smile and say, there's nothing we can do, auntie. The hospital has its rules, and as doctors, we have to follow them. Then you should really go out and open your own clinic or medical practice. Otherwise, more and more people will come to see you, and they'll all end up waiting in line with the hospital staff. Zhang Yi felt that the old lady had a point. This idea might be feasible, but whether it was opening a clinic or a medical center, it required capital. Currently, Zhang Yi was only earning the salary of a resident doctor, and his financial situation wasn't very promising. Zhang Yi felt that the old woman had a point. The idea might be worth considering, but whether it was opening a clinic or a medical center, it would require capital. Currently, Zhang Yi was only earning the salary of a resident physician, which wasn't very promising. Therefore, the idea of opening a clinic would have to be put on hold for now, at least until he had the necessary funds. Moreover, a clinic simply cannot perform surgeries, only hospitals are authorized to do so. Are we supposed to open a hospital? Sigh. Let's wait until we have the funds. Auntie, you've been coughing for several months now, haven't you? Zhang Yi said, looking at her lungs, which had already begun to show signs of fibrosis. Chapter 29, Identifying the Source, Targeting the Root Cause. Exactly, Dr. Zhang. I've been taking medication and getting 4 drips for ages, but nothing has worked. Where did you get the medicine and for treatment? Zhang Yi asked. At the town health center. They couldn't cure my cough, so I came to the county hospital. Besides coughing, do you have any symptoms such as fever or night sweats? Zhang Yi asked again, because if the cough is severe and accompanied by fever, night sweats, and other symptoms, then tuberculosis cannot be ruled out. No, just coughing. The old woman thought for a moment and replied. Zhang Yi nodded. If it wasn't tuberculosis, it would be easier to treat. Due to the limited medical equipment at the township health center, the woman's lung infection had already caused localized lung fibrosis. She should have gone to a larger hospital early on to determine the specific type of bacteria causing the infection. Perhaps it wouldn't have progressed to lung fibrosis. Pulmonary fibrosis, in simple terms, is the result of abnormal immune repair mechanisms in the lungs following bacterial infection. It is similar to how individuals with keloid scarring tend to develop scars after wounds heal, whereas others heal without noticeable scarring. In this case, the lungs develop scar tissue in response to the infection. If pulmonary fibrosis is severe, it can impair respiratory function, manifesting as dry cough, progressive shortness of breath, feeling unable to get enough air, and in some cases, may require lung transplantation to sustain life. Therefore, controlling the progression of pulmonary fibrosis begins with controlling the spread of inflammation. Auntie, your cough is very severe. I must give you a referral for an X-ray to check for lung infection and a sputum test to identify the type of bacteria. Only then can I prescribe the appropriate medication. Otherwise, simply giving you an 4 drip will not help you recover. What? A checkup? How much will that cost? It's no wonder the old lady asked about the cost first. After all, hospitals are expensive places. You have insurance, what are you worried about? The government policies are so good now. You must have bought insurance, right? You can claim the expenses when you're discharged. Zhang Yi explained. Our insurance costs over 200 yuan a year, and I couldn't afford it, so I didn't buy it. The old woman felt a bit embarrassed, probably worried that Zhang Yi would think she was too poor to afford treatment. Zhang Yi thought for a moment. If the inflammation isn't controlled soon, it could lead to widespread lung fibrosis. We must start anti-inflammatory treatment immediately. Here's what we'll do, Auntie, just go get a sputum sample tested. I'll take a look at what kind of bacteria it is and then prescribe the appropriate medication and for treatment. The sample test will only cost a few $dozen, no more than 100. Is that acceptable to you? The elderly woman hesitated for a moment, then nodded. All right, I'll go get it done. About an hour later, the old lady returned. Oh dear, Dr. Zhang, there are so many people in this hospital. Cough cough, I had to wait over an hour for the test results. What can you do? It's the only public hospital in the entire county, so everyone comes here to get treated. Zhang Yi said as he took the test results and checked them. It was a chlamydia infection. No wonder the usual anti-inflammatory treatment didn't work. Chlamydia infection is different from ordinary bacterial infections. It is the only strict intracellular parasitic prokaryote with a 2-stage reproductive cycle. The first-line treatment for chlamydia infection is tetracycline or azithromycin. However, most doctors, when faced with coughing or lung infections without test results, typically prescribe cephalosporin antibiotics. However, cephalosporins have little effect on chlamydia. Auntie, take this test result to your town health center and show it to the doctor there. He will know how to administer the intravenous treatment, and it will be cheaper. Zhang Yi handed the test result to the elderly woman. Upon hearing that it would be cheaper, the old woman was overjoyed and hurriedly smiled. Oh, thank you so much, Dr. Zhang. You're welcome. Take your time on your way back. You're welcome. Please drive carefully on your way home. Zhang Yi escorted the old lady to the hospital entrance and returned to the clinic, only to find that Yuan Li had somehow sat down in his seat. What are you doing? Get back to work instead of coming to my clinic. Get out of here. Ugh. Yuan Li stood up while looking at Zhang Yi with disappointment, shaking his head. Got a mouthful of bubbles? Humph. Zhang Yi pushed Yuan Li, causing her to plop down onto his swivel office chair. Look at you. If you keep looking at patients like that, you'll never get a performance bonus. There's nothing we can do. The old lady said she doesn't have any money, not even enough to pay the annual insurance premium of over 200 yuan. What else can you say? She lives far away. We can't possibly open an outpatient clinic for her to come back and forth every day. Admitting her to the hospital is out of the question. She can't afford it. What else can we do? We can only give her a prescription and send her to the town health center for intravenous therapy. Yuan Li sighed and said, You. If you keep this up, you'll definitely be at the bottom of the department's performance rankings. Zhang Yi also sighed. There's nothing we can do. They're not having an easy time either. We should help them out as much as we can. By the way, what did you want to talk to me about? You didn't just come here to chat, did you? Zhang Yi suddenly asked. Oh, right, the director asked me to tell you that the topics for the second city-wide medical competition have been announced. What's the topic? Sterile technique. Chapter 30, Su Qingqing's birthday. A doctor's sterile technique is primarily tested during wound dressing changes. All steps before and after changing a patient's dressing must strictly adhere to sterile technique principles. Sterile technique is not inherently difficult, but the process is highly tedious, as it involves numerous steps. Even minor oversights can result in deductions, such as the proper way to open a sterile package. The package must be opened by pinching the outer corner and pulling it open. Inserting the hand inside and flipping it open from within is strictly prohibited, as this directly contaminates the sterile package. Another example is the method of disinfection. For general wounds, disinfection is performed by slowly spreading from the inside out, with a diameter of 510 centimeters. For infected wounds, disinfection is performed by slowly contracting from the outside in, also with a diameter of 510 centimeters. The methods must not be reversed. The success of aseptic technique directly determines whether the patient will develop an infection during the current surgery or dressing change. Therefore, aseptic technique is of utmost importance and must not be overlooked. Alright, I understand. You may return to the ward now. Zhang Yi waved his hand dismissively. Oh, right, there's one more thing. Yuan Li spoke again with a mysterious expression on his face. Stop dragging your feet and just get on with it. We have patients to see. Zhang Yi urged. Today seems to be Su Qingqing's birthday. She said she's treating everyone to dinner tonight and asked me to come down and tell you to finish work early so we can all go together. But should we get her a gift? It doesn't seem right to show up empty-handed. Zhang Yi paused for a moment while tidying his desk. Birthday? That can't be right. Zhang Yi remembered that when he was in school, she once invited the entire class on a trip for her birthday. He recalled that it was around October, so how could it suddenly be August again? Hey! What are you thinking about? What should I get you? Seeing Zhang Yi spacing out, Yuan Li poked him. Just bring something, she doesn't need anything. Zhang Yi said casually. She doesn't need anything? How do you know? Nothing, I just feel like she probably has everything she needs. Zhang Yi casually explained. After all, Su Qingqing hadn't even introduced herself, so he didn't want to say too much. Forget it, asking you, a block of wood, won't get me anywhere. I'll go ask Du Ziki instead. After Yuan Li left, Zhang Yi was also pondering whether today was indeed Su Qingqing's birthday. If it was, perhaps he should still send her a gift or something. After all, she had invited him to dinner, hadn't she? Plus, they were university classmates, so whether he went or not, the gift should still be appropriate. At 5:30 p.m., the people in the department were leaving work faster than Zhang Yi, who was in the outpatient department. Zhang Yi hadn't even finished packing up when Yuan Li and Zhao Fei were already waiting at the door. Hurry up, Zhang Yisheng, we've been waiting for you. Yuan Li urged. Come on, Zhang Yisheng, we're all waiting for you. Yuan Li urged. Alright, let's go. Zhang Yi didn't want to go, but since everyone was waiting, he decided not to spoil everyone's fun. But Zhang Yi hasn't bought a gift yet. It wouldn't be appropriate to show up empty-handed. Have you bought gifts yet? Zhang Yi asked. I used a group buying platform to buy some perfume, Yuan Li said. I also bought it through a proxy service. I bought a pair of earrings. Now Zhao Fei has bought one too, leaving only Zhang Yi left. At the hospital entrance, everyone was waiting. From a distance, Su Qingqing's demeanor was indeed the most eye-catching in the crowd. Her already tall figure looked even more graceful and slender in high heels. She wore a pink waist-cinched mid-length dress, which was simple yet exuded a touch of intellectual beauty. Everyone here? Let's go! Lu Changzheng was already starving and urged everyone to leave quickly. Zhang Yi walked silently at the back of the crowd. He was wondering where to buy a gift. He hadn't thought to use a delivery service like Meituan all afternoon, so he could only buy something quickly now while everyone wasn't paying attention. Suddenly, Zhang Yi noticed a small stall selling goods near the hospital where people were dancing in the square. He glanced around quickly and saw that it was all children's toys, water guns, trading cards, toy cars, nothing for girls. Just as he was about to leave, he spotted some small hairpins tucked away in the corner. They looked like hairpins for little girls. However, there is a pink bow hair clip that is quite nice. It's not too childish. I'll take this one. How much is it, boss? Zhang Yi asked, holding up the hairpin. 2 yuan. The boss replied politely. Zhang Yi paid the money and immediately followed the group quietly. At the dinner table, since it was Su Qingqing's birthday, everyone raised their glasses to toast her, and while toasting, they also gave her their gifts. Oh, you didn't have to buy all this. It's such a waste of money. I just wanted to treat everyone to a meal and have some fun. There's no need to go to such trouble. Su Qingqing said, blushing, while glancing at Zhang Yi intentionally or unintentionally. Why not? It's your birthday, after all. We can't just show up empty-handed. Besides, this red wine is over 3,000 yuan a bottle. We're all a bit embarrassed to drink it. Lu Changzheng picked up his wine glass and said with a smile. It's nothing. As long as everyone is happy. Su Qingqing picked up her glass again and toasted everyone. Su Qingqing was still feeling a bit upset inside. Why hasn't Zhang Yi come to wish me a happy birthday yet? Everyone else has already said it, why hasn't he come yet? Just then, Zhang Yi slowly raised his glass and walked towards Su Qingqing. Chapter 31, I'll give you your first time too. Is today really your birthday? Zhang Yi walked over and asked thoughtfully. Yeah, it's the lunar calendar, Su Qingqing replied, feeling a bit nervous as she looked at Zhang Yi, who was standing so close to her. Here, have a drink. Happy birthday. Zhang Yi reached out and clinked his glass against Su Qingqing's. After taking a sip of red wine, Zhang Yi took out a pink butterfly hairpin from his bag, placed it on Su Qingqing's table, and whispered, Your birthday was so sudden. I didn't prepare anything, so I'll give you this hairpin. It's only $2, but it's the thought that counts. Su Qingqing's face flushed red and white, presumably from the wine, as she stared at the hairpin for a long time, her eyes sparkling with tears. What's wrong? Don't you like it? Zhang Yi noticed Su Qingqing's unusual reaction and asked with concern. Su Qingqing shook her head vigorously. No, I like it very much. Thank you, Zhang Yi. Phew, that's good. I was worried you didn't like it, which would have been awkward. Zhang Yi returned to his seat and continued eating, while Su Qingqing carefully put the hairpin away. This was the first time Zhang Yi had ever given her anything, so she had to take good care of it. After the meal, as the birthday girl, Su Qingqing had been persuaded to drink quite a bit of red wine. Although it was mixed with some Sprite, it was still enough to leave the young woman, who wasn't used to alcohol, feeling the effects of a hangover. Sai, Du Shiqi, could you help take Su Qingqing home? It's late at night, and it's not safe for her to go home alone. Lu Changzhang instructed several nurses who lived in the dormitory. But aren't Zhang Yi and Su Qingqing in the same neighborhood? And they're even neighbors, right? We nurses live in another neighborhood, and it's a different route. Let Zhang Yi take her, it's more convenient. Du Shiqi said while pushing the swaying Su Qingqing toward Zhang Yi. But Zhang Yi caught Su Qingqing steadily, though he felt something was off. But ing. It's already this late. Hurry up and send her home. We're leaving first. So everyone went their separate ways, and only Zhang Yi and Su Qingqing were left at the restaurant entrance. Zhang Yi sighed helplessly and picked Su Qingqing up onto his back. The small county town wasn't very big to begin with, and the old town was even smaller, so it didn't take long to reach their destination. At the front door, Zhang Yi pulled out the keys from Su Qingqing's handbag, opened the door, and gently placed Su Qingqing on the soft bed in the bedroom. Su Qingqing's even breathing indicated she was asleep, so Zhang Yi didn't turn on the light to disturb her. Just as he was about to leave quietly, someone grabbed his wrist. Can you stay with me a little longer? Su Qingqing asked cautiously. You're not asleep? You gave me a gift for the first time today, drove me home for the first time, carried me for the first time, and held my hand for the first time. With so many firsts, how could I possibly sleep? Faced with this passionate confession, Zhang Yi was at a loss for words. In the moonlight streaming through the window, Zhang Yi could clearly see Su Qingqing's expression. She tilted her head slightly and looked at him, her large eyes blinking, her pink lips pressed tightly together, and the occasional sound of swallowing revealed how nervous she was. Why don't I give you your first time too? Su Qingqing was completely emboldened by the alcohol to voice her thoughts. Under normal circumstances, she would never have the nerve to say such a thing. You've had too much to drink. Go to bed early. Zhang Yi furrowed his brows, pulled his wrist free from her grasp, and turned to leave. Bang! In the quiet night, a dull sound came from the door as it closed. Su Qingqing was also startled awake. What did I just say? Oh my goodness, I'm going to die. What did I just say? It's over, it's over. Zhang Yi must think I'm such a frivolous girl now. What should I do? What should I do? Oh no, it's over. Zhang Yi must hate me now. Su Qingqing, you big dummy. Zhang Yi hadn't gone far yet. He was lingering by the door and heard Su Qingqing's wailing from inside the house, unable to resist curling the corners of his mouth. Upon returning home, since Zhang Yi had also had a few drinks, he went straight to bed after washing up. Simulated training for pancreaticoduodenectomy will now begin. Please prepare yourself. Countdown 5, 4, 3, now. Xiao Dai? Zhang Yi called out softly, and Xiao Dai appeared in the system training space. Hello, Dr. Zhang. Zhang Yi nodded and began the training task. Pancreaticoduodenectomy is primarily used for patients with pancreatic head cancer because the pancreas is closely adjacent to the stomach, duodenum, and jejunum, so complete removal is necessary to ensure that cancer cells do not spread to other organs. Prepare the surgical knife, gauze, and hemostats, and begin the incision. Yes. Warning. Warning. The patient is losing too much blood, and vital signs are rapidly declining. Damn it. Zhang Yi made a mistake. Excessive bleeding occurred during the pancreas resection, and delayed hemostasis led to a sudden life-threatening condition for the patient. Warning! Warning! The patient is in critical condition. First training session ended. System is scoring. Please wait, host. Zhang Yi had a bad feeling. He hadn't been hit with a belt in a long time and felt like he was going to get hit a lot today. Current host training score, 0 points. This training session was severely unsatisfactory. System punishment is now being issued. Current host training score, 0 points. This training session is severely unsatisfactory. System punishment is now being issued. Slap. 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 Chapter 32, ouch, that really hurts. The slap landed 3 times, and Zhang Yi was instantly in so much pain that he broke out in a cold sweat. Although the system's punishment didn't leave any visible wounds on his skin, the pain on his nerves was far worse than any physical injury. Why 3 hits? It's killing me. Zhang Yi grimaced in pain. Note: mistakes can be made within the system space, but in the real world, a single mistake could cost a life. To ensure the host's future training results are more significant, the punishment is doubled. The system's words are beyond Zhang Yi's ability to refute. Dr. Zhang, keep it up. The system is just trying to help you. Xiao Dai stepped forward, reached out her hand, and gently rubbed Zhang Yi's back. Her soft fingertips moved back and forth, and soon, a pleasant tingling sensation replaced the previous pain. Thank you, Xiao Dai. It doesn't hurt much anymore. Let me wipe Dr. Zhang's sweat. Xiao Dai said to Zhang Yi, who was covered in sweat. No need, I can do it myself. Before Zhang Yi could refuse, Xiao Dai took out a handkerchief from her bag and gently wiped his forehead. Zhang Yi lowered his gaze to look at Xiao Dai in front of him. Her features were truly delicate, with a face that could easily pass for a celebrity S. Her almond-shaped eyes were large and round, her nose was straight and full, and when she slightly pursed her lips, 2 small dimples could be seen at the corners of her mouth. I wonder if this system just conjured up a real person out of thin air, or if it's just a fake. Xiao Dai? Can I ask you a question? Dr. Zhang, please ask me anything. Xiao Dai smiled and said. Are you a real person or a fake one? Zhang Yi couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Dr. Zhang, if you want me to be real, I'll be real. If you want me to be fake, I'll be fake. So, what do you want me to be? Xiao Dai threw the question back at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi cleared his throat awkwardly, turned his head, and said, then let's go with the truth. If it's a lie and something goes wrong during surgery, and the system gives me a failing grade, I'll be the one getting the belt, right? Xiao Dai covered her mouth and giggled softly, saying, don't worry, Dr. Zhang. Xiao Dai is the best surgical nurse around. Little did she know that at that very moment, her body was also slowly changing due to Zhang Yi's words. Another night of training passed, and the next day, Zhang Yi woke up on time and went to work. Hey, Aunt Zhang, what are you doing that smells so good? Zhang Yi was drawn to the aroma as he walked past the dumpling shop downstairs. Aunt Zhang smiled and said, I'm stewing beef bone soup. It's so fragrant. Dr. Zhang, why don't you come over for lunch after work? Sure, I haven't had beef bone soup in ages. Thanks in advance, Aunt Zhang. Zhang Yi smiled and waved at Aunt Zhang before turning and heading toward the hospital. At that moment, the department was already bustling with people. Zhang Yi couldn't help but tease his colleagues who had arrived on time. What's the wind blowing today? Everyone's here so early? Looks like last night's drinks didn't work. Oh, don't mention it. The renovation upstairs is so loud it's driving me crazy. They started drilling at dawn, and I couldn't even sleep. Yuan Li said, banging the medical records in his hand in frustration. Just then, Yuan Li looked up and saw Su Qingqing walk in. Hey, Su Qingqing, what's that thing on your head? Zhang Yi also looked over and realized it was the small hairpin he had given her. A hairpin. I didn't recognize it. Su Qingqing glared at Yuan Li. TSK, you're so old and still wearing something like that? How childish. Only little kids wear that. Mind your own business. I'm just keeping my childlike spirit alive, okay? Su Qingqing waved her little fist in front of Yuan Li, signaling him to shut up. This is the birthday gift I gave her. Zhang Yi stood aside and said slowly. You have good taste. Yuan Li was surprised for a second, then smiled and gave Zhang Yi a thumbs up. Su Qingqing glanced at Zhang Yi secretly, and her face turned red instantly as she recalled last night's events. How embarrassing. I can't show my face. Then Su Qingqing quickly ran back to her seat, collapsed on the desk, and began to regret her actions. What's wrong with her? Yuan Li looked at Su Qingqing's strange behavior and asked Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi smiled and said, I don't know. Maybe she drank too much yesterday and hasn't recovered yet. After the morning meeting, Lu Changzheng informed Zhang Yi that starting today, he would officially begin his shift. The shift meant night duty, requiring him to remain on standby in the department for the entire 24-hour period. Alright, no problem. I assigned you to the night shift so you can familiarize yourself with the procedures. Otherwise, when you go to the orthopedic department or the emergency room, you won't know what to do. As a department head, if you don't understand the procedures, others won't respect you. Zhang Yi nodded, I understand, director. After that, Lu Changzheng patted Zhang Yi on the shoulder and returned to his own office. Patients in the cardiology department are generally admitted through the outpatient department, where nurses then assign them to doctors. Therefore, if there are no patients at the outpatient department, there will be no patients in the department either. Unless it's an emergency. When it's an emergency, you come immediately. On Zhang Yi's first day on duty, at 2 a.m., an emergency case arrived: a middle-aged man who had nearly suffered a heart attack. Chapter 33, Overwork Leads to a Heart Attack. Zhang Yi glanced at the documents handed to him by the nurse. Gao Lang, male, 39 years old, was brought to the hospital by his family at 2:02 a.m. due to sudden chest pain accompanied by confusion. Physical examination: T37.8, P123, R24, BP 130, 78 mm of mercury. The emergency department made a preliminary diagnosis of acute myocardial infarction. Zhang Yi examined Gao Lang's cardiac condition and determined that it was not caused by coronary heart disease. Therefore, it was highly likely that the myocardial infarction was due to excessive fatigue or prolonged cardiac activity without adequate rest. Myocardial infarction commonly occurs on the basis of coronary heart disease, specifically myocardial ischemia caused by coronary artery atherosclerosis, which is referred to as myocardial infarction. However, there are also cases of myocardial infarction not caused by coronary heart disease, such as physical exertion, emotional excitement, overeating, smoking, and alcohol consumption, which can all trigger myocardial infarction. In contemporary society, many people frequently stay up late and neglect proper rest, leading to a gradual increase in the incidence of myocardial infarction. Numerous news reports highlight cases where teenagers collapse and die suddenly after spending the night playing video games in internet cafes. Such sudden deaths are also caused by acute myocardial infarction resulting from myocardial ischemia. Take Gao Lang, who is currently in a semi-comatose state. At 40 years old, he shouldn't have been involved in anything overly exciting, and the likelihood of overreading is also low. Looking at his dark circles under his eyes and dull complexion, Zhang Yi speculates that his condition is likely caused by myocardial ischemia resulting from excessive fatigue. At that moment, the patient's family arrived. Looking at Zhang Yi, they tearfully exclaimed, "Doctor, how is my husband? Is he going to be okay? He's the breadwinner of our family. He can't die." Zhang Yi comforted them, saying, "Your husband is having a heart attack, but the condition isn't too serious. With immediate intravenous treatment, his condition should stabilize." But how did he end up like this? It might be due to excessive stress. Business has been tough lately, and he's been thinking about work non-stop for days without getting any rest. Zhang Yi nodded, confirming that his guess was correct. "All right, I understand. Don't worry, the nurse will administer the four soon. Just make sure not to disturb the patient while he's resting." After that, Zhang Yi returned to his office and immediately issued the medical orders. The patient's primary concern was pain, which is the most typical symptom of myocardial infarction, commonly known as angina pectoris. Generally, 10 mg of morphine is administered intravenously as an analgesic. For patients with persistent pain and no hypotension, intravenous infusion of nitroglycerin can be administered to dilate peripheral blood vessels, reduce peripheral resistance, decrease venous return to the heart, lower cardiac output, alleviate cardiac workload, and reduce myocardial oxygen consumption, thereby relieving angina pectoris. Next, address the issue of blood volume by immediately establishing an intravenous line and administering fluid therapy. Continuously monitor changes in heart rhythm. If occasional ventricular premature beats occur, no medication is required. However, if severe frequent ventricular premature beats or ventricular tachycardia occur, administer lidocaine intravenously immediately, followed by slow, continuous intravenous infusion. Finally, regarding the low-grade fever, Gao Lang's current temperature is 37.8 C, which is not too high. The nurse can first administer physical cooling measures. As long as the temperature remains stable, there is no cause for concern. After handling everything, Zhang Yi looked up at the window and saw that the sky was beginning to lighten. Oh, it's almost 5 o'clock. Another sleepless night. Dr. Zhang, the patient's condition has stabilized significantly, and he has regained consciousness. Dr. Zhang, the patient's condition has stabilized significantly, and he has regained consciousness. Nurse Xiaohe, who was on duty with Zhang Yi, reported at the office door. Dr. Zhang nodded, "All right, I understand. Take a seat and rest for a while. You've been working all night. What rest? It's almost time to hand over the shift, and I haven't written the handover report yet." Nurse Xiaohe felt annoyed just thinking about the lengthy handover report. Just then, the sound of delicate high heels echoed down the corridor, growing louder as they approached the office. "Wow, Xingxing, why are you here so early?" Xiaohe was stunned to see Su Xingxing. It was only 5 o'clock, and the sky wasn't even fully lit yet. Why was she here so early? Su Qingqing glanced at Zhang Yi without giving away her thoughts, then placed the breakfast she was holding on the table and said, "I couldn't sleep last night, so I thought I'd just come to the department early. Here, this is breakfast for you all. I thought you might have been busy all night and didn't have time to eat, so I just bought something quick." "Wow, you call this just a little something? How are the two of us supposed to finish all of this?" Xiaohe smiled and walked over, picking up a piece of bread and biting into it. "It's okay, you two can't finish it all. We can share it with everyone else when they arrive." Su Qingqing said as she took a piece of bread and handed it to Zhang Yi, saying, "Have some. You've been busy all night, haven't you?" Zhang Yi nodded, took the bread, and began to eat. Not bad, pretty tasty. Thanks. Zhang Yi raised the bread and thanked Su Qingqing. Hee, I'm glad you like it. There's some milk over there. Should I get it for you? Before she could finish speaking, Su Qingqing had already brought over a bottle of milk. Even if Xiao He had no sense of the situation, he should have realized he was the third wheel. Sure enough, after coming to his senses, Xiao He quietly took a few slices of bread and some milk and returned to his nurse's station. After breakfast, Zhang Yi was writing down the notes for the morning meeting. When he turned around, he noticed that Su Qingqing had somehow fallen asleep on the desk. Pig. Zhang Yi muttered under his breath, walking over to drape a white lab coat over Su Qingqing. Chapter 34, Sterile Procedure, Perfect. The day of the city-level competition arrived quickly. On that day, the county hospital even dispatched a special vehicle to transport the 5 doctors who had advanced to the next round to the entrance of the First People's Hospital of Tianshan City. Upon alighting, they could see the directional signs specially prepared by the People's Hospital for this competition, which read, 2019 National Medical Procedures Competition. Please proceed to the 5th floor of the Medical Education Building. When Zhang Yi arrived at the 5th floor of the Medical Education Building, the scene was quite impressive. In the approximately 800 square meter conference room, 30 medical treatment carts were arranged in the center, with 30 chairs placed around them. Each chair was occupied by a mannequin made of thermoplastic elastomer composite material. 2 cameramen were already filming non-stop inside the conference room. This setup is much larger than what they have at the county hospital. Zhang Yi remarked as he looked at the arrangement. A city-level competition definitely needs to be done properly. Although Tianshan City isn't a first-tier city, it still has 6 districts and counties. The national competition will be even more intense. I heard it's being held at the First People's Hospital in the capital, and the Massachusetts General Hospital will also send representatives. The winner can directly follow the Massachusetts General Hospital team to study in the United States. Zhong Liang, a doctor from the traditional Chinese medicine hospital who had come along, explained in a low voice. I'm not really interested in the training program, but the prize money is quite appealing. After all, with that 1 million yuan prize, I could at least afford to rent a storefront. Zhang Yi is here? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out behind him. Zhang Yi turned around and realized it was Su Zhao. I heard that only one person can advance in today's city-level competition. I've been counting on you as my biggest rival, Zhang Yi. Su Zhao looked at Zhang Yi and said with a slight challenge. But I don't consider you my biggest rival, Zhang Yi said slowly, his thin lips parting slightly. My biggest rival is only myself. Su Zhao didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled meaningfully and said, alright, then we'll just wait and see. Behind him, Li Wenkai silently glanced at Su Zhao's back. It seemed like he wasn't the only one who wanted to defeat Zhang Yi. As the number of people in the meeting room grew, Zhang Yi was about to turn and enter when the corner of his eye caught a familiar figure. Su Qingqing? What are you doing here? Zhang Yi took 2 steps forward and grabbed Su Qingqing's arm, asking. I'm here for the competition. Su Qingqing replied with a serious expression. Aren't you the one who didn't sign up for the competition? I got my dad to pull some strings, so I went straight to the city-level competition. You really are something, Zhang Yi. There's nothing to say. Your family has money, and that's all you've got, just a lot of it. You can get anywhere you want. Hee, I couldn't even finish the CPR question from the county hospital. You know I'm not strong, so when I saw you get promoted, I just had my dad arrange it for me. Zhang Yi frowned and looked at Su Qingqing seriously. Is this fair to the doctors who have worked hard and competed their way up? Su Qingqing was at a loss for words, not knowing how to explain herself. She had only wanted the opportunity to spend more time with Zhang Yi. Seeing Su Qingqing hanging her head like a child who had done something wrong and was being scolded, Zhang Yi sighed helplessly and said, do as you wish. Since you're already here, give it your best shot and show your true abilities. Su Qingqing's mood was like a roller coaster, plummeting to the lowest point because of Zhang Yi's words and then soaring to the highest point because of his next words. Okay, I'll definitely do my best. After all, I'm only ranked 2nd in the class, right behind you. Then, everyone entered the competition venue together. The judges' table was occupied by several hospital directors from the Municipal People's Hospital, along with Health Bureau Director Han Jinfang and her secretary, as well as several professors from the imperial capital city, who had already taken their seats. After the host announced some important notes and rules, the timer started. Cameras were also recording from all angles. A total of 30 doctors participated in the competition, arranged in 6 rows of 5. Each row had 2 teachers moving back and forth to check for any cheating. The competition began. Zhang Yi was seated in the 2nd row, all the way at the edge, with a teacher standing right next to him. Everything Zhang Yi did was under the teacher's watchful eye. Sterile procedures weren't difficult at all as long as one had been well trained, mistakes were rare, and the rest was just a matter of practice. Each treatment cart is equipped with sterile hand sanitizer for anticoagulation. The first step is to put on a mask, followed by hand washing. In medical procedures, it is essential to ensure your hands are clean to prevent transferring bacteria to patients. Handwashing is not just a simple wash, it must be done using the 7-step handwashing method, which includes the following 7 areas: inner, outer, between fingers, between thumbs, fingertips, wrists, and palms. Inadequate handwashing will result in deductions. After washing hands, open the sterile package. Peel off the uncolored seal at the closure of the sterile package, then gently open the package while holding the outer part. This area becomes the sterile zone. The operator must maintain a distance of 20 centimeters from the sterile zone, otherwise, the sterile zone is considered contaminated and the procedure is deemed unsuccessful. After opening the sterile package, use the sterile forceps in the right hand to pick up the cotton ball. With the left hand, open the cap of the bottle containing iodine disinfectant. The cap must be placed with the inner surface facing upward, not downward. If the cap is placed with the inner surface facing downward, it will be considered contamination of the sterile disinfectant and the procedure will be deemed failed. Zhang Yi finally completed the tedious sterile procedure. He raised his hand and said, "I'm done." Looking back, he was the only one out of 30 who had finished. The teacher standing nearby also praised Zhang Yi highly, whispering to the judges on the panel, "I watched this doctor the entire time, and I couldn't find a single mistake. His sterile technique was flawless." Han Jinfang also took the opportunity to campaign for Zhang Yi, saying, "I know this doctor. Not only is he skilled in medicine, but he is also very humble and has a solid foundation in professional knowledge." Is that so? There aren't many people who can be praised so highly by the director of the Tianshan City Health Bureau. I'll have to keep my eyes open to see who this distinguished individual is. Hu Changli, one of the gastroenterology professors from the imperial capital, said as he appraised Zhang Yi. Chapter 35, tied for first place. In the center of the conference room, the competition arena. Su Zhao was not far from Zhang Yi and could clearly see Zhang Yi complete all the operations and the entire process. How could this guy be so fast and precise? Su Zhao marveled to himself. However, he couldn't admit defeat yet. After all, the competition wasn't over, and the judges hadn't started scoring. He still had a chance as long as he performed better than Zhang Yi. 1 minute remaining. Please note the time, all participating doctors. Any operations not completed by the time limit will be deemed a failure. The host picked up the microphone and carefully reminded everyone. Zhang Yi stood there and looked around, shaking his head in disdain. What are they doing? Why are they so slow? I'm done. Su Qingqing raised her little hand and said. The judges nodded in understanding. Then Su Qingqing turned to look at Zhang Yi, her little eyes sparkling as if she were seeking praise. See? I'm so talented. Zhang Yi rolled his eyes and snorted derisively. Little punk, you're not impressive until you surpass me. The competition has begun. The host pressed the timer in his hand and announced. Staff members then began counting the number of participants who had not finished. There were 5 people who had not completed the task, and 2 others had failed midway due to operational errors. The remaining 23 participants required judges to score them individually. Everyone can now take a 10-minute break in the adjacent lounge, where refreshments and fruits are available. We will announce the final results in 10 minutes. The host addressed all the participating doctors. In the break room, everyone sat together, chatting animatedly, as tense as students who had just finished an exam. Where's Li Wenkai? Zhang Yi scanned the crowd and asked. He was eliminated and left already. He accidentally knocked over the sterile cotton ball box while operating, so he was immediately disqualified. Zhong Liang said. Oh, Zhang Yi nodded. No wonder I couldn't find him, he must have felt embarrassed and left first. What? Are you worried someone will take your spot? Su Qingqing said while munching on watermelon. It's not about being first. There are always people better than you, and you should always be prepared to learn humbly. Don't be too arrogant. Zhang Yi said seriously. Good. Well said. Hu Changli walked into the break room and shouted loudly. Despite being in his 50s, his voice was still loud and powerful, startling several doctors who were engrossed in conversation. Hu Changli walked over to Zhang Yi, patted him on the shoulder, and said, Young man, despite your age, you've grasped the concept quite deeply. Not bad, not bad. Professor who is being too kind. I was just sharing my own thoughts. Zhang Yi nodded slightly. Hu Changli looked at Zhang Yi with a satisfied smile and asked, Then let me ask you, why do you want to be a doctor? There's no reason. I just want to be a doctor. My lifelong aspiration is to save lives and alleviate suffering, with the goal of reducing people's pain and restoring their health. Zhang Yi spoke each word firmly. At that moment, everyone in the break room, including Hu Changli, looked at Zhang Yi with admiration, including Su Zhao. Young man, you must know that the path of a doctor is long and arduous. It's not something you can achieve by just talking the talk. Hu Changli reminded Zhang Yi. Don't worry, Professor Hu, I will definitely make it happen. Hu Changli smiled and nodded, then picked up 2 slices of watermelon from the table and left. Actually, he had just come over to eat a couple of slices of watermelon, but ended up seeing the doctor named Zhang Yi whom Han Jinfan had been praising all along. He couldn't help but ask a few more questions. To his surprise, the young doctor, despite his age, seemed to have quite a high moral character. About 10 minutes later, the results were out. The host was clearly taken aback when she saw the list. It seemed the results were quite unexpected. Attention all participating doctors, the results of this year's medical procedure competition are now in my hands. First, we would like to extend our special thanks to the doctors who did not place but still took the time to travel such a long distance to participate in the competition. Since only the first place winner can advance, the remaining doctors have unfortunately been eliminated. Without further ado, I will now announce the first place winner. First of all, she is a girl. As soon as the host spoke, several female doctors in the conference room excitedly gasped, but not Su Qingqing. How could it be a girl? What about Zhang Yi? Zhang Yi did such a great job, shouldn't he be the first one? This must be a fix. If Zhang Yi didn't advance, it's definitely a fix. Su Qingqing clenched her small hands tightly, furious. When Zhang Yi heard the host say it was a girl, a flash of disappointment crossed his eyes. Perhaps he really wasn't as skilled as he thought. Su Qingqing. Congratulations to Su Qingqing for winning first place in the city-level competition. The host held the microphone, and her loud voice echoed throughout the entire conference room. What? Me? Oh my gosh. Su Qingqing was a bit stunned. She hadn't asked her dad to pull strings to get her the first place, had she? If that was the case, how could she face Zhang Yi? She had advanced, but Zhang Yi hadn't. Clearly, Zhang Yi had completed his work faster and better than her. Su Qingqing's little face was filled with guilt. She was certain her father had made a call to the department, otherwise she couldn't have beaten Zhang Yi. Just then, the host's voice rang out again. Here, I also have some good news to share. This time, we have a tie for first place, which means there's another first place winner I haven't announced yet. Chapter 36, Don't force yourself if the feelings aren't there. Tied for first place? That's great. It must be you, Zhang Yi. Su Qingqing excitedly turned her head and said to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi smiled lightly and said, I'll take that as a good omen. The first place winner is Dr. Zhang Yi from Dutsuan County People's Hospital. Congratulations. Congratulations to Dr. Zhang Yi and Dr. Su Qingqing for tying for first place and advancing to the national finals of the medical procedures competition. After the host finished speaking, enthusiastic applause filled the conference room, and everyone turned their attention to Zhang Yi and Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing smiled shyly, feeling as though she were blessing a newlywed couple. Su Zhao, sitting in the corner, sighed silently. Although this competition was just a sterile procedure, sterile techniques were the first professional knowledge all medical students had to master upon entering the field of medicine. To perform this procedure well, one had to deeply ingrain sterile awareness into their mind. This exam on sterile procedures was simply to assess how well the doctors performed this entry-level procedure. If a doctor couldn't even perform an entry-level procedure properly, one could only imagine how they would fare in other areas. In clinical settings, time is of the essence. Judging by Zhang Yi's speed, he is the one who can save more lives. After the competition ended, everyone gathered in the conference room for a group photo before going their separate ways. Zhang Yi, wait a moment. Zhang Yi turned around and realized it was Han Jinfang calling him. Hello, Director Han. Zhang Yi said politely. Don't be so formal, Dr. Zhang. I haven't properly thanked you for my husband yet. It's nothing. How is General Lu recovering? He's doing great. I was planning to invite you again next month to see if we should consider skull reconstruction. Zhang Yi nodded. Sure, we'll decide based on his recovery next month. If conditions permit, we can proceed with the procedure. How about I treat you to a simple meal today? There are several experts and professors from the capital here. Would you like to meet them? Han Jinfang asked quietly. Since the director of the health bureau was being so proactive, Zhang Yi really couldn't refuse and agreed. Su Qingqing could only reluctantly follow everyone back to Dachhuan County, since the director had invited Zhang Yi, not her. Inside the restaurant, Zhang Yi didn't really like this kind of dinner party, which was full of high-ranking officials and elders. Compared to the departmental dinners, Zhang Yi seemed much more reserved at this moment. During the dinner, Han Jinfang kept eating while glancing at the door. Zhang Yi couldn't help but ask, What's wrong, Director Han? Are there any more friends coming? Han Jinfang gave an awkward laugh and said, My daughter is on her way. Daughter? No sooner had the words left his mouth than the door to the private room was pushed open. A short-haired girl dressed in simple short-sleeved sports pants walked into the private room. She apologized to everyone with a slight bow and said, Sorry, there was a bit of traffic on the way, so I'm late. I apologize. A director recognized her and smiled. Oh, isn't this the director's daughter? Han Jinfang also stood up and introduced her to everyone. This is my daughter, Lu Siyu. Oh my, Siyu has grown so much. Just a few years ago, she was still a child. She really grows fast. Lu Siyu smiled playfully and said, Uncle Jin, I've already grown up. After summer vacation, I'll be a senior in college. Oh, right. I have a bad memory. Which university are you attending? Air Force Aviation Academy. Wow, that's really something. Impressive. No wonder she's the daughter of General Liu. Truly, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. You flatter me. Lu Xiu said with a standard smile. Zhang Yi couldn't help but take a closer look at Lu Xiu. Getting into the Air Force Aviation Academy was no easy feat, though he didn't know if she had any family connections. Even if she did, anyone who could endure the rigorous training at a military-style school wasn't someone to be underestimated. While Zhang Yi wasn't very familiar with aviation, he was certain it wasn't any easier than being a doctor, especially at the Air Force Aviation University. As Zhang Yi quietly observed Lu Xiu, she suddenly turned her head toward him. Their eyes met, and Zhang Yi blushed and looked away. After all, staring directly at a girl was considered impolite. Lu Xiu walked over and sat down next to Zhang Yi, whispering, "What's wrong? Never seen a beautiful woman before?" Zhang Yi laughed awkwardly and said, "Ha, now I have." Lu Xiu paused for a moment, then suddenly smiled softly and said, "My mom told me you saved my dad." "Thank you." Lu Xiu looked at Zhang Yi and said another serious sentence. "A doctor's heart is compassionate, it's just what I should do." Lu Xiu nodded, picked up a drink, and clinked it against Zhang Yi's glass on the table, saying, "To show my gratitude, I'll drink this, and you can have the rest." Zhang Yi couldn't help but roll his eyes. "You're drinking a beverage, and I'm drinking alcohol. You won't get drunk no matter how much you drink." As if sensing Zhang Yi's thoughts, Lu Xiu blinked and smiled. "Sorry, school rules prohibit drinking, so?" Zhang Yi nodded in understanding. "Well, there's nothing we can do about it. She's a girl and she drank her whole glass. If you don't drink, are you even a man? Let's do it." Zhang Yi picked up the small cup of white wine in front of him and downed it in one gulp. Zhang Yi pursed his lips. The taste of the white wine was indeed strong, and after one sip, his whole body felt warm. Dr. Zhang is truly bold. I'm truly impressed. After dinner, Han Jinfang arranged a car to take Zhang Yi back to Dachuan County. As they were about to leave, Lu Xiu approached Zhang Yi and said, "Dr. Zhang, if you're not very close, I suggest you don't drink it all at once. Otherwise, you'll get drunk." Chapter 37, 62 points is a failing grade. By the time Zhang Yi returned to Dachuan County, it was already pitch black outside. After a quick wash, Zhang Yi collapsed onto the bed. Simulated training for pancreatic duodenectomy will now begin. Please prepare yourself. Countdown, 5, 4, 3, now. Zhang Yi slowly opened his eyes. Everything around him became bright. He was already wearing a surgical gown, a surgical cap, and a mask. On the operating table lay a middle-aged man, naked and lifelike, positioned in a human form. "Xiao Dai?" Zhang Yi called softly. "Here, Dr. Zhang." Xiao Dai appeared and replied sweetly. "Let's begin with disinfecting the large area of skin." "Yes." Pancreatic duodenectomy is primarily used for pancreatic head cancer, which is a malignant tumor occurring in the head of the pancreas. It is characterized by rapid progression, difficulty in early detection, low resection rates, and poor prognosis. It has also become the fourth leading cause of death from malignant tumors. Most patients who undergo resection have a 5-year survival rate of less than 5%, meaning that even with surgery, life expectancy may only be extended by a few years, and complete recovery is extremely rare. The exact causes of pancreatic cancer are currently unknown, but research suggests it may be associated with factors such as smoking and genetics. However, for Zhang Yi, even if there is only a 5% chance, he hopes to do everything in his power to help patients alleviate their suffering and extend their lives. The surgery began. An incision is made in the right upper abdomen along the rectus abdominis muscle, extending from the right side of the xiphoid process to 23 cm below the umbilicus. A midline incision is made in the upper abdomen, extending from the xiphoid process downward around the umbilicus to 23 cm below the umbilicus, and an incision is made from the lower costal margin of the upper abdomen to the right clavicular midline and then to the left anterior axillary line. A total of 3 incisions are made. Insert a 10 cm observation retractor at 23 cm below the umbilicus. Insert the main surgical retractors at 5 cm and 12 cm below the left axillary line, 2 cm below the costal margin, and at the level of the umbilicus. Subsequently, insert the laparoscope into the abdominal cavity to examine the tumor site and determine if there is distant metastasis or vascular invasion. After securing all tubes, establish an artificial pneumoperitoneum. Once the intra-abdominal pressure reaches 1012 mm of mercury, begin dissecting the tumor tissue. Zhang Yi's mental strength is really improving. He can stand for 5 or 6 hours without feeling tired. Detected that the host has completed the training task for pancreatic duodenectomy. Scoring will now begin. Please wait. The scoring has begun. Zhang Yi is a bit nervous. He must pass. The host's training score is now being released, 62 points. The host's passing score is 70 points, so this training session is a failure. The system punishment is now being issued. Host training score now released, 62 points. The passing score for the host is 70 points, so this training session is unsatisfactory. System punishment is now being issued. What the heck? I did it pretty well. Where did I go wrong? Zhang Yi was confused. He felt he hadn't made any mistakes throughout the process. How could it still be 62 points? The host improperly removed lymph nodes near the hepatic artery, leaving residual lymph nodes. What? Residual lymph nodes? Lymph nodes are the tissues most susceptible to invasion by tumor cells. They must be completely removed during surgery to prevent recurrence or complications later on. Alright, I understand. Zhang Yi nodded and accepted the punishment. Slap. Zhang Yi's entire body trembled. It hurts so much, it hurts so much. Please keep up the good work, host. Aim for perfection in every surgery. I will. Second pancreaticoduodenectomy training will begin immediately. Please prepare yourself, host. Zhang Yi wakes up naturally at 7 a.m. every day, gets up, washes up, and arrives at the department just in time. Here comes the expert of our department. Welcome, welcome. A warm welcome to you. As soon as Zhang Yi entered the department, everyone started to cheer. It seemed that Su Qingqing had already told them the results yesterday. Oh no. Now Zhang Yi is going to get promoted and move to another department. I wonder if he's been assigned to the emergency department or the orthopedic department. But it doesn't matter, right? They're all just going to be bosses, aren't they, Zhang Yi? Yuanli crossed her arms and nudged Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi rolled his eyes at Yuanli and said, "Go back to your shift. Why are you suddenly concerned about me?" Yuanli put his arm around Zhang Yi's shoulder and said, "Hey, I'm your dad. If I don't care about you, who will? Are you looking for trouble?" Zhang Yi punched him in the face. Ha ha. Cough, cough, what are you doing so early in the morning? Making all this noise, is this a vegetable market? Lu Changzheng walked in and glared at Yuanli, saying, "You're the only one in the department who's always making a fuss." Yuanli looked aggrieved. "Director, how can you say that to me? They're making noise too." Zhang Yi even got physical. "Shut up. If you had half of Zhang Yi's achievements, I wouldn't say a word even if you caused a scene in the department. But since you don't, just obey me." "Alright, he really doesn't." "Alright, just focus on your work. If patients and their families see this, it'll be a disgrace. You're all supposed to be doctors and nurses wearing white coats." Lu Changzheng gave everyone a disapproving glance before speaking again. "By the way, the hospital is holding a mid-year summary meeting this Friday. Everyone must attend except those on duty. Will they also announce Zhang Yi's promotion?" Lu Changzheng nodded. "The dean will explain everything to everyone at the appropriate time." Chapter 38, Head of the Emergency Department Medical Team. Inside the President's office. "Director, I think Zhang Yi is still very suitable for our orthopedic surgery department. His bone-setting techniques and procedures are exactly what the young doctors in our department should learn from." Wang Ping, the head of the orthopedic surgery department, sat in his office and spoke seriously to Director Zhang. I'm not so sure about that, old Wang. Zhang Yi has excellent adaptability. It would be a shame not to keep him in the emergency department." Upon hearing this, Lin Wei, the head of the emergency department, immediately shook his head and refuted Wang Ping's opinion. "You can't say that either. Zhang Yi must be outstanding in some area, so he should be placed where his strengths lie. It's obvious that he's more skilled in orthopedics. You can't say it like that. Zhang Yi must be excelling in a particular area and should focus on that. Clearly, he's more skilled in orthopedics. No, the emergency department would be a better fit for him. I think orthopedics is more suitable. No, I think. Stop. Don't argue, both directors. Zhang Yi is only one person, you can't split him in two." Director Li sat at his desk, watching the two directors argue, and tried to mediate. "Then what should we do, director?" Wang Peng shrugged his shoulders, passing the problem back to the director. The director pondered for a moment and said, "How about this? Based on Zhang Yi's current title, he's not yet qualified to be a department head. After all, the title of department head requires one to first obtain the title of associate chief physician. I reviewed Zhang Yi's records, and he is currently only an attending physician. Therefore, the position of department head is not yet feasible. However, the role of medical team leader is more than suitable for him." The implication was that the emergency department might be a better fit. The ranks of general physicians, from lowest to highest, are resident physician, licensed physician, attending physician, associate chief physician, and chief physician. All titles must be obtained through national examinations, and only those who pass the exams are awarded the corresponding certificates. These titles also correspond to the clinical rank of doctors. For example, Zhang Yi is currently an attending physician and is fully qualified to serve as a team leader. However, to become a chief physician, one must first pass the examination to become an associate chief physician. To become an associate chief physician, one must wait 5 years before being eligible to take the examination for the position of associate chief physician. During this period, continuous learning is required, such as publishing academic papers or summarizing clinical experience. In summary, these 5 years are the period during which attending physicians accumulate experience. Orthopedic Department Director Wang Peng wanted to make another case for it, but the hospital director continued, "Moreover, this week we are selecting doctors to go for further training at the Municipal People's Hospital. I was thinking that this would be a good opportunity to send Zhang Yi there. Let him go to the emergency department of a municipal-level hospital to learn about their management model. This might make him more suited for the role of medical team leader when he returns." Upon hearing that the director intended to assign Zhang Yi to the emergency department, Lin Wei was overjoyed and hurriedly replied, "Yes, no problem. Director, please go ahead and arrange it." Wang Peng stood by silently, biting his lip. Since the director had already made his decision, anything else he said would be pointless. On Friday, the mid-year summary meeting was held as scheduled. The conference room in the medical education building of the County People's Hospital was packed with people. Director Li Changlong took the microphone and slowly walked to the center of the stage at the front of the meeting room and said, "First and foremost, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all the medical staff present here for your hard work and dedication during the first half of this year. Without you, there would be no County People's Hospital as we know it today, and the safety and well-being of the local community would be at risk. Today, we will primarily summarize all the shortcomings we identified in the first half of the year, and each department must identify where these issues lie. On stage, the heads of each department will take turns stepping to the center of the stage to deliver their presentations." This went on for 2 hours, and many doctors in the audience began to doze off. For example, Yuan Li was drooping his eyelids, nodding his head up and down like a chick pecking at grain. Finally, I have an important announcement to make regarding the upcoming training program for our hospital's doctors at a higher level hospital next month. The list of participants has already been selected by the hospital directors, and I will now announce it. Dr. Li Yuanying from the Nephrology Department, Dr. Feng Chao from the Otolaryngology Department, Dr. Huang Jiu from the General Surgery Department, and Nurse Mao Xiaohong from the Obstetrics and Gynecology Department. Dr. Yuan Li, Cardiology. Dr. Zhang Yi, Cardiology. Dr. Yuan Li, wake up. The director is calling you. Dr. Zhang Yi pinched Dr. Yuan Li's arm hard, and he woke up instantly from the pain. "Ouch! Why did you pinch me?" Yuan Li said angrily. "You're on the list for further training, you idiot." "What? I'm going for further training? Are you sure?" Yuan Li looked utterly disbelieving. He, a complete novice, had actually been selected for further training at a municipal hospital. Su Qingqing sat beside him, eagerly waiting for her name to appear on the list, but when the director finished reading the entire list, her name was still nowhere to be found. "What's going on? How could I not be on the list? I was the co-first place winner in the city-level competition. I really wanted to go for further training." Su Qingqing complained discontentedly. The leader must have his reasons for making that arrangement. Zhang Yi explained to Su Qingqing. "No way, I'll go ask the director later why Yuan Li can go for further training but I can't." On stage, after reading the list, the director continued, "In the recent medical procedure standards competition, 2 doctors from our hospital's cardiology department successfully advanced to the national finals. They are Zhang Yi and Su Qingqing. Congratulations to them." After finishing, the director led the applause. "They are both a source of pride for our hospital. I hope that all the young doctors present here today will take them as role models and strive to surpass them in next year's competition." There is also another matter regarding Dr. Zhang Yi's promotion. Given his outstanding character and solid professional knowledge, after careful consideration by several hospital leaders, we have decided to transfer Dr. Zhang Yi to the emergency department to serve as the head of the medical team. Once the group of resident doctors returns, he will assist Dr. Lin Wei, the head of the emergency department, in managing the department. Chapter 39, Those Who Strive Will Be Noticed. A doctor's heart is compassionate, the resilient endure. Looking to the future, we are filled with ambition. I hope that everyone will stay true to our original aspirations, strive forward with determination, and always uphold the hospital motto of compassion, harmony, health, and innovation. Let us shoulder the sacred mission of placing patients' health at the center of everything we do. That concludes the mid-year summary for the first half of the year at Dachuan County First People's Hospital. Thank you all. After the meeting, Su Qingqing hurriedly went to find Director Lu Changzheng. "Director, I have a question to ask you." Su Qingqing asked Lu Changzheng with a questioning tone. Lu Changzheng took a sip of tea, glanced at Su Qingqing's expression, and knew why she had come to find him. However, he pretended not to know and asked, "What's the question?" "It's just that, why wasn't I included in the list of doctors going for further training? My performance wasn't bad, was it? Why?" "Ah." Lu Changzheng sighed and said earnestly, "Qingqing, I might be able to guess that your family background is quite good, but if you keep relying on connections to climb the ladder, how much real ability do you have? For example, let's set aside the fact that you tied for first place in the city-level medical procedure competition. Is it fair to others that you were able to directly enter a city-level competition like that? Those doctors have also worked their way up step by step through their own abilities. Some people might envy your overnight success, but I believe this will only make you increasingly unable to see yourself clearly. If you're worried about not advancing in the county-level competition, you can practice more. No one is born successful, everyone achieves their current results through constant effort and perseverance. Although Yuan Li is not very bright and talks a lot, I at least saw him practicing every day in the restroom during the county-level competition. Although the results were not ideal, he made an effort, which is why I decided to give him this recommendation opportunity. I've said all this, hoping you can understand the meaning behind my words. After Lu Changzheng finished speaking, Su Qingqing blushed and lowered her head. In truth, he was right. What Su Qingqing was doing was indeed unfair to those doctors who had worked their way up step by step, and it also made it easier for her to lose sight of her own abilities. But this world isn't fair, is it? After all, Su Qingqing came from a wealthy family. Growing up in such an environment, there were certain things she simply couldn't understand in her current situation. I understand, Director. Su Qingqing bowed her head, looking apologetic. Lu Changzheng nodded, you're a quick learner. Now go back to work. Sigh, Zhang Yi, when are you going to the emergency room? In the doctor's office, Yuan Li asked curiously. Didn't you hear the director say that you should go to the emergency department after your further training? Yuan Li smiled awkwardly and said, I was a bit groggy from sleep and didn't hear what the dean said clearly. I only heard that I was going for further training, and I don't know anything else. You're beyond help. Zhang Yi shook his head while organizing the medical records on his computer. When are we going for further training? Yuan Li thought for a moment and asked again. It's still early. We'll go in August. Zhang Yi replied casually. What do you mean early? It's almost July, and there's only 1 month left. By the way, we'll definitely be sharing a dorm room then, right? Oh, I wonder how the food is at that hospital. Our hospital is only a secondary hospital, but the food is still pretty good. By the way, do we still get paid while we're on further training? I think you're just excited about being selected for further training, aren't you? You keep asking non-stop. I don't know if the food is good or if there's a salary. Go ask Director Lu. Zhang Yi turned his head and glared at Yuan Li, saying, This is so annoying. I'm trying to write the medical records, and this guy is buzzing around like a mosquito, making all this noise. Oh well. I feel like I stepped in dog poop and got lucky. Yuan Li actually got to go for further training. Yuan Li ignored Zhang Yi's mood and continued talking to himself. Su Qingqing, who had just come out of the director's office, couldn't help but laugh out loud upon hearing this. Su Qingqing, what are you laughing at? Can't you stand me going for further training? Yuan Li said angrily. Haha, it seems you don't even know why you got to go for further training. It's because the director gave you the spot. What a stroke of luck. If the director hears you, he'll be so angry he'll die. What? The director gave you the spot? Hey! I should thank him then. After saying that, Yuan Li stood up and rushed into the director's office. Don't you even want to know what the director just told me? In the doctor's office, Su Qingqing placed her hands behind her waist and asked softly. Zhang Yi stopped organizing the medical records, turned his head to look at Su Qingqing, and said, He must have been talking about you, not me. It probably doesn't have much to do with me. Su Qingqing clenched her lower lip in frustration. This Zhang Yi was really getting on her nerves. Just then, her phone rang in her pocket. Su Qingqing glanced down and saw it was a call from home. She glanced at Zhang Yi, who was focused on organizing medical records, then walked to the break room to answer the phone. What did you say? What happened to my father? Chapter 40, Kidney Stones in the Cardiology Department. As the news came through the phone, Su Qingqing's delicate eyebrows furrowed deeply. Alright, I understand. I'll be right back. After hanging up the phone, Su Qingqing looked at the office with a complicated expression, then took off her white coat and turned to leave. It was probably too late to ask for leave, so she decided to act first and ask for permission later. Qingqing, we have a new patient. Could you come and see them? Du Ziqi poked her head out of the door and called into the doctor's office. After looking around and not seeing anyone, Du Ziqi turned to Zhang Yi and asked, Zhang Yi, where is Su Qingqing? Where did she go? It's her turn to see the patient today. Zhang Yi finally looked up and glanced around before saying, I'll take over. Don't keep the patients waiting. I'll hand over to her later. Du Ziqi nodded, alright. In the hospital room, Zhang Yi glanced at the elderly man sitting on the hospital bed. How did a kidney stone end up in the cardiology department? Shouldn't it be in the urology department? What's this old man's blood pressure? Zhang Yi asked the nurse conducting the examination next to him. 190/120 millimeters of mercury. No wonder, it turns out your blood pressure is very high. Old man? Where does it hurt the most? Zhang Yi leaned over and asked the old man. My head is spinning, and I feel like I'm going to pass out. My tongue is also numb. The old man said with a pained expression, rubbing his head. Blood pressure exceeding 180/120 millimeters of mercury is highly likely to trigger a stroke, and typical symptoms of a stroke include dizziness, numbness in the tongue or half of the face, and in severe cases, slurred speech. Come, lie down flat so I can check you. Zhang Yi said as he gently helped the elderly man lie down, then listened to his heart rate with a stethoscope. There was some irregularity, but it wasn't serious. Old man? Besides feeling dizzy and having a stomachache, does anything else hurt? Zhang Yi gently pressed the area where kidney stones are commonly found. Ouch. It doesn't hurt when you don't press it, but it hurts when you do. The old man sat up on the bed, propping himself up with his hands. Subsequently, Zhang Yi contacted an ultrasound doctor to come and perform a bedside ultrasound. The ultrasound showed that the elderly man had a shadow measuring 10 millimeters in diameter in his left kidney. Generally, stones larger than 15 millimeters should be treated immediately with lithotripsy. However, since the elderly man's stone was 10 millimeters, medication could be considered first. If medication fails to expel the stone, lithotripsy could then be considered. Sir, let me explain. Your stomachache is caused by kidney stones. I will give you some oral medication to see if it can help pass the stones. If not, we will have to consider surgery. During this time, you must avoid strenuous exercise, otherwise the stones may move into the ureter, and then it won't just be stomach pain, you'll need surgery immediately. Zhang Yi held the report and explained everything to the old man. The elderly man wasn't sure if he had understood clearly and began to grow anxious. He asked, surgery? Is it that serious? Do I really need surgery? What should I do? Is it urgent? Zhang Yi comforted the elderly man, who was getting a bit worked up, and said, don't worry. The stone isn't very large yet, so it can be treated with medication. Upon hearing this, the elderly man finally relaxed and nodded. That's good. If it's not serious, then it's fine. I won't ask my son and daughter to come back. It would be troublesome for them to travel back and forth and it might interfere with their work. That's how it is in small counties. Younger people all move to bigger cities to seek opportunities. Only many elderly people are left behind, and some parents, out of concern for their children, even pretend they're not sick when they are, fearing their children will worry and neglect their work. Sigh. Zhang Yi sighed, comforted the old man for a moment, and then returned to the doctor's office. At present, the elderly man's primary condition is hypertension, accompanied by dizziness and numbness in the tongue, which could potentially lead to a stroke. Immediate oral administration of aspirin is recommended to reduce the risk of transient ischemic attack TIA and subsequent stroke. Administer nitroprusside intravenously to lower blood pressure. Initial treatment for hypertension should start with a low effective dose, gradually increased as needed to achieve the target blood pressure. Never attempt to lower blood pressure to the ideal level in a single dose, as this may cause insufficient blood supply to the brain. After handling all the admission procedures and initial treatment for the elderly patient, Zhang Yi stood up and looked around the office, wondering where Su Qingqing had gone to slack off. She just answered a phone call and disappeared? Zhang Yi thought about it and decided to pick up his phone and call Su Qingqing. Hello? Where are you? The sound on the other end of the phone was very noisy, like a crowded vegetable market. I have an urgent matter at home and must return immediately. I have already asked my supervisor for leave. Alright, be careful on your way back. If you're rushing back without even going to class, it must be something important, right? That evening, Zhang Yi finished his evening routine, lay down, and entered the system's training space. After several previous training sessions, Zhang Yi felt he had about a 50% chance of successfully performing a major surgery like a pancreatoduodenectomy, but he was still far from perfect. After all, this is considered one of the most challenging surgeries in general surgery. Simulated training for pancreaticoduodenectomy will now begin. Please prepare yourself. Countdown 5, 4, 3, now. Just as Zhang Yi picked up the scalpel to begin the incision, the system space sounded another alert. External interference detected. Training will terminate immediately. External interference detected. Training will terminate immediately. Then, Zhang Yi opened his eyes and realized it was his phone ringing. Seeing that the caller ID was from the department, Zhang Yi remembered that he was on standby duty today. Being on standby duty meant that in addition to the on-call doctor, there was another doctor on standby who could be summoned at any time. If the department was too busy to handle a situation, the standby doctor had to rush to the department as soon as possible. Zhang Yi immediately answered the call. Dr. Zhang, please come to the department and assist us. Chapter 41, Sleep is the only way to train. Zhang Yi hurriedly got up, dressed quickly, and rushed out the door. As soon as he arrived at the department, he saw the on-duty doctors and nurses bustling about frantically. Zhang Yi, you're finally here. The elderly man you admitted this afternoon went to the bathroom in the middle of the night, and when he stood up, he started screaming in agony. After an ultrasound, we found that his kidney stone had shifted and was blocking the ureter. We need to arrange surgery for him immediately. I was worried I couldn't handle it alone, so I called you over. Zhao Fei looked at Zhang Yi with an apologetic expression. Zhang Yi nodded, no problem, I was on standby today anyway. Zhang Yi nodded, no problem, I was on standby today anyway. Should you go into surgery, or should I go in? Zhao Fei asked again. What? Can't you do this minor surgery? Zhang Yi asked back while putting on his white coat. Oh, I'm not as versatile as you. I specialize in cardiology. I can treat patients with urological issues, but surgery is out of my league. I just called the urology department to ask for help, but they also just admitted an emergency patient and can't spare anyone. Otherwise, why would I be calling you in the middle of the night? Alright, no problem. I'll go up and take care of it. Dr. Zhang Yi did this procedure many times during his internship, so it's very straightforward. Zhao Fei looked at Zhang Yi gratefully and said, "That's wonderful. You're a lifesaver." Zhang Yi then followed the nurse into the operating room. The formation of kidney stones is caused by an increase in the concentration of crystalline substances in urine or a decrease in their solubility, leading to the precipitation of crystals that begin to grow locally, aggregate, and eventually form stones. There are many factors contributing to this process, including age, environment, diet, and infection, among others. In general, kidney stone surgery is considered a relatively simple procedure. Currently, minimally invasive techniques are widely adopted, specifically percutaneous nephrolithotomy (PCNL). This method offers advantages such as minimal incisions, minimal tissue damage, minimal bleeding, high stone removal rates, and rapid recovery, making it the preferred choice for the surgical treatment of kidney and urinary tract stones. The procedure is performed under epidural anesthesia, with the patient first positioned in the lithotomy position and then in the prone position. Disinfect the surgical site skin, with the retractor as the center and a disinfection range of 15 centimeters. In the prone position, disinfect the area around both kidneys with a range of 15 centimeters. Use artificial renal pelvic drainage by inserting an F5 catheter through the ureteral orifice to reach the renal pelvis, leaving it fixed outside the ureteral orifice. During the procedure, inject normal saline and contrast agent to observe the location and size of the stone after puncture. The patient is then positioned in the prone position, and the puncture site is selected at the midpoint between the 11th intercostal space and the axillary line, closest to the stone. The puncture needle is inserted nearly perpendicular to the patient's spine and at a 30-60-degree angle to the horizontal plane. During the subsequent needle insertion and channel dilation, some vascular tears may occur. However, due to minimal bleeding, it is generally not necessary to avoid vascular structures. After dilating the channel, insert the peel-away sheath and secure it. Then, insert the ureteroscope through the sheath and, under the guidance of the ureteroscope, place the lithotripsy fiber along the surface of the stone and fragment it into powder-like particles using a grinding motion. Finally, flush and expel the fragments using the peel-away sheath. After thorough irrigation, remove the peel-away sheath and insert a double-lumen urinary catheter. Disinfect again, and the procedure is complete. In simple terms, the entire process involves breaking up the kidney stones at their location and then suctioning them out. Approximately 90% of the stones removed contain calcium, as kidney stones are primarily composed of calcium deposits from various sources in the body. The most common type is calcium oxalate stones. Patients with this condition should limit their intake of foods such as spinach, beetroot, tomatoes, nuts, cocoa, and chocolate. The entire procedure typically takes approximately half an hour to 1 hour, depending on the size and number of stones. Fortunately, the elderly gentleman only had one stone, and it wasn't very large. Zhang Yi completed the procedure in just 20 minutes. What the heck? How did you finish so quickly? Zhao Fei asked Zhang Yi as he appeared in the doctor's office. It's just a kidney stone. How much longer could it take? Oh. I'm just a bit nervous, afraid I'll mess it up. I should have gone earlier. Zhao Fei looked regretful and disappointed. Come on, now you're saying that? Why didn't you just go for it earlier? Zhang Yi shot Zhao Fei a disapproving glance. Zhao Fei chuckled and said, "Thanks. I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow." Alright, I'll head back first. When Zhang Yi returned home, it was almost 2 o'clock. Standing in the living room, he could hear Lu Ming snoring through the door. Zhang Yi wasn't tired or sleepy. His mental energy was much better than before. Back when he was an intern, after spending 4 or 5 hours assisting his mentor with a surgery, he would feel sore and achy all over, with his feet swollen. He would have to soak his feet in hot water at night to alleviate the discomfort. Now, even after 10 hours of highly precise surgery, Zhang Yi wouldn't feel the slightest discomfort. However, Zhang Yi still needs to sleep, because sleep is essential for training. Simulated training for pancreaticoduodenectomy will now begin. Please prepare yourself. Countdown, 5, 4, 3, now. Chapter 42, Help Me, Zhang Yi. After another night of training, fortunately, Zhang Yi didn't get hit with the belt again this time. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, but strangely, Su Qingqing still hadn't come to work. Around 3 or 4 in the afternoon was a relatively quiet time at the hospital. Yuan Li sat next to Zhang Yi, chatting with the doctors and nurses. Could something really have happened to Su Qingqing's family? She hasn't come to work for half a month. Yuan Li asked while peeling peanuts. I don't know, but I feel like Su Qingqing's family is pretty wealthy. Du Jiqi said while silently staring at the peanuts in Yuan Li's hand. Right. Last time we ate out, we drank 5 bottles of wine that cost over 3,000 yuan each. The meal ended up costing her 20,000 yuan, and I didn't even see her blink when she paid the bill. Xiaoyi snatched the peanuts and stuffed them into his mouth, speaking indistinctly. Hey! If you want to eat them, peel them yourself. Don't take mine. That's so mean. Yuan Li glared at Xiao He and muttered. Xiaoyi chuckled and continued, but Zhang Yi, you were university classmates with her, right? You should know what she's really like. Zhang Yi shook his head and said, I don't know. I didn't ask. Is Su Qingqing's family really wealthy? She seems well educated and her clothes and food are all expensive. Why would a rich girl come to a place like this? Du Shiqi asked curiously. Exactly. Zhang Yi, do you know what Su Qingqing's family does for a living? Yuan Li asked while munching on peanuts and glancing at Zhang Yi. I think you and Du Shiqi are a perfect match, one gossipy woman and one gossipy man. Together, you're the ultimate gossip duo. What a waste of time, why are you prying into other people's private affairs? Zhang Yi gave Yuan Li and Du Shiqi a disdainful look. Cough, cough. Zhang Yi, who are you saying is a good match for whom? Stop joking around, okay? Hearing this, Yuan Li almost choked on the peanut crumbs. Goodness gracious, who could possibly be a perfect match for Yuan Li? Zhang Yi, you must be blind. I'm as beautiful as a goddess, how could I possibly be interested in Yuan Li, who's both stupid and ugly? Du Shiqi placed one hand on her hip and said with a slight blush. You call me ugly? Look in the mirror, old lady. Yuan Li didn't back down, firing back without mercy. Who are you calling old lady? Who do you call a pig? Zhang Yi turned around and shook his head helplessly, looking like someone who had been through it all. Ah! It's all karma, karma. At 5:30 p.m., everyone clocked out on time. Just as Zhang Yi had taken off his white lab coat, his phone rang. What's wrong, Qingqing? Hearing the intermittent sobs on the other end of the line, Zhang Yi asked softly. Zhang Yi, please come over and help me. I don't know what to do. Don't cry. Tell me what happened so I can help you. It turned out that the phone call that afternoon was to ask Su Qingqing to go back and see her father, who had suddenly fallen unconscious due to severe abdominal pain. At the hospital, he was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer and needed immediate surgery. During the surgery, there was severe bleeding, and it was a struggle to stabilize his condition. During today's follow-up examination, the doctors discovered that they had missed a lymph node in the abdominal cavity during the removal process. Linhai City is a first-tier city, with medical standards comparable to those of Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou. As the top hospital in Linhai City, such a mistake is unforgivable, and Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel a sense of professional negligence. Now, Su Qingqing's family has invited a specialist from the United States who specializes in pancreatic cancer. However, the expert believes that the bleeding is too severe for another surgery. Yet, leaving the lymph nodes inside the body could lead to the tumor cells spreading further, and by the time they are removed, the survival rate might not even reach 1%. Su Qingqing is at a loss. She hasn't had a proper rest in days. It was at this moment that she thought of Zhang Yi. Although she hadn't seen him perform such a surgery before, she somehow felt that he might be able to help. Alright, I'll take the day off right away and come over tonight. Don't worry too much. Zhang Yi hung up the phone and immediately asked Lu Changjing for the day off. Since it was an emergency, Lu Changjing didn't say much and agreed. After several more hours of bumpy travel, they arrived in Linhai City at 2 a.m. Zhang Yi felt like his butt was about to fall off from sitting so long, but he didn't waste any time. As soon as he got off the plane, he immediately hailed a taxi and headed straight to Linhai City First People's Hospital. 8th floor, Oncology Department. Zhang Yi found the VIP ward where Su Qingqing's father was staying and gently knocked on the door. Inside the ward, Su Qingqing peered out through the glass window at the doorway. Upon recognizing Zhang Yi, she couldn't help but burst into tears again. Outside the ward, Su Qingqing clung to Zhang Yi, crying uncontrollably. Worried that her crying might disturb the patients inside, she kept her sobs muffled, refusing to cry out loud. Zhang Yi didn't know how to comfort her either, so he awkwardly held his hands in the air, unsure whether to move them up or down. After a long while, Su Qingqing realized she had overreacted and let go of Zhang Yi, saying, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get your clothes dirty. It's okay. How's your father now? Zhang Yi asked in a low voice. He just fell asleep, but if the lymph nodes aren't removed promptly, I'm worried my dad might relapse soon. But the last surgery resulted in severe bleeding, and even the experts from the United States said it was impossible to perform another surgery. I really don't know what to do. Please help me. Zhang Yi. Su Qingqing's small face was streaked with tears, some dried and others still wet. Don't worry, I can perform this surgery. Chapter 43, Successful Removal of the Lymph Node. Chapter 43, Successful Removal of Lymph Nodes. Zhang Yi entered the ward and looked at Su Qingqing's father, who was sleeping soundly. The dim yellow wall lamp could not hide his pale face, which had turned deathly white due to excessive blood loss. Su Qingqing's father, Zhang Yi, had seen him before. He usually came to pick up Su Qingqing on weekends, driving a low-key Volkswagen with letters on it, waiting at the school gate for Su Qingqing. According to what Su Qingqing had mentioned, her family had started out in real estate, later expanding into construction materials, jewelry, and the restaurant industry. Real estate was the main business, with the others being subsidiaries, and their annual total revenue could reach $500 million. The demanding work schedule left Su Qingqing's father with little choice but to attend numerous social engagements, which eventually led to him developing pancreatitis. Pancreatitis is often caused by excessive alcohol consumption or overeating. If acute pancreatitis is not treated promptly, it can recur and develop into chronic pancreatitis, which may eventually progress to pancreatic cancer. Zhang Yi moved his gaze down the face and noticed a lymph node in a very hidden location, oozing a bright red color. It seemed that there were indeed tumor cells present in that lymph node. Lymph nodes are distributed throughout every corner of the human body. Once the lymphatic system fails to block toxins or bacteria from a particular area, these toxins and bacteria will rapidly spread to the next lymph node. Therefore, if this lymph node is not removed promptly, there is a high likelihood that Su Qingqing's father will not survive beyond 3 months. After observing for a moment, Zhang Yi gently closed the door and stepped out of the room. Looking at Su Qingqing, he said, "If your father doesn't undergo surgery soon, his condition will worsen. We must perform the surgery tomorrow, there's no time to waste." Su Qingqing nodded firmly. She trusted Zhang Yi, and had always trusted him. Although she was also a doctor, she wasn't strong enough to face her father's life or death with composure. Therefore, she had no intention of going into the operating room, not even to watch from the corner. She would rather wait for someone else to tell her the outcome than experience the process firsthand. The next morning, Su Qingqing arranged the surgery, but the head of the oncology department, Song Yuanshu, reminded her, "Qingqing, are you sure you want to entrust your father's life to your classmate? He's probably just a recent medical school graduate, right? Uncle Song, I trust him. Mr. Song, I trust him. I've known your father for quite some time, and I'd like to offer some advice. In case something happens to your father, don't bother, Uncle Song. Don't worry. If anything happens to my father, it has nothing to do with your hospital. Everything is my own decision." Su Qingqing interrupted Song Yuanshu's words. She knew what he was trying to say. He was probably afraid that if someone died, they'd blame it on them. Song Yuanshu let out a sigh of relief without showing it and said, "That's not what I meant, Qingqing. I was just worried about your father. Mr. Song, there's no need to waste time here. Hurry up and get the surgery done." Song Yuanshu glanced at Su Qingqing a few times but didn't say anything else. In the operating room, Song Yuanshu looked at the young Zhang Yi beside him and asked, "How confident are you that you can perform this surgery?" 100%. 100%? This young man is really arrogant. Today, he'll see what 100% really means. The surgery began, and the surgical nurse assisted fairly well, passing the surgical instruments smoothly and efficiently. Zhang Yi carefully made another small incision along the previously incised area. Apply a hemostatic pad to stop the bleeding, and monitor the patient's blood pressure at all times. Since there was a previous episode of severe bleeding, another major hemorrhage this time would be irreversible. Zhang Yi performed each step of the incision and separation with great care. While cutting, he explained, the primary cause of massive bleeding during pancreatic resection is often due to the surgeon's failure to identify the location of blood vessels or improper use of the surgical knife. It is advisable to use a smaller surgical knife, perform the incision in stages, and continuously monitor the position of blood vessels during the process. Although this may extend the surgical duration by approximately 1 hour, it significantly enhances safety. This approach can be used when there is uncertainty, but it is crucial to thoroughly inspect the abdominal cavity for any missed areas after the procedure is completed. I know this patient had to undergo another surgery because lymph nodes were found in the abdominal cavity, which is why the life-threatening procedure had to be repeated. Song Yuanshu, upon hearing this, felt embarrassed and looked away. This was indeed a mistake on the part of their hospital. After successfully removing the lymph nodes, Zhang Yi placed the 2 lymph nodes, each about the size of a thumb, into a sterile tray. Finally, it was time for suturing. Zhang Yi's suturing skills were now highly refined. Each stitch seemed to be precisely measured down to the millimeter. After the surgery, Zhang Yi checked the patient's vital signs again, and they were all within normal ranges. This put his mind at ease, as he was, after all, Su Qingqing's father. If anything were to happen, he wouldn't know how to explain it to her. Outside the operating room, Su Qingqing's heart was pounding in her throat. Her hands were clenched tightly together, and several relatives stood beside her, all looking tense as they waited anxiously. Finally, the operating room door opened. "Zhang Yi, is that my father?" Zhang Yi gave Su Qingqing an assuring look and said, "It's okay. There's no further bleeding. The surgery was a success." Chapter 44, Not today, but this one will do. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, the crowd waiting outside the operating room all felt relieved. "Thank you, Zhang Yi." Su Qingqing gripped Zhang Yi's hand tightly, her voice choked with emotion. "It's okay, don't cry. I've done everything I could to save your father. Now it's up to his recovery." Zhang Yi wiped the tears from Su Qingqing's face. Su Qingqing's father had been admitted to the intensive care unit and would need to be monitored for at least 2 more days before being transferred to a regular ward. To ensure everything goes smoothly, Zhang Yi decided to stay in Lini for a few more days and return once her father's condition has fully improved. 2 days later, Su Qingqing's father's vital signs were stable, and he was successfully transferred to a general ward. Are you going to attend the final round of the medical competition next week? Zhang Yi asked Su Qingqing, thinking about the competition. Su Qingqing glanced at her father lying on the hospital bed with his eyes tightly closed, took Zhang Yi's hand, and left the ward. Outside the ward, Su Qingqing remained silent for a long time before finally speaking with great difficulty, as if she had made a difficult decision. Zhang Yi, I might not become a doctor anymore. Not a doctor anymore? Why? Zhang Yi was utterly shocked. Although Su Qingqing's surgical skills weren't as sharp as his, she excelled in every other aspect. It's a shame to give up being a doctor. You saw how my father is. To put it bluntly, he's just living day by day. We still have such a big company to run, and it's my father's life's work. I can't let it collapse or be taken over by others. So after much consideration, I've decided to return to the company. As for being a doctor, I can only say that I'm honored to have had the opportunity to practice medicine. As for whether I will ever return to this field in the future, that is something I will have to decide later. Hey! Zhang Yi wanted to say something, but found he couldn't. Everyone has their own choices, and every path is one they choose for themselves. They must take responsibility for their own decisions. Take Su Qingqing, for example. Whether her decision was made out of necessity or by choice, now that she has chosen to return and inherit the company, she must see it through to the end. Such a large company, for Su Qingqing to shoulder alone, Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken. Zhang Yi couldn't help but reach out and hug Su Qingqing. This is the first time you've ever initiated a hug, isn't it? Zhang Yi, felt a bit embarrassed and was about to let go, but then I heard Su Qingqing say, hold me a little longer. Opportunities like this are rare. Zhang Yi didn't say anything, just held Su Qingqing tighter. After spending some more time with Su Qingqing, Zhang Yi returned to the hotel to rest. In the hospital room, Su's father slowly opened his eyes and looked at Su Qingqing as she walked in, saying, Qingqing, it's all my fault. I couldn't let you persist in doing what you love. Su Qingqing held her father's hand and shook her head. Dad, what you like is what I like. Right now, I just want you to get better soon. We'll talk about the rest later. Even if the survival rate after pancreatic cancer surgery is only 5%, she will cling to that 5% and keep going. As soon as she returned to the hotel, Zhang Yi received a call from Yuanli. Hello? What's going on over there? Did something really happen at Su Qingqing's house? Yuanli was talkative and gossipy, but she had a kind heart and cared about her colleagues. Su Qingqing's father just underwent surgery for pancreatic cancer. What? Pancreatic cancer? That's terrible. Oh no. How tragic. Yuanli exclaimed over the phone, her voice filled with sorrow. Stop being such a pessimist. What do you mean it's over? The person isn't even dead yet. They just had surgery and are in the recovery period. Why didn't you say so earlier? The director mentioned this at today's meeting and even suggested sending a representative to check on things. No need to go to all that trouble. It would take 7 or 8 hours by plane and bus. The director said that those who are taking a break can use public funds. It just so happens that I'm off tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Zhang Yi couldn't help but roll his eyes at the phone. I think you just want to use public funds to take a trip to Linhai, don't you? How can you misunderstand me like that? It's decided then. I'll go ask the director tomorrow. After that, Yuanli hung up the phone in a hurry. You idiot, do you even know where it is? Just come over here. Zhang Yi couldn't help but complain. Actually, although the cardiology department has never been particularly outstanding in terms of performance, the relationships among colleagues are very harmonious. At least Zhang Yi really enjoys this kind of atmosphere. Yuanli was extremely efficient by the next afternoon. He was already at the entrance of Linhai City First People's Hospital carrying a basket of fruits. Yuanli, what are you doing here? Su Qingqing was also surprised to see Yuanli. I'm here on behalf of the department. This is some fruit for your father. Su Qingqing gratefully took the basket of fruit and placed it on the table. At that moment, Su Qingqing's father also regained consciousness. Looking at Yuanli with a smile, he said, thank you. He had only been out of surgery for a few days, and his voice still sounded very weak. No problem. We're colleagues, it's only natural to look out for each other. Yuanli chuckled as he spoke. Zhang Yi and Yuanli stayed in the ward for a while before leaving. After all, Yuanli's main purpose was to take the opportunity to explore Linhai City. Inside the hospital room, Su's father looked at Su Qingqing and asked, Qingqing, you like that guy named Zhang Yi, don't you? Su Qingqing nodded, yes, Dad. What's wrong? Su's father shook his head, nothing, it's just not the right one today. Chapter 45, Preservation of the Pylorus in Pancreaticoduodenectomy. Zhang Yi took Yuanli for a stroll around Linhai City and paid a visit to the university campus to reminisce. The following afternoon, Zhang Yi prepared to bid farewell to Su Qingqing and return to Tianshan City. Aren't you staying a few more days? Su Qingqing asked, staring at the tip of Zhang Yi's shoes. Your father is recovering well and hasn't developed any life-threatening complications, so I think I'll go back. After all, I have work to do, and it wouldn't be good to delay too long. Oh, right, here, take this. Su Qingqing took out a Bank of China card from her bag and handed it to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi furrowed his brows and asked in an annoyed tone, what do you mean by this? Su Qingqing looked up and saw Zhang Yi's slightly angry face. She hurriedly explained, don't misunderstand. My father told me to give this to you. Our family doesn't have much, but we have money. He said doctors need to eat too, so this is our way of expressing our gratitude for the surgery. It's not much, just 50,000. 50,000 and you call that not much? Perhaps for someone like Su Qingqing, 50,000 isn't worth mentioning, but for an ordinary family, that amount is enough to struggle for decades. Do you think I would take it? Zhang Yi stared at Su Qingqing's face and asked sharply. I know you won't accept it, but I still hope you will. I'm well aware of the salary and benefits for resident doctors. With so much pressure in society today, even if you have ambition, you might not be able to overcome the challenges of reality. That's why I agreed with my father's suggestion and accepted the card. You can use this money for charity or for whatever you want to do. I hope I can help you, whether now or in the future. Once I take over the company, I will gradually expand into medical supplies and equipment. Even if I can't become a doctor, I can still work in that field. Su Qingqing finished speaking and slipped the card into Zhang Yi's hand. Take it back. I won't accept it. Although Zhang Yi had been moved by Su Qingqing's words, she was still his university classmate and she had only helped him with a surgery. He shouldn't accept it. Alright, take the money for now. If you feel you truly don't need to repay me after a month, that is fine. Su Qingqing slipped the card back into Zhang Yi's hand. Alright, I'll return it to you in a month. Zhang Yi didn't feel like arguing anymore, and he believed he had no real need for the money. Even if he had plans to open a clinic, he shouldn't be obtaining funds from Su Qingqing. Seeing that Zhang Yi had taken the money, Su Qingqing felt reassured. She believed he would use it, not for himself, but for others. By the time they returned to Dashuan County, it was already 11 p.m. As soon as they got off the car, Yuan Li started complaining non-stop. I'm never going this far again. Riding in a car is exhausting. Weren't you just trying to take a trip on the company's dime? I won't go anymore. Upon returning home, Zhang Yi quickly washed up and went to bed. Medical ethics, 53 out of 100. Wound suturing technique, 70 out of 100. Congenital heart disease surgery, completed. Intracranial aneurysm embolization, completed. Brain atrophy resection, completed. Replantation of amputated limbs, completed. Pancreaticoduodenectomy, unlocked 80% complete. Ophthalmic surgery, not unlocked. Organ transplant surgery, unlocked. 3-incision esophageal cancer radical resection with colon-jejunal esophageal replacement and cervical anastomosis, unlocked. Zhang Yi swiped down the screen, and there were still many unlocked surgeries, making his head spin. Just this pancreaticoduodenectomy had taken him over half a month to train for, and there were organ transplants coming up next. Sigh. Zhang Yi couldn't help but let out a sigh before closing his eyes and entering the system training space. Simulated training for pancreatic head duodenal resection with preservation of the pylorus will now begin. Please prepare yourself, host. Countdown, 5, 4, 3, now. Pancreaticoduodenectomy is also known as pancreaticoduodenectomy with preservation of the pylorus. This procedure has been increasingly adopted abroad in recent years. It is suitable for patients with no lymph node metastasis above or below the pylorus, no residual cancer cells at the duodenal margin, early-stage pancreatic head cancer, and chronic pancreatitis. The most critical step in the surgery is to preserve the neural innervation of the gastric antrum and the pyloric sphincter while maintaining the blood supply to the first segment of the duodenum. Unlike pancreaticoduodenectomy, which involves the removal of the entire distal stomach and the gallbladder, pancreaticoduodenectomy with preservation of the pylorus allows the gallbladder to be preserved depending on the situation. The procedure is performed under epidural anesthesia, with the patient in a right lateral decubitus position and an L-shaped incision made to enter the abdomen. A pneumoperitoneum is established. First, dissect and free the common hepatic artery and celiac trunk. Following the course of the common hepatic artery distally, dissect to the hepatic hilum to identify the gallbladder and common bile duct. Then, transect the common bile duct and the ossified portion of the hepatoduodenal ligament. Next, dissect the duodenum, and along the anterior tunnel of the superior mesenteric artery, transpose and dissect the pancreatic neck. Transect the first segment of the duodenum and the pancreas, dissect the superior mesenteric vein and superior mesenteric artery, and resect the pancreatic head. Then proceed with gastrointestinal reconstruction, pancreaticoenteric anastomosis and duodenal jejunal anastomosis. Postoperative examination is required to check for damage to the vascular arch of the pylorus and the vagus nerve branches innervating the gastric antrum. Care must also be taken to preserve the vascular arches of the lesser and greater curvatures of the stomach and the nerve plexus of the lesser curvature. The final step is to suture the abdominal incision. Detected that the host has completed the training task for a pancreaticoduodenectomy with preservation of the pylorus. Scoring will now begin. Please wait. Host training score, 70 points. This training session is passed. Please continue to strive for excellence. Chapter 46, Drinking hot water alone is not enough. Phew. That was nerve-wracking. I thought ID failed again. Zhang Yi's breathing quickened slightly. I couldn't help but smile at Zhang Yi's expression and said, Dr. Zhang, your skills are already very good. Today was just your first time performing a pylorus-preserving duodenal resection. With a few more practice sessions to get familiar with it, you'll be able to get a perfect score, right? Zhang Yi nodded. Xiao Dai is right. Zhang Yi and Xiao Dai were now working together seamlessly. He had seen her skills firsthand and could confidently say that there was no one in the real world who could match her as a surgical nurse. Unfortunately, she is merely an auxiliary nurse provided by the system, and we don't even know if she is human or not. The second training session began immediately. Oh no! Now that Su Qingqing has left, our department's department flower is gone again. Yuanli crossed her arms and leaned against Zhang Yi's desk, shaking her head and sighing. Isn't there still Du Zhiqi? Right, Zhiqi? Zhang Yi smiled and turned to ask Du Zhiqi, who was leaning on the desk. Du Zhiqi only murmured softly and didn't respond much. Hey, that's strange. What's wrong with Du Zhiqi today? She didn't react when I complimented her? Yuanli slowly walked up to Du Zhiqi, patted her on the shoulder, and asked, Hey, why aren't you saying anything? Du Zhiqi covered her stomach with one hand and rested her upper body on the other arm. Zhang Yi glanced at her and knew immediately that she was feeling unwell in that area. However, Yuanli was completely oblivious. Seeing that Du Zhiqi didn't respond, he shook her vigorously. What are you doing? My stomach hurts. Don't bother me. Du Zhiqi raised her slightly pale face and snapped angrily. Stomachache? Should I go to the pharmacy and get you some medicine? Even a fool would know what was going on. Du Zhiqi looked up, gave Yuanli a grateful glance, and said, Thank you so much. A moment later, Yuanli went to the pharmacy and returned with a small white pill. Take it. This is specifically for stomach pain. Yuanli handed the medicine to Du Zhiqi and poured her a cup of hot water as well. Du Zhiqi was lying on the table, drowsy and unfocused, and swallowed it down with the hot water. Normally, medication for menstrual cramps should take effect within 10 minutes, but Du Zhiqi lay on the desk for over half an hour with no improvement, her stomach still throbbing painfully. She couldn't help but ask, Yuanli, what medicine did you give me? Why am I still in so much pain? I gave you some Maoshenling. It helps with digestion, so your stomach won't hurt anymore. Yuanli looked serious, as if she was waiting for Du Zhiqi to thank her. Zhang Yi was drinking water beside them. Upon hearing this, he spit out a mouthful of water, soaking the papers on the table. Zhang Yi suppressed a smile and turned to Yuanli, saying, Brother, she's having menstrual cramps, and you gave her painkillers to eat? No wonder it didn't work. Yuanli, you're going to drive me crazy. Du Zhiqi's originally pale face turned bright red from anger. Yuanli was also confused. You didn't even say which part of your stomach hurt. I gave you some Malox, what's wrong with that? You didn't say you were here to visit relatives. Yuanli's face turned a bit pale, he didn't know either. When girls say their stomach hurts, 99.99% of the time it's because they're on their period. Now you know, right? Du Zhiqi explained to Yuanli with her last ounce of strength. Zhang Yi patted Yuanli on the shoulder and reminded him, go get another ibuprofen. That's what's supposed to relieve the pain. According to traditional Chinese medicine, women with a cold constitution or who frequently consume cold and raw foods are more prone to dysmenorrhea, and the severity of symptoms varies from person to person. In severe cases, symptoms may include lower abdominal pain accompanied by nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, dizziness, and fatigue. In severe cases, the face may turn pale and cold sweat may occur. Therefore, drinking hot water alone is completely ineffective. To some extent, if the pain is unbearable, women can take painkillers such as ibuprofen or compound fast-acting progestin short-acting contraceptive. After menstruation, it is advisable to consume foods that nourish the blood and qi, or use traditional Chinese medicine methods to regulate the body, dispel cold, and remove dampness. Soon, Yuanli came over with a capsule of ibuprofen. Take it. This is ibuprofen. It should work, right? Yuanli handed the medicine to Du Zhiqi and refilled the already cooled hot water. Du Zhiqi took the medicine, examined it carefully to confirm it was a painkiller, then swallowed it. After more than 10 minutes, Du Zhiqi felt significantly better. Since it was still work hours, she had to endure the discomfort and continue working. What are you doing? You're still working like this? Take a day off. Yuanli pulled Du Zhiqi back and made her sit down. Who should I ask for leave? It's the weekend, the head nurse isn't here, the director isn't here, and there are few nurses on duty. If I leave, the others won't be able to handle everything. Do you think Du Jiqi doesn't want to rest? A colleague had a fever and got in for, but she still had to keep working. There's no choice, that's their job. Zhang Yi is here, isn't he? He's the acting director. He's in charge on weekends. Yuan Li pointed to Zhang Yi, who was watching the scene from the side. No need. I'm leaving. There are so many IVs left, and Xiao He and Xiaogu can't handle it all. Du Jiqi pushed Yuan Li aside and walked out of the office. Yuan Li immediately followed her, chatting nonstop behind her. Behind Zhang Yi, Zhao Fei quietly peeked his head out and whispered to Zhang Yi, I feel like they're going to end up together. Chapter 47, he couldn't bear to let the child suffer. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Zhang Yi entered the system training space on time. He wanted to complete the pancreaticoduodenectomy tonight. Simulated training for a pancreatic head and duodenal resection with preservation of the pylorus will now begin. Please prepare, host. Countdown, 5, 4, 3, now. Congratulations to the host for completing all training content for the pancreaticoduodenectomy. Reward granted, unlocked ophthalmic surgery. Ophthalmic surgery is also a highly precise procedure that must be performed under a high-powered microscope. The most common procedures include refractive surgery for myopia and cataract surgery, with cataract surgery accounting for approximately 50% of all ophthalmic surgeries. However, compared to pancreaticoduodenal resection, ophthalmic surgery is significantly less complex. Take cataract surgery as an example. As early as 200 BCE Han Dynasty, there were records of needle-based cataract surgery. During the Sui and Tang dynasties 618–907 CE, there were frequent historical accounts of needle-based cataract removal, along with records of post-surgery corrective eyewear use. After the 11th century, the primary method involved using a glass tube to suction out the cataract. In the 18th century, intracapsular cataract extraction ICCE and extracapsular cataract extraction ECCE began to be performed. In 1967, ultrasound-assisted phacoemulsification technology began to be widely adopted in clinical practice. To date, the most widely used procedures are phacoemulsification with intraocular lens implantation for cataracts and extracapsular cataract extraction with intraocular lens implantation. Currently, no medications have been found to effectively treat cataracts, so surgical therapy is generally the preferred treatment for cataracts. Cataracts are most common in the elderly, though they can also occur due to trauma, poisoning, complications, postoperative factors, or metabolic disorders. Cataracts typically present with symptoms such as blurred vision, decreased visual acuity, myopic drift, monocular diplopia, photophobia, color vision changes, and visual field defects. Many people believe that eye surgery carries certain risks, and if not performed properly, it could result in blindness. However, no surgical procedure is entirely risk-free. Even a simple suture, if performed incorrectly, could lead to severe infection. Doctors can only do their best to minimize risks, but they cannot guarantee that there are no risks. Just as Zhang Yi was recalling some professional knowledge about cataracts in his mind, the system space sounded a training prompt. Simulated training for ophthalmic surgery extracapsular cataract extraction with intraocular lens implantation is about to begin. Please prepare yourself. Countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Begin. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man with gray hair appeared on the operating table. To be honest, this was the first time Zhang Yi had performed cataract surgery on his own. Previously, he had only assisted his mentor during internships. He had a feeling that this training session would not go well. Cataract surgery is simple in theory but challenging in practice. The procedure involves spreading the eyelids, using a surgical blade to incise the cornea, anterior chamber, and pupil, removing the cloudy, gray lens, and replacing it with an artificial lens. The challenge lies in the limited surgical access and narrow surgical field of view, even under high-powered microscopes, requiring the surgeon to remain fully focused and proceed with the utmost caution. Zhang Yi trained all night, enduring 2 belt lashes, but his ophthalmic surgery skills improved significantly. The July sun felt like it had been dipped in chilly water, and there wasn't a single shaded spot on the wide open street. Zhang Yi took advantage of the quiet lunch hour to leave the hospital and buy some ice cream, and brought some back for his colleagues in the department. As soon as he stepped out of the hospital, Zhang Yi felt like Sun Wukong, being refined in the 8-trigram furnace by Lao Lao Jun, about to be roasted to death. One advantage of working in the hospital was that he didn't have to endure the sun and could enjoy free air conditioning. Zhang Yi hurried to the small convenience store across the street, selected a few ice creams, paid, and left. Just then, the elementary school students who had been crouched on the ground playing marbles at the entrance of the convenience store suddenly let out a piercing cry. Zhang Yi glanced toward the entrance and saw one of the boys covering his eyes with his hands, with blood seeping through his fingers. The blood mixed with tears, flowing down and soaking his clothes. Zhang Yi immediately dropped the ice cream, turned around, and rushed the child to the hospital. The emergency room was relatively quiet at noon, and the sound of the child's crying grew louder and clearer. Zhang Yi carried the child into the emergency room and began cleaning the wound with saline solution. Upon hearing the cries, the on-duty doctor and nurses from the emergency department also rushed over. Zhang Yi, what are you doing here? What's wrong with the child? The on-duty doctor recognized Zhang Yi, as he had previously trained them. This child must have been hit in the eye by glass shards. We need to treat him immediately to avoid any long-term complications. The on-call doctor nodded and instructed the nurse to contact an otolaryngologist for a consultation. Soon after, the child's father also arrived upon hearing the news. His temples were already slightly gray, and he appeared to be around 60 years old, likely having had a child in his later years. Upon hearing the father's explanation, it became clear that he had come from the countryside to work in the city today. The child had just started summer vacation and had insisted on coming along to play in the city, but unfortunately, this unfortunate incident had occurred. After the examination, the doctor from the ophthalmology department turned to the child's father and said, "Your child's eyeball has been severely damaged by glass shards. To save the eyeball, the surgery and subsequent treatment may cost around 50,000 yuan. Upon hearing the figure of 50,000 yuan, the father appeared deeply conflicted and hesitant. The doctor, noticing the father's expression, continued, "There is another option, removing the eye and replacing it with a prosthetic eye. The total cost for the surgery would be around 50,000 to 60,000 yuan. It's up to you to decide." The father remained silent for a long time, his face complex in pain. After a while, he finally spoke, "Remove them. We don't have much money at home, we simply can't afford $5,000. But your child is still so young, how can you make him get an artificial eye? It will have a huge impact on his future life." Zhang Yi placed his hand on the father's shoulder, trying desperately to persuade him. The father sighed and said, "We're just farmers with little education and no steady income. I work odd jobs in the city to earn a few hundred yuan a month. We simply can't afford it." He spread his hands on the table, his eyes welling up with tears, his emotions running high. He wasn't unwilling to seek treatment, it was simply that the family had no money. Where could he possibly find over 50,000 yuan? Due to their poverty, they had little contact with their relatives, and it was unthinkable that they would lend him money, they would avoid him altogether. Zhang Yi opened his mouth to say something else, but he didn't have any money either. He only made a few thousand yuan a month, which wasn't nearly enough. But seeing such a young child with an empty prosthetic eye was too much for him to bear. Suddenly, he remembered the card Su Qingqing had given him. Chapter 48, Money Can't Be Taken for Free. Zhang Yi reached into his pants pocket and pulled out the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China card. There was 500,000 yuan in that account. Then, Zhang Yi looked at the child's father and said, "I'll cover the surgery costs. Get the child operated on immediately. Don't delay any further." "What? Dr. Zhang, you?" All the staff present felt that Zhang Yi must be out of his mind. How could a young doctor who had just graduated have so much money? He wasn't a seasoned doctor with years of experience and a title. Most doctors and nurses in residency training programs were barely making ends meet for themselves. How could they afford to help others? The doctor, who was the father of my child, looked at Zhang Yi and didn't know what to say. The child is still so young, his future shouldn't be ruined by a tiny glass marble. "Thank you, doctor. Thank you." The father held Zhang Yi's hand and finally shed tears. Zhang Yi patted the man on the shoulder and continued, "But the money isn't a gift. I'll arrange a proper job for you at the hospital, and the cost of the surgery will be deducted from your wages in installments until it's fully paid off." Zhang Yi wasn't a saint, nor did he want others to get something for nothing. That's why he came up with this plan, so the father could have a job and pay for his child's eye treatment. Thank you, doctor. As long as you can cure my child's eyes, I'll do anything." The father stood up gratefully, wiping away tears as he spoke. "Don't worry, I'll do my best to arrange it. For now, let's focus on the surgery for the child." After that, Zhang Yi helped the child's father pay the fees, and the plastic surgery department immediately arranged for the surgery. As the clock neared 2 p.m., Zhang Yi returned to the cardiology department to prepare for work. "Zhang Yi, where have you been all afternoon? It took you so long to buy an ice cream?" Yuan Li emerged from the break room, rubbing his sleepy eyes. "Hey, don't mention it. I ran into a kid who was Dr. Zhang?" Zhang Yi was chatting with Yuan Li when he saw an elderly woman standing at the office door. Zhang Yi recognized her as the shopkeeper from the convenience store earlier. She walked in, handed Zhang Yi a bag of ice cream, and smiled as she said, "I saw you leave in a hurry without taking your ice cream, so I brought it over for you. Eat it quickly, I put it back in the freezer for a while, so it's still cold." "Thank you so much, Auntie. I was so busy just now that I completely forgot." Zhang Yi took the ice cream and thanked her. "No problem. Doctors are always so busy. I'll be going now. Enjoy your ice cream." Zhang Yi watched the old lady leave and thought to himself, there are still more good people in the world. With only 10 minutes left before work, the doctors and nurses in the department were wolfing down their ice cream. "Ah, so refreshing," Yuan Li said while licking the wooden stick. "Disgusting. You're an adult and you're licking a wooden stick." Du Shiqi gave Yuan Li a disgusted look. "Still not satisfied? At around 3 or 4 o'clock, Zhang Yi saw that the department wasn't very busy, so he told Yuan Li a few words and went to the Human Resources Department. He wanted to ask Director Su to arrange a security guard position for him. You know what? The parking lot security guard position is actually open. If you hadn't mentioned it, I was just planning to hire someone from outside. Su Ming said with a smile. Alright. Thanks for the lead, Mr. Su. I'll bring the person over for you to meet later. After finishing his work, Zhang Yi hurried to the ENT department. The child's surgery should be finished by now. Zhang Yi asked the on-duty nurse and found the child's ward. It was a standard 3-bedroom, but since 2 other children had already been admitted, the room was in disarray and crowded. Various children's clothes, toys, and medical devices like nebulizer masks were scattered everywhere. Zhang Yi walked to the back and gently tapped the father who was asleep on the edge of the bed. Dr. Zhang, you're here. The father looked up and saw it was Zhang Yi. He quickly wiped the drool from his mouth onto his clothes, stood up, and spoke with a respectful tone. How's the surgery going? Zhang Yi asked, looking at the child on the hospital bed, who was lying there with his eyes closed, connected to an oxygen tube and a heart monitor. The surgery was successful. He's still asleep because the anesthesia hasn't worn off yet. The doctor said he'll be fully recovered in 2 months, so it shouldn't interfere with the start of the next semester. The father said, gently stroking the child's hand. He suddenly remembered something, took a piece of paper out of his bag, and handed it to Zhang Yi, saying, Dr. Zhang, please take this. Zhang Yi opened it and saw that it was an IOU, written in a few lines of handwriting that resembled cursive script. Today, June 29, 2019, I, Bai Qianyo, borrow 4,500 yuan from Dr. Zhang Yi of Dachuan County People's Hospital. This promissory note serves as proof that I, Bai Qianyo, will definitely repay the money in full. At the end of this document, there is the signature of Bai Qianyo and a prominent red thumbprint. Zhang Yi looked at the IOU and smiled. Alright, since you've written it, I'll keep it. I've already arranged your job for you. It's a security guard at the parking lot. I'll take you to meet the HR department later. Bai Qianyo didn't really believe that Zhang Yi would help him find a job. After all, they weren't related or close friends. But to his surprise, within just a few hours, the doctor had already arranged everything. This truly moved Bai Qianyo deeply. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she could only choke out a few inarticulate words. Thank you. Bai Qianyo could think of no other words to express his feelings at that moment. He then knelt down before Zhang Yi with a thud. Chapter 49, Aiming for the Championship. White brother, get up quickly. Zhang Yi hurriedly helped Bai Qianyo to his feet. Bai Qianyo clutched Zhang Yi's hand, sobbing uncontrollably. Perhaps in this world, only the poor can truly understand the harsh realities of human nature and the cruelty of society. Having always lived in the coldest, most destitute corners of society, Bai Qianyo was suddenly warmed by someone so full of sunshine, kindness, and compassion. All he could do was kneel down to express his gratitude. He truly didn't know what else to say or do. Stop crying. Clean yourself up, and I'll take you to the HR department to register. Zhang Yi said as he handed Bai Qianyo a clean tissue. Bai Qianyo nodded heavily and said, thank you. Su Ming didn't say much after seeing Bai Qianyo. He looked pretty lean, though a bit old, but being a parking lot security guard wasn't too bad. It was expected that Bai Qianyo would start working officially once the child was discharged from the hospital. The hospital provided 3 meals a day at the staff canteen, and the salary of 2,800 yuan would be deducted by 800 yuan, with the remainder deposited into a bank card. Compared to her previous work on construction sites doing odd jobs, this is much easier. Construction sites are highly unstable, and they only hire you when they're short-staffed. Sometimes Bai Qianyo would spend an entire day searching for work and still not find anything. After making arrangements for Bai Qianyo, Zhang Yi hurried back to the cardiology department. What have you been doing all day? Running around like that? Yuan Li looked at Zhang Yi, who had been bustling about all day, and said, gurgling. Zhang Yi took a big gulp of water, wiped his mouth, and then began to tell the story in detail. You're really generous. Aren't you afraid they'll just run away without paying you back? Yuan Li shook his head, seemingly disapproving of Zhang Yi's behavior. Run? Why would he run if he gave me a promissory note? Besides, I introduced him to such a good job. It's much better than staying home farming or working on construction sites, isn't it? That's true, having a steady job is better than doing odd jobs. But where did you get all this money? Yuan Li asked again. Mind your own business. Just focus on your job and improve your medical skills. Don't end up getting rejected again when you go to the city hospital for further training next month. Yuan Li shot Zhang Yi a disapproving glance and went to the ward to make his rounds. Time quickly approached the medical skills competition. On the day before the competition, colleagues from the cardiology department all came to wish Zhang Yi good luck. Do your best. Lu Changzheng patted Zhang Yi on the shoulder and said, keep it up. Whether you win the championship or not, we're proud of you. National competitions aren't easy to win. Keep up the good work. Zhang Yi nodded. Don't worry, I'll definitely bring back the prize money. That's a big promise. We'll be waiting for you to treat us when you get back. Lu Chongjun laughed. Alright, no problem. I'll treat you when I get back. Zhang Yi then got into the car with his luggage. The car had been arranged by the hospital, after all. A small county-level hospital had produced someone participating in a national-level competition, so they had to give him some face. Although it was just a minivan taking Zhang Yi to the airport, it was still much more convenient than him taking a bus alone. The national competition is much more rigorous than the municipal-level competition. There are a total of 20 contestants, originally 21, but Su Qingqing didn't show up, so there are now 20. These 20 contestants must visit the competition venue a day in advance and stay at the hotel arranged for them. The competition venue is located in the Medical Education Building of the First People's Hospital of the Imperial Capital City. Zhang Yi went to take a look and found that the venue was more than twice the size of the competition venue in Tianshan City, much more spacious and well lit. 20 tables had already been set up in the center, but the participants still had no idea what the exam questions would be. It seems that the organizer from the medical department wants to test the doctors' on-the-spot capabilities, so the exam questions have not been revealed yet. Many doctors want to practice but don't know which ones to focus on. In the evening, after finishing his evening routine, Zhang Yi lay in the hotel bed and entered the system training space. System, I won't practice eye surgery today. I want to focus on basic procedures instead, since I have a competition tomorrow. Okay. Then please prepare the suture kit, mannequin, dressing kit, scalpel, and microscope for me. Got it, host. The next moment, everything Zhang Yi needed appeared in the operating room. Zhang Yi always felt that although it was a national-level competition, the problems he encountered wouldn't be too difficult. After all, as a doctor, the most important thing is mastering the basic procedures. Without a solid foundation in the basics, even the most complex procedures would be impossible to complete. Therefore, Zhang Yi planned to spend the night practicing basic procedures such as suturing and cutting. The competition officially began at 10 a.m. the next day. Zhang Yi looked at the leaders gradually taking their seats at the judges' table. Among them were the director of the Imperial City People's Hospital, professors and associate professors from the Imperial City Medical University, including Hu Changli, several leaders from the Health Bureau, and two foreigners with blonde hair and blue eyes sitting on the far right. They were the heads of Massachusetts General Hospital, with the heavier one being the leader named William and the slimmer one being his assistant named Tony. The competition venue was similar to a municipal-level event, with contestants operating in the center while judges watched from the front. Each judge was provided with a tablet computer to monitor the contestants' operations in real time. For the national-level competition, there were as many as 10 cameras and photographers, and the contestants were spaced far apart, allowing photographers to move freely and capture the action from various angles. Zhang Yi glanced at the other contestants before him. He had come here today with his sights set on the championship and wasn't about to let this opportunity slip away. Chapter 50, Zhang Yi was the fastest again. Just moments before the competition began, the participants discovered that the topic for this round was randomly selected by lottery. It wasn't the contestants who drew the topics, but the judges. In other words, even the judges didn't know what would be tested. The host brought out a sealed box with a circular opening at the top just large enough for a hand to fit through. 8 judges took turns drawing questions from the box, and the question drawn the most times became the question for that round. This unexpected twist left Zhang Yi a bit at a loss, despite having practiced the basics all night long the previous evening. The first judge drew appendix removal surgery, the second drew tail reattachment on a lab mouse, and the third drew vascular suturing. Zhang Yi couldn't help but gasp. How on earth were they supposed to perform such a difficult procedure? Surely they weren't going to actually cut out an appendix later? The first 7 judges had all drawn different questions, leaving only the last judge remaining. If the last judge drew one of the duplicates, then that would be the final question for the exam. If all 8 questions were different, the judges would then discuss and select one of the 8 questions as the final question for the exam. The result is out, and it's actually an appendectomy. The last judge drew appendectomy, so the exam question for this competition is appendectomy. There are 2 methods for appendectomy. The first involves making a 5 cm incision in the rectus abdominis muscle to remove the appendix. The second is laparoscopic appendectomy LA, a minimally invasive procedure that requires inserting 3 tubes near the appendix and cecum in the abdomen, then using a laparoscope to free the appendix. Due to the minimally invasive nature of the procedure, patients typically experience minimal pain and do not require pain medication. They can resume eating and walking on the same day, significantly reducing hospital stay duration. Additionally, the minimal scarring is more aesthetically pleasing. Another factor is infection. Traditional appendectomy incisions have a high infection rate of approximately 47%. However, during LA surgery, the inflammatory focus does not come into contact with the abdominal wall throughout the procedure, and the appendix is directly removed through the trocar after excision, resulting in a significantly reduced infection rate. However, the appendectomy procedure tested in this competition was not a minimally invasive method. It focused on the traditional appendectomy procedure. First, we wanted to assess the basic skills of the participants. Second, since minimally invasive equipment is relatively expensive, it was not feasible for everyone to perform the procedure using a laparoscope. Therefore, the traditional surgical method was chosen. Staff members brought in 20 mannequins with only upper bodies and surgical tools, placing them in front of the participating doctors. The host then explained to the doctors, the mannequins contain the appendix, small intestine, and blood, which is filled with saline solution. Any contestant who loses 50 milliliters of blood during the competition will be immediately disqualified. Wow, eliminated at 50 milliliters? That's too harsh. Of course it's ruthless. This is a national competition. Do you think it's that easy to win the prize money and a fellowship at Massachusetts General Hospital? Many doctors began to whisper among themselves, but as the host announced the start of the competition, everyone fell silent and began their procedures. The first step was to dress appropriately, putting on masks and gloves, followed by disinfection. Using a sponge clamp, they held an iodine-soaked cotton ball to disinfect the area from the level of the nipple to the lowest point of the mannequin, and from the armpit midline on both sides. Next, determine the incision site. The appendix is located 23 centimeters from the ileocecal valve, with the proximal opening in the rectum and the distal end being a blind end. Therefore, the most commonly used incision for appendectomy is the right lower quadrant oblique incision. This incision crosses muscle layers, resulting in more secure healing and a lower risk of incisional hernia. Additionally, it is close to the appendix, facilitating its identification. First, make an incision of approximately 5 centimeters through the skin and subcutaneous tissue. Then, bluntly dissect the external oblique abdominal muscle fascia, internal oblique abdominal muscle, and transverse abdominal muscle. Since this is a simulated human model, it is not as easy to operate as a real abdominal cavity, so the first incision step eliminated one doctor. This also caused the remaining doctors on the scene to grow tense. He then used a curved forceps to widen the incision, pulled the edges of the incision apart with a retractor, incised the transverse abdominal fascia and peritoneum to enter the abdominal cavity, and immediately used an electrosurgical knife to stop the bleeding. Use an S-shaped retractor to retract the small intestine and expose the cecum to locate the appendix. Use a curved forceps to dissect the appendix mesentery to its root, clamp it, and cut it with an 11-inch blade. Immediately suture with a 6 by 17 round needle and 4-0 suture. Take care not to touch the abdominal wall when removing the appendix to avoid infection. After cleaning the abdominal cavity with a suction device, check all surgical instruments to ensure none are left behind in the abdominal cavity. After confirming all instruments are accounted for, proceed with the final suturing. Suturing is Zhang Yi's absolute specialty at the moment. At least none of the other doctors on the operating table can match his suturing skills. Done. After finishing everything, Zhang Yi took off his gloves and mask and raised his hand to signal that he was finished. Although Zhang Yi had never practiced appendectomy in the system training space, he could now perform even the highly complex surgical procedure of pancreatoduodenectomy, so appendectomy was a piece of cake for him. The judges also began to take notice of Zhang Yi, repeatedly reviewing his procedures on their tablets and nodding in approval. Once again, Zhang Yi was the fastest in the entire room, completing the entire process in less than 20 minutes. Some doctors had only just located the appendix, but Zhang Yi had already finished everything. Wang Kaiping, the director of the People's Hospital of the imperial capital city, watched Zhang Yi's procedures on the tablet. He couldn't help but stand up, walk over to Zhang Yi's desk, take out his reading glasses from his coat pocket, put them on, and lean in to examine the wound and sutures carefully. Looking up with an excited expression, he asked Zhang Yi, "Which municipal hospital are you from?" "I'm from a county-level hospital. My name is Zhang Yi." Chapter 51, I have an objection. County level? Not only Wang Kaiping, but many other judges on the panel were also slightly surprised to hear this. They had assumed that the doctors advancing to the national competition were mostly from municipal-level hospitals, as the surgical skills of doctors at municipal-level hospitals are generally more refined compared to those at county-level hospitals. Who would have thought that there was actually a doctor from a county-level hospital? Not bad. Wang Kaiping dropped that line and returned to the judges' table. The competition continued, and Zhang Yi was the first to finish, so he could sit aside and rest. Gradually, some participating doctors completed their tasks while others were directly eliminated. After waiting for another half hour or so, the competition finally came to an end. All participants may now proceed to the rest area to relax for a moment. Lunch has been prepared and is available for everyone to enjoy. The results of the competition will be announced in half an hour. Generally, larger hospitals will set up fruit and snacks outside the venue or in an adjacent area during meetings or competitions for participants to enjoy during breaks. Zhang Yi was feeling hungry and walked into the conference room to grab a snack. Just then, someone gently tapped him on the shoulder. He turned around and realized it was Su Qingqing. "Why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be taking care of your father?" Zhang Yi put down the cake and asked in surprise. He's feeling much better now. I asked the housekeeper to watch him for a while. I'll head back after your competition. Su Qingqing replied with a smile. You know what? Female doctors are really beautiful when they're not working. Su Qingqing already had snow-white skin and delicate features, and with a little makeup, all the male doctors in the restroom couldn't help but sneak a few glances at her. You don't mind the trouble, running all the way here, and you'll have to go back later. No problem. It's only a 3-hour drive from Linhai City to Daegu City. Not to mention 3 hours she'd come even if it took 10 hours, just to see Zhang Yi once. By the way, how did your competition go? Have the results been announced yet? Su Qingqing snapped back to reality and asked softly. I don't know yet. They'll announce the results later. Zhang Yi picked up a plate of cake and started eating again. Do your best, but I really hope you win. Su Qingqing looked at Zhang Yi with a look of admiration in her eyes, making Zhang Yi feel a bit embarrassed. Cough, cough. I'll take your words as good luck. I came here today with the sole purpose of winning first place. Otherwise, it would be a waste of all the effort I put into running all this way. Just then, the staff came over to announce that the participants could return to the competition venue to wait for the results. Go ahead. I'll wait for you outside. Su Qingqing gave Zhang Yi a thumbs-up gesture. Zhang Yi nodded and followed the others into the competition arena. After evaluation by our panel of judges and doctors from Massachusetts General Hospital, the top 3 doctors with the best scores were selected. The first place winner will receive a prize of 1 million coins, the 2019 Outstanding Young Physician Award, and a fellowship position at Massachusetts General Hospital. The second place prize is 50,000 coins, plus the 2019 Outstanding Doctor Award. The third place prize is 10,000 coins, plus the 2019 Outstanding Doctor Award. Wow, the difference in rewards between first place and second and third place is so significant. So the champion is the most attractive prize. Every doctor here is aiming for first place, aren't they? I wonder if I'll ever have the chance to win first place. Many doctors in the audience began to discuss the matter. The host cleared his throat and continued. Now, let's announce the third place winner. The third place winner is Dr. Tang Feng from the Second People's Hospital of Yunlang City, Yun Province. With a total score of 973 points. Congratulations! Clap. A round of applause, though not very enthusiastic, rang out from the audience. After all, everyone's attention was focused on the first place winner who would bother with third place. After Tang Feng received his award and stepped down from the stage, the host proceeded to announce the second place winner. Next up is the second place winner, the only contestant from a county-level hospital present at the event. Dr. Zhang Yi from Dachuan County, Tianshan City. With a total score of 999 points. Congratulations! Clap. The applause this time was a bit more enthusiastic than before. After all, it was quite shocking that the only doctor from a county-level hospital in the entire venue had won second place. However, Zhang Yi wasn't very happy. Second place? He had completed the task quickly and accurately. How could he be second? On the judges panel, Hu Changli, Wang Kaiping, and several other judges who had thought Zhang Yi was quite good all showed a slight look of surprise. They were also curious as to how Zhang Yi could have come in second place, but the scores were indeed their own. Could there be something fishy going on? Although dissatisfied with the result, Zhang Yi forced himself to suppress his doubts and stepped onto the podium. He would have to take a closer look later to see exactly how much better the doctor's skills were. Then, the host began to announce the first place winner. The first place winner is Dr. Gu Benhai from the First People's Hospital of Imperial City. With a perfect score of 100 points, he achieved the highest score of the entire competition. Congratulations on winning 1 million coins and an opportunity for further training at Massachusetts General Hospital. Wow, it's actually from our own hospital? Wow! The First People's Hospital of the Imperial Capital truly lives up to its name as the First People's Hospital of the Imperial Capital. But I noticed that the stitching on his wound isn't as good as the second place doctor's. That might be because the second place person's technique is better, but the two should be pretty close. After all, they're only 0.1 points apart. Zhang Yi glanced at Gu Benhai's desk. The stitching wasn't as good as his, so how did he end up first? Zhang Yi peered through the skin to examine the internal sutures of the wound. Suddenly, he saw a scene that left him utterly stunned. The ligature at the site of the appendix incision was leaking saline solution? This was clearly caused by an improperly secured ligature, leading to bleeding. Why is this the top result? Zhang Yi couldn't figure it out. Could it really be because he's a doctor at the main hospital of the Imperial Capital's First People's Hospital that he's getting special treatment? Judge, I have an objection. Chapter 52, Re-awarding the prize. Judge, I have an objection. Zhang Yi's voice interrupted Gu Benhai, who was receiving the award on stage, and the judge presenting it. Hu Changli frowned and looked at Zhang Yi, assuming he was dissatisfied and had interrupted the award ceremony. Although he also held Zhang Yi in high regard, he disapproved of his behavior. Dear judges, I would like to know why an operation that was not properly ligated and was still bleeding could win first place? And with a perfect score of 100 points? Gu Benhai's eyes flashed a hint of panic, then he turned to Zhang Yi with an annoyed expression and said, Dr. Zhang Yi, you're not just upset because you got 1 point less than me and came in second, are you? Gu Benhai's words seemed to awaken everyone around him, and they all looked at Zhang Yi with disdain. If you lose, you lose. Why can't you accept it? Wang Kaiping stood by silently, his eyes narrowed in deep thought. On the other side, the interpreter was quietly translating the real-time situation for the two foreign doctors. I'm not willing to accept this, but it's not because I can't afford to lose. It's because your performance was so poor, even worse than the third-place finisher Tangfeng. I can't understand how you managed to secure first place. Could it really be that the doctors at this hospital have special privileges? Zhang Yi's words caused everyone to change their opinion slightly, and they all turned their attention to Gu Benhai, waiting for his response. How dare you call my work garbage? The entire process was recorded, and you can watch the replay. Moreover, these were all scores given by the judges. Are you questioning the judges' evaluations? Gu Benhai skillfully shifted the focus of the conversation onto the judges. You can question him, but you can't question the judges. They're seasoned experts and professors with decades of experience. They've seen more than you've ever imagined. Zhang Yi sneered and continued, you don't need to drag the judges into this. Do you think involving them will cover up the post-operative bleeding? Why don't we open up the abdominal cavity you sutured and take a look? Gu Benhai, as if his bluff had been called, stammered in a disjointed defense, I'm first place. The judges chose me. You. Enough. Stop arguing. Wang Kaiping slammed the table and stood up, shouting. Actually, he had been puzzled from the start about how Gu Benhai could have come in first place. He clearly remembered giving Gu Benhai a score of 95 and Zhang Yi a score of 100. Could it really be that the staff responsible for tallying the scores had made a mistake? He then turned to Zhang Yi and demanded, how did you know his postoperative bleeding occurred? This was the most critical question, as the human eye cannot see inside the sutures. The judges could only evaluate the results based on the surgical process and the condition of the sutured wound. So how did Zhang Yi know about the internal bleeding? Zhang Yi walked over to Gu Benhai's desk, pressed his palm against the abdomen of the mannequin, and said, the mannequin is different from a real person, it has no temperature. However, since it's filled with saline solution, when the solution leaks out, the abdomen of the mannequin will also feel colder. If Director Wang doesn't believe me, you can come down and compare it yourself. Several doctors standing beside Zhang Yi seemed to have an epiphany. They all walked forward to compare the mannequins they had been operating on with Gu Benhai's mannequin. It's true. This model is a bit colder than mine. Mine too. Several doctors compared the results and began to turn around and explain to everyone. Wang Kaiping remained calm, glancing at Gu Benhai, who looked somewhat embarrassed on stage, before turning to the staff and saying, open the simulation mannequin that Gu Benhai was operating and take a look. The staff then reopened the incision on the mannequin. Dr. Wang, the ligature on the simulated human model has come loose, and the incision where the appendix was removed is bleeding. Visually, the bleeding appears to exceed 50 milliliters. The staff reported the situation accurately. Amazing. This Zhang Yi is pretty clever. Impressive. Zhang Yi turned the tables despite the odds. All the doctors present, including the two from Massachusetts General Hospital, couldn't help but be shocked. Zhang Yi had actually predicted this. Wang Kaiping nodded and announced emotionlessly, Gu Benhai's results are invalidated. We will then use the instruments to test the top 3 simulated mannequins to see if there is any bleeding. If there is none, Zhang Yi will be declared the winner of this competition. Do any of the judges have any objections to this decision? The judges shook their heads, indicating their agreement with Wang Kaiping's decision. Zhang Yi stood below the stage and looked at Wang Kaiping with gratitude. At that moment, a staff member behind Wang Kaiping stepped forward and whispered, Director Wang, Gu Benhai is a doctor from our hospital. Wang Kaiping replied angrily, with such poor surgical skills, you dare to claim to be from our hospital? A doctor from the top-ranked hospital in the capital city can't even perform a simple appendectomy properly, yet you still have the nerve to call yourself a doctor from the capital people's hospital? After being scolded by Wang Kaiping, the technician slunk off the podium, and Gu Benhai, upon hearing Wang Kaiping's words, also felt embarrassed and stepped down from the podium. Director Wang, the test is complete. The top 3 simulated human models all show no signs of bleeding. Alright, let's start the award ceremony again. Chapter 53, Let him be his apprentice? After the little incident earlier, all the contestants seem to have perked up. And now, we are pleased to announce the winner of the 2019 National Medical Procedures Competition. The first place winner is Dr. Zhang Yi from Dachuan County, Tianshan City. Dr. Zhang Yi let out a long breath of relief. Thankfully, after all the turmoil, first place was still his. The audience below erupted into even louder applause, clearly impressed by Zhang Yi's intelligence and courage. They never would have imagined that leaking saline solution could cool the carrier and be used to determine whether bleeding had occurred. In reality, they didn't know that Zhang Yi had come up with the idea on the spot to get by. He couldn't possibly claim that he could see internal issues with the naked eye, otherwise, he'd be dragged off by some mysterious organization for an autopsy. In the end, he just blurted something out and everyone praised him for being smart. What could he do? He could only silently endure others' praise. Later, William from Massachusetts General Hospital approached Zhang Yi and said, "Mr. Zhang Yi, welcome to our Massachusetts hospital for further training. You are very talented, and I have high hopes for you." Under the envious gazes of everyone present, Zhang Yi spoke slowly, uttering a remark that left everyone speechless. "I am deeply grateful for your hospital's invitation, but I feel that I would rather stay here. The medical standards here are not inferior, and I can also learn well here. Therefore, I would like to pass this opportunity for further study on to the second-place candidate." Just kidding. In this line of work, experience is what matters most. He has training in the system every day, with access to any equipment or case studies he needs. What could he possibly lack? Plus, practicing the same thing over a dozen times in one night would make it hard not to excel. Why go all the way abroad? Besides, even a big hospital might not let him assist in surgeries. He might end up going there and not learning anything while wasting his time. However, the judges and the contestants below the stage were no longer calm. "I just thought Zhang Yiren was pretty smart, but now he's suddenly lost his mind? He's not even going to the Massachusetts General Hospital in the US for further training. I suggest he get a brain CT scan right away." Oh, what a pity. What's a pity? They have their own choices. Besides, I think Zhang Yi is right. Our country's current medical standards aren't bad. Why grovel to go learn from other countries? Zhang Yi communicated directly with William in English, so when William heard this, he immediately looked stunned. What? Someone actually refused an invitation from Massachusetts General Hospital? Oh my God. William spread his hands dramatically and exclaimed. Zhang Yi apologized, "I'm sorry, I'm not interested in further training. I'm only interested in the bonus." Only Zhang Yi would say it so bluntly. This left the judges feeling awkward for a moment. "Alright, then I wish you all the best in your studies back home." William curved the corners of his mouth into a smile, though it was unclear whether it was genuine or forced. Subsequently, it was up to the second-place finisher, Tang Feng, to go to Massachusetts General Hospital for further training. As a national-level competition, the medical organizers arranged a special banquet in the evening to express their gratitude to the participating doctors for their hard work during the event. After the event concluded, Zhang Yi walked out of the venue and looked around, searching for a familiar figure. "Hey! Congratulations! I heard you at the door. You came in first." Su Qingqing jumped out from the corner and said. "Thanks to you." Hee. Su Qingqing blushed and smiled shyly. "When are you leaving? You want me to leave so badly?" Su Qingqing, who had been smiling so happily just moments ago, suddenly dropped her face. "No, I was just thinking that if you go back too late, it won't be safe, so it's better to go back earlier." Su Qingqing sighed, "Alright, I've been gone all morning, I should go back and take care of my dad." After that, Zhang Yi saw Su Qingqing off to the car and returned to the hotel. No one knew where Yuan Li and the others had heard the news, but they called Zhang Yi so many times that his eardrums were nearly bursting from their shouting. "Aha! Zhang Yi, you actually won. First place." Yuan Li's roar. "My goodness! A hero! Our department's hero!" Du Shiqi shriek. "You're my big brother. Come back and treat us to a meal, big brother." Zhao Fei shout. "This is unbelievable. Zhang Yi, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. When did Director Lu start getting involved with them too? Got it. Come back and treat us, okay?" Zhang Yi said into the receiver, both annoyed and amused. He hung up the phone in a hurry, rested in his room for a while, and then joined the group at the banquet hotel, the Guosasishiangxiang Grand Hotel. The hotel was most famous for its imperial capital roast duck, and it was just dinner time. Zhang Yi couldn't help but drool at the thought of it. The organizers had reserved a large private room that could accommodate 50 people at once. Socializing inevitably involves drinking, which is a customary practice at the dinner table. I wonder if Wang Kaiping had had too much to drink. He raised his glass and walked toward Zhang Yi, slapping him on the shoulder and shouting, "You, Zhang Yi. From now on, you're my disciple." Chapter 54, Advanced Training and Assignment to Post. Zhang Yi was stuffing a piece of roast duck into his mouth when he nearly choked on it. Cough, "Director Wang, are you joking?" Zhang Yizheng swallowed the food whole and quickly asked. "Take him as your disciple? What's going on here?" "That's right, you. I, Wang Kaiping, want to take you as my disciple. What do you say? Come to the First People's Hospital in the imperial capital city?" Wang Kaiping held up his wineglass, looking like he was trying to reel in a big fish. "Director Wang, I'm not particularly interested." "Ah, don't say it. I know you're very willing. Let's just decide this way." Wang Kaiping raised his wineglass and returned to another table. Zhang Yi was completely confused. Had Director Wang had too much to drink? The doctor sitting next to Zhang Yi quietly explained to him, "This Director Wang is quite the figure. He's the head of the Imperial Capital Hospital, the chief of the operating room, and can perform any surgery. Not only is he the director, but he's also a professor at the Imperial Capital Medical University. Though I don't know if he's serious about taking you as an apprentice. If he is, you've hit the jackpot. Zhang Yi shook his head. Who knows? Maybe he was just talking nonsense after drinking too much. After that, Zhang Yi didn't think about it anymore and focused on eating the roast duck. The next day, after the competition, Zhang Yi returned to Tianshan City. In the office of the head of the cardiology department. Director, you wanted to see me? Lu Changjing nodded and gestured for Zhang Yi to sit down and talk. I heard that you refused the opportunity to further your studies at Massachusetts General Hospital? Why? Such a good opportunity? Lu Changjing asked in confusion. The opportunity to further your studies at that hospital is much better than the one at Tianshan City Hospital. Director Lu, others might think this opportunity is great, but I don't feel the same way. I have my own thoughts and ideas. I just want to choose what I want to do. Upon hearing Zhang Yi say this, Director Lu couldn't say anything else. He changed the subject. Next week, I'll be going to the city hospital for further training. You and Yuan Li should work hard. When I come back, you'll be in a position of authority. Got it, Director. After work, Zhang Yi didn't go straight home. Instead, he borrowed a colleague's electric bike and took a leisurely ride around Duchuan County. Although the new district was built after the earthquake as a residential area, the county-level infrastructure was already lagging behind that of first-tier cities, so even the new district wasn't particularly bustling. Instead, it gave Zhang Yi a desolate feel, less lively than the old city. Zhang Yi had come out for a stroll mainly to scout potential locations for opening a small clinic on his own. Although he had been in Duchuan County for over 2 months, he rarely went out to explore, so he decided to take this opportunity to get a better understanding of the county. After wandering around all night, Zhang Yi didn't find a suitable location, so he had to put that idea on hold for now and wait until after his further studies. Before he knew it, the day had come for the doctors from Duchuan County People's Hospital to go to Tianshan City People's Hospital for further training. The training required arriving a day early to register, after which the medical education department would arrange accommodation and assign departments. Zhang Yi and Yuan Li are in the same dormitory but assigned to different departments, one in the emergency department and the other in the cardiology department. Resident doctors also need to be assigned a mentor to guide them for a period before they can work independently. As a result, the head of the emergency department assigned Zhang Yi to a doctor named Zhao Ziyu. Dr. Zhao is off today. You can familiarize yourself with the hospital environment and go home for now. Report back tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. sharp. The emergency department director, Ma Yunxiang, stared intently at the report in his hands without glancing at Zhang Yi. He dropped those words and left, clearly too busy to arrange anything for Zhang Yi at the moment. He could only dismiss him for now and deal with the rest tomorrow. From the atmosphere alone, Zhang Yi could sense how busy the emergency department was. In the 20-plus minutes he had been standing there waiting for Ma Yunxiang to come over, he had already heard the sirens of 3 ambulances. In just 20 minutes, they had to treat 3 emergency patients. It wasn't just about the doctor's skills, it also required seamless coordination among the medical staff. Everyone who came to the emergency room was critically ill, with their lives hanging in the balance. If any one of these steps goes wrong, the patient's life is at stake, let alone stabilizing them and transferring them to the appropriate department. Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel a bit tense. The emergency department of a municipal hospital was indeed a different league from that of a county-level hospital. Back in the dormitory, he found that Yuan Li hadn't returned yet, so Zhang Yi decided to practice his ophthalmic surgery some more. Simulated training for ophthalmic surgery, ultrasonic emulsification and artificial lens implantation is about to begin. Please prepare yourself. Countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Begin. Phacoemulsification is a technique that uses a phacoemulsification device to create a 3 mm incision at the corneal limbus. The lens nucleus is then emulsified using ultrasound and suctioned out along with the cortex. An intraocular lens is then implanted to restore vision. Phacoemulsification cataract surgery is widely used in clinical practice due to its small incision, minimal damage to ocular tissues, rapid post-operative recovery, high and stable visual acuity, and minimal astigmatism. Chapter 55. If we delay any further, it will be too late to save it. After training all night, Zhang Yi opened the system panel to check the progress. Medical ethics, 54 out of 100. Wound suturing technique, 75 out of 100. Congenital heart disease surgery, completed. Intracranial aneurysm embolization, completed. Brain atrophy resection, completed. Replantation of amputated limbs, completed. Pancreatic duodenectomy, completed. Ophthalmic surgery, unlocked 80% complete. Organ transplantation, not unlocked. 3-incision esophageal cancer radical resection with colon-jejunal esophageal replacement and cervical anastomosis, unlocked. This medical ethics score is rising so slowly. Zhang Yi sighed. Since the system was implemented, it had only increased by 4 points. Medical ethics, of course, cannot be compared to other scores. It requires the host to fully dedicate themselves to the medical field and prioritize the well-being of patients to earn medical ethics points. What is the purpose of these medical ethics points? What happens if I achieve a perfect score? The system will award a mystery gift package. Zhang Yi was a bit skeptical and asked, "Isn't this gift package for unlocking various surgical training?" "No, it's not." "That's good." As for what's in the gift pack, Zhang Yi doesn't dare to think about it yet. After all, he's still so far behind, and he has no idea how long it will take to reach full marks. In the morning, after finishing his morning routine, Zhang Yi went to work with Yuan Li. In the emergency department, medical staff gradually arrived. The first task for all departments in the hospital in the morning was to hand over duties. This involved briefing on the condition of new patients admitted the previous day and the status of critically ill patients. After finishing the briefing, Dr. Ma Yunxiang, the head of the emergency department, turned to a female doctor in the corner and said, "Ziyu, Dr. Zhang Yi is a doctor who came here for further training from Dachuan County. He will shadow you this month to get familiar with the work and then start working independently next month." Zhang Yi turned to look, just as Zhao Ziyu was also looking at him. Zhao Ziyu didn't make a particularly striking first impression on Zhang Yi. She wasn't tall, but she was very slim, around 5 feet 3 inches, and her two prominent features were her breasts, which were so prominent that at first glance, one might mistake her for a flat-chested woman. Moreover, her natural, makeup-free appearance gave her a pale complexion, with a hint of dullness to her fair skin. It was likely due to prolonged late-night shifts and irregular sleep patterns. Zhang Yi made a decent impression on Zhao Ziyu, a clean-cut, sunny disposition man who isn't exceptionally handsome but definitely not unattractive. What's more, Zhao Ziyu had heard that Zhang Yi was the national champion of a medical skills competition just a few months ago. "Hello, my name is Zhao Ziyu." Zhao Ziyu took the initiative to greet him. "Hello, my name is Zhang Yi." Following that, Zhang Yi began his first day with Zhao Ziyu, which was both intense and busy. Most of the emergency cases that came in during the morning were not particularly complicated. Just as it was nearing 11:30 a.m., the time for the shift change, an acute myocardial infarction emergency arrived. He was rushed to the hospital by ambulance. A middle-aged man in his 50s, he suddenly collapsed and lost consciousness at home around 11 a.m. By the time he arrived at the hospital, he had already developed cyanosis of the face and lips, and was sweating profusely. Zhang Yi immediately recognized that the patient's coronary artery was blocked and that emergency surgery was needed to clear the blockage. "Quickly connect the electrocardiogram monitor." Zhao Ziyu, who was attending to the patient, ordered in a low voice. "Dr. Zhao, the patient's ECG is not responding, it's flat." The male nurse said, looking at the ECG. "Perform external cardiac compression." Within seconds, the electrocardiogram monitor displayed an extremely irregular waveform. "Dr. Zhao, the patient is in ventricular fibrillation. Defibrillate him immediately. Bring the defibrillator." Within seconds, another nurse brought the defibrillator over. Ventricular fibrillation is a very dangerous symptom of a heart attack because the heart functions like a pump, with each contraction of the left ventricle pumping blood throughout the body and the right ventricle pumping blood to the lungs. Now, the entire ventricle is quivering and has stopped beating, meaning it cannot contract to pump blood out. Immediate defibrillation is necessary to restore the heart's ability to contract. If blood circulation stops for 68 seconds, the patient will experience cardiac-induced cerebral ischemia. If ischemia persists for more than 8 minutes, irreversible changes will occur. In the emergency department, the saying "time is life, time is opportunity" is vividly demonstrated. The defibrillator is ready, 200 joules, begin. Zhao Ziyu held the electrode pads with both hands, his eyes fixed on the electrocardiogram monitor as he spoke. Bang! Bang! The patient lying on the bed jumped up slightly uncontrollably due to the defibrillator, then fell back down. "No, there's still ventricular fibrillation. Try again. 200 joules, start. Bang!" This was repeated 4 times, and the patient finally stabilized, with the electrocardiogram showing normal waveforms. Just as all the staff were beginning to relax, the patient suddenly became agitated again. However, he did not respond to calls and instinctively tried to pull off the oxygen tubes and electrocardiogram monitor attached to his body. There was no choice but to have someone restrain his hands and feet. "Dr. Zhao, this patient needs surgery immediately. Any further delay could result in irreversible damage." Zhang Yi watched as the blockage in the patient's heart grew more severe and felt compelled to remind Zhao Ziyu. "I know surgery is necessary, but he just had ventricular fibrillation. We must perform a brain CT scan to rule out the possibility of cardiac-induced cerebral ischemia. The patient is so agitated we might not be able to perform the procedure. And if we delay any further, it will be too late to save him." Zhang Yi's voice was slightly impatient as he stared intently at Zhao Ziyu's face, which was covered in beads of sweat, and shouted. Zhao Ziyu was almost about to agree to skip the examination and proceed directly to surgery, but her rational mind told her she couldn't. No. We must conduct a thorough examination before proceeding with surgery. This is our responsibility to the patient. After speaking, Zhao Ziyu turned to the nurse and orderly beside her and said, "Take him to the CT room immediately for a brain CT scan. If we delay any further, it will be too late to save him." Zhang Yi grabbed Zhao Ziyu's wrist and repeated himself. Chapter 56, Bad News. He does not have a heart-related cause of cerebral ischemia. It is now recommended to immediately undergo thrombolytic therapy. You think you can just say that and it'll be fine? Zhao Ziyu and Zhang Yi stared at each other coldly for a few seconds before Zhao Ziyu said, "I'm the official doctor here." Implicit in his words was that Zhang Yi was only a visiting doctor and didn't have the authority to make decisions. Then Zhao Ziyu turned away without looking back and pushed the patient into the CT room with the nurse. Zhang Yi stood there, grinding his teeth and muttering a curse under his breath. This patient did not have a heart-related stroke. Zhang Yi could see that clearly. What was now threatening his life was a blocked coronary artery. If thrombolytic therapy wasn't administered immediately, he would go into ventricular fibrillation again. But while Zhang Yi can see it, others cannot, and that is the most frustrating part. Inside the CT room, Zhang Yi had indeed been spot on. The patient was experiencing mental confusion and kept trying to pull out the nasal tube, tracheal tube, and oxygen tube. The family members were trying to persuade him, but it was no use because the patient was completely unconscious. In just a few minutes, 3 minutes had already been wasted. "Dr. Zhao, the patient is extremely uncooperative. What should we do if we can't perform the brain CT scan?" the nurse said while struggling to hold down the patient's agitated hands. Zhao Ziyu stood at the control panel outside the CT room, observing the situation inside through the glass window. Suddenly, the patient's resistance gradually weakened. The hands that had been struggling moments ago now hung limply, like a lifeless doll at the mercy of others, motionless. "Dr. Zhao, the patient's carotid pulse has ceased. Perform external cardiac compression." Zhao Ziyu rushed inside while speaking, took out a flashlight, and shone it into the patient's eyes. The patient's pupils on both sides showed no response to light. Old Wang quickly ordered a brain CT scan and then rushed the patient to the operating room. Outside the CT room, the radiologist nodded as the machine spun rapidly. The results were ready in 2 seconds. No abnormalities. Upon hearing the news, Zhao Ziyu and the nurse and orderly immediately pushed the patient out. The corridor was crowded with family members coming and going. Zhao Ziyu pushed while shouting, "Make way. Please make way." The family members also voluntarily stepped aside to make a wide path. Time was of the essence, and the medical staff quickly pushed the patient into the operating room. Zhao Ziyu finally breathed a sigh of relief as she stood at the operating room door. "I hope they can save him." Sweat beads trickled down her forehead. She raised her hand and gently wiped them away with her sleeve, then removed her mask to reveal her slightly pale face, breathing heavily in gasps. However, she couldn't rest for long. There were still many patients waiting to be seen in the emergency room downstairs. Upon returning to the emergency department, Zhao Ziyu caught the scent of food and her stomach growled in response. It was only then that she realized it was already noon. However, at this hour, the cafeteria had already sold out of food. "Oh well, let's order takeout," Zhao Ziyu said helplessly as she took out her phone in the office. Suddenly, a bowl of rice and vegetables appeared within her field of vision. Zhao Ziyu looked up and saw that it was Zhang Yi handing it to her. Since they had just had a brief argument, Zhao Ziyu felt a bit awkward looking at him now. However, she was curious, how could Zhang Yi be so certain that the patient earlier did not have a cardiac-related cerebral ischemia? "Eat up. I brought you something from the cafeteria." After saying that, Zhang Yi went to the break room. "Wait." Zhao Ziyu called him back and said, "I want to ask you a question." Zhang Yi turned his head and sat down next to Zhao Ziyu, gesturing for her to continue. "How do you know that the patient just now didn't have a cardiac-related cerebral ischemia?" "First, there was no epilepsy. Second, there were no convulsions. Third, there was no syncope. Instead, the patient was in a state of unconscious struggle. Therefore, I concluded that there was no cardiac-related cerebral ischemia. However, no wonder he's the national champion." The head of the emergency department, Ma Yunxiang, had appeared at the office door without anyone noticing. "Dr. Ma. Mr. Ma." Zhang Yi and Zhao Ziyu greeted him in unison. Ma Yunxiang nodded and looked at the simple meal on the table that hadn't been touched yet, asking, "You've been busy and haven't eaten yet?" Zhao Ziyu nodded. "You've worked hard." After saying that, Ma Yunxiang turned to Zhang Yi and said, "You are indeed very smart, but being a doctor requires more than just clever shortcuts. You must rely on medical equipment for accurate diagnosis. Relying solely on speculation to treat patients is tantamount to playing with their lives. Rely on instruments? Zhang Yi himself is the most precise instrument. Rely on instruments? Zhang Yi is the most precise instrument himself." "I understand, Director, but I would never take a patient's life lightly. The situation was urgent, and I just wanted to save every second I could." After all, the patient's blood vessels were severely blocked, and every second delayed could be life-threatening. I understand your feelings, but you're still young. You need to learn more. Ma Yunxiang patted Zhang Yi on the shoulder and said. Although Zhang Yi didn't fully agree with Ma Yunxiang's perspective, he still nodded obediently with a humble expression. After all, it was his first day, and he wanted to make a good impression on the director. Otherwise, things might get tough later on. After lunch and a short rest, it was time to get back to work at 2 o'clock. Zhao Ziyu hadn't slept at all that afternoon, as if waiting for some news. Zhang Yi guessed she was probably waiting for the patient with acute myocardial infarction to come out of surgery. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the doctors came down from the operating room with some very bad news. Chapter 57, They are human beings, not gods. If only it had been 1 minute earlier. What a pity. The surgeon performing the surgery was the head of the emergency department, Dr. Liu Yi. What? The patient is gone? Upon hearing the news, Zhao Ziyu collapsed into a chair, her eyes vacant, lost in thought. Liu Yi sighed and nodded. It was delivered a bit late. If it had been a little earlier, there might have been a chance. Zhang Yi looked at Zhao Ziyu's eyes, which were slowly filling with tears. She bit her lip tightly and didn't say anything, but Zhang Yi could tell she was holding back, trying to stop the tears from spilling over. Zhang Yi silently handed her a piece of paper and said to her, "This is how it is in the hospital, the gateway to the afterlife, where life and death coexist. We are just a group of people in white coats racing against death. If we lose this time, we must win next time. You're not a divine being, not everyone can be saved. Try to look on the bright side." Zhao Ziyu seemed to reach her breaking point upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, burying her face in the table and sobbing softly. "If we had taken him to surgery sooner, or if I had believed you, this person might still be alive. It's all my fault for wasting time." Zhao Ziyu whispered softly while leaning on the table. "The person is already gone, there's no point in talking about it. Moreover, you provided the most appropriate emergency care in the shortest possible time. You did your best. What you need to do now is to gather your thoughts and prepare for the next patient." Under normal circumstances, doctors must ensure that all preoperative test results fall within the appropriate range for surgery before proceeding. For Zhao Ziyu, since she couldn't directly see the patient's internal structure, she could only rely on medical instruments for detection. Zhang Yi's words snapped Zhao Ziyu back to reality. She lifted her head, wiped away her tears, and said, "Right, we still have to work during regular hours." As they stepped out of the office, they saw a woman in her 40s or 50s sitting on the ground outside the emergency building entrance, crying and wailing, completely disregarding her appearance. "Oh my God. I haven't seen you all morning, how could you just disappear like this? Heaven. A person just died, and I don't even know how." The woman wiped her tears and snot as she cried out. Many patients and their families in the emergency room cast curious and sympathetic glances at them. "We have already explained everything clearly to you. This patient was brought to the hospital with an acute myocardial infarction. Due to the sudden onset of the condition, many irreversible factors led to the patient's death. Please remain calm. This is a hospital, not a place for you to cause a scene." Dr. Ma Yunxiang, the head of the emergency department, stepped out and explained the situation to the woman once more. "You're such a big hospital, the top hospital in Tianshan City. The best hospital in Tianshan, and you can't even save a person. What are you even here for?" The woman's expression changed instantly, and she spoke aggressively. Ma Yunxiang sighed helplessly, glancing at the woman sitting on the ground, then motioned for the nurse to call security. There was simply no other option. The woman was causing a scene, disrupting the peace and affecting the emotions of other patients. Unexpectedly, the woman heard this and immediately started wailing again. "Oh my God. In such a big hospital, you're arresting people? You're even calling security to beat me up. Come and see what's happening. You've already killed the patient, and now you're treating the family like this." The woman shouted to the crowd gathered around her, her appearance so pitiful it seemed as though the hospital owed her millions. Several young people nearby had already taken out their phones to film the scene as if it were a spectacle, and then posted the video on Douyin. Before long, when she saw the security guards approaching, the woman became even more agitated. She began to curse wildly, invoking all manner of insults, including those against her parents. "Ah!" Zhang Yi sighed. He didn't feel comfortable commenting on the situation. After all, someone had indeed died in their family. Soon after, the sound of an ambulance siren grew louder as it approached, eventually coming to a stop at the entrance of the emergency building. "There's an emergency patient. Let's go," Zhang Yi reminded Zhao Ziyu, who was still in a daze. "All right." Zhao Ziyu nodded blankly, glanced at the woman sitting on the ground once more, then followed Zhang Yi out to receive the patient. This time, it was a young man who had been in a car accident and was rushed over by an ambulance. Apparently, he was riding a motorcycle without checking his rearview mirror and collided with a car. Fortunately, he wasn't seriously injured. Zhang Yi gave him a quick once-over and muttered under his breath, "Fractured femur." Coincidentally, Zhao Ziyu overheard this and couldn't help but turn her head in surprise to look at Zhang Yi. Is his medical skill really that advanced? He can tell just by looking where the problem is? The young man got off the ambulance and started shouting nonstop, "Ouch, be gentle, it hurts so much, be gentle. Let's get an X-ray to see if there's a fracture." Zhao Ziyu shifted her gaze to the patient and said, "Okay." Inside the imaging department, several people worked together to lift the young man onto the examination table, and then the machine started. Zhao Ziyu stood outside the examination room, staring intently at the computer screen, hoping to determine whether the patient had a femur fracture. After the machine scanned the patient's entire body, the results came out. Fractured femur. Chapter 58, Ask Zhang Yi to perform surgery. This is unbelievable. It's actually a femur fracture. How did Zhang Yi figure that out? Why are you looking at me like that? Zhang Yi turned his head and noticed that Zhao Ziyu was staring at him with a strange expression, so he asked, "Big brother, how did you know he had a fractured femur?" Zhao Ziyu even called his older brother over, clearly shaken by Zhang Yi's diagnosis. Look at the position. He didn't dare to use the strength of his thigh the entire time but instead supported his body with his hands. Although his right leg couldn't move, look at his foot and ankle, they were intentionally or unintentionally supporting his lower body. That's why I suspect it's a femur fracture. Zhang Yi blurted out another unfounded claim. Zhao Ziyu listened with a puzzled expression, but in the end, he nodded heavily as if he understood and said, "Oh, I see." After the examination was completed, the emergency department contacted the orthopedic department to prepare for immediate bone setting for the patient. "When can I get on the operating table?" Zhang Yi asked. Zhao Ziyu sighed and said, "Oh, the operating table? I've been at this hospital for 4 years and I'm still just an assistant, helping out in the operating room. Even though you won first place in the national medical competition, it doesn't mean you can just jump right in. Doctors who operate in the operating room must be experienced, calm under pressure, and at least at the level of a department head. We young doctors should just wait our turn." "You've never been the lead surgeon before?" Zhang Yi asked, looking at Zhao Ziyu in surprise. "I'm not qualified to be the lead surgeon. Our hospital's chief surgeon is very skilled, you know? I'm only qualified to assist them." "What? Are you saying you've been the lead surgeon before?" "Every day." Zhang Yi dropped that line and headed to the restroom, feeling a bit urgent. "What? Zhang Yi is the lead surgeon?" Zhao Ziyu stood there dumbfounded, not expecting Zhang Yi to have a penchant for boasting about his skills. After a busy day in the emergency department, Zhang Yi returned to his dormitory after work and saw Yuan Li lying on the bed, moaning, "I'm exhausted. How can a municipal hospital be so busy?" Zhang Yi walked in, kicked away Yuan Li's shoes that had been carelessly thrown aside, and frowned, saying, "Municipal hospitals are always busy. They have to admit patients from the entire city, or even the entire province. And your shoes should be kept under the bed, otherwise, I'll throw them away." Yuan Li sat up on the bed, shrugged his shoulders, and kicked his shoes under his own bed before asking, "How's the emergency department?" Zhang Yi poured a cup of water and said, "Someone died, and the family is causing a commotion." Zhang Yi poured a cup of water while saying, "Someone died, and the family is causing a commotion." Someone died on the first day? That's so unlucky. You're wrong to say that. How many people die in hospitals across the country every year? If that's unlucky, why would anyone go to the hospital for treatment? Zhang Yi took a sip of water and retorted, "I was referring to you being unlucky, not the hospital. Get lost." Zhang Yi shot him a disdainful glance. Yuan Li gave a nervous laugh and added, "Oh, right, our department head told us before leaving work today that someone from the health bureau is coming tomorrow. It seems like they're going to conduct a surprise inspection? An inspection is an inspection. It's for the good of the hospital anyway." Yuan Li gave Zhang Yi a disdainful glance as usual. The two chatted idly for a while longer before Zhang Yi began reading. As a doctor, it wasn't enough to be skilled with your hands. Theoretical knowledge also had to keep up with the times. The next day, Zhang Yi and Zhao Ziyu were still responsible for receiving patients. The emergency department had more doctors and nurses than other departments because they not only had to receive patients but also accompany ambulances on calls and even assist in surgeries, so the staff allocation had to be sufficient. Today, officials from the health bureau may come for an inspection, and the emergency department will definitely be checked. Everyone should quickly review the handover records to ensure they are complete, and make sure your appearance is neat and presentable. Don't let them deduct points later. Ma Yunxiang instructed the doctors and nurses. In the director's office. "Director, why did you come alone? I thought the health bureau was coming for another inspection since you contacted me yesterday." Doomingly, the director of the First People's Hospital poured a cup of tea for Han Jinfang and said politely. Han Jinfang took the tea and got straight to the point, "There's no inspection today. I'm here to ask a doctor to perform surgery on me." "Director Han, you could have just asked a doctor at our hospital to tell me. Why bother coming all the way here yourself?" "No, this person is different. He is someone who couldn't even perform surgery at a military hospital. He is our family's savior. I must come personally to invite him. A surgery that even the director of the military hospital couldn't perform? Du Mingli quickly searched his mind for the most outstanding doctors in the hospital. Who could it be? Someone with such skill. I wonder who Director Han was referring to. How come I've never heard of this before? He's not from your hospital. I only found out yesterday that he was assigned to your hospital for further training. Du Mingli suddenly realized and asked, is he the doctor who came from Dushuan County? Han Jinfang nodded, that's right. He's the Zhang Yi who won first place in the National Medical Skills Competition. Han Jinfang nodded, that's right. He's Zhang Yi, who won first place in the National Medical Skills Competition. Chapter 59, is this really a miracle? Zhang Yi, I know this doctor. He was also the first place winner in the city competition back then. Du Mingli nodded and said, I wonder if the director knows which department he was assigned to. I'll go find him. Han Jinfang put down her teacup and said, alright, I'll call and ask right away. Du Mingli picked up the internal phone on the desk and dialed the number. After all, it was such a large hospital with so many staff members, there were hundreds of interns and resident doctors every year. How could he possibly know everyone by heart? Emergency department? Got it. Du Mingli hung up the phone and heard Han Jinfang ask directly, it's the emergency department, right? Yes, Director Han. Alright, I'll go find him. Han Jinfang stood up and left the director's office. Du Mingli hurried after her. Han Jinfang was the director of the health bureau. Although she said today wasn't an inspection day, if they happened to come across any medical waste stored improperly in any department, that would be a disaster. In the emergency room, Zhang Yi and Zhao Ziyu were rushing to save a drowning teenager. Summer had arrived, and many playful young boys loved to go swimming in the river to cool off. However, the river was deep and the current was strong, and one wrong move could lead to drowning. During the summer vacation period, it is common to see news reports about students from certain schools drowning while swimming in rivers. Drowning generally refers to a situation where a person is submerged in water, leading to oxygen deprivation and cardiac arrest due to water entering the lungs. Wet drowning, accounting for 90%, or laryngeal spasm. Dry drowning, accounting for 10%. The primary emergency measure is external cardiac compression. Generally, external cardiac compression is performed with a ratio of 30 chest compressions to 2 rescue breaths. However, for drowning victims, 5 rescue breaths should be administered first to open the airway, followed by the standard compression ratio for resuscitation. Additionally, the time window for drowning rescue is extremely critical, with the optimal window being within 46 minutes. After 6 minutes, the mortality rate rises sharply, and after 10 minutes, the probability of brain death reaches 100%, with survivors often remaining in a vegetative state even if resuscitation is successful. Zhang Yi is currently performing CPR on a teenager who has been submerged for over 30 minutes. He appears to be around 15 or 16 years old, likely in his 3rd year of junior high school or 1st year of high school. Zhang Yi, stop. There's no hope. He's been underwater for 30 minutes. Zhao Ziyu urged Zhang Yi, who refused to give up. She too desperately wanted to save the child, but the golden hour for emergency rescue had long passed. The child had been brought in far too late. All one could hear was Zhang Yi continuing to perform CPR while speaking firmly, not a single life will be lost under my care. Zhao Ziyu was stunned by Zhang Yi's words. Although she believed that continuing was futile, she did not try to stop Zhang Yi from continuing. Outside the emergency room, Du Mingli and Han Jinfang stood at the door watching the scene. Du Mingli sighed and said, I'll go up and try to stop him. However, he was stopped by Han Jinfang. Director Du, let him try. This Zhang Yi always manages to surprise us. Du Mingli really wanted to argue back, but after being underwater for 30 minutes, even if he didn't die, he'd be a vegetable. Surprise? More like a scare. However, since the person across from him was the director of the health bureau, the head of the agency directly overseeing all major hospitals, he dared not offend him, so he said nothing. At that moment, the child's parents also arrived. Since the child was undergoing emergency treatment and outsiders were not allowed inside, the mother, who had just arrived at the hospital, burst into tears uncontrollably. Zhao Ziyu had no choice but to step out and explain to the family, I am truly sorry. When the child was brought in, the time since drowning had already exceeded the optimal window for resuscitation. At this point, the chances of survival are very slim. Although we are still performing life-saving measures, I urge you to prepare for the worst-case scenario. The words nearly caused the child's mother to faint. Zhao Ziyu pinched her nose for a moment to help her regain consciousness. In the emergency room, Zhang Yi was still being resuscitated. He wasn't wasting his time. He saw that although the child's heart had stopped beating, there was no oxygen deprivation in the brain. He believed there was still a chance. He had to try. A sharp click sounded. Dr. Zhang. Stop. The ribs are broken. Dr. Zhang. Stop pressing. It's a broken rib. The nurse beside him couldn't help but urge him. No. Just a little more. Just a little more. Zhang Yi didn't stop, even though the ribs were broken. Du Mingli couldn't bear to watch any longer. Ignoring Han Jinfang's attempts to stop him, he hurried forward and shouted, Zhang Yi, stop. This child has already drowned. If you add a rib fracture, how will you explain this to the family later? No. Just a little more. Zhang Yi kept pressing. Just as Du Mingli was about to reach out to stop Zhang Yi. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of the electrocardiogram monitor rang out. The child's heartbeat has returned. 30425064. My heartbeat is actually rising slowly and rhythmically. Then came the breathing 361018. It started breathing too. Then the blood pressure. 7240. The blood pressure is also there. The nurse beside him was so shocked that her mouth was wide enough to fit an egg, and Du Mingli also let out a series of gasps. His eyes were filled with fear and complexity as he looked at Zhang Yi. It was simply unbelievable. Is this a miracle? Chapter 60. Zhang Yi actually knows the director? Hurry up and notify the orthopedic department to prepare for surgery. Zhang Yi finally stopped what he was doing, looked up, and instructed the nurse. Okay, got it. The nurse, who had been momentarily distracted, immediately responded and turned toward the nurse's station. Zhang Yi, I've already informed the family. You really don't need to press it anymore. Otherwise, Zhao Ziyu will walk in from outside and be completely shocked by what she sees. He's still alive? Alive? Zhao Ziyu blinked hard, worried she had seen wrong, but she hadn't. The child's electrocardiogram monitor clearly displayed several prominent numbers: heart rate, breathing, blood pressure, and pulse all present. Upon closer inspection, both pupils had returned to normal, but the response to light was sluggish. Just moments ago, there was no response to light, but now it had become sluggish. This indicated some response, though it was still not very sensitive. Zhao Ziyu looked at Zhang Yi again, his speech becoming incoherent. What the? He's still alive. Zhang Yi replied simply. Even Zhao Ziyu, who rarely swears, couldn't help but blurt out a curse. This really saved us. At that moment, the head of the emergency department also rushed over upon hearing the news. Director, what's going on? Ma Yunxiang saw the director appear in the emergency department and assumed that the doctors and nurses had made another serious mistake, prompting the director to come personally to investigate. Nothing much. This resident doctor is quite competent. He managed to revive a patient who was already pronounced dead. After calming down, the director said casually. Drowning for over 30 minutes with no signs of life means the doctor can usually declare clinical death, but Zhang Yi managed to pull the patient back from the brink of death. Bringing someone back from the dead? Ma Yunxiang repeated the words, seeming a bit skeptical. After all, he wasn't familiar with the situation, so his disbelief was understandable. Before long, the operating room staff arrived and took the child into the operating room. When the child's parents heard that their child had been saved, they immediately broke down in tears. A child who had been declared dead by the doctors had come back to life, and no one was more moved than the parents. After raising a child for over a decade, to have them suddenly taken away, who could bear such a loss? Fortunately, this child is lucky because he encountered Zhang Yi. Thanks to Zhang Yi's persistence, the child now has hope for life, and so does the entire family. Zhang Yi? Are you done with your work? At that moment, Han Jinfeng approached and asked appropriately. Zhang Yi turned around and realized it was Han Jinfeng. Director Han, what brings you here? Zhang Yi shook hands with Director Han politely. Dr. Ma Yunxiang, the head of the emergency department, looked completely bewildered. Did Zhang Yi know the director of the health bureau? When did they become so close? In the doctor's office, Han Jinfeng looked at Zhang Yi with a smile and said, I came to see you this time. You should know what it's about, right? Zhang Yi nodded and said, I know. It's about Colonel Liu, isn't it? Beside him, Ma Yunxiang couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Zhang Yi actually knows Lieutenant General Liu? That's right. I came here today to ask you for another favor, to take a look at my husband's recovery progress and see if cranial repair surgery is possible. Alright, no problem. Was the examination conducted at the city hospital or the military hospital? The military hospital, so I'll have to trouble you to come with me. Han Jinfeng spoke very politely. Look at the way Han Jinfeng speaks, it's completely different from how she talks to Du Mingli. Never mind, I'd better ask for leave first. Zhang Yi finished speaking and turned his gaze to Ma Yunxiang. Zhang Yi was about to speak when Ma Yunxiang interrupted him. No need to say more, Zhang Yi. I approve your leave. Go ahead, and please take good care of Lieutenant General Liu. Just as Zhang Yi was about to speak, Ma Yunxiang interrupted him. No need to say more, Zhang Yi. I approve your leave. Go ahead. I'll leave Liu Xiaojun in your care. Ma Yunxiang was still very perceptive. The director of the health bureau was present, and since he wanted to take someone away, what could a mere director like you say? Shortly after, Zhang Yi, under the astonished and envious glances of his colleagues, got into the health bureau director's Mercedes-Benz E-Class sedan and drove off. Military Region Hospital. Zhang Yi hadn't even gotten close when he saw Lu Jun and his daughter Lu Siyu already waiting at the entrance to the imaging department. Lu Jun was wearing a military cap covering half of his head, and from a distance, he looked no different from an ordinary person. Dr. Zhang, hello. Lu Jun stood up and shook hands politely with Zhang Yi upon seeing him. Zhang Yi also shook his hand gently. Hey, it's been a while. You've gotten even more handsome, Zhang Yi. Lu Siyu wrapped one arm around Lu Jun's arm and raised the other hand to wave and greet Zhang Yi. Siyu, you're a girl, behave yourself. Lu Jun frowned and scolded her lightly, then turned to Zhang Yi and apologized. Sorry, Xiaoyu just talks like that. Lu Siyu stuck out her tongue playfully. The military family was indeed strict, but Lu Siyu had grown accustomed to her father's stern demeanor. It's okay, girls are cute when they act like that. Zhang Yi replied casually, not taking it seriously. To his surprise, Lu Siyu blushed and shyly glanced at Zhang Yi. Should I go in first for a CT scan? Lu Jun asked again. Zhang Yi glanced at Lu Jun's brain condition. It wasn't ready yet, it would need at least another 2 weeks to heal before cranial repair could be performed. However, he still said to Lu Jun, alright, I'll go in with you. The two then entered the CT room together. Lu Jun lay down beneath the scanner, positioned his head correctly, and the scan began. Zhang Yi stared at the computer outside the CT room, his brows gradually furrowing. Looking at the images on the computer screen, he said, it's not working yet. We can't do it for now. Chapter 61, The Young Are Fearsome. Lu, given your condition, I suggest you rest for another 2 weeks, Zhang Yi said to the three of them after leaving the CT room. Has there been no improvement, Dr. Zhang? Han Jinfang asked anxiously. Dr. Zhang shook his head and said, no, the blood vessels have healed well. However, I recommend waiting another 2 weeks for it to stabilize before attempting further repair. That will be safer and less likely to cause complications. Lu Jun nodded, seeming to understand, and said, I see. Thank you, Dr. Zhang. We'll have to trouble you again in half a month. No problem. After that, Han Jinfang, who still had work to do, specially arranged a car to take Zhang Yi back to the City People's Hospital. The driver was Lu Siyu. Hey, Dr. Zhang, are you free tonight? Lu Siyu asked while driving. What's up? Trying to ask me out? Zhang Yi turned his head and said with a stern expression. Lu Siyu was momentarily flustered, her ears turning slightly red. She kept her eyes fixed ahead as she drove and said, I just wanted to thank you for running an errand for my dad today and treat you to a meal. Don't read too much into it. This lady here has no interest in someone like you. Well, I'm not interested in you either. You. Lu Siyu turned around and glared angrily at Zhang Yi, who quickly replied in a frightened voice, Miss, please focus on driving. Look ahead, look ahead. These girls are really something once they get angry, they don't care about anything else. They're too much to handle. Zhang Yi was so scared that he quickly tightened the seatbelt in front of him. When they arrived at the entrance of the City People's Hospital, Zhang Yi was about to get out of the car when Lu Siyu called him back. Hey, what time do you guys get off work? 5:30. Lu Siyu glanced at the display in front of the car. It was already 3:30, and there were still 2 hours left. Let's have dinner tonight. No. Don't overthink it. I'm just thanking you on behalf of my dad. Zhang Yi hadn't even uttered a single syllable of the word no before Lu Siyu cut him off. It's settled then. I'll be waiting here at 5:30. Boom. The car started, and before Zhang Yi could say a word, Lu Siyu stepped on the gas pedal and disappeared from Zhang Yi's sight like a shadow chasing the wind. Zhang Yi was left standing there, dumbfounded. What the hell? So direct? Forcing herself on him? Zhang Yi shook his head and turned toward the emergency hall. Inside the emergency room, the doctors and nurses saw Zhang Yi return, and the expressions on their faces changed. It was fear. Previously, they might have thought that Zhang Yi was just an ordinary resident doctor, though he had indeed won an award, but he hadn't made much of an impression in the emergency department. But things are different now. Someone who can get the director of the health bureau to come personally to invite them must not be an ordinary person. They understand the ways of the world well enough to recognize that. Why are you all staring at me? Is there something on my face? Zhang Yi touched his face and asked, looking at the puzzled expressions of the crowd. Everyone shook their heads. No. No. Cough cough. Everyone, disperse and go about your business. At that moment, Ma Yunxiang came out from inside and said. The doctors and nurses finally dispersed. Ma Yunxiang then looked at Zhang Yi and said, Zhang Yi, come in for a moment. Ha? What does he want him for? Zhang Yi looked at Zhao Ziyu questioningly, and Zhao Ziyu replied with a look that said, I don't know what it's about either. In the office, Ma Yunxiang glanced sideways at Zhang Yi as he walked in, then couldn't resist asking, Are you related to the director of the health bureau? Zhang Yi was completely taken aback by Ma Yunxiang's remark. Director, do you think I look like Director Han? I don't, do I? Ma Yunxiang realized he had overreacted and smiled awkwardly. Sit down. Let's talk while you're seated. You must be thirsty after the trip. Here's some water. Have a drink. Ma Yunxiang smiled as he moved a cup of water from the table to Zhang Yi's side. Zhang Yi furrowed his brows slightly. What was Director Ma doing? It felt a bit like he was trying to curry favor. Director Ma, just say what you need, Zhang Yi said directly. Nothing much. I just wanted to ask how you met the director? Ma Yunxiang simply couldn't figure it out. How could a junior doctor from a county-level hospital, especially one who had just graduated from medical school, have connected with the director of the health bureau? And why would the director personally come to invite him to perform surgery? Is Zhang Yi's medical skill really that impressive? Is he even better than the hospital director? Zhang Yi was speechless upon hearing this. The director sure is nosy. A while back, I helped General Liu perform surgery on an intracranial aneurysm, which is how I met Director Han. Oh. So that's how it is. Wait, what did you just say? Intracranial aneurysm? You can perform intracranial aneurysm surgery? Ma Yunxiang seemed to have heard some sensational news, unable to believe it, and asked again. Yes. You're just a recent medical school graduate and you're performing surgery on an intracranial aneurysm? You're just an assistant, right? Ma Yunxiang asked again, unwilling to give up. No, I'm the lead surgeon. Zhang Yiyun said casually. As soon as the words left his mouth, the doctors and nurses eavesdropping at the office door all revealed expressions of shock. He's the lead surgeon. He actually performed the surgery on Lu Xiaojun, the husband of the director of the health bureau. Impressive. Not only the doctors and nurses outside the door, but also Ma Yunxiang in the office was a bit overwhelmed. Back in the day, it took him 8 years to work his way up to the position where he could perform major surgeries, yet this young man had just arrived and was already performing major surgeries, and for the director of the health bureau, no less. Even within the city hospital, there wasn't a single doctor who could perform major surgeries right after graduation. The young ones are truly formidable. After a moment, the phrase finally popped into Ma Yunxiang's mind. What a young talent. Keep up the good work. Next time I have surgery, you'll assist me. Ma Yunxiang wanted to see how far this young man's skills had progressed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi was still very pleased. He stood up and said to Ma Yunxiang, "Thank you, Director Ma." Ma Yunxiang looked at Zhang Yi, nodded, and left without saying another word. After Director Ma left the office, everyone went their separate ways, some busy with their own tasks. Zhao Ziyu finally stepped forward, looking up with a touch of admiration in his eyes and said, "Big brother, no, wait. Master. I never would have guessed. You're so amazing. No need for flattery. I still have a lot to learn from you during this time. No, I'm the one who needs to learn from you. I'm the one who needs to learn from you." At 5:30, Zhang Yi left work on time. As soon as he stepped out of the emergency room entrance, he saw Lu Xiyu standing by the car door in a black skirt, her slender, white legs as smooth as lotus roots, waving at him. Zhang Yi sighed and muttered to himself, "Oh well, it's just one of those things when you're this attractive, you can't even avoid love." Chapter 62, Want to be chosen by Zhang Yi? Considering how eager you are, I'll reluctantly agree to take you out for a meal. Zhang Yi walked up to Lu Xiyu and said with a feigned expression of helplessness. "Humph. Don't be so ungrateful." Lu Xiyu rolled her eyes at Zhang Yi. The two then got into the car. "What are you going to treat me to?" Zhang Yi asked like a big shot. Lu Xiyu shot Zhang Yi a disdainful glance and replied, "Eat s." "Ha, sorry, I'm not eating you, I'm eating my meal." Lu Xiyu was still a bit dazed, savoring those words, when she suddenly threw a little punch at Zhang Yi. "You! Who do you think you're talking to? I'll beat you to a pulp." Lu Xiyu felt her intelligence had been insulted by Zhang Yi. In a fit of anger, she punched him repeatedly. Ha! Zhang Yi was genuinely amused by Lu Xiyu's stupidity. She had just called her so blatantly, yet she actually needed a moment to process it before reacting. However, military academy students aren't pushovers. Don't let Lu Xiyu's gender fool you, her punches pack quite a punch. Fortunately, Zhang Yi had also strengthened his physical abilities while training in the system space, otherwise this girl's few meteor punches would have definitely hurt him. Alright, I'm sorry. Why did you, a young lady, say something like that?" Zhang Yi couldn't help but beg for mercy. Seeing Zhang Yi back down, Lu Xiyu gave a light snort and stopped. "Humph." Zhang Yi returned to the topic and asked, "Let's go eat." "I'm starving." "Sure, let's go eat roast duck. There's a new roast duck restaurant that just opened in Tianshan City, and I haven't tried it yet," Lu Xiyu said while starting the car. "Roast duck? Sure, I didn't get enough of it last time I was in the capital." Before long, a white Volkswagen Beetle pulled up outside the Jude roast duck restaurant. Zhang Yi looked at the crowded restaurant and couldn't help but exclaim, "The food must be amazing. Look at all these people. Don't you see what time it is? It's right at mealtime." Lu Xiyu glanced at her watch and said to Zhang Yi. Then, Lu Xiyu walked straight to the waiter at the door, gave him a phone number, and the waiter led Zhang Yi and Lu Xiyu to a private room on the second floor. They sure arranged everything nicely, even booking a private room in advance. Zhang Yi gave Lu Xiyu a half-hearted compliment, but his mind was already on the roast duck. Suddenly, Zhang Yi caught a glimpse of two familiar figures out of the corner of his eye. Yuan Li and Du Jiqi? When did they secretly start seeing each other? Zhang Yi walked up, patted Yuan Li on the shoulder, and said, "What are the two of you doing here?" Yuanli was startled and turned around to see that it was Zhang Yi. Hey, you scared me. What are you doing here? Yuanli wiped his mouth and asked in surprise. I'm having dinner with friends. What's going on with you two? Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows and smiled. You know what I mean. Yuanli nudged Zhang Yi's shoulder and raised his eyebrows, while Du Shiqi quietly ate his meal without saying a word. Zhang Yi then asked with a mischievous smile, Brother, aren't you going back to the dorm tonight? Yuanli bumped Zhang Yi's shoulder with his fist and smirked, if you know, don't say it out loud. Zhang Yi gave Yuanli a look that said he understood, then returned to the second-floor private room. Since Lu Xiyu had already entered the private room to order food, Yuanli and Du Shiqi didn't notice that Zhang Yi was dining with a girl. Upon returning to the private room, Lu Xiyu curiously asked, Who was that just now? My colleague. They're dating. Oh, I feel like we're in love too, Lu Xiyu said, resting her chin on her hand and winking at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi's smile froze on his face. Seeing Zhang Yi so embarrassed, Lu Xiyu couldn't help but laugh so hard she couldn't stop. Ha, got you now, didn't I? Zhang Yi's face was filled with disbelief. This girl must be crazy. How could she think she got him? Fortunately, the meal was delicious. After eating, Lu Xiyu escorted Zhang Yi back to his hospital dormitory. Before getting out of the car, Lu Xiyu called him back. Hey, Zhang Yi. Are you just leaving like that? The lights inside the car were dim, and Lu Xiyu crossed her legs, smiling sweetly at Zhang Yi, looking quite charming. What? Want me to flip your cards tonight? Zhang Yi suddenly blurted out such a direct line, leaving Lu Xiyu feeling a bit flustered. Do you think you're the emperor, flipping cards? I'm just. Oh, come on, I'm not interested in someone like you, wearing loose-fitting short sleeves and looking like a little bun from a convenience store. Zhang Yi finished speaking in one breath, quickly opened the door, and got out of the car. Otherwise, if Lu Xiyu reacted, he'd get another round of meteor punches. Sure enough, after Zhang Yi had walked 5 meters away, a loud scream echoed from inside the car, Zhang Yi. When I see you again, I'll beat you to a pulp. Haha, Zhang Yi chuckled twice and returned to his dormitory. Upon opening the door, he indeed didn't see Yuan Li's smelly shoes. The kid really isn't coming back, is he? Never mind, never mind. A moment of springtime for a young couple is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. After that, Zhang Yi tidied up, washed up, and went to bed. Now beginning simulated training for ophthalmic surgery laser-assisted in situ keratomelusis for myopia. Please prepare, host. Countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Begin. Femto laser surgery refers to the use of a femtosecond laser system throughout the entire treatment process. It involves creating a specific diameter and curvature interface at a relatively deep layer of the cornea, followed by creating a slightly larger diameter interface with a specific curvature at a relatively shallower layer of the cornea. The two interfaces intersect at their peripheries, forming a convex lens-shaped thin layer of corneal tissue in the interlayer. This interlayer is then removed using specialized tools, effectively achieving the same result as excimer laser ablation. Currently, all laser femtosecond surgery is widely used nationwide. Compared to conventional laser surgery and all femtosecond laser surgery, it is a safe, mainstream, and most patient-friendly myopia correction procedure. After another night of work, at 7 o'clock, Zhang Yi got up on time, and the emergency department began another busy day. Zhang Yi, we won't be seeing patients today. In the morning, Du Shiqi glanced at the schedule and said to Zhang Yi, If we're not seeing patients today, what should we do? Go on a call with the ambulance. Chapter 63, Professional Accident Scammers. House call? Yes, within the jurisdiction of Tianshan City, whenever a member of the public calls for assistance, we must respond. Alright, I understand. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the emergency room received the first call for help. Zhang Yi and Zhao Ziyu hurriedly got into the ambulance, which sped to the accident scene like a bullet. On a small street near a park entrance, there were already many people gathered when the ambulance arrived. Even before getting close, a voice with a hint of age could be heard shouting repeatedly, Oh my, it's broken. It hurts so much. It's broken. It's broken. I can't move. Upon hearing this voice, Zhang Yi felt something was off, as if it were deliberately feigned. Please make way, make way. Zhao Ziyu pushed through the crowd and hurried forward to take a look. What she saw before her eyes made her feel strangely familiar. Upon seeing the doctors and nurses arrive, the onlookers instinctively stepped back to make some space. Zhang Yi followed closely behind Zhao Ziyu and, upon approaching, realized that this was the scene of a minor car accident. A girl who looked to be around 15 or 16 stood beside a bicycle, looking dejected. An elderly man in his 70s lay on the ground in front of the bicycle, shouting repeatedly, Oh my, I've broken my leg. It's so painful. We need to go to the hospital for an X-ray right away. Young lady, you'll have to cover the costs. And there will be additional expenses for rehabilitation and treatment. The old man kept pointing at the young girl beside the bicycle as he spoke. Zhang Yi carefully examined the old man's body. He had no injuries, his bones were intact, and there was no sign of a fracture. It turned out to be a scam. Upon hearing this, the little girl felt even more guilty and wronged. She hung her head in shame and whispered, "Grandpa, I didn't mean to. But I really didn't touch you, did I? How could you not have touched me?" the old man shouted, raising his voice. He quickly realized he had overreacted and lowered his voice, speaking weakly, "I'm in so much pain. Doctors, please take me to the hospital for a checkup. And don't let this little girl run away. I need the medical expenses." Even someone as clueless as Zhao Ziyu could tell what was going on. She knelt down and asked the old man, "Sir? Where does it hurt?" The old man's eyes darted around, then he pointed to his knee and said, "Right here. It hurts so much I can't stand it. Hurry up and take me to the hospital for a checkup." "Get checked? Old man, I think we should call 110 first. This is at least a pretty serious car accident scene, right? We should let the traffic police determine who's at fault." Zhang Yi knelt down and looked at the old man. "Traffic police? No need, no need. It's just a minor injury. I'll just go to the hospital for a quick checkup." The old man waved his hands hurriedly. "No, we need to call the traffic police. They should check the surveillance cameras in the area to determine the exact circumstances and decide whether the young woman should compensate you for your medical expenses." The old man, upon hearing that the traffic police were being called, showed a hint of panic in his eyes and said, "How about this? Don't call the traffic police. Just give me 500 yuan, and I won't go to the hospital for a checkup. How about that?" "What? 500? But I only have 220 yuan in my bag." The young woman felt around in her bag and, looking dazed, pulled out the money. The old man's eyes lit up when he saw the red bills and hurriedly said, 220 is fine, give it to me." The old man stood up as he spoke. "Wait." Just as the old man reached out to take the money from the little girl's hand, Zhang Yi stopped him. "Why should I give you money? Aren't you broken? Isn't your leg broken? How can you stand up? I think you're just pretending to be injured to extort money," Zhang Yi said as he stuffed the money back into the little girl's bag. At that moment, many elderly men and women exercising in the park began to scold the old man. "You're even swindling children's money? That's a bit too much. Get out of here. You're obviously trying to scam us." "Exactly, there's surveillance at the intersection. If the police show up, they might even detain you for a few days." Hearing everyone's accusations, the old man felt embarrassed and glared angrily at Zhang Yi and the little girl, saying, "You're lucky." Then he walked away in big strides, showing no sign of being a fracture patient. Seeing there was nothing more to see, the onlookers dispersed one by one. At that moment, the little girl stepped forward with a grateful expression and said to Zhang Yi, "Doctor, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have been tricked by that old man today. Oh well. From now on, I'll stay far away from old men like that." "You shouldn't say that. After all, these elderly people who try to scam others are still in the minority. Look, the other elderly people who were watching just now were even speaking up for you. So, don't judge everyone by their actions. If you ever find yourself in such a situation again, just call 110 and let the police handle it, okay?" The girl nodded and said, "Got it. Thank you, doctor. Alright, go home now." After watching the little girl leave, Zhao Ziyu couldn't help but ask, "Master, elderly people with osteoporosis are indeed prone to fractures. How did you tell he was faking it?" Zhang Yi turned around, got into the car, and said, "There's no need to look. Even a toe can tell he's faking it to get compensation." Zhao Ziyu followed Zhang Yi into the car and asked, "I know, but what if it's really a fracture? First, would someone with a real fracture shout like that old man did? His voice was so loud and strong, where did he seem to be in pain? Second, how likely is it that someone's kneecap would fracture from being hit by a bicycle? Even if we assume the old man did fracture his kneecap, which part of the leg is most prone to fracture? The femur and tibia are the most vulnerable. The kneecap is one of the hardest bones in the human body. How could it be broken by a bicycle? Third, look at the speed at which the little girl rode away. She clearly just learned to ride, and her speed was about the same as a healthy adult walking briskly. Could that speed really cause a fracture? This is clearly a professional scam artist." "Oh, I see." Zhao Ziyu looked at Zhang Yi with a touch more admiration in his eyes. Back in the emergency department, the next half-day passed quietly for Zhang Yi and Du Shiqi. Just as they were about to finish work, they were interrupted by the urgent ringing of a phone. "Dr. Zhang, Dr. Zhao, there's an emergency call reporting that a 7 or 8-year-old girl has been run over by a car at the Dongling Road intersection on the Ring Road, both legs severed, and she's currently in severe hemorrhage. We need to get there immediately. Massive blood loss? Quickly have the blood bank prepare plasma. We'll get the child back as soon as possible." "Got it, Dr. Zhang." Chapter 64, Life and Death Hanging by a Thread. Drip, drip, drip. An ambulance with a red cross painted on its white body sped through the city streets. It was rush hour, so the roads were a bit congested, but upon hearing the ambulance's siren, everyone instinctively made way. After all, this wasn't just any vehicle, it was a life-saving ambulance. Emergency driver Li Kaming raced through the streets, even running 2 red lights, and finally arrived at the accident scene 18 minutes later. It was rush hour, and the scene was already crowded with people. Even before getting close, one could hear the size of the crowd. Such a young child, what a tragedy. Yeah, he probably won't make it. Look at all the blood. His legs are in such a state. Even if he survives, he'll be disabled, right? Zhang Yi got out of the car and, together with a male nurse from the emergency department, carried a stretcher out of the car. He shouted to the crowd, "Make way. Medical personnel are here." The crowd immediately parted to make a path. What came into Zhang Yi's view was a large patch of dark red on the silver-gray asphalt road. A silver-white Hyundai was parked nearby, with some bloodstains on the right side of the vehicle. The driver was standing by the roadside, making a phone call while nervously glancing at the child lying in a pool of blood. Shifting his gaze to the little girl, who was about 7 or 8 years old, she lay motionless on the ground. Her 2 legs, which were not yet as thick as an adult's arm, had been deeply crushed, leaving them mangled and bloody. Vessels could still be seen oozing blood from the lower legs. Due to severe blood loss, her face had turned pale and lifeless, but her half-open eyes seemed to be telling everyone that she was still clinging to life. Blood pressure 70/46, heart rate 130, breathing 30. Dr. Zhang. Male nurse Yuan Kuan reported after measuring the vital signs. Ziyu, bring the tourniquet. Zhang Yi said to Zhao Ziyu behind him. Okay. We need to stop the bleeding immediately, as she is now on the verge of hemorrhagic shock. Child? Can you hear me? I'm a doctor. Don't be afraid. I'm here to save you. Zhang Yi tried to talk to the little girl to keep her conscious and prevent her from passing out. Child? Wake up. Don't fall asleep. Seeing that the little girl didn't respond, Zhang Yi shouted again. Finally, the little girl slowly shifted her gaze to Zhang Yi and asked in a weak voice so soft it was barely audible, "Uncle Doctor, my leg hurts so much." "Don't worry, it'll stop hurting soon." "Where's my mom, Dr. Uncle?" Zhang Yi looked around but didn't see any women who seemed particularly upset. He guessed his mother was probably on her way. "I'll take you to find your mother right away. You must stay awake and not fall asleep. Do you understand? Am I going to die?" The little girl's eyes welled up with tears, and she looked at Zhang Yi with a look of despair. Zhang Yi swallowed the bitter lump in his throat, took a deep breath to calm himself, and said in a more relaxed tone, "Of course not. I'm a doctor. I promise you'll be fine as long as I'm here." Zhao Ziyu brought the tourniquet, performed basic first aid, and after stopping the bleeding and administering fluids, the group carefully placed the child onto the stretcher. "Get in the car and rush back to the hospital." Beep, beep, beep. The sound of an ambulance siren suddenly rang out. Li Kaming stepped on the gas pedal. It looked like he was going to run another red light. First, notify the emergency department to prepare for massive fluid replacement and plasma transfusion. Then prepare the operating room for immediate surgery. There's still a chance we can reattach the child's leg. Zhang Yi ordered in a low voice. What? The leg? Zhao Ziyu, worried that the little girl might overhear their conversation, deliberately lowered his voice and asked, "The leg is in such a state, how can it be reattached? The bones are crushed into 7 or 8 pieces. If the orthopedic chief sees this, he'll definitely say to amputate it immediately." Zhang Yi glanced at the child's leg. It was indeed crushed into several pieces, and the blood vessels were severed. However, Zhang Yi could fix it. "I can handle it. I'll perform the surgery." "But what if the chief doesn't let you perform the surgery?" "Just do it," Zhang Yi said coldly. Zhao Ziyu sat beside Zhang Yi, staring at his resolute profile, and in an instant, the indescribable emotions in her heart grew increasingly evident. The ambulance screeched and wailed as it raced down the street, but due to rush hour traffic, the roads were gridlocked, and the vehicle could barely move forward. Zhang Yi couldn't help but urge the driver, "Mr. Li, can you go any faster? The child can't hold on much longer." At this point, every second that passed meant the little girl was losing a bit more of her chance at life. During rush hour, the traffic is so heavy that it's impossible to move. Maybe I should take a different route to get there faster. Alright. Let's switch routes quickly. The car turned, but it didn't even take a few minutes before it stopped again. Li Kaming turned to the people in the car and said something very awkward. "Oh no. There's a traffic jam here. It's 4 or 5 kilometers long." Chapter 65, completely stuck in traffic. Traffic jam? Zhang Yi blurted out a curse, rolled down the window, and stuck his head out to look outside. A line of vehicles, resembling twisted little snakes, were stuck on the main road. How could this road be congested? What about the emergency lane? Is that blocked too? Zhao Ziyu also leaned out to look outside. Sure enough, the emergency lane was completely blocked. What should we do now? Zhao Ziyu started to panic, looking at the little girl's increasingly pale face and rapid breathing. Zhao Ziyu, stay in the car and watch the child. Yuan Cohen, get out of the car with me. Let's go check if the road that just turned in is blocked. If it's really blocked, we'll carry the child and go to a road that's not blocked to flag down a car to the hospital. Although it will take time, there's no other option. Zhang Yi calmly made arrangements. Alright. Yuan Cohen nodded. The ambulance's siren blared loudly through the streets, causing drivers on the emergency lane to turn around in panic, blocking the ambulance's path. If the traffic police arrived, they'd be in big trouble. Many vehicles on the emergency lanes made way when they could, and those that couldn't forced their way back into the main lanes. However, this is still insufficient, as the vehicles are too tightly packed, and most drivers are unable to yield even if they wish to. Just as Zhang Yi and Yuan Kuan were about to get out of the car, they heard the weak voice of the little girl. "Doctor, I don't want to die." Zhang Yi paused, blinked his slightly moist eyes, and turned to the little girl, speaking softly. "What's your name?" "My name is Yuan Yuan." "Yuan Yuan, listen to me. You won't die. How could such a lovely child die? You're an angel, you know? Angels are the strongest and bravest. So you must hold on." Zhang Yi tightly gripped the child's hand, hoping to give her strength. "All right, I'll hold on," Liang Yuan murmured softly. Zhang Yi saw that there was no time to waste, immediately jumped out of the car, and followed Yuan Kuan in running toward the opposite direction of the traffic flow. A few minutes later, seeing the main road still completely blocked, Zhang Yi felt so frustrated he wanted to kick all the cars out of the way to clear a path for survival. "What should we do, Dr. Zhang?" Yuan Kuan asked, panting heavily. Clearly, he had exerted himself running from the ambulance to this busy intersection. Zhang Yi was also searching everywhere for an alternative mode of transportation. If Zhang Yi and Yuan Kuan had to carry the child all the way back on foot, the child would have gone into shock and died along the way. "What should we do? What should we do? What should we do?" Suddenly, Zhang Yi heard the sound of a radio broadcast coming from a taxi that had stopped on the road due to traffic congestion. Perhaps there was a way to try. "Driver, can you help me out?" Zhang Yi knocked on the taxi window. The driver glanced at the doctor in the white coat stained with a bit of blood and asked, "What's going on? Is there something wrong?" "What's the dedicated radio frequency for taxi drivers? I need to use the radio to ask nearby drivers who aren't stuck in traffic to come help us. There's a child in our ambulance who's lost a lot of blood in a car accident and needs to get to the hospital immediately. If we don't get there soon, the child won't survive. However, our ambulance is currently stuck in traffic and can't move forward or backward. That's why I'm asking for everyone's assistance." The driver, hearing the urgency and desperation in Zhang Yi's voice, almost without hesitation said, "All right, I'll call the radio station's internal line right away and have them notify all the taxi drivers in the city." "Thank you." Zhang Yi's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled down a bit. The connection is established. "You should explain the situation to the radio host." The taxi driver handed the phone back to Zhang Yi. "Hello? I'm a doctor from the City People's Hospital. Could you please broadcast a message over the taxi driver's radio channel? There's an ambulance stuck at the intersection of Dongling Road and Shiling Road. There is a young girl in the ambulance who has lost a significant amount of blood and is in critical condition. We urgently request that you notify nearby taxi drivers who are not stuck in traffic to wait at nearby intersections where traffic is flowing smoothly. Our medical staff will then extract the child from the gridlocked traffic and transport her directly to the hospital." A pleasant, magnetic female voice came over the radio and asked, "Is this a genuine emergency?" Zhang Yichuan suppressed his anger and said sincerely, "I wouldn't joke about a child's life. Both roads are completely blocked by gamblers, and the only way out is through the three-way intersection or the crossroads ahead. Our ambulance can't get through, so I'm begging everyone for help." After a moment's hesitation on the other end of the line, the voice replied, "All right, please hold on. We'll relay your message immediately. However, we can't guarantee that all taxi drivers are listening to this channel. Some may be tuned into other stations or not listening to the radio at all. Is there any way to make sure everyone can hear? It's urgent, please help." "All right, I'll contact the radio station headquarters for you." "All right. Thanks." Immediately, Zhang Yi and Yuan Kuan exchanged a relieved glance. Chapter 66, Citywide Rescue. Meanwhile, at the radio station headquarters. "What? The ambulance is stuck at the intersection and can't get through, and there's a critically ill child on board?" "Yes, the doctor is now requesting the radio station to broadcast an emergency message across the city, asking nearby vehicles that are not stuck in traffic to assist in escorting the child to the hospital." The director of the radio station's broadcast department almost didn't hesitate before saying, "Broadcast it. All current broadcasts on this station are immediately terminated. This message will be relayed, including to private vehicles." "Private vehicles too?" "Yes. This is a matter of life and death. Every additional rescue opportunity increases the chances of survival." "All right." Within a minute, Zhang Yi, standing in front of the taxi, heard the voice coming from the radio. "Breaking news, at the intersection of Dongling Road and Shiling Road, due to severe traffic congestion, an ambulance carrying a young girl with severe bleeding and in critical condition is currently stuck on the road. We kindly request taxi drivers or private vehicle owners currently near the intersection of Dongling Road and Shiling Road to proceed to the scene and wait at a nearby intersection with clear traffic. Medical personnel will escort the patient out of the congested area, after which we ask that you assist in transporting the patient to the hospital." The following is an urgent announcement. The following is an urgent announcement. The broadcast repeated this 3 times, and not only taxi drivers, but also many private car drivers who were listening to music or drama programs heard the news. Dongling intersection? Isn't that just up ahead? My car is big, I'll go help. The owner of a nearby auto repair shop, who heard the broadcast at the same time, dropped the screwdriver he was holding and walked toward a nearby SUV. Ha! Dongling intersection? I just passed by there. I'll go back and check again. A taxi driver who had already driven onto the elevated highway made a U-turn and headed back toward Dongling intersection. Upon hearing the broadcast, taxi drivers and private car owners responded promptly, parking their vehicles at nearby intersections that were clear and not congested, waiting for further instructions. At that moment, Zhang Yi stood by the taxi door, faintly hearing the broadcast echoing throughout the streets. Most of the cars stuck at the intersection were desperately trying to clear the emergency lane. After returning his phone to the taxi driver, Zhang Yi said, "Thank you, sir." Then, he followed Yuan Li toward the ambulance. As they ran along, they found that the road was still heavily congested, with no movement at all. Zhang Yi returned to the car and quickly checked on the child's condition. It was getting worse and worse. Blood pressure 65/40, heart rate 140, breathing 30. It's worse than before, Dr. Zhang. Yuan Cohen reported after a quick check. Let's go. Carry the stretcher and bring the 4-stand to support the fluids. We can't waste any more time. Okay. Subsequently, the ambulance driver stayed behind to drive the vehicle, while Zhang Yi, Yuan Cohen, and Zhao Ziyu carried the stretcher and rushed toward the nearest traffic diversion point. Along the way, Zhao Ziyu kept talking to Yuan, but she could clearly feel Yuan's breathing getting weaker and weaker. Zhang Yi, her breathing is getting weaker. What should we do? Zhao Ziyu had unconsciously come to rely on Zhang Yi as a source of comfort, as if as long as Zhang Yi said she could survive, she would. Hurry up! Faster! Yuan Cohen, speed up! Zhang Yi didn't turn around, but Yuan Cohen could still hear her steady voice. He replied, "Got it, Dr. Zhang." However, given the severity of the bumps, how much faster could they go? The child was still on the stretcher, so they could only move as quickly as possible. 3 medical staff members carried a stretcher and rushed down the street at high speed, attracting a large crowd of onlookers along the way. Some even filmed the scene and posted it online. Finally, they reached the intersection that had been cleared, where several traffic police officers were already waiting from a distance. As we approached, one of the officers stepped forward and said, "Hello, we're from the Traffic Police Department. We just received a call for assistance. The vehicle is over there. Get in the car, and I'll clear the way for you." Zhang Yi followed the traffic police officer's gesture and saw a relatively spacious van with an advertisement for Hongyun noodles delivery on the side. It appeared to be a private vehicle that had come to assist. The group hurriedly loaded the child into the van, and Zhang Yi exchanged a quick greeting with the driver before the vehicle pulled away. Up ahead, a traffic police officer on a motorcycle sounded his siren at full volume, clearing the way for the van. Inside the van, Zhang Yi held his child's hand tightly and shouted, Yuan, don't sleep. We're almost at the hospital." But Yuan was growing weaker and weaker and couldn't respond to Zhang Yi. Huff. Huff. She could only manage a faint sound through her nostrils. Her entire mouth was too weak to open. Her lips were dry and slightly blue, and her eyes, filled with despair and helplessness, stared straight at Zhang Yi, as if pleading, "Save me. I don't want to die. This child can be saved. As long as we hurry to the hospital." But at that moment, the car stopped again. Zhang Yi looked out the window and saw that this intersection was also blocked. Chapter 67, Emergency Exits or Lifelines. It's blocked again. What should we do, Zhang Yi? Zhao Ziyu was completely at a loss, following Zhang Yi's instructions the entire time, doing exactly as he said. Zhang Yi looked at the small side streets on both sides of the road. Though not as wide as the main road, they were still passable. "Master? Can we turn right onto that street? Let's go around from the right side." The driver looked back at the cars slowly piling up behind us and said, "My car is stuck and can't turn around. You guys get out quickly, there must be backup cars waiting at that intersection." "Alright. Thanks." So, Zhang Yi and Yuan Cohen carried the stretcher to the intersection on the right, while the traffic police went ahead to find an empty vehicle. Unbeknownst to them, the incident had already spread widely across Tianshan City. Many people were sharing it on their social media, and some even managed to capture photos of Zhang Yi and the others carrying the stretcher. Several news outlets in Tianshan City even tracked down Zhang Yi and his group's current location and began filming them with cameras. Fortunately, they didn't make the mistake of rushing forward to interview them at that moment. Instead, they quietly followed behind, but Zhang Yi was completely unaware of their presence. Upon reaching the intersection, Zhang Yi looked around anxiously. Suddenly, the driver of a spacious SUV hurried over and said, "Let's go. Get in my car, I'll take you to the hospital." "Alright. Thank you." After that, several people loaded the stretcher onto the SUV, which was followed by 2 motorcycles. The people on the back seats of the motorcycles were carrying cameras. The police cars led the way, their sirens blaring. Inside the car, Yuan was barely breathing. Zhang Yi gripped her hand, which was growing colder by the second, and shouted into her ear, Yuan. You can't die. What will your mother do if you die? Those words seemed to strike the deepest part of Yuan's fragile heart. She slightly lifted her eyelids and, with her lifeless eyes, looked at Zhang Yi once more. Zhang Yi could sense that she wanted to speak, but she was completely unable to utter a word. Zhang Yining couldn't help but silently pray in his heart, Heaven, please don't take the child away, don't take her away from me. Zhang Yi had always been an atheist, but sometimes, when people are utterly helpless, fearful, sorrowful, or at the end of their rope, their minds automatically seek solace, hoping that this solace will lead them in the direction they desire. Even Zhang Yi couldn't be sure looking at Yuan at that moment, as her heartbeat had slowed to a faint throb every 5 seconds, a result of severe blood loss. She needed a blood transfusion. A large one. A child's total blood volume is approximately 2,000 milligrams, but this child has already lost nearly 1,500 milligrams of blood. What does this mean? It means that nearly 70% of the child's blood has been lost, and the blood, which was originally dark red, has gradually turned pale red. At this point, without blood, even Zhang Yi couldn't guarantee whether the child would survive. He could only hope to reach the hospital as soon as possible. Finally, the siren stopped, and the SUV came to a halt. Zhang Yi glanced out the window. It was the hospital. Hurry! Get out of the car. We can't wait any longer. This child needs a blood transfusion immediately. Just as Zhang Yi and the others brought the child into the emergency department, all the city's radio stations broadcast the final update in real time. Dear listeners, the critically ill patient who was trapped at Dongling intersection has been successfully transported to the City People's Hospital. Thank you all for your emergency assistance over the past half hour. We hope the traffic police will remind drivers who block emergency lanes that these lanes are lifelines. Finally, let us all join together in wishing the young child who was rushed to the hospital for treatment a speedy recovery and a full recovery. A citywide rescue operation has come to an end. Zhang Yi was unaware that, in this internet age where news spreads rapidly, his figure carrying a stretcher swiftly down the tree-lined avenue had already become the topic of conversation for many people, with praise far outweighing criticism. Inside the emergency room, a life or death struggle was underway. Has the plasma substitute been administered? It's on. Bring a few more bags. Hurry up and draw blood and match the blood type. I'm afraid this child won't last another half hour, Zhang Yi said to the nurse on duty. Before administering real plasma to the patient, it is essential to determine the blood type and match the blood. This process typically takes half an hour. During this time, a plasma substitute, known as Wanwan, can be administered to dilute the patient's blood volume and alleviate shock. However, Wanwan is only an emergency backup medication. To truly alleviate shock, it is essential to administer plasma as soon as possible. Since we had already contacted the orthopedic department head earlier, the orthopedic department head also arrived at the emergency room within minutes of the patient's arrival at the hospital. Where are the patient's family members? Her leg is beyond saving. Inform them to prepare for amputation. Dr. Feng Yong, the orthopedic surgeon, lifted the white cloth covering Yuan's leg, glanced at the lower leg, which was already a mangled mass of flesh and bone with the skin completely crushed away, and said, Amputation? No way. We can't amputate her leg. She's still so young. Amputation would have a huge impact on her future. Zhang Yi turned to Feng Yong and said, No amputation? Without amputation, she'll lose her life. Feng Yong scolded Zhang Yi angrily. Where did this guy come from, daring to defy him? He was the head of the orthopedic department at Tianshan City People's Hospital. I can save her. Zhang Yi's words left the doctors and nurses on the scene speechless. Ma Yunxiang, standing behind Feng Yong, had intended to tell Feng Yong about Zhang Yi's achievements, but Feng Yong turned to Ma Yunxiang and demanded, When did your department get such an arrogant doctor? He's more skilled than me? Ma Yunxiang bit his lip, unsure how to respond to Feng Yong, afraid of hurting his pride. After all, Zhang Yi wasn't just the benefactor of the health bureau director, he had also performed a cranial aneurysm surgery that even the military hospital director couldn't handle. Zhang Yi didn't look at Feng Yong anymore but shifted his gaze to Yuan. On the electrocardiogram monitor, the blood pressure, breathing, heart rate, and pulse finally showed a slight improvement, but the situation remained extremely critical. Yuan was still in a state of severe shock and needed a large amount of plasma transfused within half an hour to save her life before undergoing surgery. In a state of shock, if adequate blood volume cannot be maintained, surgery is absolutely contraindicated, as it would lead to severe bleeding. Therefore, we can only wait for plasma. Finally, 20 minutes later, the blood came. Chapter 68, Doing Everything in Our Power to Restore Your Health. Blood is coming. Blood is coming. The staff at the blood plasma center knew the situation was urgent and rushed inside carrying blood plasma units. How many bags of blood did you bring? Zhang Yi asked the staff at the blood plasma station. 3 bags. That's not enough. Please bring 3 more bags immediately. The blood loss has reached 1,500 milliliters. 3 bags of blood are insufficient. 1 bag of blood is 250 milliliters. We need 6 bags to make it. Alright, I'll go back and get some more. Dr. Zhang, the heart rate suddenly dropped. Yuan Cohen looked at the continuously flashing and steadily declining numbers on the electrocardiogram monitor and said anxiously, "Quick, start a blood transfusion and administer it under pressure. Plasma is stored frozen, so blood taken directly from the blood bank is extremely cold. Under normal circumstances, it needs to be left at room temperature for a while before transfusion. However, in this situation, there is no time to wait. Even if the blood is cold, it must be transfused into the child immediately." Zhang Yi found Yuan Kuen's movements too slow, snatched the pressure device from his hands, held the cold blood bag with one hand, hoping the cold blood would warm up slightly, and used the other hand to press the pressure device rapidly and continuously. In the blood transfusion tube, dark red blood dripped down like broken beads, flowing through the transfusion device into Yuan's body. After the entire bag of blood was transfused, there was still no change in her vital signs, and no signs of improvement. The second bag was also finished, but still nothing. Is the blood transfusion useless? Zhao Ziyu stood to the side, tightly covering her mouth, trying her best to control her emotions and not cry. Zhang Yi said nothing, only continuously observing Liang Yuan lying on the bed and the numbers on the electrocardiogram monitor. Her pale, sunken cheeks were already indistinguishable from those of a corpse Zhang Yi had seen before. If it weren't for her faint, barely perceptible breath and the heart rate on the monitor, which had dropped to the brink of death, Zhang Yi might have thought the child was already dead. But she wasn't. Although her heart rate was only 30 beats per minute normal range, 6,100 beats per minute, she was still alive. As long as her heart was still beating, there was hope. The third bag of blood was administered next. This time, Zhang Yi squeezed it directly, holding the blood bag tightly and forcing the blood into the transfusion device. The pressure regulator continued to increase pressure, and the blood flowed into Yuan's body in a steady stream. Just as the third bag of blood was about to run out, the heartbeat began to rise. 35. 38. 46. My heart is racing, Zhang Yi. Zhao Ziyu finally couldn't hold back her tears. Women are inherently emotional creatures. Dr. Zhang, the heartbeat is back. Yuan Cohen, standing beside him, also got excited. Behind them, Ma Yunxiang and Feng Yang also sighed in relief. For a doctor, every time they manage to pull a patient back from the brink of death, it is a source of comfort, pride, fulfillment, and relief. Zhang Yi, his heartbeat is coming back. Zhao Ziyu wiped away her tears, gripped the hem of Zhang Yi's white coat, and choked out the words. Watching. Zhang Yi stared at the steadily rising numbers on the electrocardiogram monitor, his tense nerves finally relaxing slightly. Continue the resuscitation. Switch to Wanwen first, then resume the transfusion once the blood arrives. Got it, Dr. Zhang. Feng Yang glanced at Zhang Yi several times, pulled Ma Yunxiang aside, and whispered, "Who is that guy? I've never seen him before." I was just about to tell you. He has connections with the health bureau. He even saved a colonel from the military region. That's Lu Jun, Han Jinfeng's husband. He had a cerebral aneurysm, and even the director of the military region hospital said it was impossible to operate on, but this guy managed to pull it off. Is that true? This guy performed brain surgery on the director's husband? Feng Yang turned his head in disbelief and looked at Zhang Yi several times. He knew the director of the military hospital. He was a seasoned expert in neurosurgery. How could this guy overshadow him? Exactly. Han Jinfeng even came specially yesterday to invite him over to examine the patient. Ma Yunxiang's tone was hard to tell whether it was envy or jealousy. Feng Yang nodded thoughtfully and said, "Let him perform the surgery later. I'll see how he manages to put those bones back together after they've been crushed into a pulp." "I'll go too," said Ma Yunxiang. A few minutes later, the other 3 bags of blood arrived. Liang Yuan on the bed finally showed some signs of life again. At least her breathing had become steady. Zhang Yi touched her hand. Though it was still very cold, it felt much better than the lifeless sensation he had felt earlier. Zhang Yi tried to say a few words to Yuan, but just then, a nurse came in to inform them that the child's mother had arrived. "Alright, I'll go out and explain right away." Then Zhang Yi bent down and said to Yuan, who was unconscious on the hospital bed, "Yuan, hold on. Your mother is here." Outside the emergency room, Liang Yuan's mother, Liang Shueme, saw Zhang Yi's white coat stained with blood and burst into tears. "Family member, please don't be too upset. We are doing everything we can to save Yuan inside. I'm here to inform you that both of Yuan's lower legs have been crushed by a car, and the bones have been shattered into several pieces. If her vital signs don't stabilize, I will have to consider amputation to save her life. After all, life is more important than 2 legs. However, please rest assured that I will do everything in my power to save both Yuan's life and her legs." Although Zhang Yi was confident that he could reattach Yuan's leg, given that her vital signs were still unstable, the doctor had to inform the family of the worst-case scenario. Yuan Yuan's mother was in her early 30s, but her skin was in poor condition, with calluses covering the palms of both hands, a clear sign of a life marked by hardship. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, she collapsed weakly against the wall and slowly sank to the ground, her sobs heart-wrenching. "Doctor, please save my child's life. My husband is already gone, and I only have this child to rely on. I'll do anything you ask, please save my child." Yuan Yuan's mother cried, choking on her words as she clutched Zhang Yi's hand. A nurse from the nearby station couldn't bear to watch the scene and stepped forward to hand the mother a pack of tissues, helping her to her feet. "Don't worry. I will do everything in my power to ensure that Yuan Yuan is healthy and well." Chapter 69, Both legs and life were saved. After settling Yuan Yuan's mother, Zhang Yi returned to the emergency room. "Dr. Zhang, the 3 units of blood have been transfused, and the patient's condition is now stable. Blood pressure is 88/56, breathing is 18 times per minute, and heart rate is 78 beats per minute. Is the operating room ready? Let's take him to the operating room." As soon as Zhang Yi finished speaking, he heard Ma Yunxiang's voice. "Zhang Yi, I'll perform the surgery with director phone. You'll assist us." If Ma Yunxiang hadn't reminded him, Zhang Yi wouldn't have remembered. Currently, he still needed the director's approval to operate on the operating table. At least within the People's Hospital of Tianshan City, newly graduated medical students, whether they were in further training or residency programs, rarely got the chance to operate on the operating table. Due to their lack of experience, the hospital would never take the risk of allowing these doctors to operate on the operating table. Therefore, most young doctors, even if they do get on the operating table, can only serve as assistants, performing minor tasks. In the case of Zhang Yi, Ma Yunxiang can only say that Zhang Yi will be the assistant. However, once inside the operating room, it might be Zhang Yi who ends up performing the surgery. Because Ma Yunxiang and Feng Yong cannot perform this surgery, amputation is the only option. However, Zhang Yi said he could save the child's life without amputation, so Ma Yunxiang was still willing to fight for the child. After all, the child was so young. If he were disabled, wouldn't that ruin his entire life? However, Ma Yunxiang had also prepared for the worst-case scenario. If Zhang Yi faced life-threatening complications during the surgery, he would not hesitate to amputate the limb to save the child's life. Zhang Yi nodded. "All right, thank you, director." Shortly after, Yuan Yuan was wheeled into the operating room. Liang Xueme sat dazed on the bench outside the operating room, holding a bank card in one hand and Yuan Yuan's CT scan in the other. Her eyes were vacant as she stared blankly in one direction, as if waiting for the moment the operating room door would open and she could hear the news that her daughter was healthy. Inside the operating room, Zhang Yi was the lead surgeon, with 2 other chief surgeons assisting. Yuan Yuan had been administered a general anesthetic and was now sound asleep. Zhang Yi checked the vital signs on the electrocardiogram monitor once more to ensure everything was stable. Yuan Yuan's current condition is classified as a crushed amputation. The success rate for reattachment in such cases is extremely low, with a success rate of less than 10% under normal circumstances. However, Zhang Yi had previously trained for this specific scenario in the system space, and although he couldn't recall how many times he had failed, he eventually managed to complete the training for this type of crushed limb reattachment surgery with a score of 70, just barely passing. First comes disinfection, followed by wound debridement. Debridement is the critical step in this surgery and must be performed meticulously under a microscope to ensure thorough removal of all debris. Yuan Yuan's amputated limb presented significant challenges during debridement. The contaminated epidermis, skin tissue, tendons, blood vessels, and even foreign objects must be meticulously removed, leaving only the uncontaminated and relatively intact portions intact. The distal and proximal ends of the amputated limb were then thoroughly cleaned using disinfectant solution and sterile soapy water with a suction device. The debridement alone took 3 doctors nearly an hour to complete. Next came the bone realignment. They started with the larger, intact areas, using K-wires and cross-shaped steel wires to stabilize the main bones of the lower leg, then used intramedullary nails to secure the smaller fragments one by one. Her lower leg had been crushed into 7 fragments of varying sizes, and it indeed took considerable time to realign them. After realignment, the long bones were stabilized using plates, intramedullary nails, and external fixation frames. Next came the tendon repair. The flexor tendons were sutured using the Jinsha ring suture technique, while the extensor tendons were repaired using the U-shaped suture method. The final step, and the most challenging one, is the vascular suturing. After removing unhealthy blood vessels, the next challenge is vascular defect repair. Feng Yong stood beside Zhang Yi, assisting him while observing how he would suture the severed or damaged blood vessels. It was precisely because of the vascular damage that Feng Yong had immediately suggested amputation upon seeing Yuan Yuan's leg earlier. If the damage had been less severe, he might have had some confidence in performing the surgery, but the damage was too extensive. Even with his 18 years of medical experience, he couldn't guarantee that he could completely suture the blood vessels. In fact, smaller arteries and veins can be treated using autologous vascular transplantation, which involves finding a segment of blood vessel elsewhere in the body that matches the size of the damaged vessel and grafting it into the defect. For example, smaller blood vessels in the legs can be transplanted using the median vein on the palm side of the arm or forearm, while larger blood vessels can be repaired using the great saphenous vein or small saphenous vein. The length of vessels used for repairing small vessels is 13 centimeters, while the length of vessels used for repairing medium to large vessels is 315 centimeters. Vascular anastomosis is typically performed under a microscope. The vessel length is insufficient, it's still 2 centimeters short. Fong Yong said, looking at the final segment of the damaged vessel. At this point, amputation was no longer an option. After all, the entire leg and tendons had already been sutured almost completely, with only the small section of blood vessel remaining. However, the saphenous vein had already been transplanted and could not be reused, as doing so would also cause damage to the saphenous vein. The question now is, where can we find a blood vessel of the same thickness and size as the calf vein? Zhang Yi was also at a loss, as he couldn't sew the patient's wound with air. Suddenly, Zhang Yi fixed his gaze on the important vein on the inner side of Yuan's arm and carefully compared the size of the veins on her calf. They matched perfectly. It can be connected. Bring the scalpel. Cut the vein and anastomose it to the calf vein. What? How do you know that this child's brachial vein and calf vein match? Fong Yong and Ma Yunxiang were both startled. Normally, the femoral vein is thinner than the calf vein, but they couldn't understand why Zhang Yi was so certain that the femoral vein could be used for the calf vein anastomosis. Zhang Yi remained silent, holding the scalpel, locating the position of the femoral vein, making an incision through the skin, then the subcutaneous tissue and tendons, until the segment of the femoral vein was exposed. First, he ligated both ends of the femoral vein, removed a 2 cm segment of the vessel, and then Zhang Yi was responsible for anastomosing it with the calf vein, while Fong Yong handled reconnecting the femoral vein. Ma Yunxiang was stunned. The iliac vein of this child was as thick and as large as the calf vein. How did Zhang Yi know that? Could he possibly have X-ray vision? That's really impressive. Half an hour later, the surgery was over. The child had only mild anemia, but his leg was saved, and his life was saved. Ma Yunxiang and Fong Yong both looked at Zhang Yi with expressions of shock. How could such a young doctor perform the surgery with such stability and skill throughout the entire procedure, without any hesitation in his movements? He was like night and day compared to those newly graduated medical students. How on earth did this person train to become so skilled? Chapter 70, Outdoor Real-Life Simulation Training. Chapter 70, Outdoor Real-Life Simulation Training. Outside the operating room, the red light went out, and Liang Xueme jumped to her feet. Her child was about to be born. Liang Xueme, who had been waiting outside for nearly 3 hours, found every passing minute and second during that time to be excruciating. Finally, the door opened. "Please come over here, Ms. Liang Yuan's family." Liang Xueme heard the nurse's call and swallowed unconsciously. She was so nervous that her breathing became rapid. Before hearing any news about the baby's condition, tears began to well up in Liang Xueme's eyes. Under the bright glow of the hallway lights, they shone brightly. The surgery was a complete success. His life was saved, and his leg was saved as well. The nurse's words felt like a final verdict. This child was not sentenced to death, she is alive. And she survived completely unharmed. Liang Xueme could no longer contain the nearly 3 hours of pent-up emotions, and tears poured out instantly. She covered her mouth tightly to prevent herself from crying out loud. "Thank you." At that moment, Liang Xueme could think of nothing else to say. Shortly after, the nurse, the caregiver, and the family members accompanied the child to the ICU department. The ICU is the intensive care unit, which typically admits patients whose condition remains unstable after major surgery or critically ill patients. The department is designated as an isolation zone, and patients' family members are not permitted to enter or exit freely. Anyone entering or exiting must wear isolation gowns and caps. The child has just come off the operating table and must remain in the intensive care unit for 48 hours of observation before being transferred to a general ward. Zhang Yi and Ma Yunxiang returned to the emergency department after the surgery. "Zhang Yi? How did you know that the common femoral vein and the saphenous vein of this child could be anastomosed?" Ma Yunxiang couldn't help but ask. "Well, I once read about it in a book that documented some emergency procedures." Zhang Yi made up another story on the spot. "Oh, I see. I guess I should read more books too. Otherwise, it'll be like the saying, the waves of the Yangtze River push forward, and the previous waves die on the shore." Ma Yunxiang said half-jokingly. "Ha, Mr. Ma is joking. I'm still young, I still have a lot to learn from you." Zhang Yi also made a few polite remarks. By the time Zhang Yi finally finished work and stepped out of the emergency room, it was already pitch black outside. Doctors often work overtime, and there are so many last-minute shifts that it's impossible to count them all. Gurgling. Zhang Yi's stomach growled in protest. Just as he was about to grab something to eat, he saw a young man holding a camera and another wearing glasses walking toward him. "Hello? We are reporters from the People's Daily. May we interview you?" The man with glasses spoke in a relatively polite manner. But why would the big shots want to interview him? Why interview me? Zhang Yi was completely baffled. He had no idea that his heroic actions from earlier that afternoon had already gone viral on social media, with people even sharing photos and videos on Douyin. We just want to interview you about some details of the rescue operation this afternoon, such as how you came up with the idea to use the radio. And so on. I'm not giving any interviews, and please don't film me. I'm off duty now. Sorry, can you step aside? Zhang Yi realized what was happening. This was due to the afternoon incident, which had led to journalists coming to interview him. What is there to interview about this kind of thing? When Zhang Yi finished his meal and returned to the dormitory, he realized how big a deal this had become. Zhang Yi. Look at your heroic figure. You're famous, you know? And the other 2 doctors and nurses in your department too. The whole internet is praising you all right now. Zhang Yi snatched the phone from Yuanli and looked at the video. Although the person carrying the stretcher was blurred out, it was indeed him. How did he get filmed? When did this happen? How did he not notice? In the video, they can be seen getting into a minivan with Zhang Yi, then carrying a stretcher at the intersection and switching vehicles. A police car leads the way, and finally, they switch to an SUV and head straight to the hospital. It was truly heart-stopping to watch, but after seeing it, one feels filled with positive energy. It was quite well made, like a TV drama. Zhang Yi spoke as he returned the phone to Yuanli. Yuanli took the phone and scrolled through the comments below the video, reading each one aloud to Zhang Yi. That doctor is so handsome. That doctor is so handsome. That was so intense. What happened to the little girl in the end? Please tell me the ending. What happened to the little girl who lost so much blood? This makes me want to become a doctor and save people too. By the way, how did the girl's surgery go? Yuanli put down her phone and asked. With me here, what could possibly go wrong? Zhang Yi said as he took off his blood-stained white shirt. Yuanli looked at Zhang Yi's muscular chest and couldn't help but whistle. Wow, I didn't know you were in such good shape. Of course I'm better than you. Yuanli isn't convinced, let's compare. Zhang Yi shot Yuanli a glance and said, forget it, I'll spare you some dignity. By the way, aren't you going on a date with Ziki tonight? She's only taking 2 days off and will be back this afternoon. Zhang Yi shook his head disdainfully, pulled the basin out from under the bed, threw the blood-stained clothes into it, and carried the basin into the bathroom. To his surprise, Yuanli immediately mocked him. Single guys have to wash their own clothes, right? Yesterday, Ziki washed all my clothes and socks for me. Ugh, the stench of love. It's suffocating me. In the evening, after finishing his evening routine, Zhang Yi went to bed early and entered the system space. Simulated training for ophthalmic surgery myopia correction using femtosecond laser is about to begin. Please prepare yourself. Countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Begin. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing all training for the ophthalmic surgery. Reward granted, access to outdoor real-world simulation training. What? Outdoor simulation training? Zhang Yi looked at Xiao Dai with a puzzled expression, while Xiao Dai remained unfazed, maintaining her faint smile as if she knew nothing about it. Yes. The system has detected that the host is in the emergency department. To enhance on-site response capabilities and overall proficiency, the system is now providing outdoor real-life simulation training. We hope the host will make every effort to participate. Wow, outdoor training has arrived. What's the first outdoor training content? Zhang Yi asked. Outdoor simulated training for closed chest pneumothorax caused by a car accident will now begin. Please prepare, host. Countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Begin. The scene changes. Zhang Yi finally stopped staying in the operating room for endless training sessions. Before him lay a wide, bustling street. Streetlights flickered on, and people of all ages crossed the zebra crossing in an orderly fashion. Suddenly, a speeding motorcycle crashed into a man in the middle of the road. Chapter 71, Real-Life Drill. Closed pneumothorax. Closed pneumothorax occurs in conjunction with rib fractures, where the fractured rib fragments pierce the lung tissue, allowing air to enter the pleural cavity. It occurs when air enters the pleural cavity through a wound in the chest wall or lung, and the wound immediately closes, preventing further air from entering the pleural cavity. The negative pressure in the thoracic cavity is neutralized, but the pressure in the pleural cavity remains lower than atmospheric pressure, causing the affected lung to collapse, reducing the effective gas exchange area, and impairing the lung's ventilation and gas exchange functions. In the current realistic simulation training scenario, the man who was knocked down by a motorcycle began struggling and moaning within seconds, clearly writhing in pain. It hurts so much. Help me. Help me. Quick, call 120, the man lying on the ground said to the people gathered around him. The people around him kindly helped call for emergency assistance. Zhang Yi walked closer and couldn't help but praise the system's effectiveness. The people in the simulation training were so lifelike. They were completely different from the people in the actual operating room. While Zhang Yi was still leisurely looking around, the system's alert sounded again. Host, please treat the patient with a closed pneumothorax in front of you within half an hour and ensure their survival. Failure to do so will result in mission failure. Please note the time remaining, 25 minutes. What? A time limit? Only 25 minutes left? Just as he was about to praise the system, it dealt him a harsh blow. Zhang Yi had a premonition that the punishment for this real-world simulation training outside the room would be harsher than the one inside. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi charged toward the crowd gathered ahead and shouted loudly. Make way! Make way! I'm a doctor. I'm here to help. Zhang Yi approached, lowering his gaze to the man on the ground. Due to the impact of the motorcycle, the man had fractured the 5th and 6th ribs of his sternum, and 2 areas of lung tissue had been punctured. Air was entering his lungs through the trachea and then flowing into the abdominal cavity. In cases of closed pneumothorax, there is little that can be done for first aid outside of a medical facility. Since the broken ribs have punctured the lung tissue, allowing air to enter the abdominal cavity, the only option is to go to the hospital for a peritoneal cavity puncture to remove the gas or perform a closed thoracic drainage procedure. Zhang Yi is here with no tools. How can he save him? The system can provide items for off-site assistance to the host. The system's alert sounds in real time. Outside assistance? Can you give me a scalpel? Or a drainage tube? Anything is possible. The next moment, Zhang Yi saw a simple fruit knife, a transparent plastic tube sealed in plastic wrap, and a bottle of mineral water appear before his eyes. However, these items looked nothing like surgical instruments. They were far too crude and clumsy, and there was no way to ensure they were sterile. It is hoped that the host can use the simplest tools available and rely on their exceptional medical skills to alleviate the patient's pain. During emergency rescue outside a medical facility, perfect auxiliary tools may not always be available, so the host should make full use of all feasible auxiliary tools to assist the patient. Note, 15 minutes remaining. Only 15 minutes left? If you don't pay attention to time, it flies by quickly. If you keep checking the time, it seems to move slowly. Zhang Yi dared not delay any further. He turned to the man on the ground, who was constantly moaning in pain, and said, "Bear the pain. I'll open your chest to release the air. If you don't expel the gas from your chest immediately, your lungs will collapse, causing breathing difficulties, and you'll suffocate to death." The man lifted his head, already drenched in sweat. Zhang Yi couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This system simulation is way too realistic. Hurry up and do it. I'm in so much pain. Then, Zhang Yi had the man lie flat and used a fruit knife to make a small incision of about 2 centimeters along the midclavicular line, 5 ribs down, separating the subcutaneous tissue and tendons. Ah! As the blade cut through the skin, the man cried out in pain. Hold on. Don't move, or I won't be able to save you. Zhang Yi said in a deep voice, looking up and seeing that he was actually crying. The man indeed didn't move, clenching his teeth and enduring the pain. The pain experienced by patients with pneumothorax is more severe than that of a surgical incision in the chest cavity. Therefore, even if the surgical incision is painful, the patient will feel much more comfortable once the pain from the pneumothorax is relieved. After separating the tendons, enter the peritoneal cavity, open the sealed plastic tube, insert it into the abdominal cavity approximately 45 centimeters, and place the other end of the plastic tube into a mineral water bottle. At this point, the simple abdominal puncture procedure is complete. Are you feeling any better now? Zhang Yi asked the man. The man nodded. It's a bit better now. Thank you. You're welcome, I'm a doctor. Ding. Training time is up. The system has detected that the host has completed the task and will now begin the system evaluation. Please wait a moment. Looking around, Zhang Yi saw that everything before his eyes had been frozen in time. The people were motionless, some standing, some sitting, looking both comical and terrifying. Ding. Training score for this session, 55 points. Training failed. Ding. Training score, 55 points. Training failed. Oh no, where did I go wrong? This is strange. The tools provided are so limited, and he has already tried his best to help. Why didn't he pass? The host failed in 2 areas during this procedure. First, when reinserting the plastic tube into the peritoneal cavity, the action was not performed quickly enough, resulting in a small amount of gas entering simultaneously. Second, bacterial contamination exceeded 50. I won't argue about the first point, I accept it. However, I disagree with the second point. You didn't provide me with any disinfection tools. How was I supposed to ensure there was no bacterial contamination? Even under extremely harsh conditions, doctors should make every effort to ensure that every detail and step of the procedure is free from bacterial contamination. This system sets a threshold of 50% bacterial contamination as acceptable, but the current procedure on the host has already reached 60% bacterial contamination. Alright, Zhang Yi had nothing more to say. It was indeed his lack of attention to detail earlier that led to these errors. Slap! A deafening explosion echoed through the quiet street, and Zhang Yi felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Damn, that hurts. Why does it feel more painful than last time? Please adjust your mindset. The second round of off-site simulation training is about to begin. Please adjust your mindset, host. The second off-site simulation training is about to begin. By the way, can I ask Xiao Dai to help me? Zhang Yi suddenly thought of Xiao Dai and asked. Sure. Immediately, Xiao Dai appeared before Zhang Yi. Since she wasn't in the operating room, she was also dressed in casual attire. This system is really impressive. Even the mannequin used for auxiliary operations has such a great figure. As soon as it's dressed in casual attire, its figure is immediately evident. It's practically a perfect female nurse. Chapter 72. Do you have AIDS or syphilis? After another night of training, Zhang Yi still failed to pass. There was no way around it. Outdoor training was different from indoor training. First and foremost, maintaining a sterile environment was extremely challenging. Although the system's threshold was set at 50, without relying on disinfectant and solely relying on proper technique to control bacterial infection, Zhang Yi still needed more practice. In the morning, Zhang Yi arrived at work and saw Liang Xueme waiting at the emergency department entrance. Compared to yesterday, Liang Xueme looked much more energetic and vibrant, likely because Yuan's condition was gradually improving. Dr. Zhang, thank you so much. Liang Xueme approached Zhang Yi and handed him a black bag containing a long, unidentified object. What are you doing, Yuan's mom? Zhang Yi was puzzled. What's the rush so early in the morning? Are you openly giving a gift? Zhang Yi had guessed correctly. Liang Xueme had indeed come to give him a gift. I heard it was you who performed the surgery that saved Yuan's leg. I don't have much money to give you a big red envelope, but here are 2 packs of Yushi cigarettes for you to smoke. I put them in a black bag. Don't worry, the boss won't see them. Liang Xueme said this while cautiously glancing around at the staff members working nearby. Zhang Yi smiled helplessly and said, Yuan's mother, I don't smoke. Thank you for your kindness, but please don't bring these in the future. I won't accept them. Liang Xueme, upon hearing that Zhang Yi didn't smoke, looked both surprised and admiringly at him and said, I rarely hear men say they don't smoke, but that's good. Smoking is harmful to your health, so you should smoke less. But take the cigarettes anyway. I bought them specifically for you. No. Doctors aren't allowed to accept any gifts from patients. So please take the cigarettes back, Yuan's mom. Zhang Yi pushed the cigarettes back again. Seeing how firmly Zhang Yi refused, Liang Xueme didn't dare to say anything more and left with the cigarettes. In the emergency department. Before the morning meeting concludes, I would like to commend the 3 medical staff members who were on duty yesterday, Zhang Yi, Zhao Ziyu, and Yuan Kuan. Their dedication to transporting patients to the hospital for treatment, both in action and mindset, is something we should all strive to emulate. Yesterday's citywide rescue operation was truly inspiring. When I saw the video, I felt deeply moved and motivated. Let us all applaud them. Clap. 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 There were over 20 staff members working in the department, but they managed to make it sound like there were 100 people. Ma Yunxiang nodded in satisfaction and continued, Zhang Yi, who remained calm under pressure, demonstrates true leadership qualities. So, the senior staff need to step up their game and not let the new doctors outshine them, okay? After the morning meeting, everyone began to praise Zhang Yi and his team. Zhang Yi, do you know how popular you've become? Exactly, and what about Yuan Kuan and Zhao Ziyu? I saw your video on Douyin yesterday, and it already has over 2 million likes. That many? How come I didn't see it? Zhao Ziki couldn't help but take out her phone to check Douyin, but when she looked up, she noticed Ma Yunxiang's piercing gaze fixed directly on her. Alright, she remembered she wasn't supposed to use her phone during work hours. So Zhao Ziyu quietly put her phone away again. Zhang Yi, we're on duty today, so we can't leave until tomorrow morning. Du Shiqi glanced at the schedule again and said to Zhang Yi. No problem. The patients admitted to the emergency room the next day were not considered critical or urgent cases. They were given basic treatment and then transferred to the appropriate departments. Zhao Ziyu couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Maybe tonight we can have it easy, and even sneak in a quick nap. Such matters really shouldn't be spoken of. Mentioning them would only disrupt this peaceful atmosphere. Drip, drip, drip. At 10:30 p.m., a sound rang out from outside the emergency room, causing the on-duty medical staff to tense up instantly. This sound was all too familiar to them. The on-duty staff in the office, who had been chatting and laughing, immediately stopped talking, put on serious expressions, and walked to the emergency room to prepare for the patient. Outside the emergency room, a male patient in his 30s was carried off the ambulance and placed on a stretcher. He was clutching his abdomen and screaming, "It hurts. It hurts so much. Doctor, please perform surgery on me immediately." After a brief examination in the emergency room, it was confirmed that the patient was suffering from an anal abscess. The condition was urgent and required immediate surgery to incise and drain the abscess. Let's schedule the surgery first. Once the abscess is incised and drained, the pain should subside. Perianal abscesses are generally caused by infection. The primary emergency measure for this patient is pain relief. However, if blood is drawn now, the results may not be available until tomorrow. Zhao Ziyu reminded Zhang Yi of this. Patients must have blood drawn when admitted to the hospital for hospitalization or surgery to assess their coagulation function, other blood parameters, and the presence of infectious diseases. For example, hepatitis B, HIV, and syphilis are three of the more dangerous infectious diseases. Conducting thorough examinations serves two purposes: first, to inform patients about their health status, and second, to protect healthcare workers. This ensures that healthcare workers can provide appropriate care while taking precautions to prevent infection. Upon hearing this, the patient in the emergency room assumed that the surgery would not be performed until the next day and immediately became agitated. "I'm in excruciating pain, why aren't you performing the surgery immediately? I'll report you. You're a doctor and you're not treating me." It was late at night, and the emergency room was very quiet, but suddenly this angry shout rang out. Zhang Yi walked up and gave the man a quick once-over. There were no obvious signs of injury, but the blood had an unusual amount of impurities, which made Zhang Yi take note. This could be some kind of disease, but regardless of whether it was contagious or not, the surgery should be performed as soon as possible. It wasn't feasible to make the patient wait until tomorrow for the test results before proceeding with the surgery. That would be unbearable. So, Zhang Yi decided to proceed with caution during the surgery. "Your name is Hu Chaohai, right?" Zhang Yi asked the patient. The patient nodded, his face contorted in pain, and said, "Hurry up and operate, doctor. I'm in so much pain I could die. We're preparing the operating room for you, but I have a question for you." "Go ahead, ask away. Do you have a history of infectious diseases such as HIV, hepatitis B, or syphilis?" Hu Chaohai lowered his head, a flash of panic crossing his eyes, then turned to Zhang Yi and shouted angrily, "You're the one with HIV and syphilis. Hurry up and perform the surgery. I'm in excruciating pain, and you're still asking all these questions." Zhang Yi suppressed his anger and turned to Zhao Ziyu, saying, "Let's perform the surgery first." Chapter 73, Professional Exposure, AIDS? The most common symptoms of perianal abscess are small hard lumps or swellings around the anus, followed by increasing pain, swelling, discomfort, restlessness, difficulty urinating, and other symptoms of rectal irritation such as urgency and tenesmus. These may be accompanied by generalized symptoms such as malaise, fatigue, fever, loss of appetite, chills, and high fever. Once an abscess forms around the rectum and anus, it does not easily resolve on its own. Even if it ruptures and drains spontaneously, drainage may not be complete. Therefore, once diagnosed, immediate surgical incision and drainage should be performed. Delaying surgery until the abscess becomes fluctuating or spreads to other organs can lead to unnecessary infection and tissue necrosis. This is also why Zhang Yi decided to proceed with surgery before the test results were available, as the condition does not wait for further evaluation. In the operating room, Zhang Yi looked at Zhao Ziyu and whispered, "Be careful not to hurt your hands." The underlying meaning was to protect himself and avoid exposing his profession. Zhao Ziyu nodded, her bright almond-shaped eyes peeking out from behind her light blue mask as she winked at Zhang Yi and said, "I can't even perform such a minor surgery. What kind of doctor am I? All right. Why don't I take the lead? You can be my assistant." Zhao Ziyu whispered to Zhang Yi again, "Since the director isn't here, I really want to try being the lead surgeon. I've never done it before, and this is just a minor procedure. It won't be too much trouble for you, Zheng. Let me give it a try." Younger doctors basically dream of the day they can become the lead surgeon. Thanks to Zhang Yi, Zhao Ziyu finally got the chance to step into the operating room, and she was so excited she even dared to suggest performing the drainage procedure herself. However, a drainage procedure isn't exactly a major surgery. Any doctor with some experience can perform it. "Alright, then be careful. I'll watch you." Zhang Yi nodded. He didn't feel at ease leaving it entirely to Zhao Ziyu, so he preferred to stay nearby for peace of mind, and also to observe Zhao Ziyu's skill level. Anal abscesses require either local anesthesia or spinal or epidural anesthesia, so the patient remains conscious throughout the procedure. The test results aren't available yet. "Are you sure you don't have HIV, syphilis, or hepatitis B?" Zhao Ziyu asked Hu Chaohai again before performing the procedure. Hu Chaohai nodded randomly and said, "Hurry up, doctor. I want to be done with this as soon as possible." Zhao Ziyu pursed her lips and said, "Alright, we'll start the procedure once the anesthetic takes effect." 1 minute later, the anesthetic took effect, and the local anesthesia would prevent the patient from feeling any pain. The surgery begins with a radial incision made around the anal abscess, with the length of the incision equal to the size of the abscess cavity. After the skin is incised, hemostats are used to gently separate the tissue, allowing access to the abscess cavity to drain the pus. Then, using fingers wearing medical gloves, insert into the abscess cavity to determine its size and separate the fibrous septa within the cavity. There's some resistance. It should be subcutaneous tissue or fibrous tissue adhesion. Zhao Ziyu said to Zhang Yi while probing the size of the pus cavity. "Cut it off, but be careful not to cut too deep and damage the muscle." Zhang Yi stood by and gave steady instructions. Zhao Ziyu nodded, "Alright." After incision, drain the cavity, remove all necrotic tissue from the cavity, and trim a small amount of skin around the incision edges to ensure unobstructed drainage. The final step is to place Vaseline gauze in the abscess cavity for drainage. However, at this very moment, SSSSS. With a sob, Zhao Ziyu's fingertip was cut by the scalpel. The scalpel was still stained with Hu Chaohai's blood. Zhao Ziyu's professional identity has been exposed. You go wash your hands first. I'll handle the rest. Zhang Yi pulled Zhao Ziyu's hand over and looked at it, speaking with a slight hint of tension. Ouch, it hurts. Let's wash it after we finish. It's just the last step. After saying that, Zhao Ziyu ignored Zhang Yi's pleas and forcefully placed the Vaseline-soaked gauze into the pus cavity before rushing to the running tap, removing her gloves, and beginning to rinse. Normally, medical personnel exposed to occupational hazards should immediately go to a running tap and rinse with soap for over 15 minutes. However, Zhao Ziyu had already delayed for nearly 2 minutes. Until the test results are out, even if he claims he doesn't have an infectious disease, we can't take any chances. Zhang Yi also came out of the operating room and said to Zhao Ziyu, "Don't worry, I shouldn't be that unlucky." Zhang Ziyu smiled at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi was also stunned. How could he be so carefree? He could still laugh at a time like this? Of course, it might also be because Zhao Ziyu couldn't see the impurities in Hu Haichao's blood vessels. Zhang Yi couldn't directly identify what these impurities in the blood vessels were, but he always felt that Hu Haichao must have other underlying health issues. Hurry up and wash it, scrub it hard, squeeze from the proximal end toward the distal end to get the blood out. Zhang Yi stood beside Zhao Ziyu and said seriously. Zhao Ziyu couldn't help but laugh at Zhang Yi's tense expression. Why are you so nervous? That person said he has no history of infectious diseases, right? Just do what he says. What's the lab for then? Don't look at me, keep washing. Zhang Yi pointed at Zhao Ziyu's paused movements and urged him on. After being exposed to occupational hazards, medical staff must not only rinse continuously under running water but also use one uninjured hand to firmly squeeze the injured hand, starting from the proximal end toward the distal end, to force out and rinse away any potentially infected blood. After thorough rinsing, immediately confirm whether the patient has a history of infectious diseases. If so, report it to the hospital's infection control department immediately for further antimicrobial treatment. Each year, hospitals report approximately 300,000 cases of healthcare workers being injured by needle sticks or cuts, with doctors accounting for approximately 35% of these cases and nurses accounting for approximately 65%. The final infection rate is 30 cases. This means that these 30 medical staff members were infected while saving lives. It could be HIV, hepatitis B, or hepatitis C. However, these are all diseases that current medical technology is unable to completely cure. Therefore, Zhao Ziyu is currently in a very critical condition. One wrong move could mean a death sentence from the Grim Reaper. Now they can only wait. Wait until tomorrow's results come out to see if this Hu Haichao is a patient carrying a contagious virus. Chapter 74, The Angry Zhang Yi. After rinsing himself under the faucet for about 20 minutes, Zhao Ziyu finally stopped. Actually, Zhao Ziyu didn't think there was anything wrong, but after Zhang Yi mentioned it, she started to feel a bit nervous. What if she really has hepatitis B or AIDS? Then she's done for. After leaving the operating room, Hu Chaohai was transferred to the colorectal surgery department, while Zhang Yi and Zhao Ziyu returned to the emergency department. By this time, it was nearly 1 a.m., and the on-duty staff downstairs were providing initial treatment to a patient suffering from severe stomach pain. In the office, Zhao Ziyu felt increasingly anxious. She turned to Zhang Yi and exclaimed, "This is bad. What should we do now? Could I have really been infected with something? This girl is just now realizing it?" Before the results came out, Zhang Yi could only comfort Zhao Ziyu by saying, "Don't worry, if it really is HIV, there's still antiretroviral therapy, right? If it's hepatitis B, as long as you get the hepatitis B immune globulin within 24 hours, there shouldn't be any major issues. And it's not like the lab can't produce the results within 24 hours, is it? If that's the case, they might as well close the lab. Besides, you should have received the hepatitis B vaccine as a child, right? You should still have hepatitis B antibodies. Don't worry too much." Zhang Yi's repeated reassurances gradually calmed Zhao Ziyu's uneasy emotions. Finally, after several anxious hours, the first rays of sunlight appeared on the horizon. At 8 o'clock in the morning, during the morning meeting, Zhao Ziyu informed Director Ma Yunxiang about what had happened the previous day. Ma Yunxiang was undoubtedly furious. "You dared to go into the operating room? Zhang Yi actually agreed? And to top it off, you were exposed on the job? Who gave you permission to go on the operating table? And Zhang Yi, do you think you can act like a teacher and give orders to others just because you've performed a few impressive surgeries? How could you make such a basic mistake?" Ma Yunxiang looked at Zhang Yi and Zhao Ziyu, and he was so furious he wanted to fire both of them on the spot. However, the hospital director had only informed him 2 days ago that the director of the health bureau would be visiting the hospital soon to look for Zhang Yi. Given Zhang Yi's connections, Ma Yunxiang dared not act rashly at the moment, so he could only point at Zhao Ziyu and vent his anger. "You've been working at the hospital for years. How could you make such a basic mistake? Don't you know to be more careful? By the way, have the test results for that patient come back yet? If there's nothing wrong, that's fine. But if there's an issue, I'll report it to the infection control department immediately." Zhao Ziyu shook her head, it doesn't seem to be out yet. Just then, a staff member from the testing department came over and stood at the door, saying, "The results for the urgent test on Hu Chaohai last night are in. He is HIV positive." In a single sentence, it felt like a thunderbolt striking Zhao Ziyu, leaving him completely drained of strength as he collapsed into his chair. What? Oh no. I'll go to the infection control department and have them rush to the health station to get you the medicine, Ma Yunxian said before leaving the emergency department office. Damn it, it's AIDS. That bastard Hu Haichao. I'll never let him get away with this. How dare he hide the fact that he has AIDS? Zhang Yi clenched his fists tightly, unable to contain his rage, and rushed toward the colorectal surgery department. Behind him, Zhao Ziyu realized what was happening and feared Zhang Yi might do something reckless, so he hurried after him. HIV/AIDS is a highly dangerous infectious disease caused by the human immunodeficiency virus HIV. HIV is a virus that attacks the human immune system. The virus primarily targets CD4 T lymphocytes in the human body, leading to immune deficiency and making the body susceptible to various diseases. HIV has a long incubation period, and infected individuals can live and work normally for up to 58 years after infection, with no visible symptoms. Once the disease manifests, symptoms may include fever, weakness, night sweats, and swollen lymph nodes throughout the body. In the middle stages, skin and mucous membrane ulcers, shingles, blisters, and bruises may develop. In the later stages, the disease may gradually affect internal organs and even the nervous system. Currently, there is no definitive treatment for AIDS worldwide, but there are medications available to prevent HIV infection. These are a group of drugs that can be taken within 72 hours of infection to prevent the HIV virus from replicating. Since the virus targets the body's T lymphocytes, once infected, these cells begin to attack important cells in the blood known as macrophages. If the macrophages become infected, it means the virus has entered the bloodstream and will spread throughout the body within 48 hours, leading to irreversible damage. Therefore, the optimal window for preventing infection is the period when the HIV virus has entered the human body but has not yet infected macrophages and entered the bloodstream. The principle behind antiviral drugs is straightforward. Once the medication enters the body, it works to protect cells from viral infection by any means necessary. However, HIV is highly cunning. After entering the body, some particles attack cells, while others go into dormancy. Therefore, the optimal time to take antiretroviral drugs after confirming exposure is 28 days to effectively block HIV. Additionally, regular follow-up tests must be conducted for 1 year, and testing can only be discontinued once it is confirmed that HIV infection has not occurred. Zhao Ziyu is now 7 hours past the time of occupational exposure. If the infection control department staff can expedite the retrieval of the antiretroviral drugs, she should be able to take them within the 8th 2-hour window, and the issue should not be significant. After all, the success rate of the antiretroviral drugs has reached 95% in recent years, making them an effective and reliable option for preventing HIV infection. In the colorectal surgery department, Zhang Yi found the ward where Hu Chaohai was staying, and Zhao Ziyu followed closely behind. Why the hell did you lie to us about having AIDS? Zhang Yi grabbed Hu Chaohai by the collar and shouted loudly. Zhang Yi was so angry because he believed he was partly to blame. If he hadn't agreed to let Zhao Ziyu go under the knife, perhaps Zhao Ziyu wouldn't have been exposed. Zhang Yi. Don't act impulsively. Zhao Ziyu pulled Zhang Yi's hand and tried to persuade him. Hu Chaohai, seeing that the truth had come out, couldn't lie anymore. He could only look apologetic and say, "I'm sorry. I was in so much pain yesterday that I couldn't bear it. I was worried that if I told you I had AIDS, you wouldn't perform the surgery. I didn't mean to. My wife and children are still outside. Please keep your voices down. If they find out, I won't be able to live anymore." Can't live? You can't live, but what about her? How will she live? Zhang Yi pointed at Zhao Ziyu, who was standing beside him looking helpless and despairing. Chapter 75, Zhang Yi is really in a hurry. I'm so sorry. Hu Chaohai lay sideways on the bed, unable to do anything but keep apologizing. Go to hell with your sorry. Zhang Yiluan raised his fist, ready to strike Hu Chaohai, but was held back by Zhao Ziyu. Don't act impulsively, Zhang Yi. We have the antiviral medication, right? I haven't been infected for real. Zhang Yi turned around and looked at Zhao Ziyu's eyes, which were filled with tears but struggling to hold them back. The sense of guilt in his heart grew deeper and deeper. If only he hadn't made her undergo that surgery back then. Zhang Yi angrily let go of Hu Chaohai's collar, grabbed Zhao Ziyu's hand, and left the colorectal surgery department. In the stairwell, Zhang Yi stood beside Zhao Ziyu and sighed, I should apologize to you. I shouldn't have let you go under the knife. If it weren't for me. No, it was my own choice to perform the surgery. I wanted to be the lead surgeon this time, but I ended up getting injured. It's my fault for lacking skill. Zhao Ziyu's nose was bright red, and his voice was hoarse. It was clear he was struggling to hold back emotions that were on the verge of breaking through. HIV is not like hepatitis B. With hepatitis B, if you're exposed to it through your job, you can get antibodies, but with HIV, you can't. The despair, fear, helplessness, and even the feeling of being on the brink of death that she felt, Zhang Yi could understand very well. During his internship, he had been exposed to hepatitis B through occupational exposure. At the time, not knowing whether he had antibodies, Zhang Yi even imagined what he would look like if he were to die. I know you want to cry. Go ahead and cry, it will make you feel better. Zhang Yi gently patted Zhao Ziyu's shoulder, allowing her to release her emotions first. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, the last thread holding Zhao Ziyu's emotions in place snapped, and she burst into tears, collapsing to the ground and burying her face in her hands. Wailing, I'm so scared. I don't want to be infected. I'm really scared. Zhang Yi reached out his hand a bit slowly and pulled Zhao Ziyu into his arms, letting her cry it out. System, can you check if she's infected with HIV? Zhang Yi suddenly thought of his system and asked silently in his mind. After testing, the woman is currently not carrying the HIV virus. Really? Zhang Yi was so excited that he instantly stood up from his half-crouching position, nearly knocking Zhao Ziyu over. Realizing his outburst, Zhang Yi hurriedly helped Zhao Ziyu back to her feet. What are you doing? Zhao Ziyu was startled by Zhang Yi's sudden remark. It's nothing. Don't cry. Believe me, you definitely won't get infected. Zhang Yi held Zhao Ziyu's face and said earnestly and with unwavering determination. Zhao Ziyu looked into Zhang Yi's dark brown eyes, just as she always did, as if she would believe him no matter what he said, even if it was about AIDS, a disease that currently has no known cure worldwide. She believed him. Okay, I believe you. I definitely won't get infected. The only thing that makes a woman both foolish and naive is that, as long as she loves a man, she believes everything he says. The two of them grew closer and closer, and Zhao Ziyu could even feel the warm breath from Zhang Yi's nose on her face, instantly making her cheeks flush red. Just as the two of them were about to touch each other's lips without realizing it. Cough, sorry, I need to clean the stairwell. When did the hospital cleaning lady show up? After exiting the stairwell, both of them felt a bit awkward. Although the system indicated that no HIV was detected at the moment, Zhang Yi still urged her to take the HIV post-exposure prophylaxis medication immediately, and to have the system test again after 72 hours. By the time Zhang Yi and Zhao Ziyu finished work, it was already noon. Fortunately, after working the night shift at the hospital, they could rest for 2 days. At the emergency room entrance, Zhang Yi had just stepped out when he was stopped again by the two men from 2 days earlier, who were carrying cameras and wearing glasses. Hello, doctor. We are reporters from the People's Daily. We apologize for disturbing you. May we conduct an interview with you? For example, about the details of the rescue and the current condition of the little girl? Zhang Yi glanced up and down at the man in glasses. Why is this person so persistent? The little girl is fine, her life is no longer in danger. I really cannot give an interview. Please do not come to the hospital again, okay? Here's my business card. We're working on a column about medical knowledge and would like to interview you. If you ever decide to do an interview, please give me a call, okay? The column will run for 3 months. The man in glasses said this while pulling out a card from his bag and handing it to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi looked up at the blazing sun and felt bad for making the man wait so long, so he reluctantly accepted the business card and put it away. Alright, I'll think about it and give you a call. Zhang Yi replied casually before turning and leaving. To keep a close eye on Zhao Ziyu's infection status, Zhang Yi had been taking her out to eat and watch movies every day during his 2 days off. He didn't notice anything unusual, but Zhao Ziyu had already concluded that Zhang Yi's behavior must mean he had feelings for her. Since Zhao Ziyu had been exposed to HIV through her profession, the hospital had granted her a 1-month leave of absence. While it may sound like a leave of absence, in reality, Zhao Ziyu is not permitted to return to work until it is confirmed that she has not been infected. 72 hours, 3 days. Zhang Yi even took a day off on the 3rd day to go out shopping with Zhao Ziyu to cheer her up. Besides constantly monitoring the patient's condition, Zhang Yi also felt guilty, as he bore a significant portion of the responsibility for this incident. As long as the 72-hour mark hadn't passed, he couldn't rest easy. To ensure he could test Zhao Ziyu immediately after the 72-hour period, Zhang Yi carefully calculated the timing and arranged to meet her for a movie that would end at midnight. At 11:55 p.m., Zhang Yi saw that the time was almost midnight. He felt a bit nervous and wanted to confirm again whether Zhao Ziyu had been infected after the 72-hour period following taking the blocking medication. Ziyu, let us go out first. I can't wait any longer. Zhang Yi grabbed Zhao Ziyu's hand and rushed out of the screening room. What? What can't we wait for? What? What can't you wait for? Zhao Ziyu's heart skipped a beat. When did Zhang Yi become so direct? After Zhang Yi left, a guy sitting next to his seat silently gave Zhang Yi a thumbs up. This guy is really impatient. Chapter 76, I'll take responsibility for you. Outside the screening room, Zhang Yi pulled Zhao Ziyu to a brighter area before letting go of her hand. The broadcast hall had been too dark earlier, and he was worried he hadn't seen clearly enough. Zhang Yi slowly approached Zhao Ziyu, who took a step back, her face turning red all the way to her neck. What are you doing? Zhao Ziyu asked tremblingly. She wasn't afraid, she was nervous. Nothing, just taking a good look at you. What's there to look at? Although Zhao Ziyu isn't exactly a beauty without makeup, she looks pretty good now that she's put on a nice makeup look for the date. It's just that her figure isn't great, she looks a bit like 242424. No, stay still, let me take a good look at you. Zhang Yi straightened Zhao Ziyu's posture, making her face directly toward him. Zhao Ziyu felt increasingly uncomfortable. Could Zhang Yi be planning to kiss her here? The movie was about to start, and people would be coming out soon. System, check again, does she have HIV? Zhang Yi asked the system in his mind as he watched Zhao Ziyu. After testing, the woman is currently not carrying the HIV virus. Great. No. Upon hearing the system notification, Zhang Yi excitedly hugged Zhao Ziyu. After 72 hours, the test still showed no infection, which meant she was truly not infected. Oh, sorry, I got a little carried away. Zhang Yi let go of Zhao Ziyu's shoulders and said awkwardly. Zhao Ziyu was completely confused the whole time. What was Zhang Yi doing? It was so random. It's okay, Zhao Ziyu said in a soft voice, lowering her head slightly, looking shy. Zhang Yiping calmed down and looked at Zhao Ziyu again, saying, don't worry, you won't get infected. If you don't have any income over the next month, I'll take care of you. Zhao Ziyu looked at Zhang Yi with a mix of surprise and gratitude and said, support me? No, no need. Though my income isn't as high as those leaders, I've been working for several years and have savings of my own. Zhang Yi furrowed his brows and said, no, I'm also responsible for this. I'll take care of it. It's settled. No need. Don't say anything. It's getting late. I'll take you home. Zhao Ziyu's heart was racing. Zhang Yi was so domineering and direct, and she was growing more and more fond of him. Zhang Yi had taken several days off and it was time to return to work. However, he never expected that on his first day back, he would be reprimanded by his superiors, and even the hospital director had to come to the emergency department for an emergency meeting. Regarding Dr. Zhang Yi's recent surgery for an anal abscess, I must publicly criticize his actions. The hospital has already shown great trust in your abilities by allowing you to perform surgery at such a young age. However, I never expected you to allow another doctor who had not been authorized by the hospital to take the lead in the surgery, which ultimately resulted in some complications. Therefore, I am hereby announcing that Dr. Zhang Yi will temporarily lose his eligibility to perform surgeries at this hospital. Cancel? Cancel? Zhang Yi sighed helplessly. He admitted he had made a mistake this time, so he couldn't say anything about the hospital revoking his operating privileges. Colleagues around him were buzzing with speculation. Was Zhang Yi really being removed from the operating table? There's one more thing, though. Just then, Han Jinfang stood at the door of the emergency department office. Out of politeness, Han Jinfang did not interrupt their meeting. However, the director had sharp eyes and spotted Han Jinfang approaching from a distance. Director Han? What brings you here? The director immediately walked up with a smile and asked. For a moment, everyone in the emergency department turned their attention to the door. Facing the director's warm welcome, Han Jinfang merely nodded slightly and said, you all go ahead with the meeting. I'm here to see Dr. Zhang. I'll wait for you outside. Before the director could say another word, Han Jinfang turned her back and walked straight out to the lobby, sitting down on a bench. The director stood awkwardly at the door, cleared his throat twice, and then addressed the emergency room doctors and nurses inside the office. That's all for today. Let's adjourn the meeting. Zhang Yi, why did the director come looking for you again? Is something wrong? Yuan Kuan moved closer to Zhang Yi and whispered. Don't worry, she just asked me to perform surgery. It's nothing serious. Zhang Yi replied calmly. Don't worry, what could possibly happen? She's just asking me to perform surgery. 666. Yuan Kuan silently made a six-finger gesture to Zhang Yi before heading out to get back to work. After the meeting ended, the dean walked over to the long bench in the hall and said to Han Jinfang, Director Han, please come in. The meeting is adjourned. Han Jinfang smiled faintly and nodded, saying, all right. Dr. Zhang, I'm bothering you again. Han Jinfang walked closer, smiling warmly as she greeted Zhang Yi. Hello, Director Han. There's no such thing as trouble. I'll go ask the director for permission first. Alright, I'll wait here for you. Han Jinfang was extremely polite throughout the entire conversation, making the hospital director feel a bit embarrassed. How could the director of a city hospital be outshone by a mere resident doctor? Director Ma, I think. You don't need to think about it. Just go ahead. If the surgery isn't done properly, you're not allowed to come back. Ma Yunxiang raised his hand again to interrupt Zhang Yi's words, glancing at Han Jinfang's expression. The director seemed satisfied. Alright, thank you, Director Ma. After that, Ma Yunxiang and the director escorted Zhang Yi and Han Jinfang to the emergency room entrance. Standing in front of Han Jinfang's black Mercedes was a tall, elegantly dressed young woman. Who else could it be but Lu Xiyu? She was wearing high-waisted skinny jeans paired with a short-sleeve top that hinted at her navel, instantly elongating her figure to its fullest extent, a true leggy beauty. However, she was currently pouting her lips, clenching her fists in anger, as if she wanted to punch Zhang Yi first before saying anything. Zhang Yi saw Lu Xiyu and felt a pang of anxiety. Oh no, this tomboy isn't going to actually hit him, is she? Sure enough, as Zhang Yi approached, Lu Xiyu playfully punched him on the shoulder and said in a feigned angry tone, I told you last time that if I ever saw you again, I'd beat you to a pulp. Ouch, that hurts. It hurts so much. Zhang Yi also pretended to be in pain and shouted. See you. What are you doing? You're so careless. How can Dr. Zhang tolerate your punch? Han Jinfang scolded softly, clearly aware that her daughter was no pushover. Lu Xiyu stuck out her tongue playfully and said, he's just pretending to be hurt. Alright, let's go. Your dad is waiting for us at the hospital. The three of them then drove off. At the entrance to the emergency room, the hospital director and Ma Yunxiang suddenly realized and exclaimed in unison, oh, so Zhang Yi is related to the bureau chief like that. He's his son-in-law? Chapter 77, The Shortage of Medical Technicians. At the military hospital, Zhang Yi looked at the CT scan in his hand and said, the recovery is going well, we can proceed with cranial repair. That's wonderful. I'll arrange for the operating room to be prepared immediately. Han Jinfang's tense heart finally relaxed upon hearing those words. The materials used for cranial reconstruction must first and foremost have high biocompatibility, while also ensuring sufficient strength and stiffness. They must provide adequate protection while also meeting the requirements for shaping during surgery, ultimately achieving satisfactory results in terms of external appearance restoration and cosmetic outcomes. General Lu, did you have the hospital keep the skull fragment? Zhang Yi asked. Because the best material for cranial bone tissue repair is the patient's own cranial bone, followed by synthetic CT-based 3D models. I'm not sure, I'll ask Dr. Liang. Lu Jun thought for a moment, then pulled out his phone and made a call. Before long, Liang Yue, the director of the military hospital, arrived. Colonel Lu, the skull you had previously removed has been stored for you. If you wish to proceed with the reconstruction, it can be used. With Dr. Liang's assurance, I can rest easy. Lu Jun shook Dr. Liang Yue's hand in gratitude. At that moment, Liang Yue noticed a young man standing beside him. He looked closely and realized it was the young doctor who had performed surgery on Lu Jun earlier. Zhang Yi? Liang Yue asked cautiously. Hello, Director Liang. Zhang Yi smiled faintly and nodded. Is this for the surgery on General Lu? Liang Yue asked again. He happens to be doing further training at the city hospital, so I specially asked him to come over and help me with the skull repair. Lu Jun answered in place of Zhang Yi. At the city hospital for further training? Oh, why didn't you come to our hospital? Liang Yue said to Zhang Yi with a look of regret. Thank you for your kindness, Director Liang, but I can't change the arrangement made by our hospital. Zhang Yi shrugged. Oh, what a pity. When will you arrange another internship? I'll apply to have you transferred here. Liang Yue said again, unwilling to give up. This is really hard to refuse. Director Liang, it's time for the surgery. If you want to poach someone, you have to let them finish their work first. Han Jinfang reminded Liang Yue, who was getting more and more excited as he spoke. Oh, right. I'll take you up first. Liang Yue gave a sheepish laugh and then led the group to the operating room. Inside the operating room, Zhang Yi was the lead surgeon, and Liang Yue also decided on the spot to join Zhang Yi on the operating table. The surgery began with general anesthesia and disinfection. First, make a horseshoe-shaped incision along the edge of the defect, dissect from the subperiosteal layer of the galea aponeurotica, invert the skin flap, and suspend it. Dissect the dura mater along the bone margin, expose the bone defect margin, and use bone forceps to trim the irregular bone edges. Then, place the disinfected skull bone along the edges of the defect, ensuring it is securely positioned. Use K-wires to drill holes at the fixation edges, taking care not to damage the brain tissue. After successfully drilling the holes, secure the bone using titanium wires passed through the bone holes. Finally, suture the scalp, and the surgery is complete. Since Lu Jun had preserved his own skull, the surgery proceeded very smoothly. Basically, the original skull was reattached and sutured back into place. Outside the operating room, Lu Jun was wheeled out. Han Jinfang approached him with concern and asked, "How is he? Did my husband's surgery go smoothly?" Rest assured, Director Han. It went very smoothly. For precautionary reasons, we recommend observing him in the ICU for 1 day before transferring him to a regular ward. Zhang Yi said, removing his mask. Alright, we'll follow Dr. Zhang's instructions. Han Jinfang nodded repeatedly. Behind her, Lu Xiyu gave Zhang Yi a light punch on the back with her little fist. Thank you. Zhang Yi turned around, holding his back and complaining, hey, that's a pretty violent way to say thank you. Don't give me that. I didn't even use any force. Your strength is still several times stronger than others even when you're not trying, Zhang Yi complained. Military academy girls are so tough. After that, Han Jinfang arranged for a car to take Zhang Yi back to the city hospital. Zhang Yi, remember what the hospital director told you this morning. Fortunately, the patient wasn't aware of the situation, and the surgery was a complete success. Otherwise, this incident could have escalated, and you might have been fired or even had your medical license revoked. Ma Yunxiang said solemnly from his office. Zhang Yi's skills were something he had witnessed firsthand, and in fact, his technical proficiency surpassed that of some doctors with over a decade of experience. In the medical field, the better your skills, the more valued you are. These days, cultivating a medical professional is extremely challenging. It requires ample human resources, material resources, and time. From a novice medical student to someone capable of performing complex surgeries independently, it takes at least a decade of dedicated training. Now that we have finally gained such a rare talent in the medical field, if we were to lose him, it would not only be a loss for him personally, but also for the hospital and even society as a whole. Therefore, Ma Yunxiang still wanted to give Zhang Yi some sound advice. Young people may act impulsively at times, but they must never allow themselves to be driven by impulse alone. I understand, Director. I agree with the hospital's decision. Zhang Yi nodded. He did make a mistake, so he accepted full responsibility for the incident. Ah! Ma Yunxiang sighed. He still felt sorry that Zhang Yi couldn't perform surgery. After all, being able to reconnect a leg that had been crushed into 7 or 8 pieces and was covered in blood and flesh was no small feat. Ma Yunxiang knew that Zhang Yi was no ordinary surgeon. At least, no one in the entire orthopedic department could match his skill. Since Zhao Ziyu was absent this month, Zhang Yi had to start over and learn from another doctor in the emergency department. Ma Yunxiang assigned him to Guo Xinyan, a doctor in his 30s with 8 years of medical experience. We are responsible for seeing Hai Zhang Yi today. Guo Xinyan is very easygoing and speaks gently. He is considered one of the most highly rated young doctors in the emergency department. All right. At this moment, about 6 kilometers away from Tianshan City People's Hospital, there was a food processing plant that mainly produced frozen dumplings, tang yuan, and other canned foods. As the workers were busy at work, a sharp scream echoed through the workshop, causing everyone to stop what they were doing and look toward the source of the noise. Workshop supervisor Lan Guijun heard the sound and immediately sprang into action, rushing out of his office. The bloody scene before him was so shocking that he nearly lost his balance. Chapter 78, The Hand Sliced into 9 Pieces. A female worker operating a meat grinder at a processing plant had her entire hand pulled into the machine while feeding pork into it. A colleague nearby immediately shut off the meat grinder's power switch, but it was too late. The female worker, Fang Huaping, had her entire palm and wrist area brutally shredded into 9 pieces by the meat grinder. Blood gushed out instantly, staining her white work uniform and apron red. Inside the meat grinder, the 9 unevenly severed segments of the palm continued to bleed profusely, presenting a horrifying sight. When Lan Guijun saw Fang Huaping, his first thought was to rush her to the hospital. The hand was bleeding non-stop. If it kept bleeding like this, wouldn't it bleed dry? Hurry up and take her to the hospital. Lan Guijun's tone was slightly panicked. Team leader, my hand is still inside. Fang Huaping didn't cry, but her forehead was covered in sweat as she pointed at her hand inside the meat grinder. She wanted to take this mangled hand with her to find a doctor to reattach it. She didn't want to become disabled. Lan Guijun glanced at the hand in the meat grinder and couldn't help but shake his head. Ugh, it's in such a state, and you still want it? Even a doctor couldn't reattach it. Though he thought this in his heart, he still helped Wan Huaping remove the hand from the meat grinder and wrapped it in white gauze. Wan Huaping was taken to the Tianshan City People's Hospital by Lan Guijun and several workers. In the emergency room, the attending doctors were Guo Xinyan and Zhang Yi. Upon seeing the injury, Guo Xinyan immediately began bandaging Wan Huaping's hand to stop the bleeding before addressing any other issues. Doctor, can his hand be reattached? Lan Guijun showed Guo Xinyan the severed limb wrapped in gauze. Guo Xinyan and Zhang Yi unfolded the white gauze and examined it carefully. At least Guo Xinyan shook his head repeatedly. The palm was only that big, yet it had been severed into 9 segments, the index finger into 2 segments, the middle finger into 2 segments, the ring finger into 2 segments, and the palm into 3 segments. The skin and muscle tissue were also in fragments. Although some muscle and skin tissue still connected the severed limbs, Guo Xinyan knew he couldn't reattach them. Let's take some photos first to assess the condition of the bones. I'll contact an orthopedic surgeon to come and examine them for you. Alright, thank you, doctor. After Wan Huaping and the others had left, Guo Xinyan finally noticed Zhang Yi, who had been observing the 9 severed limbs wrapped in gauze. Zhang Yi? Do you have a solution? Guo Xinyan knew Zhang Yi was quite capable, so he asked him. Zhang Yi was carefully examining the condition of the severed limb. It was essentially a comminuted fracture. The skin tissue was beyond repair, and the bone itself had been shattered into several pieces. The nerves and blood vessels in the fingers are the thinnest in the body, as delicate as hair. Now that they had been severed into 9 segments, reattaching them would require at least 1 artery, 2 veins, and 1 nerve. However, the greatest challenge of the surgery lies in the fact that the palm, which has been torn into fragments, no longer has any intact blood vessels or nerves. Even if the hand could be reattached, it might only regain minimal function, such as holding chopsticks or lifting a cup, but returning to work would be impossible. Just then, the orthopedic chief, Dr. Fong Yong, came over. He took a look at the mangled limb wrapped in white gauze and shook his head repeatedly. Just then, Wan Huaping and her group returned with the photo results. Wan Huaping remained calm throughout, as if the person whose limb had been severed wasn't her.
Dr. Fong, can you reattach my hand?
Wan Huaping glanced at the name tag on Fong Yong's chest, which read Orthopedic Department Chief, so she placed her hopes on him. Dr. Fong took the X-ray from her hands, examined it carefully, and finally sighed, saying, "This finger is very difficult to reattach. The blood vessels and bones inside are shattered into pieces.
Look at your bones 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 segments.
Now look at the skin inside the gauze, not a single piece is intact.
This is truly a challenging case, we cannot perform the procedure."
Hearing this from the most experienced doctor, Wan Huaping's emotions collapsed.
Even the best hospital in Tianshan City said her hand couldn't be reattached. Did that mean she really had no hope? "No, doctor, you have to treat me. How will I earn a living without my hands?"
Wan Huaping suddenly knelt halfway on the ground before Fong Yong, sobbing uncontrollably as she pleaded for his help.
Get up first and then talk."
Fong Yong and the few workers around him immediately helped Wan Huaping to her feet.
"You have to treat me. What will I do to make a living without my hand?"
Wan Huaping said while covering her face and crying. At that moment, Wan Huaping was no longer the composed and calm woman she had been earlier. Even when someone had asked her if the wound hurt, she had said it didn't. But now, Wan Huaping seemed to finally realize that her hand might never be saved. For an ordinary worker at the bottom of society, the biggest challenge she faced was making a living. If she lost her hand, how could she possibly support herself?
"It's not that we won't treat you. You can see for yourself how badly your hand is damaged. We're powerless to do anything about it. All we can suggest is amputation, and then you'll need a prosthetic limb." Fong Yong looked at Wan Huaping sincerely and tried to persuade her. He wasn't unwilling to help, it was simply beyond his capabilities. He truly felt helpless in this situation. "Please, doctor, can't you save even a little bit?" Wan Huaping refused to give up and continued to plead with Fong Yong. Fong Yong looked up and noticed Zhang Yi standing in the corner. Can Zhang Yi catch up? This thought popped into Fong Yong's mind because he had seen Zhang Yi successfully reconnect a leg that had been crushed into a pulp. Fong Yong was now eagerly anticipating how Zhang Yi would handle this patient. "Zhang Yi? Do you think this severed limb can be reattached?" Fong Yong asked cautiously, looking at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi lowered his head and pondered for a moment before saying, "It's possible, but the finger joints are too severely fractured. Perhaps only 50% of the function can be restored." All the doctors, patients, and workers present were astonished and turned to look at Zhang Yi in unison. "Doctor, please help me. Please try to save as much as you can. I really don't want to lose my limb." Wan Huaping walked up to Zhang Yi and pleaded. In Wan Huaping's eyes, a glimmer of hope seemed to reappear. Zhang Yi also wanted to help Wan Huaping reattach her severed limb, but I can't get on the operating table. Chapter 79, let Zhang Yi perform the surgery instead. Can't go into surgery? It seems Fong Yong still doesn't know that Zhang Yi has been stripped of his surgical privileges. Zhang Yi nodded helplessly. "Yes, I was punished." Upon hearing that Zhang Yi couldn't perform the surgery, Wan Huaping refused to accept it. She grabbed Zhang Yi's hand and shouted loudly, "No, doctor, you have to help me with the surgery. Please, I beg you. My hand must be reattached. I really want to help you, but Zhang Yi can't do anything either. As long as he's still working at the hospital, he has to follow the hospital leadership's instructions." Wan Huaping turned around and looked at Fong Yong, saying, "You're the director. Can't you just agree to let him operate? Please help me. I, Fong Yong, am also in a difficult position." After all, Zhang Yi's disqualification from the operating table was definitely decided by the hospital leadership. I don't have the authority to ignore their decision. However, he could try talking to the hospital director and see if there's any room for flexibility. "Alright, I'll go discuss it with the director. You guys wait here for me." Fong Yong finished speaking and hurriedly left the emergency room. In the director's office. "What kind of amputation can't you even handle? Why does it have to be Zhang Yi?" The director was quite surprised. Fong Yong is a seasoned doctor with decades of experience. How could he not handle a simple amputation? The patient had his hand completely crushed by a meat grinder. I've encountered similar cases a few times before, but in those cases, we had to amputate the limb. Since Zhang Yi is confident he can perform the surgery, why not let him give it a try? Fong Yong glanced at the director's expression and said softly, "No way. Let me take a look. You can't even handle a limb amputation?" The director didn't immediately agree with Fong Yong's suggestion but instead stood up and headed toward the emergency department.
A moment later, the director arrived at the emergency department. As soon as he approached the emergency room doctor's office, he saw the scattered fragments of a hand lying on a white gauze pad that had been soaked in blood and turned pink. With the hand reduced to this state, could Zhang Yi still perform the procedure? Anyway, he knew at first glance that this surgery would be time-consuming, physically demanding, and mentally exhausting. Even if the surgery were successful, the prognosis for recovery would be grim, with a 90% chance that the palm would eventually die due to poor blood circulation. This can be considered a surgery with an extremely high failure rate. Even if it were to proceed to the operating table, 1 or 2 doctors would be insufficient. At least 4 doctors would need to work simultaneously. You're the director, aren't you? Please let this doctor perform the surgery. I beg you. Wan Huaping began pleading with the director once again. That's right, director. My colleague's family isn't well off either. He needs his hands to make a living, doesn't he? The worker beside Wan Huaping also chimed in to persuade him. The surgery costs can be covered by insurance since this is classified as a workplace injury. We just hope the doctors can help reattach her hand. The foreman of the workers, Lan Guijun, also hopes Wan Huaping's hand can be reattached. After all, she's one of his workers. If she loses her hand, there will definitely be additional compensation beyond the hospital fees. But if the hand is reattached, the compensation amount will be reduced. Seeing so many people pleading with him, the hospital director finally relented and refused to allow the patient's hand to be amputated. After sighing deeply, he turned to Zhang Yi and said, "Alright, Zhang Yi, you perform the surgery, but you must do everything in your power to reattach this patient's hand. If you fail, you will never be allowed to step foot in the operating room again." This was also the hospital director's last chance for Zhang Yi, hoping that he would seize it and not disappoint him again. Though Zhang Yi might be the son-in-law of Director Han, even if he is still working under him at the moment, isn't he? He can't just rely on his connections to act arrogantly and think he's better than everyone else, can he? Thank you, Dean. I'll do my best. Zhang Yi nodded slightly to the dean. To be honest, if it weren't for encountering a surgery that even the higher-ups couldn't handle, Zhang Yi wouldn't have been able to get on the operating table so quickly. This was effectively the same as the hospital director imposing a punishment only to have to retract it himself, which was quite embarrassing for him. However, fortunately, the hospital director was a doctor who always prioritized the well-being of his patients. Since Zhang Yi had the skills, he decided to let him handle it. After all, the patient's life and health must always come first. Immediately, the orthopedic department arranged for surgery. Wan Huaping's husband rushed over from the construction site. He had locked his phone in a cabinet at work and only noticed the dozens of missed calls after he got off work. He had a bad feeling at the time, and it turned out to be true. At that moment, Wan Huaping had already been taken into the operating room, and her husband, Chung Jianjun, was waiting anxiously outside the operating room door. Earlier, Wan Huaping's colleagues had already explained the situation to Chung Jianjun. Upon learning that his wife's hand had been shredded into pieces by a meat grinder, he felt as though his heart was being torn apart. Chang Jianjun, nearing 50 years of age, could no longer withstand the overwhelming worry and fear during the lengthy wait outside the operating room and shed tears. Meanwhile, inside the operating room, a major challenge was underway. Typically, such a procedure takes at least 10 hours, involving tasks such as locating suitable capillaries, reconstructing skin tissue, reconstructing arteries and veins, and even reconstructing nerves. Moreover, Wan Huaping's palm had been brutally mangled, and simply untangling all the limbs and blood vessels within the palm took over 2 hours. The 3 orthopedic surgeons who followed Zhang Yi to the operating table were silently complaining to themselves. This hand is in such a mess, why bother trying to reattach it? Most of it is just debris. I have no idea what Zhang Yi is thinking. Why not just amputate it? Insisting on going through all this trouble. It looks like this surgery won't be finished until well after dark. Surgery also requires work under a microscope, and since doctors have to stare at the microscope for extended periods, their eyes start tearing up constantly. Plus, most doctors are standing the whole time, so many of them either have varicose veins or issues with their lower backs. In contrast, Zhang Yi performed the procedure under the microscope for nearly 2 hours without shedding a single tear. He didn't even ask the nurse to wipe his sweat. Throughout the entire process, he remained fully focused on locating blood vessels and suturing skin and muscle tissue. This is absolutely incredible. Doesn't this get tiring? Chapter 80, Excited Su Qingqing. In the operating room, a surgery that would normally take at least 10 hours was compressed into 5 hours by Zhang Yi. The other 3 doctors assisted throughout the procedure, merely handing over scissors or forceps, or occasionally assisting with suturing. All other steps were performed solely by Zhang Yi. Although Wan Huaping's hand looked somewhat unsightly in the end, at least the most essential fingers were preserved. The functional mobility of the human fingers is distributed such that the thumb accounts for 40%, while the remaining 4 fingers account for 60%. Zhang Yi managed to save the most important thumb, index finger, and middle finger for Wan Huaping, sacrificing the other 2 fingers to ensure the integrity of these 3 fingers. While this was a sacrifice, it was far better than losing the entire hand. The red light outside the operating room went out. Chang Jianjun's tense heart finally relaxed a little. He walked forward and looked at Wan Huapeng, who was being pushed out of the operating room by a nurse, and asked gently, "How is she? Is she okay?" Wan Huapeng's eyes were brimming with tears, but she was smiling, a smile as bright as ever. "Husband, my hand is saved. The doctor managed to reattach 3 of my fingers." "Yes. Good." Chang Jianjun was just as emotional. He tightly grasped Wan Huapeng's other hand and choked out, "As long as they're saved, that's all that matters. It's just that you'll have to work hard from now on. With my hand like this, I might not be able to earn money anymore." Wan Huapeng had always been most worried about not being able to earn money and share the burden of the family. Chang Jianjun comforted her, "Don't say such silly things. I'm not tired at all. As long as you're okay, that's the greatest blessing for me." At that moment, Zhang Yi and the other doctors also emerged from the operating room. "Doctor, thank you." Wan Huapeng grabbed Zhang Yi's wrist with her other, uninjured hand and said, "You're welcome." Zhang Yi nodded politely. At that moment, the 2 words the doctor most wanted to hear and the patient most wanted to say were "thank you." After thanking the doctors, Chang Jianjun tightly held the hand of Wan Huapeng, who was lying on the stretcher, and followed the nurse to the orthopedic ward. He occasionally bent down to ask softly, then touched Wan Huapeng's forehead and gently smoothed her disheveled hair. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yi was also deeply moved. The emergency department of Tianshan City People's Hospital is the largest emergency center in Tianshan City, where all the pain, love, perseverance, and hope that people can imagine converge. As medical professionals, we are the ones who most acutely feel the fragility of life and witness the true essence of humanity. After the surgery, the other 3 doctors who had gone into the operating room with him were truly amazed. Dr. Pei Jian, the orthopedic surgeon who had thought the sky would be dark by the time he left the operating room, no longer complained about Dr. Zhang Yi. Instead, he was relieved that he had performed the surgery with Dr. Zhang Yi. If he had been with the chief surgeon, it would have taken at least 10 hours. As soon as Pei Jian and the others returned to the orthopedic department, Feng Yong pulled Pei Jian aside and asked, "You're back so soon? How did the surgery go?" "Director, I'm truly amazed. Zhang Yi is incredible. I was crying and sweating, and my back was killing me, but Zhang Yi didn't say a word the entire time. He just kept working non-stop. I even started to wonder if he was a robot." Pei Jian couldn't hide his astonishment. Feng Yong nodded and chuckled lightly. "This Zhang Yi is indeed impressive. He's even outshone me, the orthopedic department head." Meanwhile, Zhang Yi had returned to the emergency department. He glanced at the time. It was exactly quitting time. The surgery had been timed perfectly. Just as Zhang Yi was about to step out of the emergency department, he saw Yuan Li waiting for him at the entrance. "Zhang Yi, are you taking a vacation?" Yuan Li asked Zhang Yi as he approached. "I just took a vacation a couple of days ago, so I'm not taking any time off for now." "What's up?" Zhang Yi said, looking at Yuan Li, who was carrying a backpack on his back. "Nothing, I just happened to be taking the next 2 days off. I was planning to go back to Dachuan. I was wondering if you wanted to come along. If you're not coming, I'll go ahead without you." "Alright, you go ahead. I won't be going back." "Alright, I'll go then." "Hey, buddy, take care of your kidneys." Zhang Yi teased Yuan Li, who was eager to return home. Yuan Li turned his head, gave Zhang Yi a sly smile, and made an okay gesture before hurriedly getting into a black sedan waiting at the intersection. Zhang Yi smiled faintly, shook his head, and muttered to himself, "Is dating really that great?" After that, Zhang Yi went to the supermarket alone to buy some groceries to cook at home. Every day, it was either the hospital cafeteria, takeout, or eating out at a restaurant. He was sick of it all. Finally, he got off work early and could cook something delicious for himself. Having grown up in an orphanage, Zhang Yi was highly independent and had always taken care of himself, so cooking was no problem for him. Zhang Yi selected a premium cut of pork belly, bought some green vegetables and potatoes, and planned to prepare a meal with 1 meat dish and 2 vegetable dishes. In the hospital dormitory, stoves were not allowed, but doctors were provided with electric stoves. As soon as he reached the ground floor, Zhang Yi spotted a familiar figure he hadn't seen in a long time. "Ching Ching? What are you doing here?" It was hard to tell from Zhang Yi's tone whether he was nervous or happy, but his voice was definitely higher than usual. "I've been calling you all afternoon and you didn't answer. I just went to the emergency room at the city hospital, but they said you had already left work. I had no choice but to ask Yuan Li, and he told me you were staying here." Su Qingqing had been looking for Zhang Yi all afternoon without finding him, so seeing him in person finally put her at ease. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I had surgery today and was in the operating room all afternoon, so I didn't see it." Zhang Yi hurriedly pulled his phone out of his bag, but it was turned off. "Oh, my phone ran out of battery and turned off." Zhang Yi held up his phone and apologetically glanced at Su Qingqing. "It's okay, I forgot you might be in surgery." Su Qingqing smiled slightly and said. Zhang Yi was holding a bag of vegetables. Since the person was already standing at the door, it wouldn't be polite to ask them to leave now.
I should go home and cook dinner. Have you eaten yet? I just bought some vegetables. Why don't you come over and have some with me? This was the first time Zhang Yi had invited a girl over to his place for dinner, and he was a bit nervous. What? Really? Su Qingqing was overjoyed. Zhang Yi had given her another first the first time he had invited her to dinner. And it was even a meal he had cooked himself. How could Su Qingqing possibly refuse? Even if she had already had some afternoon tea, she would still agree. Great. I'm just getting hungry, Su Qingqing said excitedly. Chapter 81, Can you buy me some sanitary pads? After bringing Su Qingqing back to the hospital dormitory, Zhang Yi felt a bit embarrassed. After all, Yuan Li was such a slob, with his socks and shoes scattered everywhere, and Zhang Yi hadn't even had a chance to tidy up yet. Sorry about the mess in the room. I'll tidy it up, Zhang Yi said, putting down a bag of vegetables. No need, you go cook first. I'm starving right now. I'll clean up here. Su Qingqing pushed Zhang Yi toward the kitchen. She was eager to try Zhang Yi's cooking. No need, go cook dinner. I'm starving right now. I'll clean up here. Su Qingqing pushed Zhang Yi toward the kitchen. She couldn't wait to taste Zhang Yi's cooking. Zhang Yi smiled and said, Alright, then I'll leave the house to you. Su Qingqing nodded. In truth, she wasn't very skilled at housework either. After all, she came from a wealthy family. Which wealthy young lady didn't have her hands dirty with household chores? Su Qingqing tidied up casually, throwing the dirty clothes into the washing machine and discarding the clutter on the table. At least the dining table needed to be cleared. After a quick cleanup, Su Qingqing leaned against the kitchen door, watching Zhang Yi cook with excitement. Since the pork belly needed to be braised for at least an hour to bring out its full flavor, Zhang Yi started with the pork belly first. The key to the tender and fatty yet not greasy texture of pork belly lies in the meat quality, which must be a perfect balance of fat and lean. Cut it into pieces, fry them in a pan to render out all the pork fat, then strain out the excess fat, leaving only the pork. Add ginger, rock sugar, dark soy sauce, and light soy sauce, stir-fry quickly until the rock sugar dissolves, then add boiling water until it just covers the pork belly. Once the water comes to a boil, transfer the braised pork from the wok to a clay pot, add star anise, bay leaves, cinnamon, and a splash of cooking wine, cover the pot, and simmer. Wow! It smells so good. Can I try a bite now? Su Qingqing stood at the door, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath, completely immersed in the rich aroma of the meat. Zhang Yi turned around with a smug smile and said, Not bad, but it's not ready yet. The spices and soy sauce haven't fully infused into the meat yet. Let's wait a little longer. Hee. Alright, Chef Shan. Su Qingqing stood up straight and spoke respectfully. Then, Su Qingqing noticed the potatoes and green vegetables placed nearby and said, Let me peel the potatoes for you? Can you do it? You're a rich girl, you've probably never cooked before. Be careful not to cut yourself. Zhang Yi said, a bit worried. Su Qingqing's heart skipped a beat. Was Zhang Yi showing concern for her? It seemed like this business trip was going to be quite fruitful after all. For example, she saw Zhang Yi cooking for the first time, tasted his cooking for the first time, and helped him tidy up his room for the first time. So many firsts. It's okay. If I can't even cook a potato properly, how will I ever get married? I have to learn how to cook too, don't I? Su Qingqing said shyly, lowering her head. What's the big deal? If you can't cook, why not find a man who can? These days, lots of men can cook, and they're really good at it. Isn't Zhang Yi just talking about himself? Su Qingqing's face turned even redder. She glanced up at Zhang Yi and said in a sweet voice, You can cook too, can't you? Zhang Yi, who was rinsing rice, paused for a moment, then cleared his throat awkwardly and said, Cough, yeah, I guess so. Su Qingqing kept her head down, happily washing the potatoes in her hands, then peeling them and slicing them into strips. No, Su Qingqing wasn't slicing them into strips, they were potato strips. Sis, you want to eat French fries, right? Zhang Yi said, looking at the potato strips on the cutting board that were as thick as his little finger. Su Qingqing felt a bit embarrassed, stuck out her tongue, and smiled shyly, Hee, I've never cut vegetables before. It's my first time cutting vegetables, so this isn't too bad. Oh, let me do it. Zhang Yi sighed, took the knife, and chopped the potato strips into thin strips. Su Qingqing puckered her lips and silently stepped out of the kitchen, leaving it to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi then began to heat the stove and stir-fry the green vegetables and potato strips. He stir-fried them over high heat, adding some chili peppers and a dash of aged vinegar, and a plate of sour and spicy potato strips was ready. Finally, he added the green vegetables. Zhang Yi didn't know that Su Qingqing was coming, otherwise, such a simple 3-course meal wouldn't have been appropriate for entertaining guests. It's ready. Let's eat. Zhang Yi brought the potato strips and greens to the table, opened the lid of the clay pot, and took a whiff of the braised pork. Just right. All the dishes were served. Su Qingqing looked at the simple 3 plates of food and 2 bowls of rice on the table, and a sense of inexplicable happiness welled up in her heart. It felt as though the two of them were already living together. This feeling was so blissful. Let's eat. What are you thinking about? Zhang Yi spoke up to remind Su Qingqing, who was slightly dazed.
Ha! Ha! Let's eat! Su Qingqing snapped back to reality, picked up her chopsticks, and took a bite of the red braised pork, which looked tender and juicy with a glossy red sheen, and put it into her mouth. So delicious! The rich sauce had a subtle sweetness, the meat melted in her mouth, the flavor was rich and the sauce thick, tender yet intact, fragrant and sticky without being greasy. Su Qingqing devoured the braised pork on her plate in one go, leaving only a few pieces. Zhang Yi raised his chopsticks mid-air, stunned. Grandma's sake, I haven't had a single piece yet. By the way, Qingqing, why did you suddenly come to Tianshan City? How's your dad been lately? Zhang Yiju asked while eating. My dad is recovering pretty well, but he's lost a lot of weight. What can you do? They had to remove most of his stomach, so this is how it is. I came here to check out some factory sites. Remember I mentioned earlier that I wanted to expand the company's business into medical equipment? There's an empty factory in Tianshan City, so I thought I'd come take a look. Plus, I wanted to drop by and see you. I didn't expect you'd be here. Oh no. Su Qingqing stopped mid-sentence, furrowing her brows. Zhang Yi asked worriedly, what's wrong? Do you feel unwell? Su Qingqing choked back her words, unable to speak, then quickly put down her chopsticks and rushed to the bathroom. Oh no! Why did this have to happen now? Zhang Yi looked completely confused. What's wrong with Su Qingqing? When Su Qingqing arrived at the restroom, she looked down and gasped. Oh no! There was blood on her skirt. What should she do? Plus, she seemed to have forgotten to buy sanitary pads in advance. Qingqing? What's wrong? Zhang Yi was worried and walked to the bathroom door, knocking and asking again. Zhang Yi, can you do me a favor? Su Qingqing asked awkwardly. There was no other option, she could only ask Zhang Yi to go out and buy something for her. What's wrong? Just tell me, and I'll help you. Zhang Yi was a bit anxious. Could Su Qingqing have gotten sick from eating the food he cooked? Could you please go buy some sanitary pads for me? Chapter 82, I didn't expect Zhang Yi to be so thoughtful. What? Zhang Yi was even more confused. Buy sanitary pads? The kind of thing girls use? He had never even seen them before. I forgot to prepare them in advance. Could you please go buy some for me? Su Qingqing grew increasingly embarrassed, her voice growing softer and softer. Alright, I'll go buy it for you. Zhang Yi agreed to Su Qingqing, but as soon as he turned around, he was called back by Su Qingqing. Wait, Zhang Yi, remember to buy the ones for daytime and nighttime use, and make sure to get the extra long ones. The shorter ones won't work because I have a heavy flow. Su Qingqing, who was squatting in the bathroom, had her face red all the way to her neck. She had no choice, she couldn't possibly go out to buy them herself while wearing a blood-stained skirt. That would be too embarrassing. What are you talking about? Long or short? Zhang Yi was a bit confused. A sanitary pad has so many types? Just go to the store and tell the owner it's for women, and they'll understand. Alright. After saying that, Zhang Yi went downstairs to the supermarket. At the supermarket, Zhang Yi searched around for a while but couldn't find the sanitary napkins. He had no choice but to ask a staff member. Excuse me, do you have that kind of thing? You know, at the entrance. The staff just glanced at Zhang Yi and knew what he wanted to buy. At the door? Sanitary pads at the door? How come he didn't see them when he came in just now? When I walked to the door, there were no sanitary pads. Damn it, there was a whole display of Durex and Jispin condoms instead. Where are the items for women? Zhang Yi asked the cashier at the door again in frustration. The cashier looked up, glanced at Zhang Yi from head to toe, pointed to a row of shelves at the back, and said, turn right there. Okay, thank you. When Zhang Yi took a closer look, he saw a shelf full of sanitary pads. Where could he find long ones or short ones? They were all packaged in individual packets. How could he tell them apart? Zhang Yi stood there for a while but couldn't figure it out, so he grabbed a few packages and hurried out. When he returned home, Su Qingqing hadn't come out of the bathroom yet. Cuckoo. Zhang Yi knocked on the bathroom door. Qingqing, I bought it back. Take a look and see if it's right. All right. Su Qingqing replied, slowly opening the door and peeking her head out. Here you go. Zhang Yi handed the sanitary pad to Su Qingqing. You actually bought the right ones. Tell me, have you bought these for other girls before? Su Qingqing looked at the sanitary pads in Zhang Yi's hand, all of which fit perfectly, and asked angrily. What the hell? What did he do? You got everything right, so why are you upset? What the heck? What did he do now? You got everything right, why are you still upset? No, this is the first time I bought something like this for a girl, so I just grabbed a few packs off the shelf. Zhang Yi explained earnestly. Really? Yes, it is. Hee, okay then. Su Qingqing instantly changed her expression, gave a sly smile, and took the sanitary pad inside. Zhang Yi stood at the door with a completely confused expression. Is this really how women's hearts work? Su Qingqing came out of the bathroom after changing her sanitary pad, but she kept holding onto the back of her skirt, as if she was worried Zhang Yi would see something behind her. What's wrong? Is there somewhere else that hurts?
Zhang Yi asked with concern. Can I trouble you with one more thing? No problem, go ahead. I'll help if I can. I want you to buy me another dress. Su Qingqing grew increasingly flustered, but fortunately, Zhang Yi had a bit of emotional intelligence. He guessed that it might be related to a woman's menstrual cycle, causing blood to stain the dress. I know, I'll go out and buy one for you. But what size do you wear? A small size will be fine. Zhang Yi secretly glanced at Su Qingqing's buttocks. Okay, it was indeed small. Not far from the hospital dormitory was a commercial street. Zhang Yi didn't know what kind of style girls liked, but he knew Su Qingqing probably liked pink. So Zhang Yi walked into a fashionable women's clothing store and casually looked at a few pink dresses. The sales clerk was very enthusiastic, walked up with a smile, and asked, "Handsome guy? Buying clothes for your girlfriend? We're having a buy one get one free promotion today." I'm not Zhang Yi. I was going to say it's not for my girlfriend, but I didn't feel like explaining. I nodded at the sales associate and asked, "Do you have a small pink dress?" "We have some. How about this one?" The salesperson led Zhang Yi to the rack where the dresses were displayed and said, "This is a fitted style made of chiffon fabric. The material is excellent and won't irritate the skin. Your girlfriend will definitely love it." The salesperson rattled off a string of compliments, but Zhang Yi only glanced at the dress. The style was decent, and at least he liked it. "Just this one. Wrap it up for me," Zhang Yi said. "Alright, wrap this one up for me," Zhang Yi said. Alright. The salesperson was happy too. Zhang Yi was so direct in buying a piece of clothing. If it were any other girl, they might talk themselves hoarse and still not buy a single item. However, when Zhang Yi was paying, he completely missed the salesperson mentioning that the store was running a buy one get one free promotion, and the free item was actually. Zhang Yi returned to the room, handed the clothes to Su Qingqing, and said, "Wear them. They look pretty good." Su Qingqing looked thrilled and said, "Hee. This is the first time you've bought me clothes." Zhang Yi blushed and turned away, clearing his throat twice before saying, "Cough, go change into it quickly." "Okay." Then, Su Qingqing walked into the bathroom. She changed into a pink dress, looked at herself in the mirror, and couldn't believe how good Zhang Yi's taste was. Su Qingqing already had skin as smooth as silk, and paired with this pale pink dress, her elegance was taken to a whole new level. Plus, the dress was a fitted style, highlighting Su Qingqing's waistline perfectly. Just as Su Qingqing was about to step out in her dress to show off her beauty to Zhang Yi, she caught a glimpse of a small garment tucked away in the pocket of the clothing bag. "Ha! What's this?" Su Qingqing pulled the garment out of the bag, and her expression froze instantly. Suddenly, with a flash, Su Qingqing's face turned as red as a pig's liver. Damn it, I didn't expect Zhang Yi to be so considerate. She only asked him to buy a dress, and he actually brought back a pair of underwear too? Chapter 83, An Unexpected Surprise. However, Su Qingqing was still so excited that she immediately changed into the little underwear. This was the first time Zhang Yi had ever given her something so personal. "You have pretty good taste." Su Qingqing walked out, her hands behind her back, and spoke with a slight downward glance. "You look good, so the clothes look good on you." Zhang Yi glanced at Su Qingqing and spoke from the bottom of his heart. Su Qingqing's smile grew even broader. Suddenly, she tiptoed up and gave Zhang Yi a quick peck on the corner of his mouth. Zhang Yi was completely taken aback by Su Qingqing's unexpected move, standing frozen in place with his mind going blank, his heart racing wildly. "I have something to do. I'll go first. Bye." Only Su Qingqing could be seen grabbing her bag from the table and running out shyly. Zhang Yi touched the trace on his lips. Damn it, she kissed him and then ran off? That was his first kiss. Though it was just a quick peck. After calming down, Zhang Yi cleared the dishes and cutlery, then lay down on the bed to charge his phone. When he opened his phone, he found it was full of calls from Su Qingqing and Yuan Li, including several messages from Yuan Li on WeChat. "Is my older brother around? Su Qingqing just called asking where you are, and I gave her the dorm address. Bro, I'll give you that line back. Though a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold, you should still take care of your kidneys." Zhang Yi rolled his eyes at the phone screen and quickly sent a message back. "Get lost. My kidneys are better than yours, so I don't need to worry about that." I didn't expect Yuan Li to reply instantly. "Oh, I just worked out a bit, I can't do it anymore, my waist hurts." Your body must have been drained by Du Jiqi. Quick, take some Huiring kidney pills. Ha, I'm not in the dorm today, but I just happened to make room for the two of you. Come on, me and Su Qingqing aren't boyfriend and girlfriend. Cutie. Everyone can tell she likes you, but you're not a cutie. You're even cuter than a cutie. Yuan Li's words really stumped Zhang Yi. From school to society, Zhang Yi could actually sense Su Qingqing's feelings, but at that time, he was determined to become a good doctor and didn't want to talk about love, so he ignored Su Qingqing's kindness. Now that he thinks about it, maybe he was a little unfair to her. But he was still just a junior attending physician, hadn't even completed his residency yet, and hadn't taken the exam for associate chief physician. Even if he had the ambition to start his own clinic or hospital, the funds were far from sufficient. Where would he find the time to think about love? And men? Without ability or money, even if you date someone, women are likely to leave you. Sigh. Zhang Yi sighed and decided to put his feelings aside for now and focus on studying medicine. Zhang Yi read for a while longer, then washed up and lay down, entering the system training space. Begin outdoor simulation training for a closed pneumothorax caused by a car accident. Please prepare yourself. Countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Begin. Zhang Yi had practiced closed chest pneumothorax for several nights but couldn't complete it, and each time he got stuck on the bacterial infection part, leaving him frustrated and ready to give up. Finally. Just when Zhang Yi was about to doubt himself and question the meaning of life. Ding! Training time is up. The system has detected that the host has completed the task and will now begin the system evaluation. Please wait a moment. Ding! This training session score, 70 points. You just barely passed. Finally passed. I'm about to cry. Zhang Yi sighed deeply. It's better to stay in the operating room for training. The outdoor environment is too challenging. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the entire training for closed pneumothorax caused by a car accident in the outdoor simulation training. The following reward is now being issued: treatment for deep second-degree burns covering an area of 50 square inches or more in outdoor simulation training. The most common type of burn is thermal burn, caused by hot liquids, fire, or hot oil. Electrical burns are less common and often accompanied by internal organ damage. What? A deep second-degree thermal burn on someone over 50? You want me to treat it outdoors? Give me a moment to process this. Burns are generally classified into 4 stages: Stage I, Superficial Stage 2, Deep Stage 2, and Stage 3. In Stage I burns, the epidermis is affected, and the skin appears deep red in color, with the dermis intact and strong regenerative capacity. In Superficial Stage 2 burns, the dermis is partially affected, with some of the dermis intact. In Deep Stage 2 burns, the dermis is extensively affected, with minimal dermis remaining and some skin appendages present. In Stage 3 burns, the entire dermis may be affected, and in some cases, the injury may extend to the muscle tissue or even the bone. Clinical manifestations of first-degree burns include mild redness, swelling, heat, and pain, increased sensitivity, dry skin, no redness, swelling, or heat, and red patches. Superficial second-degree burns present with severe pain, increased sensitivity, and blisters of varying sizes on the epidermis. When blisters rupture, the underlying skin appears uniformly red, moist, and swollen. Deep second-degree burns present with loss of sensation, delayed sensation, occasional blisters, loss of epidermis, and a base with alternating red and white areas, requiring skin grafting. In later stages, third-degree burns present with loss of pain sensation, loss of elasticity, dryness without blisters, leathery, wax white, charred yellow, or carbonized skin, local low temperature, and the appearance of tree branch-like vessels after several days, also requiring skin grafting in later stages. However, the system has classified this as a deep second-degree burn. In layman's terms, this means the skin has been completely burned away, exposing the sticky subcutaneous tissue. They want him to handle this outdoors? Even with Xiao Dai's help, it's not easy to deal with. And the burn area is still 50%. There is a simple method to calculate the burn area of the human body. Extend your hand with fingers together, and the area covered by your palm represents 1% of your body's surface area. This can be used to roughly estimate the burn area. A deep second-degree burn covering 1% of the body can still be managed effectively. However, the system assigned him 50%, which means that half of the skin on the surface of the body has been burned away. Additionally, he was instructed to treat the burns outdoors. Patients with deep second-degree burns are highly likely to develop dehydration shock and inhalation burns, which are the most complicated complications. On one hand, the injured skin must be bandaged, and on the other hand, other complications must be closely monitored. The difficulty is unimaginable. Begin outdoor simulation training for the treatment of deep 2-degree burns covering an area of 50 square inches or more. Time limit, 20 minutes. Completion criteria, bandaging. Upon hearing that it was only bandaging, Zhang Yi sighed in relief. Thank goodness it's just a bandage. Suddenly, the scene before Zhang Yi's eyes changed, and he found himself in a Chinese restaurant. Chapter 84, Outdoor Burn First Aid Training. The system was quite realistic. They placed 2 plates of food in front of him, which looked quite appetizing. However, Zhang Yi knew that the restaurant was going to pull out all the stops for him later, so he called Xiao Dai out first. Hello, Dr. Zhang. Xiao Dai walked in from the store entrance, patted Zhang Yi on the shoulder, and greeted him. Sit down. Zhang Yi pointed to the seat across from him. Before Xiao Dai's but even touched the chair, a shriek came from the restaurant's kitchen. It was followed by the sound of pots and pans being smashed. Go check it out. Zhang Yi gestured to Xiao Dai. Upon entering the kitchen, the chef was lying on the ground, rolling around. The flames seemed like demons clinging to the chef's body, twisting and writhing. Quick, put out the fire. Zhang Yi shouted, and his figure had already dashed to the bucket by the door. He picked up a bucket of water and poured it over the chef.
Xiao Dai followed behind, grabbing a basin and filling it with water before pouring it over as well. After pouring water several times, the flames on the chef's body were finally extinguished, and no serious irreversible consequences were caused. Zhang Yi then used a pot lid to cover the hot oil still burning in the pan, and the fire was finally brought under control. Looking at the chef lying on the ground, since he had been working in the kitchen with his upper body bare, his entire upper body, including his face, had been severely burned, with large patches of skin charred away, revealing the underlying tissue with a reddish-white hue. His already sparse hair was completely singed off, leaving not a single strand behind. Ah! Ah! The chef lay on the ground, writhing in pain and screaming incessantly. Xiao Dai, come help carry her outside. Zhang Yi calmly ordered. The first thing to do when treating a burn patient is to move them away from the heat source to prevent secondary burns. Alright. The two of them worked together to carry the chef out of the kitchen. Zhang Yi found a plastic tube in the corner, connected it to the faucet, and prepared to rinse the chef's wounds. The basic steps for first aid in burn injuries can be divided into 6 steps: extinguish, rinse, remove, assess, cover, and transport. The first step is to extinguish the fire source, the second step is to rinse the wound with water at a temperature of approximately 52 C, the third step is to remove any clothing that has been burned or charred from the patient to prevent it from sticking to the wound. If the clothing cannot be removed, it should be cut off immediately with scissors. The fourth step is to examine the patient's internal organs or other areas for any complications. The fifth step is to cover the wound with clean gauze or a sheet to the wound to prevent further injury or infection. The final step is to transport the patient to the hospital for immediate medical attention. Zhang Yi was rinsing the wound while checking whether the chef had suffered from inhalation lung injury or shock, as the fire had directly engulfed his upper body, making inhalation lung injury the most likely possibility. Sure enough, there was mild inhalation lung injury. Fortunately, Zhang Yi and Xiao Dai provided timely rescue. If this had happened in real life, any delay could have led to dehydration shock, which would have been much more complicated to handle. System, please provide some elastic gauze. Sure. All Zhang Yi could see before him was a white bedsheet. What the hell is this elastic gauze you gave me? Host, keep going. The bedsheet can still wrap you up nicely. Reminder, time remaining, 8 minutes. Please pay attention to the time, host. Never mind, it's better than nothing. I'd better bandage the wound first and worry about it later. After cleaning the wound thoroughly, Zhang Yi and Xiao Dai unfolded the white bedsheet, folded it into a long strip, and wrapped it around the chef's upper body. They didn't wrap it too tightly, as outdoor burn injuries should be treated immediately and the patient should be taken to the hospital for emergency care. The outdoor bandaging was only meant to prevent secondary injuries or infection. Then, Zhang Yi tore off a small piece of clean white bedsheet and used it to bandage the face. Ding! Host has completed the task. System evaluation is now beginning. Please wait. Ding! Host has completed the task. System evaluation is now underway. Please wait. Ding! Training score for this session, 60 points. Training failed. Oh no! Where did I go wrong again? Could it be the bacterial infection section? The host failed to perform one step correctly during this procedure, and the patient suffered mild inhalation injury due to delayed rescue. It is recommended that the host use the fire extinguisher in the kitchen to put out the fire immediately. Fire extinguisher? Zhang Yi walked over to the kitchen in surprise and saw that there was indeed a fire extinguisher. He had been so nervous earlier that he hadn't noticed the fire extinguisher right next to him. Instead, he had gone to the door to fetch a bucket of water, which had indeed wasted some time. Alright, I understand. Snap. That must have hurt him so much. 2 weeks passed peacefully. Yuan, who was hospitalized in the orthopedic ward, recovered very well. Except for her leg being a little shorter, all other functions were the same as before. She could at least get out of bed now, but she still couldn't walk and had to use a wheelchair to go out for a stroll. In the emergency department, Hua Xinyan and Zhang Yi were on duty today, but since no emergency calls had come in, they were sitting in the office chatting idly. Dr. Zhang. At the door of the doctor's office, Liang Shueme pushed Yuan, who was sitting in a wheelchair, and knocked on the door, calling out softly. Ah, Yuan is here? Zhang Yi saw the person at the door and hurriedly stood up, took the wheelchair handles, and pushed Yuan inside. How have you been lately? Zhang Yi looked up at Liang Shueme and asked. Liang Shueme smiled and nodded in response. The orthopedic doctor said the recovery is going well. If we give it another 2 weeks, we can try getting out of bed and walking around. After she's discharged, we can go to the Chinese herbal medicine shop to get some herbs that help replenish fluids and nourish the blood. She lost so much blood recently, so she needs to regulate her body. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good for the baby if she develops any health issues at such a young age. Zhang Yi gently stroked Yuan's head while looking at Liang Shueme and said, Dr. Zhang, once I can walk again, I want to be just like you and help others by treating patients. Yuan looked up, holding Zhang Yi's hand firmly and said with determination.
Zhang Yi gently smoothed Yuan's bangs, bent down, and tapped her nose, asking, "Really? You want to be just like me?" "Yes. I want to be a doctor too, just like Uncle Zhang, and save lots and lots of people." Yuan is so good. Just as the atmosphere was incredibly warm and cozy, the emergency room phone rang.
Dr. Zhang, Dr. Gua, a fire has broken out in Building 10 of Xingfu Road Garden Community. A resident has suffered severe burns.
Medical personnel are requested to respond immediately. Chapter 85, A Family of Three Trapped in Desperation.
An hour earlier, in Building 10 of Xingfu Road Garden Community, an old residential area with 5-story buildings. Zhao Qinyu had just put his 4-year-old daughter to sleep, closed the bedroom door, and walked into the living room to light a cigarette, puffing away. The company only had a 2.5-hour lunch break, but his wife called to say their daughter was crying and refusing to sleep, insisting he come hold her. With no other option, he had to rush back to comfort his daughter. After all, she was his little treasure. "I'll head back to the office now, honey," Zhao Qinyu said as he walked away, holding a cigarette in one hand. "All right, come home early after work. I'll make your favorite dish, spicy fish hot pot, for dinner tonight." Lu Meiyu emerged from the kitchen, shaking her hands still damp from washing dishes, and gave Zhao Qinyu a lingering kiss goodbye. "Got it. Honey, I promise I'll be home right after work," Zhao Qinyu said with a mischievous smile. After sending Zhao Qinyu off, Lu Meiyu also entered the bedroom, preparing to take a good nap. She completely failed to notice that in the kitchen, the outlet where the induction cooker was plugged in was emitting white smoke. "Oh no! Someone quick, help put out the fire. Goodness me! The 5th floor is on fire." Downstairs in the garden community, an elderly woman detected a faint smell of burning. Looking up, she noticed thick smoke billowing out from an apartment on the top floor, accompanied by flickering flames. "Is it on fire or what? Oh my goodness, it is! It's on fire! Quick, call 119. The old lady's shout caused several elderly men playing chess downstairs to stand up and look up as well. "Oh no, hurry up and tell the people upstairs to come down. This fire is getting out of control." Meanwhile, on the 5th floor, Lu Meiyu, who was sleeping soundly, was suddenly awakened by the smoke. Cough! "What's going on?" Startled awake, Lu Meiyu looked at the smoke slowly seeping through the cracks of the tightly closed bedroom door, and a sense of fear rose within her. "Wah, the child has also been woken up by the smoke." Lu Meiyu hurriedly got up and opened the bedroom door, but as soon as her hand touched the doorknob, she quickly pulled it back. "Ouch! It's so hot." Lu Meiyu quickly found a piece of clothing to wrap around the doorknob, but as soon as she opened it, a wave of heat pushed her back several steps. The entire living room was on fire. In an instant, flames shot up into the sky. Lu Meiyu quickly closed the door. How could she escape with such a huge fire raging inside? Lu Meiyu quickly picked up the phone and dialed 119. "Fire! Fire! It's on fire! Building 10, 5th floor of Xingfu Road Garden Community. Hurry up! My daughter and I are trapped in the bedroom." Immediately afterward, Lu Meiyu quickly called Zhao Qinyu. "Honey, the house is on fire. What should we do? Jia and I are trapped in the bedroom and can't get out. What should we do?" Lu Meiyu was completely overwhelmed and terrified. The fire was relentless, and if it reached the bedroom, she and Jia would be burned alive. But her daughter couldn't die. She was so young, only 4 years old. "What?" On the other end of the phone, Zhao Qinyu, who hadn't even reached the company yet, immediately turned around and rushed back home. "Wait for me, Meiyu. Don't hang up. I'm coming to save you." Zhao Qinyu ran all the way home with a heart full of anxiety. When he reached the bottom of the residential complex and looked up at the flames erupting from the kitchen and living room of his own home on the upper floor, a deep sense of despair overwhelmed him. Zhao Qinyu raised the phone in his hand, gasping for breath, and asked, "Meiyu? How are you?" "Cough cough, I'm okay, but the baby is crying so hard. What should I do, honey? I'm so scared, really scared." In this situation, Lu Meiyu really didn't want to show her vulnerable side in front of her child, as that would only make the child more distraught. But she had no choice, she was scared too. As she watched the fire in the living room quickly engulf the bedroom door, she realized that the two of them were truly doomed. Why? Why did the fire start out of nowhere? Lu Meiyu couldn't make sense of it. "Meiyu, don't be afraid, I'll come up and save you and the children." Zhao Qinyu looked around, roughly tore down a set of bedsheets hanging on an iron rod from a nearby resident, then quickly ran to the water pool in the middle of the neighborhood and soaked all his clothes and bedsheets. Immediately, Zhao Qinyu hugged the bedsheets and rushed upstairs. At that moment, almost all the residents of the building had come downstairs. They watched as Zhao Qinyu tried to rush inside, but were stopped by kind-hearted residents. "Brother, don't go up there. The fire on the 5th floor is really bad. Wait for the firefighters to arrive." "No way. My wife and kids are still inside." Lu Meiyu was the greatest luck he had ever encountered in his life, and his daughter Jia was the most precious gift. He couldn't lose either of them. Zhao Qinyu disregarded the residents' pleas and rushed up the stairs without hesitation. The fire safety facilities in the old neighborhood couldn't compare to those in newly constructed buildings. The only fire extinguisher in the entire building was located on the third floor in a corner. When Zhao Chenyu reached the third floor, he grabbed the fire extinguisher as well. Before Zhao Chenyu could reach the fifth floor, he was already coughing uncontrollably from the thick smoke. When he finally reached the fifth floor, he discovered that the iron door of his apartment had been burned black around the edges and in the gaps. Zhao Chenyu didn't have time to wait any longer. He yanked open the front door, and the sudden blast of heat knocked him back several steps. Mei Yu? Mei Yu? Zhao Chenyu stood at the door, shouting hoarsely. Inside the house, Lu Meiyu also heard Zhao Chenyu's voice. She replied with all her strength, "Husband. We're here." Outside, upon hearing Lu Meiyu's voice, Zhao Chenyu finally exhaled in relief. He then opened the fire extinguisher and began spraying it into the house. However, how could two small fire extinguishers possibly put out the raging fire that had engulfed the house in an instant? Thinking about how unbearable the heat was outside, one could only imagine how much more unbearable it must be for Meiyu and the child inside. No! He couldn't let his wife and child be burned alive inside. So, Zhao Chenyu made up his mind, wrapped himself in a soaked blanket, and charged into the flames. Chapter 86, Judge, do you believe your father? Surrounded by flames, Zhao Chenyu locked onto his target and charged straight toward the bedroom. If he didn't get inside quickly to rescue his wife and child, they would be separated forever. He couldn't figure out why their house had caught fire out of the blue. He had clearly agreed to come home early for dinner after work that evening. He could have come home in the evening to enjoy a hot meal cooked by his wife. Why, in the blink of an eye, was all of this destroyed by the fire? He was afraid. He's so scared. He's afraid of losing Lu Meiyu, and he's afraid of losing the child. He can't live without them. Even if at this very moment, Zhao Chenyu felt as though thousands of sharp knives were mercilessly slicing through his skin, his eyes, and every part of his body, he had to rush in to save his wife and child. Bang! Zhao Chenyu kicked open the bedroom door, which had been burned halfway through, and saw the two people he had been thinking about all along, sitting safely in the corner. At that moment, he felt that all the pain he had endured was worth it. Husband! Dad! Lu Meiyu couldn't contain her fear any longer when she saw Zhao Chenyu. She rushed forward and hugged the person she relied on, crying uncontrollably. The three of them embraced each other tightly as if they had been separated for years, but Zhao Chenyu knew that this was not the time for tenderness. He had to get them both out of there immediately. The fire was raging so fiercely that even if firefighters arrived, their fire trucks might not be able to enter the crowded old neighborhood. Firefighting efforts are also relatively challenging. Instead of waiting, it's better to take the initiative and find a way out first. The fire in the living room had spread further into the bedroom, forcing Zhao Chenyu's family to retreat to the balcony. Earlier, there was only one blanket downstairs, and with time running out, he didn't ask the neighbors for another one. Zhao Chenyu looked at the single wet blanket in his hands and then glanced at the three people in front of him. Now, one blanket for three people. Not to mention three people, this blanket wouldn't even be enough to cover Meiyu and the child. At this point, he could only think of the best solution he could come up with. That was to give the wet blanket to Meiyu, telling her to rush out as quickly as possible, while he would wrap the child tightly in a thick cotton blanket and carry the child out in just a few seconds. The fire wouldn't spread to the cotton blanket in that short amount of time. Meiyu, listen to me. Cough, cough. Use this wet blanket to wrap yourself up. The front door is open. Remember. Use every ounce of strength you have. Hold your breath and dash out as fast as you can. That's the only way you might avoid being burned by the fire. What about you, honey? Cough cough, why are there so many blisters on your body? Woo woo, honey. Lu Meiyu started crying again. She hadn't noticed earlier, but now she saw the blisters gradually forming on Zhao Chenyu's body. Lu Meiyu was extremely frightened. She was truly afraid that if she went out first, she might never see her husband again. Listen, hurry up and leave. While the fire hasn't reached the bedroom yet. Hurry up. Run as fast as you can. No, husband. What about you and the children? What will you do? How can she live alone in this world? It's better to die together and be reborn as a family in the next life. At that moment, the desperate Lu Meiyu could only think this way. Facing the raging inferno in the living room, she was terrified, but the thought of never seeing her husband and child again filled her with even greater fear. Listen to me, I can run faster than you. I don't need this wet blanket. I'll wrap the child in a thick cotton quilt and then run out. It'll only take a few seconds. The child will be fine, and I'll be fine too. Listen to me and hurry up. Otherwise, the fire will get bigger and bigger. Zhao Chenyu couldn't help but growl. If we delay any longer, the entire family of three won't survive. Alright. Husband, I'll listen to you. After that, Zhao Chenyu helped Lu Meiyu tie her up tightly with a wet blanket. Earlier, he had been worried that if he rushed in using the wet blanket, the moisture would evaporate, so he had instead used his own clothes, which were soaked from his own body, to force his way in. This was a raging inferno. Staying inside for just 5 minutes would result in being burned alive. Everyone would experience fear, panic, and helplessness in the face of death. But who would willingly charge into such a fiery inferno unless driven by a strong sense of purpose, faith, determination, or a sense of responsibility? Lu Meiyu and her child were his only reason to live. Despite the large blisters forming on his body, he felt no pain. All he could think about was ensuring his wife and child survived safely. The bedroom and living room in the old neighborhood were not very large. The distance from their bedroom to the front door was probably only 5 or 6 meters. At a normal pace, it would take no more than 2 seconds to run out. At this point, Lu Meiyu could no longer afford to waste any time. In such a remote, old neighborhood, the fire was already out of control, and rescue efforts would be ineffective. There was only one option left: self-rescue. Ah! She clenched her teeth and rushed toward the gate with hope for life. Hot. Burning hot. It's so hot. It feels like a million needles pricking me. This is what Lu Meiyu felt in those 2 seconds. Ah! Fire! Fire! Lu Meiyu, who had rushed out, was still surrounded by flames, with her hand and leg engulfed in flames. Suddenly, Lu Meiyu slipped and fell down the stairs. The fall managed to extinguish the flames. However, her ankle swelled up instantly. Lu Meiyu completely ignored her right arm, which had been burned to the bone, and shouted toward the house, "Husband! I'm coming out!" Inside the house, Zhao Qinyu heard these words and felt a little relieved. He turned around and looked at the child, who was crying uncontrollably out of sheer fear, and asked, "Jia, do you believe your father?" Jia's sobbing gradually subsided. Her big, tearful eyes looked up at Zhao Qinyu, and she said, "I believe you. Jia has always believed in Dad. Good girl, don't worry. Dad will do everything in his power to get you out safely." Zhao Qinyu's gaze was unwavering. Even if he were to be burned alive, he would never allow the child to suffer the slightest harm. Chapter 87. Please don't get stuck in traffic again. When Zhao Qinyu rushed out, the blanket was on fire, and he was on fire too. He didn't have time to think, so he quickly opened the quilt and pulled the child out. "Husband!" Lu Meiyu saw that Zhao Qinyu had several burns all over his body and couldn't help but scream. Jia emerged from under the blankets and saw Zhao Qinyu surrounded by flames, and was so frightened that she burst into tears. "Dad! Stay away from me!" Zhao Qinyu said as he pushed Jia toward Lu Meiyu. Meanwhile, he lay on the ground in immense pain. Ah! Ah! Surrounded by flames, Zhao Qinyu rolled on the ground, but the fire refused to subside. "Husband! Dad!" Just as Lu Meiyu thought she and her child would have to watch her husband burn to death, the firefighters arrived. They quickly rushed upstairs, grabbed fire extinguishers, and sprayed them on Zhao Qinyu, then used high-pressure water hoses to extinguish the fire throughout the entire room. Although the fire on Zhao Qinyu's body was extinguished, there was hardly a single spot on his body that was untouched. When Zhang Yi and Guo Xinyan arrived at the scene, they saw Zhao Qinyu being carried down by firefighters and lying on a stretcher. Zhang Yi roughly estimated that the burn area was 70%. 70% of his body was burned. To put it bluntly, Zhao Qinyu was already 1 foot in the grave. As for whether Zhao Qinyu will survive, it depends on his own determination and the doctor's efforts to save him. "Water! Where's the water? Quickly rinse him off," Zhang Yi said while looking around frantically. "Here. Doctor, there's water." A firefighter ran forward and handed Zhang Yi a hose. Immediately, Zhang Yi raised the hose and began spraying water onto Zhao Qinyu's body. As he rushed forward, Zhang Yi glanced at Zhao Qinyu's condition. It was already classified as severe second-degree burns with third-degree burns. His shoes had been burned off, exposing his feet, which had been charred by the flames to the point where the bones on the tops of his feet were visible. Although this was classified as third-degree burns, Zhang Yi believed it could easily exceed third-degree burns. Such burns had already reached a stage where pain was no longer felt, as the most intense pain occurs during the early stage of second-degree burns, while the sensation becomes less pronounced in deep second-degree and third-degree burns. Zhang Yi took another look. At this point, he was already suffering from severe inhalation injuries and had entered the shock phase. Within 4,278 hours of a burn injury, the patient is considered to be in the shock phase regardless of whether shock symptoms have developed. Furthermore, the dehydration-induced shock that occurs after a burn injury is a distinct concept from hemorrhagic shock. Dehydration shock requires immediate fluid replacement, and large volumes of fluids must be administered to restore effective fluid balance in the body. Hemorrhagic shock, on the other hand, necessitates rapid expansion of blood volume, which is achieved through blood transfusion. Lu Meiyu was holding her child while Guo Xinyan tended to her wounds. Her entire right hand, right arm, and lower leg had been severely burned and peeled off by the fire, but all she could think about was her husband, whether he was alive or not. She tightly covered the child's eyes, not wanting him to see Zhao Qinyu's condition, fearing he couldn't bear it. "Mom? Why are you covering my eyes? Where's Dad?" The child was still very young and might not understand the consequences of a human body being burned by fire. "Dad is resting. He ran for so long and is very tired. Let's let him rest for a while, okay?" Lu Meiyu said to Zhao Qinyu, who was lying on a stretcher having his wounds washed. Her eyes were filled with despair as she looked at Zhao Qinyu's extensive burns covering his entire body, his hair singed by the fire, and the thin layer of skin peeling off his face. Lu Meiyu believed her husband was beyond saving and that she would never see Zhao Qinyu again. At that moment, her face showed no sign of life. But she couldn't give up, she still had her children. Can I take care of Dad? Can we wait until Dad wakes up to take care of him? Lu Meiyu didn't know how to explain it to the child at the moment, so she could only lie to her. Zhang Yi had already given the wounds some basic treatment. Zhao Qinyu still had a faint glimmer of consciousness. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at Zhang Yi, asking, "Doctor? Where are my wife and child?" Zhang Yi paused in his bandaging, glanced around, and seeing the safe mother and daughter beside Guo Xinyan, he said to Zhao Qinyu, "Don't worry, they're fine. But you must hold on. You're the head of the family. If you can't make it, what will happen to your wife and children?" Zhang Yi's words caused Zhao Qinyu's weakened body to react slightly. At least, the hazy look in Zhao Qinyu's eyes grew much more resolute. "Sume, find the vein quickly and start the 4." Zhang Yi instructed the nurse who had come out on the call with him. Sume looked a bit troubled and said, "Dr. Zhang, his veins on his hand and feet are impossible to puncture. I can't see any clear veins at all. Get in the car quickly and head back to the hospital for intravenous catheterization." Zhang Yi thought for a moment before saying, as he got into the car, he turned to Guo Xinyan and said, "Let's go, this patient needs to be taken back to the hospital for fluid replacement immediately." Guo Xinyan nodded and said to Lu Meiyu, "The family should come with me back to the hospital." Lu Meiyu nodded and followed the doctor onto the ambulance. The remaining firefighters continued their arduous efforts to extinguish the fire. Inside the ambulance, Lu Meiyu kept her hands tightly over the child's eyes, unable to bear seeing Zhao Qinyu in that state. However, children are naturally restless and unlikely to stay still, especially when they don't know what has happened to their father. "Mom, I want to see Dad." Jia tried to break free from Lu Meiyu's grip and peek out from under her hands. "No. Jia, Dad is resting. You'll wake him up." "No, I want to see him. I want to see Dad." Just as Lu Meiyu and Jia were arguing, Zhao Qinyu spoke slowly. "Jia, Dad is here. Dad is a bit tired and wants to sleep. Will you listen to Mom?" Zhao Qinyu tried his best to make his voice sound healthy, but due to the inhalation injury and dehydration shock, his voice sounded hoarse and weak. Finally, the little child sensed something and burst into tears, repeatedly calling out for Dad. The sight was truly heartbreaking. Nurse Sume, who was on duty in the emergency room, couldn't help but be moved by the scene, and tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. "Brother, don't say anything yet. Save your strength. We'll be at the hospital soon." Zhang Yi spoke to Zhao Qinyu while looking down, then glanced out the window at the traffic. In such an urgent situation, he hoped there wouldn't be any more traffic jams. Chapter 88, Zhang Yi really did his best. Fortunately, it wasn't rush hour, so the car made it back to the hospital smoothly. In the emergency room. "Yuan Cohen, get me a sterile instrument kit. Prepare for intravenous catheterization." After Zhang Yi and several nurses and nursing assistants worked together to lift Zhao Qinyu onto the hospital bed, they said to Yuan Cohen at the nurse's station, "Intravenous catheterization is performed when venous puncture is difficult in general burn patients. In such cases, deep venous catheterization or venous incision may be performed. During the shock phase, 2 or more intravenous access routes must be maintained, with continuous fluid replacement for 24 hours. 2 or 3 doctors and nurses are working together to apply antiseptic solution to Zhao Qinyu's body. Due to the extensive burn area, failure to disinfect and debride the wounds promptly can easily lead to infection. Once infected, given the severity of his burns, his condition could quickly deteriorate to a life-threatening state. There's no other option. Time is critical, we'll have to perform the intravenous catheterization here. Time is of the essence, we'll have to do it in the resuscitation room. Normally, this procedure would require a transfer to the operating room." Zhang Yi looked at the critically ill Zhao Qinyu and quickly got to work. If fluid volume wasn't replenished immediately, Zhao Qinyu would die from dehydration. "Dr. Zhang, here it is." Yuan Cohen hurriedly handed the sterile instrument kit to Zhang Yi. After the nurse finished disinfecting, Zhang Yi laid down the sterile drapes and began the procedure. He made a horizontal incision approximately 2 centimeters above the medial malleolus, gradually dissecting the skin and fascia layer by layer. Using small curved vascular forceps, he bluntly separated the subcutaneous tissue. Sterile gauze was used to wipe away blood and clean the surgical field. The great saphenous vein was exposed within the tissue in front of the deep fascia, and approximately 15 centimeters of the great saphenous vein were dissected free. From the deep surface, pass 2 number 1 suture threads through the vein using curved vascular forceps. Ligate the distal suture thread and slightly elevate it. Using ophthalmic scissors, make a V-shaped incision approximately 13 times the diameter of the tube between the 2 suture threads. Insert the intravenous catheter, which is already connected to the infusion set, through the incision in the vein. Insert the catheter to a depth of approximately 3 centimeters and ligate the proximal suture thread to prevent leakage or dislodgement of the catheter. After confirming that the infusion is flowing smoothly without leakage, cut the ligature, perform interrupted sutures through all layers of the skin and subcutaneous tissue, tie the skin sutures with a loose knot, and secure the infusion tube. Repeat the same procedure on the other side for the intravenous catheterization. Once the intravenous infusion tube is securely in place, begin aggressive fluid resuscitation. Within the first 68 hours after a burn injury, there is a peak period of fluid loss from the body. Therefore, it is essential to rapidly restore fluid balance within this 68-hour window. Administer 2 sets of electrolytes first, and prepare 2 sets of dextrose. After completing the intravenous catheterization, Zhang Yi instructed the nurse beside him. Got it. Dextrin is one of the agents that can rapidly expand plasma volume. Plasma is a component of human blood. When blood is left to settle, the plasma gradually rises to the top, forming a pale yellow liquid. Plasma differs from whole blood in terms of regenerative capacity. Except for severe injuries such as burns, plasma can generally recover on its own within 15 days. However, whole blood has a weak regenerative capacity and typically takes about 6 months to gradually repair itself. This is why blood plasma can be donated as frequently as every 15 days at blood donation centers, while whole blood must be donated at least every 6 months. Having addressed the challenge of dehydration shock, the next issue to tackle is inhalation injury. First, oxygen therapy is essential because Zhao Qinyu has already suffered lung tissue damage from dry heat flame exposure, and recovery will take time, at least 1 month or more. During this period, respiratory dysfunction may occur, so to prevent oxygen deprivation in the patient's body, continuous low concentration, low flow oxygen therapy must be administered without interruption. In severe cases, tracheostomy may be necessary, which involves making an incision in the throat to insert a tube connecting the body's internal environment to the external environment for breathing. Currently, all burn areas on his body must wait until they have healed and formed scabs before undergoing autologous skin grafting using healthy skin. After transferring the patient to the ICU, Zhang Yi finally caught his breath. To be honest, with burns covering 70% of his body, whether this patient survives or not depends on whether he can hold on over the next few days. This is because the majority of burn patients die within 72 hours of the injury. Doctors often feel most helpless when faced with patients they simply cannot help. Zhang Yi stood outside the ICU ward, sighing heavily. He had truly done his best. The first priority in treating burn patients is to perform rapid rinsing, disinfection, oxygen administration, and fluid resuscitation. He did everything. He really tried his best. Uncle, is my father okay? A child's voice rang out. Zhang Yizai turned his head and saw that it was Zhao Qinyu's daughter asking him. Zhang Yi slightly parted his lips, exhaled, and quickly searched his mind for words to comfort the child. He should be fine. He's my hero. Nothing will happen to him. The little girl lowered her head and muttered to herself as she walked to the bench outside the ICU ward and sat down, staring silently at the ground without saying another word. She was calm and mature, which was heartbreaking to see. Zhang Yi witnessed this scene and felt deeply distressed. A 4-year-old girl had experienced life and death in a single day, and might even lose her father. How much pain must her young heart be enduring? Doctor, thank you. Lu Meiyu spoke softly, her haggard and disheveled appearance making her look as though the events of the past few hours had aged her by 10 years. Thank him? Why thank him? Right now, Zhao Qinyu is still lying in the ICU, and whether he lives or dies is still unknown. Zhang Yi doesn't deserve a single word of thanks. There is no need to thank me, I have nothing to be thankful for. After saying that, Zhang Yi quickly left the ICU. Upon returning to the emergency department, Zhang Yi felt somewhat downcast. Zhang Yi, what's wrong? Tell me what's on your mind. Ma Yunxiang noticed Zhang Yi sighing repeatedly and walked over to ask. Director? What could I possibly have to say? Nothing. Zhang Yi forced a smile, his lips curling upward but his eyes remaining expressionless. Ma Yunxiang patted Zhang Yi on the shoulder, sat down beside him, and said earnestly, I know you're upset about what happened with that patient earlier. I saw it too. I heard that the patient rushed into the fire to save his wife and children, and ended up getting burned like this. Ah! It's truly tragic. Though we still don't know if he's alive or dead, but… Zhang Yi, don't put too much pressure on yourself. The medical profession is like that, you see so much life and death that you have to maintain a calm mindset and keep your emotions in balance. Death is common in hospitals, all kinds of illnesses and severe injuries converge here. Can you guarantee that you'll save every single one? That is impossible. Didn't you comfort ZU earlier? Why are you feeling so down now? No matter how skilled you are, people have their own destinies. As doctors, all we can do is try our best and not betray the white coat we wear. Chapter 89, Where the wool goes, even gold and stone will give way. Actually, Ma Yunxiang was right, but Zhang Yi wasn't an ordinary person. He had a system, and he wanted to ensure that everyone could survive. Ma Yunxiang looked at Zhang Yi, still frowning deeply, looking weighed down by heavy concerns. With a sigh, he tried to persuade him again, try to look at it more positively. Although your skills may be better than mine, at least I've lived 20 years longer than you. Listen to my advice, life and death are predestined, and wealth and honor are in the hands of heaven. Zhao Qingyu can only rely on himself now. We've done everything we could. That's enough. I understand, Director. Thank you. Zhang Yi nodded. He deeply appreciated Ma Yunxiang's words and was very grateful for his concern. However, where there's a will, there's a way. Who can stop it? He will never let his medical skills go to waste. By the way, the hospital is organizing a rural medical outreach program this month. All tertiary hospitals in the city will take turns sending ambulances and medical staff to the countryside. If you don't want to go, I can send you. It's a good opportunity to get out of the city, relax, and clear your mind. It's only for a week, and you can come back to work next week. Free medical services? Going to the countryside? Zhang Yi looked up, and his face finally showed a different expression. Yes, I just received the message. You go, you and Xinyan, the two of you together. There are also a few doctors from other departments joining you. You'll depart next Monday. Basically, you'll be visiting several counties and towns with relatively underdeveloped medical facilities to provide medical consultations. Alright, I'll go with Xinyan. Zhang Yi returned to his dormitory after work. Since he had been in a bad mood all day, he didn't feel like cooking, so he ordered takeout, ate a few bites, and collapsed on his bed like a dead body. What are you doing? Lying in bed with your eyes wide open? Are you trying to scare someone? Yuanli came back and saw Zhang Yi in this lifeless state. Zhang Yi rolled over, turning his back to Yuanli, and didn't respond to her question. Hey! I need to tell you something. Yuanli poked Zhang Yi's waist with her toes. What's up? Zhang Yi turned his head, glared at Yuanli angrily, and shouted back before turning away again. Oh my! What's wrong with you? Are you in a bad mood? Yuanli was startled by Zhang Yi's shout, but after realizing what had happened, he asked, Let's go. Let me take you out to have some fun. Our department has an activity tonight, and a few dance school teachers will be coming over to hang out. No way. Zhang Yi wasn't interested at all. His mind was completely focused on how he could improve his medical skills. You're so stubborn. Studying medicine has made you lose your mind. You can't keep pushing yourself into a corner like this. You need to balance work and rest. Look at you, all you do is work. Can't you go out with everyone else, chat, and relax a bit? You need to unwind, you know. Yuanli sighed and continued to persuade him. Oh. I heard about what happened in your department today. That child's father is quite a man. He risked his own life to save his wife and child. He's truly loyal and devoted. I understand how you feel. Given his condition, he probably won't survive. I know you're holding it in. Let's go out for a walk to clear your head. Holding things bottled up inside can be harmful to your health. He knows that Zhang Yi is a responsible person. Seeing a patient with such a slim chance of survival, Zhang Yi must be feeling terrible inside. He himself had faced such situations before. When his own abilities were insufficient to save a life, yet the family members pleaded desperately for him to save the patient, he felt the same way. The words unable to save them are etched on his heart, and he can't bring himself to say them. He fears disappointing the family and despises his own helplessness. Seeing that Zhang Yi still didn't speak, Yuanli patted his shoulder again and said, Let's go out and relax. Have a meal and sing some karaoke. That's not so bad, is it? Don't keep yourself cooped up like this. After Yuanli's heartfelt words, Zhang Yi finally responded. He sat up and nodded, saying, Alright, I'll go out with you today to relax. Yuanli's heart leaped with joy. Great! The big shot is going out with me. That's going to be so cool. That evening, the cardiology department had a dinner gathering at Tianqi Bazion One who rode for hot pot. What could they do? People from Rhone province just loved spicy food, and most of their gatherings involved hot pot, skewers, and the like, and they never got tired of it. Hey! The new rising star at our hospital. Come sit down, come sit down. As Yuanli and Zhang Yi entered the private room, they saw Kong Wei, the head of the cardiology department, greeting them. Let me introduce you. This is Zhang Yi. Yuanli patted Zhang Yi on both shoulders and introduced him to everyone with great fanfare. Welcome, welcome. It's an honor to have such a distinguished guest join us for dinner. We're truly honored. Speaking of which, would you consider joining our department? Zhang Yi smiled awkwardly. Was this a compliment or a dig? Everyone is too kind. Zhang Yi nodded politely to everyone. Sit down, let's eat. We're starving. Kong Wei called out a few words, and everyone immediately picked up their chopsticks and began eating. Zhang Yi is not from Rhone province, so he's not very good at eating spicy food. He only tasted 2 bites of shabu-shabu tripe and couldn't handle the spiciness. Hey, it's so spicy. How can you eat it? Zhang Yi couldn't help but ask, while gulping down 2 large mouthfuls of ice water. Haha, Dr. Zhang, there's dipping sauce. If you think the hot pot isn't spicy enough, you can add chili sauce or chili peppers. If it's too spicy, you can add sesame oil or sesame paste to balance out the heat. Eating it straight out of the hot pot like that is going to be spicy, of course. A female cardiologist sitting next to Zhang Yi explained with a smile. I see. There are so many ways to eat hot pot. Zhang Yi smiled and shook his head, then asked the waiter for a bowl of sesame oil. Then, Zhang Yi dipped some duck intestines into the sesame oil dipping sauce. It's even better. Not only is it less spicy, but the sesame oil and various seasonings wrap around the unique spiciness of the hot pot, enhancing the original freshness of the duck intestines. After being cooked in the pot, the duck intestines are tender yet chewy, with a perfect texture. Delicious. Zhang Yi couldn't help but praise it again. The hot pot I ate when I was in college must have been fake hot pot. It seems like you really have to eat hot pot in Sichuan province to enjoy it properly. After dinner, Zhang Yi thought everyone was just going to leave, but Yuan Li quietly pulled him aside and said, "Let's go karaoke later. Want to come too? A few of my high school classmates who are female doctors will be there too. They're dance school teachers." Chapter 90, Good Intentions Taken for Granted. A dance teacher? What's it to you? Watch out, I'll tell Ziki. Zhang Yibai shot Yuan Li a glance and said, I already informed her in advance. She knows about this. Plus, today, Kong Wei and a few other eligible bachelors are trying to set up blind dates, so they asked a female doctor from our department to bring along a few of her high school classmates. Why don't you come along to sing some songs and relax? Why go back so early? Take a walk to help your digestion. Exactly. Dr. Zhang, why don't you come with us to have some fun? And I heard that Dr. Zhang is single too? Several female doctors started teasing Zhang Yi. Yeah, he's single. Zhang Yi nodded. Upon hearing that Zhang Yi was single, several female doctors nearby couldn't help but feel a little excited. Such an outstanding man is single? Could this be my chance? Zhang Yi eventually went to the KTV with everyone else, but he sat at the far end with a group of guys, avoiding the female doctors who were subtly trying to flirt with him. Soon, the door to the private room was pushed open by several girls with attractive figures and faces. At first glance, their demeanor made it clear they were dancers. One of the female doctors stepped forward to greet them, taking the microphone to introduce them. Let me introduce you all. These are my high school classmates. They're now dance teachers at a dance school, specializing in Latin dance. They're really amazing dancers. Cough, cough, do any of you have boyfriends? The male doctors asked half-jokingly. I don't know about that. The female doctor smiled, implying that she wanted to ask herself. Sigh, this kind of large-scale, cheesy matchmaking event made Zhang Yi regret coming here. Halfway through the event, the dance instructors started singing and dancing. It was fortunate that the private room was spacious, otherwise, it would have been challenging to showcase Latin dance in a karaoke venue. Someone appropriately switched to a more upbeat Latin dance song, and everyone watched them dance while clapping along. Just as the atmosphere was very harmonious and joyful, suddenly, a female dance instructor slipped and twisted her ankle at a 90-degree angle, falling to the ground. Everyone stopped what they were doing, turned off the music, turned on the bright lights, and those nearby rushed to help her up. However, her foot was in severe pain, and she couldn't even stand up. Are you okay? Several doctors approached and asked with concern. I'm fine, just a little sore. I think I sprained my ankle again. The female dance teacher complained softly but didn't react much, as if spraining her ankle was a common occurrence. Xiaoling, why don't we go to that clinic we went to last time and get a cast put on? It'll only need to stay on for a week or two. A dance teacher nearby suggested. Xiaoling nodded helplessly. Sigh, I guess that's the only option. After all that trouble, everyone felt awkward continuing to play. After all, she had sprained her ankle, so out of kindness, they should take her to the hospital, right? As the group exited the private room, Zhang Yi casually glanced at the ankle of the dance instructor named Xiaoling. Old wounds haven't healed yet, and new ones have already appeared. This ankle has clearly been sprained at least 10 times, with several bones already slightly dislocated. It's because of these old injuries that what seemed like a simple sprain turned into a fracture this time. Oh, why does this hurt more than usual? Xiaoling, being helped to walk by other dance teachers, couldn't help but whisper. I suggest you don't get a cast. If you get a cast without going to the hospital to have a plate inserted to stabilize it, your foot might be ruined, and you'll never be able to dance again. Zhang Yi walked up and said calmly. What? Surgery? A metal plate? What? Surgery? A metal plate? The dance teachers standing beside Xiaoling all looked at Zhang Yi with astonished expressions. They knew that the people at the gathering today were doctors, but who would get surgery just for a sprained ankle? Wasn't that a bit exaggerated? Could it be that he had his eyes on Xiaoling and was trying to show off in front of her? There's no need for surgery, right? We dancers twist our ankles at least 10 times a year, and we just put on a cast, rest for a week or two, or at most a month, and we're fine. No one has ever needed surgery. Xiaoling doesn't believe it either. She has always just put on a cast when she twists her ankle, so suddenly being told she needs surgery and a metal plate? She is definitely resisting it. I'm a doctor, I won't harm you. Zhang Yi reassured her again. At that moment, Yuan Li stepped forward and whispered to Zhang Yi, brother, is the dance teacher's foot really that bad? Or did you just take a liking to her? Zhang Yi turned his head and gave Yuan Li a dirty look. Get lost, shut your filthy mouth. Zhang Yi turned his head and gave Yuan Li a disapproving look. Get lost. Shut your mouth. Meanwhile, Xiaoling was also whispering with the dance teachers. Xiaoling, I think the doctor is a bit crazy. He sprained his ankle and still wants you to operate on him. Isn't he just trying to get some surgery fees or something? Exactly. Plus, you have the Latin dance finals next month. If you get surgery, you'll be out of commission for 2 or 3 months. How are you going to compete in the finals? Her colleague is right. She has a major national-level Latin dance competition next month. If she wins the championship, it would be a huge boost for her dance career. But unfortunately, she twisted her ankle at the worst possible time. Xiaoling thought about it for a moment and decided to get a cast instead of surgery. If she had surgery, she wouldn't be able to participate in the competition, and that's her dream. No, thank you for your kindness. I'll just get a cast instead. Xiaoling apologetically looked at Zhang Yi and said, Do you know your foot is already fractured? A cast is completely useless at this point. Even if you get a cast, it will eventually result in malunion, which can affect you for the rest of your life. You might even lose the ability to dance. Zhang Yi was nearly driven to frustration by this group of women. He had been trying to help her, but she acted as though he were trying to harm her. Fracture? Can't dance anymore? Xiaoling's heart skipped a beat. It couldn't be that serious, could it? For dancers, spraining an ankle is so common. How could it be a fracture? If you don't believe me, go to the hospital and get an X-ray. Take a good look yourself to see if there's a fracture. Xiaoling was a bit scared. After all, the person across from her was a doctor. What if he was right? What if she really couldn't dance anymore? What would she do? Chapter 91, Trust is very important. Why don't we go to the hospital and check it out? Xiaoling was persuaded by Zhang Yi and eventually decided to go to the hospital for a checkup. So, the group went to the nearest orthopedic hospital near the KTV. After getting an X-ray, it turned out she really had a fracture. Since it was already fractured, our best recommendation is to undergo surgery to insert a metal plate to realign the fractured area. The on-duty orthopedic surgeon held up the CT scan and explained the situation to Xiaoling. What? It's really broken? The few female dance teachers who had come with Xiaoling only truly believed that she had fractured her bone when they saw the protruding bone on the X-ray. Xiaoling couldn't help but glance at Zhang Yi with a look of shock. He had actually spotted it at a glance. He was truly impressive. But if she had to undergo surgery and have a steel plate inserted, wouldn't she be unable to compete anymore? She had finally made it to the finals after so much effort. How could she give up now? She just couldn't bring herself to do it. Is there any other way? I don't want to get a metal plate. Can I just wear a cast instead? Xiaoling didn't want to give up her dream of dancing, so she asked the on-call doctor at the orthopedic hospital again. I can only say that if you don't get a metal plate and instead use a cast, the bone will heal, but it will heal in a deformed way. Look at this X-ray. The doctor held up the X-ray again and explained it to Xiaoling once more, hoping she would agree to the metal plate, as it would greatly affect the function of her foot in the future. Look at the X-ray. Deformed healing means that the broken bone in this area will heal out of alignment, which may affect your ability to walk, run, dance, or even wear high heels in the future. However, if you get a steel plate to stabilize it, you'll only need to wear it for about 2 months, maybe 3 at most, and your foot will be completely healed. By then, walking and wearing high heels won't be a problem. The doctor held up the X-ray and patiently explained it to Xiaoling once more. Xiaoling and the other dance teachers who had come with her all looked utterly astonished. No way, we've sprained our ankles many times before, and it was just a matter of putting on a cast. We shouldn't need surgery, right? There was another dance teacher beside Xiaoling who couldn't believe that a minor fracture would require surgery and a metal plate. After all, this kind of situation is so common in the dance world. At least she has never seen anyone have to get surgery and a metal plate because of something like this. The on-duty doctor sighed helplessly. He had wanted to say a few words of encouragement, but after opening his mouth slightly, he decided against it. Well, it's up to you. I've given you the best advice I can. The choice is yours. If you opt for surgery and have a steel plate inserted, you'll only need to stay in bed for 2 months, and your foot will have no long-term effects. However, if you insist on wearing a cast, the foot will heal in a deformed position, which could affect many of your foot functions in the future. Xiaoling kept frowning. She was also very conflicted. With a cast, she might be able to walk in a week or 2, but it would have long-term effects. Surgery with a metal plate would require 2 months of bed rest, meaning she'd have to withdraw from the competition. What should she do? I sincerely suggest you get a steel plate inserted. Lie down for 2 months and you'll be fine. A cast will cause more complications. Zhang Yi couldn't stand it anymore. A bunch of women were fussing over it. The competition could be held again, but if her foot really had a problem, she wouldn't be able to dance anymore. Well, I guess I'll just get the steel plate then. Xiaoling nodded, thinking about her future dance career, and decided to temporarily give up the competition.
Xiaoling, are you really going to withdraw from the competition? You worked so hard to make it to the finals this year, and you're just giving up like this? Exactly. Why not just get a cast instead? How unlucky can you get? Even if the cast heals properly, there's no guarantee it won't heal abnormally. Plus, with the surgery and hospital stay, you're going to end up spending a fortune. With her friends constantly urging her, Xiaoling gradually changed her mind. Well, I've decided to get the cast after all. Thank you, doctor. Xiaoling apologetically thanked the on-duty doctor again. The on-duty doctor shook his head, didn't say anything, and just gave them a payment slip to pay the fees before going to the plaster room to wait for the cast. Zhang Yi tried to say a few more words but were pulled away by Yuanli. Yuanli placed her hand on Zhang Yi's shoulder and whispered, Zhang Yi, don't bother. We've tried everything, but if they still want to get a cast, there's nothing we can do. Sigh. Zhang Yi sighed silently to himself. This is also a frustrating aspect of being a doctor. Patients don't trust you, they don't believe that the treatment plan you provide is the best option. They think their condition isn't serious enough to warrant surgery, or they believe the doctor is just trying to make money, so they opt for conservative treatment or a cheaper alternative. Little do they realize that this often results in missing the optimal treatment window, leading to irreversible consequences. Zhang Yi tried to persuade the doctor from start to finish, and the doctor explained all the possible outcomes, both good and bad. In the end, they did their best. If they refuse to listen, there's really nothing more that can be done. Once they had applied the plaster, everyone dispersed, going home to their homes. Zhang Yi and Yuanli returned to their dormitory around 10 o'clock at night. After brushing their teeth and washing up, they turned off the lights and went to bed. 5 days later, Zhang Yi was about to leave with the hospital vehicle for a rural medical outreach program today. Before departing, he felt uneasy and rushed back to the ICU to check on Zhao Qingyu once more. How is Zhao Qingyu doing? Zhang Yi asked the ICU doctor. The situation isn't good, he hasn't regained consciousness yet. Oh. Can I go in and take a look? Sure, the isolation gowns are over there. The ICU doctor pointed to the room where the isolation gowns were kept. Zhang Yi then put on the isolation gown and went to Zhao Qingyu's ward. Since the ICU department had strict visiting hours and only one person was allowed to visit at a time, Lu Meiyu hadn't seen Zhao Qingyu much over the past few days. In the ward, Zhang Yi looked at Zhao Qingyu, who was completely wrapped in bandages, with only his eyes visible, and his heart couldn't help but grow heavy. Zhao Qingyu, you have to get better. Your wife and children are out there with no one to take care of them. How pitiful is that? If you don't keep fighting, how will your wife manage? Do you know how much weight she's lost in the past few days? So you must get better quickly. After saying that, Zhang Yi gave the person on the hospital bed a long, meaningful look before turning and leaving. Behind him, Zhao Qingyu seemed to regain some consciousness, his eyelids twitching slightly. Chapter 92, Taking the Mountain Road to Provide Free Medical Care. New Year's Day, Zhang Yi, be careful on the road. I won't say anything else. Here's a first aid kit. I've included everything I can think of that might be needed for emergencies. In case you end up in a remote area with poor medical facilities, you can use it to provide immediate assistance if anything happens. In the emergency department, Ma Yunxiang handed a medium-sized first aid kit to Zhang Yi. Thank you, Director Ma. At the hospital entrance, 2 ambulances with the sign Tianshan City First People's Hospital were parked at the entrance. There were also several doctors and nurses in casual attire standing at the entrance. This time, the Tianshan City People's Hospital had dispatched a total of 8 medical personnel to the rural areas, including 5 doctors and 3 nurses. They were heading to 7 remote towns or mountain villages, all of which had extremely underdeveloped medical facilities. Their primary mission was to provide free medical consultations for the farmers in these areas. The 2 ambulances are also equipped with basic medications for hypertension and diabetes, which are intended for free distribution to patients with hypertension and diabetes. Once everything was ready, the group set off in 2 vehicles, forming a large convoy. Before departure, all the doctors were in high spirits, filled with excitement. The thought of being able to do something to help the elderly and children in remote areas made them feel particularly motivated. However, reality was harsh. After a bumpy 6-hour drive, we finally arrived at the first village, Fengzhou Village in Wutian County, Tianshan City. At this point, many of the medical staff on board looked utterly dejected, and most of those sitting in the vehicle were on the verge of collapse. Zhang Yi wasn't much better off but was almost flattened from sitting so long. Fengzhou Village is a very remote village in Wutian County. The nearest health clinic is nearly an hour's hike away, so the medical facilities here are quite underdeveloped. The car came to a stop at the end of the cement road, beyond which lay a bumpy, muddy path. No way, we have to walk? The pediatrician, Chu Xiaowen, looked down at her newly purchased sneakers and sighed. I should have known better than to wear new shoes. I thought all the roads in the countryside were paved now. You wore new shoes to the countryside? Even if they paved the roads, they'll still get muddy. Look at us, we're all wearing old shoes. Kong Wei, the head of the cardiology department, pointed to everyone's shoes and said, Old Li? Is that the only way forward? Zhang Yi asked the driver who had just parked the car and gotten out. Yes, I checked before coming. The road ahead is in very bad condition, so we have to walk. It should take about an hour to reach the first household in Fingzhou village, and that family is apparently the village chief. What? Old Li, are you not coming into the village with us after hearing that? Kong Wei asked, leaning on the driver Old Li's shoulder. Old Xin and I are both exhausted from driving. Let us rest in the car for a while. You guys go ahead. Remember to head back before 6 o'clock, or it'll be dark and there are no streetlights. Alright, you two rest for a bit. We'll go ahead. Zhang Yi nodded and said. After that, the 8 medical staff members each took some blood pressure monitors, blood glucose meters, and some medications and set off. Although the walk was tiring, the mountain air was truly refreshing. Several doctors remarked as they walked. Of course it is. There are trees everywhere, plenty of oxygen, and no car exhaust fumes, so the air is definitely fresh. Finally, after walking for over an hour, Zhang Yi spotted the first rural cement house within his line of sight. Upon closer inspection, although the house was rather simple, it was clean and tidy, with no weeds in the courtyard. QQ. Zhang Yi stepped forward first and gently knocked on the iron door. Is anyone there? We are doctors from the city hospital here to provide free medical services. After a while, the iron gate opened, and an elderly man dressed in a worn-out dark blue zhongshan suit emerged from the house. He was slender, with a slightly hunched back, and his face was etched with the lines of time. Sir? Hello, we're from the city hospital. We're here to provide free medical examinations for the villagers. Did you receive any notice about this? Zhang Yi bowed slightly, trying to maintain eye contact with the old man as he asked. Oh, I know. I received a call from the authorities earlier informing me about this. I am the village chief of Fingzhou village. On behalf of our village, I would like to express our gratitude to you all. The elderly man extended his right hand, calloused from years of hard work, and greeted each of the doctors in turn. Village chief, where is the location for our free medical consultation? Right here in my courtyard. Our place is spacious, and the courtyard is just the right size for 2 tables. I'll go get them right now. The old man opened the door, and Zhang Yi glanced around the house, which could be described as utterly destitute. In the middle of the room were only 2 tables and a long bench. In the corner were some muddy hose and baskets, and on the other side were piles of potatoes, cabbages, and sweet potatoes that were almost rotten. The entire room was filled with the foul odor of rotting vegetables. Zhang Yi wondered if the village chief would actually eat these rotten vegetables. Several male doctors helped carry 2 tables into the uneven courtyard. A young nurse couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my goodness, the tables aren't even level. They're slanted. How are we supposed to take blood pressure readings? The results won't be accurate." Well, this is the best we've got. What else can we do? Let's just do our best. Then, the village chief walked to a small room next to the main house, turned on the village's most basic loudspeaker, and spoke into the microphone. Attention, all villagers. Please come to the home of village chief Li Tianfu immediately. Doctors from Tianshan City People's Hospital have arrived in our village and will be providing free medical examinations shortly. The village chief's tone was clearly excited. After all, the doctors from the best hospital in the city were all elite professionals from the big cities, yet they had voluntarily traveled such a long distance to this remote village, where even birds wouldn't bother to defecate, to provide free medical assistance. This alone was enough for the entire village to be deeply grateful to them. Soon, more people began to arrive in the village, but most of them were elderly and children. Chapter 93, the hand reached into the pocket. Hurry up, hurry up. These are the doctors and nurses who came all the way from the city to give us free checkups. Seeing that most of the villagers had arrived, the village chief quickly stood up and introduced them to everyone. Hello, doctors. You must have had a long and tiring journey to get here. An elderly woman with gray hair, wearing a worn-out old shirt, stepped forward and took hold of Chu Xiaowen's hand and asked. It's not a trouble at all. Qiu Xiaowen gently covered the old woman's hand with hers and shook her head. When she touched the old lady's palm, she was deeply moved. What a weathered pair of hands. They felt just like tree bark. This old lady must have spent her entire life doing farm work. Many villagers began thanking the doctors profusely even before the examination began, leaving the doctors feeling a bit embarrassed. The village chief then organized everyone into a line, and they were checked one by one for blood pressure and blood sugar levels. The children mostly sat nearby playing together, while the elderly and those over 50 made up the majority of the village, totaling around 100 people. Zhang Yi gave the scene a quick glance. Indeed, those who did manual labor had strong bodies. Currently, none of them had any major illnesses, though he wondered if any of them had conditions like hypertension or diabetes. One doctor was responsible for recording the number of people, their names, and the types of illnesses they had. 3 nurses were in charge of measuring blood sugar levels, while the remaining doctors measured blood pressure. Auntie, your blood pressure is a bit high, 170/100. Have you had it checked before? Zhang Yi asked the elderly woman in her 50s standing before him. Blood pressure? I think I had it checked once a few years ago, but it wasn't this high. The elderly woman thought for a moment and said, "Do you usually have dizziness?" "Yes, I do. It started recently. Every morning when I wake up, I feel a bit dizzy and have to sit down for a while before I feel better. This is high blood pressure, which is why you're feeling dizzy. We have blood pressure medication here, you can take it. 1 tablet in the morning and 1 at night. I'll prescribe 5 days worth for now. After the 5th day, go to the health clinic there for a checkup. You need to take this seriously. If it gets worse, it can affect your heart." "What?" The elderly woman looked utterly disbelieving. "It's that serious? I haven't done anything out of the ordinary. How could I have such a serious condition?" "It's not that serious. This condition can be managed with medication to keep it stable. Just be mindful of your diet and avoid eating too much salt. However, given your current blood pressure levels, you should take the medication for 5 days first, then go to the clinic for a checkup to see how well your blood pressure is controlled. Based on that, we can decide whether to continue the medication." "Oh, okay. Thank you, doctor." The elderly woman nodded, seeming to understand but not fully grasping the details. Then Zhang Yi turned to the doctor next to him who was recording the information and said, "Give her 5 days worth of medicine and explain to her how to take it. I'll sign the papers after I finish checking everything." Although these medications were not charged for, the doctor still had to issue a prescription and sign it. The number of patients and medications had to be recorded and brought back to the hospital. Okay. Over 100 people were seen by 7 doctors simultaneously, and nearly 2 hours later, everyone had been examined. Only 5 individuals had slightly elevated blood pressure, while the rest showed no significant issues. "Village chief, we've finished the examinations. Most of the villagers in your village are in good health and have no major issues." Kong Wei stood up and politely informed the hospital director. "This is truly appreciated. Thank you for examining us for free and not charging for the medicine." "Thank you so much," the village chief said gratefully. "No problem, we're happy to help you out whenever we can. After all, it's a long and inconvenient trip to the clinic from here, and seeing a doctor and buying medicine would cost you a lot of money." The village chief continued to look at the doctors and express his gratitude repeatedly. At that moment, Zhang Yi caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye of a man hiding behind the village chief's house, peeking out with his head to sneak a look at the scene. Zhang Yi turned his head to look. It was a man in his 40s, with disheveled hair reaching his shoulders, dirty from head to toe with not a single clean spot. Upon realizing that Zhang Yi had spotted him, he suddenly bared a row of yellow teeth and smiled foolishly at Zhang Yi. His appearance immediately gave off an air of being mentally impaired yet somehow endearing. "Hey!" The village chief heard the sound and followed Zhang Yi's gaze to look behind him. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. He grabbed a stone from the ground and threw it at the person, shouting as he did so, "Get out of here! Get out of here! You madman! The doctor is here! Get out of here and go be mad somewhere else!" The man who was hit by the stone didn't get angry. Instead, he seemed to laugh even more happily, his yellow teeth almost reaching his ears, still grinning at the people in the courtyard. A few villagers who had come with their children hurriedly hugged their children tightly, afraid that this little cutie might scare them. "Hey! Doctors, please don't mind him. He's the village madman. He's been like this for 10 years, and no one can drive him away." The village chief turned around and apologized to everyone. 10 years? Why has he been crazy for 10 years? Was he normal before? Zhang Yi couldn't help but ask. "Ah, his name is Hu Zhong. He used to be normal, but in 2008, he was hit on the head by a falling tile. When he woke up, he was half mad and half dumb, and he couldn't speak properly. Anyway, now he doesn't work all day, and his family is gone. He's really pitiful." "Ah." The doctor and nurses nearby sighed deeply after hearing the story. "Xiaowen, do you have any bread left in your bag?" Zhang Yi suddenly turned to Chu Xiaowen and asked. "Yes, why? Do you want some?" This bread was actually breakfast that Chu Xiaowen prepared this morning, but the car was so bumpy that she couldn't eat it, so she saved it until now. "Sure, give it to me." Zhang Yi walked toward the cute little boy named Hu Zhong with the bread in his hand and said, "I can tell you've been hungry for a long time. Eat up." Hu Zhong looked at the bread Zhang Yi was offering, paused for half a second, then broke into a silly grin and snatched the bread from Zhang Yi's hand, devouring it greedily. Seeing that it was getting late, Dr. Zhang Yi and his team of doctors began to pack up and head back. Just a few minutes after leaving the village chief's house, a strange shout echoed from behind them. The group turned around and realized it was the little cutie named Hu Zhong. He was panting heavily as he ran up to Zhang Yi, and suddenly, one of his hands, dirty to the point of being almost black, reached into his own pocket. Chapter 94, You Can't Eat My Food for Free. Hu Zhong's sudden action startled Zhang Yi and the doctors standing nearby. "What's wrong?" Zhang Yi suddenly took a half step back and asked. Only then did Hu Zhong fumble around in his pants pocket for a while before pulling out a 5 yuan note that had been crumpled so badly it was almost white. He carefully extended his hand and handed it to Zhang Yi, still grinning foolishly, revealing his trademark yellow teeth. Even from a short distance away, Zhang Yi could faintly smell the foul odor emanating from Hu Zhong's mouth. Zhang Yi looked at the money, which was almost useless, then glanced at Hu Zhong and asked, "Is this for me?" Hu Zhong neither nodded nor shook his head, just grinned. "Don't give it to me. Keep it for yourself," Zhang Yi said. Hee. Hu Zhong heard this and pushed the money forward again. "I really don't want it. Keep it for yourself. If you get hungry, go to the town ahead and buy something to eat." Zhang Yi refused again. Just as Zhang Yi and the others were about to leave, Hu Zhong, who had been smiling dumbly without saying a word, spoke up. "I can't just take your food for nothing." Hu Zhong struggled to finish these words in a very awkward dialect. After finishing, he started laughing foolishly again. Everyone present was completely baffled. He wasn't the cute little guy? How could he possibly know the basic principle of not taking things for free? So is he really the little cutie or not? Just as everyone was puzzled, several villagers who had been seen by Hu Zhong earlier rushed over from behind him. "Doctor, please wait." The elderly villagers were moving slowly and could only shout from behind. Zhang Yi looked in the direction they had come from and saw that each of them was carrying a basket, either on their heads or on their backs, or holding a bag. "What are you doing?" When Zhang Yi and the other doctors saw what they were carrying, they asked in surprise. One of the elderly women stepped forward, handed Zhang Yi a basket of eggs, and said, "Thank you for coming all this way. We don't have much to offer, but we just picked up 10 eggs from home. Please don't look down on them, doctor." No, thank you for your kindness, but we won't accept them. Please keep them for yourselves." Zhang Yi hurriedly returned the eggs to the elderly woman. Zhang Yi wasn't without common sense. Even the village chief had to eat some wilted, rotten vegetables and sweet potatoes, let alone the other villagers. Moreover, behind the old lady stood a young child who had come with her. The child's sallow skin and frail body clearly indicated that he wasn't getting proper nutrition. These 10 eggs must be the best thing the old woman has to offer in her entire household. "Grandma, take the eggs back and let the children eat more. Look how skinny they are, they need proper nutrition." Zhang Yi pushed the basket forward again. "That's right, Grandma. Take them all back. We don't want them." Kong Wei also walked up to the old lady and urged her. "You're such kind people. I thought everyone from the big city looked down on us country folk." An old man nearby couldn't help but praise the doctors and nurses. After everyone had persuaded the villagers to leave, Zhang Yi noticed that Hu Zhong was still standing there. "Why aren't you leaving? I told you I won't take your money." Zhang Yi repeated himself to Hu Zhong. But he just kept holding the money and smiling stupidly. Zhang Yi thought for a moment, but there was nothing he could do. He could only try to trick the little cutie and see if he could get him to give it up. "Alright, I'll take the money, but the bread costs 2 yuan, so I'll give you 3 yuan extra. How about that?" Zhang Yi asked cautiously, testing to see if Hu Zhong understood. To his surprise, Hu Zhong nodded. He understood. Immediately, Zhang Yi pulled out 3 1 yuan bills from his bag and handed them to him. Hu Zhong happily accepted the money. After examining the worn-out bill Hu Zhong handed him, Zhang Yi feigned displeasure and asked, "Hey, this money is so old. Can I exchange it for a new bill?" To his surprise, Hu Zhong didn't react, just nodded blankly, pulled out a 1 yuan note, and exchanged it with Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Thanks a lot. You used your new money to exchange my old money for me." Hearing someone praise him, Hu Zhong split his lips into an even wider smile. After sending Hu Zhong away, the group finally headed toward the ambulance. "Zhang Yi, you really are something else. With just 2 sentences, you tricked that little cutie. Otherwise, he would have followed us all day just to get that money." Kong Wei laughed as he walked. Generally, their thinking is straightforward. You go along with their line of thought first, then take a detour, and they might end up following you. Zhang Yi explained. "That's skillful. Ha ha." The group chatted and laughed as they rushed for another hour before finally arriving at the ambulance parking area. By then, it was already 6 in the evening. By the time the driver returned the vehicle to Tianshan City, it was midnight. All the doctors and nurses felt completely exhausted, and the thought of having to continue their rural medical outreach the next day made them feel utterly miserable. Even if Zhang Yi were in top physical condition now, after a day of such rough travel, he was starting to feel the strain. When he returned to the dormitory, Yuan Li was already snoring so loudly it was shaking the walls. Zhang Yi quickly washed up, lay down on the bed, and glanced at the system panel he hadn't looked at in ages. Medical ethics, 57 out of 100. Indoor wound suturing technique, 80 out of 100. Congenital heart disease surgery, completed. Intracranial aneurysm embolization, completed. Brain atrophy resection, completed. Replantation of amputated limbs, completed. Pancreaticoduodenectomy, completed. Ophthalmic surgery, completed. Organ transplant surgery, not unlocked. 3-incision esophageal cancer radical resection with colon jejunal esophageal replacement and cervical anastomosis, unlocked. Outdoor closed pneumothorax first aid outside the hospital, completed. Second-degree burn covering 50% of the body surface area, out-of-hospital emergency bandaging completed 70% progress. Alright, added 3 more medical ethics points.
Host, please keep up the good work. We look forward to you achieving full medical ethics points to unlock the mysterious bonus package. Chapter 95, Umbilical Cord Wrapped Around the Neck Once. After several consecutive days of fieldwork, leaving at 7 in the morning and returning at 9 or 10 at night, everyone was starting to feel the strain. Fortunately, the hospital administration took pity on the hard-working doctors and nurses who had been traveling back and forth, and granted everyone 2 days off to rest after the final day of the trip. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the vehicle for the Rural Medical Outreach Program departed on schedule. This time, the destination was the farthest place among the previous stops. It was said that after getting off the vehicle, we would have to walk 3 hours along a mountain path to reach the village. Xiao Xiaowen and several female nurses were on the verge of tears. Even the male doctors looked utterly dejected. Oh, I feel like I'm going to die from exhaustion today. I wonder if I'll even make it back tonight? Kong Wei sighed to himself. If we get off the bus and walk faster, we'll be able to get back sooner, right? Gui Xinyan said. We guys can walk faster, but they can't. With those short legs, they always end up last. I really don't know why the college leadership arranged for a few female students to come along for the rural medical outreach. Kong Wei pointed to the female doctors and nurses in the other car and said, Ha, I know why you're still single at over 30. Gui Xinyan laughed. Why? Kong Wei sat up straight, wanting to hear the reason carefully. He wanted to know too. Why couldn't he find a girlfriend? His family was practically driving him crazy, and he was desperate himself, but he just couldn't find one. His family wasn't bad off, they had a car and a house, and he had a decent education, worked as a doctor, and even held the position of head of the cardiology department. Because you're too straightforward. Guo Xinyan patted Kong Wei on the shoulder, pointing out the problem. Straight? Straight guy? Yeah, you and Zhang Yi, you two are both late-stage straight men, beyond hope. Kong Wei puckered his lips, indicating he didn't entirely agree with Gui Xinyuan's statement. He felt he wasn't straight. The car drove past a smooth stretch of road and began to bump again. Oh my god, I'm going to be shaken to death. Oh no, I'm going to throw up the soy milk I drank this morning. Don't! Who told you to eat breakfast? None of us have eaten yet. Ugh. After more than 2 hours of bumpy driving, the car finally arrived at the entrance of Pingwu Village in Liangshui County, Tianshan City. The road ahead was a mountainous one, and due to the extremely inconvenient transportation, the medical facilities were even more underdeveloped. Do we have to climb the mountain again? Several doctors looked at the road ahead with despair on their faces. It seems so. It's about a 3-hour hike to the village, which is in a mountain valley. Good luck. Driver oldly patted the doctor on the shoulder encouragingly. Ah. Everyone sighed repeatedly, picked up the necessary equipment, and set off. Hey, Zhang Yi, should we leave the first aid kit behind? It's such a long way, and we didn't use it last time either, Gui Xinyan said, glancing at the first aid kit in the car. Zhang Yi thought for a moment, then looked at the mountain road ahead and said, let's take it. You never know. At least it has everything we need. Zhang Yi thought for a moment, then looked at the mountain road ahead and said, let's take it. Just in case. It has everything we need. Alright then. Then, Zhang Yi and Gui Xinyan quickly caught up with the main group. Watch your step, guys. It's possible there might be snakes around in this weather. A few male doctors, bored on the way, started joking around. Of course, their real purpose was probably just to scare the female doctors and nurses behind them. What? Where's the snake? Xu Xiaowen looked around warily at the muddy path overgrown with weeds and unconsciously quickened her pace to keep up with the boy. After walking for about 2.5 hours along the mountain path, the group finally arrived at Pingwu Village, the most remote village in the area. From a distance, it looked okay, though the houses were still made of mud and tile, with little else standing out. The group called the village chief, and to their surprise, there was actually cell service here. Though it was only 1 or 2 bars. The call was intermittent, but fortunately, the village chief understood that the doctors from the free clinic had arrived and quickly replied, alright, please hold on, I'll be right over. So, Zhang Yi and his group waited at the village entrance for about 20 minutes before a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a yellow shirt, walked toward them. It seemed that years of farm work had left his skin tan and dark. Hello. I am Dong Ming, the village chief of Pingwu Village. Welcome to our village. Come on, let's go to my house for a drink of water first. Rest a bit, and we can help everyone with the inspection later. Village Chief Dong Ming invited them warmly. It was just the right time, as everyone had been walking for a long time and had finished all the water they brought. They were all feeling quite thirsty. Then thank you, Village Chief. Kong Wei nodded to the village chief and said politely. Please come in. As we walked along, we learned that there were over 300 people in Pingwu County, and most of them lived in this mountainous area. Going out was extremely inconvenient, let alone seeking medical treatment. However, a few years ago, a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner came to the village and used his homemade remedies to cure many of the villagers' illnesses. Traditional Chinese medicine? How old is he? Zhang Yi asked. Probably in his 50s. Zhang Yi nodded.
A traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in his 50s was still considered reliable. Someone in their 20s or 30s claiming to be a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner was just using the name to deceive people. At the village chief's house, after drinking some water and resting for a while, the village chief gathered most of the villagers at his home, waiting for the doctors and nurses to conduct examinations for everyone. Just then, the traditional Chinese medicine doctor the village chief had mentioned also arrived. The TCM doctor, dressed in a white cotton linen Zhongshan suit and a pair of black cloth shoes, sat down leisurely in front of Zhang Yi and asked him to measure his blood pressure. 14284, sir, your blood pressure is still relatively good. Is that so? Thank you, doctor. The old traditional Chinese medicine practitioner smiled politely. You're welcome. Behind the old Chinese medicine practitioner stood a pregnant woman with a large belly. Oh, doctor, could you please check me too? Take a look at my health, please. The pregnant woman smiled sweetly as she sat down and looked at Zhang Yi. However, Zhang Yi's expression was not very good, because he had just glanced over and seen that the baby in her womb had the umbilical cord wrapped around its neck once. Chapter 96, Is she about to give birth? Umbilical cord prolapse is more likely to occur when the umbilical cord is too long, the fetus is too small, there is excessive amniotic fluid, or fetal movements are too frequent. The umbilical cord has compensatory stretching, and loose wrapping has minimal impact on the fetus. However, tight wrapping or multiple loops can impair fetal blood supply, posing risks of fetal heart rate changes, perinatal hypoxia, asphyxia, or even death. Most cases of umbilical cord entanglement around the neck more than once, or when spontaneous delivery is not possible, cesarean section is recommended. However, umbilical cord around the neck is not an indication for cesarean section. This is because the incidence of umbilical cord around the neck is high and does not necessarily indicate a pathological condition. Enhanced monitoring during labor does not increase the incidence of complications in newborns with umbilical cord around the neck. The woman in front of me, with her large belly, is clearly in her 9th month of pregnancy. How am I doing, doctor? Am I healthy? After the examination, the pregnant woman looked at Zhang Yi expectantly and asked. Your blood pressure is 144/90, which is still within a normal range and not too high. Not too high? Will this blood pressure affect the baby? The pregnant woman asked anxiously, feeling her stomach. It's fine. Zhang Yi had originally wanted to tell the pregnant woman about her baby's condition, but now the umbilical cord is only wrapped around the neck once and does not pose a life-threatening risk to the baby. It's possible that in a few days, the baby might move around in the womb and untangle the umbilical cord on its own. Therefore, he decided not to mention it for now to avoid causing unnecessary worry. What is it, doctor? Nothing serious. Just make sure to get plenty of rest and exercise, and eat more meat. You're so skinny, the baby won't be fat either. Hee, that's good. Our place is pretty remote, what good food could there be? The woman joked for a moment before getting up and leaving. Zhang Yi watched the woman's departing figure with a worried expression. The village had a large population, and by the time everyone had been checked, it was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Doctor, thank you so much for staying so late. Why don't you stay the night in our village? It's getting dark, and there are no streetlights to guide you if you leave now. The village chief pointed to the sky and urged everyone to stay. Upon hearing that it would be unsafe after dark, the female doctors and nurses immediately huddled together in fear, trembling and saying, What? Then maybe we should stay here and trouble the village chief for the night? It's already 6 o'clock. If we go out now, it'll be pitch black. I don't want to walk the mountain paths in the dark. The male doctors weren't afraid, but considering the women's feelings, they decided to stay as well. Then we'll have to trouble the village chief. I wonder if there's enough room at his house for all of us. The village chief's house isn't big enough, but mine is. The old herbalist stepped forward and said with a smile. Mr. Wu, there's no need to trouble you. My family can accommodate you. The village chief bowed slightly. Ah, it's fine. Anyway, I'm the only one in my house, and there are a few empty beds for these male doctors to sleep on. Thank you, Mr. Wu. Zhang Yi nodded politely. Then, the village chief turned to the villagers still in the courtyard and asked, How about we have a welcome banquet tonight to thank these doctors? Thank them for coming all this way to provide free medical services for us. Great. Good. The villagers were very enthusiastic, clapping spontaneously and responding cheerfully. How can we accept this? We'll just have a light meal, there's no need to trouble everyone. The doctors waved their hands and said. No, it's no trouble. Everyone agrees, right? The village chief asked the villagers. No trouble. No problem, thank you. Well, we won't take you up on that then. Zhang Yi and his group couldn't refuse such a kind offer, so they had no choice but to agree. Before long, the villagers were bustling about in a lively commotion. The village chief's courtyard was very large, so everyone brought tables and chairs from their homes and set them up in the courtyard. The village chief's wife and many other women from the village were busy preparing meals in the kitchen, while the men gathered in the center of the courtyard and piled up some firewood. What are they doing? Mr. Wu, the herbalist.
Xu Xiaowen curiously asked the old herbalist Mr. Wu, who had been standing beside them the whole time. Ha, this welcome banquet is also called a bonfire party. It will be very lively later. Wow, a bonfire party. This is my first time attending such an event. Xiu Xiaowen's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a country bumpkin. You've never even been to a bonfire party before. Kongwei shook his head, looking down on Xu Xiaowen. Mind your own business. Xu Xiaowen shot Kongwei a disdainful glance. You want to find a girlfriend? Just buy a plane ticket and fly off to live your life. Soon, the smell of a hearty meal wafted from the village chief's house, and everyone's stomachs growled after a long day of work. The villagers brought the dishes they had prepared from their homes to the village chief's house. Once most of the dishes were served, the banquet officially began. Come on. Let's all raise a glass to the doctors who have come all the way from the city. The village chief stood up, raised his glass, and addressed everyone. The villagers followed suit and stood up as well. No need to be so formal. Please, it's nothing special. Gui Xinyan held his cup awkwardly. These villagers were too kind and hospitable. Don't say that. Our village is so remote that no doctors were willing to come here before. The only one who came was a shaman a few years ago, and then you arrived. We are truly grateful to you. Please try this, it's our village's specialty rice wine. It's not very strong, but it's incredibly fragrant. Really? Let us give it a try. Guo Xinyan sniffed the milky white liquid in the cup and couldn't help but let out a low hum. It's truly fragrant. After dinner, everyone lit a campfire, danced around it, and sang songs, creating a warm and cozy scene. Zhang Yi watched the scene and felt as though he had been healed. Country folk are so simple. Your name is Zhang Yi, right? Zhang Yi turned around and realized it was the old Chinese medicine doctor, Mr. Wu, who was calling him. Yes, it's me. What's the matter? How many years have you been studying medicine? 5 years in school, and maybe less than half a year in clinical practice. Zhang Yi answered honestly. That's good. I feel you're more composed than the others. Keep up the good work, this path isn't an easy one. Although he didn't know why the old Chinese medicine practitioner suddenly praised him, Zhang Yi still replied politely, I know, but I'll do my best. After all, this is the path I chose for myself. I'll walk it to the end, even if I have to crawl. Just then, a man with a panicked expression rushed into the village chief's house. Village chief quickly called a midwife to check on Sueyun. She's in labor, and I'm worried she's about to give birth. Chapter 97, Save the Mother or the Baby? Sueyun? Zhang Yi remembered that she was the pregnant woman who came for a checkup in the afternoon. Could she be going into labor suddenly? Zhang Yi stood up and decided to go check on her. Generally speaking, a pregnant woman in her 9th month should be in the hospital preparing for childbirth. However, in this remote rural area, traditional beliefs are still strong, and many women still choose to give birth at home. Zhang Yi does not advocate this practice, as giving birth at home can lead to many complications, such as postpartum infections or severe bleeding. In such cases, the lack of proper medical facilities in rural areas can put the mother's life at risk. At this point, the villagers, who had been enjoying themselves, lost their enthusiasm. A few women who had given birth also followed them to Sueyun's house. Accompanying them were 2 midwives, elderly women from the village who assisted with childbirth. They had no medical training, only basic knowledge of the steps involved in delivering a baby. However, Zhang Yi was concerned that the pregnant woman might not be able to give birth naturally. Sueyun's husband, Dazhuang, was a young man in the village, around 35 years old. As he walked, he explained that Sueyun had also wanted to attend the bonfire party to dance and have some fun, but Dazhuang had refused, worried that the crowd might push her around, especially since she was so far along in her pregnancy. But Sueyun wouldn't listen and insisted on coming. When Dazhuang refused, she sat at home crying. They say that pregnant women's emotions are extremely volatile and often on the brink of losing control, and that's true. Who knows? Sueyun was so angry that she stomped her foot, and then her stomach started hurting. When Zhang Yi and the others arrived at Sueyun's house, she was lying on the bed rolling around in pain. Zhang Yi took a look and saw that there was no bleeding, but the amniotic fluid had broken. Generally, after the amniotic fluid breaks, the mother begins to experience regular contractions. These contractions are a natural force of the body that helps deliver the baby. As the contractions progress, the cervix dilates, gradually expanding from 1 centimeter to 10 centimeters. Typically, when the cervix dilates to 3 centimeters, the doctor will recommend that the mother go to the delivery room to await labor. The cervix must dilate to 10 centimeters before it is ready for delivery. However, the process of dilating from 3 centimeters to 10 centimeters is incredibly painful. Pain is often rated on a scale of 10, and the pain experienced during childbirth is rated at 8. The pain experienced by late-stage cancer patients, caused by tumors compressing nerves, is rated at 9. However, even with pain at level 8, many women endure it for 10 hours, or even 20 hours, and some endure it for 2 days and 2 nights before giving birth. The agony they endure is something most men cannot fully comprehend. In this case, the pregnant woman's amniotic sac ruptured prematurely due to external factors, but her cervix has not dilated to the appropriate width. If the amniotic fluid is allowed to continue flowing out, the fetus will suffocate and die, and the mother may develop complications such as infection or amniotic fluid embolism. The best course of action at this point is to perform an emergency cesarean section immediately. Midwives, please help us. Sueyun is in your hands. Da Zhuang pleaded to the two elderly women in their 60s who were about to enter the house. Don't worry, I've been delivering babies for over 30 years. I guarantee everything will be fine. The old woman gave Da Zhuang a reassuring look. However, Zhang Yi knew that this woman could only undergo a cesarean section and natural birth was impossible. Otherwise, the baby would die in the womb, and the mother might also die from amniotic fluid embolism. Amniotic fluid embolism has an extremely high mortality rate. Typically, once a woman experiences amniotic fluid embolism, she may die along with the baby within minutes. No! This woman cannot give birth vaginally. But the conditions here are completely unsuitable for a cesarean section. Moreover, he himself had never practiced cesarean section in the system space. Please do not rely too heavily on this system. Someone who can perform a pancreatoduodenectomy and achieve a bacterial infection rate below 50% in an out-of-hospital thoracentesis should trust in their own abilities. But there are no materials. Gloves, suture thread, scalpels, hemostats, saline solution, or even penicillin. How are we supposed to perform this surgery? Wait a minute. Didn't Director Ma give us an emergency kit? Zhang Yi suddenly remembered the emergency kit, turned around, grabbed Guo Xinyan's shoulder, and said, Xinyan, let's go get the emergency kit Director Ma gave us. Guo Xinyan looked completely confused. What's going on? Just in case, I'm worried the mother won't be able to deliver the baby. Zhang Yi said as he pulled Guo Xinyan toward the village chief's house. Can't deliver the baby? How do you know? Guo Xinyan was a bit surprised. In the countryside, where would you find a hospital with sterile conditions? Better to be prepared for anything. Zhang Yi gave a vague explanation. Guo Xinyan nodded in agreement. Zhang Yi was right. In case of infection, there was still penicillin in the first aid kit to combat it. When Zhang Yi and Guo Xinyan returned with the first aid kit, they saw a midwife emerge from the house and urgently say to Da Zhuang, something's wrong. Sueyun is bleeding. If something happens, Da Zhuang, should we save the mother or the baby? What? Bleeding? No, the midwife must help. Da Zhuang turned to Zhang Yi and the other doctors, pleading desperately, please help. I need both my wife and child. I'll kneel before you, please help. As he spoke, he tried to kneel down, but Zhang Yi quickly pulled him back. Da Zhuang, don't panic. Let's go inside and take a look first. The midwife just said there's already bleeding. This situation is extremely dangerous. Xiao Xiaowen and Hishan, you go in first and take a look. Here, take these gloves. Zhang Yi turned to the female doctor and nurse and said, after all, it's a woman, and it wouldn't be appropriate for a male doctor to rush in first. A moment later, Nurse Hishan ran out and said, there's a lot of amniotic fluid, but the cervix is only dilated to 1 centimeter. We need to perform an emergency cesarean section immediately, but Dr. Chu says there are no surgical instruments available. Da Zhuang didn't understand much, but seeing Hishan's expression, he knew something was wrong. He burst into tears, please, save Sueyun. Please. Da Zhuang, don't cry. Making a scene like this will only make things worse for Sueyun. Guo Xinyan stepped forward to comfort Da Zhuang. A cesarean section is possible. Zhang Yi looked at the medications and simple instruments in the first aid kit and said to Hishan at the door. Chapter 98, The Crazy Surgery. There was no scalpel in the first aid kit, but a fruit knife could be used as a substitute. Suture thread and needles were available, and luckily, Dr. Ma had even provided 2 vials of anesthetic. However, these anesthetics are short-acting general anesthetics, with each dose containing 10 milligrams. The effects will wear off after approximately 1 hour, at which point the patient will regain consciousness. There are also gloves, cotton pads, gauze, penicillin, even syringes and forceps. Dr. Ma really came through in a pinch. Zhang Yi? What did you say? Can you perform a cesarean section? Guo Xinyan turned around and looked at Zhang Yi as if he were a monster, asking. Yes, a cesarean section is possible. I'll perform it. The items in this first aid kit are sufficient. Just give me a smaller, more delicate fruit knife. Zhang Yi, what are you saying? A cesarean section isn't something you can just decide to do. We haven't done an ultrasound, so we can't see the baby's condition, and there are many complications associated with a cesarean section. Guo Xinyan grabbed Zhang Yi by the arm and said in a reproachful tone. But if we don't perform a cesarean section immediately, it will be a case of 2 lives lost. Zhang Yi held the emergency kit and looked at Guo Xinyan firmly. Just as the two were facing off, Hishan rushed out and said, Dr. Chu said we need to find a way to get to the hospital immediately, or both of them will be in danger. Upon hearing this, many villagers standing outside couldn't help but look disappointed. After all, in their remote area, it took 2.5 to 3 hours just to get out of the village, and another half hour to reach the town hospital. Even if we were to take Sueyun to the hospital now, it would still be several hours later. I wonder if Sueyun will be able to hold on that long. Zhang Yi directly entered the room with the first aid kit, turned his back to the woman in labor on the bed, and said, Xiao Xiaowen, make sure to protect the privacy of the woman in labor. You just walked in like that? That's not appropriate. Chu Xiaowen said as she covered Sueyun's abdomen with a thin blanket. If I don't come in, both the adult and the child will die. Zhang Yi turned around again and said, not on the bed. Xiaoyi, take this large sterile cotton pad and place it on the long table. We need to move the person onto the table. The first aid kit has saline solution and penicillin. Do a skin test first. Ha? Oh, Hishan was a bit confused, hesitated for a moment, but then did as instructed. Wait, Zhang Yi, what are you doing? You're not really going to perform a cesarean section, are you? You're crazy. Xu Xiaowen stood up and said seriously. I'm not crazy. The baby's umbilical cord is wrapped around its neck once, plus the amniotic sac has ruptured prematurely, and the cervix isn't dilating. If we delay any longer, do you think what will happen? Do you really think it only takes 10 minutes to get to the town hospital from here? Or do you think a rural health clinic can handle this kind of patient? By the time this woman is finally taken to the county hospital, she might already be dead. Even if she survives, the baby inside will die from oxygen deprivation. Zhang Yi's words struck her to the core. Although he wasn't an obstetrician, he had worked in the obstetrics department before. In this situation, if they didn't perform an emergency cesarean section immediately, it would truly be a case of losing both mother and child. Zhang Yi's words hit her right where it hurt. Though he wasn't an obstetrician, he had worked in the obstetrics department before. In this situation, if they didn't perform an emergency cesarean section immediately, it would truly be a case of losing both mother and child. But here? But you're being way too crazy. What you're doing is completely unreasonable. Xu Xiaowen ran out of words and could only describe Zhang Yi's current actions as unreasonable. I'm in so much pain. Please help me. If anything happens to me, please make sure the baby is safe. At that moment, the laboring woman, enduring excruciating pain, looked at Xu Xiaowen and Zhang Yi and said. She was sweating profusely, her forehead drenched in sweat, and her hair was soaked and clinging to her face. From trying so hard to endure the pain, her lower lip was bitten until it bled slightly. But Xiao Xiaowen still couldn't believe it. Could they really perform a cesarean section here? This was completely beyond her understanding, including her years of medical school and clinical experience. No one had ever performed surgery under such circumstances. But if she didn't, both patients would die. If she did, there was a chance she could save both of them. At the very least, she could save one of them. Xiao Xiaowen felt like she was going mad. How could she gradually come to believe that Zhang Yi's approach might be the right one? Goodness, I can't believe it. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and help. There's anesthetic in the first aid kit. We can administer it for full anesthesia, but the effect wears off quickly, so the surgery must be completed within an hour. Zhang Yi spoke as he picked up Sueyin and carried her to the already prepared long table. Xiao Xiaowen was still struggling internally, trying to decide whether to participate in this yet unreasonable surgery. However, her subconscious actions had already begun to assist in lifting the person. Have you done the skin test? Zhang Yi asked. Has the skin test been done? Zhang Yi asked. It's been done, but we have to wait 10 minutes for the results. Hishan replied. Before administering penicillin or cephalosporin antibiotics to the patient, it is mandatory to conduct a drug allergy test. This involves pinching the skin on the inner side of the wrist, then using a 1 ml syringe needle to create a 510-degree angle and inject 0.1 ml of the medication into the skin. A small bump will form on the skin. After removing the needle, observe the area for 20 minutes. If the result is negative, there will be no redness or swelling at the test site, and no other discomfort. If the result is positive, the skin will swell, develop a red halo, and form a hard lump with a diameter greater than 1 centimeter. The skin may itch, and in severe cases, a single skin test can trigger an allergic shock reaction in the patient. Zhang Yi took out the sterile cotton pads, gauze, saline solution, iodine disinfectant, and disposable suture kit from the first aid kit. The woman and child should be most grateful to Dr. Ma for making this surgery possible. If Dr. Ma hadn't given them this emergency first aid kit before leaving, Zhang Yi wouldn't have had the confidence to say he could perform the surgery. Xiaoyi, go outside and find that big guy named Dezhuang and have him bring 3 bags of saline solution over here. Also, have him bring in a sharp small fruit knife. Hurry up! Zhang Yi turned to Ishan and said. All right. In no time, a cloth bag filled with salt and a fruit knife were brought over. Just then, the results of the penicillin skin test also came out. Dr. Zhang, what are the results of Sueyun's skin test? Chapter 99, Zhang Yi is truly amazing, almost scary. What? Zhang Yi furrowed his brows. The results of the penicillin test were of utmost importance. If it was confirmed that he was allergic to penicillin, the success rate of the surgery would be halved, as penicillin was the first-line antibiotic during surgery. At this critical juncture, if he was allergic to penicillin, there would be no alternative antibiotics available. Therefore, it is absolutely crucial to avoid a penicillin allergy. It's a bit red. Should Dr. Zhang take a look? Nurse Yishan replied uncertainly. Zhang Yi approached with bated breath, took a closer look, and sighed in relief. It's okay. The slight redness is caused by the needle prick and pain, which made the skin tighten locally. The skin bump hasn't enlarged, and there are no hard lumps. The small blisters caused by the medication are also softening. She's not allergic to penicillin. That's wonderful. Xu Xiaowen had also unconsciously begun to immerse herself in the surgical atmosphere. She knew that if Zueyan had developed a penicillin allergy at this point, there was a high likelihood that the surgery would only save the baby and not her. In such a rudimentary environment, the risk of infection for the mother was very high. Without penicillin to control the infection, Zueyun might not even survive long enough to reach the hospital. Can the doctor save my baby? Seeing Dr. Chu Xiaowen's reaction, Zueyan thought there might be hope and asked aloud. I can't guarantee anything for Chu Xiaowen. She doesn't even know why she impulsively agreed to undergo such a risky surgery with Zhang Yi. It's possible. I'll give you anesthesia now. Just relax and sleep. When you wake up, you'll see your child. I promise both you and the child will be safe and sound. Zueyan heard this and gripped Zhang Yi's hand. The sweat from her hands instantly soaked his palm. Choking back tears, she said, "Thank you, doctor. Please help me save my child." Then, the nurse established an intravenous line and administered the anesthetic solution into Zueyun's bloodstream through the near end of the foretube. About 10 seconds later, Zueyun closed her eyes heavily. Xiao Zhao, hold the lamp. Xiao He, you're responsible for measuring blood pressure and pulse, and report back to me every 5 minutes. Got it. Since the indoor lighting wasn't very bright, Zhang Yi had to ask another nurse to hold the desk lamp while he operated. The surgery began with hand washing, putting on gloves and masks, disinfecting the mother's abdomen with iodine solution, and making a horizontal incision in the center of the lower abdomen. Fortunately, the knife was sharp and made a clean cut. After incising the skin tissue, the blood was wiped away with dry gauze. The anterior sheath of the rectus abdominis muscle was then incised, and the incision was enlarged with scissors to retract the subcutaneous tissue. The peritoneum was incised, and the peritoneum was retracted using the only 2 vascular clamps available to explore the abdominal cavity. Saltwater gauze pad. All right. Xu Xiaowen handed the saltwater gauze pad to Zhang Yi. The saltwater gauze pad is used to push aside the intestines and prevent amniotic fluid and blood from entering the abdominal cavity after the next step of piercing the amniotic membrane. Subsequently, the uterus is incised, and the area is wiped with dry gauze to remove blood. The sharp tip of the scalpel is then used to gently puncture the amniotic membrane, which is then gently pulled apart. The fetus's head is supported with the hand and gently guided out. A faint cry echoed throughout the room and into the outdoors. Those outside, upon hearing the sound, finally relaxed their tense hearts. Dazhuan couldn't hold back his excitement and tears welled up in his eyes, but he didn't dare to relax yet. The child was out, but what about Zueyun? How was Zueyun? Inside the house. Cutting the umbilical cord. Okay. Xiao Xiaowen picked up the scissors, cut the umbilical cord with a snip, tied off the end, and handed it to the nurse to wrap in a blanket. There was no scale to weigh the baby, so the weight was temporarily unknown. Normally, after the fetus is delivered, oxytocin should be administered directly into the uterus. However, this medication was indeed not available in the emergency kit. We would have to wait until the incision was sutured and then transport the mother to the hospital immediately for intravenous administration of oxytocin. Next, use the 2 forceps from earlier to grasp the edges of the uterine incisions on both sides and the corners of the uterus, allowing the placenta to naturally separate from the uterine cavity. Then place the removed placenta into the pre-prepared bag. Carefully clean the uterine cavity with dry gauze to remove any remaining fetal membranes and placental tissue. The final step was suturing. Due to the limited number of sutures available, Zhang Yi had to use them sparingly. However, even so, the procedure left Xu Xiaowen speechless. She was still in disbelief. Was it really finished already? She only helped cut the umbilical cord the entire time. Blood pressure, 110/64 millimeters of mercury, pulse rate, 72 beats per minute. Zhang Yi nodded, vital signs are still okay. Continue monitoring. We don't have an ECG monitor here, so we'll have to measure manually. Okay. Zhang Yi continued working non-stop. After suturing the uterine cavity, he had to check for any bleeding at the suture site, examine both sides of the adnexa for abnormalities, and count all the surgical instruments used before closing the abdomen. After the final stitch was placed, Zhang Yi disinfected the wound, applied dry gauze and elastic gauze from the first aid kit, secured it in place, and then placed the previously prepared salt bag over the wound to apply pressure and stop bleeding. Xiao Ziwen estimated the time. This couldn't have taken more than half an hour, could it? Everything was done? That's amazing.
And how did Zhang Yi know the umbilical cord was wrapped around the fetus's neck? Just now, she glanced at it, and the baby really had the cord wrapped around its neck, and it was pretty tight. If it hadn't been for the premature rupture of membranes today, making a cesarean section unavoidable, this baby would have likely suffocated in Sueyun's womb within 5 days. If Sueyun had tried to give birth naturally then, the baby would have been stillborn. At the thought of this, Zhu Xiaowen turned her head and looked deeply at Zhang Yi, who was lowering his head and carefully performing the final step of suturing. The mask above his face revealed a pair of deep eyes, and not a single drop of sweat could be seen on his full forehead. This is absolutely incredible. This guy isn't even tired? Not nervous? This isn't the operating table, after all. On the operating table, there are surgical lights and various precision instruments, but here, there's only a desk lamp and some crude forceps and gauze. Doesn't he fear failure? Why is he so adamant that a cesarean section is necessary? How can he be so certain that the baby has the umbilical cord wrapped around its neck? And how can he remain so calm in such a situation? Xiao Xiaowen couldn't understand Zhang Yi anymore. She even felt that he was so skilled it was a bit unsettling. Chapter 100, When Patients Need Us, We're Here. What are you standing there for? Go pick up the child. Zhang Yi shouted at Xu Xiaowen, who was standing beside him, looking dazed and confused. What are you thinking about at a time like this? Still spacing out? The pediatrician should be checking on the child's condition instead of standing here like an idiot. Ha? Oh. Xu Xiaowen awkwardly snapped back to reality and walked over to carefully check the infant's basic condition and vital signs. The child is fine now, it's up to Sueyun. Xu Xiaowen picked up the child and said to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi took off his blood-stained gloves and placed them in a pre-prepared medical waste bag while saying, "We need to take Sueyun to the hospital immediately. She hasn't been given oxytocin yet. If we wait here for the situation to improve before going to the hospital, I'm worried that unnecessary complications may arise." Xiao Xiaowen nodded in agreement with Zhang Yi's assessment. Whether it's a normal delivery or a cesarean section, the uterus will have expanded to its limit during childbirth and will have difficulty contracting back to its original size. At this point, using oxytocin helps the uterus contract and expel the accumulated lochia. Compared to vaginal delivery, the uterus contracts less effectively after a cesarean section, making the administration of oxytocin essential. This helps promptly remove blood clots and lochia from the uterine cavity, thereby reducing the risk of gynecological conditions and other complications. However, the process of administering oxytocin is extremely painful. But how were we supposed to get her to the hospital? The nearest one was the town health clinic, which was at least a 3-hour walk away. Then let's try to shorten the time as much as possible and get him to the clinic within an hour. 1 hour? Xiao Xiaowen was once again startled by Zhang Yi. They had already spent 2.5 hours just getting inside today, and the area where they had to park the ambulance was also bumpy and difficult to navigate. How could they possibly shorten that to just 1 hour? Are you flying or something? You stay here with Sueyun. I'll go out and talk to Dazhuang and the villagers. Before I could finish speaking, all I could see was Zhang Yi's back. Outside the house. The child is healthy, but Sueyun must go to the hospital for better treatment now, or she will develop many complications. Dazhuang was still happy when he heard the first part, but when he heard the second part, his heart sank, and he asked anxiously, "How are we going to take her there? Does anyone in the village have a stretcher? Or even a wooden board that can lift a person?" Zhang Yi looked around at the villagers standing nearby and asked. "I have one at home. I'll go get it for you." The one who spoke up was the old traditional doctor, Mr. Wu. "Thank you, Mr. Wu. I'll help you carry it." Dazhuang turned around and looked at Mr. Wu gratefully. Then, the two of them headed toward Mr. Wu's house together. "Village chief, could you please prepare a thermos of warm water? The child needs to be taken to the hospital, and they won't be able to drink milk on the way, so they'll need warm water instead." "Sure, no problem." The village chief nodded repeatedly. "Dr. Zhang, do you need a baby bottle?" "I have one at home," a kind woman asked from the side. "Sure, bring them all. Sueyun's condition requires a few days of observation in the hospital." Dr. Zhang nodded. Soon, the wooden boards were brought over, along with warm water and a baby bottle. Everyone helped assemble the boards into a stretcher, then carefully placed the still unconscious Sueyun onto it. Everyone stood at the entrance of Dazhuang's house with flashlights, intending to take Sueyun to the town hospital together. "Thank you all, but it's so dark out, I don't want to trouble you. I'll go by myself." Dazhuang kept thanking them and nodding repeatedly. "Dazhuang, how can you go alone? We'll go with you." "Exactly. It's so dark out. How are you going to carry Sueyun by yourself? Plus, you have to hold a child. You probably can't even see the road." "Dazhuang, we'll go with you. We're doctors after all, we can take care of the child and monitor Sueyun's condition along the way," Guo Xinyan said, placing his hand on Dazhuang's shoulder. Dazhuang's gaze swept over every villager and doctor present, then he wiped away the tears streaming down his face and said, "Thank you all. No need to be so formal. We're all family here."
We're all from the same village, helping each other out is only natural. Zhang Yi was also touched by their kindness. These villagers are truly warm-hearted. Hishan, make sure not to remove the 4-needle from Tsueyan's hand. If she wakes up and can't tolerate the pain, administer another dose of anesthetic. Bring the blood pressure monitor too, we'll need it on the way. Zhang Yi thought for a moment before giving further instructions to Hishan. Got it. For now, I'll have to trouble you girls to come along as well. It's okay, let's go. After all, we're doctors and nurses. Wherever the patients need us, we'll be there. Xiao Xiaowen wrapped her arms around her, looking righteous as she spoke. Zhang Yi looked at Chu Xiaowen's expression and chuckled softly. He then turned to the villagers who were about to leave and said, "We'll do our best to get Tsueyan to the hospital within an hour. That will reduce the risk to her life. So, the women and children shouldn't come with us this time. If they get tired or exhausted, we won't be able to take care of them. Instead, we need a few strong men to help carry Tsueyan. If anyone gets tired, they can take turns resting." Does everyone agree? Zhang Yi's words immediately deterred many villagers who had been eager to join in. Zhang Yi's words also immediately deterred many villagers who had come to watch the commotion. In the end, the 8 medical staff members who had come to the countryside for the free clinic decided to leave together, take Tsueyan to the hospital, and then find a hotel in the town to stay the night before returning to Tianshan City the next day. Accompanying them on the journey were 5 villagers who were accustomed to doing physical labor, who would assist Dazhuang in carrying Tsueyan. Midway through the journey, Tsueyan woke up, and her first words were that she wanted to see her children. Where are the children? Where are my children, Dazhuang? Tsueyan didn't even have time to think about where she was. She immediately asked about the children's condition. The group stopped in their tracks, showed Tsueyan the child, and took a brief rest. Here he is. He just had some water and fell asleep again. Take a look. Xu Xiaowen brought the child over to Tsueyan. A tiny, wrinkled face, no bigger than the palm of a hand, was sleeping peacefully. It was cold in the mountains at night, so Chu Xiaowen had specially wrapped the child in a thin cotton blanket. He looks just like me. Tsueyan couldn't help but shed tears as she looked at the child. Just then, the incision on her abdomen began to throb with a dull pain. My stomach hurts so much. Chapter 101, You can't cure me, I'll cure myself. Can you endure it? Hold on a little longer? Zhang Yi estimated the distance and, judging by their current pace, it would take at least 2 more hours to reach the town hospital. It hurts so much. Tsueyan had probably never been cut like this before in her life, and she couldn't bear it for a moment. If Tsueyan had given birth in a hospital, she would have been on a pain pump by now, and perhaps she wouldn't be in so much pain. However, they didn't have the concept of giving birth in a hospital, or perhaps the mountain roads were too difficult to travel, making it inconvenient to go out. The intense pain can cause restlessness, elevated blood pressure, and even lead to the wound reopening when the body twists. Therefore, there was no other option but to use the last dose of anesthetic to prevent Tsueyan's wound from tearing and bleeding. Inject this into her. It should keep her going for another hour. Zhang Yi took the medication from the first aid kit and handed it to Hishan. The liquid was slowly injected into Tsueyan's body. Within 10 seconds, Tsueyan closed her eyes again. Doctor, Tsueyan's husband doesn't understand what this medicine is. How could it make Tsueyan fall asleep so quickly? It's okay. This is a painkiller. We need to hurry up, otherwise, delaying will affect her condition. Let me carry her. You've been holding her for so long, go rest for a while. Zhang Yi took the rope from Dazhuang's hands and said, How can I let you do that, doctor? Dazhuang glanced at Zhang Yi, concerned about his stamina. After all, they were city doctors who had never done farm work before. They'd probably be out of breath after just a few steps. On the other side, Guoxinyan had also switched places with one of the villagers who had helped carry the stretcher earlier. The group set off again, but after only a short while, Guoxinyan began to feel exhausted. Zhang Yi was walking so fast. He was struggling to keep up. Zhang Yi, slow down a bit? I'm a bit tired, Guoxinyan said, panting heavily. Zhang Yi turned around and looked at Guoxinyan, who was covered in sweat, feeling a bit surprised. Was he walking too fast? Or was Guoxinyan just not in good shape? Come on, let me take over for Xinyan. Kongwei took the load from Guoxinyan and began walking forward alongside Zhang Yi. At the front of the group, 2 villagers held flashlights to light the way, while 2 doctors followed behind with flashlights as well. The crowd surrounding the children and Tsueyan grew even larger in the middle. On one hand, they had to watch the children, and on the other, they had to take care of Tsueyan. Not even 20 minutes had passed, and Kongwei couldn't take it anymore. Oh my god, carrying this stretcher is so tiring. Zhang Yi, what's wrong with you? Aren't you tired? Kongwei called for a timeout, indicating that he needed to rest for a moment. I'm not tired. Let's hurry up and get him to the hospital first, then we can rest. Zhang Yi urged. Seeing Kongwei panting heavily, Zhang Yi shook his head repeatedly and said, I think you 2 should go to the gym when you have time. You might even meet some fitness-loving beauties there. Kongwei nodded in agreement, handed the rope on his shoulder to a villager who came to take over, and said, Yeah. You're right. I'll go get a gym membership when I get back. Hurrying along, they finally made it out of the mountains, but they still had another half-hour walk before reaching the town hospital. But Zhang Yi estimated that the painkiller's effect was about to wear off. If Tsueyan woke up again, there would be no pain medication left. The road was bumpy, and riding in a vehicle was out of the question. It would only cause the wound to reopen. Therefore, there was no choice but to carry her there. Let's hurry up and get her to the town clinic before Tsueyan wakes up. Zhang Yi turned back and said to everyone. After walking for an hour and a half on mountain paths, it would be a lie to say we weren't tired. The villagers seemed fine, but the doctors were clearly struggling, especially the women, and Chu Xiaowen was also carrying a child. Are you okay? Can you hold on a little longer? Zhang Yi asked Chu Xiaowen. I can't hold on even if I want to. Chu Xiaowen rolled her eyes at Zhang Yi. Among all these doctors, she's the only pediatrician. If she doesn't hold the baby, who will? At most, she can switch with the nurses for a while, but if anything happens to the baby, she's the one who has to watch over it. Moreover, newborn babies shouldn't be jostled too much, and after walking all this way, she was worried she might bump the baby. That's fine. The streets in town finally had some streetlights, but they were sporadic. It was already past 2 a.m., and the countryside was much colder than the city at night. The girls, who were dressed lightly, chose to walk close together. Finally, they arrived at the town's health clinic, a 4-story building. Zhang Yi took one look and immediately felt that this clinic probably wouldn't be able to admit a patient like Sueyun. Da Zhuang hurriedly approached the hospital lobby, but there was no one inside. However, the lights in the registration office and pharmacy were still on, which meant someone was there, probably just sleeping. Doctor? Is anyone there? Da Zhuang and several villagers rushed into the hospital and started shouting. A minute later, a young man with sleepy eyes and messy hair emerged from the pharmacy. He said irritably, "What's going on? What's going on? It's late at night, and you're making so much noise. What's the matter?" He spoke while putting on his yellowed white coat. "Doctor, please go check on my wife. She just gave birth." Da Zhuang didn't get angry at the worker's tone but instead spoke softly, asking him to take a look at Sueyan. The man looked in the direction Da Zhuang was pointing and, after just one glance, shook his head and said, "There's nothing we can do here. Go to the county hospital." Can't be cured? Zhang Yi glanced up and down at the staff member who had just been woken up from a nap. He must be a pharmacist. He hadn't even let the doctor take a look and already said it couldn't be treated? You have a doctor on duty, right? Where is he? Zhang Yi stepped forward and asked the pharmacist. The pharmacist replied impatiently, "This is just a small clinic. We can't treat such a serious illness. Hurry to the county hospital. Don't wait here and risk losing him." Zhang Yi grabbed the pharmacist by the collar and shouted, "Did you even look under the blanket to see what's wrong? You just say you can't treat it? It's so late at night, how much time will we waste going to the county hospital? If you can't treat him, make room for me. I'll treat him." Chapter 102, Eyes in the Dark. I'm the on-call doctor. Just as the two were about to draw their swords, a slightly hoarse voice came from the second-floor stairwell, clearly having just woken up. Everyone looked up and saw a young male doctor in his early 20s slowly walking toward them. Zhang Yi let go of the pharmacist's collar. The pharmacist glared angrily at Zhang Yi before rubbing his neck, where faint red marks were still visible from the force of the grip. "Are you the on-duty doctor here?" Zhang Yi looked at his face, which was half covered in red marks from lying face down, and asked again with concern. "Yes." After receiving the man's affirmative response, Zhang Yi asked, "Are you the only doctor on duty in the entire building?" "Yes." Generally, smaller health clinics have only one doctor and one nurse on duty at night because there are very few patients who need to stay overnight for observation. "Do you have any oxytocin here?" Zhang Yi asked again. The on-duty doctor looked at Zhang Yi and the group of well-dressed young people behind him, as well as the group of farmers who stood out like a sore thumb, then glanced at Sueyan lying on the stretcher, already in pain and moaning in agony. He said, "You need to explain the situation in detail. That woman is the laboring mother. She presented with premature rupture of membranes around 10:30 p.m., and the cervix failed to dilate, making vaginal delivery impossible. I performed an emergency cesarean section at home around 10:50 p.m., but..." "What the hell? At home? A cesarean section?" The on-call doctor nearly dropped his jaw in shock, staring at Zhang Yi in disbelief. Xiao Xiaowen, standing nearby, was also amazed. How did Zhang Yi remember the time so precisely? She hadn't seen him check the time earlier. Under such circumstances, Zhang Yi was able to notice the time, proving him to be an extremely meticulous person. "Don't misunderstand us. We are doctors from the People's Hospital of Tianshan City. We have some basic surgical instruments in our emergency medical kit, which is why we were able to assist. However, this woman in labor has not been administered oxytocin, and she must receive an injection of oxytocin immediately. Otherwise, it could lead to complications." Zhang Yi gave a brief explanation, hoping the young doctor would understand, but he seemed confused, still fixated on the idea of performing a cesarean section at home. A cesarean section at home, the doctor exclaimed, looking around in disbelief. He finally noticed the infant in Chu Xiaowen's arms. The baby had been sleeping peacefully but was now awakened by the commotion. Wah wah! The child kept crying, so Chu Xiaowen had no choice but to walk over and gently pat the child's back to comfort him, giving the doctor on duty a stern look. The on-duty doctor finally realized he had overreacted, turned back to Zhang Yi, and said, I can't fully trust what you're saying, but we do have oxytocin here. Let me examine the mother's condition thoroughly first before deciding what to do. Alright, please hurry. The mother has already been delayed for nearly 2.5 hours without oxytocin. We administered 1 dose of penicillin earlier, and the skin test showed no allergic reaction. We hope your hospital has the simplest antimicrobial treatment available. Don't worry, we do have antibiotics available. Come on, let's take the patient to the 2nd floor for a quick examination. The on-duty doctor then turned to the farmers and said, Alright. Dazhuang replied repeatedly, and together with several villagers, they carried the patient to the 2nd floor. Cuxiawen, holding the child, followed them upstairs. Soon, the on-call doctor gave a quick examination and emerged from the observation room, addressing the crowd. The wound is bleeding slightly, but it's not serious. I'll administer a dose of oxytocin first. However, we don't have a pain pump here, so the mother will have to endure the pain for the night. The road here is also in poor condition, and going to the county hospital now would likely cause more bleeding. Unfortunately, there's no other option but to have the mother endure the pain for the night. Alright, thank you, doctor. Dazhuang said politely. After that, Dazhuang followed the on-duty doctor downstairs to pay the fees. The nurse at the clinic helped bring over a small bed, and only then did Chu Xiaowen have a moment to lay the child down. She had just fed the baby some warm water while it was crying, and now it was sleeping soundly again. Oh, holding this child all the way here, I've grown a bit attached to him. He is so cute, Chu Xiaowen smiled as she looked at the child in the simple crib. I think you're a single woman of a certain age who's ready to be a mom, aren't you? Kong Wei, don't try to act all high and mighty. You're just a lifelong bachelor yourself. What are you two doing, putting on a show in the middle of the night? One sings, the other responds. Zhang Yibai shot the two of them a glance and interrupted. This child doesn't have a name yet, does he? Guo Xinyan leaned against the doorframe and asked. Everyone realized that was true. The child didn't have a name yet. What should we name him? How about CE? This surgery was truly incredible. Under such conditions, they managed to deliver the baby, and both the mother and child are doing well. This child is extremely lucky to have met us. Chu Xiaowen sighed, resting her chin on her hand. We should thank Shang Yi, not bring others into it. You're really taking all the credit for yourself, aren't you? Kong Wei pointed at Zhang Yi with his chin. At least I helped cut the umbilical cord. Alright, you two, let's find a place to sleep so we can get up early tomorrow and head back to Tianshan City. Zhang Yi spoke up to remind everyone. They hadn't noticed until Zhang Yi mentioned it, but now everyone started yawning. After all, it was already 3 a.m., and after being on high alert for so long followed by the exhausting journey, everyone suddenly felt incredibly tired. When Dazhuang returned, everyone bid farewell to him and the villagers. Dazhuang kept thanking them, saying, Thank you so much. Without you, my wife and children might have been in serious trouble. Ah, Dazhuang, don't say that. Meeting you was fate. This child is also fate for us. Don't say any more. Hurry back and take care of Cueyun. Kong Wei generously patted Dazhuang on the shoulder and said. Oh, Dazhuang, don't say that. Meeting each other is fate. This child is also fate for us. Don't say any more. Hurry back and take care of Cueyun. Kong Wei generously patted Dazhuang on the shoulder, looking as though he had saved Dazhuang's wife and children himself. After bidding farewell to Dazhuang, Zhang Yi and his group found the hotel where the ambulance driver was staying and planned to rest for the night before returning to the city together the next day. Just as the group entered the Qingchun Hotel, a pair of dark eyes were watching them from a short distance away. Chapter 103, Unable to resist the creeping chill down my spine. Goodness, what is that smell in this room? As soon as the girls entered, they were hit by a strange odor that made them wrinkle their noses. Oh my goodness, is this even habitable? Oldly, what kind of hotel did you choose? Chu Ziwen complained, glancing at the ambulance driver Oldly. This is the best hotel in town. Let's just stay here for one night and head back to the city tomorrow. Oldly had been woken up in the middle of the night by their call and was also completely baffled. How dare these people come out of the mountains in the middle of the night? You few just make do for one night. Do you think you can stay in a 5-star hotel wherever you go? Kong Wei shook his head, looking at the few girls with their pampered expressions, and said helplessly. Sigh, this is an 80 yuan a night rural inn. What else can you expect? At least there's a bed. Xiao Xiaowen took another look at the room's facilities. There were only 2 simple beds. The 4 girls could squeeze in somehow, but there was no shower. Not even an air conditioner. In the corner stood a dusty, broken standing fan, and she didn't even know if it worked. Sleeping there with the small beds and 4 girls crammed together, they'd surely roast to death. In any case, Chu Xiaowen couldn't praise the facilities of this hotel at all, but there was simply no other place to stay at the moment. Sigh. I guess I'll just have to make do for one night. Xiao Xiaowen sighed and walked over to the old, dusty fan to take a look. She wanted to see if it worked, so she plugged the cord into the socket at the back. Buzz. The fan is actually spinning. However, slapped Chu Xiaowen in the face with dust. Ah. Cough. Chu Xiaowen stumbled backward repeatedly, trying to spit out the dust that had been blown into his mouth by the wind. His comical appearance amused many people nearby. What the hell are you laughing at? Chu Xiaowen shouted angrily. At that moment, the innkeeper approached with an apologetic expression and said, I'm so sorry. There aren't usually this many people here, and it's been a while since we cleaned. Let me get a cloth to wipe the dust off for you. The innkeeper was an elderly woman in her 60s. Chu Xiaowen felt awkward asking her to do it, so she took the cloth and started wiping herself. After all the cleaning and fuss, everyone finally went to bed around 4 in the morning. Before going to sleep, Zhang Yi wasn't very reassured, so he walked over to the girls' room and reminded them, Xiao Xiaowen, make sure you lock the doors. The doors here aren't as secure as those in city hotels. It's always better to be cautious. Alright. We know, go to sleep already. The voices of several girls urging him to hurry up came from the room, so Zhang Yi had no choice but to return to his own room. Just as everyone had fallen into a deep sleep after a long day, a lithe figure quietly scaled the iron gate at the entrance of the inn and leaped inside. Though he appeared to be an experienced hand, his silhouette in the moonlight was not tall, clearly that of a teenager. The next day, a sharp scream came from the girls' room. What's going on? Zhang Yi was the first to reach the door and knocked while asking. The next second, the door opened, and Chu Xiaowen appeared with a panicked expression on her face, exclaiming, Oh no! Our phones and the money in our wallets are all gone. What? No way! The other doctors also rushed over upon hearing the commotion. We've been robbed? Xiao Xiaowen opened the door and gestured for everyone to come in and take a look. I left my phone charging on the bedside table while I was sleeping, but when I woke up, it was gone. Hishan also looked frustrated and said, Mine too. And my wallet. I was worried about some places in the countryside not having WeChat, so I specifically withdrew 2,000 yuan in cash and put it in my bag, but I never used it. When I realized my phone was gone, I checked my wallet, and the money was gone too. Exactly. I took out 1,000 yuan in cash, and it's gone too. And my brand new Huawei phone. I just bought it less than 2 weeks ago, and it cost over 5,000 yuan. I'm heartbroken. Another nurse complained. Zhang Yi quickly calculated the total loss, including the cash and the phone, which amounted to over 30,000 yuan. But why were only the women robbed, and not us men? Kong Wei was puzzled. How did the thief manage to sneak into their female dormitory room by chance? Is that possible? Zhang Yi pondered for a moment before speaking solemnly. What possibility? That thief has likely been secretly watching us since yesterday, knowing we moved in here. The man dared not steal from us, only from the women. Zhang Yi shared his suspicions. The 4 girls immediately felt a chill down their spines. Someone had been following them last night? That's so terrifying. She was still a young, unmarried woman of 28, not even in her 30s yet. And Ishan has only just turned 23 this year. It's hard to imagine what would have happened if it weren't for the fact that there were a few older men from the same industry living next door. Would the thief have done anything else besides stealing? Cuxiawen couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine at the thought of that. She couldn't help but cling tightly to the other nurses. What should we do now? Should we call the police? I feel so scared. I'm worried that the thief might follow us to the city. When Chu Xiaowen said that, the other nurses became even more frightened, chattering and complaining non-stop. Could the thief have set his sights on one of us? Oh my god, this is so scary. Exactly. What if this time it was just because there were so many of us that he could only steal things? What about next time? Could it get even more terrifying? I dare not think about it. Wah! Alright. Calm down first. Let's call the police. After all, this is already a burglary, and it's worth over 30,000 yuan. The police should handle this. Zhang Yi raised his hand to interrupt the women who were still arguing non-stop. Alright. Guo Xinyan responded, pulling out his phone to dial the emergency number. It wasn't until the police arrived that the innkeeper realized the room had been robbed. She apologized briefly and then slinked away, probably worried that Zhang Yi and his group would demand compensation. The surveillance cameras in the area where you were staying seem to have been malfunctioning, so we can't see the details. The lead officer, a heavy-set man, said after hearing the account of the incident. What? Chapter 104, Looking for a Needle in a Haystack. No way, officer. What are we going to do? They lost over 30,000 yuan. Kong Wei was getting anxious. This was all hard-earned money from everyone's work, and the nurses' salaries weren't that high either. Losing so much all at once, we have to find out who did this. What if it's one of those people with a grudge against women who've been in the news lately? then they're in real danger. Don't worry, just come with us back to the station first. We'll check the surveillance footage and see what happened, okay? One of the two police officers, the slightly overweight one, spoke quite politely. All right. A large group arrived at the town police station. Due to an incident, the ambulance drivers, Old Lee and Old Cheen, could only wait in their vehicles outside the police station. Inside the station, they carefully reviewed the surveillance footage. Sure enough, the cameras near Chingchun guest house were all malfunctioning. This rural area is really something. If something is broken, why don't they fix it? What if something serious happens? Zhang Yi frowned and thought for a moment before asking the slightly heavier police officer, could you please help me check the surveillance cameras near the clinic? The cameras near the clinic should still be working, right? Near the clinic? Sure, I'll check for you. The fat policeman searched on the computer screen for a while. Found it. There's one near the health center. Could you please set the time to around 3 a.m. yesterday? Sure. The police officer kindly agreed to Zhang Yi's request. Just as the screen on the computer showed Zhang Yi and his group about to leave the clinic, Zhang Yi suddenly paused the video. Wait. Officer, please click on the residential building in the bottom right corner and rewind 2 seconds. Zhang Yi stared intently at the surveillance footage as he spoke. Then, the overweight police officer clicked on the scene Zhang Yi had mentioned and rewound it by 2 seconds. In the scene, behind the utility pole next to the residential building, there was clearly someone hiding. There are no streetlights near the power pole, so it's easy to mistake the figure for the darkness if you don't look closely. Zhang Yi has such good eyesight? Kongwei and the others watching the surveillance footage alongside him silently gave Zhang Yi a thumbs up. This guy is a jack of all trades. The fat police officer zoomed in on the image, trying to get a clearer view of the person hiding behind the utility pole. Unfortunately, after zooming in, the image was extremely blurry, and all that could be seen was the back of the person's head. It was only vaguely discernible that the person was slim, with messy, curly hair that resembled natural curls, wearing a blue short-sleeved shirt, and nothing else could be seen. The police then checked several other town entrances and exits, as well as surveillance cameras on the roads leading to the county seat, but they did not see the slender figure in the blue short-sleeved shirt again. Why don't I help you contact your superiors so you can go to the county police station to take a look? The overweight police officer's implication was that they couldn't find him here. The girl stepped out of the police station and sighed repeatedly, oh well, I guess we'll never get our money back. Yeah, I feel the same way. Sigh, there's no surveillance footage, and we can't even see their faces. Poor new phone of mine. I think that person is a kid. It's possible. Just looking at his shadow, he seems like a 12 or 13-year-old child. Adults aren't that short, are they? What should we do now? Go back? Or keep going to the county police station to check the surveillance footage? Xiao Xiaowen didn't know either. She was both scared and a bit annoyed by the hassle. The county was no place like the town. It was several times larger, and finding someone there would be even more troublesome. Keep checking the surveillance footage. No matter who this person is or how old they are, they've already been involved in a burglary. If we don't catch them, they'll just go on to harm others. Zhang Yi said decisively. All right. I agree to go to the county police station. Let's go then. Kongwei called the driver, Old Li, and Old Cheen, and the group set off again toward the Liangshui County Police Station. 5 hours later, at the Liangshui County Police Station, the group emerged from the police station with furrowed brows and sighs of frustration. What's going on? Driver Old Li asked them. Kongwei pursed his lips and shook his head. I don't know if we'll find him. The police said they'll notify us if they have any news. Anyway, we checked the surveillance footage, and there was no sign of the man in the blue short-sleeved shirt at any of the bus stations in the county or at the intersections leading to Pingwu village. I really have no idea where he went. Could he still be in that town? But we checked the surveillance footage in the town too, and there was nothing there either. What should we do now? Should we go to the city to look for him? Chu Xiaowen asked again. However, Zhang Yi believed that the thief probably wouldn't go to the city. From the blurry surveillance footage, the man's appearance actually resembled that of a beggar. He might have targeted the doctors because they were dressed more neatly, assuming they were wealthy and therefore easier targets for theft. Once the poor acquire money, their first priority is undoubtedly to address their current state of chronic hunger or other desires driven by a need for money. However, the town wasn't a place where one could spend money freely, and the journey to the city by bus was too far. The money he had stolen might not even be enough to cover the expenses in the city, so his only option was the county. That person should still be in the county, but the county isn't that big, yet it's not small either, so finding him would still be quite a hassle. Why don't we just give up? Let's just consider it a loss to avoid trouble. We've been running around all morning, and I'm starving. Let's go eat something first, shall we? Xiao Xiaowen rubbed his rumbling stomach and said. Everyone finally realized that they hadn't eaten since morning. Alright, let's go grab something to eat first, and then we can discuss it afterward. Near the police station in Liangshui County, there is a large vegetable market. There are many small restaurants at the entrance of the market. After walking for a while, the group decided to have their breakfast and lunch there. As Zhang Yi sat down, he glanced up and spotted a slender figure in blue across the street, holding a black plastic bag and walking toward the front. Look at that person. I feel like he looks a bit like the one on the surveillance footage. Everyone looked over in the direction he pointed. The man had messy, frizzy hair, a worn-out blue short-sleeved shirt, and wasn't particularly tall. He's been following us, he must know what we look like. I'll call out to see. Kong Wei said. Zhang Yi was about to stop him, thinking he might alert the person or mistake someone else, but he had already shouted out. Hey! Which one of you is the thief? Chapter 105, it has nothing to do with my sister. Hey! Zhang Yibai shot Kong Wei a glance. Damn it, you called out like that, of course they'll be scared and run away. The kid across the street wearing a blue short-sleeved shirt heard the shout, turned around, and sure enough, ran away in panic. Damn it, I just shouted randomly, and it was really him. Chase him. Kong Wei dropped his chopsticks and rushed out in a hurry. Exactly, the phone and money must still be in that bag. Xu Xiaowen also dropped her chopsticks and followed Kong Wei in pursuit. You, Zhang Yi, just watched everyone run off without paying for their meals. People might think they were eating for free. Oldly, you guys eat first, we'll come over later. Zhang Yi said to Oldly, then pulled out 200 yuan from his bag and placed it on the table. Turning around, Zhang Yi also hurried after them. This kid was pretty smart, running into the crowded vegetable market where it would be easy to blend into the crowd, making it difficult to find him. Where did that kid go? The group chased him all the way to the end of the market but couldn't find him anywhere. Zhang Yi looked around carefully. There were two alleys nearby. One was a narrow, foul-smelling alley, and the other was a slightly wider residential alley. Zhang Yi looked around carefully. There were two alleys nearby. One was a narrow, foul-smelling gutter, and the other was a slightly wider residential alley. This must be the place. The kid must live up there. Kong Wei pointed at the dilapidated residential building that looked like it was about to be demolished. Zhang Yi shook his head and said, No, I think it's the other side. What? No way. Everyone's inner voice was rejecting the idea. They couldn't possibly step over the stinky ditch, could they? And even before getting close, the nauseating stench was already overwhelming, with a hint of urine mixed in. I'm going to throw up. Several girls said as they backed away. How about this? Kong Wei, you take a few girls to check out the residential building, while I'll stay here with Xinyan and Xiao Zhao. Zhang Yi suggested. Okay. So the group split into two and headed off in different directions. Zhang Yi held his breath, his feet pressed against the edges of the walls on both sides, carefully making his way through the foul-smelling ditch before turning right. After walking less than 10 meters, he reached the end of the alley, but what greeted him was another foul-smelling river, with floating vegetable leaves, fish scales, and even a hint of blood from the drainage outlet of the vegetable market. Goodness, this smell is unbearable. Doesn't anyone care about this? They should do something about the water pollution. Wu Xinyan stepped out from behind Zhang Yi, pinching his nose as he spoke. Look over there. That guy is really there. Xiao Zhao, with his sharp eyes, spotted the blue short-sleeved shirt darting through the lush green grass as soon as he stepped out. Let's go after him. Zhang Yi and the other three followed the riverbank behind the vegetable market, chasing after the young man in the direction he had fled. However, the kid was running pretty fast. He must have done this before. But he had the misfortune of running into Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi charged forward, grabbed the kid, and slammed him into the mud. Swoosh! Swoosh! The bag in the young man's hand scattered all over the ground. Surprisingly, it didn't contain a phone or money, but medicine. Let me go! Let me go! The young man pinned to the ground struggled frantically, but how could he possibly overpower Zhang Yi? Why did you steal those girls' phones and money? Explain yourself. Otherwise, we'll take you to the police station. Xiao Zhao stepped forward, glaring fiercely at the young man and said. This kid looked like he was only 13 or 14 years old, but he was slightly thinner than other kids his age, probably due to malnutrition. Humph. I'm a minor. They can't do anything to me. You. Xiao Zhao and Xinyan were both speechless by this statement. He was right, minors are indeed hard to manage. Zhang Yi looked at the scattered medicine on the ground, thought for a moment, and said, Xan Nian, pick up the medicine on the ground and throw it away. Before Guo Xinyan could move, the young man began to resist fiercely. No. You can't touch my medicine. Damn it! Don't touch my medicine. Zhang Yi, Guo Xinyan, and Xiao Zhao exchanged glances, and they all understood each other's intentions. Guo Xinyan slowly knelt down, picking up the scattered medicine and putting it into a black bag while saying, Oh my, these medicines are really Mexinling? An anti-cancer drug? That must have cost a fortune. It's such a waste to throw them away. Clearly, upon hearing this, the young man struggled even more violently, but he couldn't break free from Zhang Yi's grip and was firmly pinned to the ground by Zhang Yi. Don't touch my medicine. You stinking doctors. Let me go. Don't touch my medicine. Hey! You stole our stuff and don't even apologize, yet you have such a temper? Guo Xinyan stood up, looked around, then turned to the child lying on the ground and said, Anyway, there's no surveillance here.
We'll break one of your legs so you can't steal anything again. Who would know?
Of course, Guo Xinyan was just trying to scare the child. Even if there were no cameras, they had caused such a commotion at the vegetable market earlier with so many people.
If they really broke the child's leg, they would eventually be found.
However, the child lying on the ground began to worry. He wasn't afraid of being beaten or bullied, but rather that the other party might really cripple him, leaving him unable to take care of his younger sister in the future. Guo Xinyan saw the child lying on the ground, head down and silent, and thought he was scared.
He continued, "Where did you get this medicine? Did you steal our money and phone just to buy medicine?"
Guo Xinyan saw the child hanging his head and not speaking, thinking he was scared, and continued, "Child, where did you get this medicine?
Did you steal our money and phone just to buy medicine?"
Anyone could tell there was more to the story, so Guo Xinyan decided to slowly coax the truth out of the child.
Zhang Yi gave the child a quick once-over.
Aside from being a bit thin and malnourished, there didn't seem to be anything seriously wrong with him.
That means the medicine wasn't meant for him. He must still have family.
Zhang Yi gave Guo Xinyan and Xiao Zhao a nod and said, "Xinyan, go search the area nearby to see if there are any other people around.
This guy looks perfectly healthy. He must have been encouraged by his family to do this. Let's arrest him and his family and take them to the police station."
Xa and Nian nodded in agreement and said, "Exactly, let's go, Xiao Zhao.
Let's search the area for any makeshift shelters built by beggars. Maybe his family is inside." "No way. You can't go.
I stole the stuff by myself. It has nothing to do with my sister." The few exchanged glances and finally understood it was all for his sister.
Chapter 106, Chronic Myeloid Leukemia.
"Where is your sister?"
Guo Xinyan asked.
Upon hearing this, a hint of resistance and evasion flashed in the young boy's eyes. In any case, he no longer resembled his previous self, stubborn, brash, and acting like a little rascal. Clearly, this younger sister held a special place in the young boy's heart.
"Please, this has nothing to do with my sister. If you call the police, arrest me instead. Don't arrest my sister. I beg you."
At the scene, an unexpected scene unfolded that left everyone stunned. After saying this, the young boy couldn't hold back his tears, which began to flow freely from his eyes.
Then, to everyone's astonishment, he knelt down before Zhang Yi and the others.
His expression was panicked and terrified, with no trace of the calmness he had shown earlier. He looked like someone who had done something wrong, desperately trying to earn forgiveness from others to protect something even more important. The emergence of this situation clearly caught Zhang Yi and the others off guard.
"Little brother, stand up first. We're not bad people, and we're not trying to take you to the police station. Stand up and tell us what happened."
Zhang Yi pulled the little boy to his feet and said, "Brother, I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to steal your things. My little sister has chronic myeloid leukemia, and I really don't know what to do. If we can't afford the medicine, she'll die. She's so young. She still wants to see the blue sky and white clouds." The little boy cried and sobbed, his carefully maintained composure finally collapsing under the weight of his continuous pleas. After hearing all this, the three men fell silent. Clearly, as medical professionals, they were well acquainted with chronic myeloid leukemia. This is a type of leukemia that is incurable for life. For wealthy families, it is somewhat manageable, as they have the financial means to purchase expensive anti-cancer drugs.
However, for most families, the cost of these medications is undoubtedly prohibitive.
A patient with chronic myeloid leukemia can bankrupt a family within a few years. This is no exaggeration.
Even now that the medication is covered by medical insurance. Moreover, the young boy standing before us, let alone affording medication, is likely struggling even to secure basic nourishment. This was evident from his emaciated frame. Zhang Yi remained silent, and this silence lasted for about half an hour. The boy's sobbing gradually grew fainter, and then Zhang Yi spoke, "Take us to see your sister. If you trust me."
Zhang Yi spoke in a calm tone, with a warm undertone. Combined with his serious expression, he was quite effective at gaining others' trust.
The little boy looked at Zhang Yi, then at Guo Xinyan and Xiao Zhao, before finally returning his gaze to Zhang Yi. He saw no pity for the weak in Zhang Yi's eyes, only a sense of calm. That calmness, for some reason, made the little boy's heart skip a beat, as if the older brother standing before him had come to save his sister.
"Come with me."
The little boy finally nodded. "Zhang Yi, did you catch the thief?"
Zhang Yi was about to follow the little boy when he suddenly heard Kong Wei and several girls shouting from behind him.
"There he is."
Zhang Yi pointed at the little boy and said, "But there's been a change of plans.
We'll talk about it on the way."
"All right." Seeing Guo Xinyan and the others looking silent, and glancing at the tear stains still on the little boy's face, Kong Wei clearly understood what was happening. He nodded to the other girls and followed behind Zhang Yi and the others. Thus, the group followed the little boy as he turned left and right. Before them, the buildings grew increasingly dilapidated, and a faint odor filled the air, until a small house made of wood and tiles came into view.
To call it a small house is almost an insult to the word itself.
In reality, it's just a makeshift structure built next to a garbage dump, taking advantage of a blind spot in urban management regulations. Moreover, the fragility of these structures is such that they seem as though they could be blown down by a single gust of wind. The little boy stood at the door, his dirty face bearing a gloomy expression. "This is his home. My sister is here, brother. If you don't mind the dirt inside, come in," the little boy whispered. He was only a teenager, yet he already possessed a strength and endurance that many adults lacked. Through their inquiries along the way, Zhang Yi and the others had gained a general understanding of the young boy's family situation. It turned out that they were a pair of orphans who had been relying on each other for survival, scavenging through trash and selling scrap in the dark corners of the city. Such a life was meager and destitute. An occasional meal of meat, or a soda that city children could drink every day, was already a great comfort to the two little souls. With no blood ties, they became the closest of kin through a series of fortuitous circumstances. This is perhaps one of the few sources of warmth in the darkness of the city. Originally, this life could have continued indefinitely until the two children grew up. However, a year ago, an illness suddenly stripped away the last remnants of happiness from their hands. His younger sister, an 8-year-old girl, was diagnosed with chronic myeloid leukemia. Over the next year, it is unclear how the young boy managed to seek medical treatment and sustain the fragile life of his little sister. Until, finally, a dilapidated shack that seemed uninhabitable came into view before everyone's eyes. This was the story that Zhang Lu and the others had come to know about the little boy. At this point, the girls couldn't help but feel sympathy for the little boy. They no longer blamed him, but instead grew increasingly concerned for his well-being. The group followed Zhang Yi's lead and entered the house. The house was dilapidated, with a bed, a table, a desk lamp on the table, and a 4th-grade Chinese language textbook covered in underlines and corrections. The rest of the room was filled with broken and tattered items. Oh, and there was a pot on the floor with a few strands of noodles hanging in it, along with a small green vegetable. On the bed, a little girl was sleeping soundly. At only 9 years old, she looked as though she were an old woman, not physically aged, but mentally worn down, like a young sapling that had just sprouted but had already been crushed by a strong wind before it could grow strong. This isn't a child anymore. Zhang Yi examined the girl's condition and concluded that without further medication to control the illness, she would not survive another year. "Brother, please save her. I beg you." The little boy huddled in a corner of the house, his voice trembling with emotion. Tears silently trickled down the corners of his eyes. Drop by drop, string by string, until it pours down in torrents. Chapter 107, There is only one incurable disease: poverty. Chronic myeloid leukemia (CML), also known as chronic granulocytic leukemia, is a clonal disease originating from multipotent hematopoietic stem cells, characterized by anemia, elevated peripheral blood granulocytes, the presence of immature cells at various stages, increased basophils, and often accompanied by thrombocytosis and splenomegaly. The exact cause of this disease remains unclear, but its development may be associated with physical factors, genetic factors, chemical factors, and biological factors. For example, prolonged exposure to X-rays or gamma rays, working in industries involving chemicals or toxic gases, or infection by certain bacteria or viruses. All of the above are potential causes of leukemia. The disease progresses through 3 stages: chronic phase, accelerated phase, and blast phase. Approximately 85% of patients are in the chronic phase. The little girl in front of us is currently in the chronic phase. Clinical manifestations of the chronic phase include anemia, fatigue, recurrent infections that are difficult to treat, and easy bleeding, such as bleeding gums, bloody stools, or irregular menstrual bleeding in females. Therefore, patients with chronic phase chronic myeloid leukemia appear similar to healthy individuals, though they may be slightly thinner or appear more weathered. However, whether it is chronic myeloid leukemia or other types of leukemia, this disease is extremely difficult to cure and can only be managed with medication to maintain or extend life expectancy. In 1993, Switzerland invested $80 billion in the development of a drug called misanilinin. The drug name is fictional and should not be associated with any real-world medication. In medical terms, the actual name of this drug is imatinib, a molecular compound that has shown significant efficacy in the treatment of chronic myeloid leukemia and malignant gastrointestinal stromal tumors. Its development was the result of the collective efforts of numerous pharmaceutical researchers, but unfortunately, only 21 compounds were ultimately successful in development, and only a few, such as moxinilin, achieved commercial success. 8 billion yuan is no small sum. Due to the high production costs, the price of machine learning is also extremely expensive. The high price alone is enough to deter many people. The domestic price of each box of moxinilin is approximately 23,000 to 25,800 yuan, which is roughly the monthly dosage for a patient with chronic myeloid leukemia. The annual cost of treatment amounts to 300,000 yuan. 300,000 yuan per year. Aside from affluent families, which other family could possibly afford to pay 300,000 yuan annually? Let alone these two children who don't even have a home. Although the medication has been included in the National Medical Insurance Program, it still costs over 70,000 yuan per year. Considering the current average wage in Nanyang province, which ranges from 3,000 to 6,000 yuan per month, that amounts to 36,000 to 72,000 yuan per year. Even if leukemia patients have the opportunity to work, they may still be unable to afford the anti-cancer medication. In addition to the costs of cancer treatment, the loss of income during treatment, nursing expenses, and other related costs also constitute a significant financial burden. This is the case for most people, but what about these two children? They can barely afford basic necessities. How can they possibly afford the exorbitant cost of medication that is like a fortune to them? In recent years, the government has indeed made significant contributions to public healthcare and medical insurance, striving to ensure that a large portion of the population can afford medication and access medical treatment. However, last year, there was a movie where a drug dealer selling counterfeit medicine said, "I've seen so many illnesses, but there's only one that's truly incurable: poverty." Yes, Zhang Yining can cure diseases, he can cure many diseases, but he cannot cure poverty. For many families, over 70,000 yuan a year is actually something they can accept, but what about orphans? They simply cannot afford it. In other words, they have no choice but to wait to die. Zhang Yi felt a deep empathy for the term orphan. He didn't want to see such a budding flower wither away. But could he save one or two? He had 150,000 in his account. He could take the little girl to the hospital right now and spend all his money on the best treatment and medication for her. But how many could he save? There must be more than just this one orphan with chronic myeloid leukemia or other terminal illnesses in the world. Could he possibly help them all? He can't handle it all. Because poverty is incurable. Zhang Yi looked at the boy's haggard face, and a dull pain welled up in his heart. No, he had to find a way to ensure that these two children had a place to call home and access to medical care. Why don't we take the two children to get something to eat first? They look so pitiful. Xiao Xiaowen looked at the little girl on the bed and the boy who had stolen their belongings, unable to contain his sympathy. Guo Xinyan nodded in agreement. Exactly. Look how hungry that child is, his chest is pressed against his back. Let's take them to the restaurant we just went to and get them something to eat. Zhang Yi nodded and slowly walked toward the little boy, squatting down and asking, "Have you eaten yet? Let's take you to eat first, and we'll discuss how to help your sister while we eat, okay? Please help my sister." The little boy's face was still wet with tears, but his eyes were filled with hope for Zhang Yi, as if he had already seen him as his savior. This little boy, who had no blood relation with the little girl, had gone to such lengths to help her, clearly demonstrating his loyalty and sense of duty. This truly moved Zhang Yi. We will do our best." Then, the little boy woke up the little girl who was sound asleep. When she woke up and saw all the strangers in the room, she was very scared and kept hiding behind the boy. "Don't be afraid, there are doctors here to help us," the little boy reassured her. "Doctors? To treat me? Or are they here to scam us out of money? We don't have any money to give them." The little girl said this with a very aggrieved tone, her eyes welling up with tears. It's easy to imagine that the two of them had been scammed by many con artists before, who claimed they could cure the illness and swindled them out of their last few dollars. What a despicable person. Even stealing money from a child. Kong Wei stood behind Zhang Yi and couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Zhang Yi heard this and felt uneasy. He stepped forward, gently stroked the little girl's head, and said, "We are really doctors. Don't worry. We absolutely won't cheat you out of your money. Let's take you to eat first. After you've had your fill, we'll think about how to help you, okay? Yes, sister, they're good people. Even after finding out I stole their money, they didn't beat me or make me pay it back. Instead, they want to help us." The little boy explained to Zhang Yi. "That's right, sister. They're good people. Even after they found out I stole their money, they didn't hit me or make me pay it back. Instead, they want to help us." The little boy explained to Zhang Yi. "Is that true, brother?" The little girl looked only at her brother, clearly believing every word he said. Yes. So, the little girl and the little boy followed Zhang Yi and the others to go eat. Before leaving, the little boy called out to the little girl and said, "Sister, you haven't taken your medicine yet. Take it before we go." Then, the little boy took the black bag from Guo Xinyan's hand, pulled out a bottle labeled with a yellow sticker, and read the words Meixinlingning on it. Kong Wei, who was watching the label and packaging of the medicine, suddenly narrowed his eyes and snatched the medicine from the boy's hand, exclaiming, "No! This isn't the genuine Meixinling. It's a counterfeit." Chapter 108, We must catch the counterfeit drug dealers. Generic drugs? How do you know they're generic drugs? Everyone looked at Kong Wei, who was visibly agitated, and asked. The little boy was also a bit panicked and asked, "Generic drug? But I bought this from the doctor." "Doctor? Which doctor? Are you sure he's a real doctor?" Kong Wei asked the little boy. The little boy stammered. He said, "He's a retired doctor from the hospital who helped me get the medicine through connections." "A retired doctor? How much did he charge you?" Kong Wei's tone grew increasingly agitated, eager to drag the fake medicine peddler who had swindled the child out of his money and beat him senseless. 1,200 yuan for a bottle? The little boy's voice grew softer. Seeing the doctor's reactions, he knew he'd probably been scammed again. Gradually, the little boy couldn't contain the overwhelming emotions welling up inside him. He covered his face and burst into tears once more. He had gone to great lengths to steal money from so many good doctors, only to be deceived by a bad doctor in the end. He was furious with himself for being so foolish and for not being more ambitious, even going so far as to buy the wrong medicine for his sister. "Brother! Don't cry!" The little girl walked up and hugged the little boy tenderly. "Ah!" Kongwei sighed before speaking slowly. "I have a classmate who's a police officer. A while back, he came to the hospital to ask me if I had seen any patients taking this medicine. I told him I hadn't, since I work in the cardiology department and don't see cancer patients. Later, he told me they were arresting a large counterfeit medicine ring, and the medicine they were making had no anti-cancer effects at all. Even India's generic drugs have a 99.9% replication rate, at least they can effectively control the condition. But the drugs this gang made are completely fake, they're just scamming cancer patients out of their life savings. Let's go. We'll find that person and hand them over to the police." Chu Xiaowen said angrily, clenching his fists. "Calm down. Since things have escalated to this point, it's no longer something we can handle. Kongwei, why don't you call your police officer friend and ask him to come take a look, but we should keep a low profile and not alert the suspect, lest we ruin everything," Zhang Yi said in a low voice. "We can contact him, but he's in your province, so the earliest he can come is tomorrow." "Your province? He came from your province to Chengdu to ask you about fake medicine?" Kongwei nodded and said, "Because they suspect the counterfeit drugs are coming from your province, but they can't find the source, so they came to ask me." "I see. Let's talk while we walk. Let's take the child out to eat first." Zhang Yi looked at the little boy, whose mood had improved slightly, and said to everyone. Then, everyone took the two children, who looked like they might blow over in the wind, back to the small restaurant they had just left. "What's going on? Why did you bring two children?" This man must be the driver. Oldly looking at the little boy's clothes, he suspected he was the thief who had stolen the money from Chu Xiaowen and the others. Zhang Yi nodded at Oldly and said, "It's a long story. Let's talk while we eat." Although Zhang Yi and his group hadn't eaten all day either, seeing the two children wolfing down their food, they hesitated to pick up their chopsticks. Eat slowly, eat slowly. If there's not enough, we can order more. Be careful with the fish, there are bones. Be careful. Oh, how long has it been since these two kids had a home-cooked meal like this? Guo Xinyan whispered in Zhang Yi's ear. "Oh, I'm afraid they've probably never had it before." Zhang Yi also whispered back. After the two children had eaten their fill, Zhang Yi finally got down to business. "I haven't even asked your names yet. My name is Li Xiaokai, and my sister's name is Li Xiaoye. Xiaokai, how did you meet the retired doctor who sold you the medicine?" At the time, my younger sister had run out of medicine, so I went to the hospital to ask the doctors for some medicine, but they refused and even kicked me out of the hospital. Just as I was about to leave, that man called me over, saying he could use his connections to get me the medicine and that it would be cheaper than buying it from the hospital. I believed him. I was so foolish. I ended up making my sister take counterfeit medicine for half a year. Li Xiaokai felt a wave of guilt wash over him as he thought about it. "Brother, don't blame yourself too much. Without you, I wouldn't have survived this long. Your sister is right. Don't blame yourself too much. Right now, besides treating your sister's illness, we also need to catch that fake medicine dealer. Otherwise, he'll harm more leukemia patients like your sister." Li Xiaokai looked up, nodded firmly, and said, "Right. I'll take you to find him right now." After speaking, Li Xiaokai stood up, but was stopped by Zhang Yi. "Now is not the time. We have no idea who they are. Acting rashly will only alert them, and by the time the police arrive, we won't be able to catch anyone. We must wait for the police to come first. During this time, if you happen to encounter that drug dealer, you must act as if nothing has happened. Greet him as usual, but under no circumstances should you make any unusual movements. Do you understand?" "Got it. Xiaokai, do you still have the prescription the doctor gave your sister?" "Yes, here it is." Li Xiaokai pulled out a white piece of paper folded into a square from his pants pocket and handed it to Zhang Yi. All leukemia patients need a doctor's prescription to purchase anti-cancer drugs. Subsequently, Zhang Yi took the prescription to the county cancer hospital, purchased a bottle of genuine mexinlanin, and handed it to Li Xiaokai. "This is the genuine article. Your sister can take it with confidence. Don't take the fake medicine anymore." "Thank you. Thank you so much." Li Xiaokai and Li Xiaoye bowed deeply to Zhang Yi and the group of people beside him, one by one, expressing their gratitude. "Here, take 2,000 yuan first. I'll do my best to find a suitable orphanage for you as soon as possible and arrange treatment for your sister." Zhang Yi patted Li Xiaokai on the shoulder and slipped the money into his hands. "Big brother, do you think orphanages are so easy to get into these days? They can barely take care of themselves, let alone two children this age, especially one with leukemia." Kongwei lowered his voice and whispered in Zhang Yi's ear. Although he felt deeply sorry for the two children's plight, he still had to remind Zhang Yi of the harsh realities of the situation. Although he felt deeply sorry for the children's plight, he had to remind Zhang Yi of the harsh realities of the situation. Then I'll go from orphanage to orphanage and see if any are willing to take them in. Oh, come on. Kong Wei looked at Zhang Yi, who seemed determined, shook his head, and didn't know what else to say. Big brother, you dropped something. Li Xiaoye picked up a crumpled business card that had fallen out of Zhang Yi's bag when he was taking out money earlier. Chapter 109, All Caught in One Net. Zhang Yi looked at that crumpled thing and didn't even realize that it had fallen out of his pocket. Li Xiaoye handed the item to Zhang Yi, who examined it carefully. Suddenly, he couldn't contain his excitement and exclaimed, "How could I have forgotten this? There was actually a business card in my bag." This business card belonged to the journalist who had been blocking the hospital entrance trying to interview Zhang Yi when he had saved Yuan last time. Perhaps he could leverage the power of the media? Whether it's searching for an orphanage, finding a suitable bone marrow donor, or raising donations, the media is undoubtedly the best channel for spreading the word. Great! Zhang Yi was extremely grateful that he had kept the business card at the time, and that the person who washed his pants hadn't damaged it. Although the card was now wrinkled and the writing was somewhat faded, the phone number was still legible. As long as the phone number was clear, that was enough. What's got you so excited? Kong Wei took the business card from Zhang Yi's hand and looked at it, asking in surprise, "You actually have the phone number of a People's Daily reporter? That's great. We can approach the media and report on the living conditions of these two children. There will definitely be many kind-hearted people or orphanages willing to take them in and help them." Zhang Yi nodded. "That's exactly what I was thinking. But catching the fake medicine dealers is more important right now. Let's rest here for the night. We have 2 days off anyway. We can go back to the hospital tomorrow after the police arrive. What do you think?" "All right." Everyone agreed to stay an extra night. Later, Li Shaokai took Xu Xiaowen and the others to the shop where he had sold his phone and redeemed their phones. "Oh my gosh, my brand new phone is back. It feels so good to have it back." In the evening, Zhang Yi wanted Li Shaokai and Li Xiaoye to stay at the hotel with them, but the two refused, saying they had already caused them too much trouble and felt too embarrassed, so they went back to their own dilapidated little room. Oh well, let them be. You've already done enough. Zhang Yi's actions today had deeply impressed Kong Wei. Before, he had only thought Zhang Yi was skilled, strong, and sharp-eyed, but now he realized that Zhang Yi was good at everything. He was just too kind. However, being so kind-hearted might not be entirely a good thing. Kong Wei worries that Zhang Yi's constant concern for others' affairs might eventually bring trouble his way. Of course, Kong Wei still hopes that Zhang Yi stays safe and sound. After all, in today's society, everyone is under so much pressure and feels insecure. Good people are becoming rarer, and good doctors even more so. Everyone rested briefly at the hotel for the night. The next morning at 10 o'clock, Kong Wei received a call from one of his classmates. "Let's go. My classmate has arrived and brought 2 colleagues with him. They're waiting for us downstairs." Kong Wei hung up the phone and said to everyone. The group hurried downstairs and met the police officer in charge of the counterfeit medicine case at the hotel entrance. "Zhang Bo, it's been a long time." Kong Wei stepped forward first and greeted the lead police officer. Then, the group proceeded toward Li Xiaokai's residence while explaining the situation to Zhang Bo. "We've been searching for this group for a long time. Last year, rumors of these counterfeit drugs began circulating in your province, but we couldn't trace the source. Later, we discovered that the source might not be in your province but in Rong province. Once we confirm that the group you're referring to are indeed the fake medicine dealers, I will immediately request reinforcements from higher-ups and mobilize police forces from Tianshan City and Liangshui County to eliminate them completely." Zhang Bo spoke while clenching his fists tightly, clearly seething with hatred for these scammers who were preying on people's lives for money. However, before Zhang Bo could approach the wooden shack where Li Shaokai and his group were staying, his expression turned extremely grim. "Someone still lives here?" Zhang Bo couldn't help but ask aloud. "Just go in and see for yourself. They're all orphans, they have nowhere else to go, so they have to live here." When Zhang Bo entered the house, the scene before him was even more shocking. As a police officer, he couldn't believe that in today's society, people still lived in such dilapidated conditions. These tiles and wooden planks? A gust of wind could easily blow them away. And don't even mention rain, this house can't even keep the rain out. And 2 children are living here? Thinking about how the fake medicine peddler had deceived these 2 helpless children, Zhang Bo felt even more furious. He couldn't wait to bring these people to justice. "Kids, why didn't you go to an orphanage for help?" Zhang Bo knelt down and asked the 2 siblings. The brother and sister exchanged glances, their expressions despondent and gloomy. Li Shaokai whispered, "We've been to many orphanages, but as soon as they saw my sister was sick, none of them would take us in." Those words felt like a blow to everyone present, and the room fell silent. These 2 children are so young. How much of the harshness of human relationships have they already experienced? From the moment they were born as orphans, they were neglected and abandoned. Even the orphanage they had pinned their last hopes on refused to take them in. To survive, they had no choice but to build this makeshift shack, which is as rudimentary as it gets. To put food on the table and buy medicine for his sister, the young boy was forced to steal. He must have been caught by those people many times and beaten severely each time. The two of them managed to survive in such a difficult situation, yet they were still deceived by fake medicine peddlers? Zhang Bo swallowed the bitter taste in his throat and said, "Don't worry, I'm a police officer. I will definitely help you find a warm and comfortable home." Li Shaokai bowed his head and whispered a quiet thank you. Then, Kong Wei picked up a bottle of fake medicine from the table and asked Zhang Bo, take a look. Is this the fake medicine you were talking about? Zhang Bo snapped back to reality and looked at the medicine bottle in Kong Wei's hand. He examined it carefully, sniffed it, and then exclaimed with delight, "Yes. This is the right medicine. I'll call my superiors immediately and request reinforcements from Lianshui County. We'll round up those fake medicine peddlers once and for all." Chapter 110, Bone Marrow Matching also shows hope. Finally, with the assistance of local police, the fake doctor posing as a retired physician and his nearly 20-member pharmaceutical trafficking ring were apprehended in a sweeping operation. Subsequently, Zhang Yi also contacted a reporter from the People's Daily, hoping they could report on the tragic story of the two siblings and appeal for support from all sectors of society. When the reporter arrived at Li Shaokai's small house, his expression was identical to that of the police officers. Shocked, unable to believe it. The reporter was Zhou Qi, and the photographer behind him was Lu Wei. The two had been working together for nearly 2 years. They had been working at the newspaper for a while but hadn't received much recognition. They were assigned to cover minor news stories. Recently, they finally got assigned to a medical column, but they didn't achieve much success. They had hoped to interview Zhang Yi, but their request was denied. "Goodness, these two children live here?" Zhou Qi asked in disbelief. "Yes, and they've been here for a long time," Zhang Yi nodded in explanation. "Yes, and they've been here for a long time." Zhang Yi nodded and explained. "Lu Wei, hurry up and take some good photos, make sure to capture the surroundings clearly. Then, Dr. Zhang, I hope you can say a few words to the camera at the end, such as the little girl's condition or the authenticity of the incident. We won't film the two children, we're worried it might affect them." "Alright, no problem." Once Lu Wei finished filming the surroundings of the house and the previous medical diagnosis of the little girl, he began filming Zhang Yi. "Hello everyone. My name is Zhang Yi, and I am a doctor. By chance, I came across these two siblings. At first, I couldn't accept it, two such young children living off scavenging trash and leftovers, residing in a tiny house that couldn't withstand even the slightest rain or wind. The little girl, who is suffering from leukemia, and her brother are both orphans. They have endured endless humiliation from others. Half a year ago, her brother was deceived by a fake medicine dealer and bought a large amount of counterfeit medication to give to his sister. Not only did this fail to improve the younger sister's condition, but her health has deteriorated day by day. During the 2 days we spent with them, my colleagues, friends, and I provided them with a great deal of assistance, but our efforts are limited, which is why we have reached out to the media and are appealing for assistance from all sectors of society. The little girl has chronic myeloid leukemia and is currently in the chronic phase. However, she has not been able to obtain the genuine medication for nearly 6 months, so we will take her back to the hospital shortly for a comprehensive examination. My greatest concern is that the little girl has entered the accelerated phase of chronic myeloid leukemia. Once this disease enters the accelerated phase, drug therapy becomes ineffective. The only way to save her is through allogeneic hematopoietic stem cell transplantation. Therefore, I am earnestly appealing to the general public. If there are any kind-hearted individuals willing to undergo tissue typing, please contact me directly. The reporter will include my contact information at the end of the news article. Finally, I'll say it again, these two siblings really need everyone's help. Please lend a hand. Thank you." After speaking, Zhang Yi bowed deeply toward the camera. Li Shaokai and Li Xiaoye, standing behind the camera, were deeply moved by Zhang Yi's words. They had struggled at the bottom of society for so long and had never received such generous help from a stranger. But there was this doctor named Zhang Yi standing before them. This doctor is truly a good person. After the filming was completed, Zhou Qi said to Zhang Yi, "Don't worry, the influence of the People's Daily is still quite significant, and we have partnerships with Tencent and Weibo. As long as there's exposure, this matter will be resolved." "Thank you so much. We really appreciate you making the trip." "You're welcome. That's what we do in news." "You're welcome. That's what we do in the news business." After packing up, everyone finally set off on the journey back to Tianshan City. By the time they arrived in Tianshan City, it was already dark. "Why don't the two of them stay at my place tonight? I happen to have an empty room," Xu Xiaowen said to the two children. "Alright, let them stay at your place." Zhang Yi thought for a moment. He couldn't very well make the two siblings share his dorm bed with him, could he? After everyone went home, Zhang Yi quickly washed up and went to bed. After several days of travel, even if he wasn't tired, he still felt a bit uncomfortable. Ding! Ding! External interference detected. Training terminated. Ding! External interference detected. Training terminated. Zhang Yi, who was training in the system space, opened his eyes and found himself once again awakened by the urgent ringing of a phone. Zhang Yi glanced at his phone and saw that it was Su Qingqing calling. Midnight? What could be so urgent? Zhang Yi muttered as he answered the phone. What's wrong, Qingqing? What's the matter so late? I saw that Weibo post. The one where you helped the little girl raise donations. The news came out so quickly? A video filmed in the afternoon was released in the evening? Oh, let me take a look. Just as Zhang Yi was about to hang up, Su Qingqing suddenly spoke up on the other end of the line. Wait a moment. What's wrong? Zhang Yi asked. If you need money, you can tell me. Is it because I'm not around that you've forgotten about me? I didn't. Isn't it better to ask for help from society? Besides, you must be very busy running the company by yourself, so I didn't want to bother you. Oh, can I make a donation instead? I'll donate it to you. No, not donate to me. Let's wait until we find a suitable orphanage for the 2 children first. Alright, then. Alright. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yi finally opened Weibo and took a closer look. To his surprise, the Weibo post published by the People's Daily at 10 p.m. had been pushed to the 3rd spot on the trending list within 2 hours, with a deep red exploding icon displayed behind it. Additionally, there were spontaneous donations on Weibo, with some people offering to send clothes and food to the 2 children, and others even expressing a desire to adopt them. Of course, there were also those who remained skeptical about the authenticity of the incident. However, Zhang Yi doesn't care. As long as he can help the 2 siblings, that's all that matters. It seems that Xiaoyu's bone marrow match is also looking promising. Just as Zhang Yi was about to put down his phone and go to sleep, WeChat flashed again. Zhang Yi opened it and saw that it was a message from Zhao Ziyu. Chapter 111, Farewell, Sleepless Night. Zhang Yi, I saw the Weibo post you shared. It's so late, why aren't you sleeping yet? Zhang Yi edited a message and sent it back. I'm not sleeping. There's been something going on at home lately, and I can't sleep. At home? What happened at home? Why don't we go out and talk about it? Zhang Yi hesitated for 2 seconds and replied, Alright, I'll wait for you downstairs at your place in half an hour. Half an hour later, the 2 of them sat down at a barbecue restaurant near Zhao Ziyu's house and ordered some barbecue and beer. Owner, can we get a bottle of that? Is that Baijiu? Zhao Ziyu asked, pointing to Jiang Xiaobai on the drinks shelf behind the cash register. Yes, how many bottles would you like? Just 1 bottle, I'll drink it myself. Zhao Ziyu held up 1 finger and told the boss. Zhang Yi felt that Zhao Ziyu was acting a bit unusual today. If she went out for some skewers and barbecue and had a few beers, that would be normal, but why did she suddenly want to drink baijiu today? Zhang Yi took another close look at Zhao Ziyu's body and asked the system, scan her again. Does she have HIV? After testing, the woman is currently not carrying the HIV virus. That's good news. Ziyu, what's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly drinking white wine? Zhang Yi took a closer look at Zhao Ziyu's face, which looked noticeably more haggard than before. What had she gone through in the past 20 days or so? I'm in a bad mood. Let's talk about it. Zhang Yi poured some beer into his own cup and Zhao Ziyu's cup and said, My grandfather passed away recently. Zhao Ziyu spoke calmly. Zhang Yi, who had just started to drink, paused for a moment before putting his cup down and asking, Your grandfather? How did he pass away? It was a car accident. He was sitting in the back seat of a taxi and wasn't wearing a seatbelt. Zhang Yi opened his mouth slightly, wanting to say something comforting, but he didn't know what to say. Everything will be okay. After a moment, Zhang Yi managed to force those words out. By the way, you can go for your final checkup in a few days. Don't worry, you definitely won't be infected. Zhao Ziyu nodded expressionlessly, seeming unconcerned about the matter. It seemed like Zhao Ziyu had other matters to attend to, Zhang Yi speculated. Ziyu, you called me out here late at night. This isn't about your grandfather, is it? Zhao Ziyu glanced at Zhang Yi, then turned the bottle of Jiang Xiaobai on the table and took several gulps. I'm going back to my hometown. Once the test results come out in a few days, I'll probably go to the director's office to submit my resignation letter. Zhang Yi snatched the bottle of Jiang Xiaobai from Zhao Ziyu's hand, stopped drinking. He then asked, Going back to your hometown? Why go back? Your job here is going well. You finally managed to get a permanent position at the city hospital after your internship. How could you? Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel sorry for Zhao Ziyu. Such a promising future, why did he suddenly resign? The passing of my grandfather had a profound impact on me. He raised me from childhood. When I first graduated, I was so focused on my future that I rushed headlong into the big city, determined to become a doctor at a prestigious hospital, thinking that would bring me a high salary and prestige. But after my grandfather passed away, I realized that a doctor can practice anywhere, and there will always be illness and suffering wherever you go. What I need to improve is not my salary or social status, but my medical skills. Now that my grandfather has passed away, only my grandmother is left. So I want to go back and be with her. Otherwise, if I don't even get to see my grandmother one last time, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Zhao Ziyu glanced at the Jiang Xiaobai in Zhang Yi's hand. She didn't plan to ask Zhang Yi for it back, so she just took 2 sips of the beer in her glass.
Where are you from originally? Yun Province, Chunyu City, Tonglan County, waterfront building next to the bus station, 5th floor, Unit 3. Zhao Ziyu looked at Zhang Yi and spoke slowly, enunciating each word clearly.
Zhang Yi's eyes darted around nervously. He spoke so clearly, but his memory was a bit fuzzy.
That's a bit far. Will you come back in the future?
I don't know, maybe not.
Zhao Ziyu looked at Zhang Yi with a hint of disappointment in her eyes.
Although she had made up her mind to leave, she still hoped to hear a few words of persuasion from Zhang Yi.
But Zhang Yi didn't say anything.
The two chatted idly about the past and future for a while longer. Before Zhao Ziyu was about to get drunk, Zhang Yi safely escorted her home.
Boom!
Zhang Yi closed the front door of Zhao Ziyu's house. Zhao Ziyu slowly opened her eyes. In fact, when Zhang Yi had just brought her back, she had been pretending to sleep. She was simply afraid she wouldn't be able to hold back her tears. Now that Zhang Yi had left, she finally opened her eyes, and tears streamed down the corners of her eyes. This was bound to be another sleepless night. Over the next few days, Zhang Yi's phone was nearly overwhelmed with calls. All the calls were from concerned citizens eager to help Li Xiaokai and Li Xiaoye, but Zhang Yi had no choice but to get a new private phone number. Otherwise, he couldn't work properly every day. However, after some online publicity, Li Xiaoye received help from many kind-hearted people, and there were also quite a few people willing to undergo tissue typing. Unfortunately, none of the matches were successful.
Xiaoye, how are you feeling?
Zhang Yadan carried several boxes of seafood dumplings into the blood disease ward of the city hospital where Li Xiaoye was staying. Li Xiaokai and Li Xiaoye were watching TV in the ward, with a middle-aged couple sitting beside them who were considering adopting the children. When the two children saw Zhang Yi arrive, their faces lit up with excitement.
Dr. Zhang, what delicious food did you bring this time?
Li Xiaoye has been eating well and sleeping well these past few days. She has also received proper treatment at the hospital, and her complexion looks much better. Of course, she has also become much more of a glutton than before.
Look at you, such a glutton.
Here, I just bought some dumplings. After saying this to the two children, Zhang Yi turned to the middle-aged couple and said, "Brother, sister-in-law? Why don't you have some too?"
"Ha, no thanks. We just came over to check on them. We have to leave soon."
Zhang Yi smiled and nodded. At that moment, Li Xiaokai looked up thoughtfully and asked Zhang Yi in a low voice, "Dr. Zhang, do you think we should go with them?"
Chapter 112, I want to open my own hospital.
Xiaokai, how do you feel about them after spending time with them these past few days?
Zhang Yi asked in return.
Xiaokai and Xiaoyu exchanged glances, thought for a moment, and said, "They're okay. They bought us a lot of clothes and snacks. They also said they would let us go to school and study hard to get into college." As Xiaokai spoke, a faint look of longing appeared in his eyes. It was clear that Xiaokai had a strong desire to pursue his education.
"I've looked into their background for you.
They're middle-aged with no children of their own. After seeing your news, they immediately contacted me wanting to adopt you. They said seeing how hard you've had it really broke their hearts. But I also told them that adoption requires the child's consent. Only if you genuinely accept these new parents will your future life be happy. Moreover, the man who wants to adopt you is a businessman who started from scratch and built a small beverage factory into a successful business, which shows he is a man of great determination and ambition. So, Xiaokai, if you were to follow him, there would be a lot you could learn. Of course, I'm not saying you should be too concerned about money, but Xiaoyu is currently suffering from leukemia, which is an extremely expensive illness to treat. If we don't find a family with a more stable financial background, will Xiaoyu's condition be able to be properly managed? Money isn't always a good thing, but it can be a matter of life or death.
Do you understand?
And Xiaokai, you'll be 14 this year. You're the older brother, but you're also a man. You might not be able to afford to give your sister genuine medicine or a comfortable apartment yet, but I hope you'll work hard to give her a better life."
"I understand."
Xiaokai nodded and then asked, "But we don't know if we should trust them." Zhang Yi sighed, thinking that the two children must have been scared by the scam.
"It's okay, take your time to look around and make your own choices.
After all, apart from one's background, everything else in life is a choice. If you like that couple, accept them. If you don't, don't. Anyway, there are plenty of people who care about you and want to take care of you, lining up to do so." Hee, Xiaoyu smiled innocently after hearing that someone liked her and wanted to take care of her, while she took a sip of the scalding hot dumplings. As soon as the dumpling touched her lips, Xiaoyu quickly put it back into the bowl. Ouch.
"It's so hot. Ha ha.
I told you to be so greedy, now you're getting burned." Zhang Yi could tell right away that Xiaoyu was destined to be a foodie. After a busy day in the emergency room, Zhang Yi was in a rare good mood and decided to buy some groceries to cook dinner at home. DD. In his pants pocket, the sound of a text message alert came through. Zhang Yi didn't even have to think to know that it was probably another kind-hearted person wanting to sponsor the two siblings, Xiaokai and Xiaoyu.
When Zhang Yi opened the text message, he saw, "Brother, feeling lonely? Want some company? If you want to hang out, add me on WeChat.
Various types available: cute girls, office ladies, and students. Since he posted his number online, not only have people wanting to donate or adopt contacted him, but even loan sharks have approached him for advertising. Now, even escorts have shown up.
Damn it, what's wrong with them?
Zhang Yi muttered under his breath and deleted the message.
This was driving Zhang Yi crazy. No way.
Once these two kids were settled, he had to get rid of this number.
Otherwise, it would just cause trouble every day. Zhang Yi, what's for dinner tonight? Yuan Li suddenly appeared from behind Zhang Yi and put her arms around his shoulders. Let's eat. What else can we eat? I'll go home and cook tonight. Zhang Yi snapped out of his thoughts and replied expressionlessly. Sure. Let's buy some ingredients and have a hot pot at home. Sure. But you wash the dishes.
The table was filled with beef tripe, duck intestines, luncheon meat, beef slices, tender beef, and hot pot noodles.
Chef Zhang is amazing. This broth is even more fragrant than what you buy outside. Yuan Li, a native of Rong province, couldn't resist complimenting Zhang Yi upon smelling the aroma. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows. Don't you know who I am? What did you make for Su Qingqing last time? Yuan Li stuffed meat into his mouth while talking non-stop. Just some braised pork, nothing special.
By the way, I'm curious about something, Zhang Yi.
Yuan Li suddenly thought of something, stopped eating, turned her head toward Zhang Yi, and asked. What's the question? We only have 2 more months left at the city hospital, and then we'll have to go back to Dachuan County. I mean, with your medical skills, are you really willing to stay at a small county hospital? I don't think the hospital in Dachuan County will be able to accommodate you.
Yuan Li's words made Zhang Yi fall into deep thought. Before Zhang Yi could respond, Yuan Li continued, earlier, Director Liu also mentioned you to me.
Director Liu? What did he say about me?
He said your medical skills are so good that you should build your reputation and then secure a permanent position at a hospital. That way, patients would come looking for you more easily.
Dachuan County is a bit remote, you know.
He said you shouldn't be confined to such a place. He said your medical skills are so good you should build up your reputation and then settle at a specific hospital.
That way, patients can find you more easily.
Dachuan County is a bit remote. He said you shouldn't be confined to such a place.
Ha? When did Director Liu tell you that?
He must have mentioned it during a private chat with Director Liu. At first, I didn't think much of it, but today I heard from Kongwei that you actually performed a cesarean section outside the operating room. And it was in such a remote and poorly equipped rural area. I was so scared I almost peed myself.
You're really something.
Let me imagine you taking a kitchen knife and slicing the baby out in the house. That's way too gory.
By the way, how is the woman who had the cesarean section doing now?
Yuan Li finished speaking, quickly boiled a piece of green vegetable and stuffed it into her mouth to calm her nerves.
She's doing okay. Her husband called me yesterday and said she can walk around now. Wow, that's impressive. Actually, Director Liu is quite right.
I've had the same idea myself, but I've never been able to put it into practice.
Zhang Yi put down his chopsticks and said seriously. What idea? Yuan Li asked while quickly scooping food from the pot with his eyes. I want to open my own hospital. What the heck? Chapter 113, Unlocking Heart Transplantation Surgery. You want to open a hospital? That's a bit ambitious, isn't it? Do you have any idea how much startup capital is required to open a hospital?
You also need various permits and approvals from higher authorities, and it all depends on your professional qualifications and rank.
Yuan Li pointed out the crux of the matter.
Whether it's a private or public hospital, you must have a medical license and at least 5 years of clinical experience before you can apply. Moreover, the requirements for registering at a hospital seem to have been raised.
Now, you must hold the title of chief physician or above. Just obtaining the title alone could take you over 10 years of studying. Sigh.
All I can say is that your aspirations are lofty, but reality is harsh. Yuan Li placed her hand on Zhang Yi's shoulder with a look of good luck on her face.
Sigh.
If that's the case, we'll just have to put it on hold for now.
Zhang Yi shook his head. Just getting to the level of chief physician would be enough for him to get by. Actually, I think opening your own hospital is such a hassle. Once you become a renowned doctor in the future, wouldn't countless hospitals be begging you to become their director? The director of Dachuan County Hospital was even recruited from the 2nd Municipal Hospital, wasn't he? Plus, I've already told you, your medical skills are so advanced, and you're so young. Just wait and see, once you're a bit older, hospitals will be lining up to hire you. Why bother going through the trouble of starting your own hospital? It's just a hassle and a headache.
Doctors become more valuable as they get older, especially someone with your skills. Trust me, within 5 years, hospitals will start coming after you.
When that happens, just pick the one with the best conditions. How great would that be? You'll get to be in a position of authority and won't have to work night shifts. What you're saying makes sense, but the last part is wrong. Wrong? Where's it wrong?
I just graduated this year, and already someone wants to poach me.
Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows and said.
Really? Which hospital? If it's better than the city hospital, I might consider it. If not, then forget it. The military hospital. That's also a top-tier hospital. Yuan Li's eyes betrayed an unmistakable mix of envy, jealousy, and resentment. But I didn't go. Zhang Yi said casually. Hey, but both the city hospital and the military hospital are top-tier hospitals. It doesn't make much difference whether you go or not. Right, there's really no difference. Zhang Yi put down his chopsticks, stood up, and said, I'm done eating. Remember to wash the dishes. Yuan Li puckered his lips. You only ate that little? I'm still not full. After tidying up in the evening, Zhang Yi entered the system training space. Medical ethics, 58 out of 100. Indoor. Wound suturing technique, 80 out of 100. Congenital heart disease surgery, completed. Intracranial aneurysm embolization, completed. Brain atrophy resection, completed. Organ transplantation, not unlocked. 3-incision esophageal cancer radical resection with colon-jejunal esophageal replacement and cervical anastomosis, unlocked. Outdoor. Closed pneumothorax first aid outside the field, completed. Second-degree burns covering 50% of the body surface area, out of hospital emergency bandaging completed. Begin outdoor simulation training for the management of deep second-degree thermal burns covering an area of 50% or more. Please prepare accordingly. Countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Begin. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the entire outdoor simulation training for the treatment of deep second-degree thermal burns covering an area of 50 square inches or more. The following reward is now being issued: organ transplant, heart transplant. This should be an indoor surgery, right? Zhang Yi felt a bit anxious. There's no way they'd make him perform a heart transplant outdoors, right? Doing surgery on the side of the road? This training session is indoors. This training session is indoors. That's good. But can I do a heart transplant on my own? Xiao Dai is a nurse, not a doctor. Zhang Yi meant to bring another doctor's assistant because a heart transplant involves 2 bodies. Considering the difficulty and complexity of the surgery, we are now rewarding the host with an additional doctor's assistant. Just as Zhang Yi was filled with joy, a young woman in her late teens or early 20s, wearing a white lab coat, appeared before him. Her stunning beauty and figure left Zhang Yi unable to help but exclaim, "System, you must be a beauty manufacturer." "Hello, Dr. Zhang, I'm your assistant." A voice as sweet as honey rang out. Sigh. That sound sent a chill down Zhang Yi's spine. "Do you have a name?" Zhang Yi asked. "No." The woman smiled at Zhang Yi with eyes as gentle as ripples on water. Zhang Yi turned away, feeling a bit embarrassed, and silently cursed the system in his mind. Why bring out such a beautiful person? Are you testing if I'm the abstinent type? Then I'll give you one. Let's call her Xiaoyu. Zhang Yi glanced at the little butterfly beside him, then looked at the woman in front of him and said, "Let's call her Xiaoyu." "Alright, thank you, Dr. Zhang, for giving me a name." No need to thank me. Let's get down to business." "But how's your technique?" Zhang Yi asked curiously. Although the system's output is generally not too bad, Zhang Yi needed to have a baseline for himself, right? This assistant's technical proficiency matches that of the host. The same as me? Then if I fail, she'll fail too, right? Yes. It's over. Zhang Yi had a bad feeling, just like his skills. He feared he might be in for even more trouble this time. Since it was a heart transplant, there were 2 young men lying on operating tables in the operating room. One was the donor, and the other was the recipient. At that moment, Xiao Dai was preparing for the pre-operative disinfection. Heart transplantation is a surgical procedure in which a human heart that has been declared brain-dead and successfully matched is completely removed and implanted into the chest cavity of a recipient through allogeneic transplantation. Although this procedure is not a routine treatment for heart disease, it serves as an excellent therapeutic option for patients in the terminal stages of heart disease, significantly improving survival rates and extending life expectancy. Of course, in heart transplantation surgery, obtaining a donor heart is the most critical step. In addition to meeting the general technical requirements for organ transplantation, there are strict time constraints regarding the donor's condition. Therefore, performing such a procedure requires not only the necessary surgical technical capabilities but also close surgical coordination and proper perfusion and preservation of the donor heart. Wash hands, put on isolation gowns, gloves, and masks. The surgery begins. Chapter 114, Emergency Call from the Police. The first step of the surgery is the removal of the donor heart. A midline sternal incision is made, and the sternum is sawed open with an electric saw to place the retractor. The handle of the retractor is oriented toward the head to ensure adequate exposure of the chest. Since most donors are individuals who have been declared brain-dead, there is no need to establish extracorporeal circulation after thoracotomy. Make a longitudinal incision to open the pericardial cavity, and instill 200 mg of heparin into the right atrium. Place a 20-gauge non-traumatic suture around the ascending aorta and insert a cold perfusion needle. Connect 2 blood transfusion sets to the 4 injection solution, thoroughly remove air, and connect them to the 3-way connector on the perfusion needle. Clamp the ascending aorta and initiate cold perfusion, maintaining perfusion pressure at approximately 107 kilopascals. Simultaneously, inject a large volume of 4% saline into the pericardial cavity to locally cool the heart. Incise the inferior vena cava at the diaphragm and simultaneously incise the right pulmonary vein to prevent cardiac distension. At the pericardial fold, cut the aorta, pulmonary artery, pulmonary veins, and superior vena cava, ensuring sufficient length of the latter to avoid damaging the sinoatrial node. Bluntly dissect the posterior bare area of the atrium, place the excised heart in a sterile basin filled with ice-cold saline solution, and continue perfusion. And observe the effect to ensure uniform cooling of the donor heart and adequate protection of the heart. The second step is the removal of the recipient heart. The midline sternal incision is still made, and the sternum is sawed open with an electric saw to establish extracorporeal circulation. Incising the pericardium, resecting the anterior walls of the left and right atria, and preserving the posterior walls of the left and right atria along with part of the interatrial septum for anastomosis. Then, the ascending aorta and pulmonary aorta are transected near the semilunar valves. The final step is to anastomose the donor heart with the recipient's defective heart. Finally, it's done. Zhang Yi was performing a heart transplant for the first time, and he had only a basic understanding of organ transplantation theory, knowing some of the surgical procedures and the most severe post-operative complication, which is rejection. Regarding the upcoming exam results, Zhang Yi did not hold much hope, as he believed he had failed. Ding! Host has completed all surgery procedures. System evaluation is now underway. Please wait. Ding! The host has completed all surgery procedures. System evaluation is now underway. Please wait. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have achieved the lowest score in history, 32 points. As a special reward, your punishment will be doubled. Wait. Let me explain. Slap. Zhang Yi. The next day at noon, Zhang Yi took advantage of his break time to visit the ICU ward. Dr. Zhang, you're here? Zhao Qinyu, lying on the hospital bed, was still completely wrapped in bandages, but upon seeing Zhang Yi approach, he struggled to open his mouth and managed to squeeze out a few words through clenched teeth. Zhang Yi nodded and asked, "How have you been lately? It's not as painful as before. It doesn't hurt as much anymore. Your healing ability is still quite fast. I just asked the ICU doctor for you, and they said you can be transferred to a regular ward after another week of recovery." Really? Thank you. Hearing that he could be transferred to a regular ward, the only eye that had been visible on Zhao Qinyu finally showed some sparkle. You're welcome. Don't lose hope about your injury. Take good care of yourself, and with skin grafting later, it should look better. By the way, the cause of the fire at your house has been determined. Did you know that? Zhao Qinyu blinked his eyes, indicating that he was aware of it. Good to know. So you don't need to worry about the money either. The property management company and the power company will cover it. Just focus on getting better, okay? Thank you, Dr. Zhang. No problem, I told you there's no need to thank me. Alright, you rest now, I won't bother you anymore. Zhang Yi left the ICU and went to the orthopedic ward to check on Yuan Yuan's condition. Wow, Yuan Yuan can walk already. As soon as Zhang Yi entered the ward, he saw Yuan Yuan with a crutch under each armpit, slowly walking with the support of her mother, Liang Xueme. Yuan Yuan and Liang Xueme turned around in surprise upon hearing the familiar voice, Dr. Zhang. Dr. Zhang, you haven't come to see Yuan Yuan for several days. Yuan Yuan said as she slowly walked toward Zhang Yi. I forgot to tell you that I went to the countryside for a free clinic last week and just returned the day before yesterday. Zhang Yi explained as he stroked Yuan Yuan's head. What is a free clinic? A free clinic is a voluntary medical service where doctors go to rural areas or places with poor medical facilities to provide free medical care to people who cannot afford or have difficulty accessing medical treatment. Wow! That's amazing. Yuan Yuan wants to go on a free clinic trip too. Yuan Yuan sat on the bedside, holding Zhang Yi's wrist, and said happily, Whatever Dr. Zhang does, you have to do too. You're such a little tag-along. Liang Xueme gently tapped Yuan Yuan's nose and laughed. Yuan Yuan tilted her little head back and laughed. At that moment, Zhang Yi's phone rang. He looked at it and saw that it was Guo Xinyan calling. What's up, Xinyan? Hurry down. I just got an emergency call from the police asking medical personnel to rush over and provide assistance. Alright. Zhang Yi hung up the phone, briefly said goodbye to Yuan Yuan and Liang Xueme, and hurried downstairs. Today, Zhang Yi and Guo Xinyan were on call for house calls. After a busy morning, they finally had a chance to rest during lunchtime, but then an emergency call came in, and their lunch break was over. Inside the ambulance. What's going on? Is that the police calling? I don't know the details, but apparently there's a pregnant woman on Yusen Road threatening to jump off a building. The police asked us to come in case something happens so we can provide medical assistance.
Wei Xinyan explained. Jumping off a building? A pregnant woman jumping off a building? What's a healthy pregnant woman doing jumping off a building? That's so irresponsible. If she jumps like that, the baby will die too. All the way there, Zhang Yi couldn't stop thinking about the pregnant woman who wanted to jump off the building. Upon arriving at the scene, he realized that the situation was not as simple as he had imagined. At a private obstetrics and gynecology hospital on Yusen Road, the pregnant woman stood at the edge of the hospital's top floor, her expression somber, her eyes filled with sorrow and despair. She held a medical report in her hands, which fluttered noisily in the strong wind blowing from the rooftop. "Ma'am, calm down. We can help you with anything." The man speaking was a police officer named Huaigua. He was carefully approaching the pregnant woman while speaking. "Don't come any closer. Stay away from me. Keep your distance." The pregnant woman suddenly became agitated and moved closer to the edge. No, okay, I'll step back. Don't get so worked up." The police officer slowly took another step back. If it had been before, he would have taken advantage of the other person's inattention and pulled him down in one swift move, but today's situation was a bit tricky. This is an 8-month pregnant woman. If I pull her down, what if the baby gets hurt? If I don't pull her, what if she really falls? At that moment, another young police officer arrived on the rooftop with several doctors from the nearby obstetrics and gynecology hospital. He walked up to Huaigua and whispered something in his ear. Chapter 115, We must induce labor immediately. What? The baby is dead? Hearing his colleague's brief account, Huaigua looked at the pregnant woman standing at the edge of the building with a mix of astonishment and pity. Oh, so it was because the child had a moment of despair. By the way, has the air mattress downstairs been inflated yet? Huaigua asked quietly. Almost done, just a few more minutes. Okay. Then he could rest assured that, whether he pulled the pregnant woman down later where she accidentally fell, at least the adult's life would be saved. Since the child was already stillborn, he couldn't worry about that anymore. Downstairs, an ambulance with red and white stripes pulled up outside the private maternity hospital. Zhang Yi casually glanced at the hospital scale. It wasn't very large, only 5 stories tall, belonging to the type of private specialty hospital that had emerged in recent years in China, specializing in gynecology, obstetrics, and postpartum care. However, Zhang Yi didn't dare to have high expectations for the medical standards of this private hospital. After all, it was small in scale, had limited medical equipment, and was primarily profit-driven. At that moment, a crowd of onlookers had gathered outside the hospital entrance, all holding their phones and taking photos of the top floor. Below the pregnant woman, police officers were preparing an inflatable airbag. Upon seeing the medical staff arrive, one of the officers stopped what he was doing and walked toward them. "Hello, I'm Officer Lu Yuan from the city police station. Here's the situation. After undergoing an examination, the pregnant woman discovered that her fetus had died due to oxygen deprivation. In a moment of despair, she went to the rooftop intending to jump. We received an emergency call and immediately contacted you to ensure that any potential emergencies could be addressed promptly," Officer Lu Yuan explained. "Stillborn? At this hospital? Are you certain it was stillborn?" Zhang Yi asked. "Yes, but the current test results cannot confirm whether the fetus in the pregnant woman's womb is dead. We will have to wait until she is saved before we can confirm it again. Please send a doctor up with me first. The rest of you wait downstairs," Lu Yuan said to the medical staff. "I'll go up." Zhang Yi stepped forward first. He wanted to check whether the fetus in the pregnant woman's womb was still alive. "All right." Lu Yuan nodded and led Zhang Yi upstairs. At this time, the entire hospital was surrounded by police, and unauthorized personnel were not allowed to go up. Just then, the pregnant woman's husband rushed over. Seeing his wife standing on the edge of the roof from downstairs, he couldn't help but feel a surge of panic. Zhang Yi had just reached the rooftop when he was bumped from behind by someone rushing up. Before he could see who it was, the person had already reached the spot closest to the pregnant woman. "Xiaoyun, what are you doing? Get down!" Xiaoyun's husband shouted urgently at her as she stood on the edge. The pregnant woman saw her husband and only moved her eyes slightly before remaining motionless. How desperate must she have been? A child can be replaced, but jumping like that would mean losing an entire family. Zhang Yi walked over to the police officers and examined the pregnant woman's abdomen carefully. Unfortunately, the baby was already in a state of asphyxiation, and its heart, which had not yet fully developed, had stopped beating. Generally, if a pregnant woman suffers from hypertension and her condition has been poorly controlled for an extended period, the fetus is highly likely to experience suffocation due to insufficient nutrient or oxygen supply, resulting in stillbirth. This woman appears to be in her 30s, falling within the category of advanced maternal age. However, how severe is her hypertension at such a young age? Severe enough to result in the loss of the child? "Husband, it's all my fault. I've lost 3 children. I'm such a disaster, not only killing the children but also you. After I'm gone, you should find another woman to start a new life," the pregnant woman said to her husband with a blank expression.
I've been waiting here just to tell you these few words. I hope you'll listen to me and find another woman who can have children to live with. The pregnant woman continued. Xiao Yun, how could you be so foolish? We can have another child. If you're gone, what will I do? Please don't do anything stupid. Her husband tried to sneak forward, but the pregnant woman shouted him back, don't come any closer. If you dare take another step, I'll jump. As she spoke, one of the pregnant woman's feet had already left the ground, almost ready to plunge downward. Don't jump, Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun, I know you're in pain. We can give up the child, but please don't do anything foolish. I beg you. The husband's pent-up emotions finally broke, and he knelt down in front of the pregnant woman, crying. Please don't do this. Xiao Yun. Seeing her husband crying hysterically in front of her, the pregnant woman's face finally showed a hint of emotion. She slightly opened her mouth, about to speak, but then suddenly clutched her stomach and furrowed her brows. A pale yellow, murky liquid slowly trickled down her legs. This is bad. The pregnant woman is too agitated, causing premature rupture of the amniotic sac. We need to induce labor immediately and deliver the baby. Otherwise, it could endanger the mother's life. Zhang Yi whispered. Huaigua turned his head to see where the voice came from and realized it was a doctor in a white coat. Huaigua stepped forward and asked in a low voice, Doctor, did you say this pregnant woman has premature rupture of membranes? In most cases, a stillbirth will naturally expel the fetus from the mother's body within 2 weeks, just like giving birth to a live baby, except that the baby is stillborn. However, in this case, the amniotic sac has ruptured prematurely. It is likely due to the emotional fluctuations today. Waiting for the stillbirth to occur naturally is no longer an option. We must induce labor immediately. Right. We need to quickly find a way to move the pregnant woman to a safe location and then rush her to the hospital for an induced labor. Otherwise, if we wait any longer. Zhang Yi stopped mid-sentence, his pupils suddenly contracting. The unbelievable scene before his eyes left him utterly shocked and stunned. This was Zhang Yi staring at the pregnant woman in front of him, so scared he could barely speak. Chapter 116, A Narrow Escape. Zhang Yi couldn't help but let out a series of exclamations of astonishment, leaving Huaigua and Lu Yuan beside him completely dumbfounded. Has this doctor seen a ghost? Doctor? What's wrong with you? Huaigua whispered. The reminder snapped Zhang Yi out of his shock. I'm fine. The child isn't dead yet. I'll go talk to the pregnant woman. After saying that, Zhang Yi walked to the same position as the husband, not getting any closer but also not too far away. The scene that had left Zhang Yi so shocked he couldn't recover was that the baby in Xiaoyun's womb had actually moved. It actually struggled. Although it was only a tiny arm struggling slightly, Zhang Yi managed to catch it. As long as there was even the slightest hope for this child, Zhang Yi couldn't give up, and neither could the mother. Xiao Yun. Listen to me. Your child is still breathing. He's not dead yet. Zhang Yi couldn't wait to share the good news. The words immediately drew the stunned gazes of everyone on the rooftop. He's not dead? What's going on? That's impossible. I did an ultrasound for her and listened to the fetal heartbeat. The fetus was clearly dead. However, some people realized that Zhang Yi was probably just trying to comfort the pregnant woman and was lying on purpose. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, Xiao Yun's eyes had just regained a glimmer of hope, but upon hearing these subtle whispers, they instantly turned cold again. Don't come near me. I know you're lying to me. My child is already dead. You're lying to me, trying to make me stay in this world as a useless, good-for-nothing waste of space. Xiao Yun clutched her aching stomach while speaking through sobs. No. Please believe me. Your child still has a chance to be saved, but if you keep dragging this out, the child will truly die. Moreover, your amniotic fluid has already broken. If you don't go to the hospital to give birth to the baby now, it will truly be beyond saving. Think about it. You worked so hard to conceive this child, waited so long until 8 months, and now that it's almost time to give birth, can you really bear to let it die like this? Can you really bear to give up like this? Zhang Yi asked step by step, slowly approaching Xiao Yun. Everyone around them wisely fell silent, holding their breath as they watched Zhang Yi get closer and closer, hoping he would grab the pregnant woman and pull her back. Just one more step. Just one more step and he could grab the pregnant woman's wrist. Unfortunately, the pregnant woman had snapped out of her daze from Zhang Yi's words. She suddenly looked at him with disgust, her expression shifting from sorrow to a madness-fueled rage. She then pointed frantically at the crowd on the rooftop and shouted, "You're lying to me. You're all lying to me. I won't believe you. You all want me to stay in this world and suffer endlessly. I can't have children. Everyone I conceive dies. You're all laughing at me behind my back, calling me a harbinger of misfortune, and even trying to make Zhou Kai divorce me. Ha, how utterly ridiculous. I won't let you have your way. I'll go die right now. Die painfully. Ah. Xiao Yun. The police on the rooftop, the doctors at the private hospital, and the pregnant woman's husband all let out a series of screams. Because, after saying those words, Xiao Yun turned around and jumped down. She didn't give the people behind her any time to react. Meanwhile, many bystanders who had been watching the situation from below couldn't help but let out a series of gasps and screams upon witnessing the scene.
Oh my! They've caught him! They've caught him!
Oh my goodness, you caught it just in time.
That was so close. On the roof, to be precise, in mid-air at the edge of the roof. Zhang Yi quickly grabbed Xiao Yun's wrist.
However, since Zhang Yi wasn't very close to Xiao Yun, and Xiao Yun turned around and jumped so quickly, Zhang Yi, in an effort to grab her, ended up hanging in mid-air. The only reason the two of them didn't fall was because Zhang Yi's other hand was clinging to the iron railing at the edge of the rooftop.
Let go of me! Let go of me! I want to die!
Xiao Yun was still completely immersed in the pain of losing her child and couldn't bring herself to move. She struggled violently, shaking her legs and trying to break free from Zhang Yi's grip. Fortunately, the police officers nearby reacted quickly, rushing to where the two had fallen and grabbing Zhang Yi's hands to pull him back up. The doctors from the city hospital downstairs were so startled when they saw Zhang Yi nearly fall after him that their hearts skipped a beat, and their hearts began to race.
If Zhang Yi goes out to save someone and ends up getting himself killed instead, wouldn't that be a complete loss?
However, when everyone saw both of them being pulled up by the crowd, everyone below sighed in relief, and some even clapped their hands.
Many young people recorded this heart-stopping moment and posted it online.
Some even started live streams, with the caption "Live stream of a jump, don't miss it. If you like it, please tip with a plane or rocket." Of course, such a caption was immediately met with widespread criticism.
When are you going to live stream jumping off a building?
If you go live to jump off a building, I'll send you a plane and a rocket.
What kind of person are you? You're so desperate for money you've lost your mind.
On the top floor, Zhang Yi and Xiao Yun were quickly rescued.
Xiao Yun was crying and struggling, looking as though she still wanted to die.
Zhang Yi saw more and more water flowing out from between her legs. There was no time to waste. He hurriedly said to the police, "We need to get her down immediately.
We have to get back to the hospital right away."
All right. So the two police officers and Xiao Yun's husband carried her, who was sobbing uncontrollably, off the rooftop.
Zhang Yi stood up and immediately followed them. In truth, he had been afraid too.
But the moment he saw Xiao Yun jump, his body reacted instinctively, and he rushed forward to grab her. Even Zhang Yi himself didn't realize how quickly his reaction had been.
A close call. It really was a close call.
Zhang Yi shook his head. Next time this happens, he must make sure there's a foolproof method in place.
Drip, drip, drip. Drip, drip, drip. After lifting Xiao Yun into the ambulance, it sped back to the hospital.
Because premature rupture of the amniotic membranes not only exacerbates the already dire condition of the fetus but can also put the mother's life at risk. This child still has a chance. There is hope that he will survive. Although the child has not moved since struggling briefly earlier, but
Zhang Yi must try. Even if there's only a 1% chance, he has to try. Chapter 117, please try to save it. When Zhang Yi and the others returned to the hospital, the obstetrics and gynecology department head did not allow Zhang Yi to assist in the surgery. Alright, if not, then not.
Zhang Yi stood outside the operating room and said to the obstetrics and gynecology chief who was about to enter, "Dr. Wang, please try your best to save this child. Do not administer any other medications to the mother to avoid fetal infection.
Thank you so much.
Please believe me, this child can still be saved."
The obstetrics and gynecology department head turned around and gave Zhang Yi a cold glance, saying, "What? You think you can interfere with our obstetrics surgery? I didn't mean to. I just wanted to. Alright, I know what I'm doing."
With that, the obstetrics and gynecology department head and the other surgical assistants entered the operating room. After the operating room door closed, Hua Xinyan patted Zhang Yi on the shoulder and comforted him, "Don't take it too seriously.
The obstetrics department head is known throughout the hospital for being a tough woman.
She's very proud, but her skills are top-notch, so she's a bit arrogant.
Sometimes when she's in a bad mood, she won't even listen to the hospital director.
I think she probably heard about your last anal abscess surgery and was worried something might go wrong, so she didn't let you perform the surgery. Plus, obstetrics surgeries are generally not assigned to male doctors."
Zhang Yi smiled and said, "It's okay.
If I can't assist with the surgery, I'll just wait here. Obstetric surgeries don't take long anyway, maybe an hour at most.
You go back to the emergency room first, I'll come down later."
Hua Xinyan saw Zhang Yi so determined to wait there and didn't say anything else.
He left the operating room first.
Zhang Yi simply couldn't shake the worry about the fetus. The risks were too great: asphyxia, infection, premature rupture of the amniotic sac, and preterm birth all looming over the child's life.
He couldn't help but wonder if the little one would survive.
And even if it does survive, it will have to spend a month in an incubator.
Who knows if it will make it through that as well.
I just couldn't feel at ease, so I chose to sit outside the operating room and wait with Xiao Yun's husband.
"Doctor, thank you so much."
Xiao Yun's husband suddenly raised his head, which had been lowered all along, and looked at Zhang Yi with red eyes.
"It's nothing. I'm a doctor, it's my job."
Zhang Yi spoke casually, thinking only that he was fortunate to have saved one or two lives, and did not dwell on anything else.
However, Xiaoyun's husband, Chen Xiaoping, felt differently. He was deeply grateful to Zhang Yi from the bottom of his heart. He had witnessed the scene on the rooftop. At the moment Xiaoyun fell, as her husband, he should have rushed to save her immediately. But he had been so shocked that he couldn't react in time. If it weren't for this doctor risking his life to save her, Xiaoyun might have fallen to her death by now. Thank you. If it weren't for you, Chen Xiaoping was speaking passionately when he heard several hurried footsteps coming from the elevator entrance, accompanied by an angry outburst. This Li Xiaoyun. She actually jumped off the building. If she killed my grandson, that's one thing, but now she wants to kill my son too? If my precious grandson really gets killed by her, I'll make her divorce my son today. I've really had it for 8 lifetimes. A middle-aged woman walked over, cursing angrily. When she saw Zhang Yi and Chen Xiaoping in the hallway, she stopped in her tracks and silently closed her mouth. Zhang Yi sat beside Chen Xiaoping, clearly sensing the suppressed anger in Chen Xiaoping's body, his breathing growing heavier and his expression darkening even more after hearing the middle-aged woman's words. The woman dared not look Chen Xiaoping in the eye and instead turned to Zhang Yi and asked, "Doctor? How is Li Xiaoyun doing?" Zhang Yi roughly guessed the woman's identity and replied indifferently, not very optimistic, but they're doing their best to save her inside. What? Can the child be saved? The woman was clearly more concerned about that. I'm not sure, but we'll do our best. Zhang Yi answered honestly. Oh my. It's all that bad luck's fault. The woman stomped her foot in frustration, sat down next to Chen Xiaoping, and continued to mutter as if she hadn't vented enough, that woman has really ruined our family. You're already 32. How can you not have a child yet? Everyone else has grandchildren, and look at me. Just listen to me, that woman has no connection to our family. She's... Enough, Mom. Stop talking. Chen Xiaoping finally couldn't hold back anymore. In the empty operating room corridor, aside from the echoes, all that could be heard was Chen Xiaoping's heavy breathing. Clearly, the woman had also been startled by the shout. She silently swallowed and closed her mouth, saying nothing more. Zhang Yi finally understood. He had been puzzled earlier on the rooftop. The husband seemed to love the pregnant woman so much, yet she still wanted to jump off the building. It turned out there was such a venomous mother-in-law. Verbal abuse can be just as deadly as physical violence. One is invisible, the other tangible. Every family has its own problems. Zhang Yi sat quietly by, waiting for the surgery to begin, and did not get involved in their family feud. However, inside the operating room, a highly challenging situation also arose. Earlier, the head of the Obstetrics and Gynecology department suddenly changed the planned-induced abortion procedure to a cesarean section just before the surgery began, leaving several assistant surgeons on standby completely taken aback. Dr. Wang actually took the advice of a junior doctor. Goodness gracious, is this really the first ever formidable woman? She actually took advice from a junior? On the operating table, the baby was delivered, but there was no heartbeat upon emergence, and it was unable to breathe on its own. Perform external cardiac and pulmonary resuscitation on the child immediately. Obstetrics and Gynecology Department Chief Wang Qiuju gave the order, handed the child to an assistant, and continued with the surgery. Infant chest compressions differ from those for adults. One hand must support the infant's back, with the other hand's 2 fingers placed 1 finger below the nipple line for compression. Alternatively, both palms and forefingers can support both sides of the back, with both thumbs performing the compression. The compression-to-release ratio is 1:1, with a compression depth of 1/3 to 1/2 of the chest thickness, and a frequency of 100 compressions per minute for newborns. The ratio of chest compressions to rescue breaths is 3:1. Dr. Wang, we've tried establishing an airway and chest compressions, but the child still hasn't regained a heartbeat. What should we do? The assistant asked anxiously from the side. Administer 0.1 milligrams of epinephrine intravenously. Okay. Director Wang, Li Xiaoyun is experiencing severe uterine bleeding. Chapter 118, Massive Bleeding. The bleeding won't stop, Dr. Wang. The young doctor who had come to assist in the surgery was experiencing postpartum hemorrhage for the first time and was extremely panicked. Wang Qiaoju's expression wasn't much better. Postpartum hemorrhage is a very dangerous complication and one of the leading causes of maternal mortality, ranking first in China. If immediate measures are not taken to stop the bleeding, the mother could die from shock within 5 minutes. What should we do, Director Wang? The bleeding won't stop. Cut it. Remove the uterus and ligate the arteries and veins. Xiao Zhao, go prepare the blood and get ready for a transfusion. Explain the situation to the family when you go out. Finally, Wang Qiuju made her final decision. Got it. In general, methods for stopping severe bleeding include promoting uterine contraction, packing with gauze, and ligating the ascending branches of the bilateral uterine arteries and the internal iliac arteries. All these measures can preserve the uterus and maintain fertility. Hysterectomy is the most effective method for controlling obstetric hemorrhage. When various hemostatic measures fail to produce significant results and bleeding cannot be controlled, a subtotal or total hysterectomy should be performed immediately while administering blood transfusions and treating shock. In fact, Wang Xiuju did not want to undergo a hysterectomy. Although Li Xiaoyun's uterus was damaged from the previous 2 miscarriages, making it impossible for her to conceive again even if the child were born safely, she also had hypertension. This time, after finally enduring until the baby was 8 months old and was about to be born, it still ended up. Wang Xiuju thought to herself. Glancing at the newborn baby who had not uttered a single sound since being born and was still being resuscitated. If the baby couldn't be saved today and she woke up to find her uterus had been removed, that would be an unimaginable blow. But there's no other choice. We have to do this to save her life. During surgery, if any life-threatening complications arise, the doctor must prioritize saving the patient's life above all else. Outside the operating room, Chen Xiaoping was stunned by the doctor's explanation. What? Severe bleeding? Hysterectomy? Yes, we hope the family understands. At this point, this is necessary to save her life. If we don't remove the uterus, it could endanger the mother's life. Xiao Zhao explained patiently. Chen Xiaoping paused for a moment before saying, "All right, please do everything possible to save my wife's life." What about my grandson? Chen Xiaoping's mother stepped forward and grabbed Dr. Zhao's hand, asking. The child is still in critical condition, but the situation is not looking good. Please prepare yourselves mentally. Dr. Zhao finished speaking and turned to enter the operating room, but was stopped by Zhang Yi. May I go in to see him? Xiao Zhao gave Zhang Yi an apologetic look and said, I'm sorry, but the director won't let you in, so there's nothing I can do. After saying that, Xiao Zhao turned and entered the operating room. Outside the operating room, Chen Xiaoping stood there with a blank expression, lost in thought, while his mother stood beside him, pounding her chest and complaining incessantly. Son, let's just leave her. This woman is definitely cursed. Look at her uterus has been removed. What use is she now? Right? She carried 3 children and lost all 3. I can't even stand to be near her. Right. Since you want to stay away, once Xiaoyun is discharged from the hospital, we'll move out and you can stay there alone. What did you say? Chen Xiaoping's mother thought she had heard wrong and asked again in disbelief. I said. From now on, Xiaoyun and I will move out. You can stay home and act however you want. I'll make sure Xiaoyun doesn't come into contact with you anymore. Chen Xiaoping said to his mother, enunciating each word clearly. But I'm your mother. If it weren't for you constantly talking nonsense in front of her and belittling her in front of relatives and friends, causing her to be affected by others' gossip and become so distressed, would she have jumped off the building today? Zhang Yi silently walked away. He couldn't relate to family ethics. When he was a child, he used to envy others who had parents to take care of them. Now, seeing this scene, he was actually glad that he was unloved and unburdened. About half an hour later, the lights outside the operating room went out. The 2 people in the corridor also stopped arguing and waited nervously at the door. Zhang Yi was also a bit worried. He didn't know how the child was doing. As for the adult, with massive bleeding and a hysterectomy, she should be fine. The child was the concern now. The door opened, and a nurse came out and asked, Are you a family member of Li Xiaoyun? Yes. I'm his husband. Please sign here. The uterus has been removed, and the mother's life has been saved for now. Unfortunately, the baby was stillborn. Although he had already anticipated the worst outcome, Chen Xiaoping couldn't suppress his sorrow at that moment. His hands trembling, he took the pen handed to him by the nurse and struggled to sign all the documents. Is there truly no hope for the child? Chen Xiaoping put down the pen and asked again, unwilling to give up hope. Chen Xiaoping looked at the nurse with eyes full of hope, but the nurse turned away in shame and said, I'm sorry, we did our best. This is the hardest part of being a medical professional. Patients place their hopes in you, but when you can't fulfill them, it's truly heartbreaking. I'll go take a look. Zhang Yi didn't wait for the nurse's permission and rushed straight in. Ah, Dr. Zhang. You can't go in. By the time the young nurse reacted, Zhang Yi had already entered the operating room. At that moment, Li Xiaoyun had just been placed on a stretcher and was being prepared to be taken out of the operating room. Everyone in the operating room was startled when Zhang Yi suddenly rushed in. What are you doing, Zhang Yi? Who let you in here? Get out immediately. Wang Xiuju was in the process of removing her gloves when she saw Zhang Yi charging in so forcefully, and she shouted at him. Zhang Yi ignored her and walked straight toward the doctor's assistant holding the child, saying, Give me the child. Let me take a look. The doctor's assistant was clearly startled by Zhang Yi's imposing presence, stammering as he glanced at Director Wang and then back at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi didn't bother with niceties, he simply snatched the lifeless infant from her arms. Upon seeing the infant, Zhang Yi's brows gradually furrowed. It was indeed a stillborn baby at first glance. But the child clearly struggled a bit when it was on the roof. I definitely didn't see it wrong. It must have been trying to save itself. It must have been. If we don't try to save the child, when Xiaoyun wakes up and discovers that her uterus is gone and the child is gone, she will definitely attempt suicide again. Who can guarantee that we'll be able to save her next time? Therefore, this child must be saved. Chapter 119, Zhang Yi deserves gold. Oxygen. Oxygen tube.
Zhang Yi shouted to the doctor's assistant beside him. Oh. The assistant was startled by Zhang Yi's intensity and turned around to bring the oxygen tube and ventilator over. Zhang Yi placed the child, who was about the same size as his own palm, on the clean operating table. While performing chest compressions with his thumb, he also attached the oxygen tube and ventilator to the child. Wang Xiaoju stood beside him, her chest heaving with anger. A nurse whispered, "Director Wang, what should we do? How dare someone ignore Director Wang's words? This is outrageous." Wang Xiaoju watched Zhang Yi doing his best to save the patient, thought for a moment, then said to the nurse beside her, "Take the mother to the ICU first." "All right." Then, Wang Xiaoju turned to Zhang Yi in the operating room and said, "All right. If you manage to save this child today, I won't hold your unauthorized entry into the operating room against you. However, if the child doesn't survive, then you'll have to pack your things and leave, go back where you came from." The meaning was clear: if the child didn't survive, he would be fired. Zhang Yi couldn't care less about what Wang Xiaoju was saying, he was just focused on saving the child. To call it a child might be a stretch, it was only 8 months old, smaller than a full-term infant, fragile like a delicate porcelain doll that might shatter at the slightest touch. Zhang Yi controlled the pressure on his hands perfectly, pressing gently, and then using the respirator to perform artificial respiration on the infant. The ratio was 3 to 1. However, Zhang Yi continued his efforts for 20 minutes, but the child still showed no signs of life. By this point, Zhang Yi's forehead was covered in a fine layer of sweat. He wasn't tired, he was too anxious. He feared the child couldn't be saved. "Child, aren't you calling out to me for help? I'm saving you. You must also put in more effort. Wake up. Try to wake up on your own. You've worked so hard to grow up this far, and you haven't even opened your eyes to see the world properly. Isn't it a shame to leave like this? Come on, kid. Your mom made it through, so you can too." Wang Xiaoju watched the scene unfold, and her opinion of Zhang Yi began to slowly change. At this moment, she couldn't help but look at Zhang Yi in a new light. She had already examined the child earlier. From birth until now, there had been no signs of life at all, clearly indicating that the baby had suffocated to death while still in the womb. But why is Zhang Yi so persistent? He's just wasting his time. Suddenly, Zhang Yi's hand stopped. Because he saw the child's heartbeat. And it was beating on its own. "He's alive! He's alive!" Zhang Yi couldn't help but exclaim with wild joy. He knew it. This child would be the next miracle. But Zhang Yi continued pressing for several more minutes, yet the child showed no signs of movement. As the child's face grew increasingly purple, what could he do? Was he really just going to watch the child die? Alive? What was he talking about? The child hadn't shown any signs of life at all. Had he gone mad from performing CPR? The two nurses standing behind Wang Xiaoju were whispering to each other. After all, the child hadn't shown any signs of life at all. How could he be alive? Suddenly, Zhang Yi suddenly remembered what his teacher had said during his internship: if a newborn doesn't cry after being born, you can try tickling the soles of their feet to stimulate them and make them cry. Zhang Yi decided to give it a try. Desperate times call for desperate measures. How would he know the result if he didn't try? Zhang Yi grabbed the child's feet with one hand and gave them a quick shake, but there was no response. Zhang Yi didn't give up. He kept bouncing, continuing to bounce. One hand pressed down while the other bounced the soles of the feet. Finally, a faint cry, so weak it was barely audible, rang out. Since no one was speaking in the operating room, everyone was quietly watching Zhang Yi being resuscitated, so everyone heard the faint sound. In an instant, everyone had the same expression, their mouths agape, unable to believe what they were seeing before them. Is this really happening? We've been trying to revive this child for so long, but there's still no response. How come he was brought back to life just like that? My goodness, I must have been blessed today. Zhang Yi held the child in his arms, and the heartbeat had returned. However, the breathing was still weak, and continuous oxygen supply was necessary. Moreover, its cries were very faint, only occasionally audible, with the rest being the sound of gasping for air. This baby needs to be taken to the neonatal intensive care unit. Zhang Yi held the baby and turned to everyone, saying. However, no one across from him responded. They all stared at Zhang Yi in shock and disbelief. Everyone was once again terrified by Zhang Yi. Cough, cough. What are you doing? Zhang Yi raised his voice, and everyone finally snapped out of it. Oh, I'll go. I'll take the child over. I'll go too. I'll go too. Wang Xiaoju quickly changed her expression and said seriously to Zhang Yi, I won't hold this against you this time. After speaking, Wang Xiaoju walked swiftly out of the operating room. Outside the operating room, Chen Xiaoping heard that the child had survived and immediately burst into tears, sitting on a chair with tears streaming down his face. His mother, upon hearing the news, was overjoyed and nearly lost her mind with happiness. Her grandson had come back from the dead. It must be a sign that heaven was looking out on their family. Thank you, doctor. Thank Dr. Zhang, he saved him. The young nurse pointed to Zhang Yi, who had just come out of the operating room. The sweat on his forehead hadn't even dried yet, he must have worked hard. Chen Xiaoping looked up and realized it was Zhang Yi, the man who had saved his family twice in a single day. A wife and a child. Chen Xiaoping didn't even think twice before he knelt down in front of Zhang Yi with a thud. "Doctor, thank you for saving my entire family. I truly appreciate it." Chen Xiaoping really didn't know how to express his gratitude. They say a man's knees are worth their weight in gold, but this doctor is worth more than gold. No, get up, get up. Zhang Yi quickly pulled Chen Xiaoping to his feet. He's only been a doctor for a short time. Now another person is kneeling before him, making him feel so embarrassed. Don't they know that a man's knees are made of gold? After calming Chen Xiaoping and his daughter, Zhang Yi hurried back to the emergency department. In the blink of an eye, the news had spread throughout the entire hospital. They said that Zhang Yi had revived the dead infant. He also gave Wang Qiuju, the toughest woman at the city hospital, a major humiliation. Chapter 120, Celebrating your narrow escape from death. We're inviting you to the health clinic. What are you talking about? When did I ever intimidate Director Wang? Zhang Yi returned to the emergency department, downed 2 gulps of water, and explained to a group of gossiping colleagues. I just came downstairs and heard it from the obstetrics doctor. No. They're just making things up. Zhang Yi waved his hand dismissively, glancing at the time. It was almost time to clock out. You're amazing, Zhang Yi. You even brought someone back from the brink of death. Guo Xinyan slung his arm around Zhang Yi's shoulder and said, that was truly miraculous. If you hadn't insisted on staying outside the operating room to wait for the results, that child might have ended up in the morgue by now. Saving lives is what we do, but I just hope the child can make it through the next month. Zhang Yi sighed. You did your best. It's a premature baby, so it's hard to say. Guo Xinyan shook his head and spoke honestly. Zhang Yi. A shout interrupted Zhang Yi and Gui Xinyan's conversation. Yuan Li, what are you doing here? It's not time to go home yet. Zhang Yi pointed at his pocket watch and reminded Yuan Li and Kong Wei, who were walking toward him. Oh, why bother with such details? It's only 5 minutes. And the cardiology department isn't busy. Yuan Li laughed and continued, I heard all about it. You had a narrow escape today. Let's go celebrate tonight. Exactly. Yuan Li and I will treat you. May you live to tell the tale and have a bright future ahead. Kong Wei shook his wallet and said. What, escaping death or surviving a great calamity? I'm not dead yet. Are you cursing me? Zhang Yi shot the two of them a glance. Let's go. After dinner tonight, I'll treat you guys to a massage. Kong Wei raised his eyebrows with a mischievous grin. Looks like you're a regular customer? Do you prefer meat or vegetarian? Yuan Li turned her head and gave Kong Wei a disdainful look before asking. What are you thinking about? Of course it's vegetarian. With the authorities cracking down so hard these days, it's hard to get meat. You really know your stuff. Zhang Yi shook his head and smiled, glancing at the time. It was exactly time to clock out. Let's go. We'll celebrate the new year together. I'll just stay home. Have fun. Guo Xinyan isn't really into this kind of thing. Come on. Stop dragging your feet. Let's just have a meal. Alright. They're being so kind to invite you, it wouldn't be polite to decline. A few people got into Kong Wei's Volkswagen Bara and drove off. Locals sure know how to eat and have fun. Kong Wei took them to a music-themed restaurant where you could eat, sing, and listen to music all at the same time. The place was packed with young people, to be precise. There were a lot of beautiful women. Of course, the beautiful women of today are different from those of the past. Once they take off their makeup, they're like night and day. A few men ordered a pot of braised frog and dry fried shrimp, along with a few bottles of beer. Come on, let's celebrate Zhang Yi not getting killed today. Let's have a drink. Ha ha. Kong Wei raised his glass and joked. Zhang Yi slapped Kong Wei on the shoulder angrily and shouted, Get lost. Don't spit out pearls from a dog's mouth. Ha ha. Just as the atmosphere was at its most harmonious, a soft, cute voice interrupted the group who were enjoying their meal. Hello? Are you Dr. Zhang? Everyone stopped eating and looked behind Zhang Yi, only to discover an incredibly cute girl. Under her straight bangs, her big, lively eyes sparkled, her straight nose was perfectly shaped, and her full, cherry-red lips were slightly curved upward. The long hair flowing down her shoulders cascaded gracefully over her shoulders as she bent forward slightly. The cute girl smiled sweetly at Zhang Yi. Seeing that he didn't respond, she asked again, Hello, are you Dr. Zhang? I feel like you look a lot like the Dr. Zhang who saved someone. HM? Yes, hello, may I ask who you are? Zhang Yi snapped out of it, put down his chopsticks, and asked politely. This woman looked unfamiliar to him. He was certain he had never seen her before. Ah. It really is you. Hello. I'm your fan. I saw your video of you saving someone online. You're so handsome. The cute girl got excited and smiled even more brightly. Beside them, Yuan Li and Kong Wei couldn't help but exchange glances. This girl is so beautiful. A smile as bright as a flower must describe her. Zhang Yi felt a bit awkward. He didn't even know them, yet they were being so enthusiastic. Plus, he wasn't a big celebrity, why were they acting like fans? Well, thank you for your liking. What could Zhang Yi say? He could only say thank you. Dr. Zhang. Can I take a photo with you? Please, please. Wow, the cute little girl is actually being cute? Oh my goodness. Zhang Yi claimed that he had such strong self-control, but even he couldn't help his heart skip a beat. I'm not good at taking photos, sorry. Zhang Yi waved his hands. He was cute, but he never took photos. The little cutie's face immediately fell, and her big eyes started to glisten with tears as she said in a pitiful voice. Wah! Dr. Zhang, please, can we take a photo together? During the citywide rescue operation, I was completely captivated by you. Please grant me this small request. Please, please? Goodness gracious, this girl sure knows how to play the sympathy card. Yuan Li couldn't bear to watch anymore and pinched Zhang Yi hard, causing him to turn his head and glare angrily at Yuan Li. What the hell are you pinching me for? She's just a little girl, what's wrong with taking a photo with her? It would kill me. Oh JBK. I have nothing to say. Zhang Yi turned around, and the little girl was still holding her phone pitifully, trying to ask for a photo. Please, Dr. Zhang, take a photo with us. Cough, cough, okay. Zhang Yi was caught in his own trap. He just said he wouldn't take a photo. After all, sugar-coated bullets still work on Zhang Yi. Click. A photo was saved on this cute little girl's phone. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Zhang. Should I sing a song for you on stage, Dr. Zhang? The little cutie didn't wait for Zhang Yi to respond and immediately walked toward the band performing on stage. She whispered something to the lead singer of the band, who gladly handed the microphone to the little cutie. Cough, cough, everyone. My name is Zhao Min. I will now perform a song titled Encounter for my idol. There were many young people dining below, and seeing such a beautiful girl about to sing, they were definitely excited. Wow! Whistling and clapping enthusiastically. The music began, with a lively rhythm that gradually drew everyone into the performance. The unfamiliar scent unique to you is what confirms your existence to me. There's no need to look back and forth, I know. In this life, we are separated by just a street corner. Even after all this time, I can still see you. Feel how important you are to me. I won't be disturbed by the changing of day and night. Every act of kindness you show me, I want to boast about. We went through so much just to meet each other. Below the stage, Kong Wei said enviously, brother, that's a blatant confession. Chapter 121, it's trending again. All positive reviews. Bro, this is a blatant confession. What's there to confess? She just sang a song. Zhang Yi listened to the song while munching on frog legs. It's so beautiful, and you only sang one song? If you told me she was a singer, I'd believe you. How can you be so calm? Anyway, Kong Wei was completely captivated by Zhao Min's voice, clear, loud, and melodious. Zhang Yi nodded. Indeed, that voice should be on The Voice or something. Zhao Min's voice was truly beautiful. As soon as she started singing, Zhang Yi could tell it was very distinctive, sweet yet not overly so. Thank goodness for the voice. Now all the beautiful women are going to participate in Create Camp or The Next Generation. Kong Wei, who hasn't been able to find a girlfriend, studies entertainment news with particular attention. What kind of camp or show is that? Creation Camp, The Next Generation. What creation? What future? Create. Forget it, forget it. What's the point of telling you? I'm just going to eat. Kong Wei sighed, gave Zhang Yi a disapproving look, and stuffed a piece of shrimp into his mouth. Alright. Zhang Yi smiled and also picked up a piece of shrimp and stuffed it into his mouth. By the time they finished their meal, 3 people rushed over to say they knew Zhang Yi and wanted to take photos with him and get his autograph. Yuan Li opened his Weibo and scrolled through it. Sure enough, the video of Zhang Yi saving someone during the day was now ranked 10th on the Weibo trending list. No wonder. Look at that. You're famous again. Yuan Li handed her phone to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi took a look and saw that it was indeed him on the screen, his heroic figure charging forward, grabbing the pregnant woman's wrist, and the two of them were suspended in mid-air, with his white robe shining brightly. The comments below were all positive. Isn't this the same doctor who helped promote the child last time? It's him. He's also the doctor who led the citywide rescue effort in Tianshan City. What a dedicated doctor. I'll give you a thumbs up. Grabbing her like that, aren't you afraid you'll fall with the pregnant woman? You're so selfless. That's admirable. After reading it, Zhang Yi returned the phone to Yuan Li and continued eating. What's wrong? So many people complimented you, and you didn't react at all? Yuan Li asked Zhang Yi, who was eating without expression. What reaction do you want me to have? Whether people are praising you or insulting you, you shouldn't take it too seriously. The former will make you lose yourself, and the latter will make you end up like that pregnant woman who jumped off the building today, unable to bear it and wanting to commit suicide. Oh, that makes sense. Yuan Li nodded in agreement. After dinner, Kong Wei insisted on dragging Zhang Yi to get a massage, but Zhang Yi really wasn't interested and refused no matter what.
Seeing that Zhang Yi and Guoxinyan weren't going, Kong Wei lost interest as well. Alright. Then I won't go either. We can go next time.
That thing is actually pretty good. It can massage your shoulders, neck, and lower back.
If you want to go, you go ahead.
I don't have any issues with my shoulders, neck, or lower back, so I'm not going. Zhang Yi stood at the store entrance with his hands in his pockets, waiting for Yuanli, who hadn't come out of the restroom yet. Kong Wei puckered his lips and scoffed, humph.
You're so great at everything, aren't you?
After that, everyone got into their cars and went their separate ways.
A spa treatment is so boring. I'd rather go back to the dorm and practice surgery.
Zhang Yi muttered to himself as soon as he arrived at the dorm.
Ha? What did you say? How can you practice surgery in the dorm? Yuanli asked Zhang Yi.
Ha, I meant coming back to read and practice in my mind.
Oh, I thought you were talking about something else. Your dedication to learning is really impressive.
No wonder you graduated with a master's degree while others only got a bachelor's.
That's the difference. Yuanli said as she carried the basin into the bathroom.
Zhang Yi smiled without saying a word, then opened his phone. The old SIM card still showed countless missed calls and unread messages. The new SIM card had only one unread text message from an unknown number, which read,
Zhang Yi, big brother, this is Xiao Kai.
My sister and I have decided to go with those two uncles and aunts. They've been very kind to us, and the aunts' cooking is especially delicious. I came to look for you this afternoon, but the nurses said you weren't there, so I sent you a text message. My sister is being discharged tomorrow morning.
Could you come to see us off?
Zhang Yi guessed that it must have been the older brother who bought Xiao Kai a new phone.
Alright, I'll come by tomorrow morning to check on you. Zhang Yi edited a text message and sent it back. After that, Zhang Yi put down his phone, read for a while, and after Yuanli finished washing up, Zhang Yi also went into the bathroom. Zhang Yi had spent the entire night training for a heart transplant, but all attempts ended in failure. Damn it! Why is this heart transplant so difficult? Zhang Yi couldn't help but mutter under his breath as he woke up in the morning. After breakfast, Zhang Yi went to the emergency department, but the people standing in the office startled him slightly. Ziyu, weren't you going home? What's going on? Aren't you going back? Zhang Yi asked while putting on his white coat. I came here today to resign and say goodbye to everyone. Zhao Ziyu smiled at Zhang Yi. Oh, when are you leaving? This afternoon. In such a hurry? Why not stay one more night? I'll treat you to dinner. Exactly, Ziyu. Let's get together again tonight? Guoxinyan also walked over and said. No, I've already bought my ticket. My grandmother and mother are already preparing to welcome me.
Zhao Ziyu had put on some makeup today, and she looked much better than when she was makeup-free, at least her skin tone was several shades lighter.
Actually, Zhao Ziyu is a bit disappointed.
She was still hoping Zhang Yi would stay with her.
However, after the morning meeting, Zhang Yi dropped Zhao Ziyu off at the entrance of the emergency building. Be careful on your way.
Zhang Yi didn't know what else to say, so he could only wish her a safe journey. Zhao Ziyu, with a hint of sadness in her eyes, glanced at Zhang Yi, nodded, and turned to leave.
Zhang Yi watched Zhao Ziyu's slender figure fade into the distance, feeling a mix of emotions. He hoped she would be okay. Hematology Department. Xiao Yu. Xiao Kai. Zhang Yi opened the door and called out.
The two siblings, who were busy packing their things, and their new parents all looked toward the door with joy.
Dr. Zhang, hello. Zhang Yi, you're here. Chapter 122, Zhang Yi's decision to stay or leave. Ah. You're leaving so early?
Zhang Yi walked in, ruffled Yuan's hair, and asked.
Yes, Yuan's attending physician said so.
The children's new mother looked at Zhang Yi and replied with a smile. Zhang Yi thought to himself, this must be a very kind-hearted mother. After all, one's appearance reflects one's heart. This woman's smile was warm and approachable, making her seem very friendly. Despite being nearly 40, she didn't look a day over 30, and if Zhang Yi hadn't known her real age, he would have guessed she was in her early 30s. You two must listen to your new parents from now on. No mischief, do you hear me? Zhang Yi said, pointing at Xiao Yu and Xiao Kai's noses.
Hee, we know.
Yuan's attitude toward Zhang Yi was completely different from the first time they met in the small, run-down house. It's because of Zhang Yi that they have a warm home, and it's also because of Zhang Yi that they can see hope in life. If it weren't for Zhang Yi pulling them out of that filthy swamp, they would probably still be living in poverty, unable to feed themselves and subject to abuse. Worse still, Xiao Yu might have missed the optimal treatment window due to taking counterfeit medication, and there's a chance she could have passed away within a year.
But they were fortunate to have encountered Zhang Yi. Everything changed, and everything is now moving in the right direction. Once you arrive in Huzhou, be sure to let me know you're safe. If anything happens, just give me a call. If anyone bullies you, I'll come right over to help. And Xiao Kai, as the older brother, you must take good care of your sister. From now on, you two have a home, so you can't run around everywhere like before or take other people's things without permission, okay? Your new parents have a good living standard. I see that the two of you are using the best and most expensive phones now, but I hope you remember that people must never be greedy. Keep a humble heart. Don't be lazy. While enjoying your leisure time, you must also prioritize your studies. Otherwise, heaven will take back all the happiness you currently have. Do you understand? Zhang Yi looked at the two children and said seriously. Li Xiaokai understood Zhang Yi's meaning. He hoped they wouldn't become lazy and unambitious just because their parents were wealthy. Don't worry. Zhang Yi, I'll definitely remember your words. Xiaokai looked at Zhang Yi and replied firmly. Alright, I'll walk you downstairs. Zhang Yi stood at the hospital entrance and saw the two children into the BMW 3 Series. Dr. Zhang, we'll take the children now. Thank you. Before the car pulled away, the children's new parents shook hands with Zhang Yi to say goodbye. You're welcome. The children are still young and have a lot to learn. We hope you'll be patient with them. Zhang Yi smiled politely. No problem. We've always wanted to adopt a child, so this is perfect. Now we have a son and a daughter, which makes a complete family. How auspicious. Alright. I won't keep you any longer. Drive safely on your way back. Zhang Yi smiled as he bid farewell to Xiao Yu, Xiao Kai, and the couple before returning to the emergency department. To his surprise, Guo Xinyan suddenly grabbed Zhang Yi and said mysteriously, Where did you go? Something big has happened. Zhang Yi furrowed his brows and looked at Guo Xinyan, who was acting so alarmed, and asked, Big trouble? What kind of big trouble? After the morning meeting just now, the director was called away to attend a leadership meeting. Come on, it's just a meeting. Why are you so nervous? Zhang Yi must have thought it was something serious and got a scare. We're discussing you. The boss called the meeting to discuss you. What? Discuss me? Zhang Yi's face finally showed some expression. It seems like they're talking about how you entered the operating room without wearing a protective suit or mask, plus the previous incident of occupational exposure. A few higher-ups couldn't stand it anymore and want to use this as an opportunity to fire you. What? Half an hour earlier, in the conference room of the medical education building. I think Zhang Yi's behavior is simply too dedicated. Among all the young doctors in our hospital, none of them have half of Zhang Yi's skills, and none of them are as dedicated and have as much medical ethics as Zhang Yi. Of course, I don't agree with Zhang Yi's decision during the occupational exposure incident. Even if the young doctor pleaded with him, he shouldn't have allowed her to perform the surgery. Although the outcome was favorable and no infection occurred, the negative impact was severe. Therefore, my final decision is to support keeping Zhang Yi at our city hospital. The loud voice of Orthopedic Department Director Feng Yong echoed through the quiet conference room. Next, the head of the Thoracic Surgery Department spoke. I believe that Dr. Zhang Yi is indeed a skilled physician, but I fear that he is young and arrogant, believing himself to be exceptional. He dared to rush into the operating room without authorization. As a doctor, doesn't he know that the operating room is an absolutely sterile environment? What if the mother and baby had been accidentally infected at that moment? Who would take responsibility for that? Therefore, I do not support his continued employment at the city hospital. Cough, cough. I have heard about Zhang Yi's case. It is said that he used a fruit knife and 2 doses of short-acting anesthetic to save a woman with premature rupture of membranes from the brink of death in the countryside. Based on this alone, I believe Zhang Yi has a bright future ahead of him. My opinion is to support him staying at our city hospital. After the passionate speeches from the hospital leaders and department heads, the hospital director was feeling a bit overwhelmed. He had called this meeting today because multiple people had already complained to him about Zhang Yi, accusing him of being arrogant and disrespectful, even going so far as to confront the obstetrics department head, Wang Qiuju. Ah, he sighed. A person who is too outstanding is bound to attract jealousy. The director understood the logic behind it. He knew Zhang Yi a little. He wasn't exactly arrogant, though he did have some connection with the bureau chief. However, he was always very polite to any leader and never put on airs. Alright, since everyone has their own opinions, let us decide by voting. Write your opinions on paper, and I'll announce them one by one later. Following that, the dean's assistant collected the papers everyone had written, counted them, and reported to the dean. There are a total of 33 leaders, and we received 32 votes. Among them, 16 voted for a neutral opinion, and 8 each voted in favor and against. Wow, after all that voting, it's still the same? 8 in favor and 8 against? Which director hasn't voted yet? The dean stood up and looked at the people gathered around the meeting table and asked. I haven't voted yet. Wang Qiuju stood up and said in a serious and arrogant tone. Chapter 123, Someone is jealous of Zhang Yi. Oh? What does Director Wang mean by that? The dean looked at Wang Qiuju in confusion and asked. I didn't want to vote, but I didn't expect the votes to be tied. What is your take on this, Director Wang? Are you in favor or against it? The dean directly threw the most critical question at Wang Qiuju. Wang Qiuju was also caught off guard. She had originally intended to stay out of the vote, but ended up being voted into a tie by them. Now it's her turn to cast the decisive vote. If she votes in favor, Zhang Yi will stay. If she votes against, Zhang Yi will have to leave. Wang Qiuju thought for a moment and spoke in a low voice.
I did not witness the incident where Zhang Yi's professional identity was exposed, so I will not participate in the discussion. I also did not witness the cesarean section performed on a woman with premature rupture of membranes in the countryside, so I will not participate in that discussion either. However, this time, he forcibly entered the operating room, and I witnessed it with my own eyes. As a doctor, one should know that the operating room is a matter of life and death. It must be absolutely safe and sterile. However, despite knowing that the patient was bleeding heavily and ignoring my and the nurse's pleas, Zhang Yi still forcibly entered the operating room. I believe Zhang Yi should be severely punished for this. However, if Zhang Yi hadn't forced his way in, the newborn baby might have already been taken out by his family to be buried. Without Zhang Yi, the pregnant woman might not have even had the chance to lie in the operating room. This Zhang Yi is a truly rare and exceptional doctor, even more dedicated than I am. Therefore, after saying all this, my opinion is that he should stay at our hospital. Of course, he is currently just interning at our hospital, and if possible, I would like to hire him as a full-time employee at our hospital. Wang Qiuju spoke in one breath, ignoring the surprised glances from the other directors present, and calmly sat back down at her own seat. Wang Qiuju actually dared to speak up for a young man who had dared to defy her? This was truly eye-opening. Who would have thought that the always arrogant and aloof Director Wang would admit that an unknown junior is more dedicated than her? After hearing Wang Qiuju's words, the dean nodded silently. Then he stood up and announced the final result. Alright, I believe everyone already knows the final result, but I still need to announce my own vote. My vote is also in favor of Zhang Yi remaining at our city hospital. Ha! Wang Qiuju turned her head and glared at the director. You bastard, Du Mingli! You voted in favor yourself, yet you gave her the decisive vote to decide. Alright, everyone participated in today's meeting, and the result was chosen by you all. From now on, I hope no one will come to me complaining about Zhang Yi anymore. As for whether he will stay at our city hospital after his training period ends, I still need to discuss that with the director of Datsuan County Hospital. We'll address that issue later. Today's meeting is adjourned. What was the director trying to accomplish with this today? Outside the meeting room, the department heads were whispering and discussing among themselves. Can't you see what's going on? It's obviously to shut up those who want Zhang Yi to leave. The votes were cast by us ourselves, what else can they say? In the emergency room. Zhang Yi, come in here with me. As soon as Ma Yunxian returned to the emergency department, he waved to Zhang Yi outside the resuscitation room. Zhang Yi and Guo Xinyan were standing together. Guo Xinyan patted Zhang Yi on the shoulder and said, "Go ahead. We'll know whether it's life or death soon enough. Why make it sound so tragic?" Zhang Yi rolled his eyes at Guo Xinyan and entered the doctor's office. Why make it sound so dramatic? Zhang Yi rolled his eyes at Guo Xinyan and entered the doctor's office. Director, you called for me? Sit down. Ma Yunxiang gestured to the chair next to him. After Zhang Yi sat down, Ma Yunxiang slowly asked, Zhang Yi, did you offend any of the directors? Offended? No, I don't even know all the department heads at the city hospital yet. Zhang Yi looked completely confused. Ma Yunxiang nodded in agreement. Zhang Yi was humble and well-mannered. He wasn't the type to use his technical skills to deliberately confront his superiors. It must be because some people are jealous. Alright, I understand. Let me explain. The meeting we just had was mainly about your future at the company, but when we got to that part, Ma Yunxiang deliberately paused. It made Zhang Yi a bit nervous. What happened in the end, Director Ma? Ha, you definitely stayed. The decisive vote was in the hands of that fierce woman. No, I mean Dr. Wang from the obstetrics department. I thought you had barged into her operating room earlier, and she would be so angry that she'd use this as an excuse to fire you. Who would have thought she'd vote in your favor? She wants you to stay, and even said she hopes you'll consider staying on after your training is finished. What? Director Wang supports me? Ma Yunxian smiled and nodded. It's her. Zhang Yi didn't expect that either. That Director Wang looked so intimidating, yet he actually spoke up for him? Alright, just focus on your work from now on. Keep treating patients as you always have, and don't worry about others. Ma Yunxian felt a bit parched, so he picked up his cup and took a sip of water. Alright, thank you, Director. Zhang Yi stood up and nodded slightly to Ma Yunxian. Wait, I forgot something. Could you take this document to the gastroenterology clinic in the outpatient department for me? Ma Yunxiang handed the document on his desk to Zhang Yi. Alright. As he stepped out of the office, a group of idle doctors and nurses gathered around and asked, what's the final verdict? What verdict? I'm not going to jail. Are you staying? Zhang Yi nodded and said, yes. Hey. I knew it. Guo Xinyan crossed his arms and smiled faintly. Alright, I'm not going to argue with you guys. I'm going to deliver the documents. After that, Zhang Yi arrived at the outpatient building. There are several internal medicine outpatient clinics, including cardiology, nephrology, respiratory medicine, and rheumatology and immunology. It's not that Zhang Yi has poor eyesight, there are just too many of them. Zhang Yi looked around several outpatient clinics but couldn't find the gastroenterology department. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing scream drew the attention of Zhang Yi and all the patients waiting in the outpatient hall. I've been waiting all day. How much longer do I have to wait for this number? Damn it, if I keep waiting, people will die outside before they get a number. Chapter 124, Angry Family Members, Zhang Yi beaten. A middle-aged tattooed man with a muscular build and wearing a gold necklace and gold watch was supporting an elderly woman with gray hair. They were standing right at the entrance to the gastroenterology clinic. Zhang Yi approached with some documents and heard the tattooed man continue to yell, "Damn it, aren't we allowed in the clinic anymore? Are you even going to see patients? I've been waiting here since yesterday, and now you tell me I have to wait in line again? Wait in line my ass. What kind of doctor is so arrogant that they won't see a patient? Watch out, I'll file a complaint against you, you bastard." Zhang Yi heard the string of curses and frowned slightly. At that moment, the doctor in the clinic couldn't take it anymore and came out to confront the tattooed man. "How dare you curse at me? I've already explained this to you many times. You were number 120 in line yesterday. That means there are still 120 people ahead of you. We've only reached number 90 now, so even if you're next, it won't be your turn until this afternoon at the earliest. All the other patients have been waiting patiently in line. Why should we let you cut in front of them? And when did I say I wouldn't treat you? There's a patient in my office right now, and you've been barging in and disrupting me. How am I supposed to treat them? Plus, there are so many people waiting behind you. Are you the only one in a hurry? Everyone who comes to the hospital is in a hurry. You want to see the doctor first, but others want to see the doctor first too. But there's an order everywhere. This isn't an emergency, and outpatient appointments are given one at a time. The doctor you're talking to, Zhang Yi, I've seen him once. He seems to be the deputy director of the gastroenterology department. He is a pretty kind person, reasonable in his dealings, and treats patients well. Unless pushed to the limit, he probably wouldn't shout at a patient like that. However, the tattooed man at the clinic entrance wouldn't back down. Upon hearing this, he flew into a rage, likely because he had been waiting for a long time and had grown impatient, coupled with the doctor in the clinic shouting at him a few more times. He grabbed the deputy director by the collar and swung a punch at him. The deputy director didn't even have time to react, and even thought his old glasses might be knocked off, but the fist didn't land. Zhang Yi caught the punch firmly. "Sir, I'm warning you out of kindness, this is a hospital. It's not a place for you to make a scene or even hit people." Zhang Yi gripped the tattooed man's fist tightly and pushed him back. But the man grew even angrier. His temper flared up instantly. With so many people watching, being humiliated by a young upstart was utterly humiliating. Especially since he was a blue belt in Taekwondo. Great! Is this how doctors at your city hospital treat patients? If you want to start something, don't blame me for being rude. When did Zhang Yi ever say he was going to get physical? But the tattooed man suddenly lunged at Zhang Yi. It was a punch that landed squarely on his body. Fortunately, Zhang Yi reacted quickly and dodged it, but he couldn't fight back. If he had fought back, it would have been the doctor hitting the patient. In this world, if you see a patient hitting a doctor, you might say the patient is being overly aggressive. But if you see a doctor hitting a patient, it's an entirely different matter, because sometimes a doctor's actions represent not just themselves but the entire profession. Of course, this is also hospital policy. Medical staff are strictly prohibited from engaging in any physical altercations with patients or their families. All disputes must be resolved peacefully, otherwise, a fine of XXX yuan will be imposed. However, it now appears that a peaceful resolution is simply not possible. Ah! Ouch! Stop hitting me! Stop hitting me! Why are you hitting the doctor? In the outpatient hall, many patients and their families kept their distance, afraid of getting caught up in the commotion. Of course, some people took out their phones to film the scene, while others immediately called the police. The deputy director of the gastroenterology department couldn't stand by any longer and stepped forward to intervene. "Stop fighting. You are disturbing the public order." The deputy director was in his 50s, with a scholarly demeanor, and there was no way he could persuade someone who practiced taekwondo. The tattooed man saw the deputy director and flew into a rage, swinging another punch at him while cursing, "What the hell are you doing? I'm not staying here anymore. What kind of expert director are you? It takes 2 days just to get a number. Get lost." Zhang Yi didn't catch the punch, and the deputy director's reading glasses were knocked off. The fist landed hard on the deputy director's cheek. "Are you okay, director?" Zhang Yi hurriedly helped the deputy director to his feet and picked up the glasses that had fallen to the ground. "I'm fine. Call the police first. He hit me. We must arrest him." The deputy director pointed angrily at the arrogant tattooed man. "Humph. Call the police? What can the police do to me? Lock me up for 2 days? Put. I'm so scared. The police are going to lock me up for 2 days, I'm really scared to death. Put." The tattooed man spat on the ground, leaned on his mother, and prepared to walk away. "Humph. You think you can lock me up? Do you know who I am? You idiots." The tattooed man gave Zhang Yi a dirty look as he left.
Kid, I'll remember you. Zhang Yi responded with a calm and composed glance. However, just as the middle-aged man and his mother were about to leave, the police arrived. Who called the police? The deputy director, with his face already swollen, stepped forward and said, "Officer, it was him. He hit someone and caused trouble at the hospital. You can check the surveillance footage if you want." The lead officer glanced in the direction the deputy director was pointing and saw the tattooed man acting like a big shot. At first glance, the officer already had a rough idea of what was going on. "Please explain the situation in detail," the police officer asked, looking at the deputy director with puffed-out cheeks. "Here's what happened. I was seeing patients, and everyone was waiting in line. This man's family member kept barging into the examination room all morning, asking me why it wasn't his turn yet. I looked at his number and saw it was over 100, so I explained that we were currently seeing patients in the 90s and asked him to wait a little longer. He refused to listen and started causing a scene at the entrance of my examination room. He even attacked me. Officer, look at my face. And look at our young doctor. Though he wasn't hit in the face, he didn't fight back at all when he was being attacked, and he must have injuries. I'm telling you the truth. The hospital has surveillance footage. I wouldn't lie to the police." The deputy director said this while pulling Zhang Yi toward the police. "That's right. The doctor is telling the truth." A little child peeked out from behind his mother and spoke up for the deputy director, but was immediately covered by his mother. Immediately afterward, the tattooed man glared at them with a menacing look. Chapter 125, People Fear Fame, Pigs Fear Strength. "What's your name?" The police officer walked up to the tattooed man and asked. At that moment, several hospital security guards also rushed over, but they were too late. The fight had already ended. The tattooed man looked at the security guards and police officers, supporting the elderly woman beside him who seemed unharmed, and coldly said, "Wang Jun. Is what the doctor said true?" "Officer. You can't just believe everything the doctor says, can you? Alright, then tell me what you think. Here's what happened. I paid the money, went to register, but he wouldn't let me see the doctor. How could I not be angry? When I went into the consultation room, he even kicked me out. What gives him the right?" The tattooed man said, pointing at the deputy director. "Alright, you both have your versions. Let's review the surveillance footage first and discuss further. During this time, we hope you'll cooperate with our investigation. After all, someone was injured, and we need to provide an explanation." The police spoke politely, but the tattooed man was still unhappy. "Sorry, my mother needs to see a doctor. We're in a hurry to go to another hospital. We don't want to stay here." The tattooed man tried to leave, but the lead police officer stopped him and said, "Sorry, you can't leave. Your mother can arrange for another doctor here, but please cooperate with our investigation." "What? You police are trying to stop us ordinary citizens from getting medical care?" The tattooed man's voice suddenly rose sharply. Many patients and their families around them actually disliked the tattooed man, but no one dared to provoke him because of his intimidating appearance. Everyone is hoping the police will take him away and lock him up for a couple of weeks. Some young people and even some clinic staff were secretly taking out their phones to film the scene. These people are so arrogant. Quickly take a photo and post it online. Let netizens drown him in a sea of criticism. Exactly. I know that young doctor. He's a pretty good doctor, but he's too kind and gets taken advantage of. On the other side, the lead police officer calmly looked at the tattooed man named Wang Jun and said, "Citizens have a duty to cooperate with police investigations, and since you are the party involved, we hope you will cooperate with us." "Are you annoying me? I've already said it. I'm going somewhere else to look. I'm not staying here." Wang Jun's temper flared up again, and he shouted at the lead police officer. "This is your first warning. Please stay and cooperate with our investigation." The police didn't want to waste any more time. If the warning was ignored, they would forcibly take him back to the station. I, Wang Jun, stood there with my hands on my hips, looking impatient. Finally, seeing several fully armed police officers, he relented. "Alright, investigate. Investigate if you must. I don't believe you can do anything to me. Detain me for a few days? Humph." Wang Jun remained as arrogant as ever. Several police officers then retrieved surveillance footage and questioned several witnesses at the scene, confirming that it was indeed the tattooed man who initiated the altercation and subsequently injured two people. He was taken to the police station by the authorities in accordance with the relevant provisions of the law on Public Security Administration punishments for further investigation. Meanwhile, Wang Jun's mother, upon discovering that her son had been taken away, began to argue and claim that the police were making arbitrary arrests. To maintain order at the hospital, the police had no choice but to take both Wang Jun and his mother back to the station. Finally, the outpatient hall returned to normal. That person is really crazy. Why did he make an appointment with the director? Everyone wants to see the experts and the director, so of course there will be a long line. Exactly. He didn't want to wait, so he even hit the doctor. The comments in the outpatient hall were mostly in favor of the doctors. "Zhang Yi, are you okay?" Wei Xinyan heard the news and rushed over immediately.
What could have happened to me? The director just got punched. Damn it, if I hadn't been wearing this white coat, I would have beaten him to a pulp. Zhang Yi had been dodging Wang Jun's punches the whole time and hadn't struck back once. Because he knew that if he fought back, things wouldn't be so simple. The other guy might start a brawl or use the excuse that he hit me to take Zhang Yi back to the police station too. As long as nothing happened, that's good. How did you suddenly get into such a situation? Guo Xinyan asked in confusion. I have no idea. I was just here to deliver some documents. Sigh. Zhang Yi sighed, feeling like today wasn't his day. At that moment, Deputy Chief Physician Zhao Guodong of the Gastroenterology Department hurriedly finished attending to the patient whose consultation had been interrupted earlier and walked over to Zhang Yi, saying, "Thank you for your help today. Which department are you from?" Zhao Guodong adjusted his glasses and took a closer look at Zhang Yi's face. He did seem a bit unfamiliar. "Hello, Director. My name is Zhang Yi. I work in the emergency department. Our Director Ma specifically asked me to come over to deliver some documents." "Oh. So you're Zhang Yi." Zhao Guodong suddenly realized. He hadn't attended the meeting today, but he had heard the name Zhang Yi mentioned. "Director, should I get you some ice to put on your face?" Zhang Yi asked, looking at Zhao Guodong's reddened cheek. "No need, no need. Thank you so much today. Otherwise, I'd probably have gotten hit more than once with my old bones." Zhao Guodong covered half his face and smiled kindly. After handing the documents to Zhao Guodong, Zhang Yi returned to the emergency department with Gui Xinyan. "Dr. Zhang, are you okay?" Zhang Yi had just arrived at the emergency room when he saw an auntie he had never seen before walk up and kindly ask him. "I'm fine. May I ask who you are?" The aunt smiled and replied, "You don't know me. I just watched your video and think you're super charming. I'm here to support you." Zhang Yi smiled awkwardly. Had he really become famous? "Alright. Thank you for your support." Zhang Yi replied politely. In the afternoon, just after the lunch break, Yuan Li rushed into the emergency department with a phone in hand. "Zhang Yi, look quickly. The video of you being beaten has been uploaded online again. Why is someone always secretly filming me?" Zhang Yi was feeling a bit down. Why was he always being secretly filmed, and why were the videos being posted online without his consent? The faces were blurred, so you can't see them clearly. Yuan Li handed the phone to Zhang Yi. Strange, how did someone recognize me even with the blurring? Zhang Yi recalled the woman named Zhao Min from last night and the aunt from this morning. You underestimated the investigative skills of this generation of netizens. If they like you, they'll definitely find you. And just wait and see, the comments are full of people cursing that tattooed guy who hit someone. I bet within 3 days, his entire background will be exposed by those who hate him, and they might even dig up something even more sensational. After all, as the old saying goes, people fear fame, and pigs fear fatness. Chapter 126, wanting to invite Zhang Yi to give a health lecture. Wow, that's a great analogy. People fear fame, and pigs fear being fat. Zhang Yi rolled his eyes and said. Just then, Zhang Yi's phone in his bag started vibrating. Zhang Yi stopped talking with the others and walked into the office before pressing the answer button. Ching Ching? Why are you calling me suddenly? Zhang Yi, are you okay? I just saw that video online. Are you hurt? Su Qingqing's worried voice came through the phone. Thanks for asking. I'm fine. It was just a minor medical dispute. Don't worry too much about it. Alright, but you have to be careful. Su Qingqing couldn't help but remind him again. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yi heard the beeping sounds coming from outside the emergency room. The emergency department was always like this, always on high alert. As soon as they heard that sound, they had to throw themselves fully into the rescue effort. Yuan Li had originally wanted to chat for a bit, but seeing how busy the department was, he left on his own. Zhang Yi put on his mask and gloves, walked to the emergency room door, and asked the doctor on duty, "What's the situation?" An elderly man in his 60s choked on food. We tried the Heimlich maneuver, but we couldn't dislodge the object. The patient has now lost consciousness and stopped breathing. Choking occurs when food blocks the throat or becomes lodged in the first narrow part of the esophagus, or even enters the trachea, causing respiratory asphyxia. It commonly occurs in mentally ill individuals, the elderly, and children, and occasionally in adults who eat too quickly. Elderly individuals and children are prone to choking due to impaired or underdeveloped swallowing function. In psychiatric patients, choking may occur as a result of extrapyramidal side effects from antipsychotic medications, which can cause coordination issues in the swallowing muscles, leading to food entering the trachea. Choking typically occurs suddenly. Mild cases may present with difficulty breathing, cyanosis, wide open eyes, random hand movements, or convulsions. Severe cases may result in loss of consciousness, generalized weakness, cold extremities, incontinence, respiratory arrest, rapid and weak heartbeat, and eventual cardiac arrest. If not treated promptly or appropriately, the mortality rate is high. The primary emergency measure following choking is the Heimlich maneuver. The rescuer should stand behind the victim, wrap both arms around the victim's waist, make a fist with one hand, place the thumb side of the fist on the abdomen between the victim's chest and navel, and use the other hand to grasp the fist. Then, quickly apply upward pressure to the victim's abdomen. The rescuer must repeat this procedure until the foreign object is expelled before stopping. The principle behind this method is to forcefully compress the patient's lungs from behind, causing the air in the lungs to reverse flow into the esophagus, thereby dislodging the obstructing food. The Heimlich maneuver was invented in 1974 by a doctor named Heimlich in M country. He first successfully used this method to save a patient who was choking due to food blocking their airway. Since then, the method has been widely adopted worldwide, saving countless lives, including former U.S. President Lee Gun-woo, former New York City Mayor Ed, and renowned actress Elizabeth Taylor, among others. However, in the current case, even after applying the Heimlich maneuver, the foreign object in the patient's airway could not be expelled. At this point, the condition of this man in his 60s is extremely critical. It is imperative to immediately perform a thoracotomy to open the trachea and remove the food. Zhang Yi glanced at the elderly man, who had a lump of sticky rice cake lodged in his throat. Quickly carry him inside and perform a laryngoscopy to determine where the food is stuck. Zhang Yi helped the attending medical staff carry the man down and instructed the nurse. In addition to doctors and nurses, emergency departments typically have many attendants. This is because there are often critically ill patients without family members, or their family members arrive too late. In such cases, attendants are asked to assist in transporting unconscious patients for examinations. Got it. About 10 minutes later, the results came back. The food was stuck in the second narrowing of the esophagus, where it crosses the aortic arch, approximately 225 centimeters from the midline incisor. Perform a tracheotomy immediately. The patient is turning increasingly cyanotic. Zhang Yi instructed Guo Xinyan. Alright, I'll do it. The esophagus has 4 narrow sections, and the most common site for choking is the first narrow section, located at the beginning of the esophagus, approximately 15 centimeters from the central incisors. This narrowing is caused by compression from the cricopharyngeus muscle, which is clinically referred to as the upper esophageal sphincter. The second narrowing is the second narrowing, which is where the patient experienced the choking episode. Dr. Guo, the heartbeat is getting weaker. The nurse beside him reminded him. Okay, I got it. Guo Xinyan is actually a highly skilled doctor. Although his talents have been overshadowed by Zhang Yi recently, he is a genuine technical expert, and Zhang Yi acknowledges this. Guo Xinyan acts quickly but doesn't make mistakes because of his speed, which shows his experience, especially in tracheostomy. After the tracheotomy, the food was removed, and everyone sighed in relief. It turned out to be a lump of sticky rice cake. After attending to the elderly man, his family members rushed over. Zhang Yi briefed them on basic dietary guidelines for the elderly and first aid for choking before arranging for the elderly man to be admitted to the inpatient ward. Time flew by quickly when things got busy, and before they knew it, it was time to clock out. Zhang Yi, tomorrow we'll be on night shift. Ah. Guo Xinyan shook his head, seeming to find the night shift in the emergency room particularly grueling. Are we seeing patients in the clinic or making house calls? Oh, definitely seeing patients. If it were a house call, why would I be sighing? Emergency room work is much busier for the doctors who see patients than for those who go on house calls. Typically, doctors on house calls are mainly responsible for bringing emergency patients back to the hospital and then handing them over to the doctors who see patients. On-call doctors, however, are responsible for the life and death decisions of patients, making their role significantly more critical and demanding. As a result, on-call duty is generally considered less strenuous compared to on-call duty. Of course, in the broader context, there is no easy job in the emergency department. Zhang Yi took off his white coat, said goodbye to Guo Xinyan, and went home. As soon as he stepped out of the emergency room, he saw a girl wearing glasses and a ponytail walking toward him. Hello, are you Dr. Zhang Yi? Yes, who is this? Not another fan, are you? Hello, I'm a reporter from Tianshan City television station. We'd like to conduct an interview. No interview, no interview. Thank you. Zhang Yi interrupted the female reporter and walked away. The female journalist didn't give up and continued to chase after Zhang Yi, saying, Our TV station would like to invite you to give a health lecture. We mainly want to use a professional perspective to educate the public about some health knowledge. Health lecture? Zhang Yi stopped in his tracks and turned to look at the female reporter. Chapter 127, 3 yuan 50 per pound, no sugar, no charge. Health lecture? Zhang Yi had mistaken it for an interview earlier, so he refused without thinking, only to find out it was a health lecture after all. He was still willing to participate in such large-scale health education initiatives, as it was better than being interviewed and asked a bunch of random questions. When the female journalist saw Zhang Yi stop in his tracks, she knew there was hope. She excitedly explained, We at Tianshan TV are planning to host a lecture on health knowledge, so we're looking to invite some experienced doctors to give the talk. How exactly will the lecture be conducted? It's just like recording a TV show. There will be viewers who want to learn more, and you'll teach them about health knowledge just like you would in a regular class. We'll record the content and broadcast it as a program. Zhang Yi nodded he could accept that. Alright, I'll consider it. Give me your business card. Zhang Yi took the initiative to ask for her business card, which made the female reporter overjoyed. She had heard rumors that Dr. Zhang never gave media interviews. How come he agreed to give a health lecture as soon as she invited him? Could it be that? The female reporter blushed slightly. Of course, Zhang Yi had no idea what the female reporter was thinking. If he had known, he would have explained himself thoroughly, telling her not to be so infatuated or self-absorbed. As soon as Zhang Yi arrived at the dormitory, Yuan Li returned shortly after. Have you eaten yet? No, I haven't. Perfect. I brought some crayfish up from downstairs. Want some? Yuan Lishuan showed off a large box of bright red crayfish in his hands. Sure. By the way, did you see the news this afternoon? It's spreading like wildfire. Yuan Li said while preparing the bowls and chopsticks. Zhang Yi suddenly remembered what Yuan Li had said and quickly opened his phone to search for Tianshan City People's Hospital. Immediately, several video pages popped up, and the titles were all quite eye-catching. Shocking. Gang members openly assault a dedicated doctor. Outrageous. A doctor at Tianshan City People's Hospital was severely injured or suffered a ruptured cornea and bleeding by the patient's family members. What kind of headlines are these? They're all so sensationalized. Zhang Yi glanced at them briefly and didn't want to read any further. How can you get page views with such uninteresting titles? Traffic equals money, and news outlets need to make money too, right? Yuan Li washed her hands and said, hurry up and come eat. By the way, I saw a headline about someone involved in organized crime. Is that person really involved in organized crime? Zhang Yi asked while eating. I don't know the details, but apparently some netizens dug up information saying that this person had previously taken on construction projects and owed migrant workers millions of dollars in wages. I don't know if it's true, but the police said they are currently investigating and will notify all concerned netizens once there are results. Ugh, they even owe migrant workers wages. That's outrageous. Zhang Yi angrily tore off a piece of shrimp head and vented his frustration. By the way, did he beat you up today? Yuan Li glanced at Zhang Yi and asked again. Isn't there a video? You can watch it yourself. I either blocked it with my hand or dodged quickly. My reaction is way faster than his, you know. Put. Yuan Li shot Zhang Yi a disdainful glance, looking at him as if to say, look at you. After dinner, Yuan Li followed Zhang Yi outside for a run before returning home. When the two of them returned home, drenched in sweat, they were startled to find someone standing at the front door. Ching ching? Ching ching? Yuan Li glanced at Zhang Yi and said very consciously, I'll go out for a run. You guys chat first, you chat first. Why did you come over here? After Yuan Li left, Zhang Yi looked at Su Qingqing, who was wearing the pink dress he had given her last time, and asked in surprise. Did she come here specifically to see me after seeing the news? I came here because of work, and I thought I'd drop by to see you guys. Here, I brought some specialties from Linhai for you. Su Qingqing handed the large bag of specialties to Zhang Yi. Why did you bring so much for me? It's such a long way to carry all this. You don't need to bring anything next time. Zhang Yi looked at the bag of specialties, hesitated for a moment, then took it. Come in and sit for a while? Have some water? Zhang Yi opened the door and invited him in. Su Qingqing smiled and asked, have you tidied up the house? Don't make me have nowhere to sit. Hee hee, all packed up. Zhang Yi smiled shyly. Zhang Yi, are you hurt anywhere? After entering the house, Su Qingqing finally asked the question she had been dying to ask. I'm really fine, don't believe me? Zhang Yi said, lifting his clothes to show Su Qingqing. Look, there's no injury. I'm fine. Zhang Yi didn't notice that Su Qingqing's face had turned slightly red. Cough, cough, you're in pretty good shape. Su Qingqing glanced at him and, seeing no injuries, couldn't help but compliment him. Hee hee, just run more and you'll get there too. Zhang Yi laughed awkwardly. Zhang Yi chatted casually with Su Qingqing for a while longer. Then, Su Qingqing glanced at the time and felt it was about time for her to leave, so as not to disturb others' rest time. Shall I walk you down? Zhang Yi offered. Su Qingqing looked at Zhang Yi with a mix of surprise and delight. Ha! Zhang Yi actually offered to walk her down? Great! Su Qingqing nodded excitedly. After helping Su Qingqing into the car, Yuan Li suddenly emerged from behind Zhang Yi and said coldly, don't look. They're already gone. What? When did you get behind me? Zhang Yi was startled again. Strange, why am I being startled by so many people today? And they all just appeared out of nowhere. Yuan Li shot Zhang Yi a glance and said, I didn't go running at all. I was sitting there feeding mosquitoes to that old man polishing shoes. As compensation, please buy a watermelon to eat. Yuan Li pointed to the watermelon cart not far away. 3 yuan 50 per pound. 1 pound for 3 yuan 50. If it's not sweet, you don't have to pay. If it's not sweet, you don't have to pay. Come and choose. Come and choose. From a watermelon cart, this loud advertisement blares out from a high-pitched loudspeaker. Zhang Yibai shot Yuan Li a glance before reaching into his pants pocket and pulling out 10 yuan, handing it to Yuan Li. Take it. Yuan Li said disdainfully, 10 yuan isn't enough for anything. Don't you know that fruit prices have gone up? Get lost. If you're not going to eat it, give me my money back. Eat. The next day, Zhang Yi couldn't wait to go to the neonatal intensive care unit to see the little baby named Shi Ji. Chapter 128. In the middle of the night, a girl who was a sight to behold. How is the child? Zhang Yi stood outside the incubator, looking at the baby sleeping peacefully in the crib and asked. He's a bit weak. I'm not sure if he'll pull through, but there are no complications at the moment, replied the nurse attending to the child. Zhang Yi nodded, that's good. Then Zhang Yi leaned against the incubator and spoke gently to the child. Shi Ji, you have to keep fighting. Hang in there and endure for another month, and you'll be able to come out and see the outside world. So you must hold on, don't give up, and don't let your mother's 8 months of hard work go to waste. The sleeping child seemed to be greatly encouraged, suddenly using all his strength to lift his 2 tiny hands and grasp at the air, as if responding to Zhang Yi. Wow! The little one actually moved. It's the first time it's moved so vigorously. It was so weak before. The nurse beside him said excitedly. This was the strongest movement she had seen in the days she had been caring for the little one. No matter how she tried to soothe it or tickle its sulls, the baby hadn't reacted much before. Really? Zhang Yi asked in astonishment. Does he still have that kind of magic? The nurse nodded firmly, yes. Overcome with emotion, Zhang Yi rushed to share the good news with the obstetrics department. Dr. Zhang. Chen Xiaopeng stopped feeding Li Xiaoyun and exclaimed with surprise upon seeing Zhang Yi enter. Zhang Yi looked around the room and noticed that Chen Xiaopeng's mother was not there. Having breakfast? Go ahead, you eat first. Zhang Yi bowed his hands, gesturing for Chen Xiaopeng to continue feeding Li Xiaoyun. Li Xiaoyun looked at Zhang Yi and smiled, nodding and saying, Dr. Zhang, hello. No problem, go ahead and eat. I just came by to check on you and share some good news. I heard from the nurse that Shi Ji had his first significant grasping response today. Really? Li Xiaoyun excitedly pushed away the spoon in Chen Xiaopeng's hand and asked. Really? That's great. My child still has hope. Li Xiaoyun covered her mouth and almost cried. Thank you, Dr. Zhang. I should apologize to you. It was my fault that day. I was so upset that I did something foolish, nearly endangering my child and you as well. I'm truly sorry. Li Xiaoyun said, trying to sit up. Unfortunately, any movement pulled at the wound, causing Li Xiaoyun to wince in pain. Ah, don't get up. Just lie there. There's no need to say thank you or apologize. Just take good care of yourself from now on. Don't ever do anything so foolish again. Last time, it was my luck and your luck that prevented more serious consequences. But if you're still thinking about killing yourself, there's no guarantee that someone will be able to rush out and save you. Zhang Yi looked at Li Xiaoyun and gave her some heartfelt advice. Also, you live your life for yourself. Don't let others' idle talk drive you to harm yourself. That's the most foolish, cowardly, and useless thing you could do. It will only make those who bully you even more arrogant, do you understand? So now, you're not just living for yourself, you have Shi Ji too. You need to keep pushing forward with her. So stop wallowing in sadness. Try to think about happier things. After all, isn't Xiaopeng still there to support you? Chen Xiaopeng and Li Xiaoyun exchanged a knowing glance after hearing this, their eyes brimming with happiness. Zhang Yi instantly felt like a third wheel. Alright, you two go ahead. I've got to get back to the emergency room. Zhang Yi waved goodbye and left. Thank you so much, Dr. Zhang. Li Xiaoyun lay in bed, turned her head to look at Zhang Yi's departing figure, and murmured softly. These were the words that everyone who had been helped or saved by Zhang Yi most wanted to say and the only words they could utter. Thousands of words gather in their hearts, but in the end, they realize that only the 2 words thank you can truly express their feelings. After returning to the emergency department, Zhang Yi began another busy day. But what was even more exhausting was having to work the night shift. At midnight, a police car pulled up outside the emergency room, bringing in a girl who looked so pitiful that even Zhang Yiguan couldn't help but feel sorry for her. She had been beaten by her husband, and neighbors called the police, who then brought her directly to the hospital. Domestic violence is not an unknown topic. In cases of domestic violence, 99% of the victims are women. The young woman who was rushed into the police station by the officers was only 21 years old. However, her current state was truly shocking to behold. Blood was continuously flowing from her forehead, the red blood as dark as ink completely covering half of the girl's face. Bring the gauze and bandages. Stop the bleeding first. Zhang Yi looked at the girl's forehead, which was still bleeding profusely, and said to the nurse. Okay. Also, ECG monitoring and oxygen. Okay. The police laid the unconscious girl flat on the hospital bed. Zhang Yiguang examined the girl's outer skin and the slightly swollen, bruise-free half of her face, and immediately realized that she had just suffered a severe beating. Not to mention the internal injuries she must have sustained. When Zhang Yi's gaze fell upon the girl's head, he couldn't help but curse. She had been beaten so badly that she had suffered intracranial hemorrhage. That was absolutely brutal. Zhang Yi continued reading, and the next scene left him speechless. Unbelievable. This girl was actually pregnant. She was a pregnant woman. Zhang Yi looked at the small, undeveloped embryo in the girl's lower abdomen and estimated that it was probably just 2 months old. Additionally, the girl's fifth rib had already suffered a minor fracture. This injury was likely caused by a fist. On top of that, she has numerous soft tissue contusions all over her body. Zhang Yi couldn't imagine, let alone comprehend, what kind of husband would inflict such severe violence on a girl who was only 2 months pregnant. To beat her so badly that she suffered fractures and intracranial hemorrhage? What kind of grudge could possibly be so deep? You should know that the first 3 months and the last 3 months of pregnancy are the most vulnerable times for a child, when it is most susceptible to infection or miscarriage. Fortunately, however, the baby is fine. What happened, doctor? Is the girl seriously injured? The police officer standing nearby asked. Zhang Yi nodded solemnly and said, yes, she's seriously injured. Her husband was too brutal. After briefly bandaging the girl's head, Zhang Yi instructed the nurse to take her for an examination. Since the little girl's mother hadn't arrived yet and her husband, who had caused the accident, had already been taken to the police station, the nurse had to handle it instead. At that moment, the police officer who had been standing nearby registering the incident finally explained the situation to the medical staff in detail. Chapter 129, A Double Difficulty Surgery. What should be done? It turned out that the girl's husband was an alcoholic who frequently beat his wife after drinking, and this wasn't the first time the police had received a call from them. Oh dear, how tragic. The girl is so young, why did she marry so early? And to such a man? Guo Xinyan stood beside her, shaking his head in disapproval. Soon, the girl's test results came out. Intracranial hemorrhage of 10 milliliters. Chest CT scan showed a displaced fracture of the fifth rib, with no damage to the lung tissue or thoracic cavity. Ultrasound revealed a significantly enlarged uterus with a single fetus, estimated gestational age of 8 weeks and 5 days. What? She's pregnant? Wei Xinyan's expression changed completely upon seeing the ultrasound report. Even the police officer was astonished, exclaiming, she's pregnant? Does her husband not know she's pregnant, or did he know and still beat her so badly? Zhang Yi, this girl's situation is getting tricky. Guo Xinyan pondered for a moment and immediately identified the challenges in treating the girl, who was disoriented and semi-conscious. Zhang Yi stood by the hospital bed, looking at the girl whose face was already bandaged, with only half of her clean face exposed. He knew it was a tricky situation. The difficulty now lay in the fact that the girl had 10 milliliters of intracranial hemorrhage. If surgery wasn't performed promptly to remove the blood clot, it could shift at any moment and compress other nerves and blood vessels. However, since the hemorrhage was caused by a ruptured blood vessel, opening the skull to remove the ruptured vessel could potentially result in permanent functional impairment, specifically hemiplegia. Additionally, the girl has a displaced fracture of the sternum, though it hasn't damaged the lungs or chest cavity. However, there's a risk that even a simple movement like turning over or an unconscious action could cause the sternum to fracture completely. Therefore, the fracture should also be reduced promptly, which also requires surgery. The most critical point is her 2-month-old fetus. If surgery is required, not only is the girl's life at risk, but so is the fetus in her womb. Once surgery is performed, it means the girl will require a significant amount of antibiotics, contrast agents, or other medications. However, the 2-month-old fetus in her womb is highly likely to miscarry due to these medications. Both are lives, making the decision extremely difficult. Let's wait and see. The blood clot isn't too large yet. Let's wait for her mother to come and see what she decides. Zhang Yi pondered for a moment before speaking. Alright, I'll go get the neurosurgeon to come for a consultation. Gui Xinyan said. Zhang Yi nodded. Sure, we can ask them. After all, intracranial hemorrhage is their specialty. A few minutes later, the neurosurgeon arrived. When he saw the girl's medical report, his brows furrowed deeply. It seemed the situation was not looking good. No, performing a craniotomy now is extremely risky. Whether it's the potential complications or the risk to her life, this could end badly for both the child and the adult. Let's do a lumbar puncture first to check for any infection in the cranial cavity and assess the intracranial pressure. We'll wait for our chief surgeon to arrive tomorrow, and I'll have him take a look then. The on-call neurosurgeon shook his head, indicating that he wasn't certain about the situation either, but his recommendation was to avoid surgery for now and opt for conservative treatment instead. Alright, thank you. Zhang Yi nodded to the neurosurgeon as he prepared to leave. Around 1 o'clock, the girl's mother arrived. When she saw her daughter covered in wounds, she broke down and started crying hysterically, screaming that she would kill her son-in-law 1,000 times over. He must be arrested and sent to prison. No way. My daughter must divorce him. Given the girl's mother's highly agitated state, Zhang Yi had no choice but to take her out of the emergency room and wait until she calmed down before asking her if she knew about her daughter's pregnancy.
Auntie? Do you know that your daughter is 2 months pregnant?
What? The girl's mother paused in wiping her nose, then shook her head firmly. No, no, no.
Don't have the baby. If it's born, it'll drag my daughter down for life. Plus, having a child makes it impossible to divorce. He'll definitely use the child as an excuse to get back to my daughter.
It seems that this mother also hates the man who hit her daughter.
But the child is innocent, isn't he? Zhang Yi cautiously tried to intercede.
After suffering such a severe blow, the child was still unharmed. This means either the girl was desperately covering her stomach to protect the child during the attack, or the child is exceptionally resilient, surviving such a brutal blow without serious injury. Regardless of the circumstances, Zhang Yi wanted to try to persuade them, emphasizing that no matter what had happened, the child was not at fault, and it was still an unborn fetus. However, if the patient and their family ultimately insist on not keeping the child, there was nothing he could do. After all, doctors can only offer advice. The final decision always rests with the patient.
Oh, doctor, I know you mean well, but if we don't terminate the pregnancy, my daughter's future will be ruined. How will she survive in society with a child?
She's so young, only 21 years old. The girl's mother wiped away tears while sighing. She's also helpless. That's her own grandson, but it's just unfortunate that she ended up with such a reckless son-in-law. Sigh, well, let's wait until she wakes up tomorrow, then we'll consult with the chief physicians from other departments and discuss how to proceed with her surgery.
Zhang Yi stood up and said.
All right, thank you, doctor. Even if Zhang Yi's current intracranial surgical skills are highly advanced, with a child in between, he wouldn't dare to guarantee that he wouldn't harm the child. If the patient wakes up tomorrow and both she and her family decide not to keep the child, then he would have full confidence in the surgery, at least ensuring no complications like hemiplegia would occur. 5 hours later, the girl woke up. She was very firm in her decision to keep the child, and she also insisted on divorcing her husband while keeping the child.
Senny, are you crazy? The baby is only 2 months old. Aborting it now wouldn't cause much harm to your body. What will you do to support the child in the future?
The girl's mother pleaded desperately by the hospital bed, thinking she was doing it for her daughter's own good.
But the child is innocent.
At that moment, Cindy was still very weak, but the decision she made in her days was made with great seriousness and determination.
At 9 o'clock in the morning, in the emergency department office, due to the special circumstances, the emergency department did not even hold their morning meeting.
Instead, they immediately summoned the heads of the radiology department, pediatrics, obstetrics and gynecology, neurosurgery, anesthesiology, and the emergency department, as well as the on-call doctors from the previous day, Zhang Yi and Gui Xinyan. The office was packed with leaders from various key departments, all looking solemn as they brainstormed and explored every possible method to ensure the survival of both the adult and the child. This was because the family and the patient had just made their final decision. They still wanted to keep the child.
Chapter 130, Unlocking Lung Transplant Surgery.
Based on the condition of the brain, our neurosurgery team is primarily considering the timing of the surgery, whether it is better to perform the surgery now or postpone it for a later date. If the bleeding in the patient's brain does not worsen and is well controlled, we can wait until the fetus is more stable before proceeding with surgery. However, if the brain hemorrhage expands, especially if it involves a complete fracture of the sternum, we can no longer afford to wait. Surgery must be performed immediately, otherwise, both the mother and the baby will be at risk. The neurosurgery chief stated his opinion to the other doctors in the office. However, the obstetrics department believes that the patient is still a long way from entering the perinatal period. At 28 weeks, she has not yet entered the perinatal period, during which the fetus's development is considered fully developed and less susceptible to the effects of radiation or medications. Therefore, prior to that, the fetus can be considered at risk. If surgery is performed, the combination of medications and other factors could result in the loss of the fetus. If there is a strong desire to preserve the fetus, we recommend conservative treatment first. After all, the more mature the fetus is, the better for us. This was stated by Dr. Wang Qiuju, the head of the obstetrics department. Conservative treatment is not out of the question, but we are concerned that if there is a sudden worsening of brain hemorrhage, that would make things even more difficult. Ma Yunxian pondered, supporting his chin with one hand. In that case, we can't afford to be so considerate. We must prioritize the safety of the adults first. Without them, the children wouldn't survive. The issue now is that for the child, the surgery should be delayed as much as possible, but for the adults, the surgery should be performed as soon as possible. What should we do now? Should we try conservative treatment first and see how it goes? For now, we can only opt for conservative treatment. We want to save both the baby and the mother, so we'll have to transfer the patient to the ICU for round-the-clock monitoring. We'll wait for the right opportunity to perform surgery. If all else fails, we'll have to make the difficult decision to prioritize the mother's life. Ultimately, after consultation among several senior physicians, the final decision was to proceed with conservative treatment. When Zhang Yi informed Xinyi's parents of the final treatment plan, they were deeply concerned that prolonging the treatment might have adverse effects on the adult patient. Rest assured, the ICU is under strict round-the-clock monitoring. If any complications arise, surgery will be performed immediately to prioritize the mother's safety, and the child will be. Cindy's mother sighed in relief and said respectfully to Zhang Yi, "That's good, that's good. Although we want to keep this child, if anything happens, please make sure the mother is saved first." "We will. In an emergency, we will prioritize the mother's life above all else." Subsequently, the emergency department staff transferred Cindy to the ICU. Before leaving, Zhang Yi took one last look at the injuries on the girl named Cindy. There was no further expansion of the intracranial hemorrhage, and the sternum was not fractured. Under the current circumstances, surgery was not feasible, and the sternum would have to be allowed to heal in its deformed state. After sending off the girl, Zhang Yi could finally go home. Fortunately, he had 2 days off after the night shift, otherwise, no doctors or nurses would dare to come to work in the emergency department, which was so exhausting. Just before leaving, Ma Yunxiang called Zhang Yi over again. "What's the matter, director? What's the matter?" "Nothing much, I was just thinking that you have the next 2 days off, and there's an academic conference at the provincial hospital. Would you be interested in attending? The lecturer is a professor from the Imperial Capital Medical University. It starts at 10 a.m. tomorrow. If you're interested, go and listen. After all, you young doctors should study medicine as much as you can." "Alright, I'll head over to the provincial hospital tomorrow." Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. Rome Province People's Hospital is located in Xihua City, the provincial capital of Rome Province. Xihua City is classified as a new first-tier city. Although both are tertiary hospitals, their medical standards still lag behind those of the First People's Hospital of Tianshan City in second- and third-tier cities. Moreover, Rome Province People's Hospital in Xihua City has consistently ranked among the top 10 in national medical institution evaluations, never falling below the 10th position. It has even surpassed many well-known tertiary hospitals in the capital city, attracting thousands of patients annually who come specifically to seek medical treatment at the Rome Province People's Hospital due to its renowned expertise, which is recognized nationwide. Now, the Rome Province People's Hospital has even invited professors from the Imperial Capital Medical University to give lectures. This truly represents a collaboration of the best, and Zhang Yiguan could already imagine that tomorrow, countless young doctors would be clamoring to attend this lecture. In the evening, simulated organ transplant training will now begin. Heart transplant. Host, please prepare. Countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Begin. Snap. Snap. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the organ transplant training. Heart transplant. The reward is now being issued. Organ transplant, lung transplant. Lung transplantation is a life-saving surgical procedure performed for patients with irreversible lung conditions such as chronic obstructive pulmonary disease (COPD), idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis (IPF), cystic fibrosis, and cancer. The 1-year survival rate is approximately 85%. There are 4 main types of lung transplantation: single lung transplantation, double lung transplantation, heart lung transplantation, and living donor lung lobe transplantation. The most commonly performed procedures are double lung transplantation and single lung transplantation, with double lung transplantation yielding longer survival times than single lung transplantation, average 66 years versus 46 years. Unlike heart transplantation, lung transplantation involves a larger organ and is typically performed for conditions with severe functional impairment. Among all types of cancer in humans, lung cancer has the highest incidence rate, followed by breast, stomach, liver, esophageal, colorectal, bladder, pancreatic, and lymphatic cancers. Experimental research on lung transplantation began in the former Soviet Union in 1946. Building on experiments conducted on animals, the first human lung transplant was performed on June 11, 1963, at the Medical Center of the University of Mississippi in the United States. However, the patient died 18 days post-surgery due to kidney failure. To date, through the relentless efforts of medical researchers, the primary causes of death following lung transplantation have been identified as bronchial anastomotic leakage, rejection, and infection. This is a procedure that Zhang Yi has never practiced before and has never encountered during his internship. After all, lung transplantation is an expensive procedure, so most patients with lung cancer or pulmonary fibrosis opt for conservative treatment or chemotherapy. Zhang Yi planned to practice lung transplantation thoroughly after returning from the lecture. Early in the morning, as the sky was just beginning to lighten, Zhang Yi got up, quickly tidied himself up, and headed out to the bus station. He boarded the first bus bound for the provincial capital. Chapter 131, The Man Pierced Through by Reinforcing Bars. Tianshan City is about an hour's drive from Xihua City via the expressway. Since Zhang Yi was visiting Rome Province for the first time and had never been to its provincial capital before, the journey felt quite novel to him. Everyone says there are many beautiful women in Rome Province, but Zhang Yi didn't see a single one. Instead, there were plenty of women heavily made up. After getting off the bus, Zhang Yi hailed a taxi and headed straight for the provincial hospital. The cost of living in the provincial capital was quite different from that of Tianshan City. A taxi ride started at 9 yuan, and the fare to the provincial hospital was around 60 yuan.
In Tianshan City, it would probably only be around 20 yuan.
Upon arriving at the main campus of the provincial hospital, Zhang Yi found himself lost. The hospital was enormous, and since it was his first time in Xihua City, he ended up wandering around for a while without finding the building where the lecture was being held. Instead, he ended up exploring the entire provincial hospital. The provincial hospital alone had 2 buildings just for the emergency department, not to mention the outpatient department, inpatient ward, health checkup building, and cafeteria. Even the parking lot was a 5-story circular slope-style parking structure, and that didn't include the underground levels.
Zhang Yi stood at the entrance of the emergency building, unable to find the medical education building, so he asked a nurse working there. "Hello, where is the lecture hall for the professor's class today?" "The medical education building."
"Turn right at the front, cross the small bridge, and then turn left."
The nurse hurriedly answered Zhang Yi's question and then went back to her work.
Zhang Yi glanced inside the emergency department of the provincial hospital and couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, "Wow, they're so busy they probably don't even have time to drink water. That's really tough."
Following the nurse's gesture, Zhang Yi finally spotted the large characters Medical Education Building and the banner below it, "Welcome Professor Wang Kaiping from Imperial Capital Medical University to our hospital for a lecture."
Oh well. This big hospital really knows how to make you waste 10 minutes just finding a place.
Wait a minute? Wang Kaiping? No way, is this the same Wang Kaiping who was a judge at that competition? The one who got drunk and said he wanted to take me as his disciple?
Zhang Yi realized what was happening and carefully read the words on the banner, muttering to himself.
With a mix of curiosity and doubt, Zhang Yi made his way to the 8th floor of the Medical Education Building, the top floor of the building.
The largest conference room was also located here. The hospital had likely anticipated today's large crowd and had specially prepared a room capable of accommodating 500 people. It was now nearly 9:30 a.m., with only half an hour left before the official start, but when Zhang Yi walked in, he discovered that most of the seats had already been taken. Some were friends who hadn't arrived yet but had kindly saved a seat for them, leaving Zhang Yi nearly without a seat and forced to stand and listen. Fortunately, there was still a lonely seat in the far corner, though the view wasn't great, at least he could hear the lecture. With only 10 minutes left before the lecture began, the back and sides of the entire conference room were already packed with young doctors who had come to stand and listen because there were no seats left. The front row of the podium was reserved for the provincial hospital's senior leaders, and no one dared to push their way forward. As a result, Zhang Yi, who already had a poor view, was now completely blocked and could only see the backs of the people in front of him.
"What the hell can I see?"
Zhang Yi muttered under his breath, hoping that the people behind him wouldn't fart, or else he'd suffocate in this tiny corner. At 10 o'clock, the provincial hospital's leadership and Professor Wang Kaiping from the Imperial Capital Medical University entered the conference room together. If Zhang Yi could see, he would have recognized that this man named Wang Kaiping was the same Wang Kaiping from before.
"Wow, so many people came to listen to my lecture? Thank you all, thank you all." Wang Kaiping looked at the large classroom filled with young people and bowed politely to everyone.
He then quickly scanned the young doctors in attendance but did not spot the young face he was looking for, which left him slightly disappointed. However, the lecture must continue.
"Hello everyone.
I am Wang Kaiping from the Imperial City Medical University, and I am also the director of the Imperial City First People's Hospital. You may address me as Professor Wang, Dr. Wang, or Director Wang.
During my class, I hope everyone will actively participate. I will answer all your questions after class." Zhang Yi, sitting in the corner, heard this and exclaimed, "What? It really is Wang Kaiping?"
Then, Wang Kaiping continued speaking from the podium.
"Alright, let's officially begin.
Today, I will discuss how to further prevent and treat motor neuron disease, commonly known as ALS or Lou Gehrig's disease. This is a group of chronic progressive neurodegenerative diseases of unknown etiology that selectively affect the anterior horn cells of the spinal cord, brainstem motor neurons, cortical pyramidal cells, and pyramidal tracts. As we all know, once diagnosed, most patients with this condition have a life expectancy of 25 years, with only 10% surviving beyond 10 years, and to date, only one individual has lived beyond 50 years: Stephen Hawking, the physicist from the University of Cambridge in the United Kingdom. Wang Kaiping was delivering a passionate lecture on his decades of experience, insights, and treatment methods for motor neuron disease.
Every doctor in the audience listened intently.
Zhang Yi felt fortunate that he had made the effort to come so early in the morning to attend this lecture, as it had been highly enlightening for him. However, just as Wang Kaiping was halfway through his lecture, a staff member in a white lab coat quietly entered from the doorway and whispered something to the dean sitting in the front row. The dean's expression changed, and after apologetically glancing at Wang Kaiping, who was still speaking on the podium, he walked straight out of the meeting room.
"What's so urgent? Can't it wait until after Mr. Wang finishes speaking?"
Zhao Lisan, the director of the provincial hospital, glared at the middle-aged doctor in the white coat and whispered,
"Director, an emergency patient was just brought in from Mianshui City. The patient is nothing short of a miracle.
He was struck on the head by a steel bar that fell from above, piercing his skull all the way to his tailbone, yet he somehow survived. The middle-aged doctor was visibly shaken, as this was the most astonishing case he had encountered in his 20 years as a doctor.
What? He was impaled from head to toe by a steel bar and survived? Chapter 132, Zhang Yi has such a powerful master?
Even Zhao Lisan, the director of the provincial hospital, had never seen such a situation.
Let's go take a look. Zhao Lisan instructed the doctor to lead the way and took him to the emergency department. The emergency department at the provincial hospital was quite different from that at the city hospital.
The city hospital admitted patients from the city, surrounding counties, and even the entire province, but the provincial hospital treated patients from all cities, districts, and counties across the province, and even from across the country. The severity of the patient's conditions was a whole level more critical than at the city hospital. Especially at a hospital like the Provincial People's Hospital, which is ranked among the top 10 in the country, the challenges faced are not just one level higher compared to other city hospitals, they are significantly more complex and demanding. For example, the patient who was impaled by rebar throughout his body earlier could not be saved at the People's Hospital of Mianshui City. They only took a glance and immediately transferred him to the provincial hospital. When Zhao Lisan saw the patient in front of him, he almost wanted to transfer him to a higher level hospital as well. However, the provincial hospital was the best in the entire Rong province and even ranked among the top 10 in the country.
Where else could they transfer him to? Have you taken a CT scan? Let me take a look at the results. Zhao Lisan entered the emergency room and asked the on-duty doctor. Dr. Zhao.
The on-duty doctor nodded to Zhao Lisan and handed him the report, saying, "This is the report brought over from Mianshui City." A piece of rebar fell straight down from above the patient, piercing through his forehead and exiting through his groin. Remarkably, the rebar was only a few millimeters away from the heart and carotid artery. It's truly a miracle that he survived. Despite being pierced by the rebar, there was no significant damage to any major organs.
Zhao Lisan reviewed the examination report while listening to the on-duty doctor's report. It must be said that this migrant worker was really lucky. He was only a fraction of a millimeter away from death. Otherwise, his family would have carried him back home by now. Let's conduct another set of tests at this hospital to accurately identify any other minor organ injuries. This patient needs surgery as soon as possible to remove the rebar, otherwise there's a high risk of infection or bleeding complications. Zhao Lisan makes it sound so easy, but how the hell are we supposed to remove it?
The rebar is stuck right through the top of his head.
You think you can just pull it out like that? Who do you think you are?
Of course, these were the on-duty doctor's thoughts, but he certainly wouldn't dare say them out loud. After giving instructions to the on-call doctor, Zhao Lisan stood in the emergency room for a moment, then walked straight toward the medical education building.
Isn't Professor Wang here today? Wouldn't it be better to have him discuss the surgical plan with the department heads of the hospital?
Meanwhile, in the meeting room, everyone remained focused on Wang Zhongping's lecture despite the brief distraction caused by the director's departure.
Everyone was intently listening and taking notes in their notebooks except for Zhang Yi.
Zhang Yi wasn't daydreaming, he understood what Wang Kaiping was saying and could process it in his mind, so he didn't need to take notes.
Everyone has their own learning style, you don't have to do what others do. Choosing what works best for you is the best approach.
Alright. That's all I have to say today about how to effectively prevent and treat motor neuron diseases.
Thank you all for listening.
Wang Kaiping shut down his computer and bowed slightly to everyone. As he finished speaking, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Many young doctors rushed forward to flatter and ingratiate themselves with Wang Kaiping, each hoping to curry favor with him. After all, if he were to take notice of them, they might even get the opportunity to study at the imperial capital People's Hospital, a prospect far more promising than staying at the provincial hospital. Zhang Yi had also wanted to go up and greet Wang Kaiping, but seeing the crowd gathered around the podium, he sighed and decided against it. It was too crowded. He decided to go find something to eat first. He hadn't eaten anything since morning, and his stomach was growling loudly. Wang Kaiping looked at the young doctors, each with their own thoughts, and responded awkwardly yet politely.
Suddenly, a familiar face entered Wang Kaiping's field of vision. Zhang Yi?
Wang Kaiping pushed aside the young doctors and called out to Zhang Yi.
Ah! Mr. Wang, hello! Long time no see.
Zhang Yi saw that Mr. Wang was greeting him first, so he had to respond enthusiastically, even though he was really hungry and eager to go eat.
What are you doing here? I thought you didn't come to class.
Wang Kaiping walked toward Zhang Yi with a kind expression, his attitude completely different from when he was with the younger doctors earlier. I came, but I arrived a bit late and couldn't find a seat, so I had to sit in the corner.
You didn't see me.
Zhang Yi replied with a smile. I've seen several news reports online recently about your acts of bravery.
That's really impressive. You're truly my disciple.
Wang Kaiping slung his arm around Zhang Yi's shoulder proudly.
What? Apprentice? Zhang Yi was taken aback. Is Wang Kaiping joking? Was everything he said earlier true?
When Wang Kaiping said that, all the young doctors around him were filled with envy and resentment. No wonder I felt he was pretty impressive when I saw him on the news before. I never expected him to be Wang Kaiping's disciple. But what is Wang Kaiping's disciple doing at the Tianshan City People's Hospital? With such great resources, why not go to the imperial capital People's Hospital? What a waste! Wow, I actually admired him when I saw the news earlier. I never expected that he had such a skilled master. So the doctor mentioned in the news earlier was named Zhang Yi. Ha, thank you for the compliment, Mr. Wang. I'm just... Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang. Zhang Yi had just started speaking when he was interrupted by Zhao Lisan, the director of the provincial hospital, who was standing at the door of the conference room. What's going on? Wang Kaiping regained his composure and asked politely. Could you please help us? We have a difficult patient at the hospital. Could you come take a look? Or shall we step aside to talk? Zhao Lisan glanced around at the people nearby and said. Sure, no problem. Wang Kaiping agreed with Zhao Lisan, then turned to Zhang Yi and said, let's go? We'll take a look together. It'll be good for you to learn something new. What? He's going to? He's starving. He hasn't eaten breakfast or lunch. However, Zhang Yi still smiled excitedly and said, okay. After all, even the director of the provincial hospital said it was a rather complicated case, so it must be a rare condition. He'll just have to endure the hunger for now. Gaining knowledge is more important. After all, even the director of the provincial hospital had said it was a particularly challenging case, so it must be a rare condition. Hunger could wait, gaining knowledge was more important. However, Zhao Lisan glanced up and down at Zhang Yi and asked with a hint of confusion, who is this? Who is this young man? How did he manage to get Mr. Wang to bring him along? He's my disciple. Wang Kaiping patted Zhang Yi on the shoulder and laughed. Chapter 133, I hope all the leaders will listen to my surgical plan. Apprentice? Zhao Lisan looked up and down at Zhang Yi again, making sure he hadn't heard or seen anything wrong. When did Wang Kaiping start taking apprentices? And someone of Wang Kaiping's status would only take apprentices from wealthy families with connections, right? Looking at the young doctor in front of us, he looks completely unfamiliar. He doesn't seem to be from our hospital. Where did this young man come from? Zhao Lisan had a string of questions running through his mind, but since he was in front of Wang Kaiping, he didn't dare to ask anymore. He could only smile and say, okay, let us go together. Young doctors should follow their seniors and learn more, broaden their horizons. After that, Zhao Lisan led Wang Kaiping and Zhang Yi out of the conference room. Behind them, young doctors filled with envy and resentment could only utter two words to express their feelings. Last time in the finals, he eliminated all of our department's candidates. No wonder. A young doctor from the neurosurgery department of the provincial hospital side. Pu Lai? Isn't he the department head candidate in your department? Another doctor standing nearby asked in surprise. Yes, that's right. Pu Lai, the great one, was eliminated by him. The young doctor shook his head while holding his notebook and left the conference room. In the emergency department, Jolly brought two people to the resuscitation room and instructed the emergency department staff to notify the heads of all other departments to come down for a consultation. When Zhang Yi's gaze fell on the migrant worker lying on the hospital bed, he was first shocked, then his brows furrowed deeply. This man was incredibly lucky. Zhang Yi looked up from below. The rebar had pierced the man's right testicle, passed through the urinary system, injured the liver and spleen in the abdomen, and was tightly pressed against the heart and carotid artery. It then pierced the throat, entered the mouth, passed through the tongue and upper palate, entered the nasal cavity, and finally exited through the top of the head. This is truly a stroke of luck. The rebar narrowly missed the heart and carotid artery. If it had been off by even a little bit, this person would be dead right now. Moreover, the area where the bullet passed through the brain did not damage any vital brain tissue. Instead, it exited near the hairline at the forehead. That's absolutely incredible. Mr. Wang, I just got the report card. Could you take a look? Zhao Lisan handed the report card to Wang Kaiping. Actually, when Wang Kaiping first saw this person, he thought he couldn't be saved. But miraculously, the vital signs on the cardiac monitor were normal except for slightly low numbers. This left him completely baffled. What on earth was going on with this person? It wasn't until he saw the medical report that he finally understood this person was like this. Wow, he's really lucky. Wang Kaiping said after reading the report. Mr. Wang, what do you think we should do now to remove the rebar? Zhao Lisan asked again. It's very tricky, especially the section of rebar at the head. Zhao Lisan nodded and then said to Wang Kaiping, how about this, Mr. Wang? Let's go for a consultation together and discuss it with the heads of other departments. Alright, no problem. Since Wang Kaiping had agreed to help, he had to follow through, even though it was an extremely challenging surgery. He would do his best. Wang Kaiping gestured for Zhang Yi to follow them, and Zhang Yi was more than willing to comply, as this was a consultation with a leading expert from the provincial hospital. In the office, a young doctor placed the medical report of the patient whose body had been pierced by rebar on the projector. The image was enlarged, and the expressions of the leaders and experts were almost identical.
Shock. Disbelief. From head to toe, that's a death sentence. Why even bother calling us in for a consultation? Got nothing better to do? Jolison stood up and explained, this patient was transferred here from the hospital in Neonshui City.
Currently, the patient is in a semi-comatose state, with pupils showing a relatively sensitive response to light, and vital signs are relatively stable. After Jolison finished speaking, the group of senior experts in the office almost thought they had heard incorrectly. However, after realizing what had been said, everyone began staring at the examination results projected onto the white wall, deep in thought.
It's good that the person is alive, but how do we remove the rebar?
We need to carefully consider how to remove the rebar from the head area. That's the most challenging part.
The rest can be handled by cutting open the body,
Wang Kaiping said to his colleagues. Everyone looked at Wang Kaiping and nodded, their eyes glancing at Zhang Yi sitting next to him.
Where did this young man come from? Doesn't he know this is a leadership meeting?
However, seeing him sitting next to Wang Kaiping and the two of them occasionally whispering to each other, everyone could guess where this young man came from. Why don't we start by removing it in sections from the bottom, suggested the urology department head. The neurosurgeon disagreed, shaking his head and countering, the steel rod in the brain is the most difficult part.
We should start by removing it from the head first.
Otherwise, if we move it even slightly, it could affect the upper part, and if it causes irreversible damage to the brain, it will be impossible to save him. As we all know, the brain is one of the most delicate organs in the human body, so I believe we should tackle the most difficult part first before addressing the rest. No, Dr. Chen says that, but I think we should remove the steel rod from the heart area first. After all, the heart is equally fragile, and if something happens to the heart, the person will definitely die. I believe we should prioritize saving the heart. Everyone chimed in with their opinions, but after talking for a while, they still couldn't come to a conclusion.
Zhang Yi tuned out the noisy chatter and focused intently on the CT scan results projected onto the screen.
The most challenging part of this surgery was removing the rebar from the head without damaging the brain tissue, but that was only from the perspective of difficulty. Who said that surgery must be evaluated based on whether it is the most difficult or the simplest part?
Zhang Yi believes it should be approached from the patient's most urgent need at that moment. First, the rebar has penetrated the throat, tongue, and even the nasal cavity, indicating that the patient's airway has been injured.
The immediate priority should be to address the patient's most urgent issue of suffocation by addressing the throat area first, followed by the second issue of liver and spleen rupture. The rebar has penetrated the liver and spleen, causing them to rupture and bleed.
To prevent the patient from going into shock, the rebar in the liver and spleen area should be removed immediately.
While removing the rebar from the liver and spleen, the rebar in the heart area can also be extracted. Bleeding in the urinary system is minimal and can be addressed last. The third step is to consider the steel bars in the brain. At this point, the steel bars in the brain have been severed into small segments, making removal significantly easier.
After Zhang Yi had roughly outlined his surgical plan, he addressed the group of experts and leaders still discussing the case.
Excuse me, I have a surgical plan I would like to present to the leaders for your consideration.
Chapter 134, this could be a nationwide sensation.
Sorry, I have a surgical plan I'd like to present to the leadership.
In one sentence, all the experts and leaders immediately turned their attention to Zhang Yi.
Of course, their gazes were filled with skepticism and scrutiny, believing that Zhang Yi was impolite and overstepping his bounds. How dare he interrupt while a group of leaders were present? How could someone so young possibly be more capable than these seasoned senior doctors and experts from the provincial hospital? However, everyone's gaze unconsciously shifted back to Wang Kaiping. Since he was brought by Mr. Wang, it was best to wait for Mr. Wang to speak first. Wang Kaiping was also very surprised to hear this, but he thought about it again.
Zhang Yi, though young, was a very intelligent person. Perhaps it was worth listening to his opinion? Alright, go ahead and share your thoughts.
Wang Kaiping said after some consideration.
You better tell them the truth. Otherwise, I'll lose face in front of all these people.
Zhang Yi looked at Wang Kaiping and smiled, nodding and saying, "Thank you, Mr. Wang." Then, Zhang Yi stood up, walked to the front of the projector, pointed at the image projected onto the white wall, and said, "My surgical plan is as follows. First, I will make an incision along the midline of the chest, open the trachea, and remove the rebar from the throat area to ensure that the patient's airway remains clear and prevents suffocation. The second step involves moving downward along the midline of the sternum to remove the steel bars from the liver and spleen areas, including those near the heart. The liver and spleen will be repaired promptly, and bleeding will be controlled to prevent the patient from developing hemorrhagic shock. Step 3, the head. Since the rebar emerged from a position close to the forehead, I believe we can crack open half of the skull at the hairline. This will allow us to saw through the rebar from the side and remove it without affecting the most critical brain tissue. Then enlarge the patient's mouth, divide the rebar in the nasal cavity and tongue area into 2 sections, and remove them separately.
The final step is to remove the steel bars from the urinary system.
Based on the report I reviewed earlier, the bleeding in the urinary system is minimal and does not pose a life-threatening risk, so this procedure has been scheduled for last. The above is my understanding of the currently most feasible surgical plan. I would appreciate your feedback and suggestions. Zhang Yi nodded slightly, looking at the stunned leaders below, and couldn't help but raise his voice and repeat, the above is the most feasible surgical plan as I understand it. I would like to hear your thoughts on this. Wang Kaiping was the first to react, giving Zhang Yi a look of admiration and saying, excellent. I believe this plan is highly feasible. What are the opinions of the others? Wang Kaiping then turned his gaze toward the other leaders seated in their chairs. Well, I think this plan is pretty good. Yeah, why didn't I think of starting with the trachea earlier? This plan is good, at least it seems to be the most feasible method available at the moment. Most of the leaders are in agreement, and even those who disagree acknowledge that this is the best option available at the moment. The proposals put forward by other department heads are all deemed unfeasible. Alright, since the discussion has concluded, we can proceed with the surgery as soon as possible. After all, leaving the rebar in the body for an extended period could lead to various complications. Wang Kaiping stood up and addressed Zhao Lisan, the director of the provincial hospital. Alright, I'll get on it right away. Wait a moment. The surgical instruments at our hospital might not be able to cut through the rebar. Zhang Yi thought of something else and couldn't help but interrupt. Wait a moment. The steel bars in our hospital's surgical instruments might not be able to cut through them. Zhang Yi thought of something else and couldn't help but interrupt. Zhang Yi apologetically glanced at Zhao Lisan before continuing, our surgical tools are unable to cut through such thick rebar, so we must call the firefighters. They have professional training and the appropriate tools to saw through the rebar. Call the fire department? Really? Yeah, just borrow some tools, right? Obviously, everyone disagrees with calling 119 for firefighters to perform surgery. But what if we borrow the tools and use them improperly, causing further harm to the patient? Firefighters are professionally trained and are certainly more familiar with the tools they use than we are, just as doctors are familiar with the surgical instruments they use. But does that mean firefighters should also accompany us into the operating room? Zhang Yi nodded, there's no other way. Have them wash their hands and disinfect before entering, and have the nurses disinfect all the tools that will be used. I think this method is feasible. To save time, we have no choice. What do you think, Director Zhao? After weighing the options, Wang Kaiping agreed with Zhang Yi's suggestion and turned to Zhao Lisan, the person with the final say, for his opinion. Actually, Zhang Yi was right. Although Wang Kaiping initially thought it was feasible to have the firefighters teach them how to use the tools, time was of the essence. Although the patient currently appeared to have no life-threatening conditions, there was no guarantee that something unexpected might arise at any moment. Therefore, we must complete the surgery as quickly as possible. Zhao Lisan sat in his seat, pondered for a moment, then nodded, alright, let's do it that way. Many of the directors present were puzzled. Why should they listen to the opinion of a young upstart? The surgical plan was one thing, but calling in firefighters too? Wasn't that overkill? However, since the hospital director and Wang Kaiping from the capital had already made their decisions, they could only vent their dissatisfaction privately. Subsequently, the emergency department arranged for someone to prepare the operating room. Upon receiving the news, the fire department also dispatched 2 firefighters with their equipment to the hospital. However, there is still one issue at hand. Should Zhang Yi, who proposed this surgical plan, perform the surgery? Since he is not from our hospital, and in a provincial hospital like this, practicing doctors are not qualified to perform surgeries at the very least, they must be attending physicians. Let my apprentice accompany me. He won't be performing the surgery, he can just observe and learn. Wang Kaiping said with a smile to Zhao Lisan. Zhao Lisan could only respond with an awkward yet polite smile. You've already said that. How could I possibly refuse to let him assist on the operating table? Inside the operating room, the chief of neurosurgery, the chief of cardiothoracic surgery, the chief of otolaryngology, the chief of general surgery, the chief of urology, the chief of hepatobiliary surgery, along with Zhao Lisan, Wang Kaiping, and several assistants, a total of 18 medical staff members were present for the surgery. Such a procedure is rarely performed even at a provincial-level hospital, but if successful, it would undoubtedly be a groundbreaking surgery that would make headlines nationwide. Chapter 135, 10 hours everyone has worked hard. The surgery began. After learning about the complexity of the procedure, the firefighters cooperated fully by waiting in the sterilization room outside the operating room. They would only enter when it was necessary to cut through the rebar. Inside the operating room, the team of leaders began removing the first section of rebar according to the plan and steps provided by Zhang Yi. First, the trachea was incised, and firefighters were instructed to use tools to separate and remove the rebar around the trachea. Subsequently, the rebar embedded in the bleeding liver and spleen were extracted. Bring a bag of whole blood and start the transfusion. This patient is losing a significant amount of blood. Zhao Lisan instructed his assistant while coordinating with several senior physicians. Got it. A doctor's assistant standing in front of Zhang Yi responded. Just as he was about to leave, he was pulled back by Zhang Yi, who looked serious as he said to the assistant, "Get 3 bags. Otherwise, it won't be enough." The assistant looked completely confused. "Who are you? Why should I listen to you?" The director said, "1 bag. What if we take too much and the blood goes to waste? Who will be responsible?" The assistant glanced at Zhang Yi but said nothing, then walked straight out of the operating room. It wasn't that Zhang Yi wanted to waste blood. He had noticed that while the bleeding in the patient's liver and spleen area was currently minimal, it would gush out instantly once the rebar was removed. A single unit of blood wouldn't be enough. He watched the assistant's back, hoping he would bring more blood bags over. At this point, the surgery had progressed to the liver and spleen. A small piece of rebar had been cut off earlier, but since the rebar was pressing tightly against the blood vessels, the patient was bleeding profusely after the rebar was removed. Shortly thereafter, the assistant returned holding a blood bag. "Dr. Zhao, the blood is here. Get it in quickly." Zhao Lisan didn't even look up at him, continuing to sew the blood vessels while speaking. "All right." When the steel bars were completely removed from the liver and spleen, the doctor's expressions changed drastically. "This is bad. The bleeding won't stop. Bring the electrosurgical knife and gauze," Wang Kaiping said. "The bleeding is severe. If we're not careful, the patient could go into shock. Go get 2 more units of whole blood. Hurry up." Wang Kaiping glanced at the assistant who had just gone to fetch the blood bags and urged him. "Ha? Oh, okay." The assistant nodded blankly, then carried the blood box out again. Before leaving, he glanced at Zhang Yi in surprise. "Damn it! He really called me out. I should have brought back 3 bags of blood earlier. Prepare 2 more sets of fluids and hook up one too," Wang Kaiping said, looking at the nearly empty bag of blood. "Okay. Since the new whole blood hasn't arrived yet, we'll have to use plasma substitute for now." However, the more challenging issue is that the rebar has pierced the liver's blood vessels, causing the anastomosis site of the 2 vessels to be misaligned, making suturing impossible. At this critical moment, if the blood vessels cannot be sutured, the patient will continue to bleed. However, if the blood vessels are trimmed flat, a section of the blood vessels will be lost. Where can we find blood vessels of exactly the same size as the ruptured blood vessels at this crucial moment? Zhang Yi also noticed this issue. At that moment, he was searching the patient's entire body for any blood vessels of the same size as the ruptured artery. When Zhang Yi's gaze fell on the patient's calf, he found it. Use the small saphenous vein on the right leg. It might match the bleeding artery. Zhang Yi's words once again drew the attention of everyone present. Not him again? He's here to offer his opinion again? At this critical moment, one wrong move could cost a patient their life. Does he think he can just casually suggest solutions like he's outside? A senior doctor couldn't help but say to Zhang Yi, "Just watch our senior doctor perform the procedure, don't interfere." This was awkward. Zhang Yi stood there and looked at Wang Kaiping seriously, hoping he would believe what he had said. However, Wang Kaiping didn't look at Zhang Yi. He kept his head down, deep in thought, struggling internally. Should he listen or not? This was a patient's life at stake. Should he entrust this life to the suggestion Zhang Yi was about to make? However, time was running out for Wang Kaiping and the other directors to think, as the patient's vital signs were rapidly deteriorating. Use hemostatic clamps to clamp the blood vessels, Wang Kaiping ordered. The whole blood hasn't arrived yet. Even if we use one, the effect will be different from whole blood. What should we do now? Mr. Wang, trust me. The small saphenous vein can be anastomosed. Zhang Yi stepped forward again and said to Wang Kaiping. At the critical moment, Wang Kaiping finally made his decision. Locate the small saphenous vein and perform the vascular anastomosis. In one sentence, all the department heads present turned pale. Could Wang Kaiping really be listening to some young upstart? This is a matter of life and death. Zhao Lisan, standing nearby, didn't have time to think either. After all, the patient's vital signs were growing weaker by the second. There was no time to waste. He quickly located the small saphenous vein and made a swift incision. Zhao Lisan then took out a small section of the vessel and compared it with the ruptured vessel. It actually matched perfectly. How did he know? How did he know that these 2 blood vessels were the same size? Several chief physicians were stunned, but their hands kept moving. After the blood vessels were sutured, the bleeding was finally under control. Next came the most challenging part, the steel rod embedded in the brain. The neurosurgeon skillfully incised the scalp, subcutaneous tissue, and fascia, then used a periosteal elevator to dissect the skin flap and expose the periosteum. He then drilled holes in the skull with a bone drill, used a burr to remove the bone flap, and incised the dura mater, exposing the steel rod and brain tissue to everyone present. Zhang Yi stood by, watching the chief neurosurgeon from the provincial hospital perform the procedure with such skill, and couldn't help but praise him repeatedly. No wonder he's the chief at the provincial hospital. His technique is truly impressive. However, Zhang Yi believed that his own skills might not be any worse than the chief's. The surgery began at noon and lasted 10 hours before successfully removing the entire 150-centimeter long piece of rebar from the patient's body. Zhang Yi had gone without food for an entire day, but being young, he was able to endure it. The senior surgeons in the operating room, who were all over 50 years old, had also gone without food for the entire day, yet they showed no signs of fatigue. Zhang Yi couldn't help but silently admire these seasoned doctors. There were also the firefighters who had been assisting throughout, as well as the other assistants and nurses in the operating room. Over the course of those tense and eventful 10 hours, everyone had worked tirelessly. Chapter 136, The Hospital Director Highly Appreciates Zhang Yi. Mr. Wang, I really feel so embarrassed today. Making you follow us around and work so hard for so long. Outside the operating room, Zhao Lisan looked apologetic as he spoke to Wang Kaiping. Wang Kaiping smiled and waved his hand, saying, "No need to apologize. We're all doctors, it's our duty. It's so late. Why don't I have someone arrange a place for you to stay? You can rest for the night and head back to the imperial capital tomorrow. How does that sound?" "Alright, no problem. Whatever Dr. Zhao arranges is fine with me." Wang Kaiping replied politely. He was a fairly easygoing person. Zhao Lisan suddenly turned his gaze toward Zhang Yi and asked, "By the way, Mr. Wang, may I ask what your disciple's surname is?" "Oh. My disciple's name is Zhang Yi. He's currently studying at the Tianshan City People's Hospital, right?" Wang Kaiping, worried he might have said it wrong, turned his head to confirm with Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi nodded and said, "Yes, I used to work in Dachuan County, but I was sent to Tianshan City for further training. I came here today specifically to attend the lecture, and I didn't expect to run into Mr. Wang." I knew you'd come to listen to my lecture when I arrived." Wang Kaiping laughed. "After the successful surgery, chatting for a while really relaxed me." "Oh, I see. Why don't you stay here and rest for the night too, Zhang Yi? It's so late now there probably aren't any buses back to Tianshan City anymore." Zhao Lisan smiled at Zhang Yi. At that moment, there was no longer any suspicion in his eyes, only admiration and fondness for Zhang Yi, his junior. After all, with so many large and small blood vessels throughout the body, someone who could quickly identify and locate two vessels of the same size must have a natural aptitude for medicine. With proper cultivation, he is sure to achieve great expertise in medical technology. "Alright, since Director Zhao has spoken, I shall humbly comply." Zhang Yi nodded slightly and replied politely. "Let's go. After a long day of work, I'll treat everyone to something to eat," Zhao Lisan said to the doctors who had participated in the surgery. "Thank you, Director. The president is so kind." Several young assistants hurriedly clapped in agreement. Everyone was tired and hungry, so the prospect of someone treating them to a meal was certainly welcome. After arranging for the patient, the young people who had participated in the surgery and several department heads headed to a well-known restaurant in Rong Province's Xihua City, the Fuling Garden. It is a restaurant specializing in Rong cuisine and is open 24 hours a day. In the private room, Zhang Yi, a young doctor, and a nurse were seated at one table, while the executives were seated at another table nearby. "You're Zhang Yi, right?" The young doctor sitting next to Zhang Yi raised his wine glass and asked. Zhang Yi turned his head to look at him. This was the same person who had refused to take 2 extra bags of blood when Zhang Yi had asked him to in the operating room earlier. Zhang Yi nodded faintly, raised his cup expressionlessly, and clinked it against the other man's. "You're really something, buddy. Which department are you in at Tianshan City Hospital?" "The emergency department." "Hey! What a coincidence. I'm also in the emergency department at the Provincial Hospital." "What's so coincidental about that? We're not even at the same hospital." Zhang Yi didn't say anything else to him but continued eating on his own. He had been hungry all day. Seeing that Zhang Yi wasn't speaking, the man puckered his lips and didn't say anything either. He muttered to himself, "Wang Kaiping's disciple is so great, huh? What's he trying to act all high and mighty for? Zhang Yi? Come over here and chat for a bit." Wang Kaiping, sitting at the table next to him, waved at Zhang Yi. "Zhang Yi, come over and chat for a bit." Zhang Yi stopped picking up his chopsticks, turned around, and saw Wang Kaiping and Zhao Lisan smiling and waving at him. "Alright. I'll be right over." Zhang Yi put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and walked over to sit next to Wang Kaiping. "Wow, Mr. Wang, where did you find such a talented apprentice?" Zhao Lisan didn't hide his admiration for Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi could only respond with a smile, but he clarified that he hadn't said he wanted to take Wang Kaiping as his master. It was Wang Kaiping who had offered to take him as his disciple. "I have good taste. I could tell from the competition that this guy is smart and skilled. It would be a shame not to take him as a disciple." Wang Kaiping laughed. "But Mr. Wang, why is your apprentice working in Tianshan City, Rong Province? I thought your apprentice was working with you at the People's Hospital in the capital." Wang Kaiping looked at Zhang Yi and then said to Zhao Lisan, "I had the same idea at first, but after looking into it, this young man has just graduated and has no experience. Although I am the director, I can't just bring someone with no experience and put them in a position like that, can I?" Although I have the authority to do so, I think it's better to wait until he has 2 years of clinical experience. Besides, the young doctors at my hospital are all highly skilled and well educated. Their academic qualifications are all higher than his. Someone without real skills wouldn't be able to win the respect of others even if they were parachuted into a top-tier hospital in the capital city, no matter how well connected they are. Look at him now, he is doing quite well in Tianshan City, even making it onto the news. I heard many netizens have become his fans, haha. Wang Kaiping grew increasingly proud, as if he truly regarded Zhang Yi as his own son. Zhang Yi lowered his head shyly and smiled, Mr. Wang, you're too kind. I'm actually Dr. Zhang? Are you the Dr. Zhang I'm looking for? Just as they were talking about Zhang Yi's fans, a waitress serving the food appeared. She glanced at Zhang Yi several times but was still unsure if the man in front of her was the same Dr. Zhang with the heroic demeanor she had seen online. She walked up and asked. My surname is Zhang, and I am indeed a doctor, Zhang Yi replied. Ah ha ha. Are you really that life-saving Dr. Zhang? The one who jumped out and caught the pregnant woman? The female server was so excited she covered her face and screamed. Yes, it's me. Zhang Yi nodded calmly. The female waitress became even more excited and took out her phone to take a photo. However, Zhang Yi refused. There was no particular reason, it was simply because the waitress was not attractive. Just kidding, do you really think Zhang Yi doesn't care about looks? Besides, Zhang Yi doesn't like taking photos in the first place. He only agreed to take a photo with that girl named Xiaomin last time because she was so good at flirting. As for the appearance of this female server, Zhang Yi won't even bother to comment. I'm really sorry, but I just don't like having my photo taken. Chapter 137, would you be willing to go to the provincial hospital? I'm really sorry, but I'm not a fan of taking photos. The female server pleaded with Zhang Yi for a while, but he remained cold and refused to take a photo. Seeing Zhang Yi's firm attitude, the female server could only leave dejectedly. As she was leaving, she couldn't help but glance at Zhang Yi a few more times. The look in her eyes made Zhang Yi feel a bit uneasy. Wow, Zhang Yi, you're really something. After the waitress left, Wang Kaiping laughed and teased Zhang Yi. What's so hot? Nothing's hot. It's just that a video of me saving a few people was posted online. It's only been trending recently. Once the buzz dies down, everything will be fine. They then chatted for a while about professional topics. Before leaving, Zhao Lisan asked Zhang Yi, would you be interested in coming to our hospital for some training? Director Zhao, what do you mean? Wang Kaiping looked at Zhao Lisan with a slightly surprised expression. What do you mean, Director Zhao? Wang Kaiping looked at Zhao Lisan with a slightly surprised expression. Zhao Lisan smiled slightly, this young man is worth nurturing. Haha, we're on the same page. We're on the same page. The two then looked at Zhang Yi with anticipation, waiting for his response. How about this? Next month, our hospital is planning to hold an intensive training session on appendectomy. Why don't you join us, Zhang Yi? I heard from Wang that you won first place in the national competition thanks to your appendectomy skills. It would be a great opportunity for the young doctors at our hospital to learn from you. Zhao Lisan interrupted Zhang Yi, who was about to speak, and asked again. Sure, please let me know when the details are finalized. Zhang Yi smiled and nodded. No problem. I'll just let our director know. No problem, I'll just mention it to your director when the time comes. The group left the restaurant. Director Zhao arranged accommodations at a nearby star-rated hotel for Zhang Yi and Wang Kaiping. After a quick wash, Zhang Yi entered the system training space. Simulated lung transplant training is now beginning, single lung transplant. Please prepare, host. Countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Begin. Xiao Xiaoyu. This surgery also requires donor lungs and recipient lungs. One person can't handle it all. Dr. Zhang, hello. Hello, Dr. Zhang. Zhang Yi nodded, looking at the two assistants in front of him, and sighed inwardly, now these are real beauties. Then, the surgery began. On the operating table lay the body of an ordinary middle-aged man, with a donor lung placed beside him. It seemed the system had already prepared everything for him, so he wouldn't have to go through the trouble of obtaining a lung from another person. Xiao, bring a basin of ice water and ice shavings. First, preserve the donor lungs properly. Yes, Dr. Zhang. Whether the donor lung can successfully enter the recipient's body without triggering a rejection response is a critical step, and low-temperature preservation is a crucial component of this process. The harvested donor organ must be perfused with drugs and gases, then preserved in a transparent plastic bag. Simple low-temperature immersion can preserve the donor organ for up to 46 hours, while the temperature of the pulmonary artery perfusion solution significantly influences the overall preservation temperature of the lung donor. Research has shown that the temperature of the perfusion solution is generally 0 C, with the optimal temperature being 4 C. The storage temperatures are 4 C, 10 C, and 15 C, with 10 C being the most ideal. Temperatures that are too low or too high can significantly impact the overall survival rate of the lung donor. Zhang Yi removed the single-sided lung donor wrapped in a plastic bag, trimmed it, and placed it in a basin filled with ice shavings for later use. Next, the diseased lung was processed. A standard thoracotomy was performed, and the thoracic cavity was opened using a thoracotomy retractor. The left pulmonary artery, left superior and inferior pulmonary veins, and left bronchus were dissected, and the lung was suspended using traction belts and mosquito forceps. A single lung extracorporeal circulation was established. A non-traumatic clamp was used to occlude the pulmonary artery. The left pulmonary artery was transected, the left upper and lower pulmonary veins were ligated and transected, and the left main bronchus was transected. The affected lung was then removed. The most critical step is the anastomosis between the donor lung and the recipient. Use 40 absorbable sutures to anastomose the bronchial membrane, and 30 proline sutures to intermittently anastomose the bronchial cartilage rings. Clamp the pulmonary artery with a sidewall clamp, hold the 50 proline suture with a long needle, and use a continuous anastomosis technique to anastomose the pulmonary artery. Using 2 sardine forceps, clamp the left atrial wall of the recipient's superior and inferior vena cava where they enter the left atrium. Cut the pulmonary vein ligation sutures, connect the openings of the superior and inferior vena cava, and perform end-to-end anastomosis with the donor pulmonary vein. Close the anastomosis using continuous sutures with 30 proline sutures. Finally, control bleeding, irrigate the thoracic cavity, apply biological protein glue to the anastomosis site, place 2 chest drainage tubes, count the instruments, and suture the incision. Ding! The system has detected that the host has completed all surgical procedures. System scoring will now begin. Please wait. Ding! Host's training score for this session, 45 points. Performance is unsatisfactory. Punishment is now being issued. What's the problem? Zhang Yi rubbed his sore shoulders and asked angrily. First, after using a non-traumatic clamp to occlude the pulmonary artery, the patient's arterial oxygen saturation, blood pressure, heart rate, and respiration should be monitored for 5 minutes. However, the host did not observe these parameters and instead directly severed the left pulmonary artery. Second, lung transplantation is often associated with severe complications such as cardiac arrest, and a defibrillator should be prepared for emergency resuscitation. However, the host did not prepare one. We hope the host will keep up the good work. I see. All right. I understand. Zhang Yi nodded, then glanced at the corner again. There was indeed a defibrillator there, but Zhang Yi hadn't thought to look there, so he hadn't noticed it. The heart and lungs are adjacent organs, and the blood from the pulmonary artery directly supplies the heart, enabling it to beat. If the pulmonary artery is blocked, the first thing to do is observe the heart's response. This was indeed Zhang Yi's oversight, and he should be penalized for it. Please calm down, host, and immediately begin the second training session. The next morning, after sending Wang Kaiping off, Zhang Yi took a car back to Tianshan City. Although he also wanted to take advantage of the break to explore the provincial capital, he had to go back to work tomorrow, so it was better to return today. He could also check in on Yuan and Shi Ji while he was there. Tianshan City Hospital, Neonatal Intensive Care Unit. Hey, Shi Ji, I'm here to see you again. Zhang Yi stood in front of the incubator, grinning at the tiny infant with eyes wide open inside, while Li Xiaoyun and Chen Xiaopeng stood beside him. Li Xiaoyun still looked a bit weak, but she was able to walk on her own. Today, she really wanted to come with Zhang Yi to see the baby. To their surprise, the little girl burst into laughter as soon as they arrived. She lay in the incubator, staring straight at the people outside with a wide grin on her face. Oh! This kid must know that her parents are here to welcome you. Ha ha! Zhang Yi pointed at Qi Ji lying in the incubator and said to the happy couple beside him. Chapter 138, Zhang Yi can't take it anymore. After finishing Qi Ji, Zhang Yi strolled leisurely over to the neighboring ICU. Zhang Yi, you're here again? Aren't you going to work? The doctor on duty asked Zhang Yi, who was running to the ICU every other day. I'm on leave today. I'm just here to check in. Zhang Yi chuckled. Since you like our intensive care unit so much, why don't you apply to transfer to our department? Ha, sure, go tell our department head. The doctor on duty gave Zhang Yi a dirty look and asked, who are you seeing today? How is Zhao Qingyu doing now? Here's his medical record. Take a look. He's still in the recovery phase, but the recovery is slow, and the skin grafting in the later stages is a major issue. For someone like Zhao Qingyu with such extensive burns, a full body skin graft is highly unlikely. The best option is to try to graft skin from his face, at least to make it look slightly more presentable. Just as Zhang Yi was sitting in his chair carefully reviewing Zhao Qinyu's medical records, a nurse from the ICU rushed into the office, her voice urgent. Dr. Chen, please go check on Li Sini in bed 66. She suddenly said her head hurts badly. I'm worried it might be another brain hemorrhage. Li Sini? Is she the girl who was brought in by the police in the middle of the night 2 days ago? I'll go too. Zhang Yi stood up and said. In the ward, Li Sini was already unconscious with rapid breathing, and a little white foam was coming out of the corner of her mouth. This is a symptom of a cerebral hemorrhage. Zhang Yi walked over to the bedside and took a closer look, only to discover that Li Xinyi's cerebral hemorrhage had worsened. The blood clot was growing larger. Quickly take her to the imaging department for a brain CT scan to see if the same blood vessel has started bleeding again. The on-call doctor in the ICU said to the nurse beside him. Got it, I'll go right away. I suggest preparing another operating room. Zhang Yi said to the on-call doctor. Let's wait for the results first. Besides, it's the weekend, and most of the senior staff are away. This patient's condition is quite unusual, so if surgery is really necessary, we'll have to call the head of neurosurgery. I can do it. Zhang Yi looked at the on-call doctor and said very seriously. The on-duty doctor hesitated for a moment, then recalled the rumors he had heard about Zhang Yi. He swallowed nervously and said, even if you can do it, this is a major matter. You should inform your superiors first. What if they disagree? After all, we're just employees. It wouldn't be good to offend the superiors. I'm not trying to offend the boss, I'm trying to save time. How long have we been waiting for the neurosurgery, pediatrics, and obstetrics department heads to arrive? You know the patient's condition, don't you? He's experiencing severe headaches and foaming at the mouth. What else could it be but a cerebral hemorrhage? Plus, she's 2 months pregnant. Do you think we can afford to wait any longer? Zhang Yi raised his voice. Li Xinyi had already been taken out for tests, leaving only Zhang Yi and the on-duty doctor in the empty ward. I'll go make a call first. The on-call doctor hesitated for a moment before deciding to consult the supervisor first. Zhang Yi stood in the ward and sighed heavily, hoping that Li Xinyi could hold on. In the office, the on-call doctor hung up the phone and said to Zhang Yi, I called the head of neurosurgery, and he said he'll be here in half an hour. Don't perform surgery without his permission. This means the chief wants to perform the surgery himself and doesn't need Zhang Yi to do it. Then let's use medication to stabilize him first. There's no other option right now. Zhang Yi isn't upset that he wasn't allowed to perform the surgery. After all, the other doctor is the chief, and Li Xinyi's condition requires a team from multiple departments to perform the surgery according to standard procedures. However, Zhang Yi was unaware that it was precisely this neurosurgery department head who had been whispering in the director's ear to have him fired. Soon, Li Xinyi was pushed back in, and the nurse handed the report to the on-duty doctor. The bleeding volume was 15 milliliters and had increased. Administer the hemostatic solution first. Surgery is definitely required. Prepare an operating room immediately and notify the family to come to the hospital as soon as possible. Zhang Yi instructed the nurse beside him. The nurse was a bit confused. What was going on? Zhang Yi was acting like an ICU doctor. The on-call doctor next to her carefully examined the report, then looked up and said, Right, stop the bleeding first, then notify the operating room to prepare for surgery. I'll call the family to explain the situation. All right. The nurse nodded, glanced at Zhang Yi once more, and then stepped out of the office. How could this happen so suddenly? Oh dear, I'm afraid the baby won't make it. The doctor on duty picked up the stethoscope from the desk and said as he walked away. The baby can't be saved? No. We must save the child. The on-call doctor turned to Zhang Yi with a helpless expression and said, Zhang Yi, do you think a 2-month-old fetus, which hasn't even taken on a human form yet, can be that strong? We've been doing brain CT scans every day for the past 2 days, and the fetus has already been exposed to a lot of radiation. Plus, during the surgery, there will be anesthetics and anti-inflammatory drugs. All of that combined is too much for the fetus to handle. We have to save the mother first. Once the chief comes, I'll go talk to him again and see if he can let me assist in the surgery. Zhang Yi didn't continue the conversation with the on-call doctor. He believed that since the hospital director had given him permission to perform the surgery, the chief of neurosurgery should also agree, even if it meant just letting him assist. At least he'd feel more at ease watching over things. However, Zhang Yi was completely wrong. The neurosurgery department head wasn't nearly as easy to deal with as the hospital director. Sorry, but the director said that, and besides, didn't you perform surgery in the emergency department? This is neurosurgery, so I'll handle it myself. The neurosurgery department head arrived at the operating room door and flatly refused Zhang Yi without any room for negotiation. Zhang Yi felt a surge of anger, but he forced himself to calm down. He said calmly, Dr. Zhang, could you let me assist? I can be your assistant. The neurosurgery department head glanced at Zhang Yi and said, No need. I already have enough assistants. With that, the neurosurgery department head prepared to enter the operating room to begin the surgery. But Zhang Yi couldn't stand it anymore. He wanted to do everything he could to save both the adult and the child. He stared at the back of the neurosurgery department head and coldly asked, Director Yang, do you think your skills are better than the director of the military hospital? Chapter 139, Zhang Yi persuades the neurosurgery department head. Humph. Even if I'm not as skilled as him, so what? I'm the chief, and you're just a junior doctor here on rotation. The neurosurgery chief turned around and glared at Zhang Yi, speaking each word slowly and deliberately. Yes, I know I'm just a junior doctor here on an internship, but I'm confident that this surgery will not result in any complications like hemiplegia. In fact, I can even save the 2-month-old fetus in the patient's womb. Please trust me, Director Yang. Give this patient a chance. Trust you? Why should I trust you? My decades of medical experience are supposedly less than yours as a junior? No, I am not questioning your technical skills, Dr. Yang. I simply believe I have greater confidence in ensuring the success of the surgery. Zhang Yi's single sentence caused the two obstetricians who had come to assist the neurosurgeon to exchange glances, their expressions a mix of surprise and anticipation. This Zhang Yi sure does speak his mind. The neurosurgery department head glared at Zhang Yi and said, "Humph? You're so young and already so full of yourself. Please take a moment to reflect on why I was able to perform that intracranial aneurysm surgery that even the hospital director couldn't handle? Why was I able to perform the double leg reattachment surgery that even the orthopedic department head, Dr. Fong, shook his head and said was impossible? Even during our recent medical mission in the countryside, under such harsh conditions, we managed to save a woman with premature rupture of membranes and her baby using only a dim desk lamp and a fruit knife. Does Director Yang really believe all of this is just hearsay? Yes, I know that my age and experience don't seem to qualify me for these surgeries, but that's the reality, Dr. Yang. I'm not here today to argue with you. I'm truly just trying to increase the chances of this surgery being successful, and the patient herself is strongly insisting on keeping the baby. Even though it's just a fetus now, it's still a life. So, Dr. Yang, I sincerely hope you can set aside your prejudices and allow me to perform the surgery. Please, I beg you. Zhang Yi bowed slightly to the neurosurgery department head. The neurosurgery chief listened carefully, then narrowed his eyes slightly and took another look at the young man in front of him. He had to admit that the patient's request was understandable. They wanted to save the child. However, the current situation was extremely critical, and he knew that if he were to take over, his first priority would be to save the mother, and the child would undoubtedly not survive. As for hemiplegia, this is a common complication that occurs in approximately 50% of patients who undergo surgery for cerebral hemorrhage or cerebral vascular malformations. To be honest, he could only guarantee a 50% chance of avoiding the risk of hemiplegia, and he could not guarantee the remaining 50%. Yet here stands this arrogant young man, claiming he can completely guarantee no hemiplegia will occur, and even that the child will be spared? How could he possibly believe that? You must know that the first 2 months of pregnancy are the most critical period for miscarriage and spontaneous abortion. Many pregnant women who fall ill or catch a cold during this period dare not take anti-inflammatory drugs and mostly rely on their own immune system to get through it. However, surgery is not the same as a common cold. The dosage of anti-inflammatory drugs required during surgery is 10 times that of ordinary oral medications. Will the child be okay in this situation? After hesitating for a moment, the neurosurgeon finally spoke up. First, tell us your surgical plan. Zhang Yi suddenly looked up, his eyes brimming with joy, and exclaimed, "Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Hurry up and speak. Don't beat around the bush. All right. First, the dose of anesthetic should be kept low, with the recovery time controlled within half an hour to minimize harm to the child. Additionally, I will avoid using antibiotics whenever possible." What? Half an hour? You want to perform a cranial hemorrhage surgery in half an hour without using antibiotics? Do you know what the consequences would be if the patient gets an infection without antibiotics? The neurosurgery department head looked at Zhang Yi with an expression of disbelief. This is the crux of the matter, Director Yang. I can perform the surgery without antibiotics and still ensure the patient won't contract a bacterial infection at least an 80% probability. Zhang Yi looked at the neurosurgery department head with unwavering confidence. Where do you get the nerve to guarantee an 80% chance of no infection? Because Director Yang, the patient is vomiting foam again. At that moment, a nurse who was preparing in the operating room hurried out and interrupted the conversation outside. Oh no! We can't delay any longer. Director Yang, please. Let me perform the surgery. Zhang Yi grabbed the neurosurgery director's arm and shouted hoarsely. The neurosurgery chief gave Zhang Yi a stern look before clenching his teeth and saying, "All right, I'll agree. But you better make sure both the adult and the child are safe and sound. Otherwise, I'll make sure you never practice medicine again." Zhang Yi paused for a moment before nodding. "Director, rest assured. Both the adults and the children will be safe." Then, the group entered the operating room together, and the surgery began. The assistant had already shaved Li Xinyi's hair off, exposing her bald scalp. The anesthesiologist followed the anesthesia protocol provided by Zhang Yi, carefully controlling the dosage to last for half an hour. However, before the surgery began, the neurosurgery department head instructed the nurses to prepare a large supply of antibiotics as a precaution. In the event of an emergency, he reiterated his instructions: prioritize saving the patient's life. Zhang Yi acted swiftly, locating the bleeding site as the target for the puncture, incising the scalp to create a 35 cm straight incision, drilling a hole, and expanding it into a bone window with a diameter of approximately 20-25 cm. He made a cross-shaped incision in the dura mater, avoiding blood vessels and functional areas near the cerebral cortex based on the depth of the hematoma. He slowly inserted the brain puncture needle, withdrew it after locating the blood clot, and then slowly rotated the endoscope and sheath through the puncture channel while flushing the area. Once the irrigation fluid turns dark red, it indicates that the endoscope has reached the outer edge of the blood clot. When the blood clot has been flushed out sufficiently, white brain tissue becomes visible through the endoscope. Zhang Yi carefully adjusts the position of the endoscope, aligns it with the active bleeding vessel, and performs electrocautery hemostasis. Beside him, two assistants and the neurosurgery department head, wearing light blue masks, had their mouths slightly open in astonishment, unable to close them. That was way too fast. From opening the skull to clearing the blood clots, it took only 20 minutes? If it were Dr. Yang from neurosurgery doing this, it would probably take at least 2 hours. Chapter 140, Health Lecture, almost forgot the lines. Zhang Yi was busy removing blood clots while monitoring the condition of the fetus in Li Xinyi's abdomen. Fortunately, the fetus was unharmed throughout the entire surgery. Now it all depends on Li Xinyi herself. The surgery has successfully removed all the blood clots from her cranium. If there are no complications, she should be able to be transferred to a general ward after 2 days in the ICU. Regarding antibiotics, Dr. Zhang Yi still recommends avoiding them as much as possible unless blood test results show elevated white blood cell counts. Dr. Yang, I'm done. Zhang Yi finished bandaging Li Xinyi's head wound and nodded slightly to the head of the neurosurgery department. The neurosurgery chief silently swallowed, glanced at Li Xinyi on the bed, and remained silent for a moment. First, get her out of here. Tell the ICU doctors to be ready for infection control, but if the adult is okay, don't use it, we don't want to harm the child. The neurosurgery chief didn't look at Zhang Yi but instead spoke to the two assistants beside him. Zhang Yi had also planned to accompany them in taking the patient out, but was unexpectedly called back by the neurosurgery department head. Zhang Yi, wait a moment. I need to speak with you. Zhang Yi stopped in his tracks, knowing full well what Director Yang was going to ask. Probably something like, how did you learn these techniques? How did you become so skilled at operating them? Outside the operating room. Zhang Yi, where did you learn to perform intracranial surgery? See? Zhang Yi was right. I learned it from my teacher during my internship, and then I applied the theoretical knowledge. The neurosurgery chief listened and furrowed his brow, not very convinced. He asked again. Then how can you guarantee that the patient will not be infected during the procedure? Actually, I've been thinking about this issue since I was in university. Clinically, we always rely on antibiotics. What if, one day in the future, antibiotics can no longer control infections, or in extremely harsh conditions, doctors have no antibiotics available? So, every time I conducted experiments at school, I always tried to practice in a sterile manner, ensuring that every step of the procedure did not allow surgical instruments to come into contact with the patient's other healthy tissues, thereby avoiding infection. Zhang Ilwan made this up. So that's how it is. The neurosurgery department head was deeply moved by Zhang Yi's words. It was unexpected that such a young man could think so deeply about such a profound issue and use it to continuously train himself. This is truly rare. It seems I really misunderstood him before. The neurosurgery department head nodded at Zhang Yi and said awkwardly, keep up the good work, young man. I will. Thank you, Director Yang. Zhang Yi said as he watched the neurosurgery department head walk away. As he stepped out of the hospital, Zhang Yi happened to receive a WeChat message from the reporter from the Tianshan City television station. Oh no! I completely forgot today was the scheduled time for the health lecture with the TV station. Zhang Yi only realized it after seeing the message and hurriedly hailed a taxi to head to the TV station. He had previously agreed with the reporter that the health lecture on diabetes would begin promptly at 7 p.m. tonight. However, he needed to arrive 3 hours early to go over the script with the host, get makeup done, change into his outfit, and so on. It's almost 3 o'clock now. Zhang Yike really doesn't want to be late. However, despite rushing, Zhang Yi was still 10 minutes late. The female reporter wearing glasses waited for him for a while downstairs at the TV station. Sorry. There was something urgent at the hospital. I'm so sorry. As soon as he arrived, Zhang Yi nodded and apologized to the female journalist. It's okay, I just got here too, and doctors are always busy, so a little delay isn't a problem. The female reporter adjusted her glasses and smiled. Then, the female reporter led Zhang Yi to a small studio and explained to him, this is where Dr. Zhang will be giving his lecture. The backstage lounge is further inside. Follow me, I'll take you there. The host seems to be getting ready already. Oh, okay. Zhang Yi nodded, looked around, and followed the female journalist. In the makeup room, a woman with a delicate and graceful face sat at the makeup table. The makeup artist applied makeup to her while she silently recited the script in her hands.
Zhenjia, Dr. Zhang is here. The female reporter approached the woman getting her makeup done and said. Zhang Yi guessed she must be the host. Wow, Dr. Zhang, hello. Nice to meet you. I'm your host for today's lecture. My name is Song Qian. Song Qian hurriedly stood up from her chair, smiled, and shook hands with Zhang Yi. Hello, my name is Zhang Yi. This is my first time giving a health lecture. If there is anything I don't understand later, please feel free to remind me. Zhang Yi politely shook her hand lightly. After exchanging a few simple opening remarks with the host named Song Qian, Zhang Yi began changing into the black suit provided by the TV station. After all, one should dress formally for television appearances. After changing into the suit, Zhang Yi stood in front of the mirror in the dressing room. Hey, the guy looks pretty handsome. Wow, Dr. Zhang, you look great in a suit. You look so gentlemanly. Song Qian was sitting outside the makeup room and couldn't help but compliment him the moment she saw him come out. Zhang Yi smiled modestly and said, Really? Then I have to thank the production team for making me look so gentlemanly in this suit. No way. It's clearly Dr. Zhang who's handsome. Xiaozhu, quickly give Zhang Yi a quick touch-up. We'll start soon after dinner. Song Qian praised Zhang Yi again before urging the makeup artist beside her. Alright, Dr. Zhang, please have a seat here. Xiaozhu actively pulled out the chair next to her and invited Zhang Yi to sit in front of her. Then the makeup artist started randomly smearing strange substances on Zhang Yi's face. Zhang Yi couldn't stand the smell and quickly interrupted Xiaozhu. Wait, I'll just skip the makeup. I look fine like this. What? Just like this? Xiaozhu held the foundation in her hand, frozen in mid-air. What? Just like this? Xiaozhu's hand holding the foundation paused mid-air. Right. I won't put on any makeup. What would a man do with makeup? It just feels awkward. Xiaozhu looked at Zhang Yi's face and smiled. Alright, anyway, Dr. Zhang looks pretty good on camera even without makeup. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the health lecture on diabetes knowledge began recording on schedule. Most of the attendees were older men and women, as young people nowadays are more interested in watching short videos on social media than attending health lectures. After the host finished the opening remarks, they got the audience excited and started clapping to welcome Zhang Yi to the stage. Hello everyone, my name is Zhang Yi, and I am a doctor at Tianshan City People's Hospital. When Zhang Yi's gaze swept across the audience and landed on the pink figure in the corner, he was so surprised that he almost forgot his lines. Chapter 141, This is also the first time I've ever given flowers to a girl. Qingqing, why are you here? After the lecture ended, Zhang Yi walked over to Su Qingqing and asked. How could I miss Dr. Zhang's first lecture in his life? Su Qingqing said as she pulled out a small bouquet of carnations from somewhere and handed it to Zhang Yi. Here you go, Su Qingqing said, blushing slightly as she handed the flowers to Zhang Yi. It was the first time she had ever given flowers to a boy, and she felt a bit shy, biting her lip and speaking in a soft voice. Thank you. Zhang Yi took the bouquet of carnations, smiled, and said, This is the first time I've ever received flowers from a girl. Ha? Really? What a coincidence. I've never given flowers to a guy before either. The atmosphere became a bit awkward for a moment. Zhang Yi cleared his throat and asked, By the way, how did you know I was coming here today for the health lecture? Was it that kid Yuan Li who told you? Yeah, mainly because Zhou Delawan is having a concert in Xihua City tomorrow. I happened to hear from Yuan Li that you're off work these days, so I bought 2 tickets for the concert. I remember you used to really like his songs when you were in college. Want to go together tomorrow? Tomorrow? Zhang Yi hesitated for a few seconds. He had to work tomorrow, and Yuan Li really was a mess with her information. Right, I calculated your schedule perfectly, so I bought 2 tickets. Su Qingqing took the tickets out of her bag and looked at Zhang Yi with eager eyes. Looking at Su Qingqing's face, which was filled with anticipation yet slightly nervous, Zhang Yi couldn't bring himself to refuse. It seemed he'd have to ask the director for a day off tomorrow. Alright, let's go together tomorrow. Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. That's great. Su Qingqing jumped up in excitement and wrapped her arms around Zhang Yi's neck. However, after realizing what she had done, Su Qingqing felt even more embarrassed. She had been so excited that she had been a bit impolite. Dr. Zhang? A voice interrupted the awkward atmosphere. Zhang Yi turned around and saw that it was the host calling him. Alright, I'll be right there. Zhang Yi responded before turning back and apologetically glancing at Su Qingqing. Sorry, just give me a moment. Alright, go ahead. I'll wait for you at the TV station entrance. Okay. Zhang Yi returned to the dressing room, took off the TV station suit, hung it on a hanger, and was about to leave when he heard the host Song Qian ask, Dr. Zhang? Was that your girlfriend just now? Not yet. I'm not sure about the future. Oh, Song Qian nodded thoughtfully and said, Shelly has already sent you the lecture fee via WeChat. Fee? Is this an appearance fee? Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel a little thrilled inside. He hadn't expected that agreeing to a health lecture offhandedly could earn him some extra cash.
He then pulled out his phone and saw that the female journalist had sent him a few more messages. One was a transfer notification, another was a thank you message, and the third was an invitation to dinner. Zhang Yi ignored the last two messages, accepted the transfer of 30,000 yuan, and put his phone back in his bag before walking briskly toward the door. At the entrance of the TV station, Zhang Yi stepped out and immediately spotted Su Qingqing standing alone by the security guard's booth. He hurried over and asked, "Have you been waiting long? Let's go get something to eat." "Not long." Su Qingqing smiled. "What do you want to eat?" Zhang Yi asked, turning his head. "What would you like to eat?" Zhang Yi asked, turning his head. "Whatever you want, I'm fine with anything. How about something spicy? There's a pretty good hot pot place." Zhang Yi suggested. "It's late at night, let's not eat spicy food." "Okay, how about Chinese food instead? I just had lunch." "Okay, how about Western food? Steak?" "It's so late, steak will be hard to digest, won't it?" "Well, what do you actually want to eat?" "Anything is fine." Zhang Yi was speechless. "Then what the heck do you want to eat?" Finally, Zhang Yi took Su Qingqing to the music bar where Kong Wei had taken him last time. It was almost 10 p.m., and the place was still bustling with customers. "This place isn't bad," Su Qingqing said after ordering, giving Zhang Yi a wink. Zhang Yi chuckled, crossed his hands in front of his nose, and suddenly fixed his deep gaze on Su Qingqing. "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Su Qingqing asked shyly. Zhang Yi didn't say anything, just shook his head silently. He was just thinking, a girl had come all the way from Linhai to Tianshan, saying she wanted to see the factory. Alright, he would believe her for now. But what about the second time? She had appeared in front of him immediately that night, worried that he might be hurt. And now, she had come all the way just to attend his first health lecture. Zhang Yi thought she must be very busy running the company on her own. Wasn't she delaying her work by always coming over like this? Saying he wasn't touched would be a lie. Sigh, such a good girl. Zhang Yi couldn't bear to let her down. "Sir? Why not give your girlfriend a flower? Look how beautiful she is, these roses would look great on her. Give one to this beauty." As Zhang Yi was deep in thought, a little girl holding a bouquet of roses interrupted him. Zhang Yi turned his head and saw a young girl, about 15 or 16 years old, holding a large bouquet of roses, smiling sweetly at him, her eyes filled with hope, hoping he would buy a flower. Zhang Yi looked at the single red roses in her arms, then glanced at Su Qingqing, who was clearly paying attention but pretending not to care. "Give me all the flowers." A single sentence caused both the little flower seller and Su Qingqing's eyes to sparkle with surprise. The former was because someone wanted to buy all her flowers. The latter was because the flowers were probably meant for her, Su Qingqing, right? Alright, sir. There are 33 roses in total, 660 yuan. I'll give you a discount, 650 yuan will do. The young girl excitedly handed the roses in her arms to Zhang Yi and then pulled out the QR code from her bag. 10 yuan off? That's only a small discount. It's almost the same as not discounting at all. Zhang Yi still transferred 660 yuan to the little girl. It's not easy for her to be selling flowers alone at night. Thank you, big brother. The little girl was overjoyed upon seeing the transaction confirmation on her phone, beaming from ear to ear as she bowed and left the restaurant. At that moment, Zhang Yi looked at Su Qingqing, who was nervously lowering her head and fidgeting with her hair, and said, "Hey, today was also my first time giving flowers to a girl, and they were roses." As he spoke, Zhang Yi handed the bouquet of roses to Su Qingqing. Chapter 142, Zhang Yi goes out to pick up girls. "Is this for me?" Su Qingqing was a bit excited and asked again cautiously. "Who else would it be for? Are you asking me to give it to someone else?" Zhang Yi teased Su Qingqing. She quickly hugged the flowers to her chest and shook her head, saying, No. You should give them to me." Watching her nervous yet adorable expression, Zhang Yi smiled gently. Before long, the waiter brought the dishes to the table. After they had eaten their fill, it was almost midnight. "It's so late. Have you booked a hotel yet?" Zhang Yi asked at the restaurant entrance. "Not yet. Let's go. I'll take you to a hotel near our dormitory. It's closer to my place, and we can go to Xihua City together tomorrow," Zhang Yi said as he put his arm around Su Qingqing's shoulder and walked forward. Alright, Su Qingqing turned her head to glance at the large hand resting on her shoulder, feeling delighted inside. By the time she had finished arranging everything and returned to the dormitory, it was almost 1 a.m. Was it appropriate to ask her supervisor for time off at this hour? Probably not, as he would have already gone to bed. Zhang Yi thought about it for a moment and decided to call the director early the next morning to request the day off. Lying in bed with his eyes closed, Zhang Yi entered the system training space and practiced lung transplantation all night long. Early the next morning, Zhang Yi called Ma Yunxiang to ask for the day off. Ma Yunxiang sounded like he hadn't woken up yet and didn't seem to hear clearly, but he agreed anyway. Zhang Yi thought about it again. To get from Tianshan City to Xihua City, he had to take a bus, and once he arrived at the bus station in Xihua City, he would need to take another bus to the concert venue. He had noticed yesterday that Su Qingqing was wearing high heels with a small heel. He couldn't very well let the young lady from a wealthy family endure the bumpy ride on the bus with him, could he? So Zhang Yi decided to borrow a car. Kong Wei? Are you at work yet? I'm on my way. There's a bit of traffic. Why did you suddenly call? Great, I'll come to the hospital to find you later. Can I borrow your car? Borrow the car? What do you need it for? To pick up girls? Mind your own business. I'll come find you later. Hey! You're definitely going to pick up girls. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yi rummaged through his wardrobe for one of his few shirts. Yuan Li just came out of the bathroom and saw the scene. What are you doing? Yuan Li asked, glancing up and down at Zhang Yi's unusual behavior. Changing clothes. Changing clothes. Oh. Going on a date? Shouldn't you thank me for letting you know? Yuan Li guessed that she was probably going out with Su Qingqing. Thanks a lot. I was supposed to work today, but you told me to take the day off. Someone came all the way here with concert tickets and asked me to go with her. How could I say no? Next time, please be more specific when you give me the heads up. Oh, so what's going on with the two of you? Don't look at me like that, it's not official yet. Zhang Yibai shot a glance at Yuan Li, who was looking at them with a gossipy expression. Yuan Li looked at Zhang Yi and shook his head. You're so slow. At this rate, the flowers will wilt before you finish. Get lost. Go back to work. Yuan Li shrugged his shoulders, changed his clothes, and went to work. Zhang Yi also followed him to the cardiology department, but he was there to borrow a car from Kong Wei. The car is running out of gas. Remember to fill it up. Don't get stuck on the road halfway there. That would be pretty embarrassing in front of the girls. Kong Wei handed the car keys to Zhang Yi and reminded him. Thanks. Zhang Yi took the keys and walked away without looking back. This guy is in such a hurry. Kong Wei muttered under his breath from behind. You just don't understand. The beautiful woman is waiting for him. How could he not be in a hurry? Yuan Li said, watching Zhang Yi's rapidly disappearing figure. Kong Wei sighed enviously. Ah. Zhang Yi, that straight-laced guy, already has a girlfriend. I wonder when the government will assign me a partner. Yuan Li shot Kong Wei a sideways glance and said, in your next life. Get lost. Zhang Yi obtained his driver's license while in college, when it was relatively inexpensive, with driving school tuition costing only a little over 1,000 yuan. At the time, Zhang Yi believed that a driver's license would be useful in the future, so he saved diligently and used his scholarship to enroll in driving school. Little did he know that his first time behind the wheel after graduating would be to go to a concert and with a girl. Is this considered a date? Zhang Yi parked the car at the hotel entrance and waited inside for Su Qingqing to come out. Soon, a flash of pink came into Zhang Yi's view. Su Qingqing looked around but didn't see Zhang Yi anywhere. Just as she was about to take out her phone to call him, Zhang Yi rolled down the window and called out, over here, Qingqing. Ha? Zhang Yi? Where did you get the car? Su Qingqing asked as she walked toward Zhang Yi. In the car? Su Qingqing asked, looking around. It's so hot, and you're wearing high heels. I couldn't ask you to take the bus or a taxi with me, so I borrowed a car from a friend. Zhang Yi explained. Su Qingqing got into the car, and the cool air conditioning blew in, instantly refreshing her. He. You're so considerate. Su Qingqing smiled slightly at Zhang Yi, then thought of something and asked, am I the first girl to sit in the passenger seat next to you? Of course not. I haven't even bought a car yet. This is my first time driving, so you're definitely the first one. That's great. Su Qingqing was so happy today, she couldn't stop smiling like an idiot. Have you eaten? There's bread, milk, and snacks in the back seat. Zhang Yi said as he started the car. Zhang Yi didn't mention it, so Su Qingqing hadn't noticed that there really was a large bag of snacks in the back seat. Wow, you thought of everything. Su Qingqing felt like she was dreaming. When did Zhang Yi become so thoughtful? But this feeling was so blissful. After driving for over 40 minutes, they arrived in Xihua City. Although Zhang Yi hadn't driven in a while, he still handled the car quite skillfully. It's only just past 10 o'clock. Did we come a bit too early? After passing the toll station, Su Qingqing asked. It's not too early. If we're early, we can go somewhere else to hang out for a bit. Alright, I'll follow your lead. Zhang Yi glanced at the sun outside, then turned his head to look at Su Qingqing, who had been acting like a little woman the whole time, and smiled as he asked, let's go to the water park. We can play and it won't be hot. What do you think? Chapter 143, that girl looks like 10 yuan, you're so beautiful. Swimming? What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Zhang Yi looked at Su Qingqing's surprised reaction and thought she might be experiencing some physical discomfort. No, let's go. I'll do whatever you say. Su Qingqing waved her hands dismissively. Then, Zhang Yi navigated to the address and took Su Qingqing to the largest water park in Xihua City, located about 5 or 6 kilometers away from the concert venue. Even before they got close, they could see various water attractions, including high-speed slides, large slide tubes, and swimming pools. Next to the ticket booth of the water park was a swimwear shop. Since Zhang Yi and Su Qingqing had decided to come on a whim, they definitely needed to buy swimwear. Zhang Yi randomly picked out a pair of black swim trunks, but Su Qingqing felt a bit awkward. She was a bit shy about trying on a swimsuit in front of Zhang Yi. Isn't that just a bikini? Just thinking about it made Su Qingqing feel a bit flushed. Zhang Yi looked at the women's swimsuits in the store, but they were either too ugly or too revealing. None of them were suitable. How about this one? Su Qingqing walked over holding a black one-piece halter swimsuit and asked. Zhang Yi glanced at it. It wasn't too revealing, so he nodded and said, okay, let's go with this one. After paying, the two went into the men's and women's changing rooms respectively. Zhang Yi only needed a few minutes to change, but Su Qingqing was different. He stood at the entrance of the changing room waiting for Su Qingqing for a long time. What's that silly girl doing? Why isn't she coming out? Zhang Yi began to wonder if something had happened to Su Qingqing inside, but he didn't dare to peek into the women's changing room or go inside to look for her. Finally, after a long while, Su Qingqing came out. Her all-black strapless V-neck swimsuit made her skin look even whiter. She deliberately let her black hair fall loosely over her shoulders, covering most of her skin, but through the gaps in the strands of black hair, Zhang Yi could still see the faint outline of her cleavage. Her pair of well-proportioned, long legs were fully exposed before Zhang Yi's eyes. This young girl really had such straight and long legs. Her buttocks were also particularly pert. When Su Qingqing stepped out, she saw Zhang Yi staring at her intently. She lowered her head, a blush spreading to the back of her ears. Do I look good like this? Su Qingqing's slightly shy voice interrupted Zhang Yi, who was lost in his thoughts. Cough, you look great. Zhang Yi awkwardly looked away and said. I want to play on the high-speed slide. Su Qingqing lifted her head and pointed to the location of the high-speed slide. Zhang Yi couldn't help but gasp in awe. He secretly gave Su Qingqing a thumbs up. That high-speed slide was a 90-degree vertical slide. It wasn't a slide for little kids. However, Zhang Yi and Su Qingqing, being such a handsome couple, attracted a lot of attention wherever they went in the amusement park. They're so good-looking. That guy looks familiar. The woman looks like a Japanese celebrity. Who is it? 10 yuan, you're beautiful. You know what, she really does look like her. She's just a little taller than 10 yuan. Zhang Yi and Su Qingqing spent the afternoon at the water park, occasionally bumping hands or, when underwater, Su Qingqing would accidentally lose her balance, and Zhang Yi would hold her tightly around her waist to steady her. At least, Su Qingqing felt that they had grown much closer. Are you hungry? Let's grab something to eat and get ready for the concert? Zhang Yi looked at the time and asked. Sure, I'm actually hungry. Su Qingqing smiled and nodded in agreement. At that moment, Su Qingqing's long, smooth hair was damp from the rain. Feeling a bit damp, she quickly tied her hair up into a bun, revealing her fair swan-like neck and the defined contours of her collarbone. Let's go? Su Qingqing tapped Zhang Yi, who was lost in thought, with her finger. Let's go, Su Qingqing said, tapping Zhang Yi on the shoulder. Alright, Zhang Yi turned his head, agreeing while secretly scolding himself for losing his composure multiple times today. After dinner, Zhang Yi and Su Qingqing drove to the Performing Arts Center. Fortunately, they arrived early, otherwise, there wouldn't have been any parking spots left tonight. After all, Zhou Daluan's influence is still quite significant. Most people in their 20s and 30s grew up listening to his music, so tickets for tonight's concert were in high demand. Some scalpers even raised the price of tickets originally costing over 1,000 yuan to over 10,000 yuan. Did you buy your ticket from a scalper? As they approached the venue, Zhang Yi noticed several scalpers selling tickets by the roadside and couldn't help but ask Su Qingqing. Yeah. Su Qingqing nodded. How much did you pay for it? About 2,000, I guess. Su Qingqing said indifferently, what's wrong? Do you think it's too expensive? I'll try to buy it earlier next time. I had to buy it from a scalper because there were no tickets left. Su Qingqing thought Zhang Yi was going to scold her for spending money recklessly, so she hurriedly explained. It's fine. You can spend your own money however you like. Zhang Yi ruffled Su Qingqing's hair and said gently. Even if she spends it recklessly, what can anyone say? She bought it so she could go to the concert with him, and 2,000 yuan is really just a drop in the bucket for Su Qingqing's family. Soon, fans waiting outside the venue began security checks to enter. Zhang Yi and Su Qingqing's seats were not only expensive but also quite far back, meaning they could only see Zhou Daluan on the side screens. Oh, it's all my fault for not buying better tickets. This spot is so far away you can't even see Zhou Daluan in person. Su Qingqing was a bit upset. It's okay, we're just here for the atmosphere. The atmosphere isn't that bad, is it? Zhang Yi whispered to comfort her. It's okay, we're just here for the atmosphere. The atmosphere isn't that bad, is it? Zhang Yi whispered a few words of comfort. Suddenly, the bright warm yellow lights throughout the venue went out, followed by streams of colorful moving lights and a white spotlight shining on the center of the stage. The concert officially began. All the fans in the venue erupted into chaos, waving their glow sticks and shouting Zhou Daluan's name. Meanwhile, Su Qingqing had long forgotten the minor annoyance she had felt earlier. She too joined the excited fans in cheering. Zhang Yi turned his head to gaze at her profile and suddenly thought she looked quite pretty. Why had he thought she was just average back when they were in school? No matter what she gave him, he would always refuse. At the time, he had assumed that a rich girl must be very difficult to please. But now, Zhang Yi felt that he had truly misunderstood her all along. Halfway through the concert, Zhou Dalawan started interacting with the fans and playing games. How about this? I'll have the cameraman pick someone randomly from the audience, and the camera will just keep moving. When I say stop, the person the camera is on will sing a song with me. What do you think? Zhou Dalawan held the microphone and asked the fans below. Great! The fans below were all excited and eager to try, hoping that luck would come their way. Alright, since everyone agrees, let's begin. I'll count down from 10 to 1, and the camera crew, please pause the recording at that point. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. Stop. Chapter 144, I've never seen Zhang Yi be so proactive before. Immediately afterward, Su Qingqing's face appeared at the center of the stage screen, causing the entire audience to gasp in astonishment. Since Su Qingqing and Zhang Yi were sitting next to each other, half of Zhang Yi's face also appeared on the screen. Zhou Dalawan turned his head to look at the screen and smiled at the audience, asking, "Oh, that's nice. The cameraman actually found a beautiful woman to sing with me." At that moment, Su Qingqing, sitting in her chair, finally realized that she was the lucky one. Ah! My goodness, it's me? Su Qingqing excitedly grabbed Zhang Yi's hand and shouted. Zhang Yi was also a bit excited. Out of nearly 10,000 people in the venue, the camera had singled out Su Qingqing. Seeing her joy, Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel a little happy himself. Zhou Dalawan had been watching Su Qingqing on the screen. When he noticed there was a man beside her, he immediately asked, "Oh, are they a couple? They're so good looking." The cameraman also moved the camera closer to Zhang Yi. At that moment, a staff member walked up and handed Su Qingqing a microphone, inviting her to participate in the interaction. "Beautiful lady, what is your name?" Zhou Dalawan searched for a while before finally spotting Su Qingqing from a distance. "My name is Su Qingqing." Su Qing held up the microphone and answered with a smile. "Hello, hello. Is that your boyfriend next to you?" Su Qingqing lowered her head and looked deeply at Zhang Yi. After thinking for a moment, she shook her head and said, "Not yet, but I hope it will be in the future." Wow! That's pretty bold. Is this a public confession? Not only Zhou Dalawan, but many audience members also let out exclamations of blessing, and some quick-witted ones even started shouting, "Be together! Be together! What's going on today?" Even Zhang Yi is getting a little nervous. Zhou Dalawan noticed that Su Qingqing felt a little embarrassed because of what he said, so he changed the subject and asked, "You're very lucky today. Do you want to sing Confession Balloon with me? I think it suits your mood right now." Sure. I was just thinking of that song." Su Qingqing nodded eagerly. The audience around them clapped spontaneously, and some even started whistling. "Alright. Music teacher, let's begin." Zhou Dalawan nodded toward the music teacher. Immediately, the music began to play, and the audience swayed their glow sticks back and forth in perfect unison. Coffee on the left bank of the Seine River. I hold a cup in my hand, savoring your beauty. Leaving a lip print on your lips. Who wrote the wrong name on the rose at the flower shop? The confession balloon was blown by the wind to the other side of the street. A smile flies in the sky. You said you're a bit hard to catch. You want me to give up because it's too hard. Gifts don't have to be the most expensive. Just the fallen leaves of the Champs-Élysées. Oh, they create a romantic date. Don't be afraid to mess everything up. With you, I have the whole world. Dear, I've been in love with you since that day. Sweetness comes so easily. Dear, don't be so stubborn, your eyes. You're saying you're willing. Many people were watching Zhang Yi's expression as he sat next to Su Qingqing, wondering how he would react to such a beautiful woman singing a love song in public. The cameraman was also very professional, zooming the camera in on Zhang Yi's face. But what could he possibly do? Just clap along with everyone else and sing along. What else could he do? Zhou Dalawan could tell that the two of them had feelings for each other, but the girl liked the boy more. Since neither of them had made their feelings explicit, why not give them a little push? As the song ended, just as the staff were about to take away Su Qingqing's microphone, Zhou Dalawan asked from the stage, "Miss Qingqing, don't you have anything to say now?" As he spoke, Zhou Dalawan gestured with his eyes toward Zhang Yi sitting beside him. Sigh. Wow. That's awesome, Darren. Wow, how romantic. Joe Darren is playing matchmaker. I'm so jealous of this couple. The audience began to buzz with excitement, mostly watching the spectacle with well wishes. A spotlight shone on Su Qingqing's slightly flustered face, and upon closer inspection, one could see her hands trembling slightly. Su Qingqing's heart was pounding wildly. Oh my goodness. Was Zhou Dalawan asking her to confess her feelings in front of everyone? But she was so worried. Zhang Yi had rejected her so many times before. What if he rejected her again this time? What would she do then? She's so nervous right now. What should she do? What should she do? Zhang Yi sat next to Su Qingqing and could naturally feel her tense body. He spoke comfortingly, just say what you want to say. Don't be so nervous. Su Qingqing turned her head and glanced at Zhang Yi's eyes. It seemed as though his words had a magical effect, and her mood instantly calmed down. However, her heart was still pounding rapidly. All right. Su Qingqing nodded firmly at Zhang Yi. Then Su Qingqing picked up the microphone and spoke slowly. I came to your concert today actually for someone else. When we were in school, he really loved listening to your songs. Now he's working and happens to be in this city, so I managed to buy 2 tickets and came with him. Actually, Su Qingqing stood there for a while, unable to say what she was going to say next, but she ended up making the audience and Zhou Duluan laugh. Miss Qingqing, are you trying to tell someone that you like them and want to date them? Zhou Duluan held the microphone and said helplessly on Su Qingqing's behalf. The entire audience started cheering again, together, together. The cameraman also aimed the camera back at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi looked at Su Qingqing without saying a word, but perhaps he already had an answer in his heart. Su Qingqing lowered her head and pondered for a moment. Since Zhou Duluan was helping her, why not take this opportunity to give it a try? What if Zhang Yi agreed this time? After making up her mind, Su Qingqing turned around and began speaking to Zhang Yi with great seriousness. Actually, Zhang Yi, my birthday has never been in August, July, or February. My birthday is in October, on the 3rd of October every year. I've been lying all along. I just wanted to use this as an excuse to talk to you more. Also, back when I was in school, my grades in anatomy, chemistry, and surgery were really bad. But since your grades were good, I didn't want to fall too far behind you, so I took extra lessons with teachers during every winter and summer break just to be able to rank second in the class and follow right behind you. Also, all the anonymous pink envelopes you received when you were in college were written by me. Even though you never read a single one. Also, every group activity or class activity I organized was fake. They were all just excuses I made up so I could go out with you. And one more thing. Every time you... Before Su Qingqing could speak, she was greeted by Zhang Yijian's eyelashes just inches away, the increasingly intense scent unique to him, and a long, tender kiss. Chapter 145, Zhang Yi's bold move. Wow. He's serious. So manly. Are you sure this isn't a drama? It's very likely. These two look exactly like the male and female leads of a romantic drama. The audience was buzzing with excitement over Zhang Yi's bold move. Even Zhou Duluan on stage couldn't help but clap his hands in admiration. Impressive, my friend. On the other side, Su Qingqing felt like she was about to be kissed to the point of suffocation when Zhang Yi finally let go of her reluctantly, whispering in her ear, so, after all that, do you want me to be your boyfriend, or do you want to be my girlfriend? The warmth of Zhang Yi's breath tickled Su Qingqing's ear, sending a shiver down her spine. At that moment, she was so embarrassed she didn't know what to say. Just now, in front of so many people, Zhang Yi actually kissed her in front of everyone. Oh my god. How could she continue watching the concert? She couldn't even face anyone now. Seeing Su Qingqing's face flush red and her head lowered, Zhang Yi asked again, you're not paying attention when I'm asking you a question? Do you mean you don't want to? No. No. I do want to. I want to. Su Qingqing hurriedly nodded in agreement. How could she not want such a great opportunity? She's been dreaming about it. That's great. Zhang Yi finally agreed to her. You know, she's been chasing him for nearly 5.5 years. Oh, finally, the heavens have opened their eyes and let Zhang Yi see her true feelings. She must also thank Zhou Duluan. If it weren't for his timely reminder, she wouldn't have had the courage to say those words anytime soon. Su Qingqing silently vowed to be Zhou Duluan's fan for the rest of her life. Tonight, she would go to his social media page and help him climb the charts. Alright, it seems like I've played matchmaker today. Congratulations. Wishing you both a happy marriage and children soon. Zhou Duluan watched the two under the spotlight and bowed his hands in greeting. Thank you, Zhou Duluan. Su Qingqing raised the microphone in her hand and replied with a smile. Following this unexpected yet delightful interlude, the concert continued as planned. In her seat, Su Qingqing's heart was racing so fast it felt like it couldn't calm down. All she could think about was that Zhang Yi had actually agreed to be with her. She couldn't believe it, she was really going to be with Zhang Yi. It was too unbelievable. She was still in a daze, unable to process what had just happened. What's wrong? What are you thinking about? Zhang Yi noticed Su Qingqing's unusual behavior and whispered to her. I'm not doing anything. Oh my gosh, Zhang Yi is speaking so gently now. It's completely different from when she used to treat her like a stranger. She's about to cry. Wow, she's so happy right now. Zhang Yi, am I dreaming? Did you just agree to be my boyfriend? Su Qingqing turned her head and asked again, looking dazed. Yes. I, Zhang Yi, have already agreed to be Su Qingqing's boyfriend. Is that good enough? You silly pig. Zhang Yi finished speaking and patted Su Qingqing's little head. It's true. Zhang Yi is finally my boyfriend. After the concert ended, Zhang Yi held Su Qingqing's hand all the way to the parking lot.
Most people had driven there, so the parking lot was completely gridlocked. It would take at least another half hour to get out, so Zhang Yi and Su Qingqing had no choice but to sit in the car and chat for a while. I need to catch a flight back to Linhai soon, Su Qingqing said softly. What? Going back tonight? Why so rushed? Zhang Yi asked while squeezing Su Qingqing's small hand. Damn it, he hadn't squeezed her hand enough yet. She's going back for no reason. I just took over the company, and there's still a lot to do. Su Qingqing lowered her head, her voice growing softer and softer. She felt so sorry on their first day together, she had wanted to spend more time with him. But she had been there for nearly 2 days, and there was an important meeting tomorrow, so she had to rush back tonight to finish processing the documents. Oh well, I'll take you to the airport. Zhang Yi sighed. Su Qingqing had just taken over the company, so she must be busy now, but things would get better later. Zhang Yi couldn't help but think about how every time Su Qingqing came to find him, she always pushed so much work onto him. For a moment, he felt like he had been blind all along. How could he have missed such a wonderful girl? Thinking of this, Zhang Yi lifted Su Qingqing's hand, kissed the back of her hand, and said, "You've worked so hard." Zhang Yi couldn't possibly say, "Don't go to work. I'll take care of you." After all, the company was built from scratch by her father. Now that her father had stepped back due to unavoidable circumstances, she, as his only daughter, had no choice but to take on this responsibility. It was such a big company, and it was really tough on Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing smiled sweetly and said, "Hee, it's not hard." Zhang Yi couldn't resist leaning in to kiss Su Qingqing's soft, pink lips again. They were so soft and sweet he didn't want her to leave. Strange, I didn't notice how charming Su Qingqing was before. Her tongue is so attractive. Just as Zhang Yi was unable to resist any longer. Knock. The urgent knocking on the car window interrupted the romantic atmosphere inside. Zhang Yi frowned unhappily, glanced at the figure outside the window, then opened the window. "Buddy, hurry home and go kiss her. You're blocking my way. How am I supposed to get out of here?" "Oh, sorry. Zhang Yi smiled awkwardly. He thought something important was keeping him from his work, but it turned out he was blocking someone else's way. Zhang Yi quickly drove the car out and left the parking lot to head to the airport. Haha, Su Qingqing couldn't help but laugh out loud from the passenger seat. "What are you laughing at, silly girl?" Zhang Yi asked while driving. "We're laughing at the two of us, haha. If you laugh again, I won't let you leave today. Kiss me first, then we'll talk," Zhang Yi said deliberately with a straight face. Alright. I won't laugh anymore." This time, Su Qingqing obediently shut her mouth. Airport. "I'm leaving." Su Qingqing stood in front of Zhang Yi and said reluctantly. "Alright, let me know when you arrive. Next time I have a day off, I'll come find you. You don't have to make the trip back and forth." "Really?" Su Qingqing looked at Zhang Yi's face with delight. Zhang Yi had completely changed. He was so nice to her. Pig. What else could it be? He. Alright, go on in. Alright. Su Qingqing nodded and was about to turn around to go through security when she was pulled back by Zhang Yi. "Wait. What's wrong? Give me another kiss." Chapter 146, Emergency. Stroke triggers epilepsy. After seeing off Su Qingqing, Zhang Yi finally drove back to Tianshan City. After parking the car in the hospital parking lot, Zhang Yi walked briskly toward the dormitory. It was already nearly 1 a.m., so he assumed Yuan Li must have already gone to sleep. The next morning, Zhang Yi arrived at work on time, but he couldn't help but feel that his colleagues at the hospital were all looking at him with strange expressions. What was going on? Cough, cough. Congratulations to Zhang Yi for successfully finding a partner. Last night's scene was absolutely heartbreaking for single people. Who is that girl? I've never heard you mention her before. She's pretty and has a nice aura about her. Not bad. You're a lucky guy, Zhang Yi. As soon as the colleagues from the emergency department arrived, they started teasing Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi finally realized, damn it, I'm in the news again? Sure enough, when he opened Weibo, he saw the Zhou Delawan's concert, and the couple who confessed their love at Zhou Delawan's concert had been featured in the recommended videos, and the topic was ranked in the top 10 on the trending list. That's impressive, Zhang Yi. So that's why you were in such a hurry to take the day off yesterday. You were off on a date. Gui Xinyan walked over, tapped Zhang Yi on the shoulder, and laughed. Hey, who's dating in the department again? Ma Yinxian's steady voice came from the office door. Everyone quickly put away their phones and shouted, Director Ma. Good morning, Mr. Ma. Who did you say was dating? Which handsome guy or beautiful girl in our department finally found a partner? Ma Yunxian looked very cheerful, in a good mood. Director Ma, it's Zhang Yi. That straight-laced guy pulled off quite a stunt yesterday. He looks like a real expert in love. Ha ha. In the office, everyone was joking around happily. Oh? Zhang Yi is dating? Oh, I know. Is it the daughter of the health bureau director? Ma Yunxian smiled at Zhang Yi, unaware that this remark had abruptly ended the pleasant conversation. Mr. Ma, what are you talking about? My girlfriend isn't the daughter of any bureau chief.
She's my college classmate. Zhang Yi explained. Ma Yunxian looked stunned and asked, huh? Are you not? Oh, I see. Never mind, you're young, I understand. Ma Yunxiang immediately realized that young people are like that. Emotions come and go quickly. Zhang Yi knew that Ma Yunxian must have misunderstood something, but he didn't feel like explaining further. Some things only get more complicated the more you try to explain them. Alright, let us start the morning meeting. After briefly lightening the mood, Ma Yunxian began to get serious. Immediately, all the medical staff in the emergency department put away their playful expressions and began the morning meeting in a serious manner. September 29, 2019, Emergency Department Morning Meeting Handover. Huang Tiantian, male, 5 years old, was admitted to our hospital at 5:30 a.m. today by ambulance. On examination, his temperature was 37.2 C, pulse rate was 110 beats per minute, respiratory rate was 30 breaths per minute, and blood pressure was 92/60 millimeters of mercury. The preliminary diagnosis is dilated cardiomyopathy. Dilated cardiomyopathy? This condition is characterized by enlargement of the left or right ventricle or both ventricles, accompanied by impaired ventricular contractile function, with or without congestive heart failure. Ventricular or atrial arrhythmias are common. The condition progresses progressively, and death can occur at any stage of the disease. In other words, the mortality rate for this condition is extremely high, and the etiology of dilated cardiomyopathy remains unclear. To date, studies have suggested a possible association with viral myocarditis. In summary, this is a highly challenging and difficult to treat heart condition. Medication and conservative treatments have limited efficacy, with surgical intervention being the most effective option, specifically heart transplantation. However, how difficult is it for a 5-year-old child to find a heart donor of a similar age? Even if the family has sufficient funds for treatment, there is no guarantee that a suitable heart will be found. After the morning meeting, Zhang Yi walked straight to the emergency room to check on the child's condition. Xiaomei, where's that little boy Huang Tiantian? Zhang Yi looked around and didn't see anyone, so he asked the on-duty nurse. The child's condition is very serious, he was just transferred to the ICU. Alright, I understand. Thank you. Zhang Yi turned around to head to the ICU when he heard the familiar sound of an ambulance siren outside the emergency room. A patient has arrived. Never mind, I'll check on the ICU later this afternoon. Outside the emergency room, the ambulance was parked steadily at the entrance of the emergency building. What's going on? A 60-year-old man has had a stroke and is in a critical condition. He needs to be examined immediately. The doctor on call walked toward the ambulance and explained to Zhang Yi. A cerebral infarction, also known as an ischemic stroke, refers to the softening and necrosis of local brain tissue due to impaired blood circulation, resulting in ischemia and hypoxia. It is primarily caused by atherosclerosis and thrombus formation in the arteries supplying blood to the brain, leading to narrowing or even blockage of the blood vessels and resulting in acute insufficient blood supply to the brain, thereby triggering the condition. The clinical manifestations of this condition are complex. Mild cases may present with no symptoms, while more severe cases may manifest as limb paralysis, headache, or dizziness. In severe cases, patients may experience immediate coma, seizures, or death. The patient in front of us is currently in the coma stage and requires immediate thrombolytic therapy. In the emergency room, Hua Xinyan handed a form to the patient's family and said, take him for tests to see the specific condition of his brain, then come back for treatment. Please act quickly, there's no time to waste. Alright. The family members' eyes welled up with tears as they took the test form from the doctor and, along with the nurse, pushed the patient to the brain scan. Zhang Yi, should I call the neurosurgery department? Have them come down and take a look? Hua Xinyan thought for a moment and asked. Let's call them. After all, this is a neurosurgery patient. It's better for them to come down and take a look. Go ahead and call. After all, it's a neurosurgery patient. Let them come down and take a look themselves. Wei Xinyan then contacted the neurosurgeon, and soon the neurosurgeon came down. This doctor, Zhang Yi, was someone he had met before he was the head of the neurosurgery team, Su Zhao. Su Zhao merely glanced at Zhang Yi without showing any signs of surprise. He looked at Zhang Yi seriously and asked, what is the patient's condition? We suspect a stroke. He is currently in a coma. As Zhang Yi was explaining, he saw the family member of the stroke patient rushing over and shouting, Doctor, doctor. Something's wrong. My father is having a seizure. Seizure? No, it's not a seizure. It's epilepsy. It is caused by a blockage in the blood vessels of the brain, leading to vasospasm and resulting in a sudden seizure. Zhang Yi and Su Zhao exchanged a glance and immediately left the office. Chapter 147, I don't want to be in the hospital, I want to go home. At the entrance to the radiology department, a patient had just finished a brain CT scan when he suddenly had a seizure. The family members were unfamiliar with epilepsy, so they rushed to find a doctor. Epilepsy can be classified into petit mal seizures and grand mal seizures. Petit mal seizures are characterized by a limited area of involvement and a brief duration, typically lasting less than 1 minute, with some patients regaining consciousness within 10-15 seconds. Grand mal seizures, on the other hand, involve generalized, involuntary convulsions lasting at least 1 minute, with the patient remaining unconscious until the seizure ends and a new episode begins. Therefore, grand mal seizures are significantly more dangerous than petit mal seizures. When Zhang Yi and his team arrived at the scene, they found the patient still convulsing uncontrollably. Zhang Yi quickly pulled out a tongue depressor from his bag and pressed it against the patient's gums near the teeth. Since epilepsy patients are unconscious, they may bite their tongues or even sever them during seizures. Therefore, if the rescuer has a wooden board or any other hard, non-breakable wooden object, it can be used to press against the patient's gums to prevent them from injuring their tongue during the seizure. Hurry up, help push them back to the emergency room. Zhang Yi looked up at Su Zhao, who was struggling to control the patient's body, and shouted, "All right. Rescue inside. Yuan Kuan. Prepare 10 milligrams of diazepam anticonvulsant for intravenous injection." Zhang Yi shouted to the nurse's station while controlling the patient who was still convulsing. "Got it. Diazepam is the first-line intravenous medication for the treatment of status epilepticus. The patient in question requires immediate administration of the medication to control the seizures, as failure to do so may result in further brain damage." The medication was slowly administered into the intravenous vein. Approximately 10 seconds later, the patient's convulsions ceased. Zhang Yi also sighed in relief. This type of seizure was highly dangerous, especially a prolonged epileptic seizure, as the patient could easily suffocate from airway obstruction caused by the tongue falling backward or suffer fractures from the convulsions. Prepare another 15 mg dose of Alteplase for intravenous push injection and administer the remaining 75 mg via intravenous drip. Attenplase is a thrombolytic agent that activates plasminogen in blood clots within blood vessels, thereby producing a strong local thrombolytic effect and helping to restore blood flow by clearing vascular blockages. Su Zhaopian glanced over at Zhang Yi. How could this guy be faster than him, a neurosurgeon? He hadn't even said anything yet, and Zhang Yi had already given all the orders. If that's the case, why bother calling him down here in the first place? After finishing with the patient, Zhang Yi finally looked up at Su Zhao and asked, "Should this patient be transferred to your department or to the ICU?" "Transfer him to our department. His condition is stable, so there's no need for the ICU." All right. Zhang Yi nodded and then turned to the nurse beside him and said, "Let's go. We'll take the patient up together." Su Zhao stood there, doubting himself again. "What the heck did you guys call me down here for?" At noon, Zhang Yi finally found some free time and made his way to the ICU. In the ICU doctor's break room, several doctors and nurses were hurriedly eating their nearly cold boxed lunches. It was 12:55 p.m., and Zhang Yi didn't need to guess that they had been busy until this late hour before finally getting a chance to eat. "Hey, Zhang Yi. Have you got your eye on one of the beauties in our department? You've been coming over here every other day." The ICU doctors joked while eating. "Shen Gang, haven't you seen the news? Zhang Yi was personally matched by Zhou Daluan yesterday to form a perfect couple." "Zhou Daluan? Are you serious? Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, just check the news on your phone." After that, the doctor named Chen Gang put down his chopsticks and started checking the news on his phone. Zhang Yi stood at the door, watching them drift further off topic, and couldn't help but shake his head. He walked into the break room and asked, "Cough, I came over to ask about the child who was transferred from the emergency room this morning. I think his name was Tian Tian." Zhang Yi's voice abruptly interrupted the ICU colleagues who were still discussing the news event. "Huan Tian? That's not bad. What's going on? Are you going to visit Huan Tian again today?" "Yeah, I want to find out how long his dilated cardiomyopathy can be controlled, or how long he can hold on. Here's his medical record. Take a look." Chen Gang put his phone back in his bag, pulled out the medical record for bed 23 from the medical record rack, and handed it to Zhang Yi. "Thanks." Zhang Yi took the file and began flipping through it carefully. The heart is enlarged, with the left side more prominent. No thrombi were observed within the cardiac chambers, and no significant pericardial effusion was noted. The aortic valve diameter is normal, while the pulmonary valve diameter is widened. The continuity between the left and right ventricles is normal, and the mitral valve opening is relatively narrow. Tissue Doppler and ventricular wall motion analysis, generalized weakening of left ventricular myocardial motion, with reduced myocardial systolic thickening rate. Left ventricular measurements, left ventricular systolic function is significantly impaired. Zhang Yi's expression was serious. The child's condition did not look good. "What medication are you currently using?" Zhang Yi sat down on a chair and asked sternly. "We're using vasodilators, receptor antagonists, and angiotensin-converting enzyme inhibitors." Chen Gang finished speaking and immediately sensed something was off. "Why does it feel like an employee is reporting to Zhang Yi? You guys eat first. I'll go check on the kid." Zhang Yi put down the medical records and asked Chen Gang and the other ICU colleagues, Alright, go ahead, but remember to put on your isolation gown. Alright. After Zhang Yi left, there was a brief silence in the restroom before the chatter began again. Did I just feel like Zhang Yi acted like our department head? Was that just my imagination? This Zhang Yi isn't someone to mess with. Who knows, maybe one day he really will become your boss. A dark horse. In the ICU ward, Zhang Yi walked over to Huang Tiantian's bedside and examined him carefully. Due to the enlargement of his left ventricle, the child now had mild pulmonary congestion. Based on the current condition, if the medication is well managed, a heart transplant may not be necessary. However, even with effective medication, the survival rate for dilated cardiomyopathy is low, with a mortality rate of around 80% after onset. Zhang Yi stood by Huang Tiantian's bedside observing him for a moment. Just as he was about to leave, the little boy woke up. The doctor explained that Huang Tiantian would cough severely upon waking due to blood congestion in his lungs. What's wrong, Tian? Do you need to cough up phlegm? I'll get you some tissue. Zhang Yi bent down and asked gently. Cough. I'm not going to spit. I just feel so miserable. I really want to go home. Huang Tian, wearing an oxygen mask, had a pale little face with only his eyes showing, filled with tears and mist. He looked at Zhang Yi and pleaded with his childish voice. Doctor, I don't want to lie here. I'll die here. I want to go home. Please help me. Chapter 148, I'll give my life for the child's. Zhang Yi hadn't yet thought of how to comfort Huang Tian when he heard the little boy's tender yet resolute voice ring out again. Doctor, my grandfather never came home after he was admitted to the hospital. I'll cough and I'll end up just like him. No, you won't. You won't be like your grandfather. Believe me. As long as you listen to the doctor and take your medicine, everything will be okay. Zhang Yi gently held Huang Tiantian's hand and comforted him. But clearly, the little boy didn't believe Zhang Yi's words, or perhaps he had heard them many times before. You're all just trying to comfort me and deceive me. No. I wouldn't lie to you. Believe me, as long as you listen to the nurse and take your medicine and injections on time, I promise you'll get better. Zhang Yi looked at Tian with a determined expression, and the unwavering determination in his eyes caused Huang Tian, who was lying on the bed, to pause for a moment. Trust me. I'm a doctor. Zhang Yi repeated firmly. Perhaps it was Zhang Yi's words that made people believe him without realizing it, or perhaps it was because children are naturally innocent and easily trusting. In any case, Huang Tian hesitated for a long time before slowly nodding and saying, Can you guarantee that I'll get better if I cough? I promise. Dilated cardiomyopathy is characterized by progressive worsening, meaning that the condition becomes more severe over time. However, if medication can control the condition within a manageable range, patients can live stably for 1 year, 2 years, or even 10 years. After calming Huang Tian's emotions, Zhang Yi stepped out of the ICU monitoring room. At the entrance, a young couple stood anxiously waiting, occasionally glancing inside the monitoring room. However, since visiting hours had not yet begun, they were temporarily unable to enter. Upon seeing Zhang Yi emerge, the couple hurried forward and asked, Doctor, how is our son Huang Tian doing now? His condition is not optimistic, but it can be temporarily controlled with medication. However, if his condition worsens or irreversible heart failure occurs, then we will have to consider artificial heart support or a heart transplant. However, it is important for the family to prepare for the worst-case scenario, as some patients may experience severe rejection reactions even after a heart transplant, resulting in the transplanted heart failing to function properly. Zhang Yi directly informed them of the worst-case scenario, hoping they could prepare themselves. These two were clearly Huang Tian's parents. Upon hearing this, they were struck speechless, and the young woman who looked to be in her late 20s nearly fainted. Oh, be careful. Are you okay? Zhang Yi hurriedly grabbed the young woman's arm and, together with the man beside him, helped her sit down on a bench in the corridor. Please, doctor, take my heart. Take my heart to save my son's life. As long as my son can recover. Huang Tian's mother sobbed, her words coming out in broken sentences, while the man beside her looked just as distraught. Zhang Yi sighed heavily and said, Don't be too heartbroken, and don't act rashly. Using an adult's heart is completely out of the question. An adult's heart and a child's heart are completely different in size, let alone transplantation. It's simply impossible. Besides, the child's condition hasn't reached that stage yet, has it? I'm just telling you the worst-case scenario. Don't overthink it. Cooperate with the doctors to focus on the current treatment first, and we'll address the rest later. If Tian's condition is well managed, there may be no need to consider heart transplantation or artificial heart support for years or even decades. Zhang Yi explained to Huang Tian's mother. Doctor, should we take precautions and start looking for a suitable heart now? Huang Tian's father was relatively calm and immediately found a glimmer of hope in Zhang Yi's words. Zhang Yi nodded, yes, because this condition worsens over time, and finding a suitable heart sooner rather than later won't harm the child. Great. Thank you. Thank you, doctor. We hope you can do your best to cure our son. We'll give you whatever you ask for as a gift, as long as our son can live a healthy life. The father's voice trembled as he stood up from the chair and looked at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi finally took a closer look at the young couple's attire. The Rolex watch on the man's wrist, worth around 300,000 yuan, was enough to tell that this family was either wealthy or well-connected. No wonder he could say he could ask for any amount of red envelope money. No, no. Saving lives is our duty as doctors. We don't need any red envelopes. Just stay by your child's side, encourage him, and let him persevere on his own. Then you can trust us doctors to take care of the rest. All right. Thank you, doctor. We'll follow the doctor's advice. However, I'd like to ask the doctor your name. The child's father looked at Zhang Yi gratefully and asked. My name is Zhang Yi. When Zhang Yi returned to the emergency department, it was almost time for the noon shift to begin. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, he saw Yuan with reddened eyes and her mother waiting at the entrance of the emergency department. What's wrong, Yuan? Who made you upset? Zhang Yi walked up, knelt down, and asked Yuan at eye level. Dr. Zhang, you're finally here. Yuan's face, which had been filled with grievance, immediately lit up with a sweet smile upon seeing Zhang Yi return. Have you been waiting for me for a long time? Are you two discharged from the hospital? Zhang Yi finally noticed the discharge report in Liang Xuemei's hand and asked in surprise. Liang Xuemei smiled and said, yes, the attending physician said we could be discharged. Yuan wanted to come see you again, so we came over. That's good. Once you get home, make sure not to do any strenuous exercise, Yuan. Don't overexert yourself or you might hurt your leg. Understand? Zhang Yi gently tapped Yuan's nose and admonished her. He. Got it, Dr. Zhang. Yuan will be careful. But when will Dr. Zhang come to my house to play? I have so many dolls at home, and Yuan wants to give them to Dr. Zhang. Yuan excitedly said while holding Zhang Yi's hand. Sure, next time I have a day off, I'll send your mom a WeChat message to arrange it, okay? Then I'll come over to play with you, is that okay? Great. Yuan nodded happily. At the entrance of the emergency department building, Zhang Yi had just seen Yuan and her mother off when an ambulance rushed up and stopped right in front of him. Amidst a gust of wind, Zhang Yi could still smell the strong odor of blood wafting from the ambulance. Chapter 149, Zhang Yi, can he create another miracle? The rear door of the ambulance was opened by the medical staff on duty, and the smell of blood in the air grew increasingly strong. Zhang Yi hadn't even gotten a clear look at the person on the stretcher before he could confirm that the patient's top priority was to stabilize their condition and prevent shock. When he saw the tiny body lying on the stretcher, Zhang Yi was deeply shocked by the horrifying sight. It was a girl of about 7 or 8 years old, roughly the same age as Yuan. At that moment, her head was covered in blood, with fresh blood continuously flowing from the top of her head and the temples, completely obscuring her face. Not a single patch of white skin was visible. What is even more terrifying and heart-wrenching is that the dried blood mixed with sweat has glued the girl's upper and lower eyelids together. However, one of her eyes appears sunken, as if the eyeball had been removed. Zhang Yi glanced at it once before quickly looking away. He wasn't afraid to look, he couldn't bear to see it, because the eye was gone. The child had been in a car accident and hit his head. The roof of the car had been crushed, trapping the child's head and legs. The extent of the head injury was still unclear, and the initial diagnosis indicated fractures in both legs. Further examinations would be needed to assess the condition of the rest of the body. The attending physician reported all the information she had gathered to Zhang Yi. All right. Get him inside first. Zhang Yi furrowed his brows and spoke in a solemn tone. This girl is in really bad shape. This car accident is even worse than the one Yuan was in last time. Zhang Yi pushed the person into the emergency room while glancing at the little girl's body. Her left thigh had a spiral fracture, and her right calf had a comminuted fracture. Moreover, the fractured end of the left thigh had pierced a blood vessel, and Zhang Yi could clearly see the artery pulsating and oozing blood with his naked eye. The little girl's head appeared to have no deep wounds on the surface, but when Zhang Yi looked inside, the girl's entire brain tissue showed varying degrees of bleeding and wounds, and due to the impact, it had even deformed. This combination of external and internal injuries left even Zhang Yi helpless. At this point, her vital signs were extremely weak, with a heartbeat barely detectable. Under these circumstances, the little girl would not survive even half an hour. Even emergency blood transfusions and hemostasis would be of little use, as her injuries were already irreversible. The human body is extremely fragile. Severe impacts or injuries from sharp or blunt objects can easily result in irreparable damage. Such injuries differ fundamentally from conditions caused by underlying health issues. Diseases develop slowly, have underlying causes, and can be controlled and prevented with early treatment. However, such severe traumatic injuries caused by unforeseeable human factors are among the most challenging cases in clinical practice. Not only are the conditions severe, but they also occur suddenly. In many cases, patients do not survive the initial trauma, and some even die immediately upon injury. Even with the system at his disposal, Zhang Yi was powerless against such sudden and irreversible severe injuries. Stop the bleeding first. After quickly considering the worst possible outcomes in his mind, Zhang Yi decided to spare no effort to save the child, even though the chances were extremely slim. But we must save him. We absolutely must save him. As long as there's a single breath left in the patient, we must save him. Even if the final outcome is still death, he must be saved, because that is the responsibility of a doctor. If a doctor abandons all his patients, who else in this world will save lives? Believe in ghosts and gods? No, Zhang Yi doesn't believe in ghosts and gods. He believes in himself. Bring Wanwen over here first. And bring another sterile procedure kit, Zhang Yi said to the nurse beside him. All right. Zhang Yi decided to expand the blood volume while directly suturing the blood vessels pierced by the fractured ends. Zhang Yi, why do you need a sterile surgical kit? Guo Xinyan was a bit confused. Look at the shape of this child's leg. It's clearly a diagonal displacement fracture of the left femur. The only visible injuries on the little girl's body are on her head and eyes, but she is slowly entering a more severe state of shock. What does this indicate? Zhang Yi asked in return. One sentence enlightened Guo Xinyan, who suddenly realized, it's internal bleeding. Right. The situation is critical, we need to perform emergency treatment first and postpone the examination. However, based on the location of the fracture, I infer that the girl has another bleeding site. The left thigh near the femoral artery has already fractured, so I believe the other internal bleeding site is at the fracture end of the left thigh. The fracture end has pierced a blood vessel, causing internal bleeding. Zhang Yi pointed to the girl's slender leg as he spoke, and several nurses and doctors nearby nodded in agreement, fully supporting Zhang Yi's hypothesis. Fracture dislocation often results in the fractured ends piercing blood vessels or even breaking through the skin to expose the surface. The immediate priority is to locate the bleeding blood vessel and suture it to ensure that bleeding ceases. Dr. Zhang, the supplies are here. Xiaomei hurriedly ran forward and handed Dr. Zhang Yi the items he needed. However, Zhang Yi's vital signs were too weak, her blood pressure had dropped to 62/38. Guo Xinyan reminded Zhang Yi that even if they managed to suture the bleeding blood vessels, the child might already be beyond saving. We have to try. Zhang Yi didn't look at Guo Xinyan but quickly opened the sterile kit in his hands, disinfected the girl's skin, administered a small dose of local anesthetic, and then made an incision in the skin. Wanwen, add 2 more bags and administer them under pressure. Go check the blood bank again to see if the blood type match is ready. Guo Xinyan glanced at Zhang Yi, who remained silent, and said to the nurse named Xiaomei beside him. Xiaomei nodded, also glancing at Zhang Yi with a complex expression before returning to the nurse's station. 2 minutes later. Zhang Yi, his blood pressure is already 48/28, breathing 6 times per minute, pulse 6 times per minute. Guo Xinyan shouted urgently beside Zhang Yi. He hoped Zhang Yi would understand what those numbers meant. However, Zhang Yi did not respond, he simply kept his head down, skillfully performing the vascular suturing that had become second nature to him. Another 2 minutes passed. Zhang Yi stopped breathing. Chapter 150, she's really badly injured. Finally, Zhang Yi paused mid-operation. He glanced at the numbers on the electrocardiogram monitor, then looked back at the little girl on the hospital bed, who lay there lifeless like a corpse. Her heart had stopped beating. New Year's Day, let's try CPR. Zhang Yi wanted to give it one last try. At least we have to hold on until the girl's family arrives. This child hasn't even said his final goodbye to his parents yet. Zhang Yi. Guo Xinyan growled at Zhang Yi, but his tone wasn't angry, it was filled with helplessness and regret. Give it a try. Zhang Yi turned his head and looked at Guo Xinyan seriously. The stubbornness and determination in his eyes deeply moved Guo Xinyan. Why not give it another try? Guo Xinyan nodded and began chest compressions. Bring the ventilator and defibrillator, Guo Xinyan said while continuing the compressions. Okay. Yuan Kuan, standing nearby, replied. Just then, Zhang Yi finished suturing the blood vessels. He quickly put down his surgical tools and stepped aside to make room for the emergency team. Blood. Blood. At that moment, a staff member wearing a mask and a cap rushed into the resuscitation room carrying a blood bag. Quick, bring it here. Zhang Yi took the blood bag, grabbed the pressure device, and kept pressing it, continuously pumping fresh blood into the girl's veins. But the bag of blood was almost empty, and the girl still showed no response. Her heartbeat had not resumed, nor had her breathing. Zhang Yi, let it go. Guo Xinyan had exerted some force during the chest compressions, so he was speaking with a slight gasp. Zhang Yi hesitated. From the moment it happened until now, the girl had lost a significant amount of blood, and CPR had been performed, but Zhang Yi hadn't seen the little girl's heartbeat on its own even once. Could it really be that this time it wasn't going to work? Just as Zhang Yi was about to administer another bag of blood, he heard Ma Yinsheng, who had appeared behind the crowd at some point, speak up. Wait a moment, Zhang Yi, you've done your best. But don't start the blood transfusion yet, Xiaomei. Go prepare the cardiac and respiratory triad. Administer 1 mg of epinephrine intravenously, followed by 3 mg of Lobeline intravenously. Don't start the blood transfusion yet.
After instructing Zhang Yi, Ma Yunxiang turned to the nurse beside him and calmly gave further instructions. Got it. Zhang Yi, you've done your best with this child. Let's hold off on the blood transfusion for now. You've already given him so much blood, including this bag of whole blood. You've done a great job. This blood is hard to come by, it's meant to save lives. It should be used where it's most needed. Right now, the priority is to stabilize his heartbeat and restore his breathing. Ma Yunxiang said to Zhang Yi. The implication was clear, the chances of saving the little girl were slim, and the blood should be reserved for those in more urgent need. Because Zhang Yi also understood that the child before him was too severely injured to be saved. Alright, I understand, Director. Zhang Yi nodded, showing no emotion on his face. One could say he had hidden his feelings deeply within, leaving others unable to discern what he was thinking. The medication is here. Should we administer 1 milligram of epinephrine and 3 milligrams of Lobeline via intravenous push? Xiaomei walked over with the syringe and repeated the instructions. In the hospital, all verbal orders issued by doctors must be confirmed by the attending physician before being administered to the patient. This is to prevent errors in verbal orders, and the ampoules used after verbal orders must not be discarded but kept in the treatment room until the doctor confirms the administration after resuscitation, at which point the order must be entered into the computer system. Alright, let's proceed. Ma Yunxiang nodded in agreement. Adrenaline is primarily used for cardiac resuscitation during cardiac arrest. It is classified as part of the cardiac triad along with atropine and lidocaine, and these three medications can be used together for emergency treatment during cardiac arrest. Lobeline is primarily used for emergency rescue in patients with sudden respiratory arrest. It is part of the respiratory triad along with resuscitation agents and chlorozepate aimed at restoring spontaneous breathing. It is typically administered when both breathing and heartbeat have ceased. The medication was administered into the young girl's bloodstream, but Guo Xinyan continued to perform chest compressions with all his strength. However, the little girl showed no signs of improvement. Administer another 1 milligram of epinephrine. Zhang Yi stared intently at the electrocardiogram monitor, which now displayed several flat, unchanging lines. Okay. In less than a minute, Xiaomei brought another syringe and asked, 1 milligram of epinephrine, right? Yes. The drug was slowly pushed into the girl's body again, but there was still no improvement. Not only on the electrocardiogram monitor, but during the half hour that the girl's heart had stopped beating, Zhang Yi had been observing her heart the entire time, but it truly had not beaten even once. This meant that the little girl had indeed passed away. New Year, that's enough. Go check if the family has arrived yet and inform them. Ma Yunxiang stopped Guo Xinyan, who was still performing CPR. At this point, Guo Xinyan's forehead was already covered in a fine layer of sweat. He stopped his actions, nodded, and said, "Alright, Director." Guo Xinyan took off his gloves, patted Zhang Yi on the shoulder, and left the emergency room. Ma Yunxiang looked at Zhang Yi, who was standing by the bed in a daze, and didn't try to persuade him further. He had already talked to Zhang Yi at length last time. Doctors aren't omnipotent. He hoped Zhang Yi could process everything on his own. Guo Xinyan had been gone for less than a minute when a heart-wrenching cry of grief erupted from the emergency room. Zhang Yi speculated that it must be the child's family who had just learned of the tragic news of the child's death. The emergency room door was opened, and following Guo Xinyan inside were a young couple. Lulu. Lulu. Wake up and look at your mother, Lulu. The child's mother rushed in, threw herself onto the little girl's body, and hugged her already cold body, crying and shouting. The child's father tightly held the little girl's pale hand, wiping away tears as he said, "How could this happen, heavens? Give me back my daughter." Many medical staff in the emergency room were deeply moved by the scene. Although they had witnessed countless life and death situations in the emergency department, such a heart-wrenching moment caused several young nurses to tear up. Zhang Yi stood by silently. This little girl was truly in critical condition. From the moment she arrived, Zhang Yi had a sense that she might not survive. Despite trying numerous treatment methods, none had worked. Whether it was shock or intracranial injuries, these were the girl's fatal wounds. Even if shock is controlled, the deformation and bleeding caused by the intracranial injury are the primary factors that will take the little girl's life in the short term. Chapter 151, there was virtually no chance of successful resuscitation. System? Is there any hope for this child? Zhang Yi was requesting assistance from the system. Upon detection, the patient shows no signs of life. For patients with severe intracranial hemorrhage and irreversible brain tissue damage, the medical team has done everything possible. Furthermore, such patients have virtually no chance of successful resuscitation and survival. Yeah, his brain must have been completely crushed. How can we save him? Zhang Yi sighed and muttered to himself. Ah! At that moment, Zhang Yi actually felt like smoking, even though he didn't know how. But suddenly he could understand why so many department heads and male colleagues would head to the restroom with a cigarette when they had troubles on their mind. Maybe, when you exhale the smoke, you can also exhale all the unpleasantness. Suddenly, while Zhang Yi was deep in thought, someone gently tapped him on the shoulder. Still thinking? Guo Xinyan asked.
Zhang Yi gave a wry smile, not knowing what to say, and just shook his head. Alright, we've done our best. As long as we've done right by the child, that's enough. Guo Xinyan said again. Yeah, I know. Zhang Yi nodded and turned his gaze back to the little girl on the hospital bed. Suddenly, an idea popped into Zhang Yi's mind. His gaze fixed on the little girl's heart. Although the girl named Lulu had suffered severe head injuries, her heart appeared completely unharmed upon closer inspection. If her injuries had been elsewhere instead of her head, perhaps Zhang Yi could have saved her this time. Unfortunately, this child was most severely injured in the head, while the injuries to other parts of her body were relatively minor. But there are no ifs or buts, the child is indeed dead. In that case, try asking the family if they would be willing to donate the heart? However, seeing that the family is still deeply immersed in grief and unable to move on, Zhang Yi finds it hard to bring himself to speak. Let's wait a bit longer. We'll talk about it once the family's emotions have settled down a bit. Family members, please don't be too upset. Take care of yourselves. Zhang Yi stepped forward, looking at the couple who were only a few years older than him, and comforted them. Although Zhang Yi knew his words would have little effect and couldn't ease the parents' grief, he still wanted to do whatever he could. Half an hour later, the girl's body was temporarily placed in the hospital morgue, while her parents were arranging for a hearse and handling various death certificate procedures. Strangely, the parents of Huang Tiantian from the ICU department had heard from somewhere that there was a 6-year-old girl in the emergency department who had been involved in a car accident, suffered head injuries, and died on the spot, but strangely, all her vital organs were intact. As a result, Huang Tiantian's parents went to the emergency department to investigate the matter further. If it was true, they would spare no expense or make any sacrifice to keep this perfectly intact heart, as it was the only one that matched their child's age and size. I would like to ask if there was a little girl brought in by ambulance this afternoon after a car accident, who suffered head injuries and did not survive. Huang Tiantian's mother approached the nurse's station in the emergency department and asked the nurse. Are you talking about Tang Lele? She has been confirmed clinically dead, and her body is currently in the morgue. The nurse replied while writing the nursing report. Then may I ask where her family is? Huang Tiantian's mother spoke softly and politely. The young nurse stopped writing and looked up at the young couple in front of her with a puzzled expression, asking, May I ask what your relationship is to Tang Lele? We're here to look for Tang Lele's parents. Do you know his parents? If you do, you can call them yourselves. The young nurse, seeing the couple asking a string of questions, began to grow wary. Phone? We don't have one. Could you please give us a number? We have something very important to discuss with the parents of the child named Lulu. Huang Tiantian's mother spoke very earnestly. However, the young nurse was cautious and did not intend to give them the number. Although they didn't seem like bad people, the hospital had to deal with thousands of patients and their families every day, and it was inevitable that some people with ulterior motives might slip in, whether it was to steal things or for other personal reasons. If staff members noticed anything suspicious, they could call security. Additionally, medical staff are not permitted to disclose patient privacy. Therefore, they will not provide phone numbers under any circumstances. I apologize, but without knowing the nature of your relationship with the patient or their family, I am unable to disclose any confidential information, including phone numbers. No, nurse, you might have misunderstood us. We are not bad people, we are also family members. My son is currently hospitalized in the ICU, and he was still being resuscitated here early this morning before being transferred to the ICU. The 8-hour shift system means that the young nurse hasn't met Huang Tiantian's parents, so she doesn't know whether what they're saying is true or not. Just as the young nurse was about to refuse them again, Zhang Yi appeared, followed by Tang Lele's parents, who had just completed all the necessary procedures and were preparing to take the child's body away. Zhang Yi accompanied them as they ran back and forth handling the paperwork, constantly looking for an opportunity to speak up. However, seeing Tang Lele's mother still unable to calm down, Zhang Yi hesitated to make a decision. Dr. Zhang? Huang Tiantian's mother spotted Zhang Yi immediately and hurried over to greet him. What are you doing here? Zhang Yi was also surprised. How did they end up in the emergency room? Could it be that they knew there was a suitable heart available for transplantation in the emergency department? We heard that there was a little girl who died in a car accident this afternoon in the emergency room, so we came to take a look. It was indeed for a heart transplant. Zhang Yi felt a bit awkward, with the child's parents right there. When Tang Lele's parents heard this, they thought, isn't this talking about our Lele? But upon taking a closer look at the couple in front of them, they didn't recognize them at all. Why would they come all the way here to visit them? Who are you? Tang Lele's father asked curiously. They weren't related and had never met before. Why would they come to visit them? We are Huang Tiantian's parents. Our son is in the ICU with dilated cardiomyopathy. Huang Tiantian's father had keen eyesight. From the expressions on their faces, the death certificate they were holding, and the reddened eyes of the couple, he immediately guessed that the couple before him were the parents of Tang Lele they had been searching for. Chapter 152, Agreement to Donate the Heart. Are you Lu Li's parents? Huang Tiantian's mother also realized what was happening and hurriedly asked. Yes, we are. Tang Leilei's parents nodded in agreement. That's great. We have a favor to ask of you, and we hope you'll agree. Huang Tiantian's mother started crying before she could even begin, leaving Tang Leilei's parents a bit confused. Here's the situation, we came to you because our son's condition is now very serious. The doctors say he has entered the stage of heart failure. Without a suitable heart for transplantation, my son may not survive another year. We heard about Lo Li's situation while chatting with other family members, so we are hoping you can help us. Please donate Lo Li's heart. Of course, this is not a free offer. We are willing to pay. Please name your price, and we will do our utmost to compensate you to the best of our ability. We just hope you'll agree to help us. Our son is currently in the ICU, and we have no idea when his condition might worsen or when it might take a turn for the worse. As parents, we're constantly on edge, unable to relax for even a moment. Therefore, I sincerely hope that you will. No way. I refuse. I won't let my child die without even a proper burial. Tang Leilei's mother waved her hand dismissively, cutting off the other person before they could finish speaking. Her daughter's body is still cold, and yet someone dares to come asking for her heart. She will never agree. No amount of money will make her agree. Zhang Yi glanced at Tang Leilei's father, Tang Dawei, whose expression showed no refusal, though he also did not agree. But this at least indicated that he was considering it. He just needed one more reason to give his approval. Huang Tiantian's mother, upon hearing the other party's refusal, began to cry even harder. She grabbed Tang Leilei's mother's hand and pleaded, Leilei's mother, please, I'm begging you. At least after the donation, Leilei will have a heart to live on in this world, won't he? Let's think about it. Tang David pondered for a long time before making such a difficult decision. He didn't look up, only staring at the death certificate in his hands as he spoke. Huang Tiantian's mother slightly raised her hand, as if wanting to say something to the other person, but was stopped by Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi turned to look at Tang David and said, Brother Tang, why don't you come with me to check on Huang Tiantian first? After seeing him, you can make your final decision then. Is that okay? Tang David finally lifted his gaze from the death certificate and looked at Zhang Yi. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded and said, Alright, let's go take a look. Tang Leilei's mother originally objected, but since her husband had made up his mind, she could only follow Tang David. In the ICU ward, Zhang Yi explained the entire situation to Chen Gang, the attending physician in charge of Huang Tiantian, who expressed understanding and permitted them to visit Huang Tiantian. As Tang David and his wife approached the entrance to the intensive care unit, they could already see the various tubes and medical devices connected to Huang Tiantian's body. Seeing a child the same age as their own daughter enduring such inhumane suffering, Tang David and his wife began to waver. After all, hearts are made of flesh, and they understood better than anyone else the pain of losing a child. Therefore, they could empathize with why Huang Tiantian's parents were so desperate to request the donation of his heart. What? Did they perform tracheal intubation this afternoon? Zhang Yi asked, looking at the additional tube in Huang Tiantian's throat. Yeah, he was coughing violently and almost blocked his airway, which could have caused suffocation, so we had to perform tracheal intubation. Huang Tiantian's attending physician, Chen Gang, replied seriously. How is this child? Tang David wanted to ask, how is this child's condition so severe? Just as he was about to speak, Huang Tiantian slowly opened his eyes and looked at Tang David. How could this child be in such a serious condition? Tang David was about to speak when Huang Tiantian slowly opened his eyes and looked at Tang David. Cough. Huang Tiantian opened his eyes but didn't have time to speak before greeting everyone with a violent cough. Zhang Yi examined Huang Tiantian's lungs and found that the blood clots had worsened slightly, though not noticeably. This was a clear sign that the condition was deteriorating further. I'll explain the child's condition in detail later. Chen Gang said to Tang David and his wife, who were considering donating a heart. In fact, Chen Gang was certainly hoping that the couple would agree to donate, as finding a suitable heart from among the vast population was extremely difficult. Now that there is finally a highly compatible heart available, Chen Gang is determined to try his best to secure it. Otherwise, if the child's condition continues to deteriorate as it is now, he may not survive more than 6 months. Tang David walked slowly to Huang Tiantian's bedside with light steps, looking at Huang Tiantian's rapid breathing and the look in his eyes that seemed like he was about to die. At that moment, Tang David had already made up his mind. Outside the ICU ward, after Chen Gang explained Huang Tiantian's condition, Tang David and his wife exchanged a glance, and the answer was already clear to both of them. They nodded in unison. They had agreed. They agreed to donate the heart of their deceased daughter to this little boy named Huang Tiantian. Outside the ICU ward, both sets of parents shed tears of emotion. On one side, their child had a chance to survive. On the other side, their daughter's heart could continue to beat in this world and save someone else's life, bringing them immense comfort. The next steps involved negotiations between the ICU and the cardiac surgery team, and Zhang Yi could no longer assist further. However, just as Zhang Yi was about to return to the emergency room, he heard Chen Gang frown and say, "We found a donor heart." But I don't know if our hospital can perform a heart transplant. This is a major surgery. Ha? Our hospital can't perform it? Zhang Yi was a bit surprised. Some municipal-level hospitals can perform heart transplants, but some apparently can't. Chen Gang shook his head and said, I don't know. I'll go to the cardiac surgery department and ask them. If they can't do it here, we'll have to transfer him to the provincial hospital immediately. The city hospital can't handle it? The city hospital can't do it, but Zhang Yi can. Zhang Yi followed Chen Gang to the cardiac surgery department. After inquiring, the head of the department, Long Jining, shook his head and said, I can perform the surgery, but I can't do it alone. Perhaps we should transfer the patient to the provincial hospital. Dr. Long, there's no need to transfer. I can perform this surgery as well. I can assist you. Chapter 153, Zhang Yi is actually so diligent and eager to learn. Long Jining was just about to turn around to see who the young upstart was talking so boldly, only to realize it was Zhang Yi. Well, if it's this kid, then he might actually be able to do it. Can you walk me through the general steps of the surgery? Long Jining didn't refuse, but he just wanted to confirm this kid's capabilities. First, the donor heart is removed and stored at a low temperature of around 10 degrees Celsius. The perfusion temperature is maintained at around 4 degrees Celsius, and the transplant should be completed within 46 hours of the donor heart being removed. Conventional thoracotomy is performed. Finally, the chest cavity can be closed only after confirming that the heart has resumed beating successfully. Zhang Yi confidently and smoothly recited all the steps of the surgery in one breath. The young cardiac surgeons and Chief Long Jining listening nearby all looked stunned. It was no secret that Zhang Yi was a skilled surgeon, but this was truly impressive. Most of the younger doctors in the cardiac surgery department have only studied the theoretical knowledge related to heart transplant conditions. Few can explain the procedures so clearly and directly. This clearly indicates that Zhang Yi has performed such surgeries before, and not just once, but multiple times. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so detailed. Long Jining narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhang Yi, asking, where did you learn such detailed heart transplant procedures? You're explaining it more clearly than the chief himself. During my internship, my teacher took me through this procedure once. Later, I asked him to go over all the steps again and wrote them down carefully, so that's how I know. Zhang Yi replied with the demeanor of a diligent student. Everyone nodded in agreement, whispering to each other about how impressive Zhang Yi was. Zhang Yi is really great. Why didn't I think to ask the teacher to record the surgical steps again? No wonder Zhang Yi is so skilled, it's all because of his diligence and eagerness to learn. All of this was overheard by Zhang Yi, who chuckled to himself, knowing that he had made it all up. Heart transplantation is an extremely rare surgical procedure. It requires scarce resources, significant financial investment, and highly skilled medical personnel. Moreover, most resident doctors in hospitals rotate through different departments every month. How likely is it that a resident would happen to be assigned to the cardiac surgery department, witness a heart transplant surgery, and be given the opportunity to assist during the procedure? Even if an intern is allowed to participate, they can only observe and never get the chance to handle a scalpel. Moreover, most interns are still unaccustomed to the blood and gore of the operating room, and many are too afraid to watch or touch the instruments. Someone like Zhang Yi is truly incredibly lucky. Afterward, he humbly asked the teacher for the surgical steps, making him a truly rare and excellent student. Alright, then you'll assist me in the surgery. Wang, you go ahead and contact the operating room to see how soon we can schedule the procedure. Long Jining glanced at Zhang Yi before turning to the cardiac surgeon beside him and said, Got it, Dr. Long. I'll get on it right away. Thank you, Director. Zhang Yi nodded to Long Jining. Long Jining didn't say anything, he just waved his hand and picked up the teacup on the table, taking a sip. After that, Zhang Yi and Chen Gang left the cardiac surgery department. When Huang Tiantian's parents received the news that the surgery could proceed, they were overjoyed and burst into tears. Thank you. You are truly wonderful doctors. Thank you. Huang Tiantian's mother said to Zhang Yi and Chen Gang. You're welcome. The surgery is scheduled for 10 a.m. tomorrow. You can go talk to the child now and comfort him. Chen Gang kindly reminded them, one hand tucked into his shirt. Alright, we'll follow the doctor's instructions. We just hope that tomorrow's surgery goes smoothly. Please do your best. Huang Tiantian's father's eyes were reddened, and he looked at Zhang Yi with a gaze filled with hope. Don't worry. We'll do our best. Zhang Yi responded with a firm nod. After handling everything, Zhang Yi returned to the emergency department, only to find that the day shift had already finished and the night shift staff had arrived. Wow, it's already 6 o'clock? Zhang Yi finally glanced at his wristwatch and realized that when he was busy, he really didn't have time to check the time. What are you doing? Everyone's gone, and you're still here? Are you staying to work the night shift with us? The night nurse joked as she tidied up the nurse's station. Zhang Yi smiled awkwardly and said, I was busy in the ICU and forgot. Zhang Yi, I've been looking for you everywhere. Where were you? You didn't even answer your phone. In the emergency department office, Yuan Li heard Zhang Yi's voice and immediately came out to scold him.
Your phone is just a decoration. You won't even answer it. Yuan Li had already taken off her white coat and was wearing casual clothes, rolling her eyes as she spoke. Why are you calling me? What's the matter?
Zhang Yi walked into the changing room, took off his work uniform, and pulled out his phone from his bag to check it. Sure enough, there were 7 or 8 missed calls and several WeChat messages. The calls were from Yuan Li, and the WeChat messages were from Su Qingqing, asking what he was doing and why he hadn't sent her a message. At the end, she even sent a very cute little girl emoji looking upset. Just got off work, I was a bit busy today, sorry about that.
Zhang Yi replied. Oh. Sending messages to your sweet girlfriend? Yuan Li walked over, glanced at Zhang Yi's phone screen, and laughed. Zhang Yi looked up, quickly stuffed his phone into his pants pocket, and said irritably, "What's it to you?" Yuan Li smiled, put his arm around Zhang Yi's shoulder, and said, "Let's go. I've got something big to do tonight." Zhang Yi rolled his eyes at Yuan Li and said as they walked, "What big thing are you going to do tonight? Rob a bank? Hey! What are you talking about? Am I the kind of person who would do that? You don't have the guts. I'm talking to you about serious business. Speak. Last month, I was on duty during the Qixi festival, right? I didn't get to spend the holiday with Ziki. I thought I'd take her out to get a gift when I had a few days off, but I didn't know what to buy, so I thought you could come with me to pick something out." Yuan Li said with a smile. "Are you sure you want me to come with you? With our 2 straight guy tastes, are you sure she'll like anything we pick out?" Zhang Yi shook his head. "That's why I called Kong Wei too. 3 heads are better than 1, right? 3 people should be able to pick something decent, right? Impressive." I wonder what Yuan Li is thinking, hiring 2 love-struck idiots to help him pick a gift. Chapter 154, Video Call, Zhang Yi Can't Stay Calm. Zhang Yi and Yuan Li walked out of the emergency building. Kong Wei was standing at the hospital entrance smoking. Since the hospital regulations prohibit smoking during working hours and within the inpatient ward, he was fined 200 yuan if caught. The oxygen in the hospital wards is supplied by a central oxygen system and has a high concentration. Especially in patient rooms, if smoking were to cause an oxygen explosion, it could potentially engulf the entire hospital in flames. The emergency room on the first floor of the emergency department also has a central oxygen supply system. This is why Kong Wei was smoking outside the emergency building, and why so many doctors were rushing to the restrooms because the restrooms are well ventilated and not monitored. "Let's go." "Still smoking?" Yuan Li called out to Kong Wei. After extinguishing his cigarette, Kong Wei turned around and said irritably, "I don't understand why you're going shopping for gifts. You could just buy one online. Shopping is so tiring. Buying online is so impersonal. You can't see the actual item. It's better to pick something out yourself." Yuan Li didn't agree with Kong Wei's viewpoint, but he still smiled and said, "Alright, after we finish shopping, can you treat us to dinner? That's more like it." Tianshan City Hospital isn't far from the city center, so the group of men decided to walk there instead of driving. The main reason was that the city center is a bustling area, and they wanted to quickly find a suitable gift. Head to the commercial pedestrian street in the city center, and you can't go wrong. "Let's check out this store." Zhang Yi stopped in front of a jewelry store and said. The 3 of them entered the jewelry store. The salesperson at the entrance immediately noticed that the 3 well-dressed men were there to pick out gifts for their girlfriends. They looked sophisticated and well-mannered, so the salesperson assumed they had some money to spend. She led them to the counter displaying jewelry necklaces in the mid-price range. "Gentlemen, please take a look at these new arrivals. They are perfect for young women, and you can also choose jade to complement the necklaces for an even more elegant look." Zhang Yi didn't listen to the saleswoman and randomly looked around the store. Earlier, he had already decided to buy a gift for Su Qingqing. Although they hadn't officially confirmed their relationship last month on the Qixi festival, Zhang Yi thought maybe he could make it up to her or give her a token of his affection. Su Qingqing had liked him for so long and had endured a lot of hardship, and that watch worth over 40,000 yuan was probably a gift from her, right? After thinking it over, Zhang Yi decided to buy a nicer necklace for Su Qingqing. Zhang Yi glanced at the counter where the waiter was leading them to choose jewelry. The prices ranged from 3,000 to 8,000, but Su Qingqing would never even look at a necklace in that price range if she were buying it herself. "Are there any gold inlaid jade pieces around 10,000 yuan? Preferably pink jade, something small yet elegant." Zhang Yi looked around but didn't see anything suitable, so he had to ask the salesperson. "What? How much?" The salesperson was clearly taken aback by Zhang Yi's price. Tianshan City is a third-tier city. Most women who come to buy necklaces or bracelets either spend a few thousand yuan or a few 10,000 yuan. There are very few customers who spend over 50,000 yuan, let alone 100,000 yuan. Even jewelry stores in the city center would find it difficult to issue a 100,000 yuan order all at once. The sales staff were even doubting their own ears. Did they hear correctly? I said, "Is there any gold inlaid jade priced around 100,000? Zhang Yi said indifferently. Yes. Please wait a moment, I'll bring it out right away. The server immediately responded and hurriedly agreed. Zhang Yikua is so generous. Is it for Su Qingqing? Yuanli felt a little envious and asked. Who else would it be for? Zhang Yi shot Yuanli a disapproving glance. Zhang Yi, where did you get all this money? Kong Wei, though from a decent family, didn't have the means to spend 10,000 yuan in one go. You forgot? The prize money from the national competition last time. Yuanli reminded him. Oh. Right. I completely forgot. Sigh. I'm so jealous. That's the advantage of being skilled and talented. Kong Wei sighed. A moment later, the waiter emerged from a small room carrying a pure black leather case. The case was about the size of a small notebook, making Zhang Yi think there must be something extraordinary inside. But when he opened it, it was a set of gold inlaid jade necklace and bracelet. 2 thin chains in such a large box, doesn't that take up too much space? Sir, please take a look at this necklace. Does it meet your requirements? Both the necklace and bracelet are crafted from pure gold, and the pendant on the necklace is made from a type of jade called peach blossom jade, which has the exact pink hue you requested. Zhang Yi picked up the necklace and examined it carefully. It was indeed beautiful, not only in appearance but also when held up to the light, revealing the delicate patterns within the pink jade. The shape of the jade was also very smooth and rounded, as if the entire piece had been soaked in water, giving it a moist and lustrous appearance. At first glance, it seemed to emit a faint, ethereal glow. Not bad, this one will do. Zhang Yi liked it and thought Su Qingqing would like it too, so he didn't even ask the price and just took it. On the other side, Yuanli also selected a jade bracelet. It wasn't expensive, just over 1,000, but for Yuanli's current salary, it was already quite decent. The waitress couldn't hide her excitement, her mouth stretching wide in a grin. What kind of luck had she stumbled into? A customer walked in and placed such a large order. It looked like her commission for the month would be a significant increase. Sir, please rest assured. Your girlfriend will definitely love this set of jewelry. The waitress handed the wrapped items to Zhang Yi and escorted the 3 of them out of the store with great respect. Afterward, the 3 chose a popular steel pipe factory in the city center for some small skewered chicken liver skewers, ate their fill, and then went home separately. That evening, after Zhang Yi finished washing up, he lay in bed chatting with Su Qingqing on WeChat. I'm going to take a shower and call you on video later. Su Qingqing sent a message. Alright, go ahead. Putting down his phone, Zhang Yi read for a while. He planned to review the theoretical knowledge of heart transplantation tonight and then practice the surgical procedure. As Zhang Yi was engrossed in his book, his phone suddenly rang. It was a video call from Su Qingqing. Zhang Yi pressed the answer button. As soon as the call connected, Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel a bit flustered. What is this girl doing? Chapter 155, Did the heart transplant fail? Cough, you're not wearing any clothes? Zhang Yi whispered into the phone screen, glancing around the room for Yuan Li's figure. Fortunately, Yuan Li was in the bathroom. What? No, I'm wearing clothes. I'll show you. In the video, Su Qingqing innocently showed her lower body to Zhang Yi. Just as Zhang Yi was about to get excited, there was nothing there. Su Qingqing emerged wrapped in a white bathrobe, covering everything below her waist, revealing only her fair neck and delicate collarbone. Alright, it was Zhang Yi who misunderstood. In the video, only Su Qingqing's face and bare shoulders were visible, so Zhang Yi mistakenly thought she wasn't wearing any clothes. Oh no! That's so naughty! Okay, I must have misread it. Zhang Yi smiled awkwardly. Su Qingqing sensed the meaning behind Zhang Yi's words and blushed instantly. After thinking for a moment, she asked, What? Do you want to see me naked? Cough. No. Zhang Yi cleared his throat twice. Humph. I don't believe men are all pigs. Su Qingqing rolled her eyes shyly. Actually, when Su Qingqing lowered the camera earlier, Zhang Yi was still a little hopeful. But never mind. Next time I'll get to see it in person. After chatting with Su Qingqing for a while, she had to attend to work matters, so Zhang Yi decided to read a bit more before going to bed. As for the necklace, Zhang Yi didn't mention it, intending to surprise her next time they met. The next morning at 10 o'clock, after all the procedures and donation agreement were finalized, the 2 children were wheeled into the operating room. A total of 6 doctors were involved in the surgery, including the lead surgeons Long Jining and Zhang Yi, with the remaining 5 serving as assistants. The procedure involves first removing the donor heart from the young girl who died in the car accident, and then preparing the recipient heart for the young boy named Huang Tian. The operating room lights were turned on, illuminating the entire surgical suite. The surgery began. Conventional thoracotomy is performed, followed by incision of the sternum. The aorta is first ligated, and then the blood vessels supplying the heart are cut. Although the patient is already deceased, it is still necessary to ligate the vessels before separating the heart. Then perform cardiac perfusion and store the heart at a low temperature. Next, the diseased heart of Huang Tian is removed. After general anesthesia, a midline sternotomy is made to enter the chest. The pericardium is incised in a V shape to expose the heart.
The entire body is heparinized, the ascending aorta is clamped, and a catheter is inserted to dissect the superior vena cava to the innominate vein. A superior vena cava catheter is placed to ensure that at least 1 centimeter of superior vena cava tissue remains proximal to the catheter for subsequent separation and reanastomosis. After occluding the inferior vena cava, at least 1 centimeter of inferior vena cava tissue should be preserved from the cannulation site to the right atrium for dissection and reconstruction. Extracorporeal circulation was established. Just as Long Jining was about to proceed to the next step, dissecting the aorta and pulmonary artery, he was stopped by Zhang Yi. "Wait a moment, Director Long." Long Jining was puzzled and looked at Zhang Yi with a hint of displeasure in his eyes. "What's wrong?" "After severing the arteries supplying the heart, we should first observe the blood flow in the lungs and throughout the body to see if the external circulation machine's readings have dropped. After all, this is a living person's heart that has been removed, so we must be extra cautious," Zhang Yi said in a low voice. Long Jining was once again stunned by Zhang Yi's words. To be reminded like this in front of so many people, especially by a heart surgeon, was truly embarrassing for him. So that's how it was. After a moment of embarrassment, Long Jining nodded and replied. It wasn't that he, as the director, didn't pay attention to such details, but rather that the municipal hospital in Tianshan City rarely encountered a single case of heart transplantation throughout the year. Even if Long Jining was indeed capable of performing such a surgery, he would inevitably become rusty from lack of practice over time. In the medical field, experience is everything. Without sufficient experience, no one will seek your treatment, and your skills naturally won't improve. After confirming that the young boy's blood flow was normal throughout his body, Zhang Yi turned to Long Jining and said, "Director Long, we can begin removing the heart." "All right." The two surgeons worked together to dissect the ascending aorta and pulmonary artery, make a longitudinal incision in the right atrium, and perform retrograde perfusion of cardiac arrest solution through the aortic root or coronary sinus. Transverse the superior vena cava, aorta, pulmonary artery, and superior and inferior vena cava. After complete dissection, the enlarged diseased heart is completely removed. The assistant then hands over the pre-prepared donor heart, and Zhang Yi places the intact heart into the thoracic cavity. Even he couldn't help but be amazed. These two children were truly destined for each other. When the hearts were compared, they were exactly the same size. It was such a coincidence and such good fortune that a heart transplant could be performed. Following that, Long Jining and Zhang Yi began to meticulously suture the severed aorta, pulmonary artery, and other cardiac vessels. Long Jining was actually quite nervous inside. At that moment, sweat was already beginning to trickle down his forehead, as he was extremely uncertain whether the hearts of these two strangers would be able to fuse successfully. After all, the chances of a heart transplant succeeding without triggering a rejection reaction were extremely low. At least, before the surgery even began, he estimated the success rate to be around 40%, not even half. Everything will depend on whether the sutures are successful and the heart can start beating on its own after the surgery. "Wipe your sweat, Director." The nurse handed him a tissue and wiped the sweat off Long Jining's forehead. Long Jining nodded and glanced unnoticed at Zhang Yi across from him. This young man is really impressive. He's so much calmer than even the director. There's not a trace of tension or panic in his eyes. Compared to the other doctors in the cardiac surgery department, he's so much better. It seems the rumors were true after all. Now that he has seen Zhang Yi's skills and abilities firsthand, Long Jining is thoroughly convinced. "Dr. Zhang, would you like to wipe your sweat?" the surgical nurse asked softly. Dr. Zhang Yi replied casually while continuing to suture, "No, thank you." The young nurse's eyes flashed a hint of disappointment before she took the tissue from her hand. The suturing is complete. The moment that had everyone on edge was finally here. First, open the ascending aorta. Zhang Yi stared intently at the intact heart that had been sutured into Huang Tian's chest cavity and gave his orders. "All right." The assistant then opened the ascending aorta blood flow pathway and closed one extracorporeal circulation tube. 2 minutes later, the heart did not beat. Reopen the aorta and pulmonary artery. Zhang Yi gradually furrowed his brows, and his face finally showed a hint of emotion. Impossible. Zhang Yi couldn't figure it out. He had followed every step of the surgery carefully according to the system's spatial training. It shouldn't have skipped. Dr. Long, Dr. Zhang, it still didn't work. Chapter 156, this is the first such case in the history of Huagua. Impossible. Zhang Yi looked at the machine, then at the heart that was indeed no longer beating, and growled. "Open all the external circulation. I'll try using my hands." Zhang Yi thought for a moment and decided this was the only option left. "Try pressing, maybe it'll work." Long Jining had been observing the entire time. At this moment, he had already clinically diagnosed Huang Tian as dead. After opening several blood vessels, there was still no sign of heartbeat. What else could this be but failure? He had always known that heart transplantation was not a simple surgery and was not easily successful. Otherwise, since the first heart transplant in 1978, mainland China had only performed over 2,000 such procedures to date. Moreover, the post-operative mortality rate is extremely high, with the longest survival time being only 10 years. This little boy is truly very lucky. To find a heart that matches his age, size, and blood type is incredibly fortunate. However, unfortunately, any surgery carries risks, and implanting someone else's heart is no exception. Getting it to beat on its own is extremely challenging. Long Jining watched as Zhang Yi pressed the bloodied heart with his palm, one time after another. Long Jining shook his head inside. Although he truly believed the little boy had little hope left, seeing Zhang Yi's determined efforts, he wanted to do something to help the child. Such a perfectly matched heart had finally been found. It absolutely had to be put to use. Should we start extracorporeal circulation first? Let's check again to see what's wrong, suggested Long Jining. Zhang Yi shook his head. No need, the sutures are fine, it's just that the heart isn't beating. Zhang Yi could see inside the heart. They had sutured it well, but he had no idea why it wasn't beating. This was the most critical issue at hand. If the heart didn't beat, it meant the surgery had failed, and the little boy would die. So Zhang Yining is extremely anxious right now. Please don't die. Hang in there. Don't end up like your grandfather, never able to leave the hospital. As the atmosphere in the operating room grew increasingly tense and solemn, the heart began to beat again. It beat again. It actually jumped. It seems that Dr. Sang's chest compressions were very effective. However, amidst the excitement, everyone soon noticed a new issue. The heartbeat seemed off. Arrhythmia. Zhang Yi identified the crux of the problem. Because the transplanted donor heart lacks autonomic nervous system innervation, a complication known as arrhythmia often occurs. Arrhythmia refers to either bradycardia slow heart rate or tachycardia rapid heart rate. The solution for bradycardia is to implant a pacemaker in the heart to restore the heart rate to a normal level. The pacemaker can be removed later depending on the situation. The solution for tachycardia is radiofrequency ablation, which involves inserting an electrode catheter into specific areas of the heart through a vein or artery, releasing radiofrequency current to cause localized necrosis of the endocardium and subendocardial myocardium, thereby blocking the abnormal conduction pathways and origins of rapid arrhythmias. This is an interventional technique. Currently, Huang Tian is diagnosed with atrial fibrillation type tachycardia, and radiofrequency ablation is the only effective treatment to address the current condition. Bring the radiofrequency electrode catheter. Zhang Yi turned to the nurse who had just tried to wipe his sweat and said, "Okay." In less than a minute, everything was ready. Since this child has atrial fibrillation, it is necessary to insert the catheter into the pulmonary vein opening and use the catheter electrodes to ablate the area around the pulmonary vein opening, creating an electrical isolation between the large vein and the atrium, thereby achieving the goal of curing atrial fibrillation. Buzz. In the operating room, the faint sound of an electrode could still be heard. The ablation was complete. Zhang Yi removed the electrode catheter and handed it to the nurse. Everyone once again focused intently on Huang Tiantian's tiny heart. Hang in there, Tian. We've done everything we can. The rest is up to you. Inside the operating room, not a single person uttered a sound. Everyone held their breath, watching the little boy before them, silently cheering him on in their hearts. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. 4 seconds. At the 5th second, it finally moved. And it's beating rhythmically, one beat at a time. Success! The surgery was a complete success. The first successful heart transplant surgery has been performed at Tianshan City First People's Hospital. Congratulations! Amidst the excitement, everyone did not forget the final steps, suturing the chest cavity and skin tissue. Both children were wheeled out of the operating room, where their parents had been waiting anxiously at the door. "How are they, doctor?" Huang Tiantian's parents were the most anxious and rushed over to ask as soon as they came out. The surgery was a complete success. The heart transplant was successful. Zhang Yi announced the result with great solemnity. Wonderful! Wonderful! Thank you all! Thank you, doctors! Huang Tiantian's father was also so overcome with emotion that he could barely speak, covering his face and speaking in broken sentences. Don't cry. Although we've passed this stage of the surgery, there's still a major hurdle ahead, the rejection reaction. If the body's rejection response is severe, there's nothing we can do. Zhang Yi explained the situation clearly to Huang Tiantian's father. Still, we must thank you. Thank you. Huang Tiantian's father wiped away his tears and thanked Zhang Yi and the doctors behind him. Following that, Tian was admitted to the ICU for round-the-clock monitoring, while Lulu was taken away by Tang David and placed in a hearse. At that moment, Tang David and his wife stood in the corner, constantly wiping away tears. Zhang Yi understood their feelings: helplessness, bitterness, pain, and relief. After all, other people's children had managed to survive, so why couldn't their little Lulu? Regarding this, Zhang Yi also felt deeply guilty. After all, he had not been able to save Lulu. David, don't be too sad. Lily's heart is still beating in Tian's body, isn't it? Tian's surgery was successful, so you can think of it as Lulu continuing to live in a different way. Zhang Yi couldn't help but step forward to comfort the grieving couple.
Tang David nodded and said, Dr. Zhang is right. Our Lulu isn't dead, she's just living in a different way by our side. After the surgery, Zhang Yi once again astonished the entire hospital. A city hospital in a second or third tier city successfully performed an in situ heart transplant, the first of its kind in history. Chapter 157, Zhang Yi is a master. A week later. After taking the anti-rejection medication for 7 consecutive days, Huang Tiantian's body showed no signs of discomfort. This means that the heart transplant surgery performed a week ago was a complete success. As long as he continues to recover at this rate, the little boy will be able to leave the hospital in another 2 weeks. In the ICU ward. How about it? I didn't lie to you, did I? Zhang Yi sat by Huang Tiantian's bedside, peeling fruit for him as he spoke. He. Yeah. Dr. Zhang is the best. He said he could cure me, and he really did. I feel much better now, no more chest tightness or shortness of breath. Tian sat halfway up in bed, watching Zhang Yi speak excitedly. Zhang Yi cut the peeled apple into small pieces and handed them to Huang Tian. Huang Tian carefully took a piece with his little hands and then said happily, Dr. Zhang, I want to be a doctor too. Ha, silly child, being a doctor is very tiring. Zhang Yi chuckled, looking at Huang Tian's innocent expression, his eyes softening with a gentle, fatherly affection. I'm not afraid. I just don't want to see more children suffering from illness like me. I want to help them, so I also want to become a doctor. Huang Tian's words, along with the determination in his clean, clear eyes, deeply moved Zhang Yi. What could a 6 or 7-year-old child possibly understand? But Huang Tian is different. He has endured suffering that healthy children his age have never experienced. Since he was old enough to understand, he has had to take different medications every day. Every few days, he would struggle to breathe, feel chest tightness, and rush to the hospital. This prolonged ordeal has made Huang Tian much more mature than his healthy peers. Perhaps because he has personally experienced the torment of illness, he has developed a desire to help others overcome their own suffering. For a child of 6 or 7 to have such thoughts is truly rare. Well, keep up the good work. Once you're discharged, study hard, get into medical school, and maybe one day we can even become colleagues. Zhang Yi said with a light-hearted tone. Alright. I'll definitely try my best. Actually, Zhang Yi was just comforting Huang Tian. The current survival rate for heart transplants is only 10 years at most, and Zhang Yi isn't sure how long the heart transplant he performed will last. Of course, you can't just tell a child that they might not live long and therefore shouldn't consider studying medicine. That would only discourage them, wouldn't it? So Zhang Yi chose a kind lie to encourage Huang Tian, saying that maybe one day in the future, Huang Tian will really stand in front of him and say, Senior, hello. Just thinking about that scene made Zhang Yi get goosebumps. After spending some more time with Huang Tian, Zhang Yi returned to the emergency department. Zhang Yi, you really made the emergency department proud this time. We just had a leadership meeting, and everyone was praising you, unanimously hoping you'll stay at our city hospital. The director even mentioned promoting you to a permanent staff member and giving you a raise. As soon as Ma Yunxiang saw Zhang Yi, he smiled broadly and shared the main points of the meeting with him. A few idle doctors nearby overheard the conversation and couldn't help but express their envy, flattering Zhang Yi. Wow, a pay raise. How much is it, chief? Mind your own business. Instead of gossiping about others, why not work harder and earn a raise from the director yourself? Ma Yunxiang shot a disapproving glance at the doctors who had gathered around and replied irritably. However, Ma Yunxiang noticed that Zhang Yi didn't react much, so he asked again, What's wrong, Zhang Yi? Did you get a raise or a promotion and you're not happy? No, it's just that I'm not the type to show my emotions on the surface, and I don't place much value on these external things. Whether it's promotion or wealth, as long as I do my job well, that's enough for me. I don't have much interest in the rest. No, it's just that I'm not the type to show my emotions on the surface, and I don't place much value on material things. Whether it's a promotion or wealth, as long as I do my job well, that's all that matters to me. I don't have much interest in anything else. Wow. Zhang Yi is really on a higher level. This is the work of a master. You guys don't know anything. Zhang Yi is only interested in work and his girlfriend. Ha, exactly. Get lost, what are you guessing about? Kiss my ass. Just as everyone in the emergency department office was chatting and laughing, a knock on the door interrupted them. Zhang Yi turned around and saw that it was Huang Tian's father. He turned back to the colleagues in the department and said, I'll be right back. Let's continue this later. Outside the emergency building, Huang Tian's father immediately handed Zhang Yi a super thick red envelope, startling him. There were surveillance cameras outside the hospital, you know? Giving him such a thick stack of red envelopes so brazenly, wasn't he asking for trouble? Take it back, brother Zhen. I told you from the start I don't accept red envelopes or anything like that. Zhang Yi refused. Dr. Zhang, I know doctors don't make much, and our family has a little extra, so I came to give you something. Please take it. Huang Zhen, Huang Tian's father, gave Zhang Yi such a large red envelope out of gratitude. No, Mr. Huang, please take the money back. As doctors, we can't accept bribes.
It wouldn't look good if others saw this. Can I give it to you after work? Huang Jin asked tentatively. No way. If you're truly grateful, I'll take the money back. My stance is very firm, I won't accept a single cent of it. Zhang Yi's tone grew serious, and Huang Jin couldn't help but look at him with newfound respect. He really is a rare good doctor. Alright, since that's the case, I won't insist. However, I still want to thank you, Dr. Zhang. Tian has been recovering well lately, and I need to return to the company to manage things. Otherwise, the company will be in disarray. After I leave, please take good care of Tian. Don't worry, I'll do my best. Zhang Yi nodded. Dr. Zhang, I will never forget the life you saved for my son. If you ever need anything, please don't hesitate to contact me. I will do everything in my power to help you. Huang Jin said as he handed Zhang Yi a business card. Jinggu, didn't we already exchange numbers? Zhang Yi looked at the business card, which only had a phone number and the company's logo, and asked. No, this is my personal number. The previous one was for work. Huang Jin smiled and said. Alright. I'll keep your business card. After that, Zhang Yi watched Huang Jin drive away in his black Land Rover Range Rover Evoque, then looked down at the business card and silently repeated the company name, Xinghe Internet E-Commerce Company, Limited Tianshan City Branch. Internet related? Like Taobao? Zhang Yi muttered to himself. As Zhang Yi walked into the department, he secretly rejoiced that he had the day off tomorrow and could study the wonders of human anatomy with Su Qingqing. Ding ding. At that moment, Zhang Yi's phone rang. Chapter 158, here's a must-have for your date. Zhang Yi pulled out his phone and saw that it was a message from Liang Xueme, and it was a voice message. Dr. Zhang, do you want to come over to our house today? Yuan hasn't given you the doll yet. It turned out to be a voice message from Yuan. Zhang Yi pressed the microphone and sent a reply to Yuan. Sure, I'll come over after work. I'll bring you something delicious. What would you like to eat, Yuan? Thank you, Dr. Zhang, but you don't need to bring anything. My mom's cooking is already delicious. Alright, I'll contact you later after work. After replying to the message, Zhang Yi put his phone back in his pocket and chatted with a few young doctors from other departments for a while before leaving work on time. Zhang Yi followed the address Liang Xueme had sent him, using navigation to find his way there. Although Yuan had said it wasn't necessary to bring anything, Zhang Yi couldn't very well show up empty-handed at someone's home, could he? So Zhang Yi stopped by a fruit store on the way and bought a large basket of fruits to bring along. Yuan's home was not far from where she had been in the car accident, located in a residential area near Dongling Road. Zhang Yi followed the navigation to the residential area where they lived. Just as he was about to send a WeChat message to ask for the exact location, he saw Yuan standing at the entrance of the residential area waiting for him. Dr. Zhang. Yuan excitedly waved at Zhang Yi. Why are you waiting for me here? Is your leg okay coming down the stairs? Zhang Yi hurried forward and picked Yuan up with one hand. I'm not tired. There's an elevator, right? Yuan stuck out her tongue and gave a playful smile. Where's your mom? Didn't she worry about you coming out alone? Last time Yuan came out alone and got into a car accident. What if something happens again this time? Yuan immediately made a shushing gesture and said, Shoo. My mom doesn't know I snuck out. She's still in the kitchen cooking. What if you run out again and something happens? You're not allowed to do this anymore. Do you understand? Zhang Yi said, feigning anger. Yuan felt wronged and whispered, Yuan was worried that Dr. Zhang wouldn't find his way, so I came down to meet you. Oh. Zhang Yi sighed. Looking so wronged, it seemed as if Zhang Yi had gone too far. Alright, don't do that again next time, okay? Next time Yuan won't run around anymore. Seeing that Zhang Yi wasn't angry, Yuan flashed her signature smile again. Upon arriving at Yuan's home, I realized it was a very simple yet clean and tidy little room. As soon as I entered the living room, I could smell the strong aroma of freshly cooked food. It smells so good. Xueme, you're such a great cook. The smell alone is making me hungry. Zhang Yi hugged Yuan, placed the basket of fruits on the coffee table, and praised her generously. Oh, Dr. Zhang is here. Please sit down, please sit down. Liang Xueme came out of the kitchen, but upon seeing the basket of fruits on the table, her expression changed instantly as she asked urgently, Dr. Zhang, did you buy these fruits? Yes, I bought them for Yuan. It didn't cost much. Yes, I bought some for Yuan. It didn't cost much. How can you say that? Dr. Zhang, you've done so much for us, and we haven't even repaid you a single penny, yet you're bringing us gifts. This really makes me feel. Xueme, don't worry about it. It's just some fruit. Go cook dinner. We're all hungry, right, Yuan? Zhang Yi smiled and interrupted Liang Xueme. Mom, I'm hungry. Yuan didn't know what the adults were arguing about, but she decided to speak up for Dr. Zhang because she was indeed hungry. Liang Xueme glanced at Zhang Yi a few more times, her eyes filled with gratitude. She turned and walked into the kitchen, saying, "It'll be ready soon. Just wait a few more minutes, and we can eat." When Liang Shueme finally brought out all the dishes, she noticed that Zhang Yi was sitting on the soft cushion in the room, reading a story to Yuan Yuan and playing with her dolls. Zhang Yi told the story vividly, making Yuan Yuan laugh heartily, and even joined her in dressing and combing the Barbie doll's hair. Liang Shueme leaned against the door, watching the scene unfold, and couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. If the child's father were still alive, the family would probably be just as warm and cozy at home. Snapping back to reality, Liang Shueme stood at the door and said, "Dr. Zhang, dinner is ready." "All right." When Zhang Yi saw the table piled high with dishes, he gave Liang Shueme a thumbs up. Her cooking skills were no worse than his own. "Impressive, Sister Shueme. You can steam, stir-fry, and boil. You're a master of all trades. Hurry up and eat while it's hot. As long as Dr. Zhang doesn't mind." Liang Shueme handed the chopsticks to Zhang Yi with a smile. Zhang Yi took the chopsticks and without hesitation picked up a slice of water-boiled pork and put it into his mouth. The four flavors, fresh, fragrant, spicy, and numbing, exploded in his mouth, complementing the tender yet chewy pork tenderloin. This was absolutely amazing. "How about it, Dr. Zhang?" Liang Shueme asked, noticing the slight hint of anticipation on Zhang Yi's face. Zhang Yi nodded. "This isn't good enough. Why don't you open a restaurant? The business will definitely be booming. Mom used to run a restaurant." Yuan Yuan said while munching on a chicken wing, speaking on behalf of Liang Shueme. "Oh, no wonder. It tastes so good, even better than the food I had at a restaurant before." The meal was exceptionally harmonious. After dinner, Zhang Yi played with Yuan Yuan for a while longer. When he looked outside and saw that it had grown completely dark, Yuan Yuan finally let Zhang Yi leave. Liang Shueme carried Yuan Yuan and escorted Zhang Yi down to the lobby of the residential complex. Yuan Yuan waved goodbye to Zhang Yi with reluctance, calling out, "Dr. Zhang, when will you come again?" Yuan Yuan wants Dr. Zhang to play with her. Zhang Yi stroked Yuan Yuan's cheek and said, "Don't worry, as soon as I have a day off, I'll come play with you, okay?" "Okay. Dr. Zhang is very busy. Don't keep bothering him." Liang Shueme apologetically glanced at Zhang Yi and whispered to Yuan Yuan, "It's okay, Sister Shueme. He's busy at work, but he'll be free after work." Zhang Yi said indifferently. After saying goodbye to Yuan Yuan and her mother, Zhang Yi took a taxi straight back to the dormitory. As soon as he arrived home, he saw Yuan Li sitting in front of the computer playing League of Legends. "Go after her. Attack. Why are you running like a chicken? You can't even kill a fire woman? What kind of game is this? You're all idiots." Yuan Li was so engrossed in the game that he didn't notice Zhang Yi had returned. About 10 minutes later, the game ended. Yuan Li angrily threw his mouse and turned his head to see Zhang Yi packing his things. "Ha? When did you come back?" "Just now." "What are you packing? Where are you going?" "I'm taking tomorrow off and going to Linhai." Yuan Li immediately caught on and teased with a mischievous smile, "Oh, you're going on a date, aren't you? Huh, by the way, do you want me to give you something just in case? It's an essential item for a date." Zhang Yi stopped what he was doing, turned around, and asked, "What is it?" Chapter 159, I didn't mean to disconnect. I bought a bit too much last time. Want some? Zhang Yiman's face turned red with embarrassment. He thought it was something else, but it turned out to be this thing? Just take it. It might come in handy. Seeing that Zhang Yi didn't react, Yuan Li waved it in front of Zhang Yi's face again. Zhang Yi hesitated for a moment, should he take it or not? "Oh, come on. Look at you, taking so long. Here, I'll put it in your bag for you." Yuan Li quickly stuffed the item into Zhang Yi's bag and said, "Never mind, I don't need it. If I need it, I'll buy it myself." "Alright, don't blame me for not reminding you." Yuan Li put the items back into his own drawer. After everything was tidied up, Zhang Yi chatted with Su Qingqing for a while, said goodnight to each other, and then lay down on the bed to enter the system training space. Medical ethics, 60 out of 100. Indoor. Wound suturing technique, 85 out of 100. Congenital heart disease surgery, completed. Intracranial aneurysm embolization, completed. Brain atrophy resection, completed. Replantation of amputated limbs, completed. Pancreaticoduodenectomy, completed. Ophthalmic surgery, completed. Organ transplant surgery, unlocked 20% complete. 3-incision esophageal cancer radical resection with colon-jejunal esophageal replacement and cervical anastomosis, not unlocked. Outdoor. Closed pneumothorax first aid outside the hospital, completed. Second-degree burns covering 50% of the body surface area, out of hospital emergency bandaging completed. Is my medical ethics score just barely passing? Yes, congratulations, host, you just barely passed. Now starting simulated lung transplant training, double lung transplant. Please prepare, host. Countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Begin. After another night of lung transplant training, the next morning, Zhang Yi boarded the flight to Linhai City.
3 hours later, the plane landed. As he exited the terminal, Zhang Yi spotted a middle-aged man holding a sign waiting for him. The sign read, Dr. Zhang Yi from Tianshan City. Hello, I'm Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi walked up and greeted him politely. Hello. Mr. Su asked me to wait here for you. Please follow me. The man waiting for Zhang Yi spoke respectfully. Zhang Yi had already guessed that it must be Su Qingqing who sent someone to pick him up. Otherwise, who else in Linhai City would have such a close relationship with him? Following that, Zhang Yi got into the car with the middle-aged man. The car sped off, and within half an hour, it came to a smooth stop in front of a tall building. The middle-aged man got out of the car and opened the door for Zhang Yi. It was then that Zhang Yi saw the name of the building, Lin City Group. This must be the company founded by Su Qingqing's father, right? Zhang Yi thought to himself as he looked at the building. Mr. Zhang, this way please. The middle-aged man respectfully led Zhang Yi into the building, and an immediate wave of coolness washed over him, making him feel instantly refreshed. Although it was October, the weather was not as scorching as in the height of summer, but there were still lingering waves of heat, and standing outside still gave one a strong sense of oppressive heat. A middle-aged man hurried to the front desk and said something. The front desk attendant immediately flashed a standard smile and led Zhang Yi to the 15th floor. The receptionist walked to the secretary's office on the 15th floor, asked a few more questions, then returned and said to Zhang Yi, I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang. Ms. Su is in a meeting. She asked you to wait in her office for her. Alright, no problem. Zhang Yi nodded. Then, the receptionist led Zhang Yi to Su Qingqing's office and asked, Mr. Zhang, what would you like to drink? Juice, coffee, or red wine? I'll have an iced Coke, please. The front desk clerk paused for a second before hurriedly responding, Sure, Mr. Zhang, please wait a moment. The office door closed, and Zhang Yi walked over to Su Qingqing's desk. 2 photos framed in picture frames caught his attention. One was a family photo of Su Qingqing featuring her and her parents. Her mother was quite beautiful, but unfortunately, Su Qingqing had rarely mentioned her mother since university, so she must have passed away. The other photo was taken when Su Qingqing was still in school. She organized a summer camp specifically so she could go out and play with Zhang Yi. That photo was taken when the entire class went on the summer camp together. At that time, Zhang Yi wasn't interested in Su Qingqing at all and didn't like taking photos either. He was only dragged into the frame by his roommates. In the photo, Zhang Yi looked utterly helpless, while Su Qingqing behind him was fixated on him. Though she was told to look at the camera, she only had eyes for Zhang Yi. This silly girl is so cute. Zhang Yi looked at the photo and couldn't help but curve his lips into a smile as he murmured to himself. QQ. Hearing someone knock on the door, Zhang Yi put down the photo and said, Come in. It was the receptionist from earlier. She placed a glass of iced cola on the desk and left, leaving the office silent once more. Oh, Zhang Yi was getting a bit bored waiting. After thinking for a moment, he took out his phone to pass the time. Want to play a game? Zhang Yi sent a message to Kong Wei, who was online in the game. Sure. Ranked or free for all? Kong Wei replied. Free for all, that sounds more fun. Alright. Just as Zhang Yi was having a great time, the office door was quietly opened. Su Qingqing stood at the doorway, watching Zhang Yi, who was sitting on the sofa, engrossed in his phone and oblivious to her presence. Su Qingqing had a mischievous idea and decided to scare Zhang Yi. Su Qingqing tiptoed slowly toward Zhang Yi, who remained completely unaware. Don't rush in yet. We can't take them on alone. Protect Hou first. With that critical hit rate, it'd be a shame if he died. Ha! Su Qingqing had walked up behind the sofa at some point and suddenly wrapped her arms around Zhang Yi's shoulders. It really startled Zhang Yi, causing him to drop his phone, which fell to the ground and turned off. Su Qingqing, who had been smiling, suddenly looked embarrassed. She apologetically glanced at Zhang Yi and said, I'm so sorry. I just wanted to scare you. I'll buy you a new one later. Zhang Yi sighed helplessly, picked up the black screen phone from the ground, and said with a hint of resentment, Kong Wei, don't blame me. I didn't mean to hang up. Chapter 160, Women, huh? Tianshan City, Kong Wei's home. Nima, what's going on with Zhang Yi? We were in the middle of a game and he suddenly hung up? Where did that guy go? Zhang Yi, you jerk. No one will ever play with you again. The game ended, and Kong Wei threw his phone down and muttered angrily under his breath. We could have turned the tide, but because Zhang Yi suddenly logged off, the team lost a frontline player. How could a bunch of squishy characters fight against the others? We were bound to lose. Meanwhile, in the general manager's office of Lin City Tower in Linhai City. Let's go buy a phone. Su Qingqing said apologetically. You go to work first. We can talk about it when you get off work. It's just a phone, it's not a big deal. I've already finished my meeting. Please, this is my company. What I say goes, okay? What's this about going to work or not? It's all nonsense. Su Qingqing hugged her phone tightly, looking like a tough boss. Zhang Yi chuckled, wrapped his arms around her, and asked, Wow, Miss Su is so powerful, isn't she? Su Qingqing leaned against Zhang Yi's chest and blushed, smiling shyly, You're the one who's amazing.
Smack. Su Qingqing tilted her head slightly and kissed Zhang Yi on the lips. After not seeing him for a few days, why does Zhang Yi seem even more charming? Zhang Yi didn't let go of Su Qingqing but deepened the kiss. Just as Zhang Yi felt he couldn't hold back any longer. Click. Someone's knocking on the door. Su Qingqing suddenly stood up from Zhang Yi's embrace, calmed herself down, and said toward the door, "Who is it?" "Mr. Su, the contract from Jiaha Real Estate has arrived." "Alright, I know. I'll put it on your desk and come out later to pick it up." "Alright, I got it. Just put it on my desk, I'll come get it later." The way Su Qingqing spoke to her subordinates was completely different from how she spoke to Zhang Yi. After giving instructions to the person at the door, Su Qingqing's gaze toward Zhang Yi instantly softened, becoming as gentle as water. "Shall we go? Let's go out and have some fun." "Are you sure work isn't important?" Zhang Yi asked again. He had originally planned to wait here until Su Qingqing finished work. "It's fine." Su Qingqing wrapped her arm around Zhang Yi's arm, gazing happily at his profile and sharp features, thinking to herself, how could work be more important than you? Perhaps it was the heavens looking favorably upon them, but as soon as the two stepped out of the building, the scorching sun suddenly hid behind the clouds, as if it didn't want to witness their display of affection. In any case, the weather suddenly became much cooler. "Let's go eat first, then I'll see if my phone can be fixed. If not, I'll buy a new one." "Alright. Should we drive ourselves or have the driver take us?" "Let's go by ourselves. It's a date for two, why bring a third wheel?" Before long, the middle-aged man who had picked up Zhang Yi from the airport drove the car up to them. "Mr. Su, here's the car you requested." "Alright, thank you, Mr. Li." "No problem." After that, Zhang Yi nodded slightly to the driver named Li Shu before getting into the car and driving away with Su Qingqing. After a quick lunch, the two went to the mobile phone store, only to find that the repair shop owner had already turned on the phone as soon as he received it. "This phone really is." Su Qingqing fiddled with it for ages on the way here and it wouldn't turn on, but as soon as we got to the repair shop and she was about to take it apart to fix it, it turned on right away? "What the heck kind of phone is this? Does it have a mind of its own or something?" As she stepped out of the repair shop, Su Qingqing glanced around and asked, "Zhang Yi? Shall we go to Happy Valley?" Happy Valley? The largest land-based amusement park in Linhai City, featuring thrilling rides like roller coasters, giant swings, and bungee jumping. Zhang Yi had only heard about it during his school days but had never visited. I heard that Happy Valley has renovated its haunted house. Should we go check it out?" Seeing Su Qingqing's excited expression, Zhang Yi couldn't help but swallow hard. This woman really does love thrills. "Alright, if you want to go, then go ahead." Because it happened to be a holiday, there were many students and young people on vacation, and the entire Happy Valley was filled with screams and cheers. "Let's go. Let's head to the haunted house first." Su Qingqing couldn't wait and pulled Zhang Yi toward the haunted house. "Hey! All the other girls are too scared to go to the haunted house, but why is she insisting on dragging him there?" "Slow down, there's no one there to fight you," Zhang Yi said helplessly. To be honest, he was also a bit scared of haunted houses and other such entertainment facilities deep down. If it weren't for Su Qingqing really wanting to go, he wouldn't have gone to the haunted house. Moreover, he had heard that the haunted house at Happy Valley in Linhai City was a highly professional one, with stunning lighting effects and terrifying props that were incredibly lifelike, offering a 100% realistic experience. After paying, you received your haunted house tickets. Zhang Yi looked at the dark entrance to the haunted house. Su Qingqing, standing beside him, had stars of excitement in her eyes. Zhang Yi clenched his teeth and stepped inside. As soon as he entered, terrifying sounds echoed through the air, sounding like a woman's heart-wrenching sobs and a child's angry curses. Moreover, whether it was because the air conditioner was on or something else, the temperature inside suddenly dropped significantly compared to the outside. The surroundings were pitch black, and combined with the cold breeze, Zhang Yi immediately felt a bit hesitant about continuing. "Ah, Zhang Yi, I dare not." The door to the haunted house behind them slammed shut with a loud bang, and Su Qingqing was so scared that she immediately hid behind Zhang Yi. Her little face was pressed tightly against Zhang Yi's back, almost touching his buttocks. Zhang Yi was speechless. Just a moment ago, he was all excited and full of energy, but as soon as he went inside, he immediately backed down even more cowardly than himself. "Women! Ha ha!" Zhang Yi began to daydream about Su Qingqing in his heart. Though he thought this, Zhang Yi was a man, he couldn't possibly show weakness in front of a girl. So, looking around at the pitch-black surroundings, where he could only vaguely make out a few things, Zhang Yi pretended to stay calm and said, "Qingqing, it seems like there are doors on all these walls. This haunted house is an exploration-style haunted house. I think we might be able to find a way out." Su Qingqing was so busy nodding that she almost let out a gasp. "This door won't open. This door won't open either." Zhang Le felt his way from one door to another until he touched something strange. "Wait, what's this?" After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yi realized that this was a person, or rather, a ghost. Roar! The staff member dressed as a ghost suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. "Ah! Ah! Ah!" Zhang Yi was so scared he almost screamed, but before he could, Su Qingqing let out a piercing scream that nearly ruptured his eardrums.
Qingqing, could you please move your head away from my groin? Zhang Yi said helplessly. Chapter 161, Things Couples Must Do.
Before them, the staff members dressed as ghosts stepped aside, revealing the door they had been blocking, signaling to Zhang Yi and the others that they could continue forward. In a haunted house, once you eliminate the psychological fear or realize that the ghosts are just people in costumes, there's really nothing to be afraid of. At least, that's how it is for Zhang Yi. He gave the staff a grateful look, then patted the little head behind him. At that moment, Su Qingqing also realized what was happening. The dark surroundings made it impossible for Zhang Yi to see her face clearly, but Su Qingqing knew that her face was already completely red.
Oh, how embarrassing. How could you be so timid, Su Qingqing?
Su Qingqing scolded herself inwardly. Thinking this to herself, she still spoke in a timid voice, Zhang Yi, I'll follow you.
All right. Zhang Yi nodded and then pushed the door open.
After pushing open the door, there was a pitch-black corridor. Red lanterns hung on both sides of the corridor, giving it a spooky atmosphere.
Zhang Yi slowly walked forward, while Su Qingqing clung tightly to his back.
The two moved very slowly, as Zhang Yi was mainly afraid that staff members might suddenly jump out and startle them. If this happened a few more times, even the bravest person wouldn't be able to handle it.
Fortunately, everything went smoothly along the way.
Several doors appeared before Zhang Li's eyes again. This time, Zhang Yi had experience. He knew that only one of these doors could be open, while the others were blocked. Zhang Yi felt his way along them one by one and soon managed to push open one of the doors.
This time, the scene changed, and a gloomy classroom appeared before her eyes.
Inside the classroom, there are only female students who have hanged themselves. Their bodies are all suspended in mid-air, and as the wind blows, all the bodies sway gently. In reality, these bodies were all mannequins, though they were made to look quite lifelike. Combined with the eerie atmosphere and spine-chilling background music, it is indeed quite terrifying.
Zhang Yi, how are we going to get through this? Hiding behind Zhang Yi, Su Qingqing peeked out cautiously, surveying the classroom. Actually, she was extremely timid. Don't even mention going into a haunted house, she wouldn't even dare to watch a horror movie.
This time, the reason I pretended to be brave and dragged Zhang Yi to the haunted house was because of a little dream deep in my heart. There are various versions circulating online about the things couples must do together, and in all of them, there's one that says the two of them must visit a haunted house at least once. Long ago, Su Qingqing had always dreamed of going to a haunted house with Zhang Yi one day.
And now, her dream has finally come true.
At this moment, although Su Qingqing was nearly scared to death, her heart was filled with immense happiness. Clinging to Zhang Yi's warm back, she felt completely protected by him.
How long had she worked so hard for this day? Su Qingqing, you finally made it through the tough times, haven't you?
Su Qingqing whispered to herself in her heart. On Zhang Yi's side, he had no idea what Su Qingqing was thinking at that moment. He simply assumed that Su Qingqing was very afraid, extremely afraid. So, he carefully observed the scene and said, we seem to have to go through these bodies, there must be a path behind them.
We have to go through these corpses.
Su Qingqing said hesitantly. What are you afraid of? They're just plastic dolls. To encourage Su Qingqing, Zhang Yi grabbed the hand of a doll and waved it in front of her.
You have to protect me. Su Qingqing's pupils contracted. Zhang Yi really was bold. Don't worry. Saying that, Zhang Yi pulled Su Qingqing into the pile of bodies.
The two of them almost closed their eyes and quickly made their way through.
Where are we now?
After passing through the classroom, they arrived at a new scene, and Zhang Yi asked in confusion.
Before him lay row upon row of coffins, scattered haphazardly on the ground. This couldn't help but make Zhang Yi think of 3 words, Coffin Village. Zhang Yi, there aren't any ghosts here, are there? Su Qingqing followed closely behind Zhang Yi, speaking timidly. No way. To be honest, Zhang Yi was also a bit nervous, but he could only grit his teeth and keep moving forward. The journey went smoothly, and they were almost out of the coffin village. Suddenly, the coffin beside Zhang Yi began to move, and a person leaped out with a loud thud. It happened so suddenly, in the blink of an eye, that Zhang Yi and Su Qingqing didn't even have time to react. Oh my god. Zhang Yi was startled and blurted out a curse. Woo. Su Qingqing was so scared she burst into tears. Oh. The staff member dressed as a ghost is feeling a bit awkward. He's wondering if he's being too scary. In desperation, the staff member made a gesture to Zhang Yi, indicating the correct direction.
Zhang Yi touched his chest. He had also been startled by the sudden movement. Hearing Su Qingqing's cries, Zhang Yi quickly turned back to comfort her. Qingqing, it's okay, it's alright.
Zhang Yi, I'm scared.
Su Qingqing said pitifully. I should have never gone to the haunted house.
Where's the sweetness now?
At this very moment, Su Qingqing just wanted to get out of the haunted house as quickly as possible, right now. And she never wanted to come back to the haunted house ever again. It's okay, don't be afraid, we're almost out. Zhang Yi didn't know how to comfort Su Qingqing anymore, so he just pulled her along and kept walking forward. Thankfully, this haunted house wasn't very big, it was just a small, exploratory-style haunted house.
Next, Zhang Yi encountered another ghost holding an iron rod. Amidst Su Qingqing's screams, a faint light finally appeared ahead. That was the exit. Get closer and closer to the exit, then go through it. Su Qingqing suddenly felt a burst of light before her eyes. When she opened them again, she saw only the familiar blue sky and white clouds. Zhang Yi, where should we go next? Su Qingqing was so embarrassed she wanted to die. Thinking about how she had embarrassed herself in the haunted house, she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. So, she quickly changed the subject. Cough, cough, how about the roller coaster? Zhang Yi cleared his throat and pointed randomly, but he really wanted to laugh. However, seeing Su Qingqing's embarrassed expression, he forced himself to hold it back. After all, girls need to save face too. After that, Zhang Yi dragged Su Qingqing over to the roller coaster ride. Ah! 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 Zhang Yi and Su Qingqing could hear the terrified screams of people rushing through the tracks even from where they stood below. Want to keep playing? Zhang Yi turned his head to look at Su Qingqing's expression and asked. Sure, let's play. We're already here, so we have to play. Damn it, riding roller coasters is one of the things couples must do. Even if you're scared, you have to go. Su Qingqing thought to herself. Chapter 162, Dr. Zhang, I'm putting my life in your hands. Ah! 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 Zhang Yi and Su Qingqing were sitting in the front row of the roller coaster. Within their field of vision, whether it was a rapid descent or a leap into the air, they were the first to feel it. At that moment, Zhang Yi felt like his eardrums were about to burst again from Su Qingqing's screams. Of course, Zhang Yi's arms were already scratched raw from Su Qingqing's grip. Damn it, I'll make sure to get that girl to cut her nails later. The scenery rushed past him, and a sense of weightlessness swept over Zhang Yi's entire body. Damn it, I'm never coming back to this place. Zhang Yi vowed silently to himself. The two of them played until 6 o'clock in the evening before leaving Happy Valley, completely exhausted and starving. What should we eat? Zhang Yi looked at the several restaurants near the entrance of Happy Valley, which offered grilled meat, hot pot, and more. Sure, anything is fine. Su Qingqing nodded in agreement. The two then chose a buffet that could fill their stomachs quickly. Just as they were enjoying their meal, Su Qingqing's phone rang. Hello, Dad? What's wrong? Su Qingqing's expression grew tense, fearing that something had happened to her father again. Zhang Yi, upon hearing that it was Su Qingqing's father calling, couldn't help but stop eating and look at Su Qingqing. What? Is it that serious? Okay, we'll come right over. Judging from Su Qingqing's slightly solemn expression, Zhang Yi guessed that it couldn't be anything good. What's wrong? Zhang Yi asked after Su Qingqing hung up the phone. My father has an old comrade in arms who was recently diagnosed with the same disease as my father, pancreatic cancer. He is currently in the hospital, and my father wants you to go see him. He said he trusts you more. Su Qingqing said while wiping her mouth. Pancreatic cancer? A disease caused by poor diet, right? Zhang Yi also stood up to pay and leave. Later he went into business like my father. I guess it was probably due to dietary issues. Su Qingqing nodded and said. As they talked, the two had already arrived at the parking lot. The car slowly started and headed toward the First People's Hospital of Linhai City. 40 minutes later, the two arrived at the city hospital. When they arrived at the oncology department, they saw Su Qingqing's father sitting on a bench in the corridor waiting for them, with an aunt standing beside him, who was probably hired specifically to take care of him. At that moment, Su's father looked much thinner than he had when he had picked up Su Qingqing at the school gate during her university days. Malnutrition, coupled with the later stages of chemotherapy, had caused his weight to plummet rapidly, and his immune system had also weakened. Additionally, due to his illness, most of his abdominal digestive system had been removed, leaving only half of his stomach remaining inside his abdomen. In truth, Zhang Yi didn't need to say it, Su Qingqing already understood. Pancreatic cancer has a very high mortality rate. Even with surgery, it only extends life expectancy. Some may live an extra year or two, while others may only have a few months left. Qingqing, Zhang Yi, you're here. Su's father was overjoyed to see his daughter and future son-in-law return so quickly. Dad, what's going on? Hello, uncle. Zhang Yi nodded slightly to Su's father and greeted him politely. Mr. Su looked at Zhang Yi with satisfaction and smiled before answering Su Qingqing's question. Your Uncle Lu started having stomach pains 2 years ago, but he didn't take it seriously. Recently, the pain became more frequent, so he went to the hospital for a checkup. The diagnosis was pancreatic cancer. Oh, how did the two of us end up so unlucky? Su's father sighed heavily, his eyes welling up with tears. Dad, don't get so worked up. Take care of your health. Su Qingqing hurriedly patted Su's back, trying to calm him down. Su Qingqing knew her father's condition well. She wanted to spend as much time with him as possible, but she couldn't let others' matters harm her own health. Mr. Su waved his hand, took a deep breath, and turned to Zhang Yi, asking, Zhang Yi, do you want to go in and take a look? I've mentioned you to my son and daughter. Alright, I'll go take a look.
To date, the fundamental treatment principle for pancreatic cancer remains surgical intervention, specifically pancreaticoduodenectomy, combined with comprehensive therapies such as radiotherapy and chemotherapy. The survival period for pancreatic cancer patients who have not received treatment is approximately 4 months. Patients who undergo bypass surgery have a survival period of approximately 7 months, while those who undergo resection surgery generally survive for about 16 months. It can be said that once diagnosed, the time to death is very rapid, and the cure rate is extremely low. When Su's father led Zhang Yi and Su Qingqing into the ward, they were greeted by 3 people, 2 men and a woman, all looking deeply distressed. Zhang Yi guessed they must be the patient's family members. Upon seeing Su's father, they rose respectfully from their chairs and said, "Uncle, you've arrived." Su's father nodded slightly, brought Zhang Yi forward, and said, "This is Dr. Zhang, whom I've introduced to you. He is my daughter's boyfriend. Both of them are top graduates from Linhai Medical College. He performed my surgery. If you trust me, please entrust Lu to him." "Mr. Su, we trust you, of course. However, we've never met Zhang Yi before and haven't heard of his achievements. We only know that he performed Mr. Su's surgery successfully. What if he can't do a good job with our father? Moreover, this doctor is too young. Aren't doctors supposed to be more experienced the older they are? Can such a young doctor really handle it?" Su's father noticed their hesitation and urged them, "You all know the relationship I have with your father. I would never harm him. Back then, the doctors at Linhai Hospital weren't confident they could save me, so Qingqing called Zhang Yi over at the last minute, which is why I'm still alive today. Otherwise, none of you would be here now. Uncle Su, please don't say that. We definitely believe you. It's just that my father, old Su." At that moment, the man on the hospital bed woke up. He endured the pain and sat up slightly, shouting, "Old Lu, you're awake? Are you okay?" Su's father approached him with concern. Zhang Yi finally took a closer look at the pancreatic cancer patient named Lu Chang in front of him. Fortunately, the tumor cells hadn't infiltrated too much. If surgery was performed early, his survival rate might be slightly higher than Su's father's. "I'm fine. From what you just said, did you find a doctor for me?" "Yes, this is the doctor who treated me. He's also the boyfriend of my daughter, Zhang Yi." Su's father couldn't help but mention his daughter's boyfriend with pride. "Yes, this is the doctor who treated me. He's my daughter's boyfriend, Zhang Yi." Su's father couldn't help but mention his daughter's boyfriend with pride. Lu Chang followed Su's gaze to Zhang Yi. Despite being ill and having undergone several rounds of chemotherapy, there was not a trace of sadness in his eyes. His gaze remained resolute. Zhang Yi thought this might be the quality of someone who had served in the military. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke to Su's father. "Old Su, I believe in you." Then, he looked at Zhang Yi and said solemnly, "Dr. Zhang, I entrust my life to you." Chapter 163. Zhang Yi, the Master. It wasn't that Lu Chang was being careless, it was just that the doctor had already explained the condition to him in detail, and both the survival rate and the success rate of the surgery were very low. Why not take a chance? Desperate times call for desperate measures. Since my old comrade in arms survived surgery and is still alive today, why not give this young man a chance? Dad, Lu Chang's daughter wanted to try to persuade him a little more. After all, making such a quick decision might mean he wasn't taking his own life seriously enough, right? Don't say anything else. Let's just decide this way. Dr. Zhang, I trust old Su, and I trust you too. Lu Chang looked at Zhang Yi with hopeful eyes. Zhang Yi was also deeply moved inside, not for any other reason, but because the patient trusted him unconditionally. Although such hope can sometimes become an invisible pressure and responsibility for doctors, Zhang Yi finds it rewarding, as this is precisely what makes him proud to be a doctor. Don't worry, Uncle Lu, I can assure you the surgery will be a complete success. Zhang Yi said with a confident gaze fixed on Lu Chang. Everyone in the ward could hear Zhang Yi's assurance, spoken with unwavering conviction. Su Qingqing stood behind Zhang Yi, gazing at his tall, straight figure. Zhang Yi is so handsome. Such a charming man is actually her boyfriend. How lucky she was. Mr. Su nodded in approval, and Lu Chang's children, seeing their father so insistent, couldn't bring themselves to persuade him further. Later, Lu Chang's eldest son, Lu Gang, explained the situation to the on-duty doctor. The doctor initially assumed they had brought in a renowned expert from the capital city for the surgery, only to discover it was a doctor significantly younger than himself. A young doctor in his 20s? Family members, you must think this through carefully. Pancreatic cancer surgery is not something just anyone can perform. The on-duty doctor, still in shock, warned Lu Gang. I know, thank you for your concern, but my father insists on it, and we can't do anything about it. Besides, my father has always been stubborn, and now that he's sick, we don't know how much longer he is left. As his children, we can only follow his wishes. Lu Gang shook his head and sighed. Well, how about this? Tomorrow when Dr. Song arrives, you can discuss it with him. After all, Dr. Song is the most authoritative doctor here. Let him analyze the situation for you? The on-call doctor, out of goodwill, suggested again.
It's not that he's being nosy, but a young doctor in his 20s can perform a pancreaticoduodenectomy? If any doctor in their department heard that, they wouldn't believe it either. He's already 35 years old and hasn't performed many pancreatic cancer resections. A young man in his 20s is already performing the procedure as the lead surgeon? He really wants to see this young doctor's true colors. Excuse me, where is the young doctor you called? The on-duty doctor asked curiously. He's still in the ward. Can I go see him? The doctor on duty said again. He was really curious, and he was also worried that the family might be deceived. After all, this was a matter of life and death, and he had to take responsibility. All right. Doctor, could you also take a look and see if that young doctor is competent? I'm a bit worried too. Lu Gang hurriedly nodded in agreement. This was a matter of life and death for his own father, and he was still very anxious about entrusting him to a young doctor he had never met before. All right, if it really can't be helped, I'll have our department head go talk to your father tomorrow. The on-call doctor pondered for a moment before saying. Immediately, Lu Gang brought the on-call doctor into the ward. At that moment, Zhang Yi, Su's father, and Lu Chang were engaged in lively conversation. As soon as they saw the doctor in the white coat enter, everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward the door. Lu Chang, how do you feel? The on-call doctor glanced at everyone in the ward before slowly walking over to the bedside and asking Lu Chang. Dr. Wang, I feel okay now. Lu Chang replied politely. Zhang Yi stood by, having noticed that the doctor had been observing him the moment he entered the room. He didn't need to think twice to know that Lu Chang's eldest son had sent this doctor to check him out. Hello, I'm Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi took the initiative to extend his hand and greet the doctor. The on-duty doctor was slightly surprised and then reached out to shake Zhang Yi's hand. Wait, Zhang Yi? That name sounds familiar. I feel like I've heard it before. Hello, I'm the on-call doctor. I heard you're the doctor the family brought in specifically to perform surgery on Lu Chang? Yes. Zhang Yi nodded and took a closer look at the face of the on-call doctor in front of him. He looked unfamiliar, either he was new or he hadn't been present during Zhang Yi's pancreaticoduodenectomy 2 months ago. Otherwise, this person should recognize him. Oh, I wonder which hospital Dr. Zhang is working at now. Hearing this, I assumed he didn't believe me. It's understandable, after all, we don't know each other, so it's natural not to trust someone. Plus, to date, there hasn't been a single person of his age who has successfully performed major surgeries like pancreaticoduodenectomy, intracranial aneurysm surgery, comminuted fracture limb reattachment, or in situ heart transplantation. Except for Zhang Yi. Although Zhang Yi is somewhat famous in Tianshan City now, there are still people in Linhai City, thousands of miles away, who have never heard of him. I am currently studying at the First People's Hospital in Tianshan City. Zhang Yi spoke very humbly. Studying? Tianshan City? The on-call doctor felt increasingly familiar with the names. It seemed like he had heard of Tianshan City and Zhang Yi before. Wait a moment, I recall a news story. The on-call doctor's mind was racing, and a specific image and memory were about to surface. Could it be that coincidental? What if there's more than one person named Zhang Yi at the Tianshan City Hospital? Are you the doctor who bravely saved someone in Tianshan City before? The one who saved the pregnant woman who jumped off the building? The on-duty doctor couldn't help but ask. It was me. Also, the heart transplant surgery at Tianshan City Hospital a while back, wasn't that also when the doctor on duty sounded increasingly excited? It was me. Zhang Yi nodded faintly. Master. The on-call doctor looked at Zhang Yi in disbelief. Lu Gang stood beside him, feeling a bit confused. Wasn't he supposed to help the doctor assess the young man's condition? What was going on now? They even called in the expert? Could this young man really be that skilled? Chapter 164, it really is him? Dr. Wang is being too kind. I'm no expert, I just know how to perform some minor surgeries. Zhang Yi smiled faintly and waved his hand, pretending to be modest. Heart transplantation isn't a minor surgery. Dr. Zhang, you're too humble. The on-call doctor even used honorifics. No need to be so polite. No need to thank me. After the on-call doctor and Zhang Yi finished their pleasantries and left the ward, Lu finally caught up and asked, Dr. Wang? Do you two know each other? Given Dr. Wang's earlier reaction, Lu Gang could only interpret it as acquaintances. No, we don't know each other. But this doctor is indeed quite competent. If he were to perform your father's surgery, he might not be any worse than our chief. No, we don't know him, but this doctor is indeed quite good. If he were to perform your father's surgery, he might not be any worse than our chief. The on-call doctor had not seen Zhang Yi's surgery in the oncology department 2 months ago, otherwise, he would have said that Zhang Yi might even be more skilled than their chief. Really? Lu Gang asked in surprise. Really? The doctors at the best hospital in Linhai City all said so. Lu stopped in his tracks and looked thoughtfully at the ward door. All right. Let's trust this Dr. Zhang then. In the ward, Su Qingqing noticed it was getting late and reminded her father to go home and rest early.
Zhang Yi then took on the role of driver, driving Su Qingqing, her father, and the aunt they had invited home. Su Qingqing's home was located in a well-known villa district in Linhai City. Most of the houses in this area were two-story bungalows, decorated in a European townhouse style with a touch of unique rural charm. Upon arriving home, Zhang Yi politely got out of the car first to open the door for Su's father. Su's father, being an experienced man, noticed his daughter standing by the car door with a reluctant expression. He cleared his throat and said, "Qingqing, see Zhang Yi off and then come back." The implication was to let the young couple say their goodbyes properly before returning home. However, Su's father emphasized the words "come back" slightly, and Zhang Yi immediately understood his meaning. Zhang Yi awkwardly licked his lips and said, "Uncle, you're overthinking it. I haven't even considered that yet." Zhang Yi awkwardly shifted his lips. "Uncle, you're overthinking it. I haven't even considered that yet." After Su's father was helped into the house by his aunt, Zhang Yi and Su Qingqing stood outside the door, unsure of what to say. "Why don't we take a walk around the neighborhood, and I'll give you a ride out later?" Su Qingqing didn't want to part with Zhang Yi just yet. "Sure." So, the two of them walked hand in hand along the stone path in the neighborhood. "I forgot to tell you, Uncle Lu's family business is even bigger than ours. They have a large family, so they've done very well. Uncle Lu's eldest son has even moved the business to the capital. Unlike our family, which only has me as the younger generation, if it weren't for a few of my father's close friends and uncles helping to keep the company afloat, I might not have been able to handle it on my own." Su Qingqing suddenly thought of this as she walked and said to Zhang Yi, "You're doing great too. Don't worry so much. These things take experience, just take your time." Zhang Yi stroked Su Qingqing's smooth hair and comforted her. Su Qingqing nodded slightly and turned her head to glance at Zhang Yi. "Oh, right. There's something I almost forgot." Zhang Yi suddenly remembered that he hadn't given Su Qingqing the gift he had bought for her earlier. "What is it?" Su Qingqing looked at Zhang Yi blankly as he rummaged through his briefcase. Then, Zhang Yi took the item out and quietly hid it in his palm before spreading it out. The golden pink pendant still emitted a faint glow under the dim streetlight, causing Su Qingqing to cover her mouth in delight. After a moment, Su Qingqing snapped back to reality and asked, "Is this for me?" "Of course it's for you. Who else would it be for?" Zhang Yi retorted. "This must cost a fortune, right?" Su Qingqing could tell at a glance that the necklace and bracelet of this quality should be worth around 100,000 yuan. 10,000 might not be much for Su Qingqing, but for Zhang Yi, she was worried that he had spent too much money on her. "It's not that much. It's within my budget." Zhang Yi spoke softly. "It's not much money, I can afford it," Zhang Yi said indifferently. Actually, Su Qingqing was deeply moved. Giving her something worth 10,000 yuan indirectly proved her place in Zhang Yi's heart, didn't it? Seeing that Su Qingqing remained silent, Zhang Yi asked again, "Shall I put it on for you?" She should wear it carefully and cherish it. After all, this was the first time Zhang Yi had given her such an expensive gift, and she definitely wanted to wear it carefully and cherish it. The pink pendant hung on Su Qingqing's fair neck, complementing her skin as smooth as cream. It was hard to tell whether the necklace made Su Qingqing look more beautiful or if she naturally possessed the grace of a well-bred young lady. In any case, Su Qingqing looked even more beautiful and captivating with the necklace, at least in Zhang Yi's opinion. Lost in thought, Zhang Yi leaned in and kissed her slightly parted pink lips. The long, passionate kiss lingered on for a long time. Just as Su Qingqing was about to suffocate, Zhang Yi finally relented and let go. He gently touched Su Qingqing's soft, pink lips and said, "Your lips are so beautiful, they're perfect for kissing." Still not having recovered from the kiss, Su Qingqing blushed again upon hearing this. "Alright, I'll take you home. See you at the hospital tomorrow morning." Zhang Yi gently stroked Su Qingqing's hair and said softly. Su Qingqing didn't know what to say at the moment, so she could only nod obediently. After all, she would follow Zhang Yi's instructions. After dropping Su Qingqing off at home, Zhang Yi returned to the hotel he had booked earlier that day. He had to perform a pancreaticoduodenectomy the next day and wanted to practice one more time. Simulated training for the pancreaticoduodenectomy will now begin. Please prepare yourself. Countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Begin. The next morning at 9 o'clock, Zhang Yi was waiting at the entrance of the hospital's inpatient department. Soon, Su Qingqing and her father also arrived. "Have you been waiting long? Have you had breakfast yet?" Su's father approached and said politely. "We've already eaten," Zhang Yizhuan replied. "We've already eaten, uncle." Zhang Yi nodded. The group then went upstairs to the oncology department. In the ward, all the doctors in the department were conducting their morning rounds, inquiring about Lu Cheng's condition. "You hired a separate doctor for the surgery? Who is it?" Upon hearing the family members' and patients' statements, Dr. Song Yuanshu, the head of the oncology department, furrowed his brows and asked. Just then, Su's father entered the room with Zhang Yi and Su Qingqing. Upon seeing them, Lu Cheng looked toward the door and said, "That's the doctor named Zhang Yi." Zhang Yi? Song Yuanshu felt that the name sounded familiar. Could it be the young man who performed surgery on Su Chan last time?
Song Yuanshu followed Lu Cheng's gaze and turned around to look. It really was him. Chapter 165, Stealing Techniques from Zhang Yi. It's been ages since I last saw Director Song. Zhang Yi noticed Song Yuanshu's slightly surprised expression and smiled as he walked up to greet him. Ah, Zhang Yi, it's been ages. Song Yuanshu nodded awkwardly and asked, are you the one performing the surgery on Lu Cheng? Yeah, Uncle Su asked me to come over and help out. Oh, I see. That's good. Song Yuanshu didn't know what to say at first. After all, his skills weren't any worse than those of the doctors in the oncology department. Dr. Song, what time would you suggest for the surgery? We had originally planned for 11 a.m. today. Since the family has requested that you perform the surgery, please let us know if this time is suitable for you. Sure, no problem. Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. The earlier pancreatic cancer is treated, the better. The longer it is delayed, the more serious it becomes. Subsequently, Lu Cheng's family members were called to the doctor's office to sign various surgical consent forms and liability agreements, while Su's father remained in the ward, constantly encouraging Lu Cheng. Don't worry too much. Just trust Dr. Zhang. Anyway, with this illness, we're already 1 foot in the grave. What's there to be afraid of? I know, I'm not nervous. With my constitution, I'm sure I'll live longer than you. I'm not going to die before you. Lu Cheng joked with a smile, seeming to have quite a strong mental constitution. You good-for-nothing brat. You need a good beating. 2 elderly uncles were chatting and laughing in the ward, which helped ease the pre-surgery tension. Soon, the nurse came in with supplies to prepare for the surgery. For abdominal surgery, all body hair must be completely shaved off, a procedure known in medical terms as preoperative shaving. Excessive body hair in the surgical area can interfere with disinfection. If disinfection is not thorough, bacteria may remain, increasing the risk of surgical infection. During the preoperative preparation period, all patients have left the ward. Outside the ward, Su Qingqing whispered to Zhang Yi, come on, Dr. Zhang. I believe in you. Zhang Yi tapped Su Qingqing's nose and said, do you feel proud to have such a talented boyfriend? Su Qingqing broke into a sweet smile and said, yes. Alright, I'll go to the operating room to prepare. Zhang Yi glanced at the time and saw that it was about right, so he followed the other assistants into the operating room. At 11 a.m., the surgery began on schedule. The lead surgeon for this procedure was Dr. Zhang Yi, assisted by 2 oncologists from the main hospital of Linhai Hospital, one of whom was Dr. Wang Xiaoshi, who had been on duty the previous night. He had originally been on night shift and was preparing to go home, but upon learning that Dr. Zhang Yi would be performing the pancreaticoduodenectomy at 11 p.m., he pleaded with the department head for a long time to secure the assistant position, as he wanted to observe Dr. Zhang Yi's surgical technique. In other words, he wanted to learn by observation. There are only a handful of people in the country who can perform heart transplant surgeries, and now there's a ready-made opportunity right in front of him. Isn't it a shame not to take advantage of it and learn from him? Moreover, pancreaticoduodenectomy is not a procedure that just anyone can perform. Zhang Yi, being so young and already capable of leading such a procedure, is truly exceptional. That's why he went to great lengths to come and observe the surgery. In the operating room, Lu Cheng had already administered the anesthetic and was lying peacefully on the operating table. Standard skin disinfection was performed. An incision was made in the right upper abdomen along the rectus abdominis muscle, extending from the right xiphoid process to 23 centimeters below the umbilicus. A midline incision was made in the upper abdomen, extending from the xiphoid process downward around the umbilicus to 23 centimeters below the umbilicus. A roof-shaped incision was made along the lower costal margin of the upper abdomen, extending from the midclavicular line on the right side to the anterior axillary line on the left side. Zhang Yi performed the procedure on the operating table in an orderly manner, with 2 assistants by his side focusing intently on learning the procedure throughout. The pancreaticoduodenectomy was successfully completed, and the 2 assistants who had assisted in the procedure also gained valuable experience. In my opinion, the most critical aspect of a pancreaticoduodenectomy is managing bleeding. If you ever have the opportunity to perform the procedure as the primary surgeon, I recommend making incisions gradually and carefully. Additionally, the lymph nodes surrounding the affected area are a significant concern. It is crucial to examine them thoroughly, as any missed lymph nodes can easily lead to the further spread of tumor cells. Zhang Yi explained while removing his gloves, and the 2 assistants nodded in agreement. At that moment, Zhang Yi looked like a seasoned doctor with years of experience guiding young doctors on how to perform the procedure more effectively, exuding a sense of leadership. It was a pity that Zhang Yi's current title didn't qualify him for any leadership positions. He could manage in a small hospital, but a large one was out of the question. Outside the operating room, Lu Cheng's family was waiting, including Su's father and Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing had originally planned to go to work, but seeing that Su's father insisted on waiting there, she had no choice but to accompany him. The operating room door opened, and a nurse called the family members to prepare to receive the patient. Nurse, how did the surgery go? The surgery was very successful. We can take the patient to the ICU now. the nurse said indifferently. Great. Great. Thank you. Thank you all. Lu Chang's 3 children immediately let out a sigh of relief and burst into joy. That's wonderful. The surgery was a success. After the patient and their family had left, Zhang Yi and his 2 assistant doctors slowly walked out of the operating room, with Zhang Yi continuing to explain as they went. Su's father followed Lu Chang's children to the ICU, while Su Qingqing remained at the operating room door waiting for Zhang Yi. Are you out yet? Are you tired? Su Qingqing walked over to Zhang Yi and asked softly. Not tired. The 2 assistants beside him weren't blind either. They exchanged a brief greeting with Zhang Yi and left. They were clearly a young couple, so it was best not to disturb them. When are you leaving? Su Qingqing thought about Zhang Yi's vacation coming to an end and asked. This afternoon, or maybe tonight. What? So soon? Su Qingqing lowered her head, looking a bit unhappy. There's plenty of time. I'll accompany you next time. However, Su Qingqing thought about it and realized that it was her birthday in a few days, and she wanted Zhang Yi to spend more time with her. But then she thought about it again and realized that doctors were always busy, and it was already a privilege for him to have time off. If it didn't work out, she would secretly go find him next time and surprise him. But what? Zhang Yi asked Su Qingqing, who was hesitating to speak. Nothing. I'll drive you to the airport tonight. Su Qingqing smiled and changed the subject. Zhang Yi didn't think much of it and nodded in agreement. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Zhang Yi and Su Qingqing bid each other a tearful farewell at the airport and boarded the Ronghong KH-1358 flight back to Tianshan City. Chapter 166, Emergency Rescue on the Plane. Ladies and gentlemen. Greetings. Welcome aboard Rongxing Airlines flight KH-1358. This flight will depart from Linhai Jindong International Airport and arrive at Tianshan Lantian Airport. The estimated flight time is 3 hours and 25 minutes. We wish you a pleasant journey. Before takeoff, please fasten your seatbelts, turn off all electronic devices, and return your seat to its original position. Zhang Yi sat in his seat, listening to the flight attendant's announcements over the intercom. Another 3-hour flight lay ahead, and he felt he absolutely needed to get some sleep. Boom! 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 However, the loud noise before the plane took off was so loud that Zhang Yi couldn't sleep. Then, the plane began to accelerate, and Zhang Yi suddenly felt like he was on a roller coaster. What the hell was going on? Was this some kind of roller coaster after effect? The plane gradually lifted off the ground, and a strong sense of being pushed backward swept over him. It wasn't until the plane broke through the clouds and slowly ascended to a certain altitude that it finally stabilized. Gradually, the cabin filled with the aroma of a hearty meal. Although the food on Ronghong Airlines was quite tasty, Zhang Yi wasn't hungry at the moment, so he politely declined the meal offered by the flight attendant. What about a drink, sir? Would you like something to drink? The flight attendant asked again with a standard professional smile. A Coke, please. Zhang Yi spoke softly. Sure. Then, the flight attendant picked up a bottle of Coke from the trolley, poured a small cup for Zhang Yi, handed it to him, and said, Sir, please enjoy your drink. Thank you. Zhang Yi took the drink, looked up at the flight attendant with the sweet voice, and thought, she looks a bit like a Xinjiang actress. What was her name again? Cold Ba? Zhang Yi couldn't quite remember, as he didn't pay much attention to entertainment news. The flight attendant smiled at Zhang Yi and said, You're welcome. Zhang Yi felt a bit embarrassed and withdrew his gaze, closing his eyes to take a short nap. About half an hour into the flight, a muffled groan suddenly came from behind Zhang Yi, followed by a sound resembling a head hitting the ground, and then the screams of the surrounding passengers. Zhang Yi was awakened by the commotion. Turning around, he saw a man in his 50s lying on the floor with his eyes rolled back, gasping for breath. Zhang Yi examined the man's body and realized it was an acute myocardial infarction. Due to coronary artery hardening, the blood vessels were blocked by a blood clot, causing myocardial ischemia. Where's your medicine, sir? Zhang Yi quickly walked up, knelt down, and asked. My medicine is in my bag. The man, though already on the ground, still had some consciousness left and could speak briefly. Although he didn't know who the young man rushing toward him was or why he was asking about his medicine, at that moment, he truly needed it. Zhang Yi could tell at a glance that this man was aware of his condition, as the blockage in his heart was not in its initial stages. Time was of the essence, so Zhang Yi immediately asked him where the medication was. Generally, patients who know they have a heart attack will carry nitroglycerin, a medication that dilates blood vessels to clear blockages, with them at all times. However, Zhang Yi searched through the man's luggage and found none. There was no nitroglycerin. Sir, is this bag yours? Why isn't there any medicine? Zhang Yi simply took the briefcase and placed it in front of the middle-aged man, asking. If this gentleman doesn't take his medicine, he'll not only have chest pain, but in severe cases, his heart could stop. The consequences are very serious. I remember I have medicine in my bag. The middle-aged man clutched his chest, gasping for breath, with beads of sweat pouring down his forehead. The sweat on his neck had already soaked through the light blue collar of his shirt. His appearance alone made it clear he was in immense pain.
Zhang Yi searched through his bag again, but found nothing except some documents, ID cards, and a few pens. Sir, I've searched your bag twice and still can't find the medicine. Zhang Yi shifted his gaze from the briefcase to the middle-aged man's face. But the middle-aged man was unable to respond to Zhang Yi's question at that moment. Unconsciousness. A heart attack had caused a loss of consciousness. This situation is becoming increasingly dangerous. However, the man's heart attack has not yet caused cardiac arrest, which is fortunate. But without medication, no one can predict what might happen next. At that moment, several flight attendants called over a male flight attendant from the plane. Zhang Yi looked up at the name tag on his chest. Flight attendant in charge, Xiang Lei. Do you have nitroglycerin and emergency medication on board? Do you have an oxygen mask? Zhang Yi stood up and asked the flight attendant. We have oxygen masks, but we don't have nitroglycerin. What's the situation, sir? And are you a doctor? The flight attendant wasn't exactly a pushover. Seeing Zhang Yi come over so directly to help, she guessed he might be a doctor and asked. Yes. I am a doctor. My preliminary diagnosis is that this gentleman is suffering from an acute myocardial infarction. He needs nitroglycerin immediately, otherwise, he could be in life-threatening danger at any moment. Zhang Yi's tone was very serious, causing the surrounding passengers to grow tense as well. Nitroglycerin? What kind of medicine is that? Is the man lying on the ground going to die? The flight attendant thought for a moment and said, All right, I'll make an announcement over the intercom immediately. Xiaoya, go get the oxygen pillow. He nodded to Lei and then turned to the flight attendant beside him. At this point, whether he believed Zhang Yi was a doctor or not, he had no choice but to trust him. After all, the person was still lying on the ground, and saving lives was the priority. All right, flight attendant. The flight attendant agreed. Within half a minute, the flight attendant's voice echoed throughout the entire cabin. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an urgent announcement. There is a passenger on board who is suspected of having an acute myocardial infarction. He urgently needs a medication called nitroglycerin. If any of you have this medication, please assist us by handing it over to the flight attendant. Thank you. At this moment, many passengers who were still asleep were awakened by the commotion. They looked around in confusion, wondering what was happening. What is nitroglycerin? What is a heart attack? Zhang Yi remained crouched beside the middle-aged man who had collapsed, closely observing him and monitoring for any signs of deterioration leading to cardiac arrest. Shortly after, the flight attendant also brought an oxygen pillow and placed it on the middle-aged man who was lying on the ground. She stood up and cautiously glanced at Zhang Yi. It turned out that this gentleman was a doctor. After the announcement, not a single passenger responded. Just as Zhang Yi felt the situation growing increasingly dire, a sharp voice echoed throughout the entire aircraft cabin. I have medicine. Chapter 167, Ronghong KH-1358 requests to return to base. I have medicine here. Everyone looked over and saw a middle-aged woman in her 40s holding the medicine in her hand as she walked toward Zhang Yi and the others. Here, this is nitroglycerin. The woman handed the medicine to a flight attendant and said, Quick, give it to me. Zhang Yi reached out his hand to the flight attendant. At this point, there was no time for manners. The most important thing was to get the medicine into the man's mouth as quickly as possible. Here. The flight attendant hurriedly handed the medicine to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi swiftly lifted the man's chin off the ground and placed the medicine under his tongue, as nitroglycerin must be taken sublingually. The underside of the human tongue is rich in blood vessels, the sublingual venous plexus, which allows the medication to be absorbed quickly, resulting in rapid efficacy. Nitroglycerin also dissolves easily, and when held under the tongue, the dissolved medication can enter the bloodstream directly. Therefore, it not only takes effect quickly but also maintains its full efficacy. However, if taken orally, the drug is absorbed through the stomach and metabolized by the liver, where most of it is inactivated. This not only prevents the drug from taking effect quickly but also significantly reduces the efficacy of nitroglycerin. Generally, the dosage for adults is between 0.25 mg and 0.5 mg, which means 1 or 2 tablets are sufficient. Relief from symptoms can be felt within 23 minutes after sublingual administration. However, the patient in question has not shown any improvement despite the medication. His lips were also turning blue. Zhang Yi looked at his heart area and found it strange that the nitroglycerin wasn't having much effect. If taking 1 tablet of nitroglycerin sublingually has little effect, you can take another tablet after 5 minutes. However, if the total dose reaches 3 tablets within 15 minutes and the pain persists, you must immediately do everything possible to get the patient to the hospital. Unfortunately, after taking 3 tablets of nitroglycerin, the patient's condition has not improved. This won't work. We must go to the hospital immediately for thrombolytic therapy to clear the blocked blood vessels, as medication is no longer effective. Doctor, how is this gentleman doing now? The flight attendant looked at the man on the ground, whose complexion seemed off, and asked. No good, the nitroglycerin isn't working. We need to get him to the hospital immediately. Zhang Yi looked up at the flight attendant and said to Lei. To the hospital?
Now. They're currently at an altitude of 30,000 feet. Yes, we need to get to the hospital as soon as possible before this gentleman's heart stops. Is there a blood pressure monitor on the plane? I need to measure his blood pressure. There is a blood pressure monitor. The flight attendant named Xiaoya immediately replied, then turned and went into the crew rest area. I'll go ask the captain's opinion. The flight attendant thought for a moment and said, all right, please make sure to tell him that the patient's condition is critical and must be taken to the hospital immediately. Otherwise, he might die on the plane. Zhang Yi's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough for the surrounding passengers to hear. Everyone gasped in unison. What? Is this person going to die? What a pity, what a pity. Why not apply for an emergency landing right away? Let's see where we can land near that hospital? You're making it sound so easy. The flight's departure time and flight path have already been planned in advance. If we suddenly change the flight path, we might end up in trouble. Everyone whispered and chatted among themselves, while in the cockpit, the flight attendant reported everything in detail to the pilot. Heart attack? In the cockpit, both the captain and first officer looked at the flight attendant with expressions of shock. What's his condition? How is he? The captain quickly realized the severity of the situation and stood up to ask. There's a doctor among the passengers who says the patient needs to go to the hospital immediately or there could be life-threatening complications. That's why I'm asking for your opinion, Captain, or perhaps you could go out and take a look? The flight attendant suggested. The captain nodded, all right, Yuan-in, you take control of the aircraft. I'll go check it out. The captain said to the co-pilot in the other cockpit. Got it, Captain. Following that, the pilot accompanied the flight attendant into the passenger cabin. Only then did he realize that Zhang Yi was currently performing chest compressions on the man lying on the floor. Just moments after the flight attendant had left, the man's heart suddenly stopped. Vascular blockage can cause temporary myocardial ischemia. At this point, if medication can dilate the blood vessels and restore blood flow, it may prevent myocardial ischemia or myocardial necrosis. However, the current issue is that the medication is no longer effective for this patient. The blocked blood vessels have caused myocardial necrosis, leading to cardiac arrest. Immediate external cardiac resuscitation must be performed. Do you have a simple respirator for emergency use? Zhang Yi looked up at the flight attendant named Xiaoya and asked. Yes. I'll go get it right away. Xiaoya nodded repeatedly and hurried toward the flight attendant rest cabin. The flight attendant was also startled by the scene before her. It wasn't that bad just a few minutes ago. How did it get this bad so quickly? Doctor? Is this gentleman in cardiac arrest? The flight attendant asked. Yes. We need to get him to the hospital immediately. I suggest the plane return to Linhai City as soon as possible. Call emergency services and have an ambulance waiting at the airport. Zhang Yi said while continuing to perform CPR. The pilot couldn't help but look serious. Although he wasn't a doctor, he did know some basic first aid knowledge about chest compressions. The middle-aged man lying on the ground had his eyes rolled back, was unconscious and unresponsive, and his lips were turning increasingly purple. It was clear that the situation was extremely dangerous. Upon hearing the news of the return flight, passengers on the plane began to discuss the situation. Return flight? How are we going to get back to Tianshan City then? We need to save people first. Don't worry about that now. Exactly, everyone else is about to die, and you're still worried about how you're going to get back. Captain, turn back. Save the people first. Right, return to base. Let's get this gentleman to the hospital first. The pilot heard the passengers' discussions and made his decision immediately. The pilot returned to the cockpit, picked up the radio, and contacted the control tower. Ronghong KH-1358, due to an emergency on board the passenger aircraft, a passenger has suffered a sudden heart attack and requires immediate medical attention. Requesting to return to the airport and descend to a lower altitude. Within half a second, the voice of the air traffic controller ATC came over the radio. Approved for return to Ronghong KH-1358. Request 1358 to descend to 9,000 meters and maintain altitude. Chapter 168, Aircraft Malfunction, Emergency Landing. Got it, 1358. After returning to the cockpit, the captain addressed the flight attendant, inform all passengers in the cabin to remain calm and inform them that the flight is preparing to return to the airport. Got it, Captain. The flight attendant nodded and turned to leave. The captain of an aircraft is directly and ultimately responsible for the safety of the aircraft and passengers during all aviation activities. During flight, the captain is also granted the highest legal status and absolute authority. In the event of an emergency, the pilot must prioritize the safety of the passengers, which is why they chose to return to the airport. Captain, what's happening outside? The co-pilot asked while operating the controls. Someone's having a heart attack. It sounds like their heart has stopped. We need to get them to the hospital immediately. What? His heart stopped beating? We've been flying for nearly an hour. Will he make it back? The co-pilot is a bit worried.
The captain remained silent, deep in thought. Just then, the flight attendant who had gone out earlier returned, looking flustered, and said to the pilot, "Captain, the situation with that gentleman is getting worse. He has completely lost consciousness and is experiencing intermittent seizures. The doctor said we must reach the hospital within half an hour." Before the flight attendant could finish, the first officer and captain already understood. "If you don't hurry to the hospital, this person will die." "Captain, request an emergency landing," the co-pilot said to the captain. "We can't return now, we must request an emergency landing site and contact the local hospital to have an ambulance waiting at the airport." The captain looked at the control panel for a moment, then spoke into the intercom, Ronghong KH-1358 requesting the control tower to provide the nearest emergency landing site and call an ambulance from the local hospital for assistance. "I'm concerned that the passenger may not survive until we return to Linhai." "Roger that. Ronghong KH-1358, please continue turning right toward Dongzhou Airport." 1358, copy that. Putting down the radio, the captain stared straight ahead into the endless darkness and said, "Change course and head for Dongzhou." On the other side of the cabin, Zhang Yi had successfully performed CPR, but the situation remained extremely critical. If he wasn't transported to the hospital for thrombolytic therapy within the next half hour, there was a high likelihood of another recurrence, and Zhang Yi wasn't sure if he'd be able to save him even if they made it. "Would you like some water, sir?" Zhang Yi was deep in thought when he heard a sweet voice above him. Looking up, he saw the flight attendant named Xiaoya holding a cup of water and offering it to him. "Thank you," Zhang Yi said as he took the cup and drank it in big gulps. "Give me the empty cup." Zhang Yi finished the water and was wondering where to put the empty cup when Xiaoya spoke again. "Thank you for being so kind." This makes Zhang Yi feel a bit embarrassed. At that moment, the flight attendant's voice came over the intercom. "Attention all passengers, due to a passenger suddenly fainting, this flight has decided to return to its original destination. However, considering the passenger's safety, we hope to get them to the hospital as soon as possible for emergency treatment. Therefore, this flight has decided to divert and make an emergency landing in Dongzhou. We kindly ask for your understanding. Thank you for your cooperation." Flying to Dongzhou? There's no other choice. Hurry up, I think that person is about to collapse. Exactly. We should call an ambulance in advance. Inside the cabin, passengers were discussing the situation heatedly, but most supported the captain and flight attendant's decision. Meanwhile, in the cockpit, a terrifying scene unfolded. A loud bang was heard. In the extremely quiet cockpit, this was quite a high decibel level. The captain and first officer were both startled, their hearts racing. "What's going on?" The co-pilot looked around at the equipment. "Oh no, please don't let this be an accident right after we changed course." Since it was already nighttime, it was challenging to locate the source of the noise in the pitch-black surroundings. Bang! Another loud noise. The captain and first officer were clearly panicking inside. He picked up the intercom and ordered, "Cabin crew chief, immediately check that all passengers in the cabin have fastened their seatbelts. All crew members return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts. The aircraft has experienced a malfunction." "What?" The flight attendant panicked for only a second before quickly instructing all crew members to follow the pilot's orders. At that moment, the flight attendant's voice echoed through the cabin again, though this time her tone clearly betrayed a hint of panic. "Attention all passengers, attention all passengers. Please return to your seats immediately and fasten your seatbelts. Due to a minor malfunction on the aircraft, we kindly ask all passengers to cooperate with the cabin crew as soon as possible. Thank you for your cooperation." As soon as the announcement ended, the cabin erupted into chaos. "What's going on? No way? Did the plane crash? How unlucky." Zhang Yi didn't swear, but his expression wasn't much better. "What the hell is going on? Is it a navigation malfunction or a problem with the plane itself?" Zhang Yi switched seats with the passenger next to the middle-aged man because he was a doctor and needed to monitor the man's heart attack condition at all times. Zhang Yi and two flight attendants worked together to lean the unconscious man against the seat and fasten his seatbelt. Zhang Yi also sat down in his seat and fastened his seatbelt. Reporting to the captain, all passengers have fastened their seatbelts. Copy that. Return to your seat. The aircraft is preparing for an emergency landing. Okay. Meanwhile, inside the cockpit, the situation was far from ideal. After two consecutive explosions, the co-pilot located the source of the explosion. A crack had appeared in the windshield directly in front of his right side. "Captain, the windshield on my side is cracked." The windshield of a commercial passenger aircraft typically consists of 3 layers, an outer layer, a middle layer, and an inner layer. Its toughness and pressure resistance are 2,000 to 3,000 times greater than that of ordinary glass. The first officer gently touched the windshield and immediately turned to the captain in horror, exclaiming, "The inner layer of the glass has cracked." Generally, it is believed that even if the inner layer of the glass is broken, the middle and outer layers can still withstand twice the pressure difference between the cabin and the outside. However, the captain immediately picked up the radio and addressed ATC, Ronghong KH-1358 aircraft malfunction, front windshield of the cockpit has cracked. Request immediate descent altitude. Approved. Flight 1358 is currently 150 kilometers east of Dongzhou, descending to 8,300 meters. Copy that. 1358, prepare for emergency landing. The ATC only heard the pilot on the other end of the radio call, but before he could finish speaking, there was a loud explosion. Immediately afterward, there was only a chaotic screeching noise, and no one responded. Ronghong 1358, please respond? 1358? 1358, please respond if you can hear me? Chapter 169, A Narrow Escape. The air traffic controllers were also panicking. No matter how they called, there was no response. If something really happened, that would be over 100 lives. ATC immediately activated emergency channel 1215 and joined other aircraft in the air to call flight 1358. ATC 1358, please respond. Dihong 1776, Ronghong 1358, copy that, please respond. Dongzhou is calling you. West Air 9823, Chengdu Air 1358, copy that, please respond. Dongzhou is calling you. Other crews, 1358, please acknowledge. Dongzhou is calling you. However, there was no response from 1358. Inside the cockpit. After the third explosion, the windshield in front of the cockpit shattered completely. The co-pilot's entire body was thrown forward out of control. Due to the shattered glass, a pressure difference formed between the stratosphere and the cabin. Fortunately, the co-pilot had fastened his seatbelt, otherwise, he would have been propelled directly out of the aircraft at that moment, plummeting thousands of meters into the void. Due to the disruption of air pressure in the cockpit, the entire aircraft malfunctioned, causing it to descend rapidly and increase in speed. At this point, the captain picked up the intercom that had been knocked loose by the explosion and addressed air traffic control 1358. The front windshield of the cockpit has completely shattered, the structural integrity has been compromised, and the aircraft is rapidly descending. 1358, immediately turn right 150 kilometers and divert to Dongzhou Airport. Descend to 6,300 meters. Dongzhou Airport is ready to receive you. The air traffic controller's urgent voice came through the radio. Finally, the crew responded, he thought, terrified that the entire aircraft had been lost. Copy that, 1358, preparing to divert to Dongzhou Airport. The captain immediately turned the aircraft around and headed toward Dongzhou Airport. Inside the cabin, all passengers, including Zhang Yi, were on the verge of panic. This is it, we're going to die. Everyone could clearly feel the plane descending rapidly. Zhang Yi was about to lose his temper. What the hell is going on? I actually got caught up in this. Damn it. Attention all passengers. Due to turbulence, the aircraft is descending rapidly. Please fasten your seatbelts. The aircraft is preparing to make an emergency landing at Dongzhou Airport. Please remain calm. Thank you. As soon as the announcement ended, the passengers could no longer remain calm. This is so bumpy, and they expect me not to worry? It's over. I'm going to die. What's going on? This is so bumpy. Despite his panic, Zhang Yi kept an eye on the middle-aged man beside him, whose situation didn't look good. Suddenly, Zhang Yi's heart skipped a beat. The middle-aged man's heartbeat grew weaker. It might be due to the turbulence, as the heart, which had just resumed beating, has become weak again, with a very faint rhythm. At this moment, Zhang Yi was helpless and could only pray for the plane to land quickly so that this person could be taken to the hospital. Boom! The thunderous noise of the plane pierced Zhang Yi's eardrums, louder than when it took off earlier. About 20 minutes later, another loud bang echoed through the air. The plane finally landed. Zhang Yi's entire body leaned backward as the plane taxied quickly. Feeling the plane touch down, the passengers on the vehicle couldn't help but let out a series of gasps. Almost scared the pants off me. I'm alive. It feels so good to be able to touch the ground again. Zhang Yi let out a sigh of relief, his heart finally settling a little. He turned his head to observe the middle-aged man beside him once more. No! His heartbeat had stopped again. When Zhang Yi's gaze fell on the middle-aged man's heart, he let out a startled cry. Please hold on. Zhang Yi whispered again. Just hold on for a few more minutes, and the plane should come to a stop. There should be rescue personnel waiting on the tarmac. A few minutes later, the plane came to a complete stop. Zhang Yi quickly unbuckled the seatbelt, placed the middle-aged man on the hard floor, and began performing chest compressions. Several minutes had already been wasted. Nitroglycerin was ineffective, and thrombolytic therapy was not an option. The only hope was to restore his heartbeat through chest compressions. At that moment, the cabin intercom sounded again. Attention all passengers, this flight has successfully diverted to Dongzhou Airport. Due to a passenger suffering from a heart attack in the cabin, please remain seated and do not move from your seats. The crew will assist the patient off the aircraft first. Please remain calm and thank you for your cooperation. At this moment, an ambulance with red and white stripes is parked below the aircraft. To save time, the crew deployed the emergency slide on one side of the aircraft. When the medical personnel arrived on board, they saw Zhang Yi performing continuous chest compressions. "Please step aside, let me take a look." A steady, authoritative voice rang out behind Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi turned around and saw a doctor in a green emergency uniform. He was suffering from an acute myocardial infarction. He had taken 3 tablets of nitroglycerin orally, but it had no effect. He then began to experience cyanosis of the lips, loss of consciousness, and dilated pupils. Zhang Yi stood up to make room for the medical staff. The lead emergency doctor glanced at Zhang Yi and asked, "Are you also a doctor?" Zhang Yi nodded, "Yes." The emergency doctor didn't say anything else but began to diagnose the collapsed patient. He used a small medical flashlight to check the man's pupils, which were indeed dilated. He then felt the carotid artery in the man's neck. There was no pulse. The doctor hurriedly said to the 2 male assistants carrying the stretcher behind him, "Quickly! Carry him away! Hurry back to the hospital! This patient's heart has stopped beating." Several medical staff members then placed the middle-aged man onto the stretcher. Zhang Yi kindly handed the man's bag to the doctor as well. "Is this the patient's bag?" the emergency doctor asked. "Yes." "All right, understood." The emergency doctor glanced at Zhang Yi and then left. After the man was carried off the aircraft, the passengers in the cabin, still shaken, began to disembark in an orderly manner. "We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. Please wait in the departure lounge, and we will arrange another flight to take you back to Tianshan City." In the departure lounge, the flight attendant approached the over 100 passengers stranded in Dongzhou and addressed them. Most of the passengers did not say much, but a small number were complaining, wanting to return to Tianshan as soon as possible. By this time, it was already close to 10 p.m. If they had to wait for the next flight to return to Tianshan, they would likely arrive there around midnight. "Sir, would you like a boxed meal?" Zhang Yi was thinking to himself when a sweet female voice came from above. Chapter 170, Finally Safe at Home. "Do you need anything?" the sweet-voiced flight attendant asked again. I'll have one." Zhang Yi nodded. He wasn't hungry at first, but talking about it made him a bit hungry. "All right." The flight attendant nodded excitedly, looking quite happy. Soon, the flight attendant of Flight 1358 arrived at the waiting area carrying a large box of meals. Passengers on Ronghong KH-1358 who need boxed meals may collect them here with their boarding passes. The meals are complimentary. The flight attendant announced to the passengers in the waiting area. Zhang Yi, who was wearing headphones and playing a game, did not hear the announcement. However, a boxed meal suddenly appeared before his eyes. Zhang Yi looked up and saw that it was a flight attendant named Xiaoya who had specially brought it to him. "Thank you." Zhang Yi smiled politely, took the meal box, and placed it aside before continuing to play the game. "This is a crucial moment I can't afford to mess up." The flight attendant looked at Zhang Yi's phone and reminded him, "Sir, you should eat your meal while it's hot. Otherwise, it'll get cold and won't taste as good." "Ha? Oh, okay. I'll eat it after I finish this game." Zhang Yi nodded absent-mindedly, not noticing when Xiaoya had left. 5 minutes later, the game ended, and Zhang Yi finally picked up the boxed meal he had set aside and began to eat. Ugh, this must be fast food from the airport, right? It's terrible. But at this hour, there's not much else to eat. The next flight hasn't even arrived yet, so I'll just eat something to fill my stomach. A group of stranded passengers waited at the airport for nearly 2 hours before an empty flight finally became available at noon. The stranded passengers began lining up to board the plane. Zhang Yi noticed there were quite a few people ahead of him, so he sat down in his seat, planning to wait until everyone else had boarded before getting on himself. "Excuse me, can I add you on WeChat?" The same voice rang out behind Zhang Yi again. Zhang Yi turned around in confusion. Why was this girl always coming after him? "Add me on WeChat? What do you want?" Zhang Yi asked with a frown. "Oh, I'm just because Xiaoya's face is a bit red." Even Zhang Yi, as straight and clueless as he was, could tell that the girl had a crush on him, right? "Sorry, I have a girlfriend," Zhang Yi said apologetically. "What?" This was clearly unexpected for Xiaoya, so she was now a bit embarrassed and surprised. "Oh, it's because you're a doctor that I wanted to add you on WeChat to learn more. After all, we're in aviation, and you never know when we might encounter an emergency situation again, so I can learn how to handle it too." Xiaoya made up a random excuse to ease the awkwardness. Zhang Yi turned to look at Xiaoya and asked, "Don't airlines provide specialized training? I thought airlines were supposed to have specialized first aid training. What's the point of adding his WeChat anyway?" "That's what I was thinking." Passengers on Ronghong Flight KH-1358 transferring to Shihong Flight UC-9936, please proceed to Gate 120 for boarding. Passengers on Ronghong Flight KH-1358 transferring to Shihong Flight UC-1996, please proceed to Gate 120 for boarding. The aircraft is about to depart. Please proceed to Gate 120 promptly for boarding. The announcement interrupted Xiaoya's words as it echoed through the departure lounge. Zhang Yi finally noticed that the boarding gate ahead was almost full. He stood up and apologized. Sorry, I have to board the plane. Xiaoya stood behind him, watching Zhang Yi's back, hesitating to speak. Oh well. I finally found a handsome guy, but he already has a girlfriend. What a pity. Dongzhou wasn't as far from Tianshan as Lehigh was. The flight took only an hour and a half to reach Tianshan City. When Zhang Yi returned to the dormitory, he discovered that Yuan Li was not there. Is this guy working the night shift or out getting a hotel room? Zhang Yi muttered to himself, tidied up briefly, and went to sleep. After 2 days of fun, it's time to get back to work. In the morning, Zhang Yi went downstairs as usual to the noodle shop for a bowl of beef noodles. The food in Chengdu is indeed delicious, but it's just too oily. A simple bowl of noodles in the morning comes with a layer of red oil on top. Zhang Yi couldn't resist stopping by the dumpling shop next door to buy a cup of soy milk to help settle his stomach. He drank it all the way to the emergency building, finishing just as he arrived. Hey! What are you drinking? Is it good? Zhang Yi felt someone slap him hard on the back. Cough. Damn it! You almost choked me to death. Zhang Yi turned around and realized it was Kong Wei. Where have you been wandering around these past few days? You even left the game hanging last time. Kong Wei raised his eyebrows teasingly. Were you looking for a girlfriend? Get lost. Mind your own business. Go back to work. Zhang Yi shot Kong Wei a disdainful glance and said. Kong Wei chuckled and turned toward the inpatient ward. After the emergency department held its morning meeting as usual, Zhang Yi took a break and went to the pediatric ward. Shi Ji had already been moved out of the incubator and transferred to a regular pediatric ward. Since she was a newborn, she was admitted to the neonatal ward within the pediatric department. A premature baby who suffered from asphyxia managed to survive long enough to be taken out of the incubator. It truly is a miracle that this little one is still with us. QQ. Zhang Yi gently knocked on the door of the hospital room. Chen Xiaoping came out and, upon seeing that it was Zhang Yi, his face lit up with joy. Dr. Zhang, how did you come here? I came to check on the little one. How's he been lately? Zhang Yi entered the ward and saw Li Xiaoyun happily holding the child and making him laugh. Hello, Dr. Zhang. Li Xiaoyun nodded politely to Zhang Yi. She couldn't help but think, if it weren't for Zhang Yi, all of this would be nothing but a mirage. She might still be living with that harsh mother-in-law, unable to have children, and certainly wouldn't be experiencing such happiness now. Can I hold the baby? Zhang Yi walked over to Li Xiaoyun and asked. Li Xiaoyun smiled and nodded, carefully placing the child into Zhang Yi's arms. The baby, no bigger than a palm, was so light. Zhang Yi felt as though he wasn't holding anything at all. He couldn't help but speak to the little one in his arms. Hey, Shiji, why are you so light? Eat more and grow taller and stronger. Look at you now, all wrinkled and not very pretty at all. Little did Zhang Yi know that as soon as he finished speaking, Shiji started crying. Wah 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 wah. Zhang Yi and Shen Xiaoping exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter. This little one can already understand when someone says she's not pretty, huh? Chapter 171, A Difficult Mental Patient. Zhang Yi, who had just returned from the pediatric ward, received a call from Su Qingqing. What's wrong, Qingqing? I have some good news for you. Su Qingqing's excited voice came through the phone. What good news? Zhang Yi asked indifferently. Well, Lu Shu's son, Lu Gang, called my father today and said that Lu Shu has regained consciousness, and his wounds are healing well. There have been no complications so far. His son originally wanted to thank you properly, but my father said you had already left, so he asked him to transfer 1 million yuan to him to pass on to you as a token of gratitude for your help. My father then gave me the money and asked me to let you know. 1 million? That's so generous. Yeah. No, it's too valuable. You should return it to him. Doctors save lives, it's their duty. We can't accept bribes like this. Zhang Yi firmly refused over the phone. This isn't a bribe. You were specially invited by my father to perform the surgery. There's no such thing as a bribe, and besides, you're on vacation. Believe me, with your skills, there will definitely be more people who will specifically hire you for surgery in the future, just like how some hospitals specifically invite foreign experts to come over. Who knows, you might even get the chance to perform surgery abroad. Su Qingqing said, her eyes filled with anticipation. Zhang Yi shook his head and smiled. Abroad? I don't know about the future, but I'll try my best. Zhang Yi shook his head and smiled. Abroad? I don't know about the future, but I'll do my best. He. Then I'll transfer the money to you, okay? Su Qingqing asked again. Zhang Yi hesitated for a moment and said, alright, go ahead and transfer it. He, don't worry. 1 million isn't much for my Uncle Lu's family. I know, I'll hang up now. I still have to go to work. Zhang Yi said as he looked at the increasingly longer call duration. Alright, you go ahead and get back to work. After reluctantly hanging up the phone with Su Qingqing, a series of urgent sirens sounded outside the emergency building. Zhang Yi hurried to the emergency room entrance and realized that the ambulance was not from the main hospital in Tianshan City. The two ambulances were labeled with the words Tianshan City 4th People's Hospital.
If Zhang Yi remembered correctly, Tianshan 4th Hospital was a mental hospital, wasn't it? Could it be that a mentally ill person has arrived? Sure enough, the ambulance doors opened, and a male patient wearing a 4th Hospital patient gown was carried out on a stretcher. Zhang Yi quickly scanned the man's entire body. Aside from some abnormal conditions in the brain, there were no other issues. Could it be encephalitis? This person got into a fight with other patients at the 4th Hospital yesterday and injured his head. He was fine yesterday, but when he woke up today, he was unconscious and disoriented, speaking incoherently. The 4th Hospital found that his white blood cell count was slightly elevated and suspected encephalitis, so they transferred him to our hospital for treatment. The doctor on call looked at Zhang Yi and said, "It is indeed encephalitis, and the condition is quite critical. The patient requires round-the-clock monitoring, and a lumbar puncture must be performed to check for infection in the cerebrospinal fluid. Alright, let's take him in. Are there any family members present?" Zhang Yi turned to the doctor from the 4th Hospital and asked. "We've already called. The family said they're on their way." Zhang Yi nodded and followed the stretcher into the emergency room. The psychiatric hospital in Tianshan City was a specialized hospital, meaning it only treated mental or neurological disorders and did not have the comprehensive emergency equipment or medications available at a general city hospital. Therefore, most patients from psychiatric hospitals are transferred to general hospitals for treatment when they experience severe or critical injuries or illnesses. For life-threatening conditions like encephalitis, psychiatric departments are unable to provide independent treatment and must wait until white blood cell counts are stabilized before transferring patients to psychiatric hospitals. ECG monitoring, oxygen first, blood draw, then check white blood cell count. Okay. Zhang Yi looked at the mentally ill patient on the hospital bed and couldn't quite put his finger on it, but something felt off. He turned to the doctor from the 4th Hospital who had entered with him and asked, "Why did this patient get into a fight with other patients yesterday?" The doctor from the 4th Hospital who was signing the documents turned around and said, "I was just about to remind you that our hospital checked the surveillance footage this morning and discovered that this patient had been hiding his medication for 5 days. This means that he has not taken his medication for schizophrenia for 5 days. Yesterday, he got into a fight with someone over a spoon and broke another patient's forehead, causing it to bleed profusely. Therefore, we suspect that his mental illness has relapsed. I recommend that while treating the encephalitis over the next 2 days, you ensure the patient is restrained, as he may not cooperate otherwise." What? During the onset of the disease? The nurses nearby were startled upon hearing that it was during the onset of the disease. Who the hell would dare to work the night shift now? There are already few staff members on night shift, and if someone suddenly has an episode, we won't be able to control it. Don't worry too much. I've already brought his medication. You should set up a nasogastric tube and administer the medication to him on time and in the correct dosage every day. As long as the medication is taken, the condition can be controlled. Additionally, I recommend that you keep restraints on hand at all times. If there are any signs of instability, restrain him immediately. Zhang Yi's expression darkened upon hearing this. This was going to be tricky. We should act quickly while the patient is unconscious to treat the encephalitis and send him back as soon as possible. Otherwise, once this mentally ill patient has an episode, it'll be a real headache. The most common type of mental illness is schizophrenia, followed by epilepsy-induced mental disorders, alcohol-induced mental disorders, syphilis-induced mental disorders, anxiety disorders, manic disorders, depression, and emotional disorders. Among others, mental illnesses are too complex to list in detail here. Schizophrenia itself is further classified into paranoid schizophrenia, hebephrenic schizophrenia, undifferentiated schizophrenia, and simple schizophrenia, among others. When Zhang Yi first encountered knowledge about mental illnesses in school, he had a certain feeling. Psychiatry is a field of medicine that is more difficult to study and treat than any other specialty. Currently, surgical treatment has limited efficacy for this condition, and patients primarily rely on medication to manage their symptoms. The most severe form of paranoid schizophrenia is characterized by delusions of persecution, auditory hallucinations, and visual hallucinations, where the patient constantly believes that someone is trying to harm or kill them. As a result, they often act defensively out of instinct. "Dr. Zhang, the patient has woken up." Zhang Yi, who was lost in thought, was interrupted by Nurse Xiaomei's voice. Chapter 172, White Blood Cell Count Too High. Everyone looked nervously at the patient on the hospital bed. A doctor from the 4th Hospital stepped forward first and asked the patient, "Zhao Xiaodong? Can you hear me?" Zhang Yi also walked closer to take a look. The patient had his eyelids half open, and he looked around at the people in front of him in a daze, but he didn't respond to the doctor's question. The doctor continued, "You need to follow instructions while you're here for treatment, do you understand? Your parents will be here soon to see you. Did you hear me?" The patient named Zhao Xiaodong remained with his eyelids half open, saying nothing. Zhang Yi estimated that he was currently in a state of mild unconsciousness. Mild coma is characterized by the loss of consciousness and voluntary movement, though occasional involuntary spontaneous movements may occur.
The patient is in a passive position, unresponsive to external stimuli, sound, or light, though occasional involuntary spontaneous movements and eye movements may occur. Seeing that Zhao Xiaodong did not respond, the doctor turned to the emergency room staff and said, "There's nothing to be afraid of with mentally ill patients. Don't worry too much. Just make sure to give him his medication on time. If any sudden situations arise, restrain him, and that's all there is to it." The psychiatrist looked completely relaxed, while Zhang Yi sighed and said, "All right, we understand. Is there anything else you need us to do?" The doctor shook his head and said, "Nothing else for now. If you have any questions, just give us a call. I'll be on my way." "All right." Zhang Yi nodded and watched the doctor from the 4th hospital leave before turning to look at Zhao Xiaodong. The results were in. Nurse Xiaomei brought back the urgent test report from the laboratory and handed it to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi looked at it and saw that the white blood cell count had skyrocketed to 319,710 to the 9th power. The normal range for white blood cells is 410,100, but this patient's count was more than 3 times that. Such a high white blood cell count must raise suspicion of viral encephalitis. Let's send him for a brain CT scan first. He currently cannot rule out viral encephalitis. We should prepare for a lumbar puncture over the new year, okay? Guo Xinyan glanced at Zhang Yi. Shouldn't a lumbar puncture be done by a neurosurgeon? But then Guo Xinyan thought again. This guy can even perform heart transplants, what's a lumbar puncture? Guo Xinyan nodded at Zhang Yi and said, "All right." Typically, a lumbar puncture can extract a fluid called cerebrospinal fluid. The extracted cerebrospinal fluid can be sent for clinical testing to aid in the differential diagnosis of certain diseases. In general, lumbar puncture can be used to differentiate between various types of meningitis, such as purulent meningitis, tuberculous meningitis, viral meningitis, fungal meningitis, and Japanese encephalitis. Additionally, conditions such as cerebral hemorrhage, cerebral infarction, and subarachnoid hemorrhage, which are cerebrovascular accidents, can also be diagnosed using lumbar puncture. About 20 minutes later, Zhao Xiaodong's parents arrived. Zhang Yi informed them of the basic condition and the purpose of the lumbar puncture examination. The family members expressed their understanding and signed the informed consent form. Subsequently, in a separate wound care room in the emergency department, Zhang Yi, Guo Xinyan, and a nurse began performing the lumbar puncture on Zhao Xiaodong. Although lumbar punctures have become less common since CT technology was widely adopted in clinical practice, brain CT scans cannot completely replace lumbar punctures. Some conditions, such as cerebral vascular disorders or encephalitis, still require lumbar puncture to diagnose and differentiate between conditions. When patients present with symptoms such as headache, vomiting, and neck stiffness indicative of meningeal irritation, it is essential to differentiate between subarachnoid hemorrhage and meningitis. In such cases, CT scans are ineffective, whereas a lumbar puncture provides a clear diagnosis. Although a lumbar puncture is not a major surgical procedure, it does require the use of a small dose of anesthetic, such as lidocaine. Zhang Yi and 2 others worked together to place Zhao Xiaodong, who was in a state of light unconsciousness, on the bed in a lateral recumbent position, with his head flexed forward toward his chest, knees bent, and hands hugging his knees. However, this was not feasible for Zhao Xiaodong at the time. After adjusting the position, perform routine disinfection. Administer lidocaine via subcutaneous injection at L34L, wait for a skin wheel to form, then proceed with anesthesia of the deeper structures. Check for defects in the lumbar puncture needle. Use the left hand to secure the skin at the puncture site, hold the lumbar puncture needle in the right hand, and insert it vertically into the skin at the level of the skin crease. Advance slowly, with the tip of the lumbar puncture needle angled 30-45 degrees toward the patient's foot. Slowly advance the needle into the subarachnoid space. When the needle tip passes through the ligament and dura mater, a sudden loss of resistance will be felt. During the puncture, the beveled edge of the lumbar puncture needle should be parallel to the patient's body axis to avoid damaging the dura mater fibers, thereby reducing the risk of post-lumbar puncture headache. After cerebrospinal fluid flows out, connect the pressure measurement tube to monitor pressure. Normal initial pressure is 70-180 mmHg in the lateral decubitus position. Increased pressure may indicate patient anxiety, arachnoid hemorrhage, infection, or space-occupying lesions. Decreased pressure may indicate impaired cerebrospinal fluid circulation or the lumbar puncture needle tip being only partially in the subarachnoid space. Collect 5 milliliters of the cerebrospinal fluid for analysis. Finally, remove the needle. First, administer a dose of antiviral solution, then add a dose of immunoglobulin G. Upon exiting the wound treatment room, Zhang Yi instructed the nurse. Okay. The possibility of viral meningitis cannot be ruled out, so an immune-boosting drug, gamma immunoglobulin, should also be administered. Viral infections most commonly lead to abnormalities in the body's immune function, and immunoglobulin G is specifically designed to improve immune function. The patient was rushed back to the emergency room, where a nurse inserted a nasogastric tube into Zhao Xiaodong to ensure that medication could be administered promptly to this mentally ill patient. He had not taken his antipsychotic medication for 5 days, and if he were to wake up, he would likely experience auditory and visual hallucinations again, characteristic of paranoid delusions. Zhang Yi thought for a moment, then walked to the doctor's office and reminded the doctor on duty today, Li Lin, I suggest you restrain Zhao Xiaodong during your night shift tonight.
What's wrong? Li Lin asked with some concern. Mental patients are different from ordinary patients. Once you mention it, even a normal person would be wary. Mental hospitals are under closed management, and many patients want to leave but can't due to their illnesses. I'm worried this patient might be afraid of returning to the mental hospital and try to escape in the middle of the night, so I suggest you restrain him at night. The family has mentioned that they will stay overnight outside tonight. You can inform them in advance, and they will understand.
All right. I'll let the family know and ask them to keep an eye on things tonight. Li Lin nodded heavily, hoping nothing would go wrong during his shift. If the patient really wakes up and escapes, where the hell are we going to find them in the middle of the night? Chapter 173, Unlocking Kidney Transplantation. After a busy day, I finally got off work. During the nearly 2 months I've been working in the emergency department, every day has been highly focused. Zhang Yi sometimes even admires the female colleagues in the department. How do those female doctors and nurses manage to keep going? Physical labor, pulling all-nighters, one critical patient after another, and facing life and death every day. Men who can endure this are basically considered the toughest, while women who can endure this are basically considered strong women. Of course, this also means that most of them end up single. Sigh, I have a blind date tonight. Before leaving work, Xinyan sat in his office with his head down, looking dejected. Wow! That's great! A 32-year-old eligible bachelor is finally getting married. Zhang Yi bowed and congratulated him. I wish you a happy marriage, a long life together, and many children and grandchildren. Stop it. Forget about having children and growing old together. You have no idea how annoying blind dates are. Xinyan shook his head and sighed repeatedly. What's wrong? Xinyan took a sip of water and explained calmly, the first 2 times, my mother introduced me to a female bank employee. She immediately asked me about my current medical title, whether I was an attending physician or a licensed physician, and whether I had taken the civil service exam. She said that without the civil service exam, I wasn't a formal employee, and if the hospital needed to lay off staff, they could fire me at any time. I was speechless. What kind of person is that? You can be fired at any time if you're not on the permanent staff? She must not know how the medical profession works. Then there was the second time when my mom introduced me to a nurse manager at a second-tier hospital through someone she knew. She was 3 years older than me, but I won't mention her age. After all, there's an old saying, a woman 3 years older is worth her weight in gold. But this woman was even more peculiar. She immediately asked me if I knew how to do laundry and cook. I said I knew a little, but because of work, I rarely did it. Can you guess what she said? Zhang Yi asked, holding back a laugh. What did she say? She actually said she doesn't know how to do any of it and told me to start learning right away. After we get married, she wants me to handle all the household chores because she doesn't know how to manage a household. I asked her why she doesn't do it herself. I said my job is also very busy, and since we're both medical professionals, we should understand and help each other. But she replied that nowadays many men are both the breadwinners and the homemakers, so why can't I do the same? I was speechless at the time. I really wanted to snap her out of it, but she didn't even look at herself, her age, her appearance. Sigh. In the end, I held my tongue and just said, find someone else, then walked away. Sigh, what kind of weirdos do you meet on blind dates? Xinyan sighed and vented all his frustrations. Why don't you tell your mom to stop setting you up? When the right person comes along, it'll happen naturally. Sigh, work is so busy, and when I get home, I just want to lie down and relax. Where would I find fate? Colleagues. Aren't there still a few singles in our department? Come on, I wouldn't want to be in the same department as my significant other. The emergency room is already so busy, and we'd probably end up arguing over work and breaking up eventually. Well, I hope it works out for you tonight. Zhang Yibai rolled his eyes at Xinyan and said, all right, I'm off. Xinyan nodded and left the department with a solemn expression, as if facing a major challenge. Zhang Yi chuckled and shook his head, also preparing to leave work and return to the dormitory. But before he even entered the door, he caught a whiff of a burning smell. Is Yuanli tearing down the kitchen or burning down the dormitory? Zhang Yi hurriedly took out the key and opened the door. Cough cough, Yuanli, are you trying to kill yourself? Zhang Yi covered his nose with his hand, coughed twice, and shouted toward the kitchen. This damn place is filled with smoke. Oh no, I forgot to turn on the exhaust fan. The smoke will clear up soon. Don't panic. Yuan Li's voice came from the kitchen. Damn it! Zhang Yi complained as he went to open all the windows in the living room, then walked into the kitchen to see what Yuan Li was up to. What are you doing? Zhang Yi asked as he entered the kitchen. Aren't I off tonight? I didn't feel like eating out, so I decided to cook something at home. Yuan Li looked excited. Zhang Yi looked at the black, greasy mess in the frying pan and swallowed hard before saying, you eat it yourself. I'll go downstairs and grab something quick.
No, I cooked this for you. Don't waste it.
Yuan Li held Zhang Yi back with one hand while still holding the spatula in the other. Zhang Yi glanced back at the rice in the rice cooker. It was still half cooked. Brother, I sincerely advise you not to cook for me next time.
I don't want to be poisoned. Get lost. You good for nothing son of a, what are you talking about? Get lost. You good for nothing brat, what are you talking about? Yuan Li shot Zhang Yi a disdainful glance and said, humph. If you won't eat it, I'll eat it myself.
Zhang Yi nodded repeatedly. Phew, as long as you don't force me to cook for you, we can still be friends. I'm going downstairs to grab a bowl of spicy noodles and come back later.
Bye. With that, Zhang Yi turned and walked away.
Wait. Yuan Li called out to Zhang Yi, hesitated for a moment, glanced at the vegetables in the pot, then put down the spatula and said, come on, let's go together.
Actually, the beef noodle soup downstairs is even better.
Now beginning simulated lung transplant training, double lung transplant. Please prepare, host.
Countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Begin. Ding.
Congratulations, host, on completing the organ transplant training, lung transplant.
Reward issued, organ transplant, kidney transplant. Kidney transplantation, commonly known as a kidney transplant.
The human body has 2 kidneys, one on each side.
Typically, 1 kidney is sufficient to support normal metabolic needs.
When both kidneys fail, kidney transplantation is the most ideal treatment option.
Kidney transplantation is classified based on the source of the donor kidney into autologous kidney transplantation, allogeneic kidney transplantation, and xenogeneic kidney transplantation. Allogeneic kidney transplantation is commonly referred to simply as kidney transplantation.
The other 2 types are distinguished by adding autologous or xenogeneic to the term. However, some physicians directly classify kidney transplantation into living donor transplantation and deceased donor transplantation, with the former involving organ donation from a relative and the latter involving organ donation from a non-related individual who has died. In clinical practice, most living kidney transplants from related relatives result in minimal post-operative rejection reactions, but most cadaveric kidney transplants do result in rejection reactions. Therefore, since the first kidney transplant surgery in 1936, living kidney transplants have accounted for 95% of all kidney transplant surgeries. This also indicates that the success of kidney transplantation is closely related to genetics and blood relations.
Chapter 174, The Child Beneath the Ruins. Zhang Yi had thought the mentally ill man would run away, but it turned out he had overestimated him. During the 2 days of emergency treatment, Zhao Xiaodong was very obedient and behaved no differently from a normal person. He complied with everything, whether it was getting an injection or receiving in 4 drip. He didn't seem anything like the violent, troublemaking individual described by the psychiatrist at the psychiatric hospital when he was first admitted. I feel like schizophrenia isn't much different from other illnesses. Isn't that okay?
In the emergency room, several doctors and nurses sat at the nursing station, chatting idly.
Maybe the medication is working well.
I've been giving him his medicine on time and in the right dosage every day for the past 2 days.
I was afraid he might miss a dose.
A nurse whispered, glancing at Zhao Xiaodong lying on the bed with his eyes open, seemingly lost in thought.
Maybe I shouldn't restrain him tonight? He doesn't seem to be causing any trouble. Tying him up and giving him 4 fluids every day just to make him sleep feels a bit cruel.
Dr. Hikai, the on-call doctor in the emergency department, whispered.
No, he'll be leaving in 2 days.
I still suggest that the night shift doctors and nurses restrain him before he leaves.
Zhang Yi's calm voice interjected. Hey, Zhang Yi, you have no compassion. Don't look down on mentally ill people. After taking their medication to control their condition, they're no different from normal people. Xiao Mei scornfully rebuked Zhang Yi.
However, Zhang Yi didn't take it to heart and continued, I'm not looking at mentally ill people through colored glasses. It's just that he's only been taking his medication for 2 days. Generally, schizophrenia requires at least 7 consecutive days of medication before symptoms like delusions, hallucinations, and other fantasies start to improve. He's only been taking it for 2 days, and I'm worried his condition isn't well controlled.
What if something happens?
Hikai listened to Zhang Yi's words, thought for a moment, then nodded and said, Zhang Yi does have a point. Not far away, Zhao Xiaodong closed his eyes again. At first glance, it looked like he was asleep, but upon closer inspection, one could see that his tightly closed eyelashes were trembling slightly, and his eyes beneath his eyelids were moving back and forth, as if he were plotting something. Just as the doctors in the emergency room were still chatting quietly, a urgent call suddenly rang out.
Hello, this is the emergency room at Tianshan City Hospital.
The nurse answered the phone, and everyone who had been chatting fell silent.
Alright, where are you located? Alright, Wuxian District, Tai Town, Nongmo Village, Team 5, right? Alright, just go to Nongmo Village, right? Alright, please keep your phone on so we can contact you when our medical staff arrives. Don't worry, we'll get there as soon as possible. After hanging up the phone, the nurse's expression turned serious as she asked, who is on duty today? Me, Zhang Yi, and Li Lin. I don't know who the nurse is. Gui Xinyan said. There's a house that collapsed in Taiyi Town, Wushan District, killing 2 children and injuring 3 others seriously. We need to get there immediately. The nurse said while recording the phone number and exact address from the previous call log. The house collapsed? Everyone's expressions were filled with shock, as if such a thing rarely happened in this day and age. However, their hands and feet didn't slow down. Zhang Yi had already stepped out of the emergency room first. Beep, beep, beep. 2 minutes later, 2 ambulances slowly emerged from the emergency building of Tianshan City People's Hospital and sped toward the traffic on the road. Wushan District is a district of Tianshan City, located relatively close to the city hospital, which is why the emergency call was directed there. The journey should have taken only 40 minutes, but since it was noon, the peak time for the lunch rush, there was unexpectedly heavy traffic. As a result, by the time the 2 ambulances arrived at the agricultural village, it had already been 1.5 hours. Upon arriving at the entrance of the village chief and several kind villagers were already waiting there. Oh my goodness! Doctor! You finally arrived! Hurry, hurry, follow me! The people ahead are nearly unconscious. The village chief, upon seeing the doctors in their white emergency uniforms, was so overcome with emotion that tears welled up in his eyes. Sir, please stay calm. We'll discuss the details as we go. Zhang Yi's hands moved swiftly as he grabbed the basic first aid kit and followed the village chief at a brisk pace. Behind them, Guo Xinyan, Li Lin, and several nurses hurriedly carried stretchers toward the incident site. Along the way, Zhang Yi also got a rough account of what had happened from the village chief. 2 hours earlier, Cheng Yong had brought his 2 sons to his younger brother Cheng Jun's home for dinner, which was the very house that had already collapsed. Fortunately, both brothers had 2 sons and 2 daughters each. During dinner, Cheng Yong and Cheng Jun stepped outside to smoke so as not to disturb the children, leaving the 4 children and Cheng Jun's wife, Wang Yanfei, inside the house. At that very moment, a tragic incident occurred. Boom! 2 men who were smoking suddenly turned around, and the house collapsed. There were 4 children and an adult buried inside. One of the children was only 10 months old. After hearing this, the medical staff couldn't help but feel deeply saddened, especially since the previous call they had received reported that 2 children had already been crushed to death. After walking for about 10 minutes, they finally saw the collapsed building. It was a 2-story cement house built by a rural family, but the second floor had completely collapsed, leaving only the broken walls of the first floor visible from a distance, resembling a pile of rubble. The security gate at the front entrance of the first floor had also been deformed by a large piece of concrete that had fallen from above. At that moment, there were many people gathered in the courtyard in front of the house, all unable to resist sighing deeply in disappointment. Make way! Make way! The doctor is here! The village chief shouted while pushing through the crowd, clearing a path for the doctor behind him. As they pushed through the crowd, the doctors and nurses were met with a scene that was utterly heart-wrenching. Chapter 175, Save the Living First. On the dusty and muddy concrete ground lay 5 people in total, 4 children and a woman. Zhang Yi glanced over. The woman had a torn fracture at her right ankle, accompanied by minor bleeding, and was currently unconscious due to a head injury. The 9-year-old girl beside her had a fractured hand and a comminuted fracture of the right femur, accompanied by severe bleeding. Another younger boy, approximately 7 years old, has a lacerated fracture of the ankle. However, the 2 children next to them, one around 4 years old and the other only 10 months old, showed no signs of life whatsoever. One had a fractured skull, from which small droplets of red blood were beginning to seep out. The 10-month-old child appeared outwardly unharmed, but inside that tiny body, there were varying degrees of internal bleeding. The heart is ruptured, and the lungs, kidneys, liver, and ribs are all severely damaged. The horrifying sight was too much for Zhang Yi to bear, and he quickly looked away, shouting, "Bring the tourniquet! Stop the bleeding for the girl and the adult first. Can anyone help find a few hard, long pieces of wood? Thank you." Zhang Yi looked up at the villagers and said, I'll go find some." As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately responded, "I'll go too. If you encounter a fracture in the wilderness, you should immediately find a hard wooden board or use branches to immobilize the affected limb to prevent further injury." Soon, several villagers arrived with a large bundle of hardwood planks. Zhang Yi and Xiao Mei took charge of the adult, while the others attended to the 2 surviving children. Earlier, when they first arrived, the other medical personnel had immediately checked the vital signs of the 2 children who were said to be dead. Sure enough, their blood pressure, breathing, and heart rate were all absent. At this point, the only option is to focus on saving those who are still alive. "Doctor, is my little daughter beyond saving?" Zhang Yi paused in his work of applying a tourniquet and securing a wooden board, looked up, and saw the man who had been kneeling beside the woman and the 9-year-old girl. Zhang Yi closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and said, "As you saw earlier, the other 2 children have no signs of life. We must act quickly to save those who are still alive." Although Zhang Yi really didn't want to tell the father the truth, that was the reality. The children were too severely injured, and Zhang Yi was powerless to help them.
Upon hearing this, the man's emotions nearly collapsed, as if the last shred of hope in his heart had been shattered. He covered his eyes and began to sob. It was unclear whether the commotion had awakened the woman, who had been unconscious. She slowly opened her eyes, looked around in confusion for a second, then her pupils suddenly contracted, revealing a terrified expression. She screamed, "Quick, save the child! Save the child! The child is being crushed!" The woman not only shouted but also began to struggle, causing the wooden boards that had just been secured to come loose again. "Don't move! The child has been rescued! We're bandaging you, don't move!" Zhang Yi shouted at the woman. Due to her earlier struggles, the originally white tourniquet was now stained red with blood. The blood vessel is bleeding again. She's saved? The woman sighed in relief, finally coming to her senses from the shock and beginning to notice her surroundings. Beside her was her eldest daughter, Chenya. The girl was extremely weak, but she kept moaning and crying out in pain, repeatedly saying, "It hurts, it hurts." "Where's the younger daughter?" The woman was about to turn away to look for her little daughter, but Zhang Yi quietly blocked her view and said, "Family members, hurry up and get the person into the car. Both the adults and the children are bleeding. If we delay any longer, someone could die." The man beside her understood Zhang Yi's meaning and hurriedly agreed, "All right. I'll carry him." Then, the two of them worked together seamlessly to block the woman's view, lifted her onto the stretcher, and left. Behind them, Guoxinyan and the others performed simple first aid, stopping the bleeding and bandaging the wounds, and rushed to carry the injured child to the car. The village chief stayed behind to handle the aftermath. The woman lying on the stretcher, jolted along the bumpy path, was no delicate flower. Seeing their actions, it was clear that her child, who had just turned 10 months old, was likely gone. She stared blankly at the sky, tears silently streaming down the corners of her eyes. Zhang Yi had intended to offer some comfort, but at that moment, perhaps no words would have made a difference. "Chung Jun, our youngest is gone, isn't he?" A trembling voice came from the woman. Chung Jun stopped in his tracks, and Zhang Yi followed suit, gesturing for Guoxinyan and the others to take the other two children back to the hospital first. Chung Jun turned his head and opened his mouth, but the words stopped at his lips. After all, this was the child's mother. The child had been born after so much hardship and hadn't even started to grow yet. No mother in the world could bear such a blow. "Let me take one last look at the youngest," the woman said, choking back tears. "All right, I'll go get the child." Chung Jun couldn't bear it anymore and put down the stretcher, rushing toward his home, which wasn't far away. "Doctor, is there nothing we can do for my child?" After Chung Jun left, the woman looked at the young doctors in white coats, Xiaomei and Zhang Yi, and asked. Xiaomei was a girl. She couldn't bear the woman's pleading gaze, especially after learning that the child had already died. Xiaomei gently turned away, hiding behind Zhang Yi, her nose tingling as she quietly sniffled. She couldn't answer the question, nor could she bear to. The woman's eyes filled with despair. She looked at Zhang Yi again, hoping he would give a definitive answer. The other two children, a 10-month-old girl and a boy around 4 years old, were beyond saving. There was no hope for them. "For now, we must focus on saving you." Zhang Yi relayed the grim truth to her with deep sorrow. The woman was completely despairing, her eyes filling with tears in an instant. She looked at Chung Jun, who was slowly walking toward her while holding the child, and forced herself to sit up. The moment she embraced her child, the woman completely broke down. "My child, you're so little. It's all my fault. It's all my fault." The woman's cries were so heart-wrenching that even Guoxinyan and the others, who had already walked far away, could hear them. Originally, among the three who were still alive, this woman's injuries were not severe. However, due to the intense crying and emotional turmoil, her wounds began to bleed heavily. "Chung Jun, quickly take the child away. She needs to get back to the hospital immediately," Zhang Yi reminded him. Zhang Yi also knew that they should have taken her to the hospital immediately, but he couldn't bear to do so. If they left now, by the time the woman was discharged from the hospital, the child might already have been cremated. So he hesitated for a moment but ultimately did not stop Chung Jun from going back to embrace the child, allowing them to see each other one last time. However, the woman was still holding the child tightly, refusing to let go. Her cries gradually grew weaker, as the combination of blood loss and intense emotional distress had caused her to become slightly oxygen deprived. "Hurry up! We can't delay any longer, we must return to the hospital." Chapter 176, I'll do my best to save your eldest daughter. Chung Jun also panicked, quickly snatching the child and handing her to a villager nearby. He then picked up the stretcher and rushed forward in big strides. A few minutes later, they arrived at the ambulance and loaded the person onto the vehicle. Beep, beep, beep. The ambulance sped out of the rural road and headed toward the main highway. However, the situation inside the vehicle was far from optimistic. "Xiaomei, get me another tourniquet," Zhang Yi said as he untied the first tourniquet from Wang Yanfei's leg, which had already been soaked through with blood. "All right." "Oh no! Dr. Zhang, the tourniquet is missing from the ambulance." Xiaomei searched around and turned back apologetically. "It's gone?" Dr. Zhang Yi glanced at the already torn tourniquet and hurriedly reapplied it. We left in such a hurry that I only grabbed one first aid kit from the car. I think they must have taken ours and put it in their car. Zhang Yi's expression grew increasingly serious. Without a first aid kit, this is going to be a real problem. Call New Year and tell them to stop the car, we'll be right there. Okay. Next, Xiaomei took out her phone and answered the call. Hello, New Year. Do you have 2 first aid kits in your car? Where are you guys? Can you wait for us? The adult in our car needs the first aid kit. What? The little girl is in shock and can't wait? Xiaomei answered while glancing up at Zhang Yi. The situation was even more critical. Shock meant they had to rush back to the hospital immediately for emergency treatment. Not a single second could be wasted, let alone stopping the car to wait for them. Don't let them go first. Let them go to the hospital first to save the child. Don't worry about me. Save the child first. Wang Yanfei on the stretcher was also bleeding but had not yet reached the point of shock. She was fully conscious and clearly heard every word of the conversation on the phone. The doctor on the phone also said the car could wait, but the child couldn't. Don't get too worked up. Just lie still, and I'll try to stop the bleeding. Zhang Yi finished speaking and looked inside the ambulance again. The city hospital's ambulance was equipped with a ventilator, an electrocardiogram machine, a negative pressure suction device, a portable power supply, a large capacity oxygen supply, and a multi-purpose emergency medication kit. It could be considered a small intensive care unit. However, the emergency medication kit was currently in another vehicle, leaving the crew to rely on the limited resources available on the ambulance to stop the bleeding. Administer oxygen first. Okay. Zhang Yi glanced around and realized there was nothing nearby that could stop the bleeding. What else could he do? Tear off a piece of his white coat? Just as this thought crossed his mind and Zhang Yi was about to act on it, Cheng Jun's phone rang from his bag. Hello? Big brother? Alright. We'll be right there. Cheng Jun hung up the phone excitedly and then said to everyone, my big brother said he's waiting for us at the intersection of the main road with the first aid kit. Phew. Zhang Yi sighed in relief. Luckily, Cheng Jun's brother had gotten on that ambulance, otherwise, no one would have been able to stop and give them the first aid kit. Although Wang Yanfei's condition wasn't as severe, continued blood loss would eventually lead to shock. Yanfei, your older brother is waiting for us at the intersection. Don't worry. Cheng Jun said some encouraging words to Wang Yanfei while keeping his head down. No, we can't wait for me. Tell them to take the children to the hospital first. Our youngest is gone, the eldest must not come to harm as well. As he spoke, Wang Yanfei began to cry again, thinking of his young daughter who had only been in this world for 10 months. Wang Yanfei cried until he was hoarse. Stop crying. If you keep crying, you might not be able to breathe. If you suffocate to death, your family will lose another member. Besides, the car hasn't stopped, only your older brother is waiting. Zhang Yi said sternly. It seemed that his words snapped Wang Yanfei out of her tears. She gradually stopped crying and murmured, I still have my older brother. I can't die. Doctor, doctor. Wang Yanfei turned her head and tightly grasped Zhang Yi's hand, pleading, please, you must save my daughter. My youngest daughter is already dead, and my eldest daughter is only 9 years old. They're both so young. Please, you must help us. If I lose both my children, I won't be able to go on living either. Wang Yanfei wept uncontrollably, and Cheng Jun, thinking of his own 2 daughters, couldn't help but sob quietly beside her. It seemed like the burden was too heavy, but Zhang Yi nodded firmly and said, don't worry, I'm a doctor. I'll do everything in my power to save your eldest daughter. However, her eldest daughter was currently in another vehicle and had already gone into shock, with a comminuted fracture of the femur, which had also completely shattered the kneecap on her right thigh. The complexity of this surgery is no less than that of Yuan's previous bilateral lower limb comminuted fractures. It's even more challenging. This type of surgery essentially has only one solution, to reconnect the femur as much as possible, but the kneecap must be removed. This also means that while this surgical method can save her life, the girl's right leg will permanently be shorter than the left and will no longer be able to bend. Additionally, she will need to undergo repeated surgeries starting at age 9, with this ordeal continuing until she turns 18. At that point, a final surgery will be performed to restore the limb to its optimal condition as much as possible. At this point, Zhang Yi could only hope that Gui Xinyan and the others would hurry to take the 2 children back to the hospital for emergency treatment to stabilize their condition first. The car came to a stop at the intersection, and Cheng Jun's older brother, Cheng Yong, got into the car carrying a first aid kit. Zhang Yi quickly took the first aid kit and said thank you, then took out a tourniquet to rebandage Wang Yanfei's wound to stop the bleeding. Meanwhile, Xiaomei also voluntarily established an intravenous line. Patients who have lost a significant amount of blood typically require 2 intravenous lines, one for blood transfusion and the other for fluid replacement. This is because the blood lost contains water and other essential nutrients, so it is crucial to replenish fluids in large quantities. Additionally, patients in hemorrhagic shock often feel thirsty due to this fluid loss. The car bounced along for nearly 40 minutes before the driver sped back to the hospital.
Wang Yanfei was in stable condition, but Zhang Yi was most concerned about Wang Yanfei and Chang Jun's eldest daughter, Changya. Earlier, Changya's condition was the most critical among the 3 survivors. Let's hope she'll be okay. The car came to a smooth stop at the entrance of the emergency building. The group quickly lifted the patient out of the car and rushed them into the emergency room. However, the scene inside the emergency room caused Zhang Yi's heart to race instantly. Chapter 177, Where is the life-saving blood? Seeing Gui Xinyan and the others gathered around a hospital bed performing emergency resuscitation, Zhang Yi hurried forward and asked, "What's going on? What's the situation?" Zhang Yi only then noticed Changya lying motionless on the hospital bed. Could it be? Following his gaze to Changya's body, Gui Xinyan's voice echoed in his ears, "You're late. This child might not make it. Where's the blood? Hurry up and match the blood type. Has Wanwen arrived yet?" Zhang Yi's emotions were running high after all. The child's parents were just a few beds away, and he really didn't want them to endure such a devastating blow. The younger daughter is gone. Does that mean the older one can't be saved either? No. Zhang Yi promised them. The eldest daughter must be saved. Wanwen has already been admitted, and several orthopedic doctors are assisting, but the child's blood pressure, heart rate, and breathing are all dropping. Gui Xinyan said. Yuan Kuan, bring the cardiac monitor and the triple vital signs monitor. Administer 1 mg of epinephrine and 3 mg of Lobline intravenously. Keep him alive first. We must hold on until the blood type is confirmed. Zhang Yi. Got it. I'll go get it. On the other side, the 7-year-old boy was the least severely injured of the 3, but he had a torn ankle fracture on his left foot. If the bone couldn't be properly aligned, it would mean amputation, leaving the child's lower body disabled for life. The orthopedic surgeon was currently examining the child. Since the 2 children had arrived earlier, their X-rays were already available. The orthopedic surgeon reviewed the X-rays while carefully unwrapping the bandages covering the wound. This is because an orthopedic examination not only involves reviewing X-rays but also assessing the range of motion of the injured limb. For example, they lift the boy's leg and ask him to try moving the toes on the injured side of his limb. If he can move them, it indicates that the nerves and blood vessels in the ankle area are not severely damaged. If he cannot move them, it suggests that the nerves and blood vessels may have been severed. This type of surgery is likely to be concluded with amputation. Unfortunately, the little boy can only move his big toe slightly, while the other toes remain completely immobile. Ah! Don't touch me, it hurts. It hurts so much. Ah! Why, don't touch me. The little boy was in great pain, and his screams echoed throughout the entire emergency room. This was because the doctors inevitably touched the injured limbs during the examination, causing pain. However, this was undoubtedly beyond the pain tolerance of a 7-year-old child. It's okay, don't cry, it'll be over soon. The emergency room nurse couldn't bear to see him suffer, so she took a tissue and comforted the little boy by his bedside, wiping away his tears. While the little boy continued to cry out, Wang Yanfei had already been taken for various tests. Before leaving, Wang Yanfei called out to Zhang Yi, "Dr. Zhang, how is my daughter?" Zhang Yi bit his lip, torn between telling the truth and withholding it. Telling the truth might be too much for Wang Yanfei to handle, as her condition was already dire, but not telling her the truth meant her daughter's current situation was extremely dangerous. We'll do our best. We'll definitely do our best. Go get checked first and don't worry too much. Zhang Yi could only comfort Wang Yanfei like this. The child was losing blood, and the blood bank was still matching blood types. The results would be available in half an hour, and only then could they transfuse blood of the right type. And who could guarantee the child would survive those 30 minutes? It wasn't until Wang Yanfei was pushed away that Zhang Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief, at least feeling less suffocated. Zhang Yi's blood pressure had risen slightly, reaching 6,540 millimeters of mercury. Gui Xinyan said to Zhang Yi, "That's good. Just keep the child's blood pressure and breathing stable with medication until the blood transfusion arrives." "How long ago did you send the blood sample?" Zhang Yi asked again. "It's been almost 15 minutes. Only 15 minutes left." Zhang Yi clenched his fists tightly as he looked at Changya on the hospital bed. "Hold on, my dear child. Just hang on for another 15 minutes. The life-saving blood will arrive soon." Changya's cousin, Cheng Chuang, was already arranging the operating room. As soon as the operating room was ready, Cheng Chuang could immediately rush him in. However, Wang Yanfei and Changya were not yet ready. They had to first stabilize the bleeding before surgery could begin. At this point, the orthopedic department head, Feng Yon, was also called down. Cheng Chuang's left ankle had suffered a comminuted fracture, leaving even some of the younger orthopedic doctors who had come for consultation unsure of the best course of action, including several attending physicians with over 10 years of experience. In most cases, amputation would be recommended for such a severe injury. However, the issue was that Cheng Chuang was only 7 years old. Amputation would have a profound impact on his future life. Therefore, all the doctors present were determined to do everything in their power to save his foot.
Feng Yong entered the emergency room, carefully examined Cheng Chuang's x-rays, and checked the affected side of the child. Cheng Chuang, who was crying out in pain, moved many medical staff to sympathy. Finally, Feng Yong frowned deeply, put down the x-ray film, and said solemnly, "This is difficult. The bone is completely torn, and the frame is too small. Using steel pins may not be sufficient to stabilize it." Feng Yong sighed repeatedly, comparing the difficulty to that of repairing a comminuted fracture. Feng Yong turned to look at Zhang Yi and asked cautiously, "What do you think would be the best approach for this surgery, Zhang Yi?" Zhang Yi didn't hesitate to slowly explain the surgical plan he had already thought of. "The child's skeleton is small, so steel nails won't work. Let's use steel needles instead. We can't use an electric drill, so we'll have to drill them in by hand, bit by bit, to secure the steel needles. Additionally, I recommend performing the surgery in stages. For now, we won't use steel plates. After the steel needles are securely fixed in place for 5 days, we'll assess the healing progress and perform a second surgery to add steel plates for stabilization and shaping." The orthopedic surgeons present nodded in agreement with Zhang Yi's surgical plan, but none of them could perform it. The skill required to drill steel needles into the bone bit by bit was so delicate that even Feng Yong couldn't guarantee he could do it. "Why don't you perform the surgery instead?" Feng Yong spoke his mind. Zhang Yi, however, was thinking that Cheng Yi could receive a blood transfusion immediately. Once she received the blood, the problem would be resolved. Just as he was about to agree to Feng Yong's suggestion, he noticed the numbers on Cheng Yi's electrocardiogram monitor beginning to drop. "It's dropping again. Administer another 1 milligram of epinephrine." Zhang Yi didn't have time to respond to Feng Yong, fixating on Cheng Yi's fading heartbeat and speaking urgently. "All right." After pushing the medicine in for a minute, it didn't work at all. Zhang Yi, tense, blurted out a curse and immediately began performing external chest compressions. "Bring the ventilator and defibrillator over here," Zhang Yi said while performing chest compressions. "Prepare 1 milligram of epinephrine and 3 milligrams of Lobeline." Guo Xinyan thought for a moment and said to Yuan Kuan, "If that doesn't work, we'll have to administer 2 more injections. We must keep him going until the blood bank brings the blood." "All right." Zhang Yi looked at Cheng Yi's face, which was almost pale and beginning to turn yellow, a complexion that was almost that of a dead person. "Bring more one," Zhang Yi said again. "All right. Hang in there, kid. Your sister has already left. If you leave too, how will your parents survive?" Chapter 178, It's actually Rh-negative blood. Panda blood. "No, my heart rate isn't coming up. Administer adrenaline." Guo Xinyan was also tense, watching the blood about to arrive. At this critical moment, the child absolutely must not come to harm. "I've already administered 1 milligram of adrenaline, but it still hasn't kicked in." Zhang Yi took Yuan Kuan's words to heart, glanced up at the various numbers on the electrocardiogram monitor, and saw that not only had the heart rate not risen, it was actually dropping. In most cases, administering 1 to 2 doses of epinephrine is sufficient to stabilize a patient in cardiac arrest. However, if this life-saving medication is used 3 times or more and the heartbeat has not resumed, most doctors would declare the patient clinically dead. Continuing resuscitation efforts is not very meaningful. Prepare 1 milligram of epinephrine. Lobeline isn't working. The child is in ventricular fibrillation. As Guo Xinyan spoke, the regular waves on the electrocardiogram suddenly turned into a chaotic mess of irregular waves. Ventricular fibrillation means the heart has completely lost its ability to beat. Bring the pediatric defibrillator. Prepare for an initial 40 joules. Zhang Yi's hands never stopped moving as he continued to compress the heart. The power settings for pediatric cardiac defibrillation differ from those for adults. For children, the initial shock should be 2 joules per kilogram, followed by 4 joules per kilogram. Given that Cheng Yi's current weight is approximately 20 kilograms, the initial shock should be 40 joules. For adults, the standard defibrillation power is typically 150 to 200 joules, with energy levels adjustable in increments. Actual application should be based on clinical judgment. Good. The first 40-second exposure is ready, Dr. Zhang. Zhang Yi gently lifted Cheng Yi's clothing, as during defibrillation, it is necessary not only to remove the patient's upper clothing to expose the chest area but also to apply conductive gel to the defibrillator pads and apply pressure to the designated areas on the patient's chest before discharging the electrical current. The purpose of this procedure is to reduce the impedance of the current flowing through the chest wall during defibrillation, prevent burns, and increase the success rate of the procedure. Bang! Bang! Cheng Yi's frail body convulsed with the electric current. When Wang Yanfei finished the examination and was pushed into the emergency room, she saw this heart-wrenching scene. But she clamped her hands over her mouth, unable to cry out. Though she was a villager with no medical knowledge, she could sense that her child was in critical condition, and the doctors were doing everything they could to save her. She dared not make a single sound, afraid of disturbing the doctors. She lay silently on the nearby bed, tears streaming down her face as she watched her child twitch with each electric shock. No one could understand Wang Yanfei's feelings at that moment. She didn't know whether she would witness her child's death or see him survive against all odds. In any case, she could do nothing now but trust the doctors. She could only pin her hopes on them. There is still ventricular fibrillation. Increase to 80 joules. Bang. Still there. Add it to 100. Bang. This was repeated 5 times, and the ventricular fibrillation was finally resolved. The heart began to beat again, but since life-saving blood had not been administered in time, Chanya's blood pressure remained dangerously low, and she was clinging to life solely through medication. Xia Wang Yanfei finally couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears, repeatedly thanking the doctors. Stop crying. The child is fine. Once the blood transfusion starts, the child will be saved. Don't worry too much. Seeing Wang Yanfei crying so bitterly, Xiaomei walked up to comfort her. Thank you, thank you. Just as everyone had finally relaxed, the blood bank delivered some very unfortunate news. Chanya's blood type has been matched. Our hospital cannot provide it. She is a negative, and our blood bank does not have that type of blood. What? Rare blood type? While the entire emergency room staff was shocked, some began to feel sorry for Chanya. The Rh blood type is further divided into negative and positive, with the panda blood type being negative, while positive blood is not uncommon. Most people distinguish between the conventional blood types A, B, O, AB and the Rh blood type, but this is not accurate. Rh-positive blood contains the D antigen. Any blood type where the red blood cells contain the D antigen, also known as the Rh antigen, is classified as Rh-positive, while those without it are Rh-negative. This means that the 4 main blood types A, B, O, and AB are further divided into 2 subgroups based on Rh status, Rh-positive and Rh-negative. In other words, all current blood type systems can be directly divided into simple Rh-positive and Rh-negative categories, with both negative and positive types including A, B, O, and AB types. The former lacks the D antigen, while the latter contains it. This rare Rh-negative blood type is more common among Caucasians, but for humans, 99% are positive and only 1% are negative. Furthermore, this 1% of negative blood is primarily found among ethnic minorities, such as the Tatar ethnic group 158%, the Miao ethnic group 123%, and the Buyei and Uzbek ethnic groups 87%. At that very moment, Chanya's family members outside the emergency room heard the news and immediately decided to donate blood. I can definitely save my own daughter. Nurse, draw more. Chung Jun rolled up his sleeves and said urgently. We can't draw that much yet. We don't know your blood type. We need to take a blood sample for testing to confirm your blood type before we can transfuse it to your daughter. What? I'm her father, can't I donate blood for her? Chung Jun grew agitated, unable to understand why even a biological father wasn't allowed to donate blood. The nurse didn't get angry. She patiently explained, please understand. Your daughter has an extremely rare blood type. If we don't confirm your blood type before transfusing it into her, her body could go into hemolytic shock and there would be no chance of saving her. Chung Jun wanted to ask a few more questions, but his older brother Chung Yong persuaded him to stop. Both of them had their blood samples taken and sent for urgent testing. Since it was an urgent test, the laboratory worked quickly, and the results were ready in 5 minutes. Both Chung Yong and Chang Jun had ordinary type A blood, not Rh-negative blood. However, Wang Yanfei's blood type was a type Rh-negative. I lose. Nurse, please draw my blood immediately. Save my daughter. Hurry up and draw my blood. Upon hearing the news, Wang Yanfei's first reaction was to ask the nurse to draw his own blood. But her current condition made it impossible to draw more blood. She was already in a state of blood loss, and even if she didn't need a blood transfusion, she couldn't afford to lose any more blood. The hospital blood bank had contacted the Provincial Blood Plasma Management Center, but their response was that there was no available blood, only contact information for residents with type A Rh-negative blood. All the doctors present knew that by the time they went through all the necessary procedures and the blood donors arrived, Chanya might already be dead. Please save my daughter. I beg you. Take my blood. Wang Yanfei lay on the bed, crying out in agony. The doctors were also deliberating and discussing the matter. If Wang Yanfei were to donate blood to Chanya, she herself would go into shock, which would undoubtedly be a matter of trading one life for another. However, Chanya's condition was critical, having just narrowly escaped death. Without blood, if her heart stops again or she experiences ventricular fibrillation, no one will be able to save her. Oh. I had my blood type checked during my physical exam at the hospital last year. I'm type O. What about you? Have you ever had your blood type checked? Guo Xinyan sighed and asked Zhang Yi in a low voice. Chapter 179, Zhang Yi, take my blood. Me? Guo Xinyan reminded Zhang Yi that he had never had his blood type checked in his entire life. I haven't either, but... An idea popped into Zhang Yi's mind. Could he possibly have this rare blood type? But how could such a coincidence happen? System, can you check my blood type? I just want to know right now. Zhang Yi asked with a hopeful heart, hoping that he might be a rare blood type. That way, I could donate blood. This system can provide comprehensive, round-the-clock basic health checkups for the host. Comparing the host's blood type. Please wait. During the wait, Zhang Yi felt a bit nervous. Since the heavens had been so kind as to grant him the system, it must mean he had some extraordinary abilities. Now, he truly hopes that this extraordinary quality includes blood type, the blood type that can save lives. Ding! After testing and comparison, the host's blood type is a negative. Zhang Yi exclaimed excitedly. What are you doing? Guo Xinyan turned his head and looked at Zhang Yi with a puzzled expression. I'm going to check the blood type. After saying that, Zhang Yi rushed out of the emergency room like a whirlwind. It's no use checking your blood type now. You can't possibly be the one with the rare blood type, can you? Guo Xinyan tried to persuade Zhang Yi from behind. Sigh. Watching Zhang Yi's back as he walked away without looking back, Guo Xinyan sighed. For now, they could only wait for the panda blood volunteer contacted by the provincial hospital to arrive and help. Let's hope Chunya can hold on. In the laboratory, Zhang Yi urgently rolled up his sleeve and said to an intern who had just arrived, check my blood type. And all infectious diseases. Urgent. What? The intern looked up and down at Zhang Yi, glancing at his name tag. This is an urgent investigation, little sister. Don't do that. Okay. Coming right up. The intern nodded and took out 3 test tubes and a blood draw needle, placing them next to Zhang Yi's arm. She disinfected the skin, secured a tourniquet, inserted the needle at a 30-degree angle into the skin near the elbow, and blood quickly flowed through the syringe into the test tubes. The blood in all 3 test tubes was drawn in no time. Please get the results as soon as possible. I'll be waiting right here at the door. Thank you. Zhang Yi discarded the cotton swab used to stop the bleeding, lowered his sleeve, and said, all right. Seeing how anxious Zhang Yi was, the intern didn't dare to delay. A few minutes later, the intern from the laboratory saw Zhang Yi's test results and was so surprised she couldn't close her mouth. Dr. Zhang is actually Rh negative, the intern thought to herself as she handed the report to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi took the report without much excitement, as he already knew the facts. However, he needed others to know about it so that Chunya could receive a blood transfusion. Zhang Yi rushed back to the emergency room with the report, saying, take my blood. I'm type A, Rh negative. One sentence caused all the doctors and nurses in the emergency room to turn their attention to him. Zhang Yi, what do you mean by that? Guo Xinyan looked at Zhang Yi and asked, are you serious? Could it really be true? Zhang Yi is actually a rare blood type? Zhang Yi directly handed the report to Guo Xinyan. Take a look yourself. I really am. It's just too coincidental. In fact, Zhang Yi couldn't believe it himself either. It was just one of those things as if everything had been predestined. Ma Yunxiang also heard the commotion and walked over. He saw the blood type listed on the test report, type A, Rh negative. Even at his age, Ma Yunxiang couldn't help but blurt out a curse. Wang Yanfei, who had been in deep sorrow, suddenly stopped crying and stared blankly at the doctors in front of her. Doctor, is my daughter going to be okay? If there's no other way, just take my blood. Don't worry. Your daughter can be saved. I'm Rh negative. I can donate blood. Zhang Yi walked to Wang Yanfei's bedside and said, really? Is that really possible? Wang Yanfei tried to sit up in excitement, but the sudden movement pulled on her wound, causing pain that nearly brought tears to her eyes again. Calm down. I can really save you. I'll go draw blood right away. Zhang Yi's gaze was unwavering. Thank you. Thank you. Just as Zhang Yi turned to let the nurse draw blood, Ma Yunxiang walked over and whispered, Zhang Yi, this child has lost too much blood. Your blood alone won't be enough to keep him alive. Director. The problem is there's no blood. I'm the only one who has any. If I don't save her, who will? By the time the volunteers from the provincial hospital arrive, the child will be dead. Seeing Zhang Yi's resolute attitude, Ma Yunxiang couldn't persuade him further. The normal blood donation volume for an individual is generally between 200 and 400 milliliters. Exceeding this amount can cause dizziness and fatigue in many people. However, Chunya had lost nearly 1,500 milliliters of blood, and 200 to 400 milliliters was completely insufficient. Otherwise, Zhang Yi, why don't you draw 400 cubic centimeters first to stabilize Chunya, and we'll work with Wanwen to keep this girl going until the volunteers arrive. Ma Yunxiang, considering Zhang Yi's safety, suggested again. Zhang Yi furrowed his brows and carefully considered Ma Yunxiang's words before nodding. Alright, I'll draw 400 cubic centimeters first. But how long will it take for the volunteer to arrive? Xiao Mei, can you give them a call? Ma Yunxiang said to Xiao Mei. Sure. The phone connected, and Xiao Mei only asked 2 questions, but her expression grew increasingly grim. Earlier, someone from the Provincial Blood Bank Center said that the volunteer had just left for another province due to work and wouldn't be back anytime soon. Moreover, among all the A-type Rh-negative blood donors we could contact in the entire province, he was the only one who answered the phone. Xiao Mei reported the facts as she had heard them. Zhang Yi was now also feeling quite torn. The volunteer couldn't come back for a while, but the child needed a blood transfusion urgently and was scheduled for surgery. If a blood transfusion was necessary, at least 1,200 milliliters of blood would be required to stabilize Chang Yi's vital signs and prepare her for surgery. However, drawing 1,200 milliliters of blood from an adult in a single procedure was undoubtedly a life-threatening procedure. However, without at least 1,200 milliliters, this child cannot even undergo surgery. Let's start by drawing 400 cubic centimeters first. Zhang Yi thought it over and made his decision: save the patient first. Just then, Chang Yi's blood pressure and heart rate began to drop rapidly again. Hurry up! Draw my blood first. Zhang Yi saw that there was no time to waste and hurriedly said to the nurse. 400 milliliters of fresh, bright red blood were drawn, but Zhang Yi felt nothing. The blood was hung on Chang Yi's forestand by the nurse, and Guo Xinyan used a pressure device to force a bag of blood directly into the child's body. The blood was almost gone, but the blood pressure still hadn't risen. Draw more, Zhang Yi said, rolling up his sleeves once more. All right. The nurse drew another 200 milliliters of blood, but she dared not draw any more. What if something happened to Zhang Yi? Another 200 milliliters of blood was forced back into the child's body. Finally, the blood pressure rose slightly to 6,640 millimeters of mercury. But Zhang Yi knew very well that this was still far from enough blood for Chanya to go into surgery. Let's draw some more, Zhang Yi said to Chanya, who was still in a state of low blood pressure. Zhang Yi, you can't draw anymore, Guo Xinyan said, looking at Zhang Yi's face, which was beginning to turn pale. But Zhang Yi remained firm. Draw another 200 cubic centimeters. At least let the child's blood pressure return to normal levels. But you yourself, stop talking and hurry up. Zhang Yi interrupted Guo Xinyan and said to the nurse drawing blood in front of him. The nurse hesitated but went ahead and drew the blood. After drawing 200 milliliters of blood, Zhang Yi finally felt a bit lightheaded. He also felt a bit dizzy and was breaking out in a cold sweat. At that moment, a familiar alert sounded in his mind. Warning! Warning! The host is losing blood. Blood loss has reached 800 milliliters. Please enter a deep sleep state immediately. The system will automatically replenish blood levels. Chapter 180, Zhang Yi is a good doctor. Warning! Warning! The host is losing blood. Blood loss has reached 800 milliliters. Please enter sleep mode immediately. The system will automatically replenish blood levels. But I can't sleep yet. I still need to attend to Cheng Chuan's surgery. Strongly recommended that the host enter a deep sleep state. The system will automatically restore health. Don't disturb me. I'll sleep later. Zhang Yi silently communicated with the system in his mind. But he could indeed feel the discomfort in his body growing increasingly intense. No, I have to keep going. Is your blood pressure up? Zhang Yi asked, turning his head. It's up, 9,253. Zhang Yi, are you okay? Guo Xinyan hurried over to Zhang Yi and asked. I'm fine. Draw another 200 cubic centimeters of blood, and as long as my blood pressure stays at 110/70, I can go into surgery. Zhang Yi continued. No way. You're in this state and you want to draw more blood? Are you trying to die? Guo Xinyan was swearing in front of everyone for the first time. He was truly enraged by Zhang Yi. If he kept drawing blood like this, Zhang Yi would either die or lose half his life. After spending so much time with Zhang Yi, Guo Xinyan discovered that he was a highly skilled and dedicated doctor. Such an outstanding doctor dying from shock caused by a blood draw would truly be a loss for the medical community and an even greater loss for us. Don't worry, I won't die. Just draw another 200 milliliters and get her blood pressure back up, Zhang Yi said to the nurse. The nurse hesitated, unable to bring herself to inject the needle. Even during the busiest times in the emergency department, she had never seen Zhang Yi break a sweat. But at that moment, tiny beads of sweat had already begun to form on Zhang Yi's forehead. Zhang Yi, you can't lose again. Take a break first. Let's observe the little girl's condition before deciding what to do next. Ma Yunxian walked over and promptly stopped Zhang Yi, who was still trying to continue drawing blood. But director, if the child's blood pressure doesn't rise, we can't perform the surgery. You should know this better than anyone. Although Zhang Yi's voice had grown weaker, his overall demeanor remained unwavering. But you now. Dr. Zhang, that's enough. Thank you so much. Really, that's enough. Wang Yanfei couldn't bear to watch anymore. This Dr. Zhang is truly a good person. For a complete stranger, he went to such lengths. Thank you so much. Wang Yanfei's tears had not dried on her face. Seeing Zhang Yi risk his life to save her daughter, such a great favor left her family wondering how they could ever repay him. Thank you, Dr. Zhang. Please stop drawing blood. If you continue, you'll lose your life. Even Wang Yanfei, who was usually oblivious, could see the slight pallor on Zhang Yi's face and his increasingly rapid breathing. In any case, at that moment, Zhang Yi looked noticeably different from a healthy person. Everyone was trying to persuade Zhang Yi, and he naturally understood their good intentions. However, Chang Yi's blood pressure had just reached the critical point for hypotension, making her unable to undergo surgery at that moment. Her current condition required immediate surgery after correcting her blood volume. A comminuted fracture of the femur combined with complete fragmentation of the patella is a condition that cannot be delayed for even a moment, which is why Zhang Yi was so insistent. He has a system that can automatically replenish his blood volume if he can't hold on any longer, but Chanya doesn't. A 9-year-old girl would die without blood. But Zhang Yi wouldn't. He wouldn't die. I'll draw another 200 cubic centimeters. Let Chanya get him on the operating table. Zhang Yi still insisted on his own idea. Don't draw it out. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Guo Xinyan shouted at Zhang Yi again. This guy is really something. Is it really necessary to go this far? Doesn't he care about his own life? I'm confident. Even if you draw another 200 milliliters, I won't die. I'll just faint or show some signs of anemia. The blood loss is only 1,000 milliliters. You can use Wanwan to correct my blood volume first, then contact blood donors from other areas for support. In any case, I won't die. However, the situation is different for this child. If I hadn't given her so much blood earlier, her blood pressure wouldn't have risen at all, and she would need more blood transfusions because she needs to prepare for surgery immediately. Zhang Yi was absolutely correct. An adult losing 1,000 milliliters of blood would not die, and Zhang Yi's condition could wait for a volunteer to arrive, but the child couldn't wait. Go ahead. Zhang Yi extended his arm and said, at this point, both of his elbows already had several bruised needle marks. Perhaps it was Zhang Yi's final words that moved those present. They all turned away, unwilling to look at Zhang Yi's face anymore. Many of the conscious patients in the emergency room were moved by Zhang Yi, including the mentally ill patient Zhao Xiaodong. They silently gave Zhang Yi a thumbs up, truly a great doctor. The nurse carefully inserted the needle and drew some blood. Seeing Zhang Yi's lips growing paler, the nurse couldn't bear to draw the full 200 milliliters. Taking advantage of Zhang Yi's inattention, she only drew 180 milliliters. This time, Zhang Yi felt it even more distinctly. His fingers began to grow cold, and his dizziness intensified. Warning! Warning! The host's blood loss has reached nearly 1,000 milliliters. The host must immediately enter a state of deep sleep. The system will automatically replenish blood levels. Failure to do so will result in shock due to severe blood loss. Wait a little longer, I'll finish the surgery first. Zhang Yi's blood slowly flowed into Chanya's body, and her blood pressure rose to 108.70 millimeters of mercury. That's enough. Let's arrange surgery for Chang Chuang first. Chanya needs to wait until her vital signs stabilize before undergoing surgery. Zhang Yi said as he stood up from the chair. He didn't expect to almost lose his balance. His vision went black, and he felt dizzy for a while before regaining his composure. Are you okay? Guo Xinyan and the nurse standing next to him were closest to Zhang Yi and quickly reached out to support him. Many people in the emergency room also held their breath in anxiety. It's okay. Zhang Yi forced himself to sit up, shook his dizzy head, and said, let's prepare for the children's surgery first. I'll do both of them. Start with Cheng Chuang, and once Chanya is stable, we'll do hers. Ma Yunxiang stood beside him, staring at Zhang Yi in disbelief. Losing 1,000 milliliters of blood and still able to stand up? Anyone else would be lying down by now. And Zhang Yi is still talking about having surgery? Can he really pull it off? Zhang Yi, stop being so stubborn. You need to rest immediately in your current condition. Ma Yunxiang interrupted Zhang Yi. Director Ma, if I don't operate on Cheng Chang's foot, what will happen to the child? Don't worry, I can handle it. It's only 1,000 milliliters of blood. Look at me now. Besides being a bit pale, what else is wrong with me? Zhang Yi shrugged indifferently. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention back to Zhang Yi and examined him closely. Indeed, aside from his pale complexion, he seemed much better than before. Chapter 181, Zhang Yi, the reckless fool, fainted. Alright, I'll go into the operating room with you and Director Feng. Ma Yunxiang thought for a moment and said. Alright, no problem. Zhang Yi nodded. In fact, Zhang Yi had been forcing himself to stay strong, with the system prompting him repeatedly in his mind. But he couldn't sleep now. Feng Yong couldn't guarantee Chang Chuan's foot, let alone Changya's completely shattered kneecap. The two children were so young, with their entire lives ahead of them. Zhang Yi didn't want them to spend the rest of their lives labeled as disabled. Therefore, he would endure whatever it took until the surgery was completed. Chang Chuan was rushed into the operating room. In the emergency room, Wang Yanfei, who had the least severe injuries, was taken over by other orthopedic surgeons for surgery, while Chanya remained in the emergency room for observation. Zhang Yi's face was pale. Taking advantage of others' inattention, he quietly rubbed his hands, which had grown ice cold from blood loss, and his palms were also sweating profusely. Zhang Yi? Are you okay? Are you alright? The young orthopedic surgeon who had come in for the surgery asked with concern. I'm fine. Zhang Yi casually slipped his hands into his bag and laughed lightly. Only he knew how miserable he felt inside and how badly he wanted to find a bed to lie down on and let his blood slow down, which would make him feel much better. But he couldn't.
He had to keep going. Keep going until the surgery was over. Zhang Yi encouraged himself in his mind. After that, Zhang Yi changed into his surgical scrubs, washed his hands, put on gloves, and a mask. The operating lamp came on, and the surgery began. Under general anesthesia, the patient was positioned in a supine position. The skin over the fractured area was cleaned, and an incision was made in the skin over the fractured site on the affected side. The bleeding vessels were ligated. Connect the broken bones. 2 doctors worked together to realign the fractured bones. Zhang Yi inserts an intramedullary nail through the fracture site to stabilize the bones, then uses small steel pins to secure them in place. Since a drill cannot be used, Zhang Yi appears to be exerting considerable effort at this point. Under normal circumstances, he would have been able to exert this much force. Zhang Yi? Are you okay? The doctor beside him asked again. I'm fine. Zhang Yi blinked his eyes and focused intently on connecting the bones piece by piece. The nurse gently wiped the sweat off his forehead. Once the bones were properly aligned, the next step was to reconnect the blood vessels and nerves. Zhang Yi, let me do it. Feng Yong said, watching the beads of sweat forming on Zhang Yi's forehead. Zhang Yi looked up at Feng Yong, hesitated for a moment, thinking that he was after all the director, and nodded, giving Feng Yong the best surgical view. Zhang Yi, sit down and rest for a moment. Ma Yunxiang moved the chair next to him in front of Zhang Yi and said, Thank you, director. Don't be so tense, I'm fine. Zhang Yi was still putting on a brave front, his lips, almost as pale as his face, carefully hidden beneath a light blue medical mask. The surgery was now being performed by Dr. Feng Yong, and the procedure was proceeding with great urgency. If the nerves were not reconnected properly, the child's mobility in the legs could be severely limited in the future. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi felt his condition deteriorating rapidly. Warning! Warning! Host is 60 points away from shock. Please enter sleep mode immediately. The system will automatically replenish blood volume. Wait, I can hold on a little longer. There's still 1 child left to operate on. Note, when the host is 10 points away from shock indicators, the system will automatically put the host into a dormant state to repair blood volume. What? Automatically? Why can't I repair it now? Note, all surgical practice and self-energy repair in this system must be performed while the host is in a state of undistracted sleep at the sleep center. If the host is awake, it is easy to become distracted, making it impossible to concentrate. All surgical exercises and self-energy repairs in this system must be performed while the host is in a state of deep sleep without any distractions. If the host is awake, it is easy to become distracted, which prevents focused practice in the system space. The system stated this, and Zhang Yi had no response. It was indeed true that one cannot focus on 2 things at once. It seems we have no choice but to rush the surgery now. Zhang Yi endured the discomfort in his body, stood up, and walked over to the operating table to observe the progress of the surgery. Feng Yong, after all, was the head of the orthopedic department. He could handle vascular and nerve suturing. The surgery was completed in about an hour and a half. Zhang Yi and Feng Yong each did roughly half of the work. The surgical plan was carried out according to Zhang Yi's instructions, divided into 2 stages. They will monitor the mobility and healing of the toe over the next few days before applying the steel plate. During that hour and a half, I wonder how Changya is doing. At this moment, Zhang Yi was experiencing occasional episodes of dizziness and the sensation of fainting. He was now relying solely on his willpower to stay upright. His subconscious mind was telling him he couldn't give in yet. He had to wait a little longer. At least he had to protect Changya's kneecap, otherwise, the little girl's leg would never be able to bend again. Upon receiving word that Cheng Chuan's surgery had concluded, the emergency department immediately rushed Changya into the operating room. By this point, Changya's condition had improved significantly, and she was now stable enough to undergo surgery. Meanwhile, upon hearing the news, Yuan Li rushed over to the emergency department. New Year's Day, what's going on? I heard from our department that Zhang Yi risked his life to save someone? As soon as Yuan Li arrived, he pulled Guo Xinyan aside and asked, Oh, Zhang Yi really is? Guo Xinyan hesitated, unsure whether to admire Zhang Yi or call him foolish. Don't sigh. Where's Zhang Yi? Where did he go? Yuan Li looked around the empty office and asked. A little girl went into shock earlier, and it just so happened that she has rare blood type. The blood bank didn't have any of that type, and the blood donors couldn't come right away. It was such a coincidence that Zhang Yi went to check and found out he has the same rare blood type. Then Zhang Yi donated 1,000 milliliters of blood to the little girl without resting, and now he's even on the operating table. Guo Xinyan briefly explained the situation. What? After taking that much blood, he's going to perform surgery? He's crazy. Yuan Li stood with her hands on her hips, completely furious at Zhang Yi's actions. Doesn't he know he needs rest, hydration, and even a blood transfusion right now? Yuan Li shouted again, still with her hands on her hips. No way. I'll call his girlfriend. Yuan Li thought for a moment. Others couldn't control him, but maybe his girlfriend could? Linhai City, the office of the president of Lin City Group. What? Alright. I'll be right over. Type A, Rh negative blood, right? I'll contact the volunteers immediately. After hanging up the phone, Su Qingqing struggled to hold back the tears welling up in her eyes and said to her secretary, "Xiaoli, cancel all my appointments for the next week. Anything that can't be cancelled should be handed over to the vice president. I need to leave immediately. Also, contact the Lini City Rare Blood Type Volunteer Center and tell them I'm offering 50,000 yuan to any volunteer with type A Rh negative blood to donate some blood." Got it. Secretary Xiaoli had no idea why Su Qingqing was leaving so suddenly, but since it was the boss's decision, the subordinate could only follow orders. Meanwhile, at the municipal hospital in Tianshan City, Zhang Yi used his last ounce of willpower to set Cheng Ye's kneecap, but the shattered femur was beyond his strength to handle. Prompt: host is 15% away from shock. Please enter a deep sleep state as soon as possible. Warning: host is 15 points away from shock. Please enter hibernation mode immediately. If you don't hurry me, I'm really starting to feel sleepy. Zhang Yi held the needle forceps in his hand and murmured softly before collapsing heavily. Before closing his eyes, Zhang Yi could only vaguely see the people around him staring at him in horror, shouting his name. Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi? Chapter 182, Energy Repair Space Impressive. Zhang Yi slowly opened his eyes, only to find that he wasn't in a hospital. He was lying on an endless expanse of lush green grass. In the distance, mountains and water met, and the faint sounds of flowing springs and the cheerful chirping of birds could be heard. The air carried a faint, sweet scent, instantly refreshing Zhang Yi's spirits. Where am I? Zhang Yi looked around at the picturesque scenery and murmured to himself. System is repairing the host's blood volume. Please wait. Estimated time, 1 hour. That's so fast. It's done in just 1 hour? Zhang Yi said as he stood up. Yes, this is an energy repair space. It has ample oxygen and fresh air, allowing the host to recover more quickly from the loss of vital energy caused by blood loss. Wow, you're amazing. You're too kind. I'm a bit hungry. Can you pass me some bread? Zhang Yi rubbed his stomach and said, I lost so much blood and didn't eat anything before going into surgery. No wonder I'm hungry. Within 100 miles of this location, there are grasslands, forests, streams, orchards, and dairy cows. Just ahead of you is an orchard, feel free to pick whatever you like. Zhang Yi was completely stunned by the system. Could it be this amazing? While helping him restore his health, he also received such generous treatment? Zhang Yi hurriedly followed the system's instructions and soon came upon a vibrant orchard filled with colorful fruits. There's everything here? Zhang Yi marveled as he walked toward the nearest mulberry grove, plucked a dark purple mulberry, and popped it into his mouth. So sweet. The mulberry melted in his mouth, and with a gentle bite, the juice burst out, filling his entire mouth. Not bad, not bad. Zhang Yi nodded and ate several more mulberries. Traditional Chinese medicine states that the 5 colors nourish the 5 organs. The Huangdi Neijing, the Yellow Emperor's classic of internal medicine, records the following: green nourishes the liver, red benefits the heart, yellow benefits the spleen and stomach, white moistens the lungs, and black benefits the kidneys. These are typically exemplified by common foods such as mung beans, red beans, yellow beans, white beans, and black beans. In addition to legumes, many other colored fruits also possess similar health benefits. Zhang Yi mainly considered that he had lost so much blood and needed to nourish his kidneys properly. After all, there's an old saying in traditional Chinese medicine: the kidneys produce essence, essence produces marrow, and marrow produces blood. If you don't nourish your kidneys properly, what if you develop complications later on? That would be tragic. After eating a few mulberries, Zhang Yi saw strawberries ahead. Aren't strawberries only available in winter? All fruits are available year-round. Impressive. Ha ha. While Zhang Yi was enjoying himself in his system space, in reality, a group of people were busy surrounding him. Half an hour earlier. After Zhang Yi collapsed in the operating room, a young doctor quickly carried him to the emergency room for resuscitation. In the operating room, Feng Yon, Ma Yunxiang, and the remaining doctors continued with the surgery. Make way. Make way. Let us through. The orthopedic surgeon, carrying Zhang Yi, rushed into the resuscitation room as quickly as possible. Guo Xinyan and Yuan Li heard the shout and curiously came out to take a look, only to discover that Zhang Yi was being carried on someone's back. What happened to Zhang Yi? Yuan Li immediately left the office and followed Zhang Yi into the emergency room, with Guo Xinyan close behind. He fainted just now, so I quickly carried him down. The orthopedic surgeon placed Zhang Yi on the hospital bed and said with a slight pant. Fainted? Quick, get the ECG monitor and oxygen. Establish an 4-line and start fluid replacement. Guo Xinyan looked at Zhang Yi's pale face and turned to the nurse. Got it. Zhang Yi is not just a patient, he is also their colleague. Although they haven't spent much time together, Zhang Yi has earned the genuine admiration and respect of everyone in the department through his technical skills and dedication to his work. It seemed that the emergency room staff were more tense and focused than usual, even more so than when they were saving other patients.
In the resuscitation room, several conscious patients who had seen the doctor who had drawn a lot of blood from the little girl being carried back into the resuscitation room asked with concern, "Oh my, what happened to that doctor? Oh no, is he going to die? That would be such a pity." It wasn't until the heart monitor and oxygen were fully activated that the medical staff present finally breathed a sigh of relief. That scared the life out of me. I thought Zhang Yi was going to die right there, Yuan Li said, patting his chest. Hua Xinyan also sighed heavily and said, "Thank goodness, his blood pressure and heart rate are at the critical point of normal values. At least that proves he's okay." At that moment, Zhang Yi's blood pressure was 98/60 millimeters of mercury, breathing rate was 22 breaths per minute, heart rate was 100 beats per minute, and blood oxygen saturation was 99%. This guy is really something. Now everyone in the hospital will know about his heroic act of saving someone's life. Yuan Li stood by Zhang Yi's bedside, took out a medical flashlight, and shone it into Zhang Yi's pupils again. "It seems like the director already knows," the young nurse whispered beside him. "Wow, that news spread so fast." Ding 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 ding. At that moment, Yuan Li's phone rang in her bag. "Hello, Su Qingqing? Yuan Li, how are Zhang Yi and the others doing?" On the other end of the line, Su Qingqing's voice sounded like she was about to cry. "Oh no. They're not doing well. He fainted during surgery and is currently in the emergency room." Yuan Li reported the situation honestly. "What?" Su Qingqing nearly fainted upon hearing the news. "Zhang Yi fainted? How is he? Is he in critical condition? I've contacted someone with the same blood type as him. You must help keep Zhang Yi stable." "Oh, Qingqing, don't worry too much. Zhang Yi's life isn't in danger. I'm also wondering why, after drawing 1,000 milliliters of blood, his blood pressure is still around 90/60. That's really strange." Upon hearing that Zhang Yi was out of danger, Su Qingqing finally let out a sigh of relief. "That's good. I should be there in about half an hour. Please keep an eye on Zhang Yi for me." All right, give me a call when you arrive, and I'll meet you at the entrance." "Okay, thank you." After hanging up the phone, Yuan Li put her phone back into her bag and glanced at Zhang Yi's expression again. Something's off. How come I feel like his expression has improved a bit in just a moment? I added some nutrient solution. It must have had some effect. Gui Xinyan gave Yuan Li a disapproving look. Yuan Li puckered his lips and didn't think much of it. Half an hour later, Su Qingqing arrived at the emergency building of Tianshan City Hospital with a woman in her 30s. Yuan Li was also waiting punctually at the entrance of the emergency building. "Qingqing, over here." Yuan Li waved to Su Qingqing. Chapter 183, the surgery was successful under these circumstances. Only Su Qingqing could be seen with a red nose, rushing toward Yuan Li. "What's going on? Does she need a blood transfusion? I brought a volunteer with rare blood type over." "No, Zhang Yi is doing okay. He's just still unconscious. Let's wait until he wakes up before deciding what to do next," Yuan Li said as he led Su Qingqing into the emergency room. As soon as Su Qingqing entered, many people's eyes were drawn to the beautiful young woman. A graceful lady is a gentleman's ideal mate. Since the emergency department was mostly staffed by male doctors and nurses, it was only natural for their eyes to turn toward Su Qingqing. When Su Qingqing saw Zhang Yi lying motionless on the hospital bed with his eyes tightly closed, 2 tears instantly fell down her cheeks. She had been anxious the entire journey, and upon hearing that Zhang Yi had fainted while trying to donate blood for a patient, her heart ached as if it were being torn apart. In truth, Su Qingqing didn't know why she felt so strongly about Zhang Yi. From childhood, she had always been pampered, with everything done for her, and her innocent, charming appearance made her almost irresistible to others. But when it came to Zhang Yi, she refused him. When she knew he was going to participate in the school basketball game, she gave him a pair of the most fashionable sneakers at the time, but he refused. There were many other instances like this, and Zhang Yi refused them all. At that time, Su Qingqing couldn't understand why. She was beautiful, came from a good family, and realistically speaking, any guy who wanted to be with her would have to work much harder for years. Yet Zhang Yi kept rejecting her, and she just couldn't figure it out. Later, it seemed like she was defying Zhang Yi, and she secretly vowed to pursue him no matter what. Little did she know that this pursuit would last 5 years. Before she knew it, every one of Zhang Yi's movements, every smile and frown, had already been deeply etched into Su Qingqing's heart, even permeating every cell of her body. "Zhang Yi? Zhang Yi, wake up. It's Qingqing," Su Qingqing whispered into Zhang Yi's ear. But Zhang Yi showed no reaction, still keeping his eyes tightly closed, with only the slight rise and fall of his chest and the even sound of his breathing audible. Seeing that Zhang didn't respond, Su Qingqing cried even harder, burying her face in Zhang Yi's chest and sobbing softly, tears falling one by one onto Zhang Yi's body. Xiao Meihao, standing nearby, kindly tried to step forward to comfort Su Qingqing, but was stopped by Yuan Li. "Ah! Let her cry for a while. Don't disturb her. Emotions need to be released. Otherwise, if they are bottled up inside for too long, it can make you sick." In real life, everyone is holding their breath for Zhang Yi, yet Zhang Yi. There are actually rabbits here. Zhang Yi spent nearly an hour in this so-called energy repair space, eating and playing to his heart's content. In the grass not far away, there was a rabbit with gray fur all over its body. Hee, Zhang Yi grinned evilly as he slowly approached the little rabbit. I'm so bored, I guess I'll just play with the little rabbit. Just then, the system alert sounded in real time. Ding! The host's blood volume repair has been completed. Ha! That's it? I haven't caught the rabbit yet. Zhang Yi said excitedly as the rabbit got closer and closer. External interference detected, exiting energy repair space. Detecting external interference, exiting energy repair space. Oh no! I haven't caught the rabbit yet. Or I could bring 2 more peaches. Zhang Yi suddenly opened his eyes and sat up on the bed. Upon seeing the terrified expressions on the faces of those around him, he swallowed the rest of his words. Zhang Yi. You're awake? Su Qingqing had been startled by Zhang Yi and jumped back from his mouth, but she quickly recovered and stepped closer, gently cupping his face and asking. Qingqing? When did you come over? Zhang Yi was both startled and delighted when he saw Su Qingqing. Yuan Li told me that you fainted while donating blood. Su Qingqing couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears, hugging Zhang Yi tightly, unconcerned about the stares of those around them. These past few hours have been so agonizing she really needed to let it all out. Oh, I'm fine. Look at me, I'm just fine. I was just so tired that I fell asleep. I wasn't dizzy at all. It's all Yuan Li making things up. Zhang Yi gently patted Su Qingqing's back while giving Yuan Li a disapproving look. All the doctors and nurses in the emergency room, including the conscious patients, felt relieved when they saw Zhang Yi wake up. Such a good doctor really can't be allowed to come to any harm. Gui Xinyan completely ignored the dog food in front of him, turned his head to glance at the numbers on the electrocardiogram monitor, and couldn't help but feel shocked. Zhang Yi's blood pressure, heart rate, and breathing were rising way too fast, weren't they? How could everything return to normal in such a short time? He only received 1 bottle of nutrient solution and 500 milliliters of potassium and vitamin C solution. This is a bit too miraculous, isn't it? The blood pressure is 128/76 millimeters of mercury. That's perfectly normal. Cough. Yuan Li couldn't stand it anymore. She came in and made the whole department eat dog food? Show off. Don't you know how to show off quickly? Su Qingqing gradually stopped crying and realized she had been a bit rude. She apologized with a smile to the medical staff by the bed and said, I'm sorry. Thank you for taking care of Zhang Yi. Su Qingqing's fair face still bore a few streaks of tears glistening with a faint sheen. Though she had just cried, her smile gave her an ethereal, almost otherworldly beauty. Wow, Xiaomei, this girl is even more beautiful than the one in the video. Exactly. When she cries like that, she looks like a fairy shedding tears. A few nurses couldn't help but sigh in admiration, let alone the single men standing nearby. What a pity such a beautiful girl already has a boyfriend. Never mind, Zhang Yi is just too reckless. This time he was lucky not to cause her to go into shock, but next time he won't be so lucky. Gui Xinyan glanced at Zhang Yi and said angrily. Exactly. As long as you're okay, I can relax. I'll head back to the department now, otherwise, the director will be looking for me and scolding me again. Yuan Li shook his head and hurried back to his department. As soon as Yuan Li left, the director came to the emergency department. He had also heard that Zhang Yi had donated 1,000 milliliters of blood to a patient. And he insisted on performing the surgery himself. The surgery was successful despite his condition. The hospital director couldn't believe it and decided to come over to check on the unconscious Zhang Yi. Hello, Dean. Dean. The doctors in the emergency department greeted the director with respect one after another. The director nodded slightly and walked toward Zhang Yi, asking, Zhang Yi, how are you? Is everything okay? Thank you for your concern, director. I'm fine now. Zhang Yi said, getting out of bed and taking a few steps to prove he was okay. However, the director stopped him. No, just lie down for now. I'll give you a few days off to rest properly before we discuss anything further. Chapter 184, a doctor who has achieved this level of success is truly accomplished. Rest? I actually don't have much. Zhang Yi hadn't even finished his sentence before he was interrupted again by the director. Zhang Yi, I know you're very dedicated and kind-hearted. But you must take care of your own health. This time, things ended relatively smoothly, but have you considered the consequences if something serious were to happen? You donated so much blood and insisted on going into surgery. Regardless of whether the surgery was successful or not, there were 2 chief surgeons present, so the surgery itself wouldn't have gone wrong. But have you considered yourself? If you were to go into hemorrhagic shock, and given that you have such a rare blood type, where would they find a blood match in an emergency? Without a blood relative and in shock, the outcome is inevitable death. You're a doctor, you're supposed to save lives. But you weren't told to risk your own life to save others. You know, the director only realized halfway through that there were several conscious patients in the resuscitation room listening intently. After thinking it over, the director swallowed his words. With so many patients present, it was difficult to discuss such details. He decided to talk to Zhang Yi privately another day. Zhang Yi was indeed a good doctor, and his dedication was something younger doctors should emulate. However, his approach was not something to be encouraged. Never mind, take a break first. I'll give you an extended leave. Come back to work whenever you're ready. The director waved his hand and said to Zhang Yi. Ha! Why take a vacation for no reason? There's nothing to do. It's better to go to work. Work is so much more fun. Zhang Yi thought this, but the director meant well for him, so Zhang Yi could only nod and agree. Alright, I understand, director. In reality, he wasn't as good as the principal made him out to be. Zhang Yi wasn't that naive. It's entirely because the system said the blood volume could be repaired on its own, so he was so certain about donating blood to Chengya. This time, due to the urgent situation and with the system's assistance, Zhang Yi chose to take the risk. Otherwise, there were no better alternatives available. Zhang Yi fully understood the director's point. While a doctor's primary duty is to heal and save lives, how could a doctor who disregards his own life possibly save others? How could he rescue others? Alright, you rest first. I'll handle the work arrangements with Director Ma. The director said, placing his hands behind his back. Alright, thank you, director. Zhang Yi nodded at the director. Before leaving, the dean glanced at Su Qingqing, who had been standing by Zhang Yi's bedside the entire time. HM? This person looks unfamiliar. She doesn't seem like the director's daughter. However, the president didn't think much of it. After all, he understood that young people could easily change their appearance with makeup. After bidding farewell to the director, the doctors and nurses in the emergency department all relaxed. Phew, the director is finally gone. Zhang Yi, you're really making a name for yourself. The dean came all the way to see you. Why don't you try bleeding until you're almost in shock? Maybe the dean will come see you then. Guo Xinyan rolled his eyes at his colleague beside him. At that moment, the emergency room door swung open, and Ma Yunxiang returned to the emergency department after finishing his surgery. Zhang Yi, you're awake already? Ma Yunxiang looked at Zhang Yi, who had already sat up, in disbelief. Yes, Director Ma. Zhang Yi's mood and complexion both seemed fine. That's amazing. Let me check your blood pressure. Ma Yunxiang said as he leaned over to look at the electrocardiogram monitor. So normal? Director Ma, the way you're talking makes it sound like you don't want me to be normal. Zhang Yi said jokingly. Ma Yunxiang turned around and looked closely at Zhang Yi. His appearance and energy were even better than before. I didn't mean it that way. Why don't you go to the inpatient ward upstairs for a couple of days and get some fluids? Ma Yunxiang was still concerned and said after a moment of thought. No need, Mr. Ma, I'm fine. Zhang Yi laughed. This Mr. Ma was really too concerned about him. No need, Director Ma, I'm fine. Zhang Yi chuckled. This Director Ma was really too concerned about him. No, you should stay there for a few days and get some fluids. Besides, since it's considered a work injury, it won't cost you anything. Ma Yunxiang insisted firmly. Zhang Yi, your supervisor is right. Why don't you stay a few more days? I'll stay here with you. Su Qingqing pulled Zhang Yi's arm and said softly. Exactly, Zhang Yi, why don't you go upstairs and observe for a few more days? The staff in the department began to persuade Zhang Yi. Alright. Since everyone is so enthusiastic, then. Alright. I'll stay 2 more days then. Zhang Yi nodded and agreed. After that, Zhang Yi was assigned to a temporary bed in the emergency ward on the 2nd floor. Since this was considered a work-related injury, Zhang Yi didn't go through any admission procedures and just lay there receiving in-4 drip for half a day. However, within just a few hours, the news had spread throughout the entire hospital, and many other patients had also heard about it. Upon hearing the news, Li Xiaoyun and Chen Xiaoping rushed over with their child to see Zhang Yi. Dr. Zhang, I heard you fainted? Li Xiaoyun was deeply grateful to Zhang Yi from the bottom of her heart. Without him, her life would have been ruined. Oh, you guys are so considerate. I'm fine, why did you all come all the way here to see me? Zhang Yi said that, but deep down, he was actually very happy. Zhang Yi had always been a lonely person with an introverted personality, but since becoming a doctor, he had felt a lot of love that he hadn't experienced in his 20+ years of life. The trust between people, the bond between doctors and patients, at least in this moment, these things have left a deep impression on Zhang Yi. Oh my, what's going on? We all heard the news that Dr. Zhang fainted after donating blood for a child. Oh, Dr. Zhang, you're such a kind person. How about this? Xiaopeng, cook some extra pork rib soup tomorrow and bring some to the hospital for Dr. Zhang to help him recover. Li Xiaoyun turned to Chen Xiaoping beside her and said. Alright. I'll fry some more pork liver. That's good for blood replenishment. Chen Xiaoping nodded in agreement with Li Xiaoyun's suggestion. You guys are really something. No need. Zhang Yi smiled and waved his hands, but he was deeply moved inside. To have reached this point in his career as a doctor, he had truly achieved great success. Chapter 185, A Respected and Beloved Doctor. In the ward, everyone was chatting happily when suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Zhang Yi turned his head and saw that it was Huang Tian and her mother. How did you come over? Are you okay? Zhang Yi looked at Huang Tian sitting in the wheelchair and asked anxiously. This child just got out of the ICU, right? I heard you fainted and he kept insisting on coming to see you. I told him you need to rest, but he wouldn't listen. There was nothing I could do, so I borrowed a wheelchair to bring him over to see you. Huang Tian's mother said with a faint smile. Tian, you're being disobedient again. Your heart still can't handle too much strain. Zhang Yi walked over to Huang Tian, bent down, and gently stroked his head as he spoke. I just wanted to come visit Dr. Zhang. Are you okay, Dr. Zhang? Huang Tian's current state was completely different from when Zhang Yi first met him. I believe that with more time and care, Huang Tian will be able to attend school and study like a normal child soon. Although he can't engage in too much strenuous exercise, simple activities like walking and jogging are still possible. What could I possibly have to do? Look at me, do I look like I have something to do? Zhang Yi smiled at Huang Tian and spread his hands in a shrugging gesture. Huang Tian chuckled, but his eyes were fixed on the beautiful young woman standing beside Zhang Yi. Dr. Zhang, who is this lady? Huang Tian's little mouth was so sweet. According to his age, he should have called her Aunt Su Qingqing, but this little clever boy saw the beautiful lady and directly called her sister. Su Qingqing was quite flattered by the sister address. She walked up behind Zhang Yi, draped her arm over his shoulder, and said, Me? I'm Dr. Zhang's girlfriend, of course. Sister, you're so beautiful. Huang Tian smiled even more brightly, her lips smeared with honey as she kept complimenting her. Although Su Qingqing was already beautiful to begin with. After chatting for a while longer, everyone saw that Zhang Yi really didn't have anything else to do, so they all went back. Before leaving, Huang Tian's mother remembered that when they entered the house, Li Xiaoyuan and her husband had both said they would bring Zhang Yi some pork rib soup, so she couldn't leave empty-handed either. After all, Zhang Yi had done such a big favor for their family and hadn't even accepted any gift money. Dr. Zhang, I'll bring you some blood tonifying medicine tomorrow as well. Huang Tian's mother said. No need. Really, there's no need to trouble you. I'm fine, isn't it? Oh, this bleeding may not look serious on the surface, but there could be an issue internally. Don't worry. I'll go buy some iron supplements for men tomorrow and bring them over. Huang Tian's mother insisted, waving her hands and pushing Huang Tian away. Sigh, really? Oh, these people are so annoying. I told them not to bring it, but they insisted. I hope Huang Tian's mom didn't give him some donkey hide gelatin blood tonic to drink. After everyone had left, the ward was left with only Zhang Yi and Su Qingqing. Originally, Zhang Yi had been assigned a private room, so there were no other patients in the room at that time. Zhang Yi. I admire you so much. Su Qingqing took a step forward and rushed into Zhang Yi's arms, excitedly saying. Ha? Why is this girl suddenly saying this? She was just crying earlier, wasn't she? What's wrong? Zhang Yi asked. Nothing much, I just admire you. Su Qingqing said as she moved closer to Zhang Yi's embrace. The people who had been saved by Zhang Yi earlier came one after another to visit him, leaving Su Qingqing deeply moved. How many doctors in the world could do something like this? She is so lucky to be with such a respected and beloved doctor. Silly girl, what are you talking about? Zhang Yi ruffled Su Qingqing's smooth black hair and gently kissed her forehead, speaking with indulgence. I don't think I'm silly. I think I have great taste. Su Qingqing tilted her head up and looked at Zhang Yi's chin as she spoke. You're right. I'm such a promising catch, and you persisted in pursuing me. I guess you do have good taste after all. No way. Su Qingqing smiled and puckered her lips in a playful manner. Zhang Yi felt a bit embarrassed and turned his face away, saying, Be careful. This is a hospital. There are all kinds of people coming and going outside the door. No, I want a kiss. A kiss. Su Qingqing pouted and refused to give in. It's been a few days since we last saw each other, and I really missed you. Alright. I'll give you a kiss, Zhang Yi said, pretending to be cool. Just as the two of them were getting cozy in the room. Cough. A sudden, intense yet deliberate coughing fit startled both of them, sending a chill down their spines. Yuan Li, what the hell are you coughing about? Is there something stuck in your throat? Zhang Yi glared at Yuan Li standing at the door and snapped angrily. Su Qingqing blushed and hid behind Zhang Yi. Oh my god, this is so embarrassing. Did Yuan Li see that just now? Oh my gosh, this is so embarrassing. I just came over after work to find you guys. I only found out you were transferred to the second floor when I went to the emergency room. Yuan Li looked completely innocent. He didn't mean to disturb you. It just happened to be quitting time, so he came over to check on you. What's going on? Zhang Yi shot Yuan Li a glance and sat back on the bed, asking. Are you feeling better? Let's go eat. Kongwei had already gone to the garage to start the car. Alright, I'll ask the nurse to remove this for. Zhang Yi said, pointing to the pillow on his hand. After that, Zhang Yi, Yuanli, and Su Qingqing left the hospital to go eat. In the parking lot, as soon as Kong Wei saw Zhang Yi, he started chattering nonstop. Zhang Yi, you're amazing. I can't believe it. Zhang Yi rolled his eyes at Kong Wei and didn't say anything, letting him enjoy himself. I was too busy this afternoon to find the time, but later I heard it from Yuanli, then from others in our department, and finally when I went to the ENT department, I heard people talking about it. Everyone said you were so determined to save others that you didn't even care about your own life. But you donated so much blood, how come you're in such good shape now? Kong Wei said, feeling something was off, and asked. What do you want me to be like then? Lying in bed, unable to move? That's not what I meant, but hey, you must be Zhang Yi's girlfriend who bravely confessed her feelings at Zhou Daluan's concert, right? Hello? I'm Zhang Yi's friend, my name is Kong Wei. Kong Wei extended his hand politely. He spoke halfway before noticing Su Qingqing standing behind Zhang Yi. She looked even more beautiful in person than in the video. With a loud slap, Zhang Yi knocked away Kong Wei's outstretched hand. What are you sticking your pig's hoof out for? Zhang Yi coldly glanced at Kong Wei and said. Hey, look at you, all nervous. I wonder if you'll evolve into a strict husband or a jealous husband. Kong Wei puckered his lips and said. Chapter 186, Let's Sleep Together. Hello, my name is Su Qingqing, and I am Zhang Yi's girlfriend. Su Qingqing smiled and nodded at Kong Wei in greeting. No need to shake hands, Zhang Yi seemed a bit upset earlier. After a brief introduction, the group got into the car. By the way, where's Guixinyan? Didn't you call him, Yuanli? Zhang Yi got into the car and realized that Guixinyan wasn't there. I did call him, but he answered with a mysterious voice and said he couldn't come. All right. No one thought much of it, so we all headed to the restaurant. Zhang Yi really wanted to eat hot pot, but everyone else disagreed. What kind of hot pot are you going to eat like that? Just have some pig liver and lamb kidneys to replenish your energy. Exactly, just eat something light. Why make it so spicy? All right. At the dinner table, Zhang Yi just watched them enjoy their delicious meal while he. Oh well. Donating blood was already bad enough, but I never expected it to get even worse after donating. Zhang Yi, where are you staying tonight? The hospital or the dormitory? Yuan Li asked while eating. Let's go back to the dormitory. I'm not used to staying in the ward. Zhang Yi thought for a moment and said. What about your girlfriend? Kong Wei asked curiously. Let's book her a hotel later. What do you think, Qingqing? Zhang Yi turned to look at Su Qingqing. I'm fine with anything. Su Qingqing nodded. Seeing that they had almost finished eating, Su Qingqing stood up to go to the restroom. After Su Qingqing left, Kong Wei asked with a mischievous smile, You're just leaving her alone in the hotel like this today? What? What do you want to say? Zhang Yibai shot Kong Wei a glance and asked. Nothing. A girl is alone outside, and it's not safe. Plus, your girlfriend is so beautiful. Aren't you worried? Nothing much. A girl is not safe out alone, and your girlfriend is so pretty. Aren't you worried? Exactly, and I think you should stay in the hospital. You just fainted today. Stay in the hospital for observation for a few days before returning to the dorm. Yuan Li agreed. After hearing them say that, Zhang Yi thought about it and realized they were right. Let's just stay at the hospital tonight. There's a private room with 2 beds and a place to wash up. Zhang Yi hesitated for a moment before saying. After dinner, Kong Wei drove the 3 of them to the hospital entrance. I'll head back first. You two take your time. Yuan Li, being considerate, left first. Should we take a walk before heading back to the hospital? Zhang Yi looked at the time and said. Are you sure you're okay? Su Qingqing was a bit worried about Zhang Yi, hoping he wasn't just being stubborn to accompany her shopping. Oh, how many times have you asked me that today? I already said I'm fine. Come on, let's go walk around the pedestrian street, watch a movie, and then go back. Zhang Yi took Su Qingqing's hand and started walking, not bothering to wait for her response. And so, Su Qingqing and Zhang Yi, like any other ordinary young couple, strolled through the streets, watched a movie, and enjoyed a warm and romantic evening. When Su Qingqing came out of the cinema with a red nose, Zhang Yi couldn't help but tease her for a while. Haha, you silly girl, you're crying over an animated film? Zhang Yi said this, but his hand couldn't help but reach up and pinch Su Qingqing's face. I only cried at the end. It was so touching. Neza was just a 3-year-old child who had to part with his parents and endure heavenly tribulations. Oh, how pitiful. It's okay, it's all just a story. Don't cry. Zhang Yi gently wiped away Su Qingqing's tears and said tenderly. Okay. Su Qingqing was easy to console as soon as Zhang Yi said a few words, she stopped crying immediately. Why don't you stay with me at the hospital tonight? At the movie theater entrance, Zhang Yi told Su Qingqing his earlier thought, hoping she wouldn't misunderstand. What? Sleep with you? Seeing Su Qingqing's face flush instantly, Zhang Yi knew the girl had misunderstood. What are you thinking about? Zhang Yi tapped Su Qingqing's forehead and said. I wasn't thinking about anything. Su Qingqing lifted her head and gave an awkward smile. But inside, she was as excited as a tidal wave crashing against the shore. Zhang Yi wants to sleep with me? Oh my gosh, will something happen tonight? Oh my gosh, this is a bit sudden. I didn't prepare anything. What should I do? Should I buy condoms? But it seems like a lot of guys don't like condoms. Should I buy them or not? What if? What if what? Zhang Yi stared at Su Qingqing's expressive face and asked with interest. Nothing. I think we should just sleep separately. Ha, you're so silly. I knew you were thinking something else. Kong Wei and Yuan Li both told me to stay at the hospital today and observe for a few days before returning to the dormitory, but you're a girl and you're so pretty. It's not safe for you to stay outside. I was thinking that my hospital room has 2 beds, so that's why I asked you to stay with me. Ah. Oh, Su Qingqing's expression flashed a hint of disappointment. I thought it was Zhang Yi wanting to do something, but it turned out to be this. Zhang Yi found Su Qingqing's expression quite amusing and couldn't stop laughing all the way to the hospital. Stop laughing. Su Qingqing glared at Zhang Yi in embarrassment and said. Alright, I won't laugh anymore. But I never would have guessed you were such a shy little thing, hee. Su Qingqing's face turned even redder, and she couldn't find any words to counter it. It was clearly Zhang Yi who spoke ambiguously, making others think the wrong thing. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Go to bed early. Zhang Yi stopped laughing and spoke seriously. In the hospital room, Zhang Yi finished washing up and then lay down on the bed to play with his phone. I'm going to wash up now, Su Qingqing whispered. Alright, I'll go wash up too. Okay. Zhang Yi replied, then continued looking at his phone. Su Qingqing's heart was pounding wildly, and she couldn't help but imagine all sorts of possible conversations that might take place after she stepped out of the bathroom. But when Su Qingqing finished washing up and came out, she discovered that Zhang Yi was actually lying on the bed asleep. Chapter 187, Zhang Yi honored by the entire hospital. Sigh. Su Qingqing sighed helplessly, walked up, and quietly kissed Zhang Yi's lips before turning off the light and going to sleep. Zhang Yi had also already entered the system training space. System? When can I go back to that energy repair space again? The energy repair space is an emergency measure activated by the system when the host's life is threatened. It is not normally accessible. The energy repair space is an emergency measure implemented by the system when the host's life is in danger. It is not normally accessible. Oh, what a pity. That place was really nice. Please accumulate more medical ethics points. When your medical ethics points reach the maximum score, a mysterious gift box will be unlocked. Zhang Yi nodded and opened his system panel. Medical ethics, 63 out of 100. Indoor. Wound suturing technique, 85 out of 100. Congenital heart disease surgery, completed. Intracranial aneurysm embolization, completed. Brain atrophy resection, completed. Replantation of amputated limbs, completed. Pancreaticoduodenectomy, completed. Ophthalmic surgery, completed. Organ transplant surgery, unlocked 30% complete. 3-incision esophageal cancer radical resection with colon-jejunal esophageal replacement and cervical anastomosis, not unlocked. Outdoor. Closed pneumothorax first aid outside the hospital, completed. Second-degree burns covering 50% of the body surface area, out of hospital emergency bandaging completed. I'm curious what's inside that mysterious gift box. After another night of practicing kidney transplant surgery, Zhang Yi's biological clock woke him up precisely at 7 o'clock. Zhang Yi got out of bed and noticed that Su Qingqing was still asleep. Her smooth black hair cascaded down her smooth forehead, highlighting her fair, delicate skin. Her delicate eyebrows were framed by her long, dark eyelashes. At that moment, one of her feet was draped over the blanket, which she had tucked under her arms, and the corners of her lips were slightly turned up, making her look as cute as a doll. Sigh. Zhang Yi heaved a heavy sigh, once again questioning his own judgment. Such a beautiful, obedient girl who genuinely loved him, he had wronged her for 5 years. Oh, what a sin. Sigh. Beijia. Zhang Yi bent down and left a special mark on Su Qingqing's lips. Then, Zhang Yi went to the hospital entrance to buy some breakfast and placed it on the cabinet next to Su Qingqing's bed. After that, he went to the department again. Zhang Yi? What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to rest? When the emergency department staff, who had just finished their morning meeting, saw Zhang Yi standing at the door, they were all surprised. Why are you here when you're supposed to be taking a day off? I'm just bored, so I came to check on the 2 children and the adults who had surgery yesterday. How are they doing? Zhang Yi asked. They were all successful, but I heard that after you fainted, the little girl's remaining femur fracture was almost impossible to set, and Dr. Fong and Dr. Ma had to work very hard to complete the surgery. That's good. Is her family still in the ICU? Yes, they are. After saying that, Zhang Yi was about to take the elevator upstairs when he was called back by Ma Yunxiang, who had just returned from the emergency room. Zhang Yi? Didn't I tell you to rest? Why are you back? Ma Yunxiang asked the same question as the other emergency department colleagues. I came to check on the patients from yesterday.
Zhang Yi answered honestly. Hey, you come to the office. I'll talk to you alone. Ma Yunxiang put his hands behind his back and entered the office first. Zhang Yi didn't even have to think to know that Ma Yunxiang was definitely going to lecture him. Sit down. In the office, there were only Ma Yunxiang and Zhang Yi. As usual, Ma Yunxiang politely pointed to the chair next to him and said, "The dean called me in for a talk again yesterday." Sigh. As soon as Zhang Yi sat down, Ma Yunxiang began to speak at length. "Yesterday, you fainted, and I also bear some responsibility. I really shouldn't have agreed to let you operate after you donated so much blood. I truly have a responsibility. But there was nothing we could do at the time. That wasn't a surgery the orthopedic chief could perform, was it? That's why I thought of letting you do it." When Ma Yunxiang said the last sentence, he deliberately lowered his voice. I understood the chief's intentions. At the time, I also thought we should tackle the most challenging knee bone first, but I didn't expect to faint immediately after finishing it. Now the entire hospital knows about this. From the way the hospital director spoke yesterday, it seems like they might even want to commend you publicly. What? That's not necessary, is it? Zhang Yi was a bit taken aback. A hospital-wide commendation seems a bit too much, doesn't it? Although the method was risky, your integrity is something the young doctors in our hospital should learn from. Ma Yunxiang smiled at Zhang Yi and said, "This Zhang Yi is indeed growing on me. Not only is he skilled, but he's also humble and well-mannered." Zhang Yi chatted with Ma Yunxiang for a while longer before striding toward the ICU department. After Zhang Yi put on his isolation gown and entered the intensive care unit, the few ICU nurses behind him reluctantly turned their gaze away. "Look, what are you looking at? Your eyes are glued to him." Chen Gang rolled his eyes and looked down on the nurses with disdain. "You don't know anything. Zhang Yi is both handsome and capable. Do you think you're him? All you do is play mahjong, shout for someone to join your game, and deliberately block others." The young nurse immediately retorted. "Hey! All of you. I'll show you." Chen Gang couldn't argue back because his catchphrase was actually, "Come on, let's play mahjong." In the intensive care unit, Wang Yanfei's family was assigned 3 connected beds. On the hospital bed, although Wang Yanfei couldn't move her lower body, as soon as she saw Zhang Yi approach, she mustered all her strength to sit up and thank him, as she believed this was the least she could do to show her respect. No, stay lying down. Don't get up. You just came out of surgery not long ago." Zhang Yi hurriedly stopped Wang Yanfei's movements. "Dr. Zhang. Thank you so much. I heard from the nurse yesterday that you fainted while performing surgery on my daughter. I truly can't thank you enough. This kindness is something I can never repay." Wang Yanfei spoke excitedly, her eyes brimming with tears, looking as though she was about to cry. "Don't get so worked up. It's nothing serious. I was just a bit tired yesterday, but I rested today and feel much better. I just came by to check on you all. The doctor said all 3 of our surgeries were successful. Thank you so much. Really, thank you." Wang Yanfei nodded heavily to Zhang Yi and said. Zhang Yi smiled and said, "No problem, it's what doctors do." As Zhang Yi spoke, he discreetly glanced at the wound sites of the 3 people. The surgery had been completed fairly well. Given how severe the injuries were, being able to perform so many reductions was quite impressive. At least both children will be able to walk again in the future, and they won't be disabled. By the way, where are the fathers of these 2 children? I didn't see them at the entrance to the ICU department earlier. As soon as Zhang Yi asked this, Wang Yanfei's expression turned awkward. Chapter 188, I never sought anything from my patients as a doctor. Looking at Wang Yanfei's expression, Zhang Yi felt something was off and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Is something the matter?" "Nothing, they just went out to borrow some money." "Borrow money?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi finally realized what was going on. Their house had collapsed, and the 3 people in the house were all undergoing major limb reattachment surgeries, which were highly complex procedures, so the costs were also quite high. Consider how much savings a rural family could possibly have. Performing 3 such high-risk limb reattachment surgeries at once would be a financial burden even for a middle-class family. Zhang Yi thought for a moment and said, "Alright, I won't charge for my surgical fees. However, the costs for medical instruments and other hospital expenses are set by the hospital, so I have no authority to decide those." Zhang Yi would certainly help as much as he could, but poverty was a fundamental issue that couldn't be cured. He couldn't change the hospital's regulations, so all he could do was waive his own portion of the surgical fees. Wang Yanfei was deeply moved, but she shook her head firmly and said, "No, Dr. Zhang. You've already done so much for our family. You doctors also need to support your families and make a living, don't you? We won't spare a single penny for the hospitalization or surgery fees. Rest assured." Zhang Yi was their family's savior. They had already felt they had no way to repay him. How could she possibly have the nerve to accept any more kindness from Zhang Yi? Doctors also need to earn a living and receive wages, and Wang Yanfei understood this. "No problem, I don't mind the money. I'll go talk to the department head later and have them waive the surgery fees." Zhang Yi raised his hand.
He could tell that this family was struggling financially, otherwise, they wouldn't have built a cement house that collapsed after only 3 years. Dr. Zhang, we really can't accept your kindness. We have nothing to repay you with. Wang Yanfei was once again moved by Zhang Yi. There are actually such kind-hearted doctors in this world. There's no need to say more. My intention in becoming a doctor was never to receive anything from patients. I simply did what I could. Please rest assured and focus on your recovery. Don't let your emotions get the better of you. A positive mindset can help wounds heal faster. Dr. Zhang, Wang Yanfei, opened my mouth to say something else, but was interrupted again by Zhang Yi raising his hand. It's okay, don't worry too much. Just focus on recovering. I'll come back later to visit the 2 children. After a brief farewell, Zhang Yi left the intensive care unit. Wang Yanfei lay in the hospital bed, watching Zhang Yi's departing figure, her heart unable to calm down for a long time. Perhaps there really are more good people in this world. Zhang Yi left the intensive care unit and knocked on the door of the ICU doctor's office. He wanted to find out how much the family owed in total for hospital fees and surgery costs. Zhang Yi, why are you here again? It was Chen Gang who spoke. Earlier, several nurses had compared Zhang Yi to him, and he was still feeling a bit resentful. I came over to ask how much the medical expenses have been for Wang Yanfei's family so far. What? Are you seriously considering covering all their expenses? The doctors and nurses from the ICU heard this and immediately gathered around to join the discussion. You're overthinking it. If I really came across someone in poverty, I'd cover all the expenses, but could I handle that? There are so many poor people, even in Rome province, and I simply couldn't handle it all. I just want to do my best to help them. How do you plan to help them? Just for their eldest daughter, Chang Ya's surgery and hospitalization costs have already exceeded 50,000 yuan. I estimated that if she recovers properly, the total costs will be around 80,000 to 90,000 yuan. If the other 2 don't experience any complications, their total cost should be around 100,000 yuan by the time they're discharged. This is just an estimate based on the best case scenario. If things don't go well, I have no idea how much it will be. Chen Gang held up his fingers and roughly calculated the amount. Please note that the figures mentioned are fictional and should not be taken as accurate representations of real-life costs. If you calculate it that way, it adds up to 180,000 yuan. Zhang Yi murmured softly. Even if Zhang Yi were to deduct his own surgery costs, it wouldn't make much of a difference. How are you going to help? Chen Gang asked again. Give me a hand and deduct my surgery fees first. Zhang Yi turned to the nurse in charge of accounting and said. What? What? No, Zhang Yi, if you do this, you'll lose your performance bonus. All that surgery will be for nothing. Plus, you donated blood and fainted. You deserve at least basic compensation for your labor, right? The staff in the ICU were also shocked by Zhang Yi's words. Zhang Yi is truly a man of great integrity. It's okay. Over 10,000 yuan isn't much for me, but for Wang Yanfei's family, it's a huge burden. Any help we can give them is better than nothing. Zhang Yi said indifferently. Several ICU nurses looked up to Zhang Yi even more. Zhang Yi is truly handsome, kind-hearted, and of high moral character. I admire him so much. He's way more handsome than those effeminate men on TV. We dare not arbitrarily deduct this fee. Why don't you ask the director, Dr. Zhang? However, the director is off today and won't be back until tomorrow. The office nurse glanced at Zhang Yi with an apologetic look and said, All right, I'll come back tomorrow. Zhang Yi nodded and left the ICU ward. Wow. Zhang Yi is so cool. He didn't even ask for his own surgery fees? Exactly. I've decided. I'm not going to follow any of those other idols like Akon, Fan, or Ashi anymore. I'm going to be a fan of Zhang Yi. Humph. Come on, does Zhang Yi even need your support? He already has a girlfriend. Chen Gang once again poured cold water on the group of young nurses. Mind your own business. Go play mahjong. Zhang Yi tiptoed back to the second-floor emergency ward, only to find Su Qingqing still asleep. It must be almost 10 o'clock. The sun is already high in the sky. What a pig! Zhang Yi muttered softly. Just then, Su Qingqing's phone rang. Zhang Yi, worried it might disturb her, quickly pressed the mute button. However, as he looked at the caller ID on the phone screen, Zhang Yi gradually furrowed his brows. Chapter 189, Guaranteed to replenish your blood immediately after drinking. Zhang Yi didn't really want to look at Su Qingqing's phone, but he couldn't help glancing at it and saw that it was filled with work-related messages. It read, Mr. Su, when will you be back? Mr. Su, the Deputy General Manager said that the contract for the Longtian Medical Equipment Project needs your personal approval. Mr. Su, the board members at Friday's regular meeting said it would be best if you could come back. Mr. Su. A series of text message notifications and missed calls all displayed work-related content. Zhang Yi sighed softly. It seems like such a big company is really busy. She suddenly came looking for me without telling me anything. Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel a ripple of emotion welling up inside him. This girl was truly a good person. However, he decided to let Su Qingqing return to Linhai first. After all, he had nothing else to do, and the company was so busy. He couldn't delay her important matters. Looking at Su Qingqing's sleeping face, Zhang Yi couldn't help but bend down and gently touch her soft little lips again, only to wake her up. Ugh, Su Qingqing rubbed her sleepy eyes and slowly opened them. Upon seeing Zhang Yi so close, she jumped in surprise. Ah! You! Just thinking about it, Su Qingqing's little heart started pounding again, feeling a bit nervous. What if something happens later? Finally, Zhang Yi let go of Su Qingqing. Don't you mind my bad breath? Su Qingqing suddenly thought of an awkward question. After all, everyone has bad breath in the morning. Zhang Yi was amused by this and, after thinking for a moment, gave a more tactful answer. No, you smell sweet everywhere. Hee hee, Su Qingqing smiled faintly. Zhang Yi's survival instinct is still pretty strong, isn't it? Compared to before, he's improved so much. Get up already, it's almost noon, you silly girl. Zhang Yi pinched Su Qingqing's cheek and said. What? It's already noon? Oh my gosh, I didn't even notice. Su Qingqing hurriedly got up and went into the bathroom to wash up. She had really gotten up a bit late today. I wonder if Zhang Yi will think she's lazy. Let's go. I'll take you out for a late breakfast and then I'll drop you off at the airport. Zhang Yi was about to lead Su Qingqing out the door, but when she heard those words, she stopped in her tracks. To the airport? What's going on? Is something wrong? Su Qingqing asked in confusion. Nothing, I'll just take you back. Your company is so busy it's better not to delay your work. What? No, I'm not busy. I can stay a few more days. When Su Qingqing said this, her eyes flickered a few times, clearly indicating that she had also seen the text messages on her phone while washing up in the bathroom. You think you can fool me? Zhang Yi asked Su Qingqing in a challenging tone. Su Qingqing was momentarily speechless. Indeed, when faced with someone she liked, she couldn't bring herself to lie. Be good, listen to me. There will be plenty of opportunities for us to be together in the future. Zhang Yi stroked Su Qingqing's head and led her out of the hospital. Su Qingqing, who was following behind, was reluctant to leave and didn't want to go, but since Zhang Yi was her boyfriend, a girlfriend had to listen to her boyfriend, right? After taking Su Qingqing out for a late breakfast, he bought tickets for the next available flight and saw her off at the airport. Be careful on the way. At the security checkpoint, Zhang Yi waved goodbye to Su Qingqing. I don't want to go. Su Qingqing wrapped her arms around Zhang Yi's waist, buried her head in his chest, and began to act spoiled, oblivious to the people around them at the airport. Listen, I'll come find you next time. No way. Give me a kiss before you go. Su Qingqing puckered her pink lips again. Zhang Yi sighed helplessly, his lips curling slightly, and slowly lowered his head to gently kiss Su Qingqing's lips. Is that enough? You silly girl. Hee hee. Alright, I'm off. Bye. Su Qingqing let go of Zhang Yi and waved goodbye to him. After seeing Su Qingqing off, Zhang Yi suddenly remembered something. He remembered that October 3rd was supposed to be Su Qingqing's birthday, wasn't it? Isn't that today? Zhang Yi suddenly realized. Oh no. If I had known it was today, I wouldn't have rushed to send Su Qingqing away. Oh well, I owe her a birthday gift. I'll give it to her next time. After thinking it over, Zhang Yi took out his phone and sent Su Qingqing a WeChat red envelope of 5,200 yuan. On the other side, Su Qingqing had just boarded the plane when she received Zhang Yi's WeChat message. Ha! Why is he transferring money via WeChat? Su Qingqing looked at her phone screen, puzzled, but still happily accepted the red envelope. It's your birthday, silly girl. Zhang Yi replied with a WeChat message. Oh my gosh, Zhang Yi didn't mention it, so I completely forgot. Su Qingqing muttered softly. Zhang Yi's matters had been keeping her so busy that she had even forgotten her own birthday. Humph. And you still made me rush off like this? I forgot, sorry. I'll make it up to you next time, okay? Alright. At the end, Su Qingqing sent over an emoji expressing her disappointment. Zhang Yi replied with a good girl emoji and one of him patting her head. After chatting with Su Qingqing for a while longer, the plane was about to take off. Su Qingqing activated flight mode, and Zhang Yi hailed a taxi and returned to the hospital. That's really strange. She wants to go to work but won't let him go? Oh well. Zhang Yi spent the entire afternoon wandering around the hospital, checking out one department, then another, chatting with people here and there. Anyway, all the doctors and nurses in the hospital were very welcoming to Zhang Yi, especially the single female doctors and nurses, who were eager for him to transfer to their department. Just then, Zhang Yi happened to run into Huang Tiantian's mother at the elevator entrance. Dr. Zhang, where have you been? I've been looking for you twice. Oh, I went to another department. Sorry about that. Zhang Yicai suddenly remembered that Huang Tiantian's mother and Li Xiaoyun had both said they were going to bring him something yesterday. No problem, no problem. Here, this is a tonic for replenishing qi and blood. Guaranteed to replenish the blood you lost as soon as you drink it. Huang Tiantian's mother held up 2 large boxes of elegantly packaged Dongyi Donkey High Gelatin blood nourishing oral liquid and handed them to Zhang Yi. He really guessed right. He actually gave her something that women drink to replenish their blood. Chapter 190. Who can blame Zhang Yi for having a god-tier system? Zhang Yi really didn't want this thing at first, but Huang Tian's mother forced it into his hands and walked away. Oh well, I'll bring some over for Qingqing next time to make up for it. Reluctantly, Zhang Yi took the 2 boxes of blood-tonifying oral liquid back to his dormitory. As soon as Yuan Li entered the room, he saw Zhang Yi lying on the bed and hurriedly asked, "No wonder I didn't see you in the ward when I went to look for you after work. You were here. What happened? Why did you come back from the hospital?" "Su Qingqing wasn't here today, and I didn't have anything to do, so I came back to stay." "Why did you chase her away so quickly?" "They're very busy with work." "Why are they wasting time here?" "I don't have anything to do." No, I think you should go to the hospital and stay there." "What if you pass out next to me in the middle of the night? I'll never be able to clear my name," Yuan Li said as she helped Zhang Yi to his feet. "You're the one who'll kick the bucket. You're such a jinx." Zhang Yi rolled his eyes at Yuan Li and said, "I just need to get some blood drawn. Can I come back to sleep? Plus, the disinfectant smell in the hospital room is so strong. I've had enough of it at work. Do I have to smell it again after work? I don't care about you. Hurry up and go to the hospital. Come back when you're done." Yuan Li pushed Zhang Yi out the door with all her strength. "I'm fine now." Bang! Yuan Li slammed the door shut. "Hey, this guy is really something. Why doesn't anyone believe me that I'm already better?" Sigh. "Well, never mind. Who can blame me for having a god-tier system?" Zhang Yi sighed and muttered to himself before returning to the hospital. In the emergency room, the on-duty doctor and nurse rolled their eyes again upon seeing Zhang Yi and asked, "Zhang Yi, you're like a ghost that won't go away. Don't be so mean." "I didn't even want to come to the hospital, but my roommate, Yuan Li from the cardiology department, kicked me out and told me not to come back until I'm better," Zhang Yi said helplessly. "You should stay a few more days and get some more nutrient solutions. It's not like they're charging you for the hospital stay. You should have stayed a few more days, gotten some more nutrients. It's not like they're charging you for the hospital stay." "Oh well, that's why I came back." After chatting with the emergency room staff for a while, Zhang Yi returned to his ward to watch TV. After flipping through the channels without finding anything to watch, he decided to watch the news broadcast. Knock knock. Knock. A knock on the door interrupted Zhang Yi, who was engrossed in reading. He turned around and saw that it was Chen Xiaopeng. He was holding a thermos box and walked in with a smile on his face. "Dr. Zhang, have you eaten yet? I brought you some pork rib soup I made myself. Have some soup to replenish your energy." Chen Xiaopeng respectfully handed the thermos to Zhang Yi. "You guys are really too kind. How could I possibly finish such a large thermos?" Zhang Yi said, looking at the thermos in his hands. Hee, no problem, drink more, it's good for your health." Chen Xiaopeng rubbed his hands and said with a smile. "All right. Thanks a lot."